After my father found out that my stepdaughter at home liked me, he forced me to marry her. I once disliked and made things difficult for her, thinking she was not worthy of me, so I did all sorts of things to make my family hate me. In front of her, I flirted with others, but I never expected that in a life and death situation, she would be willing to sacrifice her life for me. It wasn't until her death that I completely awakened. If I could live again, I would spoil such a person who truly loves me to the heavens, so she would no longer feel inferior. Looking at her sitting in a wheelchair, my tears instantly came. Why are you crying? Didn't we agree that this is just a fake marriage? In a few days, you can go abroad to do what you like. I'm a useless person and won't do anything to you. My ears automatically blocked out Lu Chen's incessant chatter, and I sadly hugged her, unable to hold back my tears. You, don't cry. I promise you that before you go abroad, we will secretly get a divorce, and I will find a way to delete your marriage record, I said with a choked voice. Lu Chen, I'm sorry, silly, why apologize? Lu Chen raised her hand, wanting to touch my face, but when it reached halfway up, she paused. You doesn't like my touch. She sadly lowered her hand. My regret was like a rushing river. I was too busy crying, and until I was exhausted, my cries grew quieter. Only then did Lu Chen softly say, stop crying, go lie down on the bed quickly. The hangover soup has cooled down, I'll take it down to heat it up. She didn't dare to touch me, one hand still holding the hangover soup, and the other resting on the remaining half of her leg. She only thought I was drunk and acting foolishly, but when I thought about it, I realized that I had made a scene when I was drunk because of our marriage, which shows how much she felt wronged about marrying me. I withdrew from Lu Chen's embrace and shamefully ran to lie on the bed, gurgling. I heard the sound of the wheelchair leaving, and I sat up abruptly. Lu Chen, are you leaving? I can't let her go like this. Lu Chen, don't go. Stay with me. Let's sleep together. I grabbed Lu Chen's hand, and she seemed to be shocked, her hand trembling as if electrified, the current shooting straight to her heart, which seemed to be about to jump out. She clearly knew she shouldn't indulge in my momentary affection. I was truly drunk, but what slipped out of her mouth was okay. Seeing this, I obediently let go and rolled into the bed, leaving her a large space. Looking at the empty space beside my bed, Lu Chen felt a flutter in her heart. This was Ayu actively inviting her, and even though she knew this was my drunken and muddled behavior, Lu Chen stubbornly wanted to take it as genuine feelings, even if it was self-deception. She felt joy. She propped herself up and moved to the bed, and as soon as she lay down, she neatly crossed her hands over her chest. As long as she could lie on the same bed as Ayu, her wish would be fulfilled. But I didn't think so. It felt like there was a river separating me from her. I rolled over in a hurry and ended up next to Lu Chen, who was so startled by the sudden attack that he didn't dare to move. What should we do in this situation? Should I pull my arm out? Lu Chen was so scared that his mind went blank, and he didn't dare to move again. Soon, Lu Chen heard my faint snoring, and only then did she unabashedly gaze at the boy sleeping beside her. Lu Chen had sketched my image countless times in her heart, already deeply imprinted in her mind, yet she still couldn't get enough of looking at me, her eyes lingering on my sleeping face. This night was so beautiful that she was reluctant to sleep, watching me all night long. Unfortunately, the night was still too short, dawn was approaching, and she should wake up. I ultimately did not belong to her, this useless person. Soon I will be going abroad to pursue my love and dreams. When the sky was just beginning to lighten, Lu Chen got up with a guilty conscience. She stealthily got off my bed like a thief, returned to her wheelchair, and took a lingering glance at me, who was still sound asleep, before resolutely pushing her wheelchair away. Lu Chen returned to her room, sitting in her wheelchair and looking out the window as the weather slowly revealed a hint of dawn. Soon, a streak of red clouds dyed half the sky, and the sun seemed to be rising slowly, dragged up by a great force. I hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. The soft and warm bed beneath me allowed me to sleep sweetly. I quickly went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into a new set of clothes, and went downstairs. Seeing my family sitting at the dining table looking at me with surprise, I suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. I had hurt them too deeply. Ever since I learned about the engagement with Lu Chen, I've been causing all sorts of trouble, refusing to eat at the same table with them, and even forbidding Lu Chen from appearing anywhere in the house where I am. I've hurt my aunt and dad deeply, and my sister is also afraid of me, only daring to sneak glances at me with timid eyes. Come down for dinner. What do you want to eat? Auntie will go make it for you. Lu Chen's mother looked at me with a face full of anxiety, her concerned eyes also carrying some guilt. She feels that letting me marry Lu Chen is unfair to me, but as a mother, she has her own selfishness. She knows that Lu Chen really likes me, so no matter how much I cause trouble, she endures it and indulges me. Now that you're married, why are you still acting like this? When will you grow up? Letting Lu Chen marry you, that's like picking up a treasure, yet you don't even know how to cherish it. Pei Zhengwo looked at me like this, furious. It's because I've spoiled you too much that you can't tell right from wrong. Can a father harm his own son? Aside from having a disability in his leg, Lu Chen has all the qualities one could wish for. It's a pity that my son is blind to the treasure beside him and insists on chasing after a pile of rubble. I looked at my dad with a stern face, full of disappointment, and listening to his strong voice, I felt a surge of joy in my heart. Dad is still alive. That's great. Dad. I couldn't care less about his lessons and hugged him like I did when I was a child. Pei Jiangwo was taken aback by my sudden action. How long had it been since his son hugged him like this? Ever since he remarried. He had clearly felt that I didn't like him much anymore and often ran to my uncle's house. After my little sister was born, I ignored him even more, and he was also afraid I would get jealous. But the birth of my little sister was truly an accident. By the time they found out, the child was already quite big, and Lu Wan was an older mother. If they didn't keep the child, it would be bad for her health, so he let Lu Wan give birth to the child. But he never favored one over the other. Lu Wan also catered to me in everything. Yet I just couldn't forgive her. I often stayed at my uncle's house and didn't return home, and she couldn't stop me. I had too deep a misunderstanding of her. At your age, still acting spoiled? Don't think that I'll let it go just because of that. If you want to eat, eat. If you don't want to eat, then forget it. Don't keep bothering your aunt. Pei Jiangwo felt a surge of happiness at my closeness, but still pretended to be stern, scolding me with a heart that contradicted his words. Lu Wan looked at Pei Jiangwo's feigned sternness and smiled, saying, "Don't mind your dad, he just takes advantage and then acts innocent. If you want to eat something, just tell your aunt, and I'll go make it right away." I looked at Lu Wan and felt a wave of guilt. In fact, this stepmother was quite good to me. Even after giving birth to my sister, she still prioritized me when it came to the best things, and even worried that I might have thoughts about it, so she didn't buy my sister new clothes very often. "Mom, don't be busy, I'll eat with you." Lu Wan was stunned upon hearing this, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She smiled and said, "Ah, you just called me Mom." Pei Jiangwo, seeing Lu Wan's excited tears, deliberately said stubbornly, "Look at you, so unaccomplished. It's just calling you Mom. He's already married to Lu Chen. Calling you Mom is only right. Auntie is just too emotional. Couldn't help it for a moment. Making you laugh." Lu Wan quickly wiped her tears, feeling embarrassed, and Pei Jiangwo said with a look of satisfaction, "Getting married is different. You've become much more sensible. If you could always be this sensible, that would be great." Being subtly mocked by Pei Jiangwo, Lu Chen sat at the edge, lowering her head and saying nothing. Only she knew that their marriage was fake, and they were going to get a divorce certificate in a few days. He was acting this way just to let his parents relax their guard. He was about to sneak abroad. I glanced at Lu Chen, who was sitting silently at the side, and walked straight over to sit beside her. Seeing me sit down, Lu Chen hurriedly pushed her wheelchair back, preparing to return to her room. She knew I didn't like being in the same space as her, and she couldn't stay here and ruin the good atmosphere I had just created. I glanced at the utensils beside me. The food hadn't been touched much, and Lu Chen hadn't finished eating. "Where are you going?" I immediately understood. It was all the result of my previous antics, and Lu Chen didn't dare to stay here. I stood up, grabbed the back of the wheelchair, and pulled him back. "You haven't even eaten. Where are you going?" "Lu Chen, just sit there and eat. You are both married now. Take good care of each other in the future. Dad and Mom are waiting to hold their grandchild." Pei Jiangwo looked at me and didn't reject Lu Chen. He felt a surge of happiness. If it weren't for the fact that it was early morning and he couldn't drink, he would have wanted to celebrate with a few drinks. It seems that IU's marriage has settled. After getting the certificate, he has become much more sensible. Chen Duo was silent and didn't say anything as he quietly ate his breakfast. Unfortunately, it tastes like chewing wax, and his mouth and heart are filled with a bitter taste like eating yellow dock, but he can't say it. Autumn can stand to stay with him when she's being such an everyman. This shows that she has a deep love for Zhang Shibu. Before the teeth and claws of the nature of now for him to put away all. The more he thought about this, the more bitter he became in his heart. Not in the least bit happy that Qiuqiu was sitting with him. Such condescension on Autumn's part made him prefer to leave rather than have her sit by his side. Chen Duo quickly finished the bowl of food in 3 tries. "I'm done eating. I'll go to my room." Dropping such a clear and cold sentence, Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair and turned to leave. "Chiquita?" She had a questioning look on her face. Why did she feel as if Chen Duo was unhappy? Shen Yin quickly smiled and rounded off the conversation. "Qiuqiu, don't mind. Chen Duo is such a dull nature. Marrying him has wronged you. What's the point of aggravation? It's good for a man to be bored and do real work. That smooth talker is no good at first sight." Xian Yufeng that was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He was very satisfied with the Chen Duo he had picked. He was smart and had business acumen. In the future, he could assist his daughter in taking care of the Qian's group, and in his opinion it was his daughter who had earned it. "Aya, you say less. Hurry up and eat. Go to the company afterward." Chen Yun didn't have the good sense to dislike Xian Yifeng. She was giving her son a good word in front of Chiu Chiu. This person always came out to interject. It's not likely that Chiu Chiu will misunderstand again. Chiu Chiu had hated Chen Yuefeng like Chengdu and felt that it was her children who stole her father. Okay, I'll talk too much. Chen Yuefeng was disliked by his own wife and could only shut up and eat. He did not dare to say more. To put it bluntly, he was also afraid that Chiu Chiu would resent him again, and it was difficult for him to be a father. Chimimio Miao Miao's little eyes hadn't left her sister Chi Miao Chiu Chiu's since she had appeared at the table. She didn't dare to look at her sister openly, but could only quietly sweep a glance back and pretend to be eating, then sneak another glance before continuing to eat. Being piqued at so consistently, how could Chiaki not notice? At this small action of her sister, she felt a pang of heartache in her heart. In fact, Miao Miao had always wanted to be close to her as a sister. Unfortunately, she was like a little hedgehog covered in thorns, and her sister couldn't help but open up her body and stab her as soon as she got close. Because her aunt had been nagging her in the ear about having a stepmother and then a stepfather. She didn't think so at first. She wasn't such a hater of Chen Yun and Chen Duo back then because she was her dad's only child. But then Chen Yun turns out to be pregnant when she's 14 and her father agrees to have her sister. And she explodes completely. Auntie's words seem to have come true one by one, just like a prophecy. And at the age of 14, she immediately turned into a rebellious girl during puberty, listening to her aunt's words and her father to make trouble, and make a lot of trouble, thinking that this would make her father give up on giving birth to Chien Miao Miao. But it didn't work out that way, and Chien Miao Miao still came into the world over her objections, and as always, she disliked her and loathed her. But Chien Miao Miao seemed as if she couldn't feel it. Once upon a time she would come up to her and call out to her sister. Later, after she lost her temper and kicked her out, Chien Miao Miao only dared to peek at her from afar. So, when Chien Miao Miao looked over once more, Chen Xiuqiu smiled and raised her eyes to meet her, frightening Chien Miao Miao to hurriedly bury her head in the bowl. Qian Qiqiu sighed in her heart. Alas, it seems that she really is a flood beast. Chen Duo didn't dare to stay with her, and his sister was scared to death of her. But she made all of this happen, and now she can only work through her own efforts to show people that she's changed. In this life she was going to love her family and watch over them. After eating, Qian Qiqiu didn't go back to her room, but smiled and said, "Mom, I'll send Miomia to school." "Oh, good." Chen Yun froze for a moment, then agreed excitedly, knowing that Miaomi would be very happy. Going to Chen Miao Miao's room, Chen Yun squatted down to straighten her daughter's collar and smiled gently. "Miao Miao, is Qiuqiu happy to send you to school today?" Chen Yun still didn't dare to call Chen Qiuqiu her sister in front of Miao Miao because she knew that Qiuqiu hated it when Miao Miao called her sister, so they had gotten used to it over the years. "Good." Chen Miao Miao lowered her head coyly, her voice as small as a mosquito. "Then do as you're told." Chen Yun stroked Chen Miao Miao's little head and led her out of the room. "Misty, come on, sister will take you to school." Chen Qiuqiu smiled and walked over, holding Chen Miao Miao's small hand. Chen Miao Miao, who was suddenly held by her sister's hand, couldn't stop being happy in her heart. She lowered her head to hide the joy that filled her eyes, but still too small to hide her thoughts. Cannot control their own little eyes? From time to time secretly surveyed the side of the sister's face. Pink little ears betrayed her blush at the moment. After leaving the door, Qian Qiqiu realized that she did not know where Chen Miao Miao went to school. This sister has never cared about Chen Miao Miao. Now it's hard to care for a second and realize that things aren't that great. Qian Qiqiu pinched her ears in embarrassment and said with incomparable heartiness, "Miao Miao, which kindergarten do you go to?" Misty didn't even dare to look up and speak aloud to her sister. Whispering, "I'm in Form 10. Chapter 5, Sending My Sister to School." Xia Chu Chu calls. "Sister is asking which kindergarten you attend?" Chiaki asked again. Xian Miao Miao didn't know if her voice was too small or what, and answered more carefully. Middle, 10th class." Qian Qiqiu had no choice this time, and Miao Miao didn't know which kindergarten she was in, so she had to find someone to ask for help. Calling dad means a lecture. She didn't feel too good about calling her mom. Wasn't that a bad thing to do with good intentions? In the end, she could only choose to call her husband, Chen Duo, who was one of her own. Chen Duo saw Qian Shiqiu call over the phone, still thought he had hallucinations. Shiqiu's way of communication without contact lying in his phone for many years. Unable to hide the joy in his eyes, he put his cell phone through. The sweet voice of a young girl came from the other end of the phone. Still with anxiety, "Chen Duo, which kindergarten is Miao Miao attending? What are you doing?" Chen Duo was surprised by this question from Chiaki Qiuqiu, who inexplicably cared about what Miao Miao was doing where she went to school. "I was taking Misty to school and I forgot to ask her where her school is." Speaking later, Chiaki Qiuqiu's voice tone weakened a bit embarrassed. "She's at Jiayang International Bilingual Kindergarten. Head down the Cherry Commercial Building, turn left by the Long Yuan Hotel in front of you, enter Yulo Road and go straight." Chen Duo carefully guided the route for Chiaki. and Chiaki didn't even need to guide out the navigation. She drove the car and followed what Chen Duo said, and half an hour later she dropped Chimimio Meow Meow off at the kindergarten. Opening the rear door, Chiaki Chocho unbuckled Meow Meow's seatbelt for her and carried her out of the car. Being held in her arms, Qian Meow Meow's entire body was stiff and didn't dare to move. Her small hands didn't even dare to touch her sister. She clenched her small fists and shrunk her hands, her small ears tinted with a pink blush. When she was placed on the ground by Qian Kikyu, Meow Meow was still recalling the warmth of her sister's embrace, so soft and fragrant. Misty, get in there, be good and listen to your teacher. After saying that, Qian Kikyu kissed Meow Meow's cheek. She covered her face and opened her mouth wide. Her sister was kissing her. Get in there. Chiaki stroked her little head and laughed at the flattered look on her face. Well, Misty bowed her head coyly, swooning with happiness as she took wobbly steps toward the school gates. Her heart leapt for joy. Her sister was so gentle today. Not only did he hug her but he kissed her and finally touched her head. She also greedily hoped that her sister could treat her like she did today in the future, and she was willing to trade all her toys for it. After hanging up Qian Kikyu's phone, Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair downstairs. The smile on his face didn't recede when he saw his mom in a good mood, scrubbing the coffee table. Chen Duo, Mom sees that Chocho is growing up. Don't be so boring all the time in the future. Accompany her more to chat. After getting along for a long time, Chocho will like you. Chen Yun with a happy face persuaded her son. In her opinion, her son was just too calm in nature. Girls of Chocho's age like sunny boys. Chen Duo looked at his mom, who was rarely so happy, and couldn't bear to poke her. The reason why Chocho had started to ingratiate herself with them was merely to make them drop their guard, so that they wouldn't easily find out if she secretly left the country. And he was now nothing more than Autumn's accomplice. He poured a glass of water and pushed the wheelchair to go upstairs. Chen Yun couldn't help but spit behind him. Look at you. You're just a boring person. Did Mom hear what she said to you? Well, Chan Du-Human walked away. This harsh reality saddened him, but he couldn't tell anyone. When Chocho was gone, he would have to appease his loved ones for her. He could only hope that people would understand Chocho, that she was only doing this because she wanted to live the life she wanted. They can't decide Chocho's life for her, and even though he likes her a lot he can't trap her against her will. After sending Meow Meow, Qian Kikyu was about to go back when she received a call from Xia Chuchu. As soon as she saw the name on the caller ID, the hatred in her eyes died like a volcano erupting at those three words. Xia Chuchu, I won't let you get away with this. After coldly saying these words, Chen Xiuqi immediately raised a smile on her face and said, Chu-Chu, what's the matter, cousin? I heard that Auntie made you get a license with that cripple Chen Duo. Auntie is really too much. He's clinging to Chen Yun and his family for anything good, and now he's entrusting his daughter to marry a cripple. Listening to Xia Chuchu's mouthful of cripples, she was righteously indignant and held for herself. If she didn't know that she liked Chen Duo, Qian Kikyu had really been fooled by her two-faced appearance. Crippled. She also wants it. No one can bully Chen Duo in this life. You're pretty well informed. I don't want to hear you mention the word cripple again, and the fact that he'll be your cousin's husband from now on, if not for the fact that he can't tear his face now. Xian Xiuqiu which will take care of Xia Chuchu, the human face and snake heart. Ah, Xia Chuchu froze a bit when she heard it. Hasn't Qian Kikyu always hated Chen Duo? How did the attitude come to a head after the license? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chiaki asked deliberately. No, nothing. Xia Chuchu also realized that she had lost her temper. She hurriedly explained, I wasn't wondering how cousins suddenly treated Chen Duo differently. It's also because I suddenly realized that Chen Duo is quite handsome, and this marriage isn't a bad idea, said Chiaki disguised herself as a nymphomaniac, seeing color. Xia Chuchu was thunderstruck by Qian Xiaoqiu's reason. Just now she thought Qian Xiaoqiu had come to her senses, but it turned out that she was still as brainless as ever. She purposely brought up the good-colored Jiang Shibu and said, What about Jiang Shibu? He doesn't like me anyway. Forget it, I have Chen Duo now. There's no need to rush up and fall back. Qian Kikyu sighed, seemingly lamenting that she had had enough of this anger at Jiang Shibi and didn't want to chase after it. Xia Chuchu was anxious when she heard it. How could she give up halfway? She was still waiting for Jiang Shibu to hook Qian Kikyu away and leave Chen Duo to himself? Jiang Shuwei was nothing more than a fish in her pond, bait used to lure Qian Kikyu. Don't you give up so early. Male gods are inevitably a bit arrogant. I can't say he likes you too. He's just putting up a front. Why don't I help you ask Jiang Shibu out, and you guys can talk it over? Qian Kikyu smiled mockingly at her words. How stupid she had been. Why is it that every time she's with Jiang Shibi she has Xia Chuchu as a helper and she doesn't suspect anything? Chapter 6, Nesting Talents, Breaking Arms. It's a pity that at that time she was foolish enough to treat Xia Chuchu as a relative, never questioning what makes Xia Chuchu able to ask Jiang Shibu out again and again. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that this pair of dogs got together a long time ago. Xiaochuchu was basically using Jiang Shibi as a cage, deliberately luring her to drill, but also beautifully said to help her chase the male god. So, okay then, I'll see him again. Qian Kikyo didn't refuse. She still had to hang on to Xiaochuchu and go through the motions with them? Okay, I'll send you the time and place when I get an appointment with him. As soon as Xiaochuchu heard it, she knew that Qianqiuqiu hadn't let go of Jiang Shibi yet, and she paid lip service to it. In her heart, she was saying that Chiaki was just a dumbass, so no wonder her mother said she could make more use of it. Xiaochuchu heart a burst of complacency. Chen Duo in addition to being a disability, really everywhere is better than Jiang Shibu, but it is a pity that Qian Kikyu eyes limp. Chiaki hung up the phone and snorted. Xiaochuchu is playing mind games with her. Let's see how she plays Xiaochuchu to death in this life. As she passed a dessert store, Chiaki pulled over. She knew that Chen Duo especially likes sweets and thought of buying some back for him. Born again and back, she will never waste the opportunity that God has given her. She will favor her husband alone this time. Who is this man? Are you with another man behind my back? A man questioned the very stylishly dressed woman sitting across from him with a picture on his cell phone. So what if it is? You don't even look at yourself. All poor. TSK. Which woman can look at you? Only I don't mind you poor. You also dislike me to find a man. I don't find you to feed me? I'm helping to lighten your burden. Instead of a hint of shame, the fiery red-lipped woman sneered at the man, looking at the freshly done manicure on her fingers with a condescending air. The man laughed instead of being angry at his words. He came up to the woman and said sarcastically, "Really? Then you make money by sleeping with that man. You know what you look like that way." In ancient times it had the elegant name of a firework woman. With a snap, the woman raised her palm and slapped the man across the face. She said angrily, "Sui Feng, keep your ing mouth clean. If you're a loser yourself who can't support your wife, don't blame it on being supported by someone else. If you can live this life, live it. If you can't live it, leave it. Do you really think I care about you?" After saying that, the woman stepped on the hateful heights and strutted away like a proud peacock. The man laughed softly and wiped his beaten cheek, seemingly unconcerned, but the veins rippling on his forehead and the clenched fist of his other hand revealed his emotions. At this moment, he was like an angry lion, wanting to bite the woman who betrayed him. When Qian Kikyu was about to leave, she heard a woman raise her voice and yell Sui Feng, a name that made her unconsciously stop in her tracks. Jiang Shirbei's former right-hand man was a man named Sui Feng, who was devious and cunning and good at strategizing. The key is also loyal. Half of Jiang's group was built by him. How could she forget such an important person? Since she was reborn and came back, she would have to cut off Jiang Shibi's arm and leave him alone. The current Sui Feng should not have met Jiang Shibi yet. Then she had to find this person first. Who knows that when that man turned back, Qian Kikyo really had been shocked. This face is clearly the one beside Jiang Shibi Sui Feng. To her death, she didn't expect Sui Feng, the ruthless man, to have such a downward spiral. Being cuckolded by his wife, not to mention the other guy, justified it. Since Sui Feng was so down and out, Qian Kikyo thought that if she was wise enough to give him a hand now, then this person will definitely be loyal to her in the future and work hard for the Qian clan. So Qian Kikyo walked over and said with a smile, "Is Mr. Su interested in a different job?" Sui Feng looked at the hairy and childish Qian Shicho in front of him and laughed softly. "Little sister, I think you've read too little. Do I look like a rich man? Trying to cheat people to pit rich people? Ah, Chiquita? Does she look like a liar? She has a harmless face. Big brother is mistaken. I'm telling the truth. I am Qian Kikyo, the eldest miss of the Qian clan group, and I am now officially inviting you to join the Qian clan group. We'll give you a salary package that will triple your original base, and we'll give you a management position, not a very high-level one, but I'm sure with your ability you'll be promoted soon." Qianqiuqiu wanted to pull out her business card to prove her identity, but she was still a student and hadn't entered the Qian clan yet, so where did she get a business card? The first lady of the 1,000 group. "Ha ha, you can really dare to say, but I'm really quite moved by these benefits you said. But it's a pity that my brother is penniless and his abilities are just like this, so I'm afraid it's hard to be qualified." Sui Feng turned away with a gangly smile. He didn't have the free time to listen to a little kid blowing up. Qian Kikyo really had her lungs bursting. Didn't she just look younger? Why is she so untrustworthy? Sui Feng, how could you, a senior who graduated from University H majoring in financial management, not be capable of this job? Qianqiuqiu does not remember Sui Feng's life experience very clearly. The only thing he remembered is that he was invited back by the University of H to give a speech when he became famous. "You know me?" Sui Feng then stopped, secretly thinking that Qian Kikyo should not be the kind of marketing organization that casually catches downtrodden people and cheats them. "Of course I know, knowing nothing about your abilities, I wouldn't have invited you to join the 1,000 group. If you still don't believe me, then leave your phone number behind, and I'll have the company's recruiter contact you specifically at that time. Do you think that's a good idea?" Chiaki Chocho chose a compromise. Leaving a phone number these days shouldn't be enough to get scammed, right? Sui Feng thought to leave a phone number is not much to lose. He still hold a fluke in case it is true? That's fine, said Sui Feng, leaving his phone number with Chen Chocho. Chen Chochi recalled that Sui Feng's ex-wife seemed to have given him a son back, and counting the age, he should be around 2 years old now, so she handed the dessert in her hand to Sui Feng and said, "Brother Su, this is for your son. I look forward to you joining the 1,000 group in the future." Sui Feng froze. The other party had even found out that he had a child. They wouldn't really have investigated him specifically, just bought it at the store. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Chen Xiuqiu shoved the dessert to Sui Feng and turned around to enter the dessert store again. Having given Chen Duo's dessert away, she naturally had to buy him another one, but she couldn't go home empty-handed. Chapter 7, Delivering Dessert. Chen Duo refused. "Mom, where's Chen Duo?" As soon as Chiaki carried her dessert into the room, she started looking for Chen Duo, who had left the table without a word in the morning. For no reason at all she thought he was angry, instead of being so bored as usual. "Chiu, you're back. Are you tired? Do you want some water?" Chen Yun hurriedly went to the kitchen and poured a cup of water and brought it over to Chen Xiuqiu, asking with a concerned face, "Mom, I'm not thirsty. You don't have to work so hard. Take a rest." Where did Chen Duo go? When Qian Kikiu saw Chen Yun pouring water and cutting fruits for herself, she felt a million apologies. She realized that her stepmother was living like an old mother in her house, and was not being treated as a wife should be. Chen Duo, where can he go? All day long he will be bored in his room. If you have time, take him out more often. Chen Yun felt doubly pleased in her heart when she heard that Chen Xiuqiu cared about herself. Qian Kikiu smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll take good care of him. You rest for a while. I'll go up to him first." Chen Duo happened to be on the second floor corridor, heard Chen Qiqiu's sentence, "I will take care of him," and his heart exploded with a bang. Although he knew that Qiuqiu saying this was nothing more than a blindfold, he still couldn't stop being happy in his heart. Having her words was enough. Seeing that Qian Kikiu had gone upstairs, Chen Duo hurriedly pushed the wheelchair back to his room. "Knock knock, Chan Du, I'm coming in." Not long after, Chen Duo heard Chiaki Chocho's knock on the door, and in his heart, he secretly said that she was just talking about fooling her mother. Is it necessary to have to walk to his room on purpose? She was really able to endure it, so that she could fool her family. She could both eat at the same table with herself and endure the discomfort of coming to see her. Chen Duo didn't respond to Qian Kikiu and sat in front of the computer pretending to study. "Chen Duo, what are you doing?" Chiaki Autumn pushed the door open with her dessert and walked in. Chen Dok, he didn't want to talk. His heart couldn't stop being jealous of the fact that Qiuqiu could come to see herself so condescendingly for someone else anymore. Qian Kikiu didn't wait for Chen Duo, the stuffy man, to answer, so she could only walk over to him and place the dessert on his table. "This is the dessert I bought especially for you on the way. Try it to see if it's good." With a smile on her face, Qian Kikiu opened the package, picked up the cupcake, and fed it to Chen Duo's mouth. Chen Duo coldly looked at Qian Kikiu's smiling face. The pain in his heart was starting to spread. She pretended to be cheerful in this way to someone she hated, and Shandu didn't feel half as happy about being treated favorably, only sourly sad. That man is really so good that it is worth Qiuqiu's patience, and he is madly jealous of that person that Qiuqiu likes. Jiang Shibi. His hand on his leg clenched into a fist, which he soon unclenched again, because he was steeped in sobriety and realized that he was a cripple. Even jealousy of that man didn't qualify him, he didn't deserve it. Chen Duo coldly reached out and pushed the cake away from his mouth, saying in a cold voice, "I'm not hungry and don't want to eat." Qian Kikiu could only put the cake away resentfully. It's not like eating a cake would fill up her stomach. The man looked like he was mad at her, but she didn't seem to have done anything to piss him off. Did she? "You're mad at me," Chiaki said with certainty rather than doubt. "No." Chen Duo remained cold, his eyes not even moving from the computer screen in front of him. He was afraid that when he saw Qian Kikiu's face pleasing to himself, the seed of jealousy in his heart would be watered and take root. In time he will be too swayed by it to let Qiuqiu go. How could he be mad at Qiuqiu? He was mad at himself. "Liar, you're just mad at me. What did I do wrong? How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me?" Chiaki felt that she and Chen Duo had switched places. She especially looked like a boyfriend who didn't know what mistake he had made and was helplessly coaxing his girlfriend, who was sulking alone. "Right now, I'm not mad. If there's nothing else, please get out. I have to study." Chen Duo directly invited Qian Kikiu out. He didn't want to see her pull down her face like this to please herself. He couldn't stand it, as if there were thousands of silver needles sticking to his heart in unison, and his heart was hurting. "That's what you said. Just go. Who cares to see you?" "Ha!" Qian Kikiu was exasperated by Chen Duo. She huffed and carried her dessert away. He was kind enough to give him dessert and he didn't appreciate it and kicked her out. Chen Duo's heart ached even more when he saw that Qian Kikiu had left. Seeing Chocho return to her usual disgusted self, Chen Duo laughed sarcastically. That's his Chewy, hating him as always. And he hadn't guessed wrong, she hadn't come to see her willingly. After Chocho left, Chen Duo hated being smart again. If he had been stupid, wouldn't he have been able to muddle through and let Chocho fool him, foolishly accepting Chocho's kindness to him? He pushed his wheelchair toward the door without wanting to miss even Autumn's exasperated back. I got you, mouthy man. Why don't you study when no one is bothering you? Kiankikiyu pushed open the door to Chen Duo's room and huffed. She didn't leave at all. Originally she was quite angry, but when she thought of Chen Duo, this little cutie, loved herself so stoically in her previous life, she then purposely stayed outside the door, and sure enough, she soon heard the sound of a wheelchair approaching. Cute size, and really silly as always. Chen Duo remained cold without the embarrassment of being caught in the bag and said coldly, why haven't you left yet? I'll go downstairs for a glass of water. Only the light pink color on the tips of his ears revealed his feigned composure at the moment. Water? Wait then. I'll go down and pour it for you. Saying this, Kiankikiyu shoved the dessert into Chen Duo's arms and turned around and walked away in a huff. Chen Duo froze as he looked at the stuffed desserts. He hadn't figured out why Chiaki Chocho hadn't left. Without waiting for Chen Duo to figure it out, Kiankikiyu had already gone upstairs with a glass of water. Here, your water. Nothing more to do now. Go and study hard. Chen Duo? Although there were many question marks in his heart, he still took the cup of water and calmly took a sip of water before he was pushed to the computer by Kiankikiyu. You study hard. I won't get in your way. I'll just organize things, said Kiankikiyu began to pour up Chen Duo's closet. All married. Of course the two of them have to live together. What's wrong with sleeping in separate rooms? Chen Duo then watched as Chocho took his clothes out of the room with a puzzled look on his face. Secretly, he guessed that Chocho was angry and didn't want him to stay in this room. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and study. Seeing Chen Duo staring at himself all the time, Qian Chicho reminded him without any good manners. Didn't he have to study hard? Why doesn't he study now? Chapter 8, Delivering Food and Meeting Uncle Borrowing Money. Little like, Kiankikiyu do not believe that she still cannot cure Chen Duo. This mouth is not the heart of the man's. Seeing as he knew he was going to sleep in the same room as himself at night, I wondered if his face would still be so composed. Kiankikiyu made a flurry of work and moved all of Chen Duo's clothes and toiletries to her room. Chen Duo now only had his books and computer left in his room, and she thought that this room would be good to use as their study in the future. Looking at the empty closet, Chen Duo did not dare to ask anything. After Kiankikiyu finished moving, she went back to her room to organize her things. She had too many things she had to clean up to give Chen Duo some space to put his personal belongings. She'd sorted out all the clothes she didn't wear from the closet and was going to hang them up on a second-hand site and sell them. After organizing a wall out, she hung all of Chen Duo's clothes in it one by one. This look Kiankikiyu instantly feel very perfect. This room looks like a married couple should have the appearance of it. Chiaki Chocho sorted out her books, the things she used less, and moved them to Chen Duo's room. Chen Duo looked at the things Qian Chicho moved over and secretly said that Chocho was really going to occupy this room of his. Chen Duo was saddened by the thought that he was now living next door to Chocho and couldn't. If he had known, he would have held back. He shouldn't have made Chocho angry. After lunch, Kiankikiyu carried her lunchbox to her own dad. She wanted to give her dad a face-to-face account of Su Yifeng's matter. Just entering the office, Kiankikiyu heard her father's loud voice. This project, I told you a long time ago not to take it. You preferred not to listen. And now you know that there is a shortage of funds. I don't have that kind of liquidity right now either. Aren't you pushing me? Brother-in-law, you can't leave me alone. With my sister gone, you're the only brother-in-law I have. If you don't help me and the creditors come after me, isn't this forcing me to jump off a building? Kiankikiyu heard her uncle Xiaoliwei bitterly begged his father. She then remembered that her uncle took a project capital chain broken, need a large sum of money turnover. She remembers the time when her dad refused to help, citing a lack of cash flow. But uncle finally found her, saying something about how dad was deliberately not lending him money, not remembering old times, and that his heart was biased toward Chen Yun and the others. She was also made to die to force her dad to pay out money to fill her uncle's hole. She was also stupid enough to actually do it, forcing her dad to sell one of Qian's group's very lucrative businesses, which helped her uncle get through the hard times. But this led to a significant decline in the performance of Qian's group, and the shareholders were dissatisfied and wanted to replace dad. Dad was so busy during that time that he even collapsed at work from exhaustion, and uncle's family borrowed the money given by his father to complete the project. Making a lot of money and set up Xia's group is also considered to be crowded into the upper business circle. Chiaki thought now that she was really stupid, being used as a gun. Her uncle and his family brought her mom out to play the emotional card when they needed her, and kicked her a good distance away when they didn't. She remembers her uncle crying poor to her when she tried to get help from him when her dad was sick at the time. Stupid she still really believe. Do not know the reason why later Xia's group will exceed the 1,000. Rely on is not non-stop sucking the blood of the 1,000 group. She would never give her uncle such a chance again in this life. Ungrateful, underfed white wolves like their family were fit to stay at the bottom wagging their tails at others. Otherwise rolled over that reveals his nature. 6 relatives. Chiaki deliberately backed out and waited for her uncle to leave before entering her dad's office. Ugh. After his brother-in-law left, Xian Yufeng sighed helplessly. He felt that he had done enough for his brother-in-law's family as a brother-in-law. Xia Liwei's company was all set up with his help in raising money, and some of his own group's business had been given to their company to do. It's reasonable to say that the money they make is more than enough for their family's daily expenses. Naiha brother-in-law big hard to pick up a multi-billion-dollar project, when he let him not pick up. But people do not listen. To put it bluntly, he wanted to borrow his money to lay eggs. But where did he get so much liquidity for a multi-billion-dollar project? And they have to run the Qians as well. If it wasn't for the fact that Qiuqiu was related to her uncle's family, he would have long ago not wanted to care about Xia Liwei. Too ambitious and thinking about empty gloves. The key is that this brother-in-law is not the god of wealth, which can't help him borrowing money for 3 days. Daddy, why are you sighing? Chiaki Qiuqiu carried her lunchbox and walked in, feigning ignorance. Oh, autumn's here. Why the sudden visit to Dad? Kiyoshi Feng swept away his previous gloom and said with a smile. Qian Kikiyo placed the lunchbox on the table and said, knowing that you haven't eaten properly, I've brought you food. Kiyoshi Feng's heart thumped as he watched his daughter suddenly bring him food, secretly thinking Xia Liwei wouldn't have looked for Qiuqiu in advance, wanting his daughter to act as a lobbyist for him. Right, Dad? Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and eat. Qian Kikiyo looked at her dad with a stony face and looked at herself, puzzled. Xian Yufeng put down his chopsticks. He wouldn't be bought off just by these sugary words from his daughter. Billions of dollars is not something that can be borrowed just by saying it, and he really has his heart in the right place this time. Qiuqiu, why are you suddenly bringing food to Dad? Did your uncle say something to you? Xian Yufeng asked tentatively. Qian Kikiyo realized that her father misunderstood that she was going to be a lobbyist for her uncle. How could she still be stupid after dying once? She deliberately looked confused and said, what? Uncle has something for me? I don't know. Why doesn't he call me? Oh, it's good that there aren't any. Daddy's hungry too. Let's see what you've brought me to eat. Only then did Kiyoshi Feng drop his heart and hurriedly change the topic. He didn't want his daughter to worry about these things in the company yet. He should have been overly concerned. Xia Liwei is not so bad as to take advantage of Qiuqiu. After all, Qiuqiu is the only daughter of his long-dead real sister. Dad, I've tapped an unrivaled talent for the company. Xian Qiuqiu excitedly introduced Sui Feng to her father, which could be related to the future development of their Qian clan group. As for Zhang's group and Xia's group, oh, they will all be younger brothers in the future. Alright, since you're so optimistic, then Dad will let someone recruit him in. A gold will always shine. Xian Yufeng sold his daughter a face. The specific this person has Qiuqiu said so powerful, then take his future performance ability to speak. Their Qian's group promotion mechanism was still relatively fair and open, and what position he could sit in depended on how capable he was. Chapter 9 Recruiting Sui Feng. Chen Duo's thoughts. Thank you Dad. In the future you'll know how good I am at picking people. Qian Kikiya said proudly. Pick on someone's eye? You still have the nerve to say. Tell me what's wrong with Chen Duo? Xian Yufeng sniffed and directly blew his beard and eyes at Chen Qiuqiu in dislike. If it wasn't in the spirit of fat water flowing in the outsider's field, he really didn't want to marry Qiuqiu to Chen Duo. In short, Qiuqiu was just too pampered by him not to be a thing. He's good everywhere. And wasn't my eyes glued shut before? Now my eyes are clear and penetrating and I can see clearly. In the future, no cow, ghost or snake will be able to make a profit on her. You've got all the good and bad in one turn of your mouth. I hope you really know how good Chen Duo is and live a good life with him. Xian Yufeng poked Xian Qiqiu's forehead, expecting that she was really understanding. Dad, don't worry about it. I will definitely live a good life with him and give you a big fat grandson by then. Qian Kikiya said with a big grin. You, really? Xian Yufeng didn't even know what to say about his own daughter, completely looking like she hadn't grown up yet, taking advantage of Chiaki Qiuqiu's efforts to deliver the food. Chen Duo coldly and sullenly began to look for the new room that Chiaki Qiuqiu had arranged for himself one by one in the empty rooms of the villa. I ended up looking around and couldn't find where my clothes were. Chen Duo could only go back to his room in silence, secretly speculating in his heart where Qiuqiu was sending himself. Chen Qiuqiu didn't know that Chen Duo was still at home worried and concerned about his new room. She accompanied her dad after dinner and stared at him calling the personnel department to recruit Sui Feng in, and only then did she feel relieved to go home. The manager of the HR department was notified and immediately contacted Sui Feng. Sui Feng is at home organizing his and his son's things, and he decides to get divorced early to move out with his son. This family is still early to break up. Lin Yan, such a vain woman messing around makes him feel sick. Ring ring ring. A ringing phone interrupted his thoughts. See, unfamiliar caller. Sui Feng did not think much, thought it is what sales promotion loan or insurance phone. Is ready to hang up when suddenly the ghost of the connection. He remembered Chiaki Chocho. Was it possible that this was a call from Chiaki Group's HR department? May I ask if this is Mr. Sui Feng Su? I'm Lu Bin, the HR manager of Qian's Group, our chairman. Sui Feng fell into ecstasy at the words. He was about to start getting lucky. That little girl was really the big miss of the Qian clan group. Son, daddy's going to change jobs and let you live in a big house later. Hanging up the phone, Sui Feng excitedly hugged his son and lifted him high. But any man who is looked down upon by his wife and thinks he's useless for screwing around outside, he's thinking about getting ahead one day and making that woman regret it for the rest of her life no matter what. Sui Feng deeply felt that his opportunity is coming. This marriage will go to divorce tomorrow. Chen Duo heard the sound of parking in the yard, which varied depending on the roar of the engine. He quickly recognized it as Autumn's car. She was back. Chiaki carried the lunchbox and took it to the kitchen, ready to give it a wash with her hands. Chio, put it down. Mom will wash it. Don't get your hands dirty. Chen Yun saw it and hurriedly stopped it. It's fine. Just a lunchbox. Qian Kikyu smiled and refused. Chen Yun's hand is also a hand. She thought it would be better to invite an aunt back to the house so that Chen Yun wouldn't have to work so hard. If you are not doing anything, you can find your little sister to go out for tea and chat, and live a real life of a luxury wife. You child, your hands are tender. Detergent hurts them easily. Unlike mom who is all old and has thick skin alright. Chen Yun came over from afar and couldn't help but nagging Qian Kikyu when she saw that she was all washed up. Mom, where are you old? Hurry up and dress up. Go out and people will think it's my sister. Qian Kikyu coaxed Chen Yun and smiled. You child is talking nonsense. Then I'm not an old goblin. This generation is all messed up. Chen Yun is a traditional woman with a conservative mindset, and she has always adhered to the traditional virtue of raising her children at home. Even after marrying Kiyoshi Feng, she rarely accompanied him to any receptions unless she had to attend. After marrying Qian Yu Feng, she took good care of her husband's daughter. Even if people were not happy with her, she had no complaints. She always thought that the child was too young and unintelligent to be bothered with her. It may be that this is her kinder nature that makes the Xiaoliweis worry that Qian Kikyu is impressed, thus alienated from them, which is what makes it so hard to pick a fight with them. What old goblin ah? Nowadays people can take care of themselves. A lot of people look especially young at 60 or 70. I have a day off tomorrow, so I'll take you out to do some beauty treatments then. Qian Kikyu thought about taking Chen Yun out for a beauty treatment and to dress up properly. There is no woman who does not love beauty, but some are forced by life, which is why they choose to give up. Chen Yun listened and smiled along. Not too serious. Chocho has this heart, she is enough. She only hoped that she and Chen Duo could have a good life together. After washing the lunchbox, Chiaki went to her room. She remembered that she had only taken 3 days off from work as well, and that she would be going to school the day after tomorrow. It's better to get the textbook out and flip through it quickly, or else you'll be in the dark when you go back to school. Reborn back. She was ready to get her financial management expertise up to speed so that she wouldn't be cheated by the company's finances in the future. In her previous life, she was just too stupid and had to follow Jiang Shibi abroad. In order to be with him, she even studied the information technology major with him, which she didn't like. After returning to China, he even worked hard to develop new software for Jiang Shibei's company. But in the end, he even secretly rolled away all of Qian's group's money. Chen Duo sat in silence in his room, both hoping that Chocho would show up in his room like she did in the morning and not wanting her to come. His heart was conflicted. Chocho appeared he could still secretly watch her, but he didn't want to see Chocho so condescending to come see him. Conflicted and unresolved, Chen Duo could only take the opportunity to go downstairs for a drink of water to see what Chocho was doing, and he turned his wheelchair to go downstairs with his face as usual. How did you get down here? Chen Yun was curious to see her son go downstairs and couldn't help but ask questions. Chen Duo pushed the wheelchair toward the kitchen and said in a muffled voice, "Drink water." He glanced around downstairs and couldn't find Chiaki Chocho's figure. Could it be that he's already gone upstairs to his room? But he had to perform on his own, so he could only continue to faint and pour himself a glass of water. After a few sips, he took the cup and rinsed it under the faucet, then set it away without moving. Chapter 10, Was he kissed, silly? Didn't mom send the water up to you? I remember specifically telling you when I sent it over that you'd finish drinking such a big jug of water. Chen Yun didn't know his son's little mind and poked the truth with a single sentence. Chen Duo pretended to be calm, carelessly dropped a forgot, and left. Forget? Chen Yun was left alone to look at her son's back and muttered hesitantly, how could she forget this? It shouldn't be. It's been a habit of my son's for years. Usually the mornings are short and he'll go downstairs occasionally to get a drink of water and walk around a bit. But every afternoon he wouldn't go downstairs, and he'd bring the kettle up in advance to keep it ready for drinking. Sometimes he'd take it up himself. sometimes she'd help bring it up. Chen Yun was his son's sudden sentence for got to the town. This child will not learn to learn stupid, right? Why the sudden memory loss? Chen Duo looked at the kettle on the table before realizing how poor the excuse he had just made up was. Qian Qiqiu realized that after many years, she had pretty much forgotten everything that she should have forgotten. She understands the words in this textbook when she looks at them one by one, but she doesn't understand them when they are connected together, and she doesn't know what a lot of the terminology is talking about. Now this situation can only take out the previous textbooks and study them again. Qian Qiqiu got up and prepared to go to Chen Duo's room to bring back the books that were sent over before. Chen Duo watched as Qian Qiqiu appeared in his room again, and he never took his eyes off of her, watching her rummage through a pile of books, then pulling a few more out. When Qian Qiqiu turned around, she found Chen Duo looking at her, so she brought her face over and smiled. Look, are there any words on my face? In front of him was a magnified face, the contours of which had long been etched in his heart. In his mind, thousands of times, Chen Duo froze, the aroma of Qiuqiu's body lingering between his nostrils, and the hot breath from her earlier speech still spraying his cheeks. Chen Duo only felt that they were too close at the moment, and the air around them became a little thinner. He was getting a little out of breath and his heart was racing. Chen Qiuqiu's sharp eyes saw Chen Duo's ears tinted with a reddish hue, as if he had discovered a new continent. Chen Duo was actually shy, almost fooled by his clouded face. Chen Duo, why are your ears so red? Qian Qiqiu was deliberately curious, saying that she was still ready to take her hand and squeeze it. Chen Duo panicked for a moment, thinking that he couldn't even think of hurrying to grab Qian Qiqiu's hand, and when he realized that he had touched Qian Qiqiu's hand, he panicked again and threw her hand away. Chiaki Autumn, she can't help but suspect that she's a demon. Chen Duo was so scared after holding her hand that he threw it directly. Throw? What kind of operation is this? Does he really like himself? Chiaki is going to have self-doubt. Autumn, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. Chen Duo lowered his head and carefully apologized. It was only then that Qian Qiqiu realized that Chen Duo was afraid of being angry. But why should she be angry? I'm not angry. What are you apologizing for? Just touch it, Qian Qiqiu said without a care in the world. Chen Duo sniffed and immediately raised his head, wanting to see if Qian Qiqiu really wasn't angry. Seeing Qiuqiu's face as normal, he was relieved. Why are you afraid I'll get angry? Have I ever said anything to hurt you before? Qiuqiu held Chen Duo's hand, but clearly felt his stiffness. She felt that she had quite a long way to go in favor of her husband. How much damage did she bring to Chen Duo in the past? Pulling a small hand made her stiffen up like this. Chen Duo's mind was blank. All his senses were automatically shut down at this moment. Only the soft touch in his hand was infinitely amplified again. Why don't you say something? Chiaki looked at the frothing Chen Duo and took her other hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Only then did Chen Duo react and hurriedly pulled his hand out of Qian Qiqiu's. His two hands were tightly intertwined, resting in his lap. It seemed to muffle the lingering sensation in his hands tightly, to stay in them. Why don't you say something? It's fine if you don't want to, but from now on you can touch me as much as you want. I give you permission. After saying this, Chiaki Qiuqiu leaned over and kissed Chen Duo's cheek and said, I'm stamped. After teasing Chen Duo, Qian Qiqiu took the book and went straight away. Chen Duo stayed seated in the room using his fingertips to gently rub the place that had just been kissed by Qian Qiqiu over and over again, and that gentle touch was like a breeze sweeping across his cheeks, flying away without the slightest notice. Only the afterthought was left to fall back into the memories, and began to search for a reminder of the wonderful touch that had just been given. Chen Duo just sat there until the sky was shrouded in darkness, with only a few stars glittering with tiny bright lights still blooming their own light alone in the darkness. Sister, brother is eating. Qian Miao ran up with her short little legs, milky voice calling for dinner to start. Qian Qiuqiu opened the door to her room at the sound of the voice, took the panting Qian Miao in her arms, and went next door to call out to Chen Duo. Chen Duo, it's time to eat. Qian Qiqiu pushed open the door and found that Chen Duo's room was dark, and he didn't hear him even after calling out to someone. By the light of the moon only one person was seen sitting there still as she had left it in the afternoon. Chiquita? This guy wouldn't be dumb enough to be kissed by her, would he? She could only fight fire with fire. And Qian Qiuqiu reached out and covered Qian Miao's eyes, leaning down to kiss Chen Duo again. Sober yet, time to eat. She smiled. It felt like he had been looking for an afternoon without finding it, and Chen Duo suddenly woke up with a start. Only then did he realize that Qian Qiqiu did not know when he came to his side. Then just now was Qiuqiu kissed herself again? At the thought of such a possibility, the tips of Chen Duo's ears began to burn again. Unfortunately, the darkness of the night gave him a good protective color, which prevented Chiaki Qiuqiu from finding out. It's time to eat. Hurry down. Cover your eyes. I'm turning on the light, said Chiaki Qiuqiu. Turned on the light. The white bright light drove away the darkness of the room. and Chiaki Chocho's hand was taken off of Qian Miao's eyes. Sister, why did you cover my eyes just now? Qian Miao asked in disbelief. The thick-skinned Qian Chocho lied without a red face, because sister just had to turn on the lights, and when people suddenly turn on the lights in a dark environment, they will be stung in the eyes. Chen Duo followed behind and listened to Qian Chicho's words. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Chen Yun carried Qian Miao, who had her arms around Chocho's neck, down and took her to wash her hands. Chapter 11, Miao who sticks to her sister. Qian Miao tilted her head and asked crisply, Sister, can I sit with you? Sure. Chiaki stood up and carried her to the chair beside her, bringing her small bowl over. Chen Yun watched her daughter immediately betray her as soon as she had a sister, secretly saying that this bloodline thing was really marvelous. Miao had loved to stick to Qian Kiki since she was born, and as long as Qian Kiki walked past her when she was just born, her round little eyes plopped down on her, and she wouldn't retract her gaze until she was out of sight. Now that she saw Chocho close to Miao, she couldn't stop being happy. Chen Yafeng watched as his youngest daughter used her tiny spoon to wiggle her way through the dishes on her plate, then bumblingly sent it to Qian Chocho's bowl. Smiling, Sister eat. He couldn't help but laugh and snicker. Little man, after you have a sister, you forget about mom and dad and brother. The three of you can also pinch each other's food. I'll pinch my sister's food and she'll pinch mine. Saying this, Qian Miao pushed the small bowl towards Qian Chocho and pointed to the dish in front of her. Sister, I want to eat this. Qian Kiki smiled and chucked it to Qian Miao and said, Well, sister will chuck it for you. What else do you want to eat? Qian Miao pointed to the several plates in front of her and said happily, I want to eat this, and this. Suddenly all of a sudden her sister became so nice. Qian Miao also became petulant and pampered Qian Chocho to give herself food. Qian Kiki complied and gave her the dishes she wanted to eat. Chen Yun couldn't stand to watch and hurriedly stopped her. Chocho, don't give her any more. She can't eat so much. Qian Miao sniffed and beamed, looking at her mother unhappily. I can eat, I'll finish them all later. Chen Yun laughed at her daughter's little demeanor and said, Then when you're all done eating, let your sister clip you again. Thousand Miao beamed and put her head down in dissatisfaction, picking up a spoon and burying her head in her own little bowl. She was going to finish eating and let her mom take a good look. You can't let your sister underestimate you too. Qian Kiki watched as her sister sent spoonful after spoonful into her mouth, her little mouth stuffed to the brim like a little puffer fish. She couldn't help but smile. It was so cute. Chen Duo sat on the sidelines quietly eating his meal. He watched the interaction between his sister and Chocho. Chocho didn't seem like she was pretending. So why is she suddenly being so nice to her sister? Could it be that she wanted to spend some quality time with her loved ones before she left? Chen Duo, who thought he had gotten the truth, hit rock bottom again. 1 second, he was delighted by the sudden kiss, and the next he was mocking himself for not being self-conscious. He put his left hand under the table and pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to wake up. What does he expect from a cripple? Just because Chocho slapdash light kiss began to wildly speculate that people may be interested in their own. He really dared to think Chen Duo, who had taught himself a lesson, quickly regained his usual calm demeanor and no longer deceived himself with luck. I'm done eating. Thousand Mistletoe proudly picked up her little bowl and displayed the bottom of the cleanly eaten bowl for her mom to see and her sister to see. Chen Yun did not expect his daughter's appetite is so good. Before I'll eat a little bit of rice. Now so a big half bowl are finished. She is now eating well with her sister around. Misty is awesome. Eating so clean, not a single grain of rice was wasted. Qian Chocho stroked Qian Miao's hair and complimented her with a smile. The gentle touch and the sister's praise made the arrogant Qian Miao lowered her head, shy, and her small hands excitedly clasped together. After dinner, Chimimio Miao took out her kindergarten textbook and showed her sister how smart she was. She pointed to the text in her textbook with one hand and read in a milky voice. Wide, sea, volcano, farmland, this is a rectangle, this is a square, this is a triangle. The living room was filled with the sound of Qian Miao showing off her knowledge, and Chen Chocho listened and praised her at the same time. This led to Qian Miao being more expressive, studying with vigor, and she wouldn't rest until she finished reading this textbook to her sister. The cartoons that she must chase every day are not watched anymore, so she sits on the sofa, nested in Qian Kiki's arms. She flipped back page after page, reading carefully, and when she encountered words she forgot or didn't know, she would ask her sister with a red little face in embarrassment. She just couldn't bear to get out of her sister's arms. It was too cozy, too happy. Even if it became more and more difficult to read, so many words she did not learn, she still read with a serious face. Encountered do not know, ask sister. So stumbling finally finished the whole book. After closing the book, Qian Miao was still a little greedy for her sister's embrace and couldn't bear to not come out. Misty, Stop pestering your sister and go upstairs and take a bath and go to bed. Chen Yun came downstairs at this time to bring Qian Miao Miao up to take a bath. Qian Miao 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 looked at her mom, who suddenly appeared a little upset. She hadn't played enough with her sister yet? Chen Yun does not understand her daughter's small mind. See, her daughter has not acted. She walked straight over, holding her hand to take her away. Qian Miao Miao stubbornly stood in place and did not want to go. Chen Yun saw that he could not pull his daughter and had to let go. Who knew that Qian Miao Miao suddenly burrowed back into Qiuqiu's arms as she hugged her neck. Her mouth came up to her sister's ear and she asked in a small, careful voice, "Sister, will you change back tomorrow?" She was terrified that her sister would turn back into her old hate herself tomorrow and not play with her. Qian Qiqiu sniffed her nose. No wonder she kept pestering herself tonight. So it was because she was afraid that she would ignore her again tomorrow. Of course not. My sister will play with you from now on, Chiaki Akira assured her sister with a serious face. Qian Miao Miao was relieved when she heard this. She happily kissed Qian Qiuqiu's cheek and then ran away shyly in a puff of smoke. She had just stolen a kiss from her sister. Sitting in the bathtub, Qian Miao Miao hadn't yet awakened from the joy she had just experienced. She covered her small face and giggled. Qian Miao Miao left. Qian Qiuqiu also followed upstairs to wash up. This made Chen Duo, who had been staying in the room, suffer. His clothes were gone, and the toiletries in the restroom were all gone. He didn't even know what to do. Where the hell was his new room? And he hadn't found it, so he was really at a loss. Autumn wouldn't have thrown away all his stuff, would she? Is it because he slept in the same bed as her last night and Qiuqiu got mad so she won't let him stay here? Chen Duo sat by himself sadly mulling it over. Chapter 12. After Chiaki Qiuqiu took a shower, she wore her favorite silk halter nightgown and went to the next room to look for her husband, Chen Duo. She pushed open the door to Chen Duo's room and found him sitting in his wheelchair looking out the window, an air of despondency and loneliness radiating around him. Qian Qiqiu was a little heartbroken. She was supposed to give him a surprise. She just didn't expect to be pestered by Miao Miao later, which made it too late to tell him. She walked in and wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck from behind. The scent that suddenly intruded between his nostrils snapped Chen Duo out of his own thoughts, and his body immediately tensed. The touch of the hand around his neck, skin pressed together, made him not dare to move. Autumn, you, let go of me. Although Chen Duo coveted the soft fragrance, he knew better that she did not belong to him. What if I don't let go? Qian Qiqiu came up to Chen Duo's ear, and the hot breath that spewed out made Chen Duo's heart tremble, and his heart, which had managed to remain calm and clear, began to sway again. Qian Qiqiu didn't wait for Chen Duo to reply. Letting go of him and pushing his wheelchair outside, Chen Duo's heart was flustered, and when he regained his composure he realized that he had been pushed into Qiuqiu's room. Ha, didn't you push him to the new room? Why did he come to Autumn's room? Qian Qiqiu directly shoved Chen Duo's pajamas to him and said, "This will be your room from now on." Qian Qiqiu pushed the man into the restroom without waiting for Chen Duo to object, then retreated to help him bring the bathroom door closed. After doing so, Chiaki covered her flushed face. Although she was ready to be with Chen Duo, she was still a little shy at the thought that they would be sleeping in the same bed tonight. In his previous life, Jiang Shibei and her were together, and all they did as a couple was hold hands. At one time she had thought that Jiang Shibei respected her enough not to overstep the mark. Later she realized that people were just using themselves from the beginning to the end. So I guess holding hands was barely enough for him. After all, he just loved Natsuki until death separated them. Since this was the case, Qian Qiqiu swore that she would fulfill them and let them be together properly. Chen Duo hugged the clothes in his arms and sat frozen in the bathroom for half a day. What does Qiuqiu mean by this? He's going to live here from now on? If it was to cajole mom and dad, she didn't have to push herself to this point at all. Chen Duo realized that he couldn't even guess Qiuqiu now. She was so easy to misunderstand in this way, and his good and clear mind was going to be confused again. Chen Duo, are you alright? What took you so long? There was a knock at the door from Chiaki and her concerned voice. Qian Qiqiu waited for a long time. Seeing that Chen Duo had not yet come out, she was a little uneasy and came to the bathroom door, sticking her ear to listen. Realizing there was no sound of water or movement, that's when he knocked on the door and called out to him. "Oh, I'm fine. I'll be fine in a minute." It was too late for Chen Duo to think about it, so he could only take one step at a time. He took a quick shower in 3 strokes before opening the door from the inside and pushing his wheelchair out. Qian Qiqiu just watched a beautiful man out of the bath picture. He was dressed in a blue silk pajamas made of the same material as the halter dress she was wearing. Water was still dripping from the ends of a head of dark, broken hair, and as the droplets of water slid down his cheeks and onto his neck, Chiaki Qiuqiu was able to see his white, delicate collarbone. Chiaki swallowed involuntarily, finally understanding what someone on the internet meant when they said they would be willing to swim in his collarbone. In order to hide her springy heart, Qian Qiqiu hurriedly went to the bathroom to get a dry towel. While wiping his hair, he admonished him, Such a big man. And you can't dry your hair. Be careful of catching a cold. Chen Duo's heart was in complete disarray. The situation now really made him unable to think calmly. Xiaoqiu cared about him and even rubbed his hair. Although she had a bad tone, he knew she was a knife to the heart. Chiaki dried his hair, then pushed him over to the dresser and took out the hairdryer for him. Her soft and boneless slender hand was inserted into Chen Duo's hair. Chen Duo's heart throbbed and his heart pounded incessantly. He was secretly glad the hairdryer was loud enough to drown out the sound of his uncontrolled heartbeat. Only after blow-drying Chen Duo's hair did Chiaki Xiaoqiu push him to the edge of the bed. You go to sleep. I'm going to the bathroom. In order to preserve Chen Duo's pride, Qian Qiqiu didn't choose to help. She pretended to go to the bathroom. Hearing the bathroom's closing door, Chen Duo then took advantage of her absence to prop his arm up on the bed. He laid down for a while. Staying in the bathroom, Qian Qiqiu only deliberately pressed the flush button on the toilet. And when the sound of pumping sounded, she opened the door and walked out. Qian Qiqiu got on the bed from the other side, and she deliberately instructed Chen Duo. Chen Duo, turn off the lights. Chen Duo sniffed and immediately stretched out his slender arm and turned off the lights. After turning off the light, Chen Duo still maintained the sleeping position he had just taken, his hand placed in front of his chest in a disciplined manner. However, in this dark environment the sense of sight was deprived, and the sense of hearing and smell began to become abnormally sensitive. The fresh scent of her shower gel from her bath seemed to linger between his nostrils, and he could keenly sense the slightest movement she made. The distance between them seemed to be drawn very, very close, so close that he wanted so badly for time to just stop for good tonight. How nice it would be. The darkness prevented Chiaki from sleeping, and it seemed like she was back in that dark basement, causing her to panic. Qian Qiqiu thought that anyway, Chen Duo was her husband, and she didn't want to get divorced anymore. They would always be husband and wife in the future. So she did not do anything and simply rolled over to Chen Duo's side and hugged his waist. Chen Duo. He was shocked when warmth entered his arms. Autumn wasn't drunk and unconscious like she was last night, but now she was throwing herself at him in her sober state. What was he to do? Push her away? But he was a little man secretly hiding his heart, unable and unwilling to give it up. Wrapping her arms around Chen Duo's waist, Qian Xiaoqiu then felt very secure, dispelling her inner fears. It wasn't until he heard Chiaki Xiaoqiu's light snoring that Chen Duo had the audacity to extend his own hand over and wrap it around her unshrinkable waist. He knew he was being shameless and shady, but his heart was a meal of satisfaction, like walking in the desert and finding an oasis. Suddenly Qian Qiqiu moved a little. Frightening Chen Duo hurriedly retracted his hand as a thief and placed it in front of his chest in a disciplined manner. After waiting for a while, he realized that it was just a heart attack. When he was about to put his hand over again, Chiaki's leg was one step ahead of him and reached straight over, pressing down on his empty pant leg. A basin of cold water showered down on Chen Duo's head, and he put away all the little thoughts he shouldn't have inside. Chapter 13, He's Shy. The next morning, Qian Miaomiao woke up early. She couldn't wait to find her sister. She wanted to know if she had changed back. As soon as she pushed open the door to her sister's room, she found her sleeping with her brother, who noticed her, made a sign at her and waved his hand for her to get out. Qian Miaomiao withdrew and was upset. Why could brother sleep with sister? Why didn't she get this kind of treatment? Mommy, I want to sleep with my sister tonight. Kaimomile went downstairs and found her mom in the kitchen, where she spelled out her thoughts. Chen Yun objected helplessly after hearing her daughter's words. No, you'll disturb your sister's rest. Then why is it okay for my brother? Won't he disturb my sister's sleep? Qian Miaomiao was not happy when she heard this. How could she disturb her sister's rest when she was asleep? To put it bluntly, Mom just didn't want her to sleep with her sister. Chen Yun sniffed in surprise. What did you say? Brother and sister. Chen Yun covered her mouth in excitement. Xiaoqiu was accepting her son. They slept together, or so I found out when I went to my sister's room just now. Kaimomile beamed to express her displeasure that her mom was just lying to her. Why should her brother and sister be allowed to sleep together and not her? Misty, brother and sister are married, just like mommy and daddy are married, so they can sleep together. Chen Yun could only explain to her daughter in easy-to-understand words. Now that their young couple had a great relationship, she certainly couldn't let her daughter influence them. Qian Miaomiao muttered plausibly, then I will also marry my sister. Chen Yun, this silly boy, what a silly thing to say. Chen Yun touched her daughter's little head. What silly words, you and your sister can't get married. Oh, of course Chimimio Mali didn't understand what her mom meant by that. Why not? Is it true that a person can only be married to one? Just like a dad can't marry anyone else if he's married to his mom. Is that right? Qian Qiqiu grunted a few times before hugging Chen Duo's waist and rubbing against him a few times before waking up and seeing Chen Duo looking at her with his eyes open. She smiled and looked over languidly. When did you wake up? Chen Duo's cool voice rang out saying, just now. Actually woke up very, very early. He hadn't slept much all night. In addition to Kian Kikyu's crossing the line to get closer to him from time to time, there was also 1,000 times in his heart, which was too sad to sleep. What time is it? Time to get up? This sleep was so comfortable for her. It was like her whole body was bathed in sunlight, and the dark, damp basement seemed to disappear in her mind. It's 7. Kian Kikyo realized that this man was really stuffy. The conversation between the two of them was really a one-on-one question and answer session, and he spared no words. Getting up the urge to tease him, she moved over and kissed Chen Duo's cheek, looking at the tips of his ears, which were blushing as usual but red. Chen Xiuxiu then smiled. She kissed Chen Duo again before getting up. Let him hide his little mind. She would make sure to force him out. Chen Duo felt this irregular heartbeat of his own again. His heart was always messed up by Xiuxiu's easy teasing. Seeing that Kian Kikyo had gone to wash up, he also got up from the bed and went to the check room to change his clothes. Kian Kikyo pushed open the door of the check room and saw Chen Duo, who was taking off his shirt. The man didn't go out much for years. His complexion was too fair, and his legs made it so that he would always give the impression of a sickly teenager. But his 8-pack abs immediately attracted Kian Kikyo's attention. I really didn't expect him to have such a good body. Is this the typical stripped-down, needy type? Only then was Chen Duo unable to feign calmness, and he hurriedly took his clothes and blocked them, his face a blush. Chiaki found that it was only at times like this that he revealed his normal emotions, like now when he was shy. Is this man treating her like a hooligan? Kian Kikyo was dissatisfied. They were married. Why was he so defensive of her? She deliberately came over and pulled the clothes out of Chen Duo's hand, then quickly put them over his head for him. Reach out, Chiaki prompted him, and with his face bursting red, Chen Duo hurriedly reached up and dug into his sleeve. Chen Duo, who was personally served by Kian Kikyo and finished changing his shirt, dropped a sentence of "I'm going to wash up" and then fled with his wheelchair without looking back. It was only at this point that Kian Kikyo realized that he was also only a boy 2 years older than herself, and there was no longer the calmness and deepness of the past. At this moment, he seemed to be full of the vitality that only existed at this age. It's like she's discovered how to get along with Chen Duo, so he stops hiding his emotions. But it seemed to be forcing her to go rogue on Chandu? Bah! How can being her husband be considered hooliganism? Kian Kikyo, don't be a wimp. Go! Chiaki Chochio cheered herself up. She changed into a red dress, and as she was zipping it up, she seemed to pause as she thought of something, and then came out of the check room. Chen Duo, help me with the zipper. I just pulled it a few times without closing it. Saying that, Kian Kikyo turned her body and squatted down to turn her white and bare back towards Chen Duo. Chen Dok. This blinding slice of whiteness made Chen Duo's hand shiver a few times, and he simply closed his eyes and quickly pulled the zipper up. Unfortunately, I pushed too hard and all of a sudden the zipper went up to the top and off the track. Chen Duo pinched the zipper head in his hand and doubted his life. Such a small thing was smashed by him. Kian Kikyo turned around and also noticed what Chen Duo was holding. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was a new dress for her. How on earth did he manage it? Chen Duo was a little embarrassed when he heard Kian Kikyo's laughter. He really didn't mean it. Kian Kikyo remembered that her mother said she wanted to take him out more often, so she pretended to be upset and said, "This is my new skirt. You have to compensate me. You'll be punished for accompanying me to go shopping for a dress this afternoon." Who would have thought that Chen Duo, who had always been obedient to Chen Xiuqiu, would object? And he said in a deep voice, "I still have things to do this afternoon, and I'll pay you back for the skirt." After that he pushed his wheelchair out. He didn't want to go out, and he was still going out with Xiuqiu. There would definitely be less pointing and unbridled gawking from everyone, and he couldn't take it. Chiaki Autumn. It seems like it's really hard to get him out. It seems like we'll just have to take our time, and there's no rush. Kian Kikyo went to the check room to change into a new outfit before going downstairs. Xian Miaomio had already sat down in the seat next to her, a pair of big bright eyes looking back at Qian Xiuqiu. Chapter 14, Xia Chuchu's appointment. Sister, come over and sit. Xian Miaomio warmly greeted her sister. Chaya Kikyo smiled and walked over and sat down next to Miaomi. When breakfast was almost finished, Xian Miaomio suddenly said, "Sister, you and brother divorce, and marry me, right?" Kian Kikyo was taken aback by this little brat, and the coldly coming sentence of letting her divorce Chen Duo confused her wholeheartedly. And what a strange idea it is to marry her. This law doesn't allow it. Why do you want to marry your sister? Chiaki asked curiously. Xian Miaomio said in a serious manner, "Because I want to sleep with my sister, and my brother is the one who can only sleep with you because he's married to you." Ahem. Xian Yufeng, who was drinking milk, was choked when he heard his daughter's man-child words. His youngest daughter meant that Xiuqiu and Chen Duo slept together? It's a good sign that he's expecting a grandchild. Chiaki Xiuqiu wanted to whack herself to death the moment before. Why should she question Chiaki Miaomi's thoughts? Just laugh it off. The matter of her and Chen Duo sleeping in the same room was brought up so much on the dining table to say that she didn't want to lose face. It's so embarrassing. And what's the point of Dad's exaggerated actions? Chen Duo glanced at Chiaki Chocho without saying anything, but he clearly saw Chocho's pinch his earlobe. It was a subconscious action when she was embarrassed and awkward. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Autumn had her moments of embarrassment too. Ahem. Eat. Kiyoshi Foam coughed lightly to hide his outburst. Kaimomile gave an unhappy pout. Her dad and mom were so bad, both preventing her from sleeping with her sister. Chen Yun also gently coaxed Chen Myomyo. Eat quickly. You have to go to school in a while. Thousand Mistresses lowered her head unhappily and ate her meal in a muffled voice. Qian Kikiyu smiled and stroked Myomyo's hair and said, Sister will send you to school in a while. Qian Myomyo was then happy. She raised a bright smile and looked at her sister, nodding her head. Aha, good. After sending her sister to school, Qian Kikiyu went home and took Chen Yun out for a beauty treatment. Chen Yun originally did not take it to heart, thinking that Chocho was just talking yesterday, and then was hard to be pulled out by Qian Kikiyu. Mom, how is it? Comfortable? I've gotten you a membership card, and I've charged it for you. In the future, you'll have time to come over more often for maintenance. Qian Kikiyu comfortably lay on the massage bed. It was too good to be reborn back. She's going to enjoy life and stay out of the trash, protect her family and get revenge for her past life. Don't you spend any money on me. Mom's too old to need the whole thing. Chen Yun was actually quite happy in her heart. Chocho, this was also heartfelt. She has always taken care of her husband and children and quite enjoys it. For the maintenance of the noblewoman of the mansion, she is not much on the heart. Because she comes from the ordinary is not what the mansion 1000 gold did not enjoy this luxury life. Before she met Kiyoshi Fong, she was a very ordinary single mom. Chen Duo searched the computer for the dress Qian Kikiyu wore this morning, although he did not accompany her to buy it, but promised to compensate her. Naturally, he had to buy it for her. Soon he searched and found out that the dress was the latest model of a foreign brand, Faz, which was available on their overseas website, and Chen Duo placed an order. In a milk tea store, Xia Chuchu pitifully tooted her mouth and lightly coaxed the handsome boy across the street. Just help me out. It's not like you don't know my family's situation. My dad's company can all rely on my aunt. Chocho likes you so much, so just go and deal with it. If she gets upset and complains to her aunt, my dad's business won't work. Xia Chuchu in front of Jiang Shibi without traces of desperately smearing Qian Kikiyu. This image is properly a bullying her 1000 gold miss. She is forced to help Qian Kikiyu and Jiang Shibi lead the line. She's helpless, but she can't help it. Her family needs to survive. Xia Chuchu portrayed herself as an innocent and pitiful little white lotus. The opposite side of Jiang Shibu on hearing this naturally provoked him to be full of protection. As for Qian Kikiyu, that only disgust. Being liked by such a person has become a burden. Jiang Shushu pulled Xia Chuchu's hand with a heartbroken face and said, well then, I'll help you one more time. Seeing her is fine, but I won't accept her. You know, I only have you in my heart. Isashi, thank you. I knew you were the best for me. Xia Chuchu feigns delight. Her eyes are shining brightly. Innocently looking at Jiang Shushi, it seems that the person in front of her is the great savior who came from the sky to protect her. Men originally advocate heroism. Xia Chuchu look at his eyes are full of worship. Just like at this moment Jiang Shibu became a hero in her mind. This makes Jiang Shushi's heart get great satisfaction. In front of Xia Chuchu's face he is undoubtedly a strong man. There's no need to say thank you between us. It's good that you know how I feel. Jiang. Well, I know, but my family is very strict. My mom and dad don't allow me to fall in love while I'm in college. We students still have to focus on our studies. Xia Chuchu just wants to hang on to Jiang Shushi, but she doesn't want to go any further with him. And, of course, she made up the excuse well, portraying herself as a good girl who was housebroken and obedient, disguised as stepping on Chiaki Autumn, who is bent on pursuing Ishibuki. She becomes the girl with no tutelage and no love of learning. Jiang Shushi sniffs and believes it. Xia Chuchu is the soft girl in his mind. Naturally she will listen to her parents in everything, so he didn't doubt it in the slightest and thought that in the future he would protect the girl as well as her parents. It's okay, I'm in no hurry, I'll wait until I graduate. Jiang Shushi seems to be very confident, bent on thinking that after they graduate, Xia Chuchu's parents won't object. Then they can be together openly and honestly. Unbeknownst to him, he is just one of the many fish in Xia Chuchu's fish pond. After Xia Chuchu's side pacified Jiang Shibu, she started to send a message to Qian Kikiyu, asking to meet this Saturday. Qian Kikiyu was helping Chen Yun in the kitchen, and her phone was placed on the coffee table in the living room. Chen Duo, who was sitting in the living room pretending to watch TV but actually peeking at Qianqiu Chocho, heard Chocho's cell phone tick and the screen lit up. He glanced at it without thinking, and with that one glance he saw the 4 big words that made him so annoyed. Zhang Sherbei. Saturday. They have another appointment. Chapter 15, forcing her to play rogue. Chen Duo's mood instantly became unbeautiful again, the sourness in his heart spreading. He knew that he was not good enough for Chocho. But when he saw that another man had come into Chiyochio's heart, he could not help but be jealous. He desperately suppressed his feelings, but again and again, he couldn't restrain himself from bursting out when Chiyochio was near him. His reason told him not to let Chiyochio get close to him. But there were countless little people in the bottom of his heart that trampled reason underfoot and craved Chiyochio's proximity madly. Chen Duo felt like a seriously ill patient on the verge of death. The doctor was reminding him over and over again that he would not live long, but he was still expecting a miracle. He would be cured without treatment. Autumn was the miracle he was longing for. He expects it with piety and trepidation, but with an inferior hope that it will not come. His Chiyochio deserved better, and in the future there would be a physically able-bodied and wonderful man walking towards her step by step, making her the most beautiful and happy bride in the whole world. The laughter of Chen Yun and Qian Kikyo came from the kitchen, and Chen Duo secretly expelled the bitterness in his heart. That's enough. I should be satisfied to see Chiyochio and her mother get along well, and not be too greedy for anything else. Chen Duo, it's time to eat. Qian Kikyo helped Chen Yun set up the dishes and chopsticks, so she came to the living room with a smile on her face and called out to Chen Duo, "Don't you push me, I'll do it myself." Chen Duo politely refused Chiyochio's approach, and it took him a long time to persuade himself to resign himself to her approach again and again. Chiaki thought that her pushing Chen Duo had made him feel that his self-esteem had been damaged, so she could only let go of the hand that was placed on the wheelchair. "Chen Duo, you'll eat more in a while." Both of these dishes were made by Chiyochio. Chen Yun happily recommended the dishes that Chiyochio had made. This was her first time cooking and she couldn't be demotivated. Qian Kikyo sniffed and touched her earlobe. "It's my first time making it, and even though I have my mom to guide me, it might not taste too good. Don't force yourselves if it doesn't taste good." Chen Duo didn't say anything but took a practical action as he picked up his chopsticks, and with the first chopsticks, he pinched the dish that Qian Kikyo had made. This was the first time Autumn had ever cooked, and while she was denying her proximity, that shouldn't contradict having a taste of her cooking. Chen Duo excused himself in his heart, and then he put in a second chopsticks, a third chopsticks, a fourth chopsticks, until the CD-ROM was ready. When Qian Kikyo saw Chen Duo giving face so well, her heart burst with joy. For the person who cooks, there is no greater joy than when someone else eats all the food she has made. Chen Yun watched his stupid son so blatantly finished both plates of dishes made by Chiyochio while he didn't move a single chopstick of the dishes he made. But he still had a daughter-in-law and forgot his mother. But instead of being jealous, she was happy, as long as the two of them lived in harmony. After dinner, Chen Yun directly kicked Qian Kikyo out of the kitchen, saying that she wouldn't let her wash the dishes. Qian Kikyo had to go upstairs with Chen Duo. She went back to her room and Chen Duo went back to his former room. Chiaki didn't take it to heart at first, thinking he was going back to his studies. But when she saw the message from Xia Chuchu on her phone, she was pretty sure Chen Duo had seen it. Her cell phone was on the coffee table at that moment, and Chen Duo didn't say a word before or after dinner, so there must have been a misunderstanding. So Chiaki Chiyochio sat up from the bed with a carp, put on her slippers and went to find someone who was sulking. As soon as she pushed open the door, she realized that Chen Duo really wasn't studying, but was sitting at the computer desk, fidgeting. Chiaki went straight over and pushed him back into the room. "I have things to do. What are you pushing me back for?" Listening to Chen Duo's consistently cool voice, Qian Chiyochio was 200% sure that this person was lying. "You can do something later. It's nap time." Qian Kikyo knew that he wouldn't be honest even if she asked him, so she could only take extraordinary measures against him. "I'm not sleepy. I don't want to sleep." Chen Duo sniffed and retorted directly, trying to push the wheelchair away. It was already his limit for them to sleep in the same bed at night in the dark. Now that they were sleeping in the same bed again in broad daylight, he was afraid that he would start imagining things again and not be able to let go. How could Qian Kikyo let him go back next door alone? Letting him sit there alone and rambling about misunderstanding her. "Ah, but I'm so sleepy. I can't sleep without you. Sleep with me, okay, honey?" Qian Kikyo made a killer move at Chen Duo, pulling his hand and starting to pamper him, calling out for her husband in a sweet voice. She didn't believe that Chen Duo could still walk. "Husband?" Chen Duo froze. Chiyochio called him her husband. How is this possible? He must be hallucinating. Qian Kikyo saw that Chen Duo hadn't reacted yet. "It shouldn't be." She yelled a few more times. "Husband, husband, will you sleep with me for a while?" This time, Chen Duo was incredibly sure that he wasn't hallucinating and that Chiyochio had called him her husband. 1,000 fireworks bloomed in unison in his heart, blinding his entire being in brilliant fireworks. He instinctively returned. Good. It was too late to even think about it. Just those few husbands had captured him, tripping him up trying to leave, unable to walk away. His heart was like drinking honey water at the moment, with sweet flavors everywhere. Where else would he want to leave? His sanity had long since been squeezed into nooks and crannies, and by the time he came to his senses he was already lying in bed with Chiaki. Kiankiki was still hugging Chenduo's waist as joyfully as she did last night, secretly saying that these few sounds of husband really worked. Did you see the message on my cell phone? After lying down on the bed, Qianqiuqiu began to question Chenduo. Now he had no place to hide. Chenduo sniffed and immediately denied it. No. In his heart, however, he was secretly guessing that Qiuqiu had just deliberately called herself her husband, but only to figure out if she had peeked at her messages. He got ahead of himself after all. You're lying. Look me in the eye and say that? Qianqiqiu immediately retorted that this person was too dishonest. No. Chenduo hid the sadness in his heart and denied it in a serious manner. Good. You're forcing her to be a jerk, aren't you? No. It's forcing her to kiss him, isn't it? Then why are you in a bad mood? Ha? Qianqiqiu kissed Chenduo's cheek and asked softly. Chenduo's heart trembled a few times. Qiuqiu was going to use a beauty trick on herself. I just glanced at it and saw a few words. Chenduo hurriedly told the truth. He couldn't carry this kind of beauty plan, and he didn't like it either. It's not like he meant to see it. Is Qiuqiu as good as to make such a big sacrifice against himself for the sake of knowing the truth? Chapter 16, Flirting with him. Then what have you seen? Qianqiuqiu continued to pursue Chenduo. The sadness in Chenduo's heart was about to spread out of his chest. Wasn't she asking a question knowingly? Why press him to reveal that he knew she had a date with Shibuki this Saturday? Qianqiuqiu looked at Chenduo like this and knew that he had misunderstood and must be secretly upset. She wrapped her arms around Chenduo's waist and said softly, Don't be paranoid. I don't like Jiang Shibi anymore. I only like you now. You must tell me anything in the future. Don't keep it inside. Autumn likes him? Chenduo sniffed and expressed his disbelief. She's leaving the country next Wednesday. She's got her visa. Does she have to lie to him like that? Qianqiqiu waited for a long time but didn't wait for Chenduo's answer. She tilted her head and looked at Chenduo. Why don't you say anything? Chenduo could only echo Qianqiuqiu's words against his will as he sniffed. Well, I know. Chiaki Akira, excuse me? That's it. It's over. That's too calm. She all but confessed to him. Did he just get it or did he get it? Unable to get ready for a response, Qianqiuqiu lay on her side, propping up her head with one hand and looking at Chenduo. I've said that I like you. Don't you have anything to show for it? What indication do you want? Chenduo calmly asked back. He couldn't even fathom Qiuqiu's perversity now. I wonder what she was trying to do this time by lying to herself like that. Chiquita? She was now confused by Chenduo's reaction. This man, did he really like himself? Was she wrong to tease? So blatant a confession that he asked her what reaction she should give in return without joy or sadness. Chiaki simply brought her face over and said cheekily, Kiss me, Chenduo. Now Chenduo was shocked that Qiuqiu wanted him to kiss her. Come on, didn't you ask me what I wanted to show? The hot air that Qianqiuqiu exhaled sprayed on the side of Chenduo's face. She did it on purpose. This man really thinks he's Willow. She's seducing him with such a straight face and he hasn't reacted? Chenduo didn't dare. He was afraid that she would get angry after he touched Qiuqiu. The long-time worry and low self-esteem made him not dare to touch Qianqiqiu. He was afraid that if he touched her, she would get angry, then she would never ignore himself again. For them to be as close as they were today was like a gift from heaven, and he didn't dare to overstep his bounds. Qianqiqiu was really going to be furious. Was she so unattractive? In his last life, Jiang Shibi didn't like her using her and talking to her about platonic love. In this life reborn, Chenduo likes her and wants to talk to her about platonic love. No, she doesn't want to. She still has to give Chenduo a little Chenduo to inherit his excellent genes? It's just a matter of the mountain not coming. I'll go over there. Qianqiuqiu attached herself and kissed on Chenduo's thin lips. I don't know who said that people with thin lips are thin. She doesn't believe it. Chenduo has been in love with her all her life. Before Chenduo's surprise could be uttered, it was sealed by Qianqiuqiu's red lips and swallowed into his mouth. Chenduo's mind went blank. Nothing. He didn't even know where he was now, and froze into a statue, allowing Qianqiqiu to do whatever she wanted. Qianqiqiu didn't have much experience or skill either, kissing Chenduo's lips in a haphazard manner. Seeing that Chenduo, who was being kissed by her, didn't even react at all, she was completely angry this time. She let go of Chenduo's thin lips and glared at him in exasperation. Then she rolled over and turned her back to Chenduo, going off to sulk alone. Damn, I gave him my first kiss like that, and he still hasn't reacted. This dog man, is her technique that bad? Chenduo hadn't forgotten the way Qiuqiu's charming peach blossom eyes glared at him before she left, and he wondered why he had made her angry. What should he do? Autumn seems to be angry. Chenduo touched the lips that had just been kissed by Qianqiuqiu and looked at Qianqiuqiu's back with innocent eyes. How is he going to coax her? Chenduo's outstretched hand reached forward a little, and hurriedly retracted when it was about to touch Qianqiuqiu's back. So repeatedly, he still didn't quite dare to touch her, but she was really angry. Chenduo boldly gathered enough courage and finally put his hand on Qianqiuqiu's back. Chiyo, don't be angry with me. I was wrong. I will change. Chen Duo's cool voice rang out behind Chen Chicho. Kiankikyo sniffed and turned her face around. She stared at Chen Duo's obsidian-like eyes and said, "Then do you know where it's wrong? Do you know how to change?" Chen Duo's heart was weak. This he really didn't know. The computer and math puzzles he'd tackle. But the matter of why Chui was angry was too much for him. Kiankikyo glared at Chen Duo and said without any good humor, "You don't even know what to change? You big liar." Chen Duo was anxious when he heard this, and he tugged on Chen Xiuqiu's hand. "I'm not. You tell me. I will definitely change." "Really? Then why don't you do it when I ask you to kiss me?" Chiaki beamed, deeply skeptical of his words. I didn't dare. I was afraid you'd be angry. You don't like me touching you. I thought you were just saying that." Chen Duo aggrievedly said what was in his heart. He was really afraid that Xiuqiu would get angry again. He was even more afraid that Xiuqiu would misunderstand that he was a big liar. There was no one under the sky who was more sincere to Xiuqiu than him. It was just a pity that his sincerity was not worthy of her. Kiankikyo sniffed and hugged Chen Duo's. Surprisingly, she didn't know that she had such a great influence on Chen Duo. When not letting him touch her happened, she couldn't remember. This one, on the other hand, was firmly in her mind. Kiankikyo said softly, "I like you touching me now. We're not getting a divorce, okay?" Chen Duo's obsidian eyes shot out a bright light of surprise at his words. Xiuqiu didn't want to divorce him anymore. Was that true? Even if it was fake, he was very happy in this moment. "Okay? You haven't answered me yet." Chiaki Xiuqiu continued to pursue the question. Chen Duo excitedly said, Good. So did you like it when I just kissed you?" Undeterred, Chiaki chased after him. Was it really because her skills sucked? Chen Duo sniffed as the tips of his ears reddened and dripped blood, as if Chen Xiuqiu's lips had not yet left his own, and that soft, jelly-like touch was still stimulating his senses. Noticing that the tips of his ears were red, Kiankikyo once again came up next to Chen Duo's cheeks and blew a hot breath into Chen Duo's face and said, "Then let's do it again, shall we?" Chen Duo's entire face began to burst red at the sound of his words, and the hot air that Kiankikyo blew out was like a torch. The flames of his passion scalded his face red. Kiankikyo unconvincingly kissed Chen Duo's red lips again. She didn't believe that he could really not react. Chapter 17, Being Teased Instead of Being Teased. Kiankikyo only kissed Chen Duo's lips in a slapdash manner this time, but her hand was deliberately placed on Chen Duo's chest. Thump, thump, thump. She distinctly felt his heart seem to be trying to break free of his chest and was slapping against her palm. "Little bastard. Still pretending to me." Chen Xiuqi withdrew her hand with satisfaction, the corner of her mouth carrying a smirk after getting her way. Chen Duja was a little unfulfilled. He didn't expect the jelly-like soft red lips to leave him like that. It is rather like a pig eating ginseng fruit and swallowing it whole without knowing what it tastes like. He hadn't had time to feel these red lips before they crossed like a feather. Light and insubstantial. Chen Duo was waiting for Chiaki to say it to himself one more time and kiss him again. Unfortunately, Chiaki fell asleep with her arms around his waist, looking at her with a smile on her lips. Chen Duo also laughed along with him. He really hit the jackpot today. Xiuqiu actually kissed herself. He couldn't stop the happiness, the sweetness spreading through his heart. He was even getting greedy that what Autumn was telling him was true, like that line about her liking him. Chen Duo boldly reached out and touched Chiaki Xiuqiu's red lips. Since she'd said she liked his touch, he thought he'd give it a try. He had to face his heart squarely. Seeing that message from Jiang Shibi made him crazy with jealousy. There were a million little people in his mind raising their arms and shouting for him to snatch Autumn up. Even though he was admonishing himself over and over again not to be greedy, he didn't deserve Xiuqiu. But his dark heart couldn't do the honorable thing of watching Xiuqiu's hand being held by someone else. And in the future, other men would be kissed by Xiuqiu like he was today. No, he didn't want to. He couldn't take it. He thought he might go crazy just thinking about it like that. Chiquita grunted in pain. Frightened, Chen Duo hurriedly loosened his hand. He had just magically increased the force on his hand and pinched Xiuqiu's lips painfully. Looking at the red lips that had been pinched by him to become even redder, Chen Duo's eyes became darker by a few points. Since you can't do letting go, don't let go. This red lip was already his own, and he would never allow it to be colored by anyone else. Chen Duo rubbed his fingertips over Chen Xiuqiu's upper and lower red lips, the soft touch making him want nothing more than to take one for himself. Autumn, since you're getting closer to me step by step, just stay by my side and don't go anywhere. Chen Duo's clear and cold voice rang out in this room, and the temperature around him seemed to plummet a few points. Chiaki Xiuqiu said ravings in her sleep, her head rubbing against Chen Duo's embrace. Chen Duo smiled at his words, the corners of his mouth rising. The sunlight seemed to be releasing great heat along with his smile, and a hot stream rose up in the air inside the room. He had just heard Xiuqiu promise, so that was good. From now on, they would live and die together. Autumn, You're mine, Chen Duo said incomparably earnestly to the sleeping Qian Qiqiu as if swearing an oath. This sleep Chen Duo slept comfortably, his arm wrapped around Qian Qiqiu's waist as if he was embracing the entire world. When he opened his eyes, he found Autumn staring at his sleeping face. You're awake. Chiaki didn't even have the embarrassment of being caught in the act. This man was her husband. She was looking at it brightly, kissing it all, and her cheeks had gotten a few more points thicker because of Chen Duo. Well, just woke up from sleep. Chen Duo's cool voice with lethargy. Listening to Qianqiu Chou's ears unusually tingling. The sound is so charged that your ears are pregnant. Don't you have things to do? Qian Qiqiu reminded Chen Duo. She could remember him saying that he was busy. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he'd slept for over 3 hours that way. Chen Duo smiled at his words and said, there's no need to do that now. I just want to hug you to sleep. Chiquita? He'd transformed so much in the time it took her to sleep. All that sleep and he's got his head screwed on straight and he's flirting with her? Yeah, well, let's tease each other. Qian Qiqiu hugged Chen Duo and rubbed against his arms. Then don't get up. Let's both go back to sleep. She purposely said the word sleep with a hint of flirtation, which could be turned into a verb. 2. Chen Duo's heartbeat accelerated again. How come he hadn't discovered such a demonic side of Qiuqiu? But he liked it, and now that he'd found it, he was even less likely to push her into someone else's arms. He wanted nothing more than to hide her to himself and let her sink beneath him. This fantasy never stopped from the first time he realized that the girl underneath him was Chiaki Qiuqiu during his first sleepwalk. Even if he hated and loathed himself immensely afterward, spitting at how he, a cripple, could defile such a beautiful autumn, but he couldn't help himself, even though he was desperately trying to restrain his fondness, while it would rebound the more it was suppressed. Chen Duo lightly laughed and lowered his head to kiss on the red lips that he had long desired. As far as Chiaki Qiuqiu's previous haphazard kissing method was concerned, that was not called kissing at all. He felt the need to teach her, and he would love to be her teacher. Well, Qian Qiqiu realized that her breath had been plundered away by Chen Duo, and she was starting to have trouble breathing. She felt his frantic grinding of her lips with extreme tenderness and ferocity. With charging arrogance, he knocked open her teeth, and then quickly swept into her mouth, stirring up a storm inside, and enticing her lilac tongue to follow in the rebellion. Chen Duo was forced to let go of Qian Qiqiu, smiled and touched her head. Change your breath. You want to suffocate yourself. Released, Chiaki took a big breath of fresh air as she felt an unusually intense light kiss. So this is authentic kissing, but why would Chen Duo? She seriously doubted that the man was pretending to be a pig in a poke. After Chiaki breathed freely, she began to interrogate Chen Duo. Why are you so good at it? Did you get a woman to practice? Chen Duo was in a good mood as he looked at the way Qian Qiqiu seemed to be jealous. Don't you know it's something men have no idea how to do? He didn't dare to tell Chiaki Qiuqiu that he had kissed her like this countless times in his dreams. It was almost becoming an instinct for him. Really? Chiaki asked, confused. Is it natural for a man to be able to kiss? Chen Duo smiled at his words and asked rhetorically. I'm at home every day. Can I touch other women besides you? When Qian Qiqiu thought about it, she wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and said, all right, I'll trust you. So do you want me to teach you? Chen Duo came up to Qian Qiqiu's ear, the hot air that spewed out burning her ear. Qian Qiqiu was speechless. This dog man was really living and learning. Flirting with her with the moves she makes is too good. Not bad for a schoolboy. A future computer god and math genius. Chapter 18, The Xia Scheme. A huge black curtain covered the sky, with a few faint stars occasionally shining brightly. Under the darkness of the night, thousands of dark clouds could not be seen even if they were dense. But the Xia family members clearly felt it. At this moment, the Xia family was in a state of sadness, and a low air pressure permeated the entire home. Xia Liwei sat on the sofa and sighed. What to do? Brother-in-law is dead set on not helping me now. So I'd better go jump off a building so as not to involve you two mothers. What's the use of jumping off a building? We've lost all of our family's money. You're asking us to go drink the northwest wind. Lin Meixia huffed and stood up, viciously crossing her arms and counting the men. You're useless. I'm counting on you to make a lot of money. You're looking for a way out of this. Don't you know how to use your head? Honey, you have an idea. Come on, tell me what to do. Xia Liwei stood up with joy at the words, attentively pulling Lin Meixia's arm, smiling shyly with an incomparable smile. You're stupid. You can't borrow the money. That's because he's your brother-in-law. There's a difference between close and distant. Borrow it differently. That's certainly different. Lin Meixia finished her sentence and raised her eyebrows at Xia Liwei and smiled. Xia Liwei immediately understood in seconds. Yeah, he could have let Autumn borrow it. It's his own daughter asking, so his brother-in-law can't refuse. Xia Liwei excitedly kissed Lin Meixia fiercely and said with a smile, wife, you're too smart. I'll call Qiuqiu here. She listens to us the most. Wait, call someone over. There's a way to ask for help. You're just a phone call away. Does Qiuqiu know the tragedy of our family's inability to cook? Lin Meixia was infuriated by Xia Liwei. How was she so unlucky to marry such a stupid man? He has no money and no skills. The only desirable thing is to be obedient and know that her heart is in the right place. Makes sense. I'll have her come over for dinner tomorrow then. Xia Liwei deeply agreed with what his wife said. It is better to speak in person. Qiuqiu the child is kind-hearted and close to them. Seeing them living in such a miserable situation, she will surely borrow the money from Qian Yufeng's hands. Good to know. Tomorrow you'll cry pour as hard as you can for me, and bring along what you said today about seeking death. Lin Meixia was satisfied with her own husband's uptake and gave him tips. Just that stupid Chiaki. How can she train her own husband to be a genius if she doesn't make good use of her? She was counting on the success of this project of Xia Liwei's to squeeze her into the ranks of the wives of the luxurious families as well. Just two commoners, Xia Jiwei and Chen Yun, can both become wives of a luxurious family? Isn't it because they married a good husband? Lin Meixia was smug. She could just raise her husband to be a tycoon. Much better than the two of them. Wife, you're simply my wise star. Let hubby treat you well. Xia Liwei flung Lin Meixia onto the sofa. Now that things were settled and the annoyance was gone, he wanted to study the human body structure with his wife. Deadbeat. Lighten up. Don't flash my back. Seeing that her husband was so enthusiastic about himself, Lin Meixia was quite beautiful in her heart, which proved that she still had her charm. These two people went straight to the living room sofa to start a fierce war, and when they were ready to fight a second time, Lin Meixia stopped it and said, "Go upstairs. Don't let your daughter come back and see it. What time is it? And why isn't Hatsumomo back yet?" Xia Liwei sniffed a little unhappy. A girl so late and still do not go home. This is like what words? It's only 10 o'clock for what? She didn't come back. Naturally she's busy with something. I raised Chorchu. Don't worry about me. Lin Meixia was very relieved about the daughter she had personally raised. Her brain would not be as stupid as Qian Qiqiu's. Okay, I'm relieved to have you in charge of my daughter. Who made you my wise wife? He knew he just had to get his wife to do it right. Though her skin is sagging and her body is not as good looking as the women out there, she has the means to make her own career without her help. Xia Chuchu, in order to coax Jiang Shibu, today accompanied him to drink milk tea and watch a movie. In short, the things that couples like to do on a date. She did. It was to give Jiang Shirbei this plausible feeling, like they were a couple but couldn't poke through the window paper because of outside reasons. Hatsumomo, thank you for watching a movie with me. Jiang Shushi sent Xia Chuchu back home and said goodbye in the neighborhood. I liked that movie too, but I wasn't too happy with the ending. It's too bad that the hero ended up losing his first love. While Xia Chuchu lamented, her eyes were full of affection as she looked at Jiang Shushi. Jiang Shushi seemed to read her meaning, and quickly said with a serious face, indeed regrettable and also hateful. If I were to fall in love, I would definitely start from the beginning. Xia Chuchu seems to be because she got the answer she wanted, and smiled shyly and incomparably at Jiang Shushi, just like a budding peach blossom, causing people to feel pity and love. Jiang Shushi thinks this is Xia Chuchu's hint to himself, and he's already passed. Just wait until her parents stop restricting her from falling in love in the future and they'll be each other's first love for the rest of their lives. Jiang Shirbei, go back. I'll watch you go. Xia Chuchu stopped her footsteps with a smile on her face as she tried to watch Jiang Shushi leave. Jiang Shirbei was in a fluttering mood, being treated so gently by the girl he liked. His straight heart was melting. He smiled and turned around, missing Xia Chuchu rolling her eyes at his back. She had pushed away 2 or 3 of her rich male friends' invitations in order to coax Jiang Shibi today, and she had lost a lot of money. Who wants to watch a movie with him? He's just a better-looking skin and a smarter brain, but he still pales in front of Chen Duo. Worried that Jiang Shushi had turned back, Xia Chuchu just put on her standard smile and kept watching him disappear from view before turning to leave. A good day was ruined because of that idiot. Chiaki Akira. Xia Chuchu walked home somewhat unhappily. She persuaded herself to endure for a few more days. When she sent Chiaki Chocho and Jiang Shibi out of the country through and through, Chen Duo would be hers. Jiang Shushi thought about Xia Chuchu all the way, and he suddenly didn't want to go abroad. He's afraid that he and Xia Chuchu will have emotional differences because of the foreign country, and he'll be gone for 3 years. A lot can happen in 3 years and he can't afford to gamble. Even though Hatsumomo was going to graduate school and wouldn't be in a relationship, another guy might walk into her world after he was gone. Then when she graduates she can fall in love. But the target of choice won't necessarily be him. Jiang Shirbei didn't want to break his girlfriend's heart for the sake of fame and fortune like the hero of tonight's movie. As far as he knew, one of the top computer gods in the world was self-taught. He wasn't stupid. He didn't have to go abroad to study in order to make a name for himself. Chapter 19, Mistakenly Blackened. Autumn, why don't you cuddle me to sleep? Chen Duo wrapped his arms around Qian Qiqiu's waist from behind and said with some aggravation. Chiaki Autumn, no more. She conceded. Instead of flirting with people in the afternoon, she herself was flirted back. She kind of knew now that people were more angry than people. and that some people were born to blow people away. Autumn and autumn. Chiu-chiu. Chandu called pitifully from behind her. Chen Chiu-chiu deeply experienced what it meant to play the pig and eat the tiger on Chanduo. He was all pretending, but she still felt heartbroken when she heard his voice. She couldn't help the tugging pain in her heart when she thought of all the things he had silently done for her. Like a fool, he never confided in himself, but time and time again he guided her through the software development process. Even if all this software she developed was given to his love rival Jiang Shibi, he was still foolish enough to help her without asking for anything in return. Chen Duo, who watched her and Jiang Shirbei together, how sad and desperate his heart should be at that time. It's no wonder that when his leg deteriorated later, he just gave up on the treatment. Now that I think about it, he didn't just give up on treatment, he just gave up on life. Qian Kikyo couldn't hold back any longer when she thought of this. She turned around and hugged Chen Duo's neck, burying her head between his neck. Chen Duo was stunned by her surprise attack. He had thought that Chiu-chiu wouldn't care about himself tonight. There was a slight tingling sensation as her crushed hair lingered on the nape of his neck, but the sensation was unusually sobering and enjoyable. His Chiu-chiu was getting closer to himself now, and did her lack of divorce mean that their marriage could last forever? Chen Duo, no matter what happens in the future, you can't give up your life. I want you to live well. Promise me, okay? Qian Kikia knew that if Chen Duo promised himself something, he could definitely do it. Chen Duo listened but panicked. What did Chiu-chiu mean by this? Could this be her way of giving herself an early warning? Ready to bolt at any moment? So what was her proximity these days? Just a brief attempt to give him pleasure? Chen Duo, is it okay? Qian Kikyo's head rubbed against Chen Duo's neck, pouting and begging him to promise her. But Chen Duo was unmoved, a heart that had long been wrapped in cold ice at this moment. He would never allow Chiu-chiu to leave him. He had given her the opportunity to leave before, but she had broken through his bottom line time and time again and kept getting closer to him. Now he's in and can't get out and she's pulling away. Don't even think about it. He'd die to keep Chiu-chiu trapped by his side. Husband, Chen Duo, husband, promise me, okay? Seeing that Chen Duo still didn't react, Qian Kikyo shouted for his husband again. He didn't believe that Chen Duo could resist. Chen Duo, whose heart was cold, was immune to the sounds of husband. This was just a beauty trick by Chiu-chiu. He won't fall for it again. Chen Duo raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly, a hint of coldness in his dark eyes as he said carelessly, then kiss me and I'll promise you. Qian Kikyo didn't notice Chen Duo's perversity, and only rejoiced because he was going to say yes. She hugged Chen Duo's neck and kissed him down, following Chen Duo's example of kissing her in the afternoon, constantly grinding his thin lips and carefully sticking her tongue in. Chen Duo was driven crazy by her youthful kissing skills, especially since she seemed to be trying her hardest to please herself just to get him to agree to her request. Chen Duo couldn't help but explode, directly turning against the people and suppressing them. He roughly nibbled on those rosy, full red lips, hating that he couldn't swallow her whole. His heart carried a destructive hatred. That is to die he would drag Chiu-chiu to accompany himself to hell. This life do not want to get rid of him. He fumed and bit down on Qian Kikyo's red lips. This place could only belong to himself forever. He wanted to leave his mark. Pain. Chiaki Chiu-chiu screamed out in pain. Chen Duo, however, felt the thrill of retaliation, and a wave of wantonness ran through his heart. The blood on his lips looked even more seductive, and he tenderly licked it clean. It began to change from its previous roughness, gently grinding her red lips as if tracing on the makeup. Qian Kikyo felt like she was going to be wasted by Chen Duo's kisses. She had no strength in her body to resist. Her whole body was like a puddle of soft water, letting Chen Duo do whatever he wanted. Autumn, don't leave me, or I'll go crazy, and then I don't know what I'll do. Chen Duo's lips worked their way up from the corner of her lips, kissing her ear and murmuring softly in her ear. Qian Chiu-chiu couldn't stop her body from trembling. She suddenly felt that Chen Duo wasn't just talking. He might actually do something crazy. She heard the threat in the voice. Chen Duo felt the fear of the person in his arms, and he ignored the hint of sadness in his heart. Mockingly, he secretly said that it was right to be afraid. Since he doesn't love me, it's good to be afraid of him. Too afraid to leave him out of fear, and he's served his purpose. Just why did his heart feel as if it were pins and needles? A subtle pain that could not be ignored. Ha ha, so Chiu-chiu really wanted to leave. She really hadn't been true to herself? After shivering for a moment, Chiaki secretly regretted if this instinctive reaction of hers could not be so timely. Chen Duo would definitely misunderstand himself. It's not like she's going to leave him. She shivers her ass off. She hastened to mend her ways, hugging Chen Duo's neck with a serious face and said, "We'll stay together for the rest of our lives." Chen Duo, after her fear, then heard Chiaki Chiu-chiu's words already disbelieving. But even if he didn't believe it, he didn't care anymore, because she couldn't escape from him even if she died. Good. Remember what you said today. Chen Duo pretended to believe it, but he was already secretly planning in his mind to design a tracking software specifically for Chiu-chiu. so that she would have nowhere to run. My lips hurt. Are you a dog? Thinking that she had pacified Chenduo, Kiankikiu began to pout at him again, accusing him of his crimes. I can't help it. It's so delicious. I didn't control it for a while. Chenduo wrapped his arm around Chen Chicho's waist and pulled the person into his arms. He loved it when she was obedient and well-behaved and cute. Even when she was pouting and playing rough. As long as she stayed like this, he could always love her and indulge her, but never touch his scales and try to escape. Darn, I have to go to school tomorrow. How am I supposed to meet people? Kiankikiu watched Chenduo, and a pang of chagrin ran through her heart. Others would surely be curious when they saw it. It's better this way. Everyone knows you have a master. Chenduo couldn't hide his smile, his heart bursting with satisfaction. It was a mark that he had specifically put on it, a mark that belonged to him alone. Chapter 20, An Awkward Breakfast Time. The first thing Chiaki woke up the next morning was to look in the mirror. She wanted to see how the injury on her mouth was doing. Looking in the mirror, she scolded Chenduo in her heart. This person is really a dog reincarnation, biting so heavily. She woke up Chenduo, who was still sleeping, and bit down hard on his neck. Let you bite me. I'll bite you to death. Chenduo not only didn't get angry but also smiled and said, bite the point, it's best to leave a scar. I'm kind of being branded by you. The exclusive mark of a man of 1,000 autumns and autumns. Chiaki let go of him with a sniff. This man is a pervert. How can you laugh like that? Aren't you afraid of pain? She conceded defeat and couldn't be bothered to bite him too hard. Why don't you stop biting? Good boy. Keep biting. Chenduo wanted this mark very much, and he felt that this marked Chiaki Chocho's mark. Kiankikiu looked at his smile inexplicably panicked. Is this person really not afraid of pain? Or is it because she bit it? If you tell me to bite, I'll bite. Kiankikiu ran to the bathroom as if she was running away. Such a Chenduo looked a little scary. This was not quite the same as the Chenduo she remembered, who was always silent. Now Chen Unique when flirty talk then she can flirt. Sometimes bewitched like still a little scary. Chenduo touched the teeth marks that Chen Chocho had bitten, an evil smile on his face. They're imprinting on each other. Kiankikiu went downstairs after washing up. She didn't know how to face Chenduo now. She felt a little strange. Sister, what happened to your mouth? Qian Miaomio looked at Qian Chocho with a concerned face, distressed by the bruises on her mouth. It's okay, my sister accidentally bumped her skin. Kiankikiu hurriedly covered her mouth and patiently explained. I'm sorry La, my sister has to go to school today. She can't take Myo Myo to kindergarten anymore. Chiaki Chocho hurriedly diverted her sister's attention. That's okay, just drop me off at school sometime later sis. Misty graciously showed her understanding. She had been very happy the last 2 days that her sister had sent her to school. Chenduo resumed his usual silence and pushed his wheelchair downstairs. What happened to your neck, brother? Kaimomile's sharp eyes spotted the bite mark on her brother's neck, and she exclaimed in shock. Cough. Chiaki choked and coughed violently. This sister of hers is a real talker. With her words, it was expected that everyone at the dinner table was going to start speculating about what happened between her and Chenduo last night. Qian Yufeng sniffed and looked at Chenduo's neck, then followed suit and coughed. They're a good couple, but it's too intense for their little girl. Brother, you fought with your sister. It was too much. I guess you bit my sister's mouth. How can you bully a girl and bite when you're a boy? Qian Miaomiao firmly stood on her sister's side to seek justice for her. Ahem. Chiaki choked again. It hadn't been much of a big deal, but now that my sister had said it, it was easier to think about. She ate faster, just wanting to get away from the table. Not awkward, but very awkward. Why did she yawn and didn't hold back on trying to get back at Chenduo? She ended up moving a rock and hitting her own foot. Chenduo remained silent, his face not red. Kiankikiu was going to admire his stamina, and this time, he actually didn't even turn red at the tips of his ears. Obviously he was at fault too, so why was she the only one embarrassed now? To put it bluntly, it's still her not-so-thick skin and lack of practice. I'm full. Chiaki put down her dishes and ran straight upstairs. Qian Miaomio looked at her sister's back and muttered, Sister, is this late for school? Chen Yun smiled at his words. It seemed that her son and Chocho were getting along well, so she was relieved. Chiaki ran upstairs to get her book and stomped downstairs. As she passed the cafeteria, she didn't forget to hide her embarrassment by saying, I'm going to be late. I'm going to school first. After saying that, Qianqiu Chicho drove away from the car in the yard in a puff of smoke. Qian Yufeng was ready to go to work when he was called by Chenduo. He put down his briefcase and accompanied Chenduo to the sofa. Dad, I want to move out with Autumn. Chenduo had never thought about moving out before, but since he was planning to not let go and just have Chocho all to himself, he was already looking for the right time to get ready to move out. After what happened this morning, he felt it was very appropriate to bring it up now. Everyone saw Autumn's dilemma. They were now a couple and would surely have more intimate demeanor in the future. They needed their privacy alone. With Misty and Mom and Dad around, It wasn't quite right to live together after all. Kiyoshi Fong pondered for a moment and asked, "You've decided?" "Well, the house I've already bought," Chen Duo said with a serious face. Xian Yufeng thought that their young couple had their own plans, so it was not good for him to intervene, and he had more trust in Chen Dutong's ability and person. Although Chen Duo had been homeschooled, he was particularly bright and visionary. Some of the internet building platforms of Qian's company are still built with the help of Chen Duo, and some of his investment projects also have Chen Duo's participation. That's why Xian Yufeng felt that his daughter had earned it by marrying Chen Duo. After all, Chen Duo wasn't related to him by blood, and he himself was marrying his daughter, so there was no excuse if they wanted to move out. "Since you've bought the house, I guess you've already settled on it, so move out, but come back to see me and your mom more often when you have time." Kiyoshi Fong agreed. Mainly he felt that there was no need for him to stand in the way of the young people's pursuit of private space. From what I've seen so far, they're getting along well as a couple, and moving out won't likely get him a grandchild anytime soon. Although Chen Duo was not his own son, in his heart he had treated him as his own son long ago. "Thanks, Dad. Autumn and I will be back to see you." Chen Duo knew that Xian Yufeng wouldn't object. He respected him and didn't dislike him or sympathize with him because of his disability, but treated him as an equal. He had always been grateful to Kiyoshi Fong, who had also been kind to his mother, giving her a home and now giving him one as well. Thanking him for insisting that Qiuqiu marry him was one of the things he felt happiest about in his life. Chen Yufeng patted Chen Duo's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Chen Duo, Qiuqiu has been spoiled by me, so it will be hard for you to be more tolerant of her in the future. Dad, don't worry, I'll treat Qiuqiu well." As long as she didn't think about running away from him, he would hold her in the palm of his hand. Xian Yufeng smiled at his words and left. He believed that Chen Duo would do what he said. Only at this moment did he have the feeling that he was marrying a daughter, that the little ingrate was leaving him. Xian Yufeng forced the sourness of his nose to walk out of the courtyard. He remembered his ex-wife Xia Jiwei. The marriage was contracted by her. She should be happy. Chapter 21 Uncle's Invitation. Hacking Competition. "Uncle." Qian Qiuqiu answered Xia Liwei's call with a smile on her face. Even if her heart hated to eat its flesh, she feigned a smile. "Qiuqiu, what are you doing? It's been so long since I've been to my uncle's house. I don't even miss my aunt and uncle anymore." "Ha, what do you want them to do? Want them to die?" Calling himself so attentively is just remembering how useful he is. For so many years, a trip to her aunt and uncle's house would break the bank. Buy your aunt and uncle a favorite bag. Buy your sister a nice dress. They properly treat themselves as cash cows, not relatives. Ridiculous at that time, she still thought it was nothing to spend some money for her relatives. They are not relatives, but just blood-sucking leeches. "I'm at school, I have classes today, then I'll dine at my uncle's house tonight." Qian Qiqiu and Xia Liwei pampered themselves, with intimacy and innocence in their tones. Now that it was delivered, she was going to get back everything that had been delivered before. "This Hongmen banquet, she'll go for sure." "Fine, fine, then you have a good lesson. Uncle will leave you alone." Xiaolai hung up the phone in high spirits. Lin Meixiao looked at her husband's happy face and knew it was done. She knew that stupid bastard Chiaki would be here for sure, and the rest of the night would require them to put on a good show. Chiaki laughed sarcastically and dialed the home number again. It wasn't answered by Qin Yun. It was Chen Duo's voice. "Autumn, what's up?" Qian Qiqiu was stunned. She didn't even say anything. Chen Duo knew it was her call. What she doesn't realize is that no one in this family calls the landline at home except her. So every time the phone rang, Chen Duo would subconsciously try to pick it up. But in the end, he was too timid to go forward and let his mom pick it up first. "Tell mom I won't be back for dinner tonight." As soon as Qian Qiuqiu's words fell, Chen Duo's body was releasing cold air around him. Was saying that last night a sign that today, 3 days after they were married, she would start not coming home for dinner and then slowly move away from him? Very good. Chiaki Autumn. She could have tried to stay away from him. She'd been winging it her whole life. "Chen Duo, did you hear that?" Qian Qiqiu didn't even realize the danger that was coming as she muttered unhappily with her beak. "This guy is such a pain in the ass." He answered the phone and didn't respond. "Aha!" Chen Duo hung up the phone with a soft He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his outburst and question her if she had another date with Isashi when she went back to school. "Is that Autumn calling? What did she say?" Shen Yun was making soup. She walked out from the kitchen and inquired about her son. Looking up this day, she noticed that her son looked unusually poorly, but it was gone in a flash, and his usual expression was restored. Shen Yun only thought that she had blurred her eyes and didn't pay much attention to it. "Well, she's not coming back for dinner." After saying that, Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair up the stairs. He dove headfirst into the world of code and began to tap the letters on the computer over and over again. A small program to track Chiaki Chocho was quickly developed by him, and with a smile on his lips, this cat and mouse game between him and Chocho was about to begin. Chiaki Chocho sat in the classroom and inexplicably felt a chill on her back, followed by a sneeze. She's on the verge of catching a cold. The boy sitting next to Chiaki handed her a pack of tissues, and Chiaki smiled and thanked her. She thought the boy looked a little familiar, but couldn't remember what his name was. But this scene was seen by the people who have the heart. Then it becomes this boy wants to chase Miss Chia, and some people even filmed into the campus posting bar to taunt the boy. Lazy Toad wants to eat swan meat. It was continuing to fester, and one of the parties involved, Chiaki Chocho, knew nothing about it. While browsing through Chocho's school campus postings at home, Chen Duo also saw this photo. He only felt that this bright smile of Kian Kikyo's was unusually piercing. Why could she smile so happily at others, but never genuinely smile at herself? Chen Duo found out all the information about the boy's life. A child from a poor family who got into a good university with his own hard work. Could it be that they want to use Chocho to get eyeballs? Or really want to be Qian's East bedside son-in-law? As netizens say, one step closer to heaven. He found out that the boy also had a seriously ill mother at home, and it's likely that he approached Chocho on purpose. Autumn was on her way to her uncle's house when she suddenly remembered who this person was. He's the brother of the finance woman who later entered Qian's to help Zhang Shibi roll up all of Qian's money, and who came to see the past before she entered the basement, holding a picture of his brother and mouthing off about her being a murderer, accusing Qian Chocho of relying on her status as Qian's eldest daughter, so that his brother could not bear the weight of rumors, chose to jump off a building and committed suicide. Qian Kikia slammed on the brakes as she hurriedly pulled out her cell phone. The finance woman seemed to mean that her brother had died during this time, but she really didn't know anything about it. Upon this look, she did find someone who had been leading the charge in the campus posting, desperately trying to give her tissues to the boys. These people are so bad that they directly maim people's lives with gossip. The most detestable thing was that these people even brought her along, openly taking their side, mocking the boys as skull heads trying to eat swan meat. What delusional attempts to climb the high branches of the Qian clan. Secretly, isn't it just highlighting the fact that the person who started this is her #1 advocate and is holding out for her as if the whole thing was planned by her? At a glance, Chiaki could tell that someone was deliberately targeting herself, trying to punish the boy in her name. What's annoying is that a human life was lost, and the group of them who started it all got away with it. But they put the blame on her, causing her sister to seek revenge on her. Kian Kikyo hurriedly found an internet cafe nearby and smoothly hacked this post. Chen Duo was staring at the blinding photo on this post. In the blink of an eye, this post was gone. He knew someone had hacked into the campus network and intentionally hacked in this thread. It was child's play for him. He unblocked it in 3 tries and the post appeared again. Chiaki Chocho was about to shut down and leave when she noticed the post suddenly appear. She hurriedly sat down and continued to operate. But the other party was always one step ahead of her, and every time she was cracked, Kian Kikia's lungs were about to explode. She had studied computers for so many years to lose in the hands of a strange hacker. The other person seems to have to go against her and is still better than her. Chiaki didn't know that during the time she was away from home for school, she had already been unilaterally asked by Chen Duo to move out to her dad on her behalf, and had even gotten his consent. Chapter 22, Acting Poor. Kian Kikia knew that she had met a formidable enemy. She could only seek help from Chen Duo. Chen Duo was a great god in computers. He could definitely hack this post. Chen Duo, are you busy right now? Can you do me a favor? As soon as Chen Duo picked up the phone, he heard Chiaki Chocho's petulant voice. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said absently, "Not busy. What is it? You hack a post for me. I'll send it to you later, and I'll get you dessert on the way back." Chen Duo smiled at his words. "You're trying to buy me off with dessert? Huh? No? I'll come back early and buy you some food. What do you want to eat?" As soon as Chen Duo heard that she was going to come back early, he was in a much more comfortable mood. He couldn't help but ask what was on his mind, saying, "Where are you going? Uncle and the others miss me, so I'm going over for dinner and then I'll be back. What do you want to eat?" Chen Duo's mood instantly brightened as he listened to Chen Chocho's reply without hesitation. It turned out that he was the one who misunderstood, and Chocho didn't have an appointment with Zhang Shibi anymore. A happy Chen Duo smiled and said, "I like everything you bought. Okay, I'll watch and buy it then. You hurry up and hack the post I'm going to send you later, so I'll hang up now. Bye." Kian Kikyu immediately sent the post to Chen Duo after hanging up the phone. This is a matter of human life. This was left in Chen Duo's hands, and she walked out of the internet cafe with more confidence, then drove to her uncle's house. Chen Duo opened the post only to realize that it wasn't the same post he had just been confronting the other party with. The other side of the operation is very skillful. He intentionally traced the IP address as an internet cafe. Why did Chocho ask him to help hack this thread? Could it be that Chocho knew the person he just confronted? The man couldn't stand up to him, so Autumn asked for his help. And why is Autumn helping the boys in this thread? Chen Duo's mind was now filled with doubts, and he can only wait for Chocho to come back before inquiring clearly about all this. But wouldn't it be a piece of cake to attack your own technology? He easily hacked the post and made sure no one would be able to retrieve it. Chocho, you're here. Auntie missed you to death. It's been almost a week since I've seen you. Look at how thin the little face is. Lin Meixia enthusiastically pulled Qian Kikyo. These words of concern were spoken in cotton. What's skinny? Doesn't that mean she's being abused at home by her stepmother? Qian Kikyo sniffed and chimed in. Right, that woman's craftsmanship is not as good as Auntie's. It's still Auntie's cooking that's delicious. Good, then you'll eat more later. Lin Meixia couldn't stop smiling. The more Chocho hated Chen Yun and the others in order to be closer to them. Qian Kikyo originally thought that at least can eat a good meal here to go back. But the result is that as soon as he saw the table are all clear green vegetables not to mention, but also cells particularly bad. Looking at some rotten vegetable leaves, it's about to cry poor to her. Doing the whole act. Autumn, sit. Lin Meixia smiled sarcastically and pulled the seat behind Qian Kikyo away. Chocho, I've made you laugh. It's your uncle's fault that he's no good. The capital chain of the project he recently invested in broke, and the family's money was all taken to fill in the holes. These are the only dishes we can eat at home now. Don't mind if you don't. Try Auntie's handiwork. Lin Meixia attentively pinched dishes for Qian Kikyo and entertained her with a very warm look. The leaves of this vegetable were rotten, and Qian Kikyo naturally couldn't eat it as a pampered $1,000 lady. So Qian Kikyo pushed the rice bowl to the front and inquired about the situation to her aunt rather painfully. Auntie, what kind of project did uncle invest in? How come he lost so much money? What are you going to do in the future? Qian Kikyo, do not ask, okay? This ask Lin Meixia changed before the forced smile. Tears instantly diffuse out and said, what else can be done? This chaff to swallow food have to live on. But the most detestable thing is that I and your uncle's these family background cannot fill this big hole. The future will not be able to avoid being chased to the door to ask for debt. Woohoo! This house we are also ready to sell, so we can pay back a little is a little. Chocho, you should not come to me and your uncle in the future, so as not to be targeted by debt collection. Lin Meixia became sadder and sadder as she talked, snotty and sad to the core. Meixia, don't cry. I won't involve you and your daughter in anything I say. I'll jump off the building and kill myself then, and this debt will be settled once and for all. They won't dare to collect the debt if there's a death, so you and your daughter will live well. Xiao Wei pulled Lin Meixia with a face of heartache and remorse, and he lowered his head very demoralized. What are you talking about? If you jump off a building and commit suicide, what can I do with my daughter? You mustn't do anything stupid. Big deal. We'll pay the debt together. Lin Meixia sniffing panic pulled Xiao Wei, just afraid that he really cannot think to make a mistake to do something stupid. Qian Kikyo just sat at the table and watched them perform. This singing together should have been rehearsed a long time ago. Her heart was filled with sneers. The show is on, and it's just waiting for her to come on. Uncle, you must not think about it. How much money are you still short of? Hurry to find friends and relatives to borrow money to turn over. My father's place have you borrowed? Lin Meixia and Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Wei smiled at each other's words. Chocho had really taken the bait. Xiao Wei sighed and said, I went to your father's place, and he said that the company needs capital turnover, and there is no extra money. Brother-in-law said you believe you are too good to cheat. I think he 80% just do not want to lend us these poor relatives. To put it bluntly is not the sister is not alive. Brother-in-law this heart is now biased towards Chen Yunnam. This is to see us dead to save. Chocho, we are your own uncle and aunt. Look at your father, this favor do not help. Obviously want to leave the money to Chen Yunnam. Auntie really for you not worth your mother died early, and now your father forced your own uncle cannot live. How can you live in the future Lin Meixia pulled Qian Kikyo's voice in tears, as if she was holding a grudge against her, pitying her for not having any relatives in the future. Qian Kikyo was somewhat moved. I will definitely not let Dad leave the money to Chen Yun and his family. Auntie, don't worry, I'll let Dad lend you the money. Chocho, you're such a good boy. Aunt and uncle haven't loved you for nothing all these years, and you're the only one who's still willing to help us. Lin Meixia excitedly pulled Qian Kikyo and was close to worshipping her, the great savior, at the top of her lungs. Auntie, I won't leave you guys alone. With my mom gone, you guys are the closest people to me. Uncle, how much money are you short of? I'll go borrow from my father. Qian Kikyo was serious. Her face was all anxious, saying that she would do anything to help her own uncle. Xiao Wei was embarrassed. Chocho, it's all my uncle's fault for being incapable and even dragging you down. Chapter 23, pit her. This project is now short of $1.5 billion. That's a lot of money. I guess it's not good to borrow from your father. After saying this, Xiao Wei let out a long sigh and looked at Qian Kikyo with a feeling of pain. Qianqiu Chicho smiled and wanted to laugh, but also really dared to say, $1.5 billion. What a lion's share of the money. She was stupid enough not to ask before and thought she would just borrow a few tens of millions. I didn't realize it was so much money. No wonder Dad sold the company's profitable projects. Since you're so short of money and eating such poor food, we'll have to see how bloodthirsty the play is. The corner of Kiki's mouth hooked into a sinister smile, pulling her aunt and going upstairs, not giving her a chance to resist. As she walked, she said, "Auntie, I know a friend who specializes in buying and selling second-hand luxury goods. Come on, let's go and sell all these things you used to buy, and maybe we can get some more money together to improve your meals." Lin Meisha was so anxious that she wanted to pull her hand back. How could this stupid person be so stubborn that she had made up her mind to sell those bags of jewelry of hers to raise money? She smiled sarcastically and explained, Chio, all those things of Auntie's aren't worth a few dollars, so I think it's better to forget about it? Auntie, don't worry about it, that's my friend won't screw me over. Surely it can be sold at a good price. The things I bought for you and my cousin before were hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if it's sold cheaply, it's still worth a little bit of money. You see, you and my uncle now live what life? Food are so bad, don't put the body bad. Those bags and so on sold can still eat a good meal. And so uncle later make money. What good bag can not buy? When Kikiya said this, she was completely planning for her aunt and uncle, and also solved Lin Meisha's worry that she wouldn't be able to sell it for a few dollars. Before Lin Meisha could stop her, she was pushed into the room by Kikiyu. Auntie, this one's a classic. It'll still sell for some money. Auntie, this can be sold too. Hey, I've seen my friend sell this one. It's worth a couple $1,000s. Lin Meisha clenched her fists and told herself to calm down. These things were just things outside of her body. It didn't matter if they were sold. When her husband borrowed the money to restart the project, he could still buy a check room of luxuries. Slender nails pinching into the meat. Lin Meisha's heart is also following the blood. These things can be she spent a lot of money to buy. Some were coaxed Chio to buy, and now cheaply sold only worth a few thousand tens of thousands of. A big loss. But when she thought of the dilemma of borrowing money, it was only natural to do the whole play. She could only focus on the greater good, admonishing herself that a little impatience is a lot. After Kikiyu scavenged her aunt's checkroom for the bags and clothes and shoes from before, she dragged her aunt towards her good cousin Xiaochuchao's checkroom. If you are so short of money, how can you keep these goodies? Well, this bag is worth about $2,000. Lin Meisha watched Kikiyu take her daughter's favorite bag in her hand, and also carefully measured it before saying that it was worth $2,000, which she spent more than $30,000 to buy. Heartache. And selling it for a load of good money. Just sell it cheap. She's going to lose a ton of money again. Soon Kikiyu ransacked Xiaochuchu's checkroom before. She got a big bag out of the checkroom and started to put things inside. When she was done, she screwed the bag into the hallway and went back to her aunt and uncle's room to fill it. While she was pretending, Lin Meisha was sneaking it out. She really couldn't afford to give it up. Kikiyu found it and hurriedly snatched it up, saying with a serious face, Auntie, now is the most important time. We all need to be united as one to fill this hole of uncle. $1.5 billion. Uncle also knows it's a big amount. I don't know how much money I can get out of Dad's place either. I will try my best to borrow it. I'll sell my valuable things back, and we'll help uncle through this difficult time together. Kikiyu, this is completely all heartfelt words, so sincere attitude are laid out. Lin Meisha in her heart cursed Kikiyu. This idiot, she just acted. This is so serious for what? Now she was riding a tiger and knew she couldn't stop it. She took the bag and put it in the bag, her heart aching. That's right, Auntie, we'll work together. Kikiyu encouragingly praised her aunt for being on the right track. Knowing that in a pinch she had to part with these things for money, Lin Meisha wanted to vomit blood at her compliments. She had really missed the mark. Who knew that this dead girl is a stick in the mud? I should have known that she hid all these things and said that she would sell them. What a mistake. What a carelessness. Kikiyu carried 2 bags full of luxuries downstairs. Her hands were strangled with red marks, but she couldn't stop being happy. Let them vampires have a taste of blood loss as well. And if they want to act to screw her over, let's just fake it. Autumn, what is this? Xiaoliwei was puzzled when he saw Kikiyu carrying 2 big bags downstairs. Uncle, these are all Aunt's support for you in action. I'll go back to my father first to discuss the matter of borrowing money. You mustn't think of doing something stupid. We'll work together to get through this difficult time. Kikiyu carried both bags of things without stopping to go out, anxious to go home to raise money. Xiaoliwei was greatly moved in his heart when he heard this, and helped her carry her things and sent her out the door. Only Lin Meisha was really forcing a smile this time, and she almost broke it several times. Watching her beloved things being ransacked, Lin Meisha was infuriated in her heart by Qianqiuqiu's stupidity, but she still had to smile and thank people. So Kikiyu didn't even eat his meal, so he drove his car and hurriedly slipped away. She was stupid to stay and play along with him. She was going to lose her appetite if she continued to face that table of rotten vegetable leaves. I guess the dishes on the table changed as soon as her car drove off. She'd better not embarrass her good aunt and uncle. Let them have a good meal. They won't be able to eat anything good later. Kiankikia drove her car humming her way back, stopping her car in front of a roadside dessert store and carefully selecting desserts for Chen Duo. Chen Duo sat in front of the window and saw Kiankikiu's car driving back from afar. His heart has been stealing joy. Xiaoqiu really didn't lie to him. It's only 8:30 now. Coming back so early. He pushed his wheelchair downstairs and sat in the living room pretending to watch TV while he waited for her. Soon Chiaki Chocho carried the dessert and pushed the door open with light steps. Honey, I'm home. Kiankikiu was in a good mood, and when she saw Chen Duo by the living room sofa, she trotted over happily. Bought you a dessert. Want to try it? Kiankikiu waved the dessert in front of Chen Duo, tempting him. Chen Duo also laughed along with her. Her cheerful husband stirred his heart and greatly pleased him. Chapter 24, he bought the private villa. Chen Duo intercepted Chiaki Chocho in his arms and made her sit on his lap. He kissed Kiankikiu and said, "So happy. What did your uncle and the others cook for you again?" Chen Duo knew that Kiankikiu was on good terms with her uncle's family, and that she would go to her uncle's house for a short period of time every 3 to 5 days, so he assumed that Chocho was so happy tonight, probably because she had a good time with her uncle's family. I haven't even eaten to come back and see you early? Kiankikiu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and pampered him. As for the matter of pitting her aunt and uncle, she'd better not tell Chen Duo. So what do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you. When Chen Duo saw Kiankikiu being so intimate with himself, all those gloomy feelings in his heart were swept away, and he only wanted to spoil her properly. You don't have to do that. I'll just go to the kitchen and get some random food. Chiaki Chocho retreated from Chen Duo's arms and stood up to head for the kitchen. Her stomach was still really a bit hungry, and it was after 8 o'clock, so she could get some random food to make do. Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair and followed him. His eyes hadn't left Kiankikiu since she came back. What are you doing over here? Go wait for me upstairs. I'll get something to eat and then I'll go up. Don't alarm mom and dad. Kiankikiu pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair outward. She had just seen eggs in the refrigerator and was ready to boil them. Chen Duo thought it was good to move out early so he could be with Chocho with impunity. He looked up at Chiaki Chocho. In order to stay, he said in all seriousness, I'm hungry too. Chiaki Autumn, how long has it been since he ate? And he's hungry so soon? Seemingly afraid that Kiankikiu wouldn't believe him, Chen Dudu commiserated. I don't even have much of an appetite when you're not at home. This pampering made Chiaki unable to retort, but it was still really cute. This was a far cry from his previous silent image. So did this mean that Chen Duo had opened up to himself? Chiaki thought it would be nice. She would love to spoil him. Since Chen Duo was also hungry, he couldn't just boil eggs. She smiled and said, then I'll give it to you below, okay? After saying this, she realized that Chen Duo's eyes were strangely sizing himself up like a hungry wolf staring at his prey. Kiankikiu then remembered that her words were full of ambiguity, and this rascal fought off. It was true that men are all lower body animals. What are you looking at? I said cooked noodles for you. If you don't eat it, forget it. Chiaki covered her burning cheeks and turned away. I didn't say I wasn't going to eat it. Why are you mad? Chen Duo also pushed the wheelchair in somewhat innocently. Chiquita? He's being wicked. And could she be angry if she didn't have something unclean in her head? But she couldn't say that out loud yet, because wouldn't that be reverse proof that she was thinking things she shouldn't be thinking too? I'm not angry. How much do you eat? Kiankikiu said in a serious manner. You don't need much. You can't eat too much to sleep on a big night. Listening to Chen Duo's explanation, Kiankikiu wanted to laugh. It seems that it is not hungry well, just afraid of being revealed by her. She understood and said, well, then have a little bit and some soup. Soon the noodles were cooked and Chiaki brought them to the table. Chen Duo's bowl consisted of just an egg, a few noodles, and half a bowl of soup. He happily ate with Chiaki and began to fantasize in his mind about their life and the bright future after they moved out. They can live their own little lives and enjoy the two of them. Kiyoshi Fong heard the commotion downstairs and spotted the two of them eating at the stairway with a smile on his face. At a glance, he knew that Chocho hadn't eaten and Chen Duo was eating with her. So look at this young couple's feelings are really good. So moving out he is relieved. He retreated silently and turned back to his room. Seeing that Xian Yefeng had returned, Shen Yun couldn't help but ask, who's downstairs? Is Chocho back? Well, their little couple is eating downstairs. Chocho is really grown up after she got married and doesn't reject Chen Duo anymore. It's not bad for them to move out. Xian Yufeng said happily. Moving out? Shen Yun was a bit reluctant to give up. She hadn't heard her son say that. Well, Chen Duo approached me this morning. They got married and want to live in a two-person world. It's not good for us to stop them, so don't worry about it. Maybe soon we'll both be able to hold grandchildren. Xian Yufeng had a burst of joy. So it seems that they are in a good relationship. Maybe when Chocho graduated, the full moon wine and the wedding could be held at the same time. Chen Yun heard also not good to say anything, is the son's decision. She is even more difficult to block. That child from childhood has its own opinion, decided things that will not be easily changed. Chen Duo sat at the dining table and discussed with Qian Kikyu. Chiyo, why don't we move out? Why are you suddenly moving out? Chiaki was puzzled. Wasn't it good for them to live together as a family? I want to spend time with you as a couple and have more privacy now. Something as awkward as this morning won't happen. What do you think? Chen Duo brought up her embarrassment from the morning, which was also hinting to her that they would definitely be acting more intimately in the future. And wouldn't it be even more embarrassing for Miao Miao to bump into them at that time? So where are we moving to? Chiaki asked curiously. When Chen Duo saw that Qian Kikyo had loosened up, he hurriedly said, "It's not far from here. It's just halfway up the opposite side of the mountain." Isn't that someone's private villa? Halfway across the mountain? Qian Kikyo thought to herself that if she remembered correctly, a private villa had been built there a long time ago, but everyone didn't know exactly who it belonged to, and there had been no one living inside. Well, I bought it. Chen Duo did not tell Chiaki Chocho that it was the wedding room he had specially built for her a long time ago to give her as a wedding gift in the future. That way even if she married someone else, he could still steal a glance at her through the binoculars. He didn't think he would be favored by the god of luck. They got married under false pretenses and she was uncharacteristically going to be his wife. In that case he didn't want to let go anymore. In that case, that villa will be their wedding room. Where did you get all that money? Qian Kikyo knew that Chen Duo was smart, but as far as she knew, that villa was worth a lot of money. Of course I earned it myself. Don't worry, I still have enough to support you. Mentioning that villa, Chen Duo's confidence rose. He wasn't an invalid, and he could give Qian Kikyo a better life. Upon hearing this, Qian Kikyo realized that she had underestimated Chen Duo's ability, and didn't expect him to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars so soon. How many other secrets did he have that his former self never knew? Chapter 25, Flirting with him without putting out the fire. Chiaki asked softly, so when are we moving out? We'll move tomorrow, okay? Chen Duo took Qian Kikyo's hand and coaxed her gently. Of course he wanted to move out earlier. Okay, I don't have class tomorrow afternoon. How about moving this afternoon? Qian Kikyo thought that if he didn't want to live here, then he wouldn't live here. It just so happens that with the two of them living together, she can slowly change Chen Duo and get him to walk out. Chen Duo sniffed happily and kissed Qian Kikyo fiercely. He was afraid that she would refuse. I had thought it would take a little more persuasion to convince her, but I didn't expect her to agree so quickly. Darn, you kissed me all greasy. Qian Kikyo glared at Chen Duo angrily, and Chen Duo somewhat blushingly drew the paper napkin on the dining table, preparing to wipe her face. What was expected was that Qian Kikyo suddenly stood up, then hooked his neck and gave him a fierce kiss to his face, kissing him dizzily. After letting go of him, Qian Kikyo laughed. Ha ha, let you feel the feeling of having a face full of oil. Chen Duo smiled dotingly. The Chocho at this time was the cutest and most adorable. Qian Kikyo stood up and received the bowl into the kitchen smiling at Chen Duo. You go up first. I'll be up in a moment. Chen Duo was unmoved. He just wanted to stay with Chocho. He was enjoying the time he was spending with her now, thinking in his heart how nice it would be if she was always this way to him. Knowing that she couldn't drive this little tail away, Qian Kikyo could only speed up the movements of her hands. After the pots and bowls were brushed, Qian Kikyo pushed Chen Duo and said, Let's go upstairs and sleep. Chen Duo was incomparably happy in his heart being pushed by Chen Chocho. He hoped that every day in the future Chocho would be so gentle to himself and would push him back to sleep together. Qian Kikyo pushed Chen Duo back to his room and went to wash himself. She tied her cascading hair into little pills and walked out in a black halter dress. Looking at her exposed white neck and shoulders, Chen Duo's mind was left with the word skin like condensed fat, rich muscles and beautiful bones. Chen Duo felt that she was very beautiful at this moment, and he even felt the dryness of his body as well as the sound of ragged breathing. He hurriedly turned his head away. He was afraid that his dissimilarity would scare Autumn. She was only accepting kisses and cuddles with herself now, and he didn't dare to be too indulgent. Qianqiuqiu sat in front of the dresser, concentrating on applying the bottles and jars, not realizing that there was a pair of dark and deep eyes hidden behind her. He secretly surveyed her bare and flawless back from time to time. It was a kind of visual torture for Chen Duo, but he couldn't control his eyes. It just loved to steal glances. Finally Qian Kikyo finished her work. She climbed up on the bed and commanded Chen Duo to turn off the lights. After a period of darkness, Chen Duo felt even more uncomfortable, because someone had burrowed into his arms. His large palm easily touched her smooth skin. You're wearing so little and you're still in my arms. Aren't you afraid I won't be able to resist? Chen Duo gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. He desperately needed to take a cold shower now. Then can you bear it? If you can't stand it, don't stand it. Qianqiuqiu deliberately seduced him and set her white and slender thighs on Chen Duo's waist. Chen Duo's heart tensed, the tightest string broke. At this moment Kian Kikyu is like a poppy that attracts people to commit crimes. Even though he knew it was poisonous, he was still deeply fascinated by her. He rolled over and crushed that little goblin underneath him, pressing into her just as he had wanted to do in countless sleeps. Even in the darkness, his eyes as bright as an owl quickly seized her red lips and began a fierce attack, soon beginning to attack the city to blow the horn of victory. Then it attacked sharply all the way down, leaving a badge of victory around her neck. Chiyochio quickly lost her guard and fell. Her mouth could only block softly. Well, don't. I have to go to school tomorrow. How can I meet people? Only then did Chinduo let her go with a sniff. His lips traveled upwards again, holding Kian Kikyo's earlobe. His voice hoarse. Little goblin, how come you weren't afraid of having to go to school tomorrow when you seduced me? Listening to the voice full of lust, Kian Kikyo wimped out in seconds. She was just teasing Chinduo. How did she know that he was so unable to resist temptation? I was wrong. I'll never tease you again. Kian Kikyo had the sense to start begging for mercy. Chenduo's body was now bubbling with fire as he forced himself to bite on Chiyochio's smooth shoulder, gritting his teeth with a threat. Next time, you won't be able to get away in one piece. After that he sat up from the bed, fumbled his way out of bed, and pushed his wheelchair to the bathroom. Soon Chiaki heard a sound of water, and she shamefully pulled a pillow over her head. Dying, she's lighting fires again. Chenduo is going to get played by her. She touched the teeth marks on her shoulder and there was no bleeding. She found out that Chenduo had a quirk, and that was biting. Not long after, the bathroom door was opened from inside and Chenduo pushed his wheelchair out. By the time he lay back down on the bed, Kian Kikyo had already rolled far away. She clearly felt a cool breath behind her, so she didn't need to think about it to know that he had taken a cold shower. Kian Kikyo felt a heartache in her heart. It was all her fault for starting the fire. She didn't dare to provoke Chenduo anymore now. She was really afraid that he would get on fire again. Chenduo sensed Chiyochio's moving away, secretly thinking that she really couldn't accept that she was still making the next move on her. Chenduo turned around with his eyes closed, taunting himself that he really was too greedy. The longer he stayed with Autumn, the more his desire was nurtured to grow. From the beginning of just wanting to keep her around, now he was starting to want to possess her. Was he going to force Chiyochio to fall in love with himself again in the near future? These thoughts grew greedier and greedier, and he reflected deeply on himself not to be so greedy. It's enough for Chiyochio to stay by her side. Don't get carried away. Don't ever scare her. It would only push her further and further away. Being so greedy would be corrupted by greed. Chenduo was sensitive and vulnerable, and after Kian Kikyo ignored himself, he began to make pathetic, dark guesses again, all in denial of his lack of confidence. Kian Kikyo had never been able to sleep, and she couldn't sleep now without hugging Chenduo. Chenduo! Chiyochio shouted softly in a thin voice. Chandu pretended to be asleep and didn't answer. Chiaki didn't get a response. Thinking someone had fallen asleep, she hurriedly rolled over and hugged Chenduo's waist, her face pressed against his back. Chenduo's heart suddenly shone into a ray of bright light, and a small flower in a dark corner began to grow again by tilting its neck to meet the sunlight. He understands that he has failed once again. She didn't need to do anything, just a small, unassuming gesture that made his heart pound. Even if there are millions of reasons to advise themselves not to be paranoid, but always in her a look or action, their high-built brick wall instantly crumbled. Chapter 26, The Thought of Walking Out. Xia Chuchu found her check room as empty as if it had been ransacked. She clenched her fists and screamed, "Mom, where are my clothes, bags and shoes?" Lin Meisha walked over unhappily, and said in a bad mood, "What's the point of screaming? And it's not like you're the only one whose check room is empty." "Mom, what the hell did you do? I'm meeting a friend for a play date tomorrow. What do you want me to wear then?" Xia Chuchu is going to be mad. All the valuable things in her check room were taken away. How can she go out to meet people? She can't wear a cheap dress to play. When the time comes, her classmates will definitely look down on her. Playing with her are rich people's children. Her family conditions are considered moderate, usually rely on these clothes to go out to support the face. Lin Meisha immediately changed her face when she heard that her daughter had an appointment with a friend tomorrow, and said with a smile, "How can I let you have no clothes to wear? In this case, Mom will take you out tomorrow to buy a new outfit. And the bag, the shoes." Xia Chuchu said with an unhappy beak. "Okay, buy them all. Good daughter. It's all a stopgap measure now, so bear with it. When Chiyochio gets the money, you can buy as much as you want later." Lin Meisha gently coaxed her daughter. Before she was also so meek coaxing herself. The child can't be set up. These are small sacrifices. The good days are still ahead of us. Xia Chuchu sniffing can only grit her teeth and bear it. Kian Kikyo, that stupid witch point compared to their own, is not just spread a good father? She had been taught by her mother since birth to tolerate and please Chiyochio, and she wouldn't have done it if it hadn't been for the benefits. But as she grew older, she hated Chiyochio more and more. Why should she be so good to be pressed headlong by Qian Kikyu all the time? But as soon as she remembers this matter of Jiang Shibu, the corner of Xia Chuchu's mouth hooked up with a proud sneer. A man, she just hooked her finger to her heart. Even if Qian Kikyu went through all the trouble, Face don't want to run after his ass can't get. Thinking about it is really happy? Especially since Qian Kikyu had been asking for help and crying to herself in order to chase after Jiang Shibu. She enjoyed the feeling of being begged by Qian Kikyu. Mom, why don't I go over to my aunt's house tomorrow? Xia Chuchu thought that Chen Duo and Qian Kikia had both received their certificates for a few days. She still needed to go over to brush up her presents. And by the way, she encouraged Qian Kikia to divorce this marriage earlier. Alright, you go over and rush Chiuchiu about borrowing money. Lin Meixia smiled. She did not know that her daughter this is drunkenness, but also thought that this is the past and Qian Kikyo contacts sisterly feelings, urging Chiuchiu to borrow money. Oops, late. Chiaki Chiuchiu opened her eyes to find the sun had risen high, and she exclaimed in shock as she took a look at her bedside phone. It's over. She's going to be late. This is the class of one of the strictest professors in their department. He must call the roll before each class. And the final examination will also be linked to the attendance rate. Qian Kikyo washed up with her hands and feet, and then rushed downstairs with her book in her arms. Chiuchiu, you haven't had breakfast yet? Kiyoshi Fong called out to his daughter who was rushing towards the courtyard. No more food. It's too late. I'm going to be late. Qian Kikyu returned a sentence and hurriedly drove off. Xian Yafeng shook his head and said somewhat helplessly, "This kid, he's so active in school now. The speaker has no intention of listening." Chen Duo also found that Qian Kikia had recently become especially dedicated to her studies, and would look at her textbooks every night before going to bed. In the past, she was not so serious about her studies, always thinking of going abroad to study her favorite profession. Is she suddenly so serious that she doesn't want to leave the country, or is it because of some other reason? Chen Duo sat at the dining table secretly speculating. If it was the former, he would naturally be very happy, and it would save him from forcing Chiuchiu to stay when the time came. After dinner, Chen Duo went back to his room. His slender comic hands tapped rapidly on the keyboard, and in the computer screen was a planar security surveillance map, with surveillance installed in every room on every floor except the master bedroom. He was optimizing the surveillance system, and he couldn't afford to take it lightly since he knew that Chiuchiu might know someone who was still good at computers. Chiaki finally stepped into the classroom at the last second on the bell, and she patted her chest and let out a long breath. After setting the books out, Qian Kikia realized that she forgot to take the textbook for the next class. She should have taken it out to read the night before and forgot to put it back. Without the textbook, she was really left with her hands touching the blank paper and her eyes looking at the sky. She now relied on her textbooks to review her previous knowledge and understand what the teacher was saying. By this time it should be time for Dad to go to work and Mom to send Miao Miao to school. And since Chen Duo didn't want to come out, Qian Kikia thought that there was really no one else in the house who could deliver her textbooks. So she secretly pulled out her cell phone and got the help of her schoolmate, who was still on good terms and didn't have classes, to go to her house and get it. Qian Kikyo sent another message to Chen Duo, telling him to leave the book outside the door and someone would come to pick it up. Although Chen Duo didn't like to meet outsiders, he thought that he was Chiuchiu's friend, so he had to receive them politely anyways. When he saw from afar a sunny and handsome boy walking into the yard against the light, Chen immediately lost his composure. Why was it a boy? And what was his relationship with Chiuchiu? Looking at the way people walked over with a robust stride, and then looking at himself trapped in a wheelchair, Chen Duo suddenly lost his enthusiasm for receiving Chiuchiu's friends all of a sudden. He placed the book in his hand on the doorknob, closed the door glumly and pushed his wheelchair up the stairs. The schoolboy who came to get the book didn't know what was going on, saw the book on the doorknob, took it and left without wondering if anyone was home. Chen Duo sat in his wheelchair. All he could think about was what Chiuchiu was doing at school at the moment. He found himself staying at home all day, all out of touch with Autumn, having no idea what friends she had at school, what she liked to do in and out of class every day, none of which he knew. No wonder even when she lay beside him, he felt so out of reach. The two of them are like two parallel lines in their life paths. How can they possibly intersect? Unless he changes trajectory and walks out. Qian Kikia didn't know that when she was still thinking about how to make Chen Duo willing to walk out, one of her own thoughtless actions had actually made Chen Duo actively think about the possibility of walking out. Chen Duo sat for a while and started browsing through Chiaki Chiuchiu's forum postings of their school again. This had become one of his daily must-dos, and he always went through the postings to learn about her campus life. Knowing what college students do in school these days, he even programmed his own little program that automatically identifies posts. But whenever any word from Chiaki's name appeared in a post, the thread would be automatically pushed to the front page of the posting he was browsing, which made it convenient for her to know what Chiaki was up to at school. Chapter 27, Moving Out. Soon a morning's time slipped away without realizing it. Remembering that he promised Chen Duo to move together in the afternoon, As soon as Kian Kikiu got out of class, she hurried to her home. She had more things and it was quite troublesome to pack them up. When she arrived home, Chen Yun had already prepared her lunch and was waiting for her to come back to start the meal. They had a happy lunch together, and after the meal, Chen Yun didn't let her help with the dishes. Knowing that they were moving out today, she sent Chen Qiuqiu and Chen Duo upstairs to organize their things. Chen Duo, I'm not at home. Have you organized your things? Chiaki asked as she pushed him. Of course he didn't, so he organized the books in his study. Chen Duo hid his own little thoughts. He wanted to wait for Qiuqiu to come back to help him organize his things and take care of his household items for him like a wife. No, I'm pretty busy this morning too, so we'll organize and pack together later. Chen Duo's face was not red and he lied with a calm face. In the morning he just dawdled and browsed the posting. Okay, it's going to be hard work for a while. I have a lot of stuff in particular, so we can organize it and then move it slowly as well. Chiaki thought about how she had to get Chen Duo involved, or else his sensitive nerves might feel like a wreck. Chen Duo smiled at his words and said, okay, let's organize it together. Chiaki Qiuqiu threw all the clothes in the check room that needed to be moved over to the bed, as well as bags and other things piled up on the bed. Chen Duo sat down on the edge of the bed and helped Kian Kikiu fold her clothes, then put them into the cardboard box one by one. She was in charge of getting them together, while Chen Duo was in charge of organizing them into cardboard boxes, the two of them working with each other in a clear division of labor. But when he tidied up and saw Chen Qiuqiu's underwear sitting on the bed, Chen immediately retracted his hand, turning his eyes to the side. The tips of his ears instantly burst red. Chen Duo, which of your clothes do you need to bring over? Kian Kikiu shouted from the check room. In order to escape the embarrassment, Chen Duo fled and pushed his wheelchair to the check room. Take all the ones over here and leave the rest here for now? Chen Duo pointed at his own clothes and said, okay. Chiaki took these clothes off of him and carried them outside. Come on, keep up, what are you staying here and gawking for? Seeing that he remained in the check room, Chiaki urged him on. Oh, Chandu froze and pushed his wheelchair to follow. Looking at the pile of underwear sitting on the bed, Chen Duo was in trouble. He wanted to remind Kian Kikiu, but was too embarrassed to speak. It's pretty hard for you to walk around. Let's switch and you take a break. After saying that, Chen Duo began to move his clothes towards the bed, just waiting for Kian Kikiu to finish arranging her underwear. Kian Kikiu didn't care. Just change it. Until she saw a pile of her own underwear sitting outside. A red blush spread across her face. It was so embarrassing. How could she have forgotten about it when she had moved it out in a brainstorm earlier? Did Chen Duo see everything just now? Kian Kikiu wanted to turn back the clock so that she would definitely switch shifts with Chen Duo earlier. She hurriedly found an empty cardboard box and stuffed her underwear in a brainstorm, then quickly sealed the box. She slapped her face and pretended to be fine as she continued to straighten Chen Duo's clothes. Chen Duo didn't mention it when he came out and saw that she was all sorted out, and the two of them continued to work together unspokenly, considering that they would be back later. They had left some of their things here. After organizing for an afternoon, they finally packed the things they were going to bring over. Soon the staff who helped with the move came to the door, and Kian Kikiu drove Chen Duo to his new home in her car. Along the way, Chen Duo's heart leapt for joy. He was going to start a new life there with Qiuqiu. There were two guards standing at the entrance of the villa, and they instantly opened the gate respectfully when they saw Chen Duo. Kian Kikiu drove the car in, and then the moving company's car drove in. Good day, Mr. and Mrs. A middle-aged woman walked out from the villa and called out to Chen Qiuqiu and Chen Duo with a smile on her face. Chen Duo smiled and nodded, and only Chen Qiuqiu froze a little. The title Mrs. instantly drew her into the category of married woman, not to mention the feeling of being in charge. What's wrong? Don't like the title? Chen Duo asked softly as he pulled her along. No, I'm just not used to it. Kian Kikiu quickly waved her hand. She had indeed married young. However, living with mom and dad is always a child's mentality, and suddenly moving out with Chen Duo has a feeling of growing up and becoming a family. This was her and Chen Duo's little home now, and she would guard their little home well in the future. Chen Duo said softly, you'll slowly get used to it in the future. He introduced Kian Kikiu to the aunts this family had hired. This is Sister Lu, who will take care of our food and living from now on. Hello sister-in-law Lu. I'll trouble you in the future. Kian Kikiu smiled and greeted Sister Lu. It's no trouble. It's all I should do. Mr. and Mrs. Sit and rest for a while. I'll take them to carry the stuff up. Sister Lu, with her steady footsteps and windy walk, brought the movers upstairs in a flash, directing them to move things into the master bedroom. Come on, Mr. Chen, let's go sit on the couch for a while. Chiaki smiled and pushed him over to the couch in the living room and she followed suit. Mr. Chen. Chen Duo smiled when he heard the title. He took Kian Kikiu's hand and said with a smile on his face, Mrs. Chen, welcome home. Kian Kikiu's cheeks were as scarlet as if she had applied blush. and she lowered her head somewhat shyly, not daring to look at Chen Duo. It was the first time Chen Duo had seen her look so shy, and his heart sizzled. He took Chiaki Chochio into his arms and it was like grabbing the world. Chochio, you said you wouldn't divorce. As long as you don't leave me, I will treat you well. Kiankikyo hugged his waist and said, what are you imagining again? This will be our home from now on. Where else can I go? Good, our home. Chen Duo smiled contentedly. Get off of me. Is someone there? Kiankikyo pushed Chen Duo with some embarrassment. The movers are still walking up and down the stairs. How embarrassing for them to see. Chen Duo let go of Kiankikyo with a sniff, but pulled her hand instead and wouldn't let go. But whenever Chiaki tried to pull it out, he grabbed it tighter. Chiaki could only let him pull her along, accepting the attention. Soon these people put their things in the master bedroom, and only then did Chen Duo take Kiankikyo to their master bedroom. Shen Chocho pushed open the door to find that the master bedroom was exactly the same as her room in the Chien family except that it was a bit larger, and everything in it was laid out exactly the same as her room in the Chien family, and she exclaimed out in excitement. Chapter 28, Unique and Unique, KTV Chaos. How's that? Do you like it? Chen Duo took her hand and walked inside. When he first designed this room, besides wanting to let Chiaki Chocho adapt to life after marriage, he wanted to use the room to remind her of the Thousand family, and of him and the Thousand family who lived next door to her room. Even if she was married, he hoped he would be thought of by Autumn at some point. I just did not expect that in the end the owner of this room became him and Chocho. This birth wish is enough. Love it so much. As soon as she entered this room, she no longer felt the strangeness of having moved to a new home. It felt incredibly familiar and intimate. At the same time she realized that he hadn't bought the house, but that he had built it himself, or for her. She remembered that in her previous life this house had been unoccupied and people were curious about the owner of the villa, but she never thought that this house would have anything to do with Chen Duo, and also with her. Just how many other stupid things has this fool done for himself that he has hidden in his heart all by himself for the rest of his life? She knew of Chen Duo's deep love for her from others, and now Kiankikyo herself felt the deep love he had hidden in his heart. Her tears flowed uncontrollably as she hugged Chen Duo's neck and jumped into his arms. Why are you crying? Is something wrong? Tell me. I'll have someone change it right away. Chen Chocho's teardrops dripped down onto Chen Duo's neck, and the hot touch caused him to immediately panic. His body tightened as he rushed to comfort her. Fool, no need to change. I'm crying tears of joy. This careful look of his made Kiankikyo inexplicably heartbroken, and she choked back her sobs and couldn't help but cry again. Chen Duo, I feel the happiest thing in my life to be able to marry you. Chen Duo, what did he hear? Autumn said she'd be happiest marrying him. Kiankikyo continued to choke. I forbid you to be presumptuous. You are the best, smartest, most powerful, most awesome, most talented, and most handsome man under the sky. Compared to you, I don't even feel like I'm worthy of you. Chen Duo felt that he had been blown sky high by Chen Chocho's rainbow farts, and now he was all in the clouds. Only in his heart, thousands of salutes were fired, and he felt that he had become the happiest man in the whole world. Chen Duo hugged Kiankikyo tightly as he retorted in a low voice. No, I only want you. You are the most precious in my heart. It's the best gift from heaven. Kiankikyo for him as heaven heard his heart to give him the best gift. From then on he has a playmate. His dad abandoned his mom, making him an illegitimate child. In order to survive, his mom had to leave him at home in order to earn money, so he was sensitive and early than his peers at an early age. At that time Autumn's mom, Auntie Summer, was the only one who didn't mind her mom and was still friends with her. She was very kind and often came to visit him at home with large bags of things. Then Auntie Sia's belly became round like a hidden balloon, and he was curious. Auntie Sia stroked his head and told him he would soon have a playmate. And sure enough 2 months later Auntie Sia gave birth to a cute little sister. When his mom took him to visit Auntie Sia in the hospital, he stared in wonder at the little doll whose tiny face was only the size of his palm. He reached out and poked her gently in the face with his fingers, and she grabbed his hand at once, holding on for dear life. Auntie Sia joked with a smile on her face that her sister liked him so much. How about letting her sister be his little daughter-in-law? He foolishly asked what the little daughter-in-law was. Auntie Sia smiled and said, it's the person who will stay with you for the rest of your life. At that moment he immediately shouted yes with joy that he would be with his sister for the rest of his life. Auntie Sia and Mom laughed out loud when they heard this, and the ward was filled with laughter. His memories of the day his little sister was born were of everyone being happy and his mom looking sad. When Auntie Sia asked him what he wanted to name his sister, he cocked his little head and thought hard for a moment. His little sister was born in the fall, and she will be his little daughter-in-law for the rest of her life. His name was Chen Duo, and her last name was Chien. He quickly came up with a name, Chien Chichio, exclusive Chiaki. The little sister will be his from now on. He will protect her well. So from the day she was born, she lived in his heart. In the noisy KTV, Xia Chuchu walked in with a white face. After walking out of the bathroom just now, she saw a man carrying a woman to the next compartment, and the woman kept kissing the man's neck. Even though she was an adult, it was the first time she had seen someone get a room in a setting like a KTV. Chu-chu, why don't you drink? A friend who was traveling with her urged Xia Chuchu. Oh, Xia Chuchu shivered her hands and brought the wine glass up to take a sip. Mommy, do you know what I just saw? A girl ran in full of gossip and spoke with gusto. They immediately gathered around the girl and looked at her with a curious face. What did you see? As to be so excited? The girl whispered. I just came over to see a man and a woman in the next box are madly doing that thing. That woman looks like she is taking a booster pill. So wavy Geez, you're not afraid to grow a needle's eye. The girl didn't have the heart to say. It's not like I saw it on purpose. They left their own door open. The woman was screaming too loud. So I was curious to take a look. No way. That's too open. Doing it straight in a karaoke bar. Do you sound envious or something? Want to try it with your boyfriend too? Asterisk 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 you. I didn't think that. If the door hadn't been left open, doing it in a KTV people wouldn't have noticed. After all, it's so loud in the music. Baby, why don't we try it too? A boy who was singing walked over and put his arm around one of the girls with an evil grin. He had a white paper bag in his hand, and the girls who knew about it were up in arms. And then the boy walked away with his arm around the girl's waist. Xia Chuchu saw this kind of scene for the first time. She was dragged over to play today by the girl beside her. They were a bunch of rich, wealthy kids and she wanted to blend in early and came in order to make some friends. I just didn't realize they were all so open. Watching the guys walk away with their girlfriends in their arms, and the rest of the male and female couples making out in the box. Xia Chuchu's face exploded red. She was a little scared as she saw this scene for the first time. The girl who brought her here took her hand and said, I'm sorry, Chu-chu. I didn't think they'd be like this. Let me take you back. The girl popularized to Xia Chuchu that a booster is an aphrodisiac while walking, and when she has seen more of these scenes she will not be surprised. Chapter 29, Xia Chuchu plays a trick. Geez, isn't this stuff contraband? Although Xia Chuchu raised some fish in her fish pond, she has always been a good girl image. These surly lives were really the first time she had seen some of them and she was a bit shocked. It's okay, just have the money. It's something they bought from abroad, and I have it too, so I'm giving it to you. Xia Chuchu's friend was indifferent and directly threw her a packet. Me? I don't need to. Xia Chuchu felt that this was a hot potato and she hurriedly threw it back. I'm giving you a long look. You're just too well behaved. But you're quite a boy magnet. The friend teased and threw it to Xia Chuchu again. Xia Chuchu didn't dare not to answer it. She was afraid that people would laugh at her for not being knowledgeable. She rushed the medicine into her bag and drove off. She thinks these rich boys play too wild for her to handle. It's better to have a boy like Chinduo, who can make money and looks good, and doesn't screw around. It was only when she overheard her aunt asking for Chinduo's help once that she realized that Chinduo was so capable. Since then, Chinduo has become a target she intends to approach, thinking that one day she can become Mrs. Chen. Thinking of this, Xia Chuchu drove to Qian's house. Hello Aunt Chen, is Qiuqiu at home? Xia Chuchu greeted Chen Yun in a well-behaved manner. Chen Yun has a good impression of Xia Chuchu, thinking that she is a well-behaved and understanding girl. She smiled and said, Hatsumomo, Autumn and the others moved out this afternoon. Xia Chuchu was a little confused. It was only then that Chen Yun remembered that they had gotten a license and hadn't had a wedding yet. So maybe Qiuqiu's uncle's family didn't know yet. She hurriedly explained. Oh, you don't know about Qiuqiu and Chen Duo's marriage, do you? They've already gotten a license, and the wedding will be held when Qiuqiu graduates. Xia Chuchu sniffed the blood on her face. They still have to have a wedding. I thought Chiaki didn't like Chen Duo? If you don't like it, why are you still hogging Chen Duo? This person, she will never allow them to be together. So Auntie Chin, do you know where they moved to? Qiuqiu's phone hasn't been ringing. I have something to find her. Xia Chuchu held back her hatred and softly asked Chen Yun. Chen Yun didn't even know that this girl had non-interest in her son and only took her words at face value. She hurriedly said, it's the villa halfway up the hill across the street. Chen Yun happily told Xia Chuchu. Her heart was quite proud. That villa was built by her son by his own ability to earn money. Oh, thank you Auntie Chen. Then I'll go over and look for Qiuqiu, so I won't bother you anymore. The smile on Xia Chuchu's face immediately disappeared as soon as she turned around. She hated Qian Kikiu in her heart. It seemed to her that Qian Kikiu was now living in her big villa, and it should all belong to her. Ma'am, a girl claiming to be your cousin is at the door looking for you. Sister-in-law Lu knocked on the door of Qian Qiuqiu's bedroom and said respectfully, cousin. As soon as Qian Kikiu heard it, she knew it was Xia Chuchu coming. How did she know that they had moved here? And at the thought that she had come here for Chen Duo, Qian Qiuqi glared at Chen Duo, who was attracting bees and butterflies. Chen Duo was innocent. He didn't know anything. He hurriedly explained, I don't know her well, I'm not the one who told her. Of course Qian Qiqi knew that it wasn't Chen Duo who told her. And he didn't like Xia Chuchu either. Even after she faked her death in her previous life, Chen Duo didn't look at Xia Chuchu. That's why Xia Chuchu madly beat her in the basement to vent the anger in her chest. I'm going down there for a minute, so stay here and organize things for me. Qian Qiuqiu didn't have the good sense to restrict Chen Duo to go downstairs. She just didn't give Xia Chuchu the chance to see Chen Duo. Chen Duo didn't know why Qiuqiu was angry and forbidding him to go down. Wasn't she on good terms with Xia Chuchu, her cousin? He didn't even think in the aspect that Qian Qiqi was jealous. Or rather this idea he didn't even dare to think about. He honestly obeyed and stayed upstairs, continuing to organize their things. Xia Chuchu's eyes glanced around as soon as she entered, with greed in her eyes. She scowled for a moment in a somewhat bad tone. Where's the cripple? Sister-in-law Lu sent tea over to hear this good-looking and lovely girl open her mouth to call their Mr. Crippled, which made the cynical and hateful her very angry. What's so pretentious? Coming into someone's home and being so uneducated to the host. Soon she heard the hostess say angrily, Chu-chu, I think I've already reminded you to call him cousin-in-law from now on. If you do that again, don't come next time. Sister-in-law Lu rolled her eyes at Xia Chuchu. It's best to have a little backbone, don't even come in the future, so as not to pollute the surrounding air. Xia Chuchu sniffs and her face turns red. She didn't expect Qian Qiqi to embarrass her in front of her subordinates. Was this idiot deliberately selling out in front of the subordinates to make Chen Duo drop his guard? Or had he really taken Chen Duo's side already? Xia Chuchu was thick-skinned enough and changed her face quickly. She immediately apologized in a soft manner. I'm sorry, cousin. I didn't think you'd become less of a hater of your cousin's husband after you got married. You used to force me to call him a cripple with you? Xia Chuchu thus apologized. But pretending to be an innocent victim pulled Qian Qiqi out as well. Shiaki Akira. Damn. She was probably a chef in her past life, right? So good at dumping pots. When had she ever called Chen Duo a cripple? She hated Chen Duo all the time by just not letting him be with her and ignoring him. Xia Chuchu and Lin Meixia, mother and daughter, know that she doesn't like Chen Duo. In order to please her, they would always call Chen Duo crippled in front of her. It's true that she didn't stop it though. Chen Qiuqiu secretly said that it was lucky that Chen Duo was not there. Otherwise he would have been sad to hear it. Forget about the past. From now on, Chen Duo will be your cousin's husband. What are you doing over here? Chen Qiuqiu was not in a good position to argue with her. After all, in the past, she did not stop them from calling Chen Duo crippled, and she had made a mistake. I just came by to remind you, borrowed, about your date with Eboshi tomorrow. Xia Chuchu originally wanted to say something about reminding Qian Qiqi to borrow money, but when she saw Chen Duo appear in the corridor on the second floor, she purposely raised her voice about the date. She was purposely saying this to Chen Duo to let him know that Qian Qiqi didn't like him, knowing that Qian Qiqi was going to cuckold him. He'd better be able to divorce Qian Qiqi in a fit of rage. Xia Chuchu's wishful thinking crackles in her. Her heart is happy because her scheme is successful. She sees Chen Duo pushing his wheelchair back to his room. Chen Duo didn't expect that once he pushed open the door and walked out to hear this matter. Tomorrow is Saturday. How can he forget so quickly that they have to date? He had been brainwashed by Qiuqiu's sweet words in the past 2 days and thought that Qiuqiu would stay by his side all the time? Chen Duo laughed sarcastically. He wanted to see what Qiuqiu would choose tomorrow? Chapter 30, Still Not Staying. Xia Chuchu saw Chen Duo leave. Then she accompanied Qian Qiuqiu to continue to make false accusations. Cousin, how's the matter of you helping to borrow money and your aunt talking about it? The family now has debtors chasing after them. Why don't you take me in, please? Qian Qiuqiu would not know Xia Chuchu's little plan. Leave her here, that is to lead the wolf into the house. Maybe in front of Chen Duo again. Xia Chuchu looked at this luxurious villa, especially since it was even bigger and more extravagant than the Qian family. Of course she was moved. She was going to live in, near the water. With her relationship with Qian Qiqi, she thought it would be easy for her to stay here. I'm sorry, Hatsa Momo. As you can see, there's only one auntie here in this big place in Chen Duo. He doesn't like to touch outsiders. Xia Chuchu was hit in the face in an instant. Qian Qiuqiu didn't keep her. Cousin, how can I be considered an outsider? We are good sisters, and this is such a big place I can just stay and keep you company. Xia Chuchu was not discouraged in the slightest. She has a thick skin just to stay. I'm not afraid with Chen Duo accompanying me. You'd better go back and spend more time with your aunt and uncle, or you won't have much of a chance when you get married. Qian Qiqi wasn't stupid. Did Xia Chuchu stay behind to keep her company? Xia Chuchu sniffs and puts on a pitiful face. But cousin, there are always debt collectors at home. I'm so scared. You are my cousin. You can't leave me alone? Compassion has little to do with Qian Qiuqiu, she said with a serious face. Chu, that's all the more reason for you to stay at home. How can you live here alone and leave your aunt and uncle at home to be threatened? At times like this, it's exactly when a family needs to support each other and work together. You're so good and responsible. Surely you won't abandon your aunt and uncle? Qian Qiqi directly put a high hat on Xia Chuchu's head. Moral kidnapping, who wouldn't? Xia Chuchu, Chiaki. This idiot, when did she become so eloquent? Chu, it's very late, so I won't keep you. You should go home early so that your aunt and uncle don't worry. Qian Qiqi stood up and sent people away. She was busy, but she didn't have time to accompany Xia Chuchu to pull the family. Xia Chuchu helplessly stood up, although intending to stay longer. It would be better to be able to stay because it's getting late. But now that Qian Qiqi has spoken out to kick people out, even if she has thick skin, she knows that she can't stay any longer. The underling, in particular, was already standing at the door waiting for her. Xia Chuchu is furious. An underling is so blatantly driving her away. When she becomes the mistress of this place in the future, the first thing she will do is fire her. Sister-in-law Lu sent her all the way out of the villa's courtyard gate. Miss Xia, be safe on the road. Xia Chuchu forced back the anger in her chest and smiled. Thank you, Mrs. Lu, bye. Sister Lu smiled and didn't say anything, but in her heart, she said, what, see again? It's best not to come. As soon as Xia Chuchu walked out of the iron gate, Sister Lu immediately put away her smile. What kind of people are they? They denigrate their mister so much and they want to come back next time. They are so thick-skinned. Chen Duo, have you finished organizing everything? Qian Qiqi smiled and encircled Chen Duo, who was sitting in front of the window in a daze. From behind, and the piles of things in the house had all been emptied, she rewardingly kissed Chen Duo on the side of his face. Well, it's late. Get cleaned up. Chen Duo removed Chiaki Chocho's hand around his neck and pushed the wheelchair in the direction of the bed. Chiquita? What's wrong with him? He doesn't seem too happy? Qian Qiqi chased after him and pulled Chen Duo's wheelchair to a stop. She walked over to Chen Duo and squatted down. What's wrong with you? Nothing. A little tired. I want to rest. Chen Duo lied in a serious manner. Of course Qian Qiqi didn't believe it. If he was tired, why didn't he lie down on the bed earlier to rest? Why even sit at the window waiting for her to come back? At first glance, he was angry with her. Nonsense. I think you're just being tough. Are you mad at me? Qian Qiqi came closer to Chen Duo, a pair of peach blossom eyes sizing him up with a light smile. Chen Duo turned his face to the side, his cheek sweeping over Chen Qiuqiu's red lips, as if a feather gently tickled his heart. His bad mood was alleviated when Chiaki noticed it and got her attention, and he didn't seem so angry anymore. So you want me to kiss you? Qian Qiqi flirted and kissed Chen Duo's cheek. After kissing several times one after another, she smiled and said, is it enough? Are you in a better mood? And are you still angry? The tips of Chen Duo's ears were tinged with rouge, and he gave a soft not bothering to speak again. It was enough for Qiuqiu to be able to coax himself like this. He couldn't be too greedy. She wouldn't necessarily go to tomorrow's date. When did he become so pretentious? Chen Duo persuaded himself, and his mood changed for the better. Okay, I'm going to take a shower then. When Qian Qiqi saw that she had coaxed the person into doing well, she was relieved and went to wash up. Xia Chuchu drove the car. The more she thought, the more angry she got. By what right can Qian Qiqi, that stupid, live in such a good house? It was her good fortune that she was able to live in the 1,000-family villa, that she was born in the right place. But the house she lives in now clearly belongs to her. Xia Chuchu. Chen Duo was the first one she found out about and the first one she looked at and moved on to. So why is it that in the end all of this is still Qian Qiqi's? She was unconvinced, and she realized that Qian Qiqi was actually not as innocent as she thought she was. She was fond of Jiang Shibi while enjoying everything that Chen Duo brought her. With this comparison, Xia Chuchu found out that Chen Qiuqiu is more tactful and scummy than her when it comes to finding a man. If her true colors were known by Chen Duo, I'm sure Chen Duo wouldn't be able to accept her. Xia Chuchu secretly said that tomorrow Jiang Shibu and Qian Qiqi's date. She must put more effort. Men can't accept their own wives. It's just cheating and so on. If you want Chen Duo to completely loathe Qian Qiqi, then you can only let Jiang Shibu make a sacrifice. Xia Chuchu thought that Jiang Shibi hates Qian Qiqi so much that he probably won't sell his sex for himself. Since this is the case, she can't be blamed for playing tricks. Xia Chuchu made up her mind to discredit Qian Qiuqiu, and in the end, Chen Duo abandoned her. Baby girl, you're back. How did it go with Autumn borrowing the money? As soon as Lin Meixia saw Xia Chuchu, she hurriedly cared about Qian Qiqi borrowing money. Xia Chuchu sniffed, very annoyed. Borrowing money. Their family can't get away from Qian Qiqi's help? When she's with Chen Duo, the money is a matter of minutes. Baby, have you borrowed it or not? This is about whether or not our family can break into the upper-class business circle. Lin Meixia's face was eager. This money was borrowed early. She was one step closer to Mrs. Mansion. Not yet. Natsuki dropped the sentence and went back to her room. Her mom didn't understand her at all. Chapter 31. She went to the appointment after all. Moving over yesterday was too hasty, and Qian Qiqi didn't even have time to take a good look at the villa that Chen Duo had built especially for himself. After breakfast, he pushed Chen Duo up and down the stairs. Chen Duo, what is this empty room for? Chiaki looked at a vacant room not far from their bedroom. It was empty, not to mention that it hadn't been decorated in any way. A thin red rose on Chen Duo's face as he sniffed, and he coughed somewhat awkwardly. This one is the baby's room. The reason for leaving this room empty in the first place was with the idea of giving it to Chiaki Chocho to design on her own when she moved in. Her future child's bedroom should be left to her to design. But of course he couldn't be so generous as to design a room for a child she had with another man. That would be torture for him. I just didn't realize that now that he and Chocho had moved in. Wasn't that a disguised way of saying that he was fantasizing about Chocho giving birth to his child? What would Autumn think? Would she think she was being too whimsical? Is there only one nursery? It's too lonely for one child. Chiaki didn't think about it so much, voicing her opinion. She used to be an only child and had no playmates but to hug her ragdolls, which was very lonely. As soon as her words fell, the taut string in Chen Duo's heart snapped. Chocho, this is not minding that she is a cripple willing to give him children. And more than one? No, never mind. There's lots of rooms that can be later remodeled. Chen Duo was a bit incoherent with excitement. As long as Chocho was willing to give him a child, the baby room would be enough. He had bought all this land, so the big deal was to expand the villa a bit more. Kiankikiyu was relieved to hear that her goal was to have 3 children, preferably 2 sons and a daughter. Both sons are brothers and the daughter is a sister, so that the sister has 2 brothers to spoil. It was all she had always dreamed of, but unfortunately she hadn't achieved it. But she could help her daughter achieve it. But it will require good cooperation from the father of the child. After all, it is he who decides on the birth of a boy or a girl. Well, let's go look somewhere else. Kiankikiyu didn't notice Chen Duo's abnormality as she pushed Chen Duo to continue walking forward. One of the front rooms is a large study with a tatami mat placed next to the floating window. Outside the floating window you can see a row of banana trees, perfect for lying down on a rainy day and listening to the sound of rain hitting the bananas. This study is literally a small library with many shelves of books. Kiankikiyu pushed Chen Duo inside, and surprisingly found a bed at the innermost part. Is this a study where you can just lay down and go to sleep when you're tired of studying? Chen Duo was embarrassed to see this bed. This was actually his bad taste. He thought that in the future, if Chocho and her future husband had a fight, she could drive the person to the study to sleep. But now the man was him, and to his death he didn't want to sleep in the den. He secretly thought he'd have to throw this bed out. It's still you who are more considerate. It's quite nice to put a bed here. In the future, when you're tired of working or reading, you can lie down and sleep for a while. Kiankikiyu praised from the bottom of her heart. Chen Dok. Chocho surprisingly didn't think of anything else. That's good. Chen Duo was secretly glad that it was just not good enough to move the bed for a while. After strolling around the second floor for a while, they went up to the third floor. The third floor was mainly a recreational area with a home theater, a dance room, a gym, and so on. Well, where do you think it still needs some remodeling? After strolling around all morning, Chen Duo softly asked Kiankikiyu. This would be their home from now on, so of course they had to make Chocho satisfied and live comfortably. Kiankikiyu smiled and said, it's quite good. There's nothing to change for the time being. As for the nursery that needs to be changed, that's a couple years away and there's no rush to get started. Okay, all as you wish. Chen Duo smiled dotingly. Did you have all the flowers in the garden planted? Kiankikiyu asked curiously. She was surprised that Chen Duo knew himself so well, planting all her favorite flowers. It was rare for her to reveal what flowers she liked in front of her family, and there were many varieties of flowers growing in the Chien family's garden, most of which were her mother's favorite flowers. Chiaki Chocho forgot that a flower questionnaire had popped up on her computer a long time ago, and she had filled it out sparingly, so Chen Dudu knew all about it. Well, random people had them planted. If you don't like it, pull it up and plant something else. Chen Duo covered up his mind. He didn't want Chocho to know that he had secretly played some tricks on her. No, I like them all. Kiankikiyu smiled and waved her hand. Chen Duo would smile at her words. It was enough that she liked it. As for the process she didn't need to know, as long as the result was something she liked. Mr. and Mrs. It's time to eat. Sister-in-law Lu stood at the doorway and greeted them in the courtyard. Let's go. It's time to eat. Kiankikiyu pushed Chen Duo back. Sister-in-law Lu's cooking was good. Kiankikiyu ate happily, and Chen Duo followed suit and ate an extra half bowl of rice. He enjoyed moving out with Chiaki Autumn. Just the two of them. Autumn could be with him all the time. Just him. After eating, Kiankikiyu dragged Chen Duo to take a nap. In fact, she was the only one who had to sleep, and she fell asleep shortly after lying down. Chen Duo, however, didn't have any sleepiness. Today was Saturday. He didn't want Chocho to go out to meet Jiang Shibi. He wanted to stop Chocho from going out. Chen Duo, who originally had no sleepiness at all, actually gradually fell asleep after hugging Chiyo. He eventually didn't hold out and fell asleep, and shortly after he did, Chiaki woke up. She looked at the time on her cell phone and accompanied Chinduo to lie down for a while longer. Seeing that it was almost time, she then slowly and leisurely got up from her bed. After changing her clothes, she went out. Before leaving the door, Chenchio went and also purposely greeted Lu's sister-in-law and said, "When Chen-duo wakes up, tell him that I'm going out for a while and will be back soon." Qiankikyo's car had only left when Chen-duo woke up. He reached out and touched his side. Empty? He opened his eyes in panic and looked around the room. No one was there. Chen-duo hurriedly pushed his wheelchair downstairs. And downstairs, in addition to Lu's sister-in-law, he did not see Chiyo's figure. In fact, before he went downstairs, a voice in his head was already reminding him that Chiyo had better go to his appointment. But he still took a chance and had to go downstairs to find it. He didn't believe that the woman who had said in the morning that she was willing to bear children for him had abandoned him in the afternoon in order to meet her lover. "Sir, the missus told me to tell you that she's gone out and will be back soon." Mrs. Lu's words instantly pushed Chen-duo into the abyss, and the bloody reality destroyed all his flukes and expectations. "Autumn, you finally betrayed me." Chen-duo's heart was like a knife. All of this was showing that Qiankikyo's closeness to himself was nothing more than an illusion, and in the end he had to face reality. Chapter 32. Qiankikyo drove halfway to the road with Xiaochuchu a phone call to inform the change of place. In a KTV to meet. She didn't take it seriously and drove to that KTV. Chen-duo sat in his study with a sullen face, looking at Chen-chio's tracking and positioning system. The map on the computer showed that she was at a KTV. His grip on the cell phone loosened and tightened and loosened again. He was tempted to call Chiaki Chocho and ask her to come back, but another little person in his mind jumped out condescendingly and mocked him for having unrealistic fantasies even at this point. "Who do you think you are? You can call Chocho back with one phone call? Oh, if you cripple were really capable of that, she wouldn't have left you. Don't think that you're too happy to find your way out just because Chocho Tian coaxes you. You're just a plaything for her to relieve her boredom, and you really take yourself seriously. Chocho, how could you possibly like a loser? You're giving yourself too much face. Aren't you tired of living in fantasy every day?" Chen-duo couldn't stand the cynicism of the villain in his mind towards him, and he clenched his fists and pounded furiously on the table, trying to drive away the voice that was rubbing salt into his bloody wounds. "No, that's not it." Chocho was true to him. She probably had a date to sing with someone else, not necessarily Jiang Shibi. Chen-duo clenched his fist and rubbed it on the computer desk. His hand was worn through the skin, but he couldn't feel a single ounce of pain. It was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. He was struggling to find reasons and excuses for Chiaki, but then realized that they were too thin and were quickly overturned. Kissing a few times and then drifting off. You're afraid you've traveled from ancient times, right? Nowadays there are many men and women kissing each other. How many of them have real feelings? That's right, sleeping is a one-night stand. What's so rare? People are just teasing you. You still want to be with them for a long time. Childish, that's right. Who doesn't know how to say sweet words? Who doesn't know how to say sweet things when there are so many scummy men and women around? Chen-duo didn't want to pay attention to the voice in his heart as he covered his ears and yelled. No matter what, he wouldn't let go, even if she wasn't true to herself. He wanted her to act with him for the rest of his life. If it's to tease him to relieve his boredom, then he must be teased for the rest of his life. If you provoke him, you will never let him go. As soon as Qiankikyo entered the door, she saw Jiang Shibi and Xiaochuchu sitting next to each other. She laughed in her heart, really not avoiding suspicion. How stupid was she in the past that she didn't realize it when it was so obvious. Her heart and eyes were completely blinded by so-called affection, causing her to lose her mind. "Cousin, you're here. Come over and sit down." Xiaochuchu hurriedly stood up and pulled Qiankikyo between her and Jiang Shibi. After her gentle coaxing just now, Jiang Shibi has already promised to sing well with Qiankikyo tonight. Sitting in the middle of them, Xianxiuqiu felt incomparably disgusted and diaphoretic, and even felt that she was like a Milky Way drawn by the Queen Mother with a hairpin, blocking Xiaochuchu and Jiang Shibi, a pair of lovers, dog and man. She stood up, walked over to Xiaochuchu and sat next to her, intending to fulfill her and Jiang Shui. Since they love each other so much, Chiaki is determined to get them together sooner rather than later. Let's see if they really love each other until death do them part. "Cousin, what song are you singing? You and Jiang Shibi should sing a song together." Xiaochuchu spares no effort to set up Qiankikyo and Jiang Shibi, and orders a love song duet for them as soon as they come up. Qiankikyo wouldn't sing a love song with Jiang Shibi. This scum, it's just an act she wouldn't want to do. The thought of him even trying to turn himself into a tool to enlist his collaborators in his previous life made Qiankikyo's entire body break out in goosebumps and nausea. Cloaked in the skin of a wolf, using her to count to the bone crumbs do not want to be left. In this life, he will let him eat his own evil. and will definitely not give him a chance to climb up. Should have a look. Do not be a few days of people can hide the moral appearance under the nature. Kiankikyo waved her hand and said, "No, my voice isn't too comfortable these days. You guys sing and I'll just listen." Jiang Shibi saw that Kiankikyo was so sensible, and his face towards her eased a few points. He looked at Xia Chuchu with a delighted face. The affection in his eyes was about to overflow. Kiankikyo felt a chill of evil. Hypocritical dog man, if he truly likes Xia Chuchu, why did he even get close to himself in the first place? The desire to escape and watch himself chasing after his ass is frankly nothing more than a man's vanity, as well as out of a measure of interest. In her previous life, she hadn't helped Jiang Shibi a lot. Jiang Shibi's capital to start the company, as well as the technology were all her support. But Jiang Shirbei enjoyed all that she brought him while being disgusted with hurting her. It was disgusting and classless. Such a man she really blind to see. This life should let him and Xia Chuchu battle. Try who will be slightly better. Xia Chuchu dodged at the eyes of Jiang Shui looking over. Although she was quite proud of the fact that Jiang Shibi just didn't like Kiankikyo and only liked her, this was not the right occasion for him to be discharging himself at her. Xia Chuchu hurriedly stole a glance at Kiankikyo, just afraid that she would see something. When she finds Kiankikyo looking down at her phone, she is then relieved. "Hatsumomo, you guys sing? I'm waiting?" Autumn pretended not to know anything, and with an innocent look on her face, she wanted the two of them to sing a love song to each other. Jiang Shibi took the lead and sang, and Xia Chuchu realized that Kiankikyo was as stupid as ever, and she followed with a reassuring song. Soon the two of them were face to face, eye to eye, singing love songs with reckless abandon. Kiankikyo pulled out her phone and secretly filmed them, which was evidence of their love for each other in the future. After all, these four eyes, implied love cannot deceive people. After taking the video, she picked up the drink poured on the table and took a few sips, enjoying their performance with a smile on her face. After singing the song, Xia Chuchu said with a smile on her face, "Cousin, let's play a dice rolling game. The boy who loses drinks and the girl drinks." Kiankikyo looked at her phone, thinking that it was still early to play with them for a while. It was natural that there were losers and winners in this kind of game, so Qianxiuqiu couldn't help but drink some beverages. Jiang Shirbei also lost a few games and drank a few cans of beer. After Xia Chuchu lost a few games and drank some juice, she suddenly stood up and said, "You guys sit down. I'll go order some more drinks." Kiankikyo didn't miss a wicked smile at the corner of Xia Chuchu's mouth. She seriously suspected that she had used some means, so she switched her cup with Xia Chuchu's and said, "Don't try to escape. Drink this cup before you say anything." Jojo almost disliked Xia Chuchu must be poured down. Xia Chuchu did not perceive the abnormality, helplessly smiled and drank it down. Chapter 33, Asking for Help from Chen Duo. Not long after Qianxiuqiu discovered the difference in her body, she knew that she was still negligent and gave Xia Chuchu an opportunity to take advantage of it. Understanding, she hurriedly ran out the runway on her feet. "I'm going to the restroom." Kiankikyo didn't expect that after being reborn and changing some things, Xia Chuchu's methods were even more poisonous. Kiankikyo hurriedly ran to the restroom. She kept washing her face with cold water, trying to clear her head, but it didn't seem to help. So how could she go back in peace? Kiankikyo hid into the bathroom cubicle, afraid that Xia Chuchu would find a way over, and also afraid that others would see her embarrassment at the moment. "Help me, quick!" Chiaki Chochio dialed Chen Duo's number. At the moment it was as if she was walking in the desert under the sun's rays, her bare feet stepping on the hot sand, so hot that she wanted to escape. Chen Duo was so scared when he heard Kiankikyo's voice that he hurriedly pushed his wheelchair downstairs, and he couldn't care less whether he liked going out or not. He called his people and soon a low-profile black sedan appeared in the courtyard. A strong and brawny pugilist came down from the car, and with a respectful face, he walked up to Chen Duo and called out to the boss. Chen Duo said with an eager face, "Right, send me to Queen KTV in the south of the city, and be quick." Right only saw the boss on the computer, always a cool and indifferent look. It was the first time he had seen his boss and noticed that other expressions appeared on his face, and they were still very flustered, very different from his usual calm and strategizing look. "Come on, drive faster." Chen Duo tightly gripped his cell phone, constantly urging Right to speed up and drive faster. Kiankikyo was about to collapse. The cramped space was stuffy, suffocating her. One is like baking in the hot sun and is tempted to go for a dip in cold water. She clenched her teeth desperately, afraid that the sound of her voice coming out of her cubicle would draw attention to her. She tugged lightly at the collar of her shirt and pulled it back when she came to her senses. This torture was driving her crazy, and at the moment her heart only hoped that Chen Duo would show up soon. After Wright had parked the car with a drift, he hurriedly put the car pedal down and Chen Duo came out pushing his wheelchair. Quickly, Chen Duo looked at the red dot in his phone and went to find Chiaki Chocho based on where the red dot was. Soon he appeared in the ladies' restroom, Wright's tall frame blocking the restroom door. "Chocho, where are you?" Chen Duo anxiously shouted. knocking on the door of the cubicle as he did so. "Ah, pervert," the girl in the cubicle screamed. Chen Duo proceeded inside and knocked on the second room. "Ah, rascals, ah." The girls in the restroom opened the door and screamed as they rushed out, and Right immediately stepped aside to let them go. Autumn and autumn. Before Chen Duo's words fell, Xian Chicho's low, mosquito voice came from the innermost part of the room. "Chen Duo, I'm here." The door was opened from the inside, and Chiaki came out messily. After seeing Chen Duo, her taut nerves loosened at this moment. She hugged Chen Duo and sat on the wheelchair. Bending down low, he clumsily and inappropriately kissed Chen Duo in a haphazard manner, muttering, "Hot." It seemed that only by being near him did she feel a rush of coolness. The hand placed on his back was met with a cold touch. Chen Duo hoisted her into his arms, preventing her from moving around. He called out to Right, who then walked in and pushed them out the door. After reaching the car, he let go of Chiaki Chocho and threw her in the back seat. He was so enraged by Kian Kikyu along the way that he was really afraid that he would transform into an animal. Chiaki was desperately searching for a relief from the heat as she quickly climbed up from the back seat. Her hand reached for Chen Duo again, and the cool touch caused her to sigh tersely in comfort. But soon she got greedy again and wasn't satisfied with this little bit of refreshment. Chen Duo's wheelchair was fixed, which gave Chiaki Chocho great convenience. She once again got into the wheelchair and sat on his lap. Reaching around his neck, he leaned down and kissed him, still tugging at his shirt. Chen Duo raised the partition in the back row, concealing Chiaki Chocho's scenery from leaking out. His large grasp took hold of her small, soft, boneless, yet unusually indulgent hand. Chiaki Chocho was uncertain and looked at Chen Duo pitifully, watery light hidden in her eyes. Chen Duo's heart throbbed at this look, and he felt that he was going to die in Chen Chocho's hands sooner or later. It was a lingering torture for him. She looked at him with such a pitiful little look that he was on fire inside and just wanted to bully as hard as he could. He reached up and covered the crime-inducing eyes. The ordeal was too hard for him. He really couldn't take it anymore. Chocho's hand was instantly freed by his release, and it slipped into Chen Duo's collar like a loach. As soon as her hand touched her skin, she sighed softly in comfort. "It's so cool." She leaned over and kissed Chen Duo, kissing him carelessly on his face. Chen Duo could only mute his voice and urge Right to speed up, and speed up again. Right never took his foot off the gas the entire time, racing all the way. Finally Chen Duo arrived home after this long ordeal. He trapped Chiaki's clothes in his arms to stop her from continuing her bad behavior. Right pushed them into the villa without looking at them, pushed them to the door of their room, and then turned away with a calm face. Chen Duo held Kian Kikyu in one hand and pushed the wheelchair with the other, bringing the person into the bathroom. He threw her in the tub and turned on the shower and drenched her body. Soon Chiaki Chocho was soaked to the skin, her shirt dress clinging to her skin, revealing her delicate curves. Chandu realized it was him who needed a drenching now. Lying in the bathtub to cool off, Kian Kikyu also did not forget to continue to make trouble. She laughed and splashed water on Chen Duo. Chen Duo was confused. His mind went blank, and his hand holding the spray stopped in place. From Chiaki Akira stood up from the bathtub and laughed as she mischievously splashed water on him. Fully up from the water, her clothes were now clinging to her, outlining all the contours of her body, and he could even clearly say all the numbers of her figure. Chen Duo just froze on the spot. Before he could react in any way, Chiquita had already stepped away and sat on him. She seems to have discovered where the cool air is for her to stay and knows how to relieve the symptoms of heatstroke. The spices that Xia Chuchu had secretly put in didn't get any relief through the cool water, and she was still fooling around as usual. Chen Duo dialed Right's number, and now only a doctor could save her. The seriousness of this matter has gone beyond his knowledge and has become even more problematic. Chapter 34, Finding a Doctor. Kian Kikyu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck, muttering and begging him for help. Chen Duo sat upright in his wheelchair, trying to restrain himself, but Kian Kikyu didn't give him a chance. She leaned down and clumsily kissed Chen Duo, all the time pleading for him to help her. Chen Duo said hoarsely, "Chocho, look at me. Who am I?" He was the one she hated, the one she'd always wanted to run away from. If he helped her, she would definitely regret it in the future. He didn't want to commit a villainous act when she wasn't conscious. "I know, you're Chen Duo, my husband." Chiaki Chocho was a little dissatisfied with his knowing question and bit his thin lips. The tight string in the brain of Chen Duo who ate the pain was completely broken, and with a face of excitement, he excitedly turned passivity into initiative and seized her red lips. The temperature in the bathroom was rising, and the heat on the two men embracing the kiss did not ease, but rather intensified. A sudden gust of wind blew through the window, bringing a touch of coolness to Chen Duo. The heat wave that had flung straight into his mind was doused, and he regained a moment of clarity. He knew that if something happened today, he could lose Chiaki Chocho for the rest of his life. Forever. Chen Duo pushed Chiaki into the bathtub with force, and Chiaki directly tugged on his arm to drag him in as well. Without waiting for Chinduo to react, Kiankikyo directly straddled his lap. She leaned over and brought her red lips to his, kissing him clumsily. Chinduo tugged on her arm and pressed the person towards the water, saying darkly, "Chocho, it'll be alright soon. The doctor will be here soon." He confined Chiaki Chocho and held her as they soaked in the cold water together. Listening to her hard wailing, Chinduo only hoped that the doctor would come soon, which would be a relief for both of them. After 10 minutes or so, but to Chinduo it seemed like a century of agony, there was a knock at the door and Wright's voice rang out. "Boss, the doctor has arrived." Chinduo's eyes were dark as he looked at the drenched Kiankikyo, and he said in a mute voice, "Wait a moment. Good girl, don't move. The doctor is here and it won't be hard anymore." Chinduo lightly coaxed Chienchicho, soothing her not to move. By this time he realized once again how useless his crippled self was, and how much trouble he was having even trying to get out of this bathtub. His hands climbed over the edge of the tub and he braced himself hard enough to roll out and sit in the wheelchair. He fetched a bath towel and pulled Chiaki Chocho up from the bathtub, wrapping her body in the towel and holding her in his arms. "Come in." Only after doing this did Chinduo shout at the door. It was then that Wright pushed open the door and walked in with the doctor, who took the medication and syringes out of the medical kit he was carrying. Kiankikyo struggled in fear at the sight. She had been afraid of injections since she was a child, and would rather eat bitter pills than injections. "Chendu, I'm afraid. You let him go." Kiankikyo begged Chenduo for help with a sobbing voice. She didn't want the injection. It was too scary. Chenduo forced himself to hold the person tightly in his arms with his heartache, so that she was not allowed to move. Icy eyes looked at the doctor, signaling him to hurry up and stop dawdling. As the needle was inserted into Chiaki Chocho's skin, she bit down on Chenduo's shoulder in painful retaliation, biting hard as she let out her anger. Chenduo stifled her vengeance. It was better than her hating herself after she came to her senses. Soon the medicine began to take effect, and Kiankikyo loosened her teeth and leaned into Chenduo's arms and passed out. The doctor saw this and said, "Sir, there's no more harm done. Just get some sleep and you'll be fine. Thanks a lot." Chenduo thanked the doctor before turning his head back to Wright. "Send the doctor back." Wright led the way out with the doctor, who followed close behind. Good professionalism, not having his eyes wandering or saying a word more. The moon slowly shifted its orbit, and the stars were hiding their light. In the latter half of the night when all was silent, Kiankikyo's consciousness gradually returned, and the whole person woke up. She opened her eyes and by the faint glow from the bedside nightlight she saw that the clothes on her body had been changed and a nightgown put on, but her lower half felt empty. She seemed to think of something and blushed so red she could have dripped blood. Everything that happened after she was hit she remembered. The more she thought about it the more her face rolled. Shame on her. She had practically gone up and down on Chenduo, and such a passion itself wouldn't scare Chenduo, would it? To think that he would have preferred to call in a doctor later on rather than save him with his body. Kiankikyo was inexplicably depressed. They were husband and wife. Does this person dislike her? Or is he afraid she'll be angry when she's sober? Kiankikyo chose the latter without even thinking about it, secretly saying that this person really loved her miserably, thinking that she had ended up beneficially biting him. Kiankikyo hurriedly went to pull Chenduo's clothes, wanting to see how the injury was and if there was any bleeding. Chenduo, who was a very light sleeper, reached out and grabbed Chiaki Chocho's hand, and he opened his eyes mistakenly believing that Chiaki Chocho's medication hadn't yet resolved. He whispered, "What's wrong? Is it still hard?" With that he reached for his cell phone on the nightstand, ready for Wright to get another doctor. Chiaki muffled no hard feelings, seeing Chenduo holding a cell phone. She was puzzled. "Who are you calling in the middle of the night?" Chenduo stopped pressing the green dialing button when he heard this, and he looked at Chiaki Chocho and said, "You woke up from your nap? I'm sorry. I just wanted to see my bite wound. I didn't intentionally. You know I'm afraid of needles. Don't call me a doctor next time. We're married." Kiankikyo hurriedly apologized in shame and embarrassment, only to then get more and more outrageous in order to cover up her heart's weakness. "There will be a next time?" Chenduo said in a cold voice. Kiankikyo had a jolt and hurriedly said, "Nope, nothing more." This time it was her carelessness. She didn't expect Xia Chuchu to see her and Chenduo living together and then doggedly jumped over the wall and came up with this underhanded trick. "Let me take a look at your wounds," she said as Chenduo loosened his grip on her. Chenduo secretly thought that if she wanted to look at it, let her look at it. Maybe this could even provoke her to feel guilty and treat herself better. He wasn't ashamed of his dark thoughts while thinking that even if she didn't love him, it would be okay for her heart to ache for him. Kiankikyo was shocked when she ripped it open. A greenish-purple bite mark was unusually striking. "Time is a bit long." The blood stasis also spread some. She kissed it heartily and whispered, "Does it still hurt?" The temperature of the place licked by her fragrant tongue rose steeply as if it had been roasted by fire. Chenduo tensed his body, not daring to speak. He was afraid that making a sound at this time would make Chocho sense his abnormality. Does this hurt? Kiankikia lightly opened her red lips and asked after her with a charming voice. After seeing the scars on Chen Duo's body, she was both distressed and heartbroken. She wanted to tell Chen Duo with practical actions that she was actually willing to bond with him whether it was important or not. Autumn, it's late. Go to sleep. Chen Duo pushed Chiakikyo away and turned his back. Chapter 35 Lovers Doing Happy Things. Kiankikyo hugged him from behind and said in a somewhat aggrieved tone, I've been like this, and you're still unmoved. Do you dislike me? Chen Duo sniffed and hurriedly turned around. He excitedly grabbed Kiankikyo's hand and said, Chiyo, do you mean what I think you mean? Kiankikyo lowered her head, red-faced and shy. What do you think? People are so proactive. Do you dislike me? Chen Duo was overjoyed at the words. All of his pretense of calmness was discarded at this moment. There was only one thought in his mind. He was going to have this woman soon. He frantically grinded Kiankikyo's red lips, wanting to convey all the joyful excitement he was filled with to her. There are lovers doing happy things, and the moon is shyly hiding behind a cloud. In short, something indescribable happened. I wanted to write about the joy of Chen Duo getting what he wanted, but I couldn't get past how to write it, and I've changed it a few times. Now I can't even express my inner excitement. My heart is very tired. I don't want to write anymore. Let's make up our own minds. To summarize, borrowing from Tang Yin's poem, the night rain on Wushan is not full of joy, and the two heads are upside down. The jade dragon coiled. It's hard to declare love for ordinary pleasures, but it's a general feeling to add to the rest of the feelings. Chen Duo hugged her and kissed her flushed cheeks, as if trying to convey his excitement and thrill to her. At the moment, his world was overflowing with haze, light spilling over all corners and chasing away all darkness. His previously dim world has since become colorful. Autumn, autumn. Chen Duo lightly shouted her name. Let me through. My mind is broken. Shouting a name is marked red. What the hell? It seems like you want to melt the name into your bones and blood and never part from it. Chiaki dodged his kiss. His passion was too much for her to handle. Don't. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Chiaki Chochio said with an unsteady breath. She was so tired she didn't want to move. She just wanted to sleep. Seeing that Chen Duo was still kissing himself, Kiankiki was really afraid that he would do it again. She couldn't carry it anymore. Chen Duo kissed her cheeks insatiably and coaxed her lightly. Good girl. Don't worry about sleeping. Kiankiki then closed her eyes with relief. She was really tired after this tossing and turning. Soon Chen Duo heard her light snoring, and he smiled contentedly as he looked at Kiankiki's sleeping face. She was utterly her own now, and she had committed herself to him willingly and soberly. At the thought of this, the villain that prevailed in Chen Duo's heart stomped and rubbed the villain that had denigrated him and Chochio in the afternoon on the ground. He finally raised his eyebrows and toed the line. Chochio is just sincere to him. Chochio is fond of him. Xia Chuchu, who has eaten her own in the KTV, is also deep in the mud and can't extricate herself. Under the dim lights of the KTV, Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibi stirred together and were doing shy things. Indescribable. This dim environment also greatly stimulated their senses, and Xia Chuchu couldn't care less about being reserved. She could only move with her nature. Jiang Shibi's heart naturally fluttered with excitement in the face of the girl he had been pursuing but couldn't catch up with. The two men's joyful voices lingered indoors, like pleasant wind chimes to the ears. Can't describe it in too many words. Anyway, they're together. Xia Chuchu moved a stone to stone herself and ended up selling herself. When Kiankiki woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. The naughty and nice sunlight slipped into the house through the curtains, and Chiaki Chochio saw the blinding sunlight when she opened her eyes. She reached up to cover her eyes, and the movement was like a tug that tore through her entire body. Hiss! She cried out softly in pain. Holy! She hurt all over now like she'd been brutally beaten. What's wrong? Chen Duo's anxious voice rang out. It was only then that Kiankikyo remembered that there was someone lying beside her, and also remembered everything that had happened last night. Her face instantly exploded red, and she mumbled in a thin, mumbling voice, No, nothing. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? I may have been too rough last night. For the first time, Chen Duo manipulated it all with a surge of excitement and brute force, so he didn't know if he was giving Chochio a bad experience. No, Kiankikia said shyly. To ease the awkwardness, she whispered, What time is it? It's 11:30. Are you hungry? I'll go and bring you your meal then. With that, Chen Duo got up. He had been waiting for Kiankikia to wake up, knowing that she hadn't eaten breakfast, and fearing that she would be hungry. He called early in the morning to have Mrs. Lu prepare lunch early. Kiankikyo sniffed and hurriedly pulled Chen Duo red-faced. Don't, I'll go down to eat. If she had eaten in her room, would Mrs. Lu, as a passerby, not know what had happened to them last night? Chen Duo sat up in the wheelchair and said, Then do you want me to carry you to wash up? No need. Chiaki took 3 steps off the bed and stumbled just as her legs went weak on the ground. When Chen Duo saw this, He hurriedly pushed the wheelchair over, and Qian Kikyo held out her palm to him, meaning for him to stay away. She awkwardly took small steps to the bathroom, and Chen Duo was quite proud and honored in his heart as he watched her walk with a limp posture. Chiaki Chochio held back the soreness in her body and quickly closed the bathroom door behind her as she looked in the mirror to see what difference she had made. She noticed that she had added a bit of femininity to her brow, a change from her previous youthfulness and tenderness. Thinking about her previous life, she was a girl until she died. Finally in this life she became Chen Duo's woman, his real wife. Looking at the dry clothes on her body, Qian Kikia knew that Chen Duo must have cleaned up for her last night. Her face reddened at the thought, and in her heart she was touched by Chen Duo's thoughtfulness. In this generation, she was going to love Chen Duo well, have children for him, and definitely not let him be alone. She secretly guessed that it must be that the gods couldn't stand her stupidity, which gave her the chance to be reborn and make up for the mistakes she had made. Autumn, are you done? Chen Duo had been guarding the bathroom door, just in case something happened to Chochio. This once there was nothing more to be heard. He suffered and couldn't help rambling. Does Autumn regret it? Will Autumn not be able to think about it? Autumn won't do anything stupid in there, will she? Well, I'll be right out, Qian Kikyo promised softly. Hearing that her voice did not sound sad, Chen Duo's heart that had been hanging in the air was released and he let out a long breath. As long as Chochio wasn't unwilling and didn't regret it, it was enough. He would love her forever in his life and never hurt her. Chapter 36, Chickens. Come on, let's go down and eat. The bathroom door was opened and Chiaki walked out with a smile on her face. Chen Duo happily reached out and held her, and the two of them walked out with happy faces. Mr. and Mrs. You're up. The rice and vegetables are hot in the pot. I'll serve them. Sister Lu turned around with a smile on her face and went back to the kitchen. Qian Kikyo sniffed and blushed. Sister Lu's words were already very blunt. This was knowing that they had only just woken up from their sleep. Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikyo's shy appearance and laughed. Let's go. Go over and sit. Qian Kikyo looked like a little daughter-in-law, shyly following Chen Duo to the restaurant and sitting down beside him. Mrs. Lu watched the interaction between them and smiled with a happy face. She's lived here for 2 years and the house has been empty and unoccupied. She just takes care of a little cleaning and has been waiting for the owner to move in. When her son became very ill, he was desperately short of money. It was through this job and Chen Duo's help that she was able to raise the huge amount of money for her son's medical expenses and save his life. So she was always grateful to Chen Duo, the man of the house. It was by chance that Chen Duo found Mrs. Lu's request for help on the internet, and thought that her son, who was only a teenager, would have to endure the torment of the disease and might have to leave before he could see the world properly. This reminds Chen Duo of himself. The car accident when he was 10 years old took away his legs and everything he had, and since then his world has been gray. Qian Kikyo was the only colorful bright light in his world, but unfortunately gradually this light dissipated with it. He became more and more reticent, silently afraid to approach this light. Out of empathy for Sister Lu's son, Chen Duo helps her and asks her to help clean this villa given to Chochio. This villa was built and completed by Chen Duo in time for Chochio's 18th birthday, but at that time he couldn't give it away, and Qian Kikyo treated himself as if he were heir, and didn't pay any attention to him at all. So Chen Duo had kept it, and had wanted to wait until Chiaki Chochio got married, so that Chiaki Yafeng could give it to Chiaki Chochio as a wedding room in his name. I just didn't expect the peaks to turn and the road ahead to become dark. Chen Duo ended up living with Qian Kikyo, and he got what he wanted. While Chen Duo and Qian Kikyo are sweetly eating lunch on their side, Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibu and Queen TKV are not so happy. After Xia Chuchu knew that she lost her virginity to Jiang Shibi, she hugged her clothes and cried sadly. This is her first time. How can she give it to Jiang Shibi? She was just playing along with him, but she wasn't trying to be that way with him. Once he thought about his family's upper middle class background. His family also had their own company, but compared to Chen Duo, it was still far worse. In Xia Chuchu's eyes, Jiang Shushi was still just a young and tender student, which is like Chen Duo young but just like a mature and stable man, and worth more than $1 billion. Hatsumomo, don't cry, I'll take care of it. Jiang Shushu hands and feet to comfort Xia Chuchu. He also do not know what is going on. The body is very hot, then confused she happened this. Hatsumomo is so pure and flawless, she must not be able to accept it. Jiang Shibi was remorseful in his heart. He wasn't sure why he had gotten carried away. You're in charge. How are you in charge? Xia Chuchu angrily slaps Jiang Shibi. Her Chen Duo is gone. Mrs. Chen's identity is gone, and she's a long way away from being a noblewoman of the mansion. The loud sound was unusually loud in the quiet box, and Jiang Shibi was knocked out of focus for a moment. Since childhood he has always been the pride of his parents, the pride of heaven in the eyes of others. Never been hit by anyone. This slap from Xia Chuchu made him a little fired up. It's not like he could have accomplished this alone, and didn't she get off on it too? But she'd been wrapped around his waist to ask for it, and now she was flipping out afterward and putting the fault on him. Thinking of this, Jiang Shushi's heart another burst of fire. I did not expect usually look at the innocent little white sheep Xia Chuchu private so wave, but such a versatile goblin. He kinda liked it. When Xia Chuchu saw Jiang Shushu looking at her with a fierce light like a hungry wolf, she was so scared that she had a jolt of consciousness. Jiang Shibu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just took it a little hard for a moment. Xia Chuchu hurriedly apologized and pacified Jiang Shushi. Hearing her apology, Jiang Shibi's mood eased a bit. This is right. He liked her, but is like her innocent little white flower character. He did not like the woman with teeth and claws. Seeing that Xia Chuchu has behaved herself a bit, Jiang Shibi is also willing to pull down his face and coax her properly. With this coaxing and cajoling, Jiang Shibi pulled Xia Chuchu once more. Xia Chuchu heart will Jiang Shibi hate, like every day to raise the eagle people, accidentally counterpacked by the eagle, hate to kill the eagle, but now he still has a use for it, so Xia Chuchu also endured it. Anyway, once is done, twice is the same, just as if it was chewed by a dog. The insatiable Jiang Shushi resumed his warmth and temper, lightly coaxing Xia Chuchu to be his girlfriend with an extremely good temper. He made his previous intentions known. He didn't want to leave the country. He wanted to be with her. Now that they are in a relationship, it's even more unlikely that Jiang Shui will leave the country. He wants to tell Xia Chuchu that he has her in his future plans. Do not go abroad. Xia Chuchu got a big headache when she heard it. She could have been looking forward to Jiang Shibi leaving the country earlier and taking Qian Kikiyu with him. Don't want to delay your future because of myself. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Xia Chuchu thoughtfully thought for Jiang Shibu. Just like for a good girl who is dedicated to her boyfriend and doesn't care about foreign love. Jiang Shibi was naturally greatly touched by what he heard. Hatsumomo was too understanding. He hugged Xia Chuchu and said, Chuchu, don't worry, I will never commission you. In fact, it's the same wherever you develop. I believe that I can break through even if I study at home. Xia Chuchu's white eyes in her heart are rolling up to the sky. I am not aggrieved. Please, you go abroad. She feigned a look of concern and said, but there are still too few talents in computer science at home, and you will be hindered in your exchanges and studies if you stay at home. It's possible that academic exchanges will be freer abroad, allowing you to be more thoughtful and creative. Indeed, but there was also a top god in China who beat all the top hackers in the world in the last computer security competition and became the well-deserved world champion. Jiang Shibi rather adoringly popularized Xia Chuchu's talents, who also stayed in the country to become a god, and he felt that he could as well. Saying this, he said with some regret, but this person is very mysterious and disappeared after participating in the tournament. If he knew where he was, Jiang Shibi would say anything to befriend him and beg him to teach him a little, and maybe he would make a sudden progress. Chapter 37 Things. Yeah, what's his name? Xia Chuchu sniffed and became interested. She was curious to know who this great god was. On the internet, a name is nothing more than a code name. His name is Dio. Very strange name, right? But it's okay for the big god to be a little alternative. Jiang Shibi's tone of voice did not hide the fact that he was worshipping the great god, fantasizing that he could meet him one day. Xia Chuchu smiled along with her at the words. She doesn't know the circle of Jiang Shibi very well, but it's a big problem if he doesn't leave the country. The great god has been staying in the country. His whereabouts are so mysterious, not necessarily learned in the country. I do not want to hold you back. Want you to develop better. Xia Chuchu plays the role of the considerate and good girlfriend, just to coax Jiang Shiji to hurry up and leave the country. Naiha Jiang Shibi is also a very opinionated master. What he has decided will not be easily changed. Since I decided to stay in the country, I've already given it a lot of thought. Don't worry, I will let you live a happy life. Jiang Shushi, on the well-behaved and obedient Xia Chuchu, was very satisfied. This kind of birdie good girl has long been his confidence in the internalization of the wife candidate. Xia Chuchu? What kind of brainwave is he? Arranging everything for them already? Xia Chuchu already didn't like Jiang Shibu, and now that she sees his macho self-righteousness, she dislikes him even more. Where did the confidence come from that she would be with him? Who would have cared about him if he hadn't been kept to seduce Qian Kikiyu? Xia Chuchu straightened her clothes and walked out of the box, refusing Jiang Shushi's escort. After Qian Kikiyu finished eating with Chen Duo, she suddenly remembered something. She quickly took the car keys and said to Chen Duo, I'll go out for a while. I'll be right back. With that, he winded up in the yard and drove off in his car. Chen Duo looked at the car that disappeared from his eyes in a puff of smoke, and was a little disappointed in his heart. He and Qiuqiu are not the same after all. He can't run with Qiuqiu. He can't carry Qiuqiu on his back. He can't wind up chasing after her. And he can't drive her to where she wants to go. Once upon a time, not having legs just caused a lot of inconvenience in his life, and then he slowly adapted to it. And now, after being with Qiuqiu, he realized that there were still many regrets that he could not accompany his beloved to do many things. Chiaki drove and stopped in front of a drugstore. They didn't take safety measures last night. What if they won the lottery? she's still in school, and even though she's a junior, she still thinks it's still too early to have kids. She sheepishly walked into the pharmacy and whispered her need to the clerk. The clerk was an older aunt. She looked at Kiankikiyo with a loving face and smiled. Little sister, why didn't your boyfriend accompany you? In the future, you still need to take safety measures. This medicine is not good for women's body if you take too much of it. With that she pointed to the shelf with condoms and said, keep some of these on hand, just in case. Kiankikiyo's face exploded red, but thinking about what to do in case she needed it, she still walked over with a red face and haphazardly took a few boxes with her eyes closed. The sales clerk aunt probably saw Chiaki's dilemma and just smiled at her without saying anything. Chiaki paid quickly, carrying the bag like a hot potato, and threw it on the passenger seat as soon as she returned to the car. Within moments, Chen Duo, sitting in the yard, heard the roar of Chiaki Chiocho's car. He looked at the gate outside the courtyard with a happy face, and soon the gate opened and Autumn's car pulled in. Autumn was a thief and carried the bag and bowed her back towards the villa, trying to narrow her presence and cheering herself up. Can't see me, can't see me. She was really afraid that Chen Duo would see her taking the initiative to buy condoms. Wasn't that a hint that she was horny? Unfortunately, fear of what might come. Chiocho Chen Duo's voice rang out from behind her, scaring her so much that her bag fell to the ground. Splat after the bag of things also scattered out. Xianqiu Chicho red-faced panic hurriedly crouched down to pick up. Chen Duo's sharp eye saw a line of large letters levonorgestrel tablets, which flashed past his eyes. With just one glance he knew what it was. Emergency contraception. His heart was a little lost. Chiocho did not want to have a child with him, but on second thought he understood. She was still young. It was normal that she didn't want to have a child. He knew that this kind of medicine was harmful to a girl's body. He took Chiocho's hand and said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was too negligent last night. I won't let you take this in the future. Kiankikiyo said with a red face. No, it's fine. Just eating it once doesn't affect much. Let's go. Chen Duo reached out to take the bag from Chiaki Chiocho's hand, and Chiaki Chiocho quickly dodged it. Chen Dok, a little lost, he withdrew his hand hanging in midair and pushed his wheelchair forward in silence. Chen Chiocho looked at the lonesome back and knew that her behavior just now had hurt him. He kindly wanted to help, and was rejected by his own so blatantly evasive refusal. She quickly stepped after her, and could not care less about what shyness reached out to hold Chen Duo hand. Chen Duo looked up at her, and she giggled at Chen Duo in a pleasing manner. Chen Duo didn't say anything in the end, nor did he throw away her hand. The two just held hands and walked in. Ma'am, you're back. As soon as you left, Mr. pushed his wheelchair out to the yard to wait for you. Mrs. Lu looked at the two who walked in hand and smiled with a happy face. Chen Duo's ear tips were a little thinly red because his mind was poked through by someone else in front of Chiocho. He let go of Chen Chiocho's hand and pushed his wheelchair to the kitchen. Soon he walked away with a cup of water and handed it to Kiankikiyo, saying softly, you took the medicine, right? Chiaki took the glass of water and walked over to the couch, sneaking around in the bag looking for the medicine. She took it out and hurriedly tied the mouth of the bag shut. Chen Duo looked at her mysterious appearance and became more and more curious about the bag in her hand. What else was in the bag that she was covering up like this? Kiankikiyo didn't know that her here and now look had attracted even more attention from Chen Duo, and after finishing the medicine she casually threw the rest of it into the trash can. She carried the bag upstairs to her room, and did not call on Chen Duo. She had to go back first to destroy the corpse and hide the things in the bag tightly. Chen Duo looked at her back without saying anything, and in his heart, he had already guessed her little thoughts. He waited for a few minutes before pushing his wheelchair up the stairs. Chen Duo looked around as soon as he entered the room. This room was designed by his own hands, from the sketches of the layout to the smallest of every plank of wood that was selected. This room was exceptionally familiar to him, and he knew exactly where Kiankikiyo could hide things. Chapter 38 Zhang Shibi is a scum. Chen Duo didn't move as he slipped around the room, noticing that as he pushed his wheelchair toward the balcony, Kiankikiyo had been vainly running after his back with her eyes from time to time. In his heart, he laughed at Chiocho's look like this had revealed the place where he hid the stuff long ago, and he had already guessed the approximate location? Chen Duo, why don't we go to the study and read for a while? Xian Chiocho suddenly suggested. She suddenly felt that this room was a bit narrow and confined, and she was breathing a bit hard. I should have known better than to buy that back. It's weirdly embarrassing. Chen Duo was shouted to stop by Qian Chicho as he approached the position he guessed he had in mind. Okay, let's go. Chen Duo knew that Chiocho didn't want to let himself know, so he approved of Qianxiu Chiocho's proposal to push his wheelchair over. Kiankikiyo hurriedly pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair towards the outside of the room, as if there was a flooding beast here that she didn't want to stay for a moment. What do you want to read? Do you want me to get it for you? Kiankikiyo stood by the bookshelf looking for a book, smiling and inquiring about Chen Duo. No, you watch. I'll play on the computer for a while. Chen Duo opened his computer. Although last night's incident had already passed and had given him a taste of sweetness, but the matter of Chiuchiu inexplicably being drugged was something that could not be passed. He wouldn't let go of anyone who hurt Chiuchiu, and if he hadn't arrived in time yesterday, it was hard to imagine what would have happened to Chiuchiu. He tapped the keyboard with 10 fingers, and with a crackling sound he quickly hacked into Queen KTV's surveillance system. He intercepted the surveillance video during the time when Chiuchiu went to this KTV, and he saw that the two of them, Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibu, went into the box together in the surveillance, followed by about 10 minutes or so when Chiuchiu went in. Not long after Autumn ran out of the box alone, went to the restroom, and then stayed out until he went to bring the person back in. This means that Chiuchiu was drugged in the box, and there were only two people in the box, Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibi. This means that Chiuchiu was drugged by one of them or both of them in collusion. Then Chen Duo switched the surveillance image back to their box, and he realized that since Chiuchiu came out, Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibi in the box hadn't come out. They hadn't come out in the time until he left with Chiuchiu, and with that much he couldn't tell who had drugged them. So Chen Duo hacked into that KTV's surveillance system again, and this time he intercepted all the surveillance of the box where Xia Chuchu and the others were from yesterday to today. Soon Chen Duo discovered a fact that shocked him. Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibi hadn't come out after Chiuchiu came out until this morning. Xia Chuchu came out with her clothes a bit messy and her walking posture was a bit strange. Chen Duo associates it with the posture of Chiuchiu's walk this morning and knows what happened between Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibi last night. Did the two of them have sex because of the drugs? If that's the case, then who exactly is the one who drugged it? Is Autumn just a mistake? Chen Duo repeatedly watched the surveillance. He more and more feel that between Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shushu originally have a personal love. As for in the box happen these maybe the two of them flirting to help the pleasure will be Chiuchiu to harm. Once he thought that the cousin that Chiuchiu cared and loved so much had long been involved with the person she liked. Chen Duo became very disgusted with Xia Chuchu. Such a hypocritical and wolfish woman. It's a waste of Chiuchiu's goodness to her. Chen Duo had always disliked Jiang Ji, and that was because Chiuchiu liked him, making him jealous and disgusted with Jiang Ji. But now that he sees that Jiang Shibi and Xia Chuchu have been having an affair for a long time, Chen Duo suddenly feels quite ashamed of Jiang Shibi as a man. He doesn't like Chiuchiu. Why is he still hanging on to her? And has the face to ask Chiuchiu out? Chen Duo was furious, hating that he could not stomp on that dogged man Jiang Shui. He felt for Chiuchiu in his heart. Such a disgusting man, he was jealous my ass. Chen Duo suddenly realized at this moment that apart from the fact that he would be single-mindedly good to Chiuchiu, he was not at ease with handing Chiuchiu over to any man. This Jiang Shibi was a complete and utter mess, and he regretted that he hadn't discovered his true colors earlier so that he could have stopped Chiuchiu earlier. But at that time, he was always inferior because of his legs, and felt that Chiuchiu should be with men with sound limbs. Now it seems that those sound men are not a good thing, and Chen Duo feels that he has to hold on to Chiuchiu even more tightly and not let go. Only he, Chen Duo, would put a girl named Qian Kikiu on the tip of his heart and treat her as if she were his own. Chen Duo suddenly all of a sudden figured out confident up. In addition to him who cannot give Chiuchiu happiness, whether he was worthy of Chiuchiu or not, whether he was disabled or not, but he had a heart to love her and he had the ability to make Chiuchiu live the life she wanted. Disability, this has become a fact. As such he can only accept it frankly. But Chiuchiu love or not love himself this matter he can work hard to make her love himself. Jiang Shirbei, that scum of the true face of the man. He will be in a little bit in front of Chiuchiu tear open, thinking that Chiuchiu was devoted to her uncle's family, but her cousin even betrayed her. Chen Duo was a bit sad for Chiuchiu. If Chiuchiu knew the truth, how sad would she be? This was a family member that she regarded as her own, and Chen Duo was a little embarrassed at the thought. He was hesitant to tell Chiuchiu the truth. He was afraid that Chiuchiu would be sad. He didn't want to see Chiuchiu sad. Chen Duo secretly pondered for a while, and finally came up with a way to get the best of both worlds, and he had to set things right for Chiuchiu on this matter. Drive her uncle's family away from the area and slowly keep them away from Chiuchiu so that Chiuchiu can be estranged from her uncle's family without their knowledge. Chen Duo, what are you thinking? Chiakikiu walked over with a book and a smile. Chen Duo hurriedly switched the computer interface. The surveillance video on the computer could not let Chiuchiu see it. With a calm smile on his face he said, "Nothing. What book did you find?" "I found so many books on literature, computers and math. Hey, I just picked a random copy of 100 Years of Solitude." Kiankikiu leaned over and sat beside Chen Duo. "Well, I didn't know what you like to read, so I picked some literature books. If there's nothing you like, you can make a list and buy some more back." "I'd rather not. I'm not much of a reader, and it's taking up space to buy it." Jian Chiuchiu refused with full concern, thinking that she might as well leave it empty for children's books, so that she could buy some books back for them when she had a baby in the future. "Taking up space? You're thinking the house is too small. Why don't we expand around it a bit more?" Chen Duo said in a deep voice. No, that's fine. It'll just look empty if it's too big. Kiki was really afraid that Chen Duo would expand on a whim. She didn't like too big a house, and it was only interesting for a family to live together and make a lot of noise. Chapter 39, Finding Chen Duo to take the blame. Xia Chuchu returned home and then covered her head and huffed and puffed, and Lin Meixia was busy with her skincare and beauty care and didn't notice her daughter's abnormality. She hummed and sang joyfully as she returned home, and today she met a wealthy woman from a wealthy family during her skincare. Lin Meixia utilized her skills of talking to people and talking to ghosts, and the more she talked to her, the happier she became. Soon it came to her own children. Knowing that they had a son about the same age as her own daughter, she gave her own daughter a shout-out, and it was a smooth sell. Lin Meixia is now overjoyed that she didn't marry into a wealthy family and can only pin all her hopes on her daughter. Hatsumomo, why are you kids still sleeping? Lin Meixia pushed open the door to her daughter's room and saw that she was still sleeping, disgruntled and counted. Mom, be quiet and let me sleep. Xia Chuchu was tired all night and was catching up on her sleep. She impatiently turned her back to Lin Meixia, but this turn startled Lin Meixia. What did she see? A large red mark on Hatsumomo's neck. This. What are you sleeping for? Get up, you dead girl. Tell me what you did last night when you stayed up all night. Lin Meixia, exasperated, tugged Xia Chuchu's arm and dragged her up from the bed. She thought she had learned self-respect and self-love long ago from so many years of careful cultivation of her daughter, but now it seems that she has all learnt the hard way. Nothing? I just slept over at my cousin's house. Xia Chuchu didn't dare to tell the truth to Lin Meixia, who was conservative in her thinking and bent on marrying into a rich family herself. If she knew that she had lost her virginity, she might kill her, so Xia Chuchu had to choose to lie. Xiaoqiu's house? So tell me what's going on with your neck and who bullied you? Lin Meixia pointed at a large strawberry mark on Xia Chuchu's neck and gasped. The man of the Qian family, besides Qian Yefeng, his brother-in-law, there is only that cripple. Well wow, that cripple dares to bully her daughter. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. She has long been looking at Chen Yun is not good. A woman with a crippled drag bottle can still marry into the family. Really do not know what to make the fox charming means. Said with her great aunt Xia Jiwei is a good girlfriend. The result is that people die. She immediately married someone else's husband. There is such a good relationship between girlfriends? Lin Meixia was originally a scheming conspiracy theorist, and in her opinion Chen Yun was the little white lotus who deliberately pretended to be delicate. After Xia Jiwei's death she took the opportunity to seduce Qian Yefeng and turned over to be a rich woman in a luxurious family. No one bullied me. It's a bug bite. I scratched the red. Xia Chuchu hurriedly covered her neck and denied it. And you're not telling the truth. Your mom, I've been here before, would not know what this is? Lin Meixia was even more furious as she watched her daughter learn to lie to herself. She ferociously dragged Xia Chuchu off the bed and said, "Did that cripple bully you? Xia Chuchu, let's go. Follow me to find that Chen Yun to make a claim. Even if she is shameless herself, she even taught a shameless son." Lin Meixia tugged Xia Chuchu and headed out. This matter can't be let go like this. Xia Chuchu panicked. She hurriedly said, "Mom, he didn't bully me. It has nothing to do with him. I wasn't bullied. Are you stupid? Still hiding it from me? How many times have I told you to keep your hands clean? A daughter-in-law of a rich family is not some woman with an indiscreet private life." Lin Meixia knows that Xia Chuchu is not a yellow blossom girl anymore. Her lungs explode with anger, and the dream of a luxurious family that she had planned for her daughter is shattered. "Mom, you're saying I'm indiscreet. What era is it now? What's wrong with sleeping around? Which of their rich second-generation girlfriends doesn't change every 3 days? And Aunt Chen married my aunt with her son." Xia Chuchu sniffing fire. Being insulted by her own mother like this, can she not be angry? That person is also going to be a stepmother. Can't you see that she's living a life that's just superficially glamorous? And the original daughter bullies her to death. You want to be a stepmother too? You're so young. Why don't you learn? Lin Meixia was so angry that she wanted to pry open her daughter's head to see what was inside. How she had taken her words for granted. Xia Chuchu. She rolled her eyes in her mind. Qian Xiaoqiu was bullying Chen Yun so much, and it wasn't even caused by her mother. 3 days and 2 days in front of Qian Kiki to say bad things about Chen Yun, just afraid that she is close to Chen Yun, that stepmother. Mom, it's a new era now. Don't be so conservative in your thinking. There are rich kids who just love experienced girls, so don't keep judging everyone with such conservative eyes as yours, said Xia Chuchu. Directly pushed Lin Meixia out of the room. This kind of thing happened. Her mom didn't care about her even if she still said she was indiscreet. She is disappointed in Lin Meixia, who is hellbent on getting herself married into a wealthy family. Being rejected. Lin Meixia's heart was so indignant that she drove her car and went to Qianjia's house to settle the score with Chen Yun's mother and son. "Chen Yun, come out here." Before Lin Meixia even entered the door, she roared and yelled in the yard. As soon as Chen Yun heard this voice, she knew that the visitor was not good. She hurriedly went out and greeted him with a smile. "Auntie is here. Quickly inside please." "What are you laughing at? Don't be too happy. Don't think I'll let my daughter marry that cripple just because your son seduced her. Don't dream. Lin Meixia was offended when she saw Chen Yun with a smile on her face. She would rather have her daughter shave her head and become an ant than marry that cripple Chen Duo. Just like his mom. He's no good. Chen Yun's smile froze, filled with doubt. What's her daughter's relationship with Chen alone? He's married. What right to mock her son is a cripple? He will not marry her daughter even if he is a cripple. Really take Xia Chuchu as a meat and potatoes. Chen Yun smiled and said, Auntie, you're overthinking it. Chen Duo is already married to Qiuqiu. He won't marry your daughter. You're just willing to marry. He's not willing to marry. What? Lin Meixia exclaimed out in shock at his words. He was married all the time doing this kind of thing with his own daughter. I'm sure he's just as his mom and good at seducing people. Where is that cripple? You make him come out, have the ability to do it, still dare not recognize? Lin Meixia stood downstairs yelling. Knowing that Chen Duo often stayed upstairs, she purposely yelled loudly to try to get him to come down. Chen Yun heard the fire. We are relatives. She is Xia Xia's sister-in-law. She endured again and again, but she opened her mouth to her own son as a cripple. Not a bit of sentimentality. In that case there was no need to give any good face. Chen Yun coldly said, my son is not at home. He and Qiuqiu moved out a long time ago. Move where? Tell him to get over here quick. I'll wait for him here. Lin Meixia, relying on her own reasoning and being an elder, bossed her around. Chapter 40, defending him. Something's up. What's the point of bringing him here? Chen Yun couldn't stand Lin Meixia's untouchable look, and she knew that the reason why Qiuqiu hated her so much was due to Lin Meixia's involvement in the middle. It's too much to tell you. Just have Chen Duo come over, and it's best to have Qiuqiu come along as well. Lin Meixia thought that since Chen Duo had bullied her daughter, she could just let Qiuqiu and Chen Duo divorce this marriage. A cripple looking for a daughter-in-law not to find a self-producing, but also plotting 1,000 family assets, cannot be cheap. Chen Yun and their mother and son. Chen Yun saw that Lin Meixia could not be driven away by the shrewish look, so she had to call her son. Chen Duo, you and Qiuqiu come back here. Qiuqiu, her aunt and uncle are here and will be looking for trouble from you. Chen Yun couldn't speak clearly on the phone. She herself wasn't sure what had happened. She only felt that Lin Meixia had deliberately come over to pick a fight. Chen Duo sniffed with a cold face and gave a sound. Since he knew about Xia Chuchu's behavior, he had a bad impression of Uncle Qiuqiu's family. It is said that living with the wicked, such as into the Aballone's restaurant, for a long time and do not ask about the smell, but also with the transformation, their family is most likely a nest of snakes and rats, and they don't mean well for Qiuqiu. Why? Who's calling? Seeing that Chen Duo didn't look too good, Qian Qiqiu asked with concern. Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair and walked over to Qian Qiqiu and said softly, Mom called. She said that your aunt and uncle have come to trouble me and asked the two of us to go back. Chiaki put the book in her hand down and said, oh, let's go then. But she was puzzled as to why her aunt would trouble Chen Duo. They didn't have much to cross paths with each other, and her aunt really hated Chen Duo. Qian Qiuqiu drove back to Qian's house with doubts, and the car just parked in the yard, only to see Lin Meixia rushing out in a huff. Shen Qiuqi didn't care and pushed Chen Duo out. As a result, Lin Meixia approached and directly raised her slap at Chen Duo. A slap was heard on Chen Duo's face. The speed was so fast that Chiaki couldn't even stop it in time. Lin Meixia didn't seem to think it was enough to relieve her anger, as she raised her slap again. Only then did Qian Qiqiu directly grab her arm and looked at Lin Meixia with cold eyes. Auntie, let's talk about something. What do you mean by slapping someone as soon as you come up? Qiuqiu, I'm your aunt. I'm beating this cripple and you're even stopping me. Lin Meixia saw Qian Qiqiu defending Chen Duo like this, and her heart burst with anger. Auntie, if you are an elder you should act like an elder. Don't be so degrading when you open your mouth. His name is Chen Duo. He is my husband. Your niece-in-law. You can call him Chen Duo, Duo, or Little Chen all you want, but I don't want to hear those two words again. Qian Qiuqiu didn't want to give Lin Meixia a good face, and she was so justified in hitting people. Open-mouthed cripple. This is her husband. She can't even be bothered to hit him. You, Qiuqiu, don't be fooled by him. He is not a good thing. Just a vixen like his mom. And look how you've only been married to him for a few days and you're defending him so much. How dare you talk about me like that? I'm your own aunt. Lin Meixia was shocked to hear Qian Qiqiu defending Chen Duxin like this. It had only been a few days, and Chen Duo had managed to destroy her 10 years of hard work. Qiuqiu used to be extremely disgusted with him. In her opinion, this Chen Duo was a vixen just like his mother, and was used to using some confusing tactics. Qian Qiqiu was going to laugh in anger. Chen Duo had even become a vixen. Is there a vixen as miserable as him? He can't even fight back when others hit him. Auntie, I don't need you to bother about how he is, as long as I like it. He is my husband. Please treat him with respect in the future. Hearing Qian Qiqiu defend herself like this in front of her aunt, whom she regarded as family, Chen Duo's was thrilled. The whole person seemed to be in the clouds. overlooking the sea of clouds below them, with a sense of pride that the world was at their fingertips. Especially that sentence similar to confession, I like it on the line. Chen Duo's heart fluttering non-stop. The little man in his heart has been dancing with joy. You. Lin Meixia was so angry that she could no longer speak. This was different from what she had imagined. The niece who had always obeyed her and was intimate and filial to her was actually speaking in favor of an outsider, or someone she hated, which was a bit too much for her to accept for a moment. Auntie, what did you call us back for? Something to talk about? Chiaki found that talking to Lin Meixia any further deflected the main event further and further away, and she might need some time to digest her defiance of her. Oh, right. Chiu, you must see Chen Duo's true colors. Being reminded by Qian Kikyu, Lin Meixia then remembered the main event. Before she said the real thing, she even sold it arrogantly. Chiaki Autumn. Oh, true colors. His only true colors are the love he secretly hides for himself. Seeing that Qian Kikyu was unmoved, Lin Meixia's chest was puffed up with anger, secretly saying that Chen Duo was really a good tactician. She had no choice but to open the box to herself and said, Chiu, your cousin let someone bully her. Said she glanced at Qian Kikyu and saw that she still didn't have any reaction. Lin Meixia glared at Chen Duo with a ferocious face, pointing at him and gritting her teeth. He's the one who bullied Chu. Qian Kikyu, X. Sure you're not teasing her? Chen Duo would be interested in Xia Chu. That Sao is really going up a tree. Chen Duo sniffed and turned his gaze to Qian Kikyu, just in case she believed it. Looking at each other, Chen Duo did not see a trace of doubt in his favorite pair of peach blossom eyes. Her smile, full of tenderness and love, still had a hint of reassurance in it, causing his heart to flutter. Her absolute trust moved Chen Duo's heart greatly, and the person he loved was this wonderful. As if that dressed in neon plumage 9 under the mortal world of the nymph, a glimpse of the world will light up the whole world, forever in his heart. Qian Kikyu said with a calm face, Auntie, this matter has to be based on real evidence. You can't just say yes. You want proof, don't you? Just last night Hatsumomo slept over at your house and when I got back I found out she was being bullied. Lin Meixia didn't doubt her daughter's words, and directly told what she thought was evidence. Qian Kikyu laughed. So Xia Chu, this is a good thing with Jiang Shibua. This was just great. It saved her the trouble of trying to set up this pair of dogs together. She just wanted to see their future dog-eat-dog good life. Auntie, you believe whatever cousin says. You're really confused. Yesterday afternoon my cousin asked me to go to a KTV to sing with her, but I got sleepy and came back first, leaving her and the boy to continue singing. But then my cousin didn't come to sleep at my house. Chen Duo slept with me all night. How could he have bullied his cousin? Chapter 41, Fixing Up Xia Chu and Jiang Shibi. After saying that, Qian Kikyu pulled out her own cell phone. Fortunately, she left her hand to take a video. Had thought of just in case, not expecting it to come in handy so soon. She clicked on the scene filmed last night of Xia Chu and Jiang Shibi singing a love song to each other. Auntie, look, this is what we recorded last night when we sang at the KTV. How was it? Cousin sang well, right? Qian Kikyu purposely did not point out the relationship between Jiang Shushu and Xia Chu, letting Lin Meixia take a look at the people to figure it out. Anyone with eyes can see the way they browbeat each other. Lin Meixia looked at the video on her cell phone and clenched her fists in anger. If that dead girl was there, she wouldn't beat her to death. Obviously singing at the KTV and lying to her about sleeping at Chiu's house. And now she had made such a big mess. She was disgraced to her grandma's house. Chiu, I'm sorry, it's my misunderstanding. It's all because that dead girl Chu lied to me. Tell me quickly who this boy is? Lin Meixia saw that the boy was dressed in an unusual way and was quite good looking. Since he had slept with her daughter, he would have to be responsible. His name is Jiang Shibi. He is the man of the hour in our school's computer college. The girls who like him have circled the school a few times. He's especially good at computers. In the future, casually develop a software to sell. It's over $100 million. His family is also in a good position. His family is in the real estate business. The shopping plaza we usually frequent is their family's property. And Qian Kikyu was selling her praises of Jiang Shibi, just waiting for her aunt to be moved to the door to force the marriage. Listening to Chen Chiu's great appreciation of Jiang Shushi, Chen Duo was depressed in his heart. That's just scum. What's so good about it? The computer is super awesome. LOL. In front of him it's a newborn weakling with hair still growing. With trash like him, can he develop software that sells? The recycle bin doesn't even want it. The girls in our school who are chasing Jiang Shirbei can go around the school several times. Or cousin has the ability to easily take people down. Chen Chiu exaggeratedly praised Xia Chu, giving Lin Meixia a sense of superiority. Chen Duo, on the other hand, thought secretly in his heart that these laps also included Xiu, right? But what does she mean now? Intending to set up Xia Chu and Jiang Shibu? Could it be that Chiuchiu had long known that Xia Chuchu was having an affair with Jiang Shibu and had her heart broken, so she chose to stay with him? Lin Meixia sniffed a burst of happiness in her heart, not expecting her daughter to be so capable of already secretly fixing a rich second generation. That dead girl even fell in love behind my back and didn't tell me, causing me to make such a big mess. I'm really sorry, Chiuchiu. I blame Auntie for being old and foolish. Lin Meixia was happy in her heart, with a smile on her brow, apologizing as if she was just saying it casually. Qian Qiqiu didn't want to forgive her so easily. She came over to make a big mess and wanted to pat herself on the back. You're really treating the Qianjia as your own family's vegetable garden, and you can come and go as you please, Qian Qiqiu said with a smile on her face. Auntie is joking. Where are you old? Not old at all. There's no need to apologize between us. You didn't do anything to me either. It's mainly Chen Duo. You've hit someone with your hands. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to him as well, right, Mia Lin? What? Ask her to apologize to Chen Duo. Lin Meixia killed and refused to do it. Let her apologize to that Chen Yun, the crippled son. She can't do it. Auntie, if you are so disrespectful to my husband, in the future, our two families should stop seeing each other. Save you the trouble of seeing Chen Duo in the future, and save him from getting in your way. When Qian Qiqiu saw Lin Meixia's reluctance, she simply put in a hard word. They're the only family that's counting on sucking her dad's blood. How could they possibly want to cut off the two families? Lin Meixia's face turned white when she heard that. She didn't expect Chen Duo, that cripple, to be so favored by Chiuchiu. She is really a little fox born by a vixen, and she is very good at enlisting people's hearts. She gritted her teeth. It was just a matter of being able to bend the rules for the sake of their family's business. Lin Meixia walked up to Chen Duo and said, "That nephew's son-in-law. Ah, I'm sorry. It's all my aunt's fault for being in a hurry and hitting someone without investigating clearly." Chen Duo glanced at Qian Qiqiu beside him and said in a cold voice, Lin Meixia was not relieved, only angry. She apologized with such a face, but he just gave her a cold just like a handout. Auntie, things are all cleared up, so I won't keep you. You go back and discipline your cousin. All this has happened. Hurry up and get engaged or get a license in case you get pregnant. Qian Qiqiu intentionally implied that Lin Meixia hurry to Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibi's marriage to organize. On her conservative nature, once heard of the unmarried first pregnancy cannot panic. Oh, right. It's still Chiuchiu who knows what she's talking about. I'll go back and talk to that no-good girl. Before Lin Meixia left, she also didn't forget to remind Qian Qiqiu in detail to help borrow money. Then Auntie will go back first. Your uncle's matters still need to worry more. Okay, then Aunt and Uncle are busy first. Bye. Qian Qiqiu with a smile on her face promised to do it. As for doing it or not, After Lin Meixia left, Qian Qiqiu then touched Chen Duo's beaten cheek and said, "Does it still hurt?" That Lin Meixia is really a shrew, coming up and hitting people. She didn't even notice and let Chen Duo get slapped for nothing. It doesn't hurt. Chen Duo pushed Qian Qiqiu's hand away. He was still angry in his heart now? Angry with himself. He still hadn't protected Chiuchiu, letting him meet Jiang Shibi, the scum of the earth. It broke her heart before she became disillusioned and retreated to him. What's the matter? Are you blaming me for not fighting back for you? Qian Chiuchiu pulled Chen Duo somewhat aggrieved. Qian Chiuchiu had actually long wanted to beat them up violently. God knows how long she endured. Once countless days and nights to taste the pain of flesh and blood. She hated that family, hated to the bone blood. But not yet. It's not the right time. He could only condescend to Chen Duo and let Lin Meixia apologize. No. You. When did you know that Jiang Shuji and Xia Chuchu had an affair? Chen Duo hesitated for a while but still asked the doubt in his heart. Did Chiuchiu know about it after they got married? That's why she chose not to divorce. A long time ago. She'd known that in a previous life, and she'd paid dearly for it. This bitter and miserable smile of Qian Chiuchiu caused a pain in Chen Duo's heart, and he hugged Chen Chiuchiu. Even if he was the least of her choices, he didn't care anymore. He just wanted Chiuchiu to be happy and joyful. Chiuchiu, don't be sad. It's not worth it for that scummy guy. You can look around more. There are still many people who truly love you. It's Jiang Shibi who doesn't deserve you. Chapter 42, Discovered. His micro-expression. Leeching. The sound of water came out from the bathroom. After hearing the sound of water, Chen Duo, which acted as a thief, he pushed the wheelchair slowly closer to where Chiaki Chiuchiu hid her things, gently pulling open the bottom layer of drawers. Rummaging for that thing Chiuchiu wouldn't let him touch. Soon he found the tightly wrapped plastic bag in the innermost part. He secretly took it out and opened it layer by layer. When the contents finally revealed their true colors, Chen Duo's hands lightly trembled. There were no words to express his excitement, and a smile had long since crept onto his cheeks. Chiuchiu actually bought this. Does that mean she had a good experience last night and is still willing to have a next time with herself? When he thought of this, Chen Duo, who used to have low self-esteem because of his disability, suddenly felt that as a man, he could also give his beloved woman the pleasure she wanted, and a touch of pride and honor steeply rose in his heart. His hand had just been placed on it, and those white cheeks smoked into a flushed red as if they had been drinking wine, and the tips of his ears were so red that they could have dripped blood. The temperature in July was really still too high, and even at night one could feel the unbearable sweltering heat. But when he saw the size on there, his face became grim. It was simply a disdain for his masculinity. Was he that small? Didn't Chocho feel it last night? It's obviously such a big difference in size. Chen Duo coldly and casually flipped through a few to see what flavors were available. After learning about Chocho's preferred tastes, Chen Duo wrapped these things up again and hid them in their original location, closing the drawer. Since he knew that Chocho wasn't repulsive, it was better for him to buy such things. So Chen Duo dialed Wright's number and asked him to buy 10 boxes of Chocho's favorite flavors in the sizes he described. Wright was a personal bodyguard, but after being hired by Chen Duo as a living assistant, he would usually let him buy whatever Chen Duo needed and send it to the house. Chen Yun had always thought that Wright was a close friend that her son had met online, and Chen Duo had never introduced Wright's identity to his mom. The only time Wright traveled with his boss was last night, and the boss was very nerdy and almost never left the house, and everything was done on the internet. He, the personal bodyguard, could be said to have deserted his professional skills for a long time, and sometimes he even felt that he was just a life assistant. Chen Duo sat quietly on the balcony, the evening breeze blowing across his cheeks, taking away the gusts of lingering heat and granting him a moment of coolness. He looked at the white moon hanging up on the huge black curtain. Once upon a time, he only felt that it hung lonely in the sky, trying to draw people's attention with the clear light it scattered. Tonight he realized the deeper meaning of the world's only three-quarter moon. It was indeed very beautiful and beautiful. Her presence seemed to proudly show off her charming appearance. Chen Duo, Chen Duo. Chiaki Chocho started shouting at someone when she opened the bathroom door. Her eyes darted around the room before she spotted someone on the balcony. She took a towel to her hair and said, "What are you doing here? I'm done. Why don't you go wash up?" Chen Duo took the towel in her hand and pulled her into his arms, gently wiping her wet ebony hair. "What's going on here?" Chiaki sat on his lap, puzzled, thinking he was secretly hiding something again. "Enjoy the moon. Because of you, everything in the world has become vibrant, beautiful and lovely. Once upon a time to see the mountain is the mountain, to see the water is the water. Only after having you, the night has added a few points of tenderness. The stars are beginning to blink mischievously. The landscape is you. The night is you. The stars are in your eyes. And everything is you in my eyes." Chen Duo's low voice exhaled from between his lips and teeth, bringing with it a subwoofer sound effect. In this silent night, this voice fell into Chen Chocho's ears. She felt that she heard heavenly music, and immediately transformed into a voice control. In order to listen a little more, she began to talk home with Chen Duo. "There's still a month left before my summer vacation, and I'm going to start my internship next." Chen Duo was overjoyed to hear that Chocho was giving up on going abroad. He even thought gloomily that it was actually not bad for Chocho to discover Jiang Shibi's true nature. At least she wouldn't follow him out of the country anymore. He hid his dark inner snickering and said softly, "Well, so what are your plans?" "Probably going to work at Qian's." She was going to guard Qian's group and make it a top company. Chen Dushan smiled and said, "Good, Dad should really want you to go to Qian's as well. What about you?" Chen Qiuqiu tilted her head with a bright light in her peach blossom eyes and asked after him with a curious face. Chen Duo didn't understand what Qiuqiu meant, and he asked softly in return, "I what?" Qian Qiqiu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and asked after him, "You said that Dad wants me to intern at Qian's. Do you want me to go too?" Chen Duo turned his face to the side. The heat spraying his cheeks was hard to ignore, and it seemed like a feather was tickling his heart. He said with his usual face, "I have no objection if you are happy." Qian Qiqiu sniffed with some heartache and a sour nose, and also a little angry. This person is so annoying. Why is he so good to himself? So good that she felt that even if she was the enemy of the whole world, she had a huge amount of courage. She beamed and continued to press him. "And what about you? What about your happiness?" "I don't care. I'm happy if you're happy," Chen Duo said carelessly. In his heart Qiuqiu's happiness was the most important. The rest was irrelevant. His happiness and joy are all related to Qiuqiu. She is his whole world. It doesn't matter if you're not allowed. Your happiness is important too, and I want you to be happy. Qian Qiqiu looked at Chen Duo with a serious face. She wanted him to be really happy, not just because of herself. "I want to hold all the good things of the world before him, so that he can live in peace and joy in this life." Chen Duo froze at his words. His happiness seemed to be tied to Qiuqiu from the time she descended into this world. Watching her smile in her crib made him feel like his world had lit up. At that moment he was no longer a scorned and friendless bastard. She opened her arms to him with a bright smile, like a beautiful little angel, wonderful and a little unreal. Seeing that Chen Duo didn't say anything, Qian Qiqiu knew that the man's joys and sorrows had always revolved around himself. and that he probably hadn't paid attention to his inner feelings for too long. She winks, so did you have fun last night? Being reminded by Kian Kikyu, his mind immediately floated back to the beauty of her blossoming alone underneath him last night. Chenduo forced back the heat in his body and pulled away her hands that were wrapped around her neck. Chapter 43, A Man's Word is Not His Own. Xianqiuqiu secretly snickered that she had discovered Chenduo's little secret. The tips of his ears would be very red when he was shy, and the ends of his eyes were slightly raised when he was in a good mood. The tip of Chenduo's ear was now red, and the tail of his eyes were raised. Obviously remembering last night's events physically and mentally, she couldn't help but feel that the saying men are animals whose lower bodies dominate their upper bodies was absolutely true, even for Chenduo, a self-confident and calm boar. Since doing that would make him happy, Kian Kikyu was also bold. Anyway, they were legally married. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Honey, are we, tonight? Chenduo sniffed and hurriedly took Kian Kikyu off his lap, dropping a sentence, I'm going to take a shower, and pushing his wheelchair away without looking back. Xianqiuqiu secretly laughed, so hot and bothered, really a man of the mouth. Taking advantage of Chenduo's shower, Kian Kikyu took out the condoms she had stolen. She had bought several boxes haphazardly, not expecting them to come in handy so soon. She picked a box out at random and put it in the nightstand drawer, then went to the check room to change into a lace camisole nightgown. Chenduo drenched in cold water in the bathroom, secretly spitting at himself, now more and more unable to withstand provocation. Xiuqiu said a word, his body has a different. The creak of the push door sounded. Chiaki hurriedly straightened her clothes and positioned herself in a sleeping position. Chenduo pushed open the door, and the scene in his eyes made his blood instantly turn over, and a hot stream of heat poured out of his nose as he reached out and touched it. He was shocked that he had a nosebleed without any luck. Kian Kikyu saw the situation where there is still any heart, hurriedly copied the toilet paper on the bedside table, ran down from the bed, hands and feet to wipe the nosebleed for him. One's own, this is a good intention to do bad things. Kian Kikyu heart a burst of annoyance. Did not expect Chenduo so cannot withstand ruffling. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little amused and curled up the corners of her mouth. When she bent down to wipe Chenduo's nosebleed, the neckline of her halter dress was wide open, and a large piece of good scenery was directly facing Chenduo's eyes. Chenduo grabbed a tissue to cover his nose, looked up at the ceiling, and recited the clear heart mantra in his mind. He pushed the wheelchair with one hand and fled towards the bathroom, and as Kian Kikyu was about to chase him in, Chenduo panicked. Don't you come in, Chiaki Autumn. She was aggravated. How she felt like a flooded beast. Was this upsetting him? Being disliked? Looking at the closed door of the bathroom, Kian Kikyu hung her head and drooped her head back. She really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Alas, it backfired. I wanted to make Chenduo happy, but it turned out to make him unhappy, so he might be embarrassed to come out of the bathroom in a while. Not long after, a pattering sound of water came from the bathroom. After dealing with the nosebleed, Chenduo took another cold shower. Tonight's self was really too out of shape. Would Xiuqiu be shocked and misunderstand that she was too eager? This cold water had been put in for more than 20 minutes, and only then did Chenduo feel his body's heat dissipate. After a few minutes of turning off the shower, Chenduo was still hesitantly lingering at the bathroom door, and as Chiaki Xiuqiu expected, he was a little embarrassed to open the door. Afraid of being seen as abnormal by Kian Kikyu, he finally gathered the courage to push open the door. This time didn't see any charming scenery, only saw Kian Kikyu lying on the bed in a regular manner, seemed to be asleep. Only then did Chenduo push the wheelchair over. After lying on the bed, he deliberately left Kian Kikyu some distance away. The whole person slept on the edge of the bed, reached out and quickly turned off the light. As soon as the lights went out, Kian Kikyu leaned over and hugged his back, smiling mischievously. Husband. Warm fragrance and soft jade stuck up. Chenduo's heart was stagnant, and his breathing was a bit unsteady. Damn, cold shower for nothing again. He refused without even thinking. No, I don't want you to take pills afterward. Kian Kikyu secretly laughed out in a low voice, turned around and took what she had prepared out of the drawer of the nightstand, handing it over to Chenduo as if offering a treasure. Chenduo knew what it was without looking at it, and he reddened the tips of his ears, embarrassedly pointing out softly that the thing was the wrong size and had been bought small. The darkness of the night gave Kian Kikyu the best protective color, hiding the shameful embarrassment of the reddish haze that was all over her face at the moment. She really hadn't thought that this thing came in sizes, and she took it with her. I'm sorry, I'm the one who didn't think this through. I've already sent someone to get it, or I'll have someone bring it over later. Chenduo thought that Kian Kikyu was eager to do indescribable things with himself, and he thought that he would like to not have to send it over tomorrow morning, but send it now. Chiaki Autumn. She is now blushing like a blood-red cherry. Chenduo is obviously misunderstanding himself. Is she this kind of eager person? What she wants, obviously he likes. She wants to make him happy, so active. But now how she became a woman of desire? Kiankikyo hurriedly snatched the condom in his hand and threw it to the bedside table. In order to prove her innocence, she fled far away from Chen Duo. Chen Dok. So realistic. Come close to him when you want it and avoid him when you don't. The key was that it also provoked his heart to be on fire. Chen Duo stifled a grunt and sat up from the bed, ready to get out of bed and go to the bathroom to take a shower. Chen Duo, what's wrong with you? Naturally, Kiankikyo had heard him move, and in this silent night, any sound coming from the room was unusually loud. I am fine. Chen Duo pretended to be calm. He was afraid that Kiankikyo would find out that he was different, and by then he would really think that he was a hooligan. Kiankikyo turned on the bedside lamp and hurriedly came over. Where are you going? I'll push you over. Chen Duo blocked his lower abdomen with his hand, and his cover-up caused Chocho's attention to turn to his hand. It is said that a woman's heart under the sea needle, elusive, mouth as the heart is even more to the extreme. But on the contrary, Chen Duo, this man is the peak of this matter. So boys have the same mouths as girls. He obviously wanted to but pushed it onto her. And now he's deliberately backtracking and saying that nothing is wrong. To alleviate the embarrassment for a moment, Chiaki quickly turned off the bedside lamp. Honey, cold water is bad for you, said she sneak-attacked, but she was too rusty to learn, and hadn't practiced the essentials and the rules and regulations. A thunderclap exploded in Chen Duo's heart, and his mind went blank, leaving only instinctive throbbing. Her rawness made him jump more than he could name. Chen Duo was hard to bear, so he boldly taught Kiankikyo. The moonlight slipped in quietly through the curtains and fell on Chen Duo's ears. The tips of his ears were like pinning on fiery red flowers, red and passionate, exceptionally bright and dazzling. Kiankikyo heart shy, blushing like a boiled duck, bold as if two butterflies chasing each other entangled. The world is no better than this moment. Chen Duo couldn't find the words to describe all this. He hated it when it came to using the book, and he was short of words for a while. It was as if it was a dream, beautiful and unreal, making people reluctant to wake up for fear that everything was a mirage. Chapter 44, Embracing His World. After finally releasing everything, Chen Duo carefully and gently wiped each fingertip for her, as if he was wiping a valuable art collection. After the rubbing, his left hand took this one and interlocked his fingers. He put his right arm around her waist and kissed the cheek with a tender face and said, "Go to sleep." The reply to him was a soft as thin as a fly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a smile went right up to the ends of his eyebrows. Soon he heard a light snore as his girl fell asleep. He who claimed to let others sleep couldn't sleep. Tonight, for the first time in his life, he enjoyed the special service of Chocho, which he couldn't even think of before. Their relationship seems to be getting closer and closer, and Chocho is willing to give him a hand. Anymore. So in her heart, does she also have different feelings for herself? The more Chen Duo thought about it, the more excited he became. And when he was excited, he couldn't sleep even more. This is more happy and excited than he won the world prize. He does not need to prove anything to the world. Just hope that her world can tolerate and accept him. The moon was in the sky, and the moon shed its clear light on the earth. The few small stars that were already sparse in the sky hid in the clouds with red faces. The breeze ruffled the edges of the curtains, and the moonlight took the opportunity to pour in and shine on the man's exceptionally handsome face. In the halo of the moonlight you could see the man's angular face was unusually gentle at the moment, and under the long, curling eyelashes, the dark, deep obsidian eyes looked deeply and lovingly at the sleeping face of the woman beside him. The moon receded, and the sun rose slowly from the eastern horizon in a burst of haze, a golden glow in the sky. Chen Duo looked at the sporadic light coming in through the gauze window and realized that it was dawn. The hand on her waist tightened, and finally closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chiquita arched over the bed and let out a lazy murmur. Then she opened her sleepy eyes, and after looking at the sky outside the window she reached out and lightly took Chen Duo's hand that was resting on her waist, but found that she couldn't take it off. She tried several times to no avail, so she tried to help with both hands, but her right hand was held tightly, so she could only push Chen Duo. Chen Duo, wake up and let go. Chen Duo had just fallen asleep not long ago, and he lazily said, "Be good, don't make noise, it's still early, sleep some more." Chiquita? It's late, it's Monday, she has to go to school. Was this man a thief last night? Why did he suddenly stay in bed? She could remember that her dad used to always whisper in her ear that she should learn from Chen Duo. Go to bed early and get up early, and work and rest regularly. God's routine is nothing after sleeping in the same bed with her. She then realized that this man was the one who didn't get up until she did, and he followed suit. When she went to bed, the man might still be up. Kiankikyo looked at his thick and long eyelashes like two small fans covering the deep eyes. A piece of dark green under the eyelids half hidden by the small fan was extremely conspicuous. Come on. The man stayed up late again last night, but she was going to be late for school if she didn't get up, so she could only come to his ear and whisper, "Chen Duo, I'm going to school, so let go of me." Only then did Chen Duo open his eyes. his obsidian-like eyes emitting a strange light as soon as he saw Chiaki Chocho, who had woken up from her sleep. Chocho, you're awake. He let go of Chiaki Chocho in delight. Chiaki Autumn, didn't he just talk? Could he be talking in his sleep? Well, it's Monday, and I have class, so I can't be home with you. Chiaki Chocho stepped down from the bed, and on her way to the bathroom, she habitually grabbed her long hair with both hands, revealing her white and bare back, with two beautiful butterflies lying on her shoulder blades. The sunlight scattered on her back, and her beauty in the light and shadow was palpitating. Chen Duo's breath stuttered, and a deer ran rampant in his heart. Chiaki Chocho squeezed the toothpaste onto her toothbrush and lifted her hand to brush her teeth before she felt a soreness. Thinking about what she had done last night in an unusually bold manner, her face immediately blushed. Enduring the soreness in her right hand, Kiankikia finally finished washing up. She then walked out of the bathroom, ready to go to the check room to change her clothes. Chen Duo, why are you up? It's not like you're in a hurry to do anything. Sleep a little longer. Thinking of the patch of blue under his eyes, Kiankikia's heart ached for him and urged him to sleep a little longer. No, I slept well. Actually, he just wanted to have breakfast with Autumn. Kiankikia secretly spat at him in her heart for opening his eyes and sleeping well. If she hadn't woken him up, he would probably still be sleeping. Kiankikia didn't point it out. She went straight to the check room. After changing her clothes, she picked up the bottles and jars on the dresser and started to rub them on her face. Skincare is a woman's lifelong endeavor, and she hasn't slacked off, reborn or not. Fortunately, she was only 20 now. Her face was full of collagen and she didn't need to put on any makeup. A simple application of some skincare and sunscreen and she headed downstairs. Chen Duo was already sitting at the dining table waiting for Chiaki Chocho, and as soon as she appeared at the stairway, Chen Duo's eyes stuck to her like 502 glue. Eat, don't look at me. Kiankikiyu was embarrassed by the hot gaze, and shyly spoke out to stop Chen Duo. Chen Duo smiled at his words, and only then did he pick up the milk on the table with peace of mind. He had just been blatantly staring at Chocho, and surprisingly she wasn't angry and was shy. Does this mean that she does have a crush on her as well, as she thought last night? Against Chen Duo's intentional and unintentional gaze that fell on her, Kiankikiyu's sore right hand didn't dare to take it out for fear of being seen by Chen Duo. She simply abandoned her knife and fork and picked up the sandwich on her plate with her hands. Seeing this, Chen Duo followed suit and picked up the sandwich, taking a big bite. Chiaki Autumn. She was embarrassed for a moment. The man was becoming a learner now. The two were silent at the table, each eating their breakfast. However, Mrs. Lu looked in her eyes but felt unusually harmonious and well-matched, as if only the two of them in heaven and earth could blend so well, and outsiders could not intrude. After Chiakikiyu ate her breakfast, she picked up her handbag which was placed aside. She walked over and leaned over to kiss Chen Duo's cheek, coaxing him softly. I'm leaving. After you finish eating in a while, go upstairs and sleep some more. Chen Duo's obsidian eyes looked at her with a blank expression, seemingly confused by her sudden kiss in the restaurant. Be good and get some sleep. I'll be back after class. Chiaki dropped this sentence and took off in stride. Only then did Chen Duo touch the place she had kissed as an afterthought. The corners of his mouth slightly raised and his heart softened into a puddle. It was a goodbye kiss she gave herself before she left, and he was ecstatic that it was usually like that between couples in love. So was it like that for them too? Chapter 45 Lin Meisha's interview. Chiaki Akira-san, please wait. At the end of class, a tall, thin boy called out to Chiaki. Kiankikiya stopped her steps. She turned around and found that this boy was the one who was rumored to be having a scandal with her in the posting bar by people who had the heart to do so because he gave her a tissue last time. But she didn't even know his name. So what was he doing calling out to her? What can I do for you, classmate? Chiaki asked softly. Shi Yang froze for a moment. She didn't even know her name, but he knew the post must have been deleted with her help. In this school he felt the people around him were full of malice towards him. No one but Kiankikiyu would have taken the initiative to delete the post. Even if she was doing it for her own sake and didn't want to spread this kind of meaningless gossip with him, he was still grateful to her. Nothing much, thanks for the help. Shi Yang scratched the back of his head, somewhat coyly. Kiankikiya thought of what his sister did is actually quite angry, but the boy's previous life is, after all, innocent death in vain. She cannot be angry at him, can only be angry that his sister is not good. Too stupid to be used as a pawn to seize the Qian clan by someone who has the intention to do so. It is estimated that after his own death in his previous life, that villain Jiang Shibi will not let her go. You're welcome, I'm doing this for myself. Do yourself a favor and stay away from me if you want to be safe in the future. Kiankikiyo didn't want to have too much to do with him, and saving his life in this life was considered a way to thank God for letting her be reborn. She suddenly realized there was a need to bring out this person who had posted the post. Why did she have to find him to rumor with herself? Did she have a grudge against him? Or did she bury the hatchet for what would happen in a few years ahead of time? On second thought, If it really was the latter, then this person hiding in the shadows really had an unfathomable and terrifying heart. Although Qian Kikyu was cold towards herself, this was already the best attitude for Qi Yang, who often suffered from verbal abuse, pranks and so on from his classmates. He raised a raw smile and said to Chiaki, "Thanks anyway." After that he left with his backpack. He had a part-time job to catch up on. He was merely waiting specifically to give thanks to Chiaki Chocho's classmates today. They majored in different subjects and just had some big classes that they would cross over and study together. In fact, after that post was deleted, he was ready to thank Qian Chocho, but he was afraid that if he rashly went forward to find her, it would cause unnecessary public opinion again. That's why Qi Yang waited until Monday's big class to specifically thank her. Qian Chocho didn't pay attention to Qi Yang's departure. She just blanched at the thought that someone might be secretly counting on her. Her fists clenched and creaked. In this life, she would definitely not let anything happen to her family, and Qian's group would definitely not collapse, and she and Chen Duo would definitely be fine as well. She secretly vowed that no matter what demons and monsters she would not let go. In this life she would take revenge even if she turned into a severe ghost. "Hello?" Zhang Shushi stood on the side of the road at the entrance of the school, and he answered an unfamiliar phone call. I thought it was the new driver that his family had arranged for him, but I didn't expect a female voice to come from the other end of the phone and say, "May I ask if you're a student of Jiang Shibu? I'm Xia Chuchu's mom." As soon as Jiang Shu heard that it was Xia Chuchu's mom, his future mother-in-law, his tone became unusually enthusiastic and said, "Hello auntie, I've often heard Chuchu mention you and uncle." Once Lin Meixia heard it, she knew that dead girl Xia Chuchu was really lying to herself. What ordinary classmates listen to people this hot. Not less in the beginning of the first the dead girl mouthed to know the two of them. This relationship sounds extraordinary. A relationship is a relationship? As for hiding it so tightly, they won't disclose anything. Lin Meixia smiled and said, "What can that girl say about us? Student Jiang, I wonder if you have time. I want to talk to you alone." "Yes, I don't have class now. Auntie, name a place and I'll come over to you." Zhang Shushu also want to talk to Xia Chuchu's parents. They are having a relationship. There is no need to still rigidly adhere to the rules, preferring to graduate from university before being allowed to have a relationship, right? Okay, then why don't we meet at the Meat Cafe in Yushir Plaza later? Lin Meixia thought that Yushir Plaza is Jiang Shirbei's family's property. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, and today she could just go over there and take a stroll, thinking that she was the mother-in-law of the future Yushir ruler. Lin Meixia's heart was beautiful. "Okay, I'll see you later then auntie." Jiang Shibi politely waited for Lin Meixia to hang up the phone first, and Lin Meixia's impression of him got better. She drove straight to her destination. She didn't even tell Xia Chuchu that the call was one she secretly saw written down from her daughter's cell phone. She also didn't know what that dead girl Xia Chuchu was thinking. She had a big fight with her daughter yesterday afternoon after she came back from the Qian family. That dead girl blamed her for not being able to trouble Chen Duo, saying that this matter had nothing to do with that cripple at all. Can you blame her for this? It wasn't even Chuchu herself who misled her. Just because of this matter also made her Lin Meixia apologize to Chen Yun, that crippled son, and it was good that she didn't find that dead girl trouble. As soon as she brings up her marriage to Jiang Shibi, Hatsumomo is dead set against it and says it's not what she thinks. They're just normal friends. Do you really think she's old and confused as a mom? That ordinary friends can play all night and go to bed? But the angry Chuchu, the dead girl, does not take it seriously at all, but also said what now society is open. Sex life is also very open, and it is not necessary to love each other to death before going to bed. This almost didn't make her angry. Such shameless words came out of her daughter's mouth, who had been cultivated by her for almost 20 years. Regardless of the reason for her reluctance to get married, Lam thinks she has to do something about it. If Jiang Shibi is not willing to take responsibility, she will go to Jiang's to make trouble. Her daughter's belly may already be pregnant with Jiang Shibi's seed. If she really got pregnant before marriage, as Chocho said, even if her daughter married Jiang Shibu in the future, she would be laughed at by the noble women in the circle. She would never allow that to happen. She had to make the first move, and it would be okay to get the license first, like Chocho said. Lin Meixia passed, found Jiang Shibi has already arrived. Very polite upbringing of the child. Well, there is no rich second-generation vices. The key to her very attentive. Looking at it this way, Lin Meixia, as a person who had been there before, knew that this young man genuinely liked her family's Chuchu. But why did he hide it from her? Jiang Shibu, right? You and our family Chuchu. Lin Meixia was going to say that he had slept with Chuchu, so how did he want to be responsible? As a result, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Jiang Shu. Auntie, I've admired Chuchu for a long time. It's just that my aunt and uncle are very strict in their family teachings that they haven't delayed in getting together. Chapter 46. Jiang Shibi was asked to get married and get a license. Lin Meixia froze at his words, listening to Jiang Shibi, or they don't agree with Chuchu and him being together. What's wrong with that dead girl? What's all this nonsense? But she cleverly immediately took over the conversation, smiling and rounding off the conversation. Said her father and I have only one child, or a girl. In order to protect her naturally managed to be more strict. Yes, girls need to be well protected. Jiang Shu smiled sarcastically and echoed Lin Meixia's words, but now it was that he and Xia Chuchu had already slept together. Then would Auntie think that he bullied Chuchu and be unhappy with him? Auntie, I'm true to Chuchu. I will treat her well in the future. Please allow us to be together? Jiang Shibi stood up very respectfully and bowed to Lin Meixia. He thought that Cho Chao's ignoring himself for the past 2 days should have been blocked by her family. Lin Meixia look at this young man attitude so sincere heart happy, proper mother-in-law to see the son-in-law more and more satisfied. She smiled and said cordially, Xiao Jiang Auntie now knows that you are sincere naturally does not object. However, you also know that we only have one daughter, and we usually control her more strictly because we are afraid that she will be bullied. You guys are like this now, and I don't think Koro usually goes behind our backs to be with you. You guys have this affection too. Why don't you just get the license? Getting a license? Jiang Shushi froze a little, although he had planned to enter the marriage hall with Xia Chubing in the future. But not now. Wouldn't it be too early to get a license? He's still in college, doesn't have his own business and isn't mature enough to be a good husband? He was now only going to settle down with Hatsumomo and get her parents' approval for a relationship. Why don't you want to? Lin Meixia changed her previous cordiality. Her tone got a bit worse, and her face went cold. She says she likes Chorchu, but when she hears about marriage, she wants to run away. What kind of love is this? She just wants to sleep with her daughter for nothing. No, Auntie. I just think it's too early for me to get married and I'm not mature enough or accomplished enough to make a career out of it. Seeing that she was angry, Jiang Shushi hurriedly explained in a hurry that marriage was really not in his current life plan. Lin Meixia thought that Qiuqiu and Chen Duo were not also married at a young age. What does this marriage have to do with age? It's all an excuse. As for his career, he had nothing to worry about. At least he had a family business to inherit, and Chen Duo was a cripple with nothing to lose, but he was still married. Xiao Jiang, Auntie is not forcing you to get married. If you don't want to get married, don't say anything. Although our family is average, we're not poor people who love the rich. We only have one daughter, and we agreed to let you get married knowing that she liked you and you had sex. My family's Chuchu is pretty uneducated. It's not like there's no one else who wants her and wants to force her on you. Since you're holding a playful mindset towards her, then in the future you should not have any further contact, said Lin Meixia, picking up her bag on the table, ready to get up and leave. Auntie, don't be angry. Panicked, Jiang Shu hurriedly stood up and pulled Lin Meixia's arm to plead for mercy. If they don't get married, they won't be allowed to see each other. So what the hell? But once again, he's seen how strict Xia Chuchu's family is, and the reason why people are forcing the marriage is because they're having sex. When he thinks about it like this, he thinks that marriage is not bad. Xia Chuchu will definitely not mess around with other men under such a strict family style. This will also save him a lot of heartache. Chuchu is so well behaved and obedient. She will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. Auntie, calm down. I didn't disagree to agree. It's just that it's something I still need to go home and discuss with my family. Only then did Lin Meixia sit down and said in a good-natured manner, don't force yourself. Our family Chuchu is so outstanding there is no shortage of in-laws. Not reluctantly. I genuinely like Chuchu. Auntie, don't worry. I'll definitely treat her well in the future. Since Jiang Shushi did not reject marriage anymore, he naturally coaxed Lin Meixia with kind words. This is his future mother-in-law. He must not be attentive. The ensuing exchange naturally coaxed Lin Meixia to be happy, and she stepped on her high heels and went back joyfully. Finally, her daughter's marriage has been settled, and a major event hanging over her heart has finally been accomplished. Her request was to get a license as soon as possible, lest it would be bad if the girl did get pregnant by then. Lin Meixia finished solving her daughter's business and began to worry about her husband's business, which has not yet solved the matter of borrowing money. She shook her head and laughed bitterly at herself for being such a worrywart, just wishing she could live the life of a rich and powerful woman sooner. Xia Chuchu didn't even know that her mom had arranged a marriage for her, and she hadn't gone to school in the past 2 days when she was in a bad mood. Not only did she have a big fight with her mom, but she was also humiliated in front of Chen Duo. Wouldn't he know that she had slept with Jiang Shibi? The thought of it made her angry, and the more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She had clearly set Jiang Shibi and Qian Qiqiu up together, deliberately drugging them. Originally thought that Qian Qiqiu and Jiang Shibi slept together. Chen Duo also died. Who knew that in the end? He himself followed the Chinese medicine, and also let Qian Qiqiu that stupid run away. She was now very sure that Qian Qiqiu that stupid had messed up. It must have been that the medicine in her body had kicked in and knew about her calculations, and deliberately her cup was handed to her. Xia Chuchu didn't expect the medicine to be so strong. If she had known, she wouldn't have poured a whole packet of medicine into Kian Kikiyu's juice, and ended up moving a rock and hitting her own foot. Kian Kikiyu, do you think I'll give up just like that? Chen Duo is mine. Xia Chuchu gritted her teeth and grabbed the phone. If the phone in her hand was Kian Kikiyu, she hated that she couldn't pinch and deform it. Kian Kikiyu went back at noon after class. Just arrived home, she found that Chen Duo surprisingly did not come to pick himself up. Usually when he heard the sound of her car, he would sit at the door to greet himself. Where's Chen Duo? Kian Kikiyu asked Sister Lu about him as soon as she entered. Sister-in-law Lu, who was cooking in the kitchen, smiled and said, Mr. went upstairs after breakfast and never came down. He's not still sleeping, is he? Kian Kikiyu remembered that she had coaxed him to go to bed before she left. This person would not sleep until now, right? Mistress has returned just in time. The food will be ready soon, and dinner will be served in a few moments. Sister-in-law Lu reminded Kian Kikiyu with a smile on her face that she could go and ask Chen Duo to come downstairs for dinner. Oh, good. Tough on Mrs. Lu, I'll go upstairs and take a look. Kian Kikiyu carried her bag up the stairs, and when she almost reached the bedroom she intentionally lightened her pace, wanting to sneak in and see if Chen Duo was really sleeping. She gently pushed open the door to her room and found that Chen Duo was indeed still lying in bed asleep. Seeing that he was sleeping so well, Xianqiu lightly retreated out. Chapter 47, Seeking Counsel from Chen Duo. Sister-in-law Lu, let's have lunch later. Kian Kikiyu greeted Sister Lu and took her book to the study room to study. She's about to take her license and her finals, and she's forgotten pretty much everything from before, so now she needs to pick it up and relearn it. But as she learns, her eyelids follow her weight and she can't lift her head. Chen Duo woke up to find it was past 1 o'clock, and he pushed his wheelchair downstairs. Sir, you're down. You're hungry. I'll bring the food over. Sister Lu saw that Chen Duo had gone downstairs and turned to the kitchen. She served the meal one by one, and Chen Duo sat down at the table in silence and picked up his chopsticks. Sister-in-law Lu suddenly asked hesitantly, Mrs. Not eat? After saying that, she felt that she had overstepped her bounds. She shouldn't have asked the young couple whether they ate or not. Chen Duo lifted his head in delight at his words and said softly, Xiuqiu is back? I've been back since noon, hasn't Monsieur seen Madam? Sister-in-law Lu was also puzzled. She thought Mr. knew that Mrs. was at home. Chen Duo hurriedly put down his chopsticks and went upstairs to look for someone. He was sure she wasn't in their room, and he guessed that she might have gone to the study. Pushing open the door of the study, Chen Duo saw Chiaki Chochio lying on her desk. The sunlight shone on the side of her face through the window, and her flushed cheeks could be seen in the halo of light. The breeze blew the light-blocking white veil in front of the window, and the veil tumbled and struggled as if to break away from the hanging rod to cover her head. Its light body kept fluttering with the wind, being yanked back each time it approached the air above Chiaki Chocho's head. Chen Duo looked at the white veil flying recklessly, and in a trance his mind couldn't help but recall the scene from his and Kian Kikiyu's wedding. Kian Kikiyu was wearing a long white wedding veil dragging on the ground, and her head was draped with a white veil being held by Kian Yufeng as she slowly walked towards him. Chen Duo's heart fluttered at the thought of this. He had envisioned such a scene countless times, but every time the groom was not him. Only today did the faceless groom finally appear clear, a face he knew too well to be his own. It turned out that he was also beginning to look forward to his wedding with Chocho. He even somewhat couldn't wait to hold a wedding with her, wanting to declare to the world that Chocho was his Chen Duo. Hiss. Chiaki Chocho's arm pillow went numb, and after muttering uncomfortably, she raised her head sleepily and gently pressed her sore arm. Chen Duo looked at her confused appearance and laughed lightly as he pushed his wheelchair over. Hearing the sound of the wheelchair, Kian Kikiyu opened her half-squinted eyes, just waking up from sleep with a voice that was still a bit soft. Chen Duo, you're awake? Well, are you hungry? Shall we go down and eat? Chen Duo pulled her arm over and gently pressed her tingling arm for her. You press harder. My hands are sore and numb now. I was going to read for a while to study, but I accidentally fell asleep. Kian Kikiyu had just woken up from a nap and was still not too conscious, pouting somewhat confusedly at Chen Duo, chagrined at how she got sleepy as soon as she studied. Well, studying at this hour is supposed to make you sleepy. Chen Duo coaxed her softly as his large palm continued to massage her arms. Chen Duo, you're so smart. Is there a better way for me to study faster? Kian Kikiyu found herself struggling to learn her professional knowledge, and in her previous life, she followed Jiang Shibi to go abroad to change her major to computer science. The current major is a little hard for her to pick up after forgetting so much. Hearing Qian Xiaoqiu's words, Chen Duo's heart was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, he was so powerful in her heart, and at this moment he suddenly realized that he wasn't that bad. He forgot that he was a cripple, and there was only one voice in his heart that told him again, Chen Duo, you are also very good, and the girl you love so much is affirming you. Chen Dushan smiled and said, okay, after dinner, I'll help you think of a solution. Kian Kikiyu sniffed happily and hugged Chen Duo's neck. Hubby, You're so nice. Her cheek was pressed against Chen Duo's ear, and the tip of his ear was suddenly red as if electrified. She also rubbed lightly from time to time in a petulant manner. The delicate soft touch of her cheek against her ear was constantly amplified, and a light veil of red colored Chen Duo's handsome white face. Chen Duo feigned a calm cough and said, "Alright, let's go down to eat first." Only then did Kiankikyo spread her hands and joyfully stood up to push the wheelchair for Chen Duo. "This one is delicious. This one is good too. Try this one." At the dinner table, Kiankikyo was even more attentive to help Chen Duo clip the dishes, just hoping that Chen Duo could help her come up with a good solution after he had eaten his fill. Chen Duo smiled as he finished all the dishes she had pinched, and he realized that the taste of the dishes he had been pinched over by her seemed to be even more delicious. Watching his favorite girl doing her best to please him, Chen Duo's heart rejoiced. At the moment, he seemed to be omnipotent in Xiuqiu's heart, and this blind adoration made him also have the illusion that he was Superman. After dinner, Kiankikyo couldn't wait to push Chen Duo to the study. Chen Duo, who was a genius in her eyes, learning was child's play to him, and he would surely have a way to help himself. Chen Duo took all of Xiuqiu's textbooks from his freshman year to his junior year and first looked at the table of contents, then casually flipped it open to look at it, and then he quickly drew out a mind map on his computer. Chen Duo, who was naturally sensitive to numbers and loved to explore mathematical puzzles, remembered the financial formulas after looking at them once, and he quickly organized them for Kiankikyo in accordance with their logical relevance. So the thick books were turned into a few pages through Chen Duo's deconstruction and simplification. He printed out the documents he had tapped and organized on his computer, and then he began to instruct Chiaki Chocho. The low voice lingered in her ears, and Chiaki Chocho, who had transformed into a voice control person, loved it. She listened more attentively, and most importantly, her brain, which was cluttered and disorganized by the textbooks, suddenly began to open up, and a concise and clear framework gradually appeared. "Well, that's all the studying for today." Chen Duo suddenly stopped. The teacher he was going to leave the class. "Come on, keep telling me. I feel like I understand everything when I listen to you." Kiankikyo was happy because she had learned in and understood all the whole thing, so naturally she disagreed. "Don't be in a hurry. Learning needs to be gradual. What I've said today is enough. You understand it now, but you need to keep consolidating it, or you might forget it again." Chen Duo understood very well that it was one thing to listen and understand, but it depended on how much she had absorbed and mastered. You can't be greedy and give her the whole thing at once, or you'll end up with a confused brain again. "I know them all. Go on," Kiankikyo said unconvincingly. Chapter 48 Struck by Chen Duo. Chen Duo transformed into a stern teacher in a second and said, "Then I'll come up with a few questions for you to do, and if you know how to do them, I'll go on to give you a lecture." "Yeah." Kiankikyo was incomparably confident. She considered herself quite smart. She was able to learn all those cumbersome codes in her previous life, and these financial knowledge that had been combed through by Chen Duo was naturally very simple. Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyo's unusually confident appearance, so he had to take out a blank A4 paper and begin to formulate a title. Not long after he handed Chiaki Chocho 3 questions and said, "If these questions are done, we'll proceed with the lecture." "Okay, it's a deal." Kiankikyo smiled and picked up the paper, burying her head in starting to work on Mr. Chen's accompanying test. She smiled when she saw the first question. It was too easy. She sprawled out the formula and started substituting numbers, but she was all close to calculating the results when she suddenly realized something was wrong. So she stopped the pen in her hand and re-examined the question again, realizing that she had been misled into using the wrong formula by the hole he had dug. She hurriedly crossed out the steps she had done before and rewrote them in the blank space next to her. When doing the second big question, she was much more cautious. From the first question Chen Duo came up with, it was clear that he was good at digging holes. The logic was well organized and intentionally blended concepts that were easy to confuse. Soon the second question was answered by Kiankikyo, who was unusually happy and smug, her proud little tail about to go up to the sky. But soon after reading the third question, the smile on her face froze a little before wilting. "I'm sure you can't be too proud of yourself. It's not like joy begets sorrow. This question is puzzling. I feel that with which formula are a little bit, but it seems that none of them are." Chen Duo watched Kiankikyo smile for a moment, frown for a moment, and gently poke her head with the tip of his pen. Then he knew that she had encountered a difficult problem, but this vivid image of her little expression amused the corners of his mouth. He looked at her with a smile on his brow and a softness in his heart. Kiankikyo thought for half a day without any solution. Finally she deflated her mouth and handed the paper to Chen Duo, somewhat deflated. "Here, I can't do the last question." Chen Duo smiled and picked up the topic he had given out. After quickly skimming through it, he touched Kiankikyo's head and said, "Not bad. Those 2 questions were all correct. These 3 questions I came up with are a bit difficult. You got 2 right already. Don't be discouraged." "Humph, You must be laughing at my lack of self-importance, Qian Qiqi huffed. She had confidently urged him to continue before, but it turned out that there was really something she didn't know how to do. Chen Duo panicked when he heard this. He really didn't mean it. He hurriedly said, I wasn't. Sharp denies the two-strike combo, but Qian Qiqiu, who was sulking and being struck down, didn't care. She began to play the rogue and said, Humph, you just don't want to teach me anymore. That's why you purposely came up with such a difficult topic. Once this unwarranted hat was covered, Chen Dudu was in a hurry. He hurriedly said, No, I'm doing this so that you can clear your mind and won't be misled by irrelevant information. You really think of yourself as a teacher. Am I still your wife or not? You come up with such a difficult topic to make things difficult for me. Qian Qiqio hugged her arms and stalked her neck, not wanting to bother with Chen Duo anymore. This person really doesn't show any emotion at all, public and private. Chen Dok, his face reddened with impatience, and he was now somewhat incoherent, not knowing how to explain himself. Chiaki appreciated that he wasn't a genius either and also had aspects he wasn't good at this before feeling relieved. She knew she was being quite melodramatic, but she was just screwing him over on purpose. It was so infuriating. Why did he learn it at first glance and melted it down? And now he was giving her problems. It was so human. How could he be so smart? But it cheered her up to know that he was helpless in the face of her nonsense. Isn't he also brilliant and omnipotent? Chio, don't be angry. I definitely didn't mean to make things difficult for you on purpose. I'm more than willing to teach you. I'm only being a bit harsh because I want to teach you well. Don't be angry. I'll continue to teach you. Seeing that Qian Qiqiu was angry, Chen Duo no longer insisted on any strict teacher image. He offered to move on, and now he especially regretted why he had to be so serious here. Shouldn't have gotten into the little test. Big deal. Give her a few more lectures when she's confused. Qian Qiqiu smiled when she saw the survivalist and eager Chen Duo. She wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and said, I'm not angry anymore. I forgive you. Really? Chen Duo looked at Qian Qiqiu with some bewilderment, seemingly a bit incredulous that she wasn't angry so quickly. Chen Duo, you look super cute now. I love it so much, said Chiaki Chocho as she pecked him lightly on his handsome face cheek. Now he has his usual cool and reticent persona, with his own normal likes and dislikes. Chen Duo sniffed and mumbled with red ear tips. Then you're not angry with me anymore, but you, still let me teach you? Of course you're going to keep teaching me, Mr. Chen's lectures are so good. Wouldn't it be a shame for me not to learn? Qian Qiqiu looked at the red tips of Chen Duo's ears and continued to tease him. Teacher Chen Duo, who had another name in Chia Qiqiu's heart, was happy, and he grinned with red ears, the tails of his eyes lightly raised. Qian Qiqiu whispered into his ear, if you teach me the last question, I'll allow you to kiss me. Chen Duo sniffed excitedly and hurriedly took the questions over, cheerfully giving Qian Qiqiu the third big question. Listening to his explanation, Qian Qiqiu realized that this person was worthy of being a mathematical genius. His thinking and logic skills were too strong. It was such a clever question, sticking to the key words and the concept, that it made another impression on her again and again. After Chen Duo finished speaking, his obsidian eyes shone brightly as he looked at Chen Xiuqiu, just waiting for her to say that she would, so that he could kiss her. Qian Qiqiu blushed a little at the eager gaze. She blushed and closed her eyes and sent her red lips forward a little. Chen Duo saw this and happily attached himself and lowered his head to kiss it. He excitedly kissed her two red lips, like a child getting his favorite candy. He rubbed it lovingly and sticky, licking lightly over and over again at the outer edges exposed by the torn candy paper, the sweet syrup flowing into his heart. He nibbled lightly on the outer edge, knocked his teeth open, and stuck out his own nimble little tongue, wandering slowly around her mouth, inviting her tangy tongue to dance, playfully jostling in the tangle of entanglements, as if in a close-up heat dance. Chiaki responded to him in a raw manner, and he gasped a few times heavier at the stimulation. Chapter 49, Disagreeing with the Marriage. Borrowing your room. What? Mom, you went to see Eshibuki without my permission. Xia Chuchu angrily stomped her feet in place. Why is Mom getting more and more incomprehensible? Yeah, I'm your mom. Why can't I go to him? Lin Meixia didn't even put Xia Chuchu's outburst in her eyes, and was full of concern. I also talked to him about your marriage. Mom, how can you be like this? What era is it now? Marriage is no longer a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. It has long been advocated that marriage is free to make its own decisions. Xia Chuchu was very unhappy with what Lin Meixia did. She doesn't like Jiang Shibi at all. How could she marry him? It's promoting freedom of marriage now. But aren't you all free to love? Lin Meixia couldn't figure out her daughter. She was the one sneaking around with Jiang Shibi, and now she was reluctant to talk about marriage. Xia Chuchu did not have a good temper and said, to fall in love to get married, how many fall in love to break up? I do not want to get married with him. Why did you have sex with him if you're not married? do you realize that you might have a baby in your belly? And your father and I can't afford to lose that. Lin Meixia did not expect that her daughter, who had always been well-behaved and obedient, would have a rebellious period that would appear now. Mom, it's all a lost cause. You like to catch things. How is it possible to get pregnant all at once? Xia Chuchu was anxious when she heard this. How could she be pregnant with Zhang Shibi's child? It's impossible. But by Lin Meixia, she couldn't help but worry again in her heart. She didn't take her medicine when she came back that time, but fell back to sleep tiredly. Who's to say about this? Anyway, you'd better get your license first like Chocho, and the wedding can be graduation then, so that even if you conceive a child, it's still in name only. Lin Meixia didn't care so much. She was very satisfied with this son-in-law. Zhang Ji, not only is he talented, but his family is also in good condition, so his daughter will be a grandma if she marries him. Mom, just give up on this. I am not going to marry Zhang Shibu. I'll emphasize again that I'm with him by accident. I don't like him. Xia Chuchu still thinks about Chen Duo in her heart. If she married Zhang Shibu, then wouldn't she have no chance at all? I don't care if you like him or not. Your father and I have agreed to this marriage. Get your head out of your ass. Can liking be food? Lin Meixia persuaded Xia Chuchu bitterly. She did it for her daughter's good. Marrying a man to marry a man. Dress and eat. Marriage is not just a matter of liking. If so, she would not have married Xiaoliwei, but married the neighboring village of Tian. The reason why she abandoned her neighboring village fiancé, Tian, who had been paying for her to go to college, and chose the city's Xiaoliwei was because she saw that his family was in good condition. It turns out that she made the right choice. Xiaoliwei obeyed herself. She has always been the one who said it all. And the days went by smoothly. And she heard from people in her hometown that Tian's family was still penniless, and that he had married a daughter-in-law some years earlier, but later ran away with someone and didn't leave behind a son or daughter. With this comparison, Lin Meixia felt that she had made an immensely correct choice in the first place. That's why she hopes that her daughter, like herself, will choose material conditions for her marriage. In Lin Meixia's opinion, Zhang Shibi is just like Xiaoliwei back then, with a good family background and a fondness for Chuchu. Why wouldn't Chuchu agree to get married to such a good family? Xia Chuchu wanted to say that liking can be a meal. Chen Duo's ability can be much better than Zhang Shibi, but she didn't dare. If her mother knew that she coveted a married man, or that crippled Chen Duo, she would have said anything to force her to marry Zhang Shibi. Just don't think about it all day. When our two families have discussed and picked out a good day, you guys will hurry up and get your license. Lin Meixia, still exerting her authority to speak her mind at home, gave her daughter an order and left. Xia Chuchu is going crazy. What the hell is this? How is it completely different from what she envisioned? It's all messed up. If she married Zhang Shibi, then Qian Kikyu would surely break Zhang Shibi's mind, and might even ignore herself. Then how could she still approach Chen Duo? Cousin, can I come to your house? I had a fight with my mom. Xia Chuchu calls Qian Chocho for help, thinking that she might as well take the opportunity to stay at Qian Chocho's place and tease Chen Duo while she's at it. If she slept with Chen Duo, Qian Kikyu would definitely not be with Chen Duo anymore. When the time came, she would be small-minded and gentle, and Chen Duo would surely fall head over heels for her. Xia Chuchu incomparably regrets that she didn't seduce Chen Duo earlier. For the sake of the so-called reserve and the consideration of her mother's feelings time and time again, she misses a good opportunity. There was a fight. What happened with you and your aunt? Qian Kikyu was more curious. Lin Meixia and Xia Chuchu mother and daughter were getting along like good sisters. How could they suddenly quarrel? My mom told me to marry Zhang Shibi. I know my cousin likes him. How can I marry him? I don't like him. It was an accident that I was with him. Xia Chuchu anxiously explains to Qian Chocho, uttering sentences that are for Qian Chocho's sake and won't steal a man from her. I see. So come over and stay. Qian Kikyu was happier that their mother and daughter had quarreled over marrying Zhang Shibi. She naturally wants to keep her persona of liking Zhang Shibi from crumbling, and can only agree to Xia Chuchu staying over. The matter of their marriage was set up by her. Since this is the case, let Xia Chuchu relax her guard against herself first, and then take it slowly. She was doing the same thing in her own way. Didn't the family pretend to be nice in the first place and end up scheming for everything she had? After hanging up Xia Chuchu's phone, Qian Chocho went to find Chen Duo. The danger of letting Xia Chuchu live in is Chen Duo. After all, people had been coveting Chen Duo for a long time, and now that the dog had jumped over the wall, she might try everything to seduce him. What happens next is a test for Chen Duo, to see if he can resist the temptation of that little goblin Xia Chuchu. Chen Duo, Xia Chuchu is going to live in. Qian Chocho pushed open the door of the study and announced to Chen Duo, only to see Chen Duo's brow frown lightly for a moment then loosen up again as he said to Qian Kikyu, well, it's fine if you make the call. Qian Kikyu smiled. She didn't expect Chen Duo to hate Xia Chuchu so much. It has to be said that Chen Duo's attitude towards Xia Chuchu greatly pleases himself. Qian Chocho encircled Chen Duo's neck and kissed his cheek. Very good. This is a reward for you. Stay away from Xia Chuchu in the future. Don't give her a chance to get close to you. Chen Duo secretly said, what did Chocho mean by this? Was she being jealous of herself? However, he has no half-good feelings for that hypocritical and selfish woman Xia Chuchu, and it is unclear why Qian Qiqiu was worried about Xia Chuchu wanting to get close to him. As a good husband, Chen Duo naturally obeyed Chen Qiuqiu's words. He nodded. Okay, I'll stay away from her. Chapter 50 Xia Chuchu's arrival. After hanging up the phone, Xia Chuchu happily packed her bags. This is the happiest thing she has encountered in the past few days. As she pulled the suitcase downstairs, Lin Meixia took a look at this dead girl to play a trick like running away from home, and she rushed forward to tug on the suitcase. Where are you going? Against you. Now you're playing runaway with me. Lin Meixia has always been the boss in this family, causing her to be very strong, and she thinks her daughter is deliberately provoking her as a way to rebel against marriage. Mom, I'm just going to my cousin's for a few days. I'll think about getting married. Xia Chuchu knows that her mom is strong, and if she resists, the more she resists, the harsher her mom will control her. She can only be softer in her attitude, so that her mom will stop pressing. Once Lin Meixia heard that her daughter had loosened up and said that she would consider the marriage, she changed her previous aggressiveness and laughed softly. Go to Chocho's place. Ah, don't say it earlier, mom is misunderstanding it all. This luggage mom is holding it for you. At this moment, Lin Meixia is no longer overbearing and has transformed into a gentle and considerate mother, carrying her daughter's luggage to send her out of the house. Be careful on the road and drive slowly. Lin Meixia concernedly admonished Xia Chuchu, who was sitting in the car. Xia Chuchu said with a good face, I know. Bye mom. The moment the car started, the corner of Xia Chuchu's mouth raised a cold smile. She is only a good mother when she is good and obedient. For so many years she had played the role of a good, obedient child, and now she suddenly felt that she was nothing more than her mother's puppet, who had no regard for her own subjective wishes. As it was, she had no choice but to find her own way back. As soon as Xia Chuchu left, Lin Meixia went to call Qian Qiqiu. Qiu, that child Chuchu is still deeply attached to you. You're married and she still wants to bother you. I'll trouble you to take care of her in the next few days, and enlighten her for me. I'm doing this for her own good. Jiang Shibi is a nice young man. It's not a loss to marry him. Qian Qiqiu comforted Lin Meixia. Auntie, don't worry too much. Chuchu just can't accept getting married so early. Now which girl is willing to be bound by marriage so early? You see, I was quite defiant before, wasn't I? Now that I'm married I think it's not so bad. It's good that Hatsumomo has come to me. She can look at my life after marriage and realize that it hasn't changed too much between being married and not being married. Once Qian Qiqiu said these beautiful words, Lin Meixia was instantly pacified. She laughed and said, it's true that older knows better. Look at you and Chocho are only a few months apart. You know much more than she does. Then I'll leave Chor to you. As a person who has been there, persuade her well for auntie. Okay, don't worry auntie. I'll take good care of her for you. Qian Qiqiu said the word care with clenched teeth. Her care will let Xia Chuchu benefit for life. Qian Qiqiu stood on the balcony, looking at the sunset hanging in the treetops. The corner of her mouth hooked up a light smile. The sun was setting, and the night would eventually cover the whole land, and people like her, who had been in the darkness, eventually learned to embrace it. It seemed to have turned into a wonderful protective color as well as a favorable weapon. Watching how she dragged Xia Chuchu into this endless darkness as well. As Chen Duo pushed open the door, he looked up and saw the silhouette on the balcony. However, it was as if he saw a cloud of black chi enveloping her surroundings, and looking at her back at the moment caused an inexplicable pain in his heart, and an unnamable sadness surged through his heart. Qian Qiqiu heard the sound of a wheelchair behind her. She smiled and turned around. You're done? Chen Duo's eyes blinked for a moment as he wondered if he had misread the situation before. Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair over as he took Qian Qiqiu's hand and said, well, let's go down for dinner. Qian Qiqiu obediently sat on his lap, hugged his neck and said, later, we'll start dinner when Chuchu comes. You sit with me for a while and watch the sunset. Chen Duo hugged Qian Qiqiu's waist and said softly, were you upset just now? No, I was just enjoying the sunset. Don't you think the sunset in the evening is beautiful? Even though she knew that darkness was coming, she desperately tried to blossom her last splendor before leaving, and the lingering sunlight in the sky was fondly cheering her on. Beautiful, but not as beautiful as you. Chen Duo spoke softly, leaving those last words in his heart. Qian Qiqiu looked at the setting sun. He looked at her in his arms under the setting sun. The beauty is even more intoxicated. They just held each other, quietly watching the waning sun fall below the horizon. The last glimpses of the evening sun in the sky were blown away by the breeze and scattered into the unknown. The sound of a car broke the tranquility between them at the moment. Qian Qiqiu retracted her gaze and saw Xia Chuchu's car slowly drive into the courtyard. Well, Hatsumomo's here. Let's go down. Qian Qiqiu stood up from Chen Duo's arms. and as she turned to push Chen Duo, she noticed that his thighs moved with difficulty. It was only then that she realized in hindsight that she had been sitting there for a long time and that his legs should be numb, and she reached out to try to press them for Chen Duo. As her hand was about to touch Chen Duo's thigh, he reached out with a quick eye and pulled her hand. He smiled as usual and said, "Let's go. We can't keep our guests waiting for long." Chiaki Chochio, however, was sharp-eyed enough to notice that his smile was forced and the ends of his eyes were lowered. Kian Kikiyu secretly said it seems that he still minded his leg, or he was in low self-esteem and fear, sensitive and did not want to let himself touch his leg. Her heart ached, suddenly realizing that she hadn't done enough for Chen Duo, who was as unconfident as ever in front of her. Kian Kikiyu also pretended that nothing had happened, smiling and holding his hand back to walk out with him. When Xia Chuchu saw their hands clasped together, a flash of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She quickly adjusted her facial expression though and happily walked over to them, pulling their arms together. "Cousin, I've missed you these past few days. My mom she's getting harder and harder to communicate with now. I suspect she's entering early menopause." Seeing this, Chen Duo let go of Qian Xiuqiu's hand and pushed the wheelchair to the side. He kept in mind Xiuqiu's advice to stay away from Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu, who broke up the hands that were clasped together and smoothly squeezed in between them, had a happy face, as if she was really happy because she was seeing Kian Kikiyu, her affectionate cousin. "You, no big deal. How can you talk about your own mom like that, Auntie?" People in her era would be relatively conservative in their thinking, not quite able to accept the openness of current thinking. Kian Kikiyu also looks like a good cousin, affectionately poking Xia Chuchu's head, helplessly lecturing her. She held Xia Chuchu's arm, and in a second turned into a caring big sister and said, "You just stay here at ease, and stay as long as you want. Auntie there, take your time. There is no such thing as an overnight feud between mother and daughter." Chapter 51, Sisterly Love. It's all in the acting. "Autumn, you're so good to me. I love you." Xia Chuchu intimately hugged Kian Kikiyu's neck and rubbed on her shoulder. Chen Duo's black eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, looking at this scene and only feeling diaphragmatic. Rob Xiuqiu like Zhang Shibi, but still can like a nothing to stick to Xiuqiu. Really ignorant, naive, and there are accidents? He pushed his wheelchair and took the lead to the restaurant, not wanting to see that appetizing woman. "Xia Chuchu, no big deal. I'm your cousin." Chiaki diaphragmatically pushed her head away. "It's only a couple months older." Xia Chuchu unconvincingly beamed her mouth, living like a sister who plays tricks and pushes her buttons. If she hadn't experienced the events of her previous life, Chen Xiuqiu might have really thought how deep and dependent Xia Chuchu's feelings for herself were. It's a shame that such acting skills don't go into acting. "Chuchu, let's eat first. I'll show you your room later." Chen Xiuqiu pulled Xia Chuchu closely behind Chen Duo and walked over to the dining table. She habitually sat next to Chen Duo, and Xia Chuchu saw this and sat opposite Chen Duo. "Cousin, your aunt's cooking is delicious." Xia Chuchu feasted on the food and didn't forget to praise Sister Lu a few times. Sister-in-law Lu rolled her eyes in her mind. If it wasn't for her wife's face, she wouldn't have cooked for the dog. Looking innocent and cute, but not knowing how to be dirty on the inside. Sister-in-law Lu will always remember the day she first came here and opened her mouth to call Mr. Cripple. "Now you can still eat at the same table with Mr. As if nothing has happened. This is not just a thick skin that can be described. The heart is deep." Kian Kikiyu smiled and said, "If it's delicious you can eat more. Just don't get tired of eating it every day in the future." Saying that, she chucked dishes into Chen Duo's bowl, seeing that he didn't even eat much, thinking that he might not be accustomed to having an extra stranger at the table. Xia Chuchu pushed the bowl forward as well, somewhat jealous and feigned anger. "Cousin is too biased, giving her brother-in-law food without even giving it to me. How old are you? You haven't grown up yet." "Which, for you, no picking, eat quickly." Although Kian Kikiyu knows it by heart but still smiles and treats Xia Chuchu as a child who hasn't grown up and gives her a chopstick of a dish she doesn't like to eat, only to see Xia Chuchu's face stiffen for a moment. Then she beamed and muffled, "Cousin is so bad, knowing that I don't like this dish." Saying that, she still forced herself to eat the food, seemingly caring about Chiaki Chochio as her sister, and helplessly choosing to obey. Kian Kikiyu smiled like nothing, posing as a big sister. "That's right, don't be picky about what you eat in order to have balanced nutrition." As soon as the words fell, she gave Xia Chuchu another chopstick of a dish she didn't like. Then in order not to be too thick, Kian Kikiyu smiled and gave Chen Duo dishes as well. This time Xia Chuchu won't be a demon anymore. Xia Chuchu looked at the bowl with another chopsticks of dishes she didn't like, and without tears, she swallowed the rice together, never mentioning the matter of pinching the food again. How could she let go of the chance to show off? Or in the case that it was Chen Duo sitting across from her. So she valiantly took a bite of the dish she didn't like, and then glanced accusingly at Chen Duo, who was sitting across from her. That little expression was as innocent and pathetic as it had to be, trying to inspire a man's protectiveness. As a result, Chen Duo froze and didn't receive it. He kept burying his head in his food and didn't even bother to raise his head for fear of accidentally seeing a certain appetizing woman across the street. Looking at Chen Duo, who was eating white rice, Qian Kikyu naturally took the job of chucking vegetables and took the initiative to chuck them into his bowl. Xia Chuchu, who was at her wit's end at the dinner table, moved her mind back to choosing a room, and she took the initiative to choose a room next door to the study. The study is some distance away from Qian Kiki's bedroom. Xia Chuchu secretly thought that it would be much more convenient for her to take the opportunity to sneak into the study away from seducing Chen Duo. Maybe something indescribable could still happen, and when the raw rice was cooked, it would be too late for Chiaki to stop it. Qian Kikyu was clear in her mind about the reason why Xia Chuchu chose this room. She arranged Xia Chuchu into the room next to the study without a hint of dissimilarity. Only Chen Duo, who was in the study, was a little upset when he heard the commotion next door, but when he thought that this person was agreed to live in by Chiuchiu, he couldn't say anything. After all, he had said that Chiuchiu was the head of this family. When Chen Duo saw that Xia Chuchu lived next door, he left early from the study. After Xia Chuchu finished her bath, she wore a lace halter dress and secretly opened the door of the study, and found that it was dark and no one was there. A pang of anger went through her and she stomped her feet in place. But how could she give up so early? The thought of marrying Jiang Shibi if she didn't succeed gave her unlimited motivation again. Xia Chuchu knocked on the door of Qian Qiuqiu's room and said softly, "Cousin, are you asleep?" Qian Kikia knew that Xia Chuchu would definitely play a demon. She climbed up from the bed. She opened the door to her room then casually closed it again. "Chuchu, what's wrong? You're still up this late." "Cousin, I can't sleep. I'm scared." "You sleep with me." Xia Chuchu played the advantage of the invincible little pitiful again, timidly telling Qian Kikia that she had just come to an unfamiliar environment and was a bit scared and not quite adapted. "Alright, you go back first. I'll go talk to Chen Duo and go over to accompany you." In order not to lose all her efforts, Qian Kikiu's persona as a knowing sister had to be maintained, and she agreed with a smile. Xia Chuchu then turned around with satisfaction and went back with a smile. With her there she wouldn't let them Qian Kikiu and Chen Duo sleep together, although they are now legally married. Xia Chuchu doesn't want anything to happen to them that should happen between husband and wife. Qian Kikiu walked back inside and said softly, "Chen Duo, I'm going over to sleep with Chuchu. You lock the door later." Why does she have so many things to do? Such a big person is not a child anymore, and she needs you to sleep with her. Chen Duo's displeasure couldn't help but explode at this moment, and he accused the guest that Chiaki Chiuchiu had received without a good mood. From Xia Chuchu appearing and interrupting him and Chiuchiu's hand-holding, to taking the opportunity to not let Chiuchiu give herself food during dinner, and now demanding that Chiuchiu not let her sleep with herself. Chen Duo really couldn't bear it anymore, knowing how annoying this woman was, but patiently tolerated it for Chiuchiu's face. But now he couldn't bear it anymore. Chiuchiu didn't expect Chen Duo to be so angry. She leaned over and kissed Chen Duo's lips, soothing him. "Honey, it's just for one night. She's new here and a little out of sorts, so I'll sleep with you tomorrow." Chen Duo could only helplessly compromise in the end, muffling, "Just one night, you said. Aha, good night." Chiaki kissed him on the cheek and exchanged goodnights before leaving. Chapter 52, Nightmare haunts them. Neither of them sleeps well. After Qian Kikia left, Chen Duo touched the empty bed on his side a little lost. In the past, he didn't feel anything when he slept alone, but now after having another Chiuchiu beside him, he had gotten used to sleeping with her in his arms. Habit is a very scary thing, just like now, when Chiuchiu was not around. He suddenly couldn't get used to it, couldn't go back to the days when he already slept alone. He thought sullenly that Chiuchiu had told him to stay away from that woman, and he was secretly glad that Chiuchiu was jealous of him. As a result, he was the one who ended up secretly jealous, tossing and turning and having trouble falling asleep. Chen Duo found the night without Chiuchiu accompanying him unusually difficult. He hugged Chiuchiu's pillow and smelled the scent left on it until the latter part of the night before he was forced to fall asleep. Chen Duo woke up when it was just dawn. He fluffed his pillow and washed up before pushing his wheelchair to the study. The sound of the wheelchair rubbing against the place woke up Chiaki, who had been haunted by nightmares this entire night. She opened her eyes and looked at Xia Chuchu, who was huffing and puffing beside her. The hatred on her face was destructive. Her hand reached for Xia Chuchu's neck. She couldn't tell dream from reality anymore, and the pain of the whip on her body in that dank basement made her want nothing more than to kill the woman beside her. Wheels, wheels, wheels. The sound of the wheelchair was getting closer. At this moment, Xian Xiaoqiu's hand was already on Xia Chuchu's neck. She suddenly came to her senses and loosened her hand and withdrew it. She still has her family, and Chen Duo. She can't ruin her current life for Xia Chuchu. There are many ways to torture a person, and death is just one of the easiest and most comfortable. She couldn't be in a hurry. She had to take her time. She couldn't foolishly choose to end this life by carrying human life on her back. Qian Kikiu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and got up to open the door to her room. Autumn, Why are you awake? Seeing Qian Kikyu walking out of the guest room, Chen Duo hurriedly pushed his wheelchair over. Qian Kikyu excitedly hugged Chen Duo. Thanks to his appearance. Otherwise she might have to do something stupid. Chiyo, what's wrong with you? Chen Duo asked suspiciously. I just missed you so much. I didn't sleep well last night without you. I had nightmares over and over again. She didn't dare to tell Chen Duo that it wasn't a nightmare. It was her tragic past life. Chen Duo didn't expect Chiyo to need himself so much too. He didn't sleep much last night either. He softly coaxed Qian Kikyu. Having a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Dreams are all the opposite. It's still early. Why don't I accompany you back to sleep for a while? Good. Qian Kikyu pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair back, and when she returned to her room she hurriedly went to take a shower. You go to bed. I'll take a shower. After a night of nightmares, she was all sweaty and clammy and couldn't sleep well. Chen Duo also noticed that the hair on her forehead was all wet, and secretly wondered what kind of nightmare Chiyo was having that caused her to break out in such a cold sweat. He was heartbroken. Had he known that he wouldn't let Chiyo accompany Xia Chuchu to sleep, so that both he and Chiyo could have a good night's sleep. After taking a bath, the body of a piece of fresh Qian Kikyu, which embraced Chen Duo's waist, huffed and puffed. Chen Duo also wrapped his arms around her waist into the dreamland. Xia Chuchu sat in the living room anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Last night she slept too much. Do not know when Qian Kikyu slipped back to the room. Originally she woke up and was ready to go knock on their room door. Who knew that she was stopped by sister-in-law Lu, the subordinate, who said, Mr. and Mrs. usually don't wake up this early. Miss Xia can go downstairs and take a look around. Won't wake up so early. Xia Chuchu didn't think much about it. Until now it's all sunrise. She can't help but start thinking about it more. Look at So can sleep posture. Last night must sleep late. Couples sleep late can do what? Is not that a little thing? Xia Chuchu did not expect Chen Qiuqiu and Chen Duo husband and wife have such a good relationship. With her as an outsider, cannot be exempted from this husband and wife Duanluan. Qian Kikyu arched in Chen Duo's arms before opening her eyes. This sleep was too peaceful. No more nightmares. It seems that Chen Dokan is really her guardian god. With him around, nightmares don't even dare to bother her. Seeing her arching her body in his arms like a little piglet, Chen Duo stretched and laughed out softly. Awake. Well, Chen Duo, you're truly my patron saint, said Chiaki Chocho as she wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and pecked his cheek. Chen Duo's heart rejoiced at his words and smiled. Sleeping comfortably now. Nightmares run away with you. I should have slipped back in when I knew Chocho was asleep. It's a good thing I don't have classes in the morning or I'd be sleepy. I'm going to get up. Are you getting up? Listening to Qian Chocho repenting that she should have come back to sleep with him yesterday, Chen Duo's sulkiness because Xia Chuchu snatched away Qian Chocho dissipated without a trace. He secretly thought that after this time, Chocho should know that she can't leave herself, and he also cannot leave Chocho, otherwise both of them cannot sleep well. The two of them work well together. One goes to the bathroom to wash up when they get up and the other goes to the check room to change. There's no such thing as robbing the bathroom. Chen Duo has more trouble changing his lower half of his body in a wheelchair because of his legs, and it will take longer. Qian Kikyu knew that he was very mindful of the fact that he saw his legs, so after washing up she took care of her skin first and waited until Chen Duo came out of the check room before she went in to change her clothes. When the two of them came downstairs after washing and dressing, Xia Chuchu hurriedly greeted them. She bristled and said unhappily, Cousin, you're too much. You left me alone last night and went to your room. Qian Kikyu stroked her head, as if she was calming a sister who was overly dependent on her, and laughed softly. Nonsense. I only returned to my room at dawn this morning. Not waiting for Xia Chuchu to say anything, she continued, I'm used to sleeping with Chen Duo now. I didn't sleep well last night even though I accompanied you all night, so you sleep by yourself tonight. Heavy on the color and light on the sister. Xia Chuchu muttered her mouth without a good mood. Qian Kikyu faced her jab this time, but instead laughed and said cheekily, then you hurry up and get married, and when you have a husband you'll be like this too. Now Xia Chuchu has nothing to say. After all, they are husband and wife. If she says it again, she will have the suspicion of provoking their relationship as husband and wife. Cousin, eat quickly. I've been waiting for you to have breakfast with me. I'm a sweet sister, aren't I? Well, you'll eat more in a while. Next time don't wait for us. You eat first yourself. Chen Duo and I are sleepy. Qian Qiuqiu seems to be insinuating something with every sentence, and Xia Chuchu is really getting more and more upset the more she hears it. Is Chen Qiuqiu in disguise showing off how good her and Chen Duo's relationship is? It seemed like she had to speed up her actions. She had to snatch Chen Duo over. If she couldn't snatch it she'd rather destroy it than cheapen Qian Kikyu. Chapter 53, Mutual Confessions. Mutual Calculations. Come on, let's eat. Qian Qiuqiu greeted Xia Chuchu cordially, as if the nightmare from last night was all but forgotten. Eat more. Don't starve and get thin at my place. Then my aunt and uncle will have to get me in trouble. Xiao Chuchu looked at Chen Xiuqiu, who enthusiastically opened the food for her, and spat out her tongue without any good sense. Cousin, you're also too exaggerated. This is taking me as a pig to raise. Isn't this because I'm afraid you won't get used to eating it? Feel free to pick what you like to eat, and tomorrow I'll have Mrs. Lu prepare your favorite breakfast for you, so you can treat this place like your own home. Qian Qiqiu played this good sister image of herself to the extreme. She had no trouble with Jiang Shibi's matter. She had no heart, and her heart was only good to Xiao Chuchu, her cousin. Thank you, cousin. Cousin is so nice. Xiao Chuchu had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she was thinking that Qian Qiuqiu was really stupid as always. Stupid. That could be put to good use. After breakfast, Chen Duo went to the study. Chen Qiuqiu pulled Xiao Chuchu in the guest room next door to the study, and the good sisters talked to each other. Chuchu, what are you thinking? Auntie called me and asked me to persuade you to get a license to marry Jiang Shibi. Xiao Chuchu hurriedly explained. Cousin, you have to believe me. I really don't like Jiang Shibi. It was an accident that time between him and I. I suspect that there were banned drugs in the drinks at that KTV. She knew that Chiaki Chocho had been drugged that time as well, and she directly dumped the pot of drugging on someone else. After all, she was now a victim as well. What? So you and I were talking about an accident because you got herbalized that time too? I thought I was the only one like that, because I bought a bottle of water on the way here, so I always thought it was the bottle I drank that someone else had spiked. Qian Qiqiu was making up reasons for herself. The reason why she was so heartless before and still treated Xiao Chuchu as her sister, it was because she never suspected Xiao Chuchu. Yeah, that's why I was like that with Jiang Shibu. Cousin, don't worry, I don't like him, I don't want to steal him from you. Xiao Chuchu didn't think that there is still this matter of her buying water. Since Qian Qiqiu still trusts herself so much, she hurriedly excused herself. Chuchu, you're my only cousin. Even if you do marry Jiang Shibu, I won't mind. After all, things have already happened and Chen Duo and I are married. So why don't you just listen to your aunt's wishes and marry Jiang Shibi? Chen Qiuqiu didn't mind Xiao Chuchu marrying the person she liked at all, and was all for Xiao Chuchu. Xiao Chuchu sniffed and directly retorted with excitement. I don't want it. I don't like Jiang Shibi. I don't want to marry him. Fine, fine, don't marry. So what do you do next? I don't think my aunt and uncle are going to stop. Qian Qiqiu wrapped her arms around Xiao Chuchu and gently soothed her, acting as the role of a good cousin who cares about her feelings. Xiao Chuchu said with a sad face, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you. Chiaki Chocho brought out her simple and heartless side. Cousin, do you still like Jiang Shibi? Are you in love with Chen Duo? Xiao Chuchu was quite intent on latching on. If she still likes Jiang Shibi, she has a way to keep Qian Qiqiu and Chen Duo from being a couple. She came up with another good method. She seduced Chen Duo over here. She can also give Qian Qiqiu to Jiang Shibu. Do two hands to prepare more secure? Of course Qian Qiqiu couldn't let her down. She smiled bitterly and said, of course I like it. He is after all the one I have been chasing for so long and haven't yet chased after. Chen Duo is just the order of his parents. He can't talk about what he likes, so he'll just get together. Hatsumomo, even though you had sex with Jiang Shibi, if you don't like him then don't force yourself. I still hope you can marry the person you like and be happy. All of these words from Chiaki revealed a sadness and hopelessness. Marrying Chen Duo wasn't very happy. It was just a way to make ends meet. Therefore she hopes that Xiao Chuchu's marriage can be married to love and gain beauty. Cousin, when I saw you and Chen Duo holding hands, I thought you guys were close. Xiao Chuchu, incomparably sympathetic, hugged Qian Qiqiu's arm and comforted her. But in her heart she was happy. I didn't realize that Qian Qiqiu, the stupid person with no eyes, still didn't like Chen Duo, so she could take the next step. That's just for show. For show. Only your heart knows if you like it or not. Qian Qiqiu all but transformed into a deep-rooted woman, lamenting about her miserable marriage. Cousin, since you know how hard it is to marry someone you don't like, will you help me? Xiao Chuchu takes the opportunity to use Qian Qiqiu's empathy to seek help and get her to help herself. Qian Xiuqiu had acted so adequately. Seeing Xiao Chuchu finally unloading her heart and relaxing her guard, she hurriedly said with a serious face, tell me, how can I help you? Cousin, help me talk to Jiang Shibi about canceling the marriage. Xiao Chuchu hugged Xian Xiuqiu's arm with a pleading face. But Eboshi doesn't want to see me at all. Chiaki Chocho said, very depressed, deeply feeling that she could not help. Xiao Chuchu hurriedly said, I'll ask him out in my name. Then you go and talk for me. Then why don't you go yourself? Chiaki asked her doubts out. I'm going to go. By my mom know that I was privately looking for Jiang Shibi to return the marriage. She did not break my legs. You are not the same. Mom so love you won't do anything to you. Good cousin, you just help me. Otherwise I'm really homeless. Xiao Chuchu reasonably analyzes the pros and cons, and seems to really need Xian Xiuqiu to step in to break off this engagement. Qian Qiqiu didn't agree quickly. She hesitated and hesitated for a while before she gritted her teeth and firmly said, Alright, I hope that auntie will be able to forgive me when the time comes. Xia Chuchu smiled at her words. She happily wrapped her arms around Qian Kiki's neck and called Qian Kiki the best cousin. In her heart, she was ho-hum. She would soon be able to create a scandal between Jiang Shui and Qian Kikiu. Cousin, I'll contact Jiang Shibu in a while and see when it's convenient to make an appointment. Xia Chuchu happily said. Okay, let me know when you set a time. Since Qian Qiuqiu decided to help Xia Chuchu, she went out of her way to help people to the end. That's very kind of you, cousin. Xia Chuchu's head leaned on the side of Qian Qiuqiu's shoulder, as if Qian Qiuqiu was her strong backing. Qian Kikiu smiled gently, but in her heart, she was in this help method of Xia Chuchu. I'm afraid it's not simple for her to talk to Jiang Shibi about breaking off the engagement, right? Xia Chuchu must have a backstab. Would he deliberately stir her up with Jiang Shibi and then sow discord to get Chen Duo to divorce himself? The two men were each harboring small plans in their hearts, and they were calculating in their minds how to put each other to death. Chapter 54, Xia Chuchu acts. After Qian Kikiu left, Xia Chuchu contacted Jiang Shibi. Jiang Shushi did not expect Xia Chuchu will ask himself to meet in the hotel, but he did not object, but instead in his heart secretly thought that he last time a show of strength to make Xia Chuchu quite stay. In the study Qian Kikiu sat beside Chen Duo. She tugged at him and said, the post I asked you to hack last time, can you help me find the poster? What's that guy got to do with you? Chen Duo still asked the doubts he had hidden in his heart before. He wanted to know why Chiaki Chocho wanted to help that boy named Chi Young. It doesn't matter much. Are you jealous? Qian Kiki's pair of soulful peach blossom eyes were full of teasing as she looked at him. No. Chen Duo's eyes dodged and his head turned unnaturally to the side. No, what are you hiding? Qian Kikiu secretly laughed in her heart. He was hiding too deep, quite able to pretend he's a classmate whose name I don't even know, and who was wrongly accused when he kindly lent me a tissue. I can't be so kind as to be gracious, so I enlisted the help of my super awesome husband. Qian Kikiu hugged Chen Duo's arm and placed her little head on his shoulder, pouting and blowing rainbow farts at him. The corners of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly at his words, and he hurriedly suppressed them again. Only the red tips of her ears were exposed to the air, and the breeze saw them and stroked them playfully, bringing a slight coolness. Chen Duo coughed unnaturally. When I hacked that thread last time, I checked the poster's IP in passing, adamantly denying that he did it on purpose. He ran the guy's account number for that reason. Yeah, you're so smart to save for a rainy day. Qian Kikiu was thrilled as she moved over and pecked Chen Duo's cheek. Chen Duo, who had been stimulated by this praise from Qian Qiuqiu and the extra rewards to be extraordinarily happy, began to not know whether he was showing off or wanted to continue to claim the rewards, and he offered up his treasure as if he had told everything he had done. Based on the information related to the poster's account, his IP address, and through intentional favoritism with others in the thread, he already knew the real identity of the poster. So he took one step to directly tell Qian Kikiu the name of the poster directly. After he finished speaking he invited credit seemingly with a bright light in his eyes looking at Qian Kikiu. Unfortunately, Chen Qiuqiu was so frozen by the name he said out loud that she didn't even notice Chen Duxiu's rewarding little expression. Qian Kikiu was secretly speculating, this person was a student of their school, but she didn't know him? Why did she have to piggyback on herself when she denigrated others? Looking at her dumbfounded appearance, the bright light in Chen Duo's eyes dissipated a little bit. An empty joy. Qian Kikiu thought that she still had class in the afternoon, so she could go back to school to inquire about this classmate named Lin Yunsong and why he was trying to harm herself. Remembering that there was still a coveted Chen Duo Xia Chuchu in the house, Qian Kikiu uneasily urged Chen Duo. Chen Duo, I'm going back to school in the afternoon. Don't let Xia Chuchu get close to you. If I come back and smell you with someone else's scent on you, I'll kick you out. Chen Duo couldn't wait to kick Xia Chuchu out right now. How could he still let her near him? But he was a bit unhappy now and didn't want to talk, because Qian Kikiu didn't even reward him just now. He gave a soft, perfunctory Chen Qiuqiu was a little angry at the situation. His attitude was too not taken seriously. There is a saying that you are not afraid of thieves stealing but you are afraid of thieves thinking. Who knows what tricks Xia Chuchu will play? She broke Chen Duo's head over and faced herself squarely. I'm telling the truth. If you let Xia Chuchu take advantage of you, I don't want you anymore. Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikiu's serious face and could only say in a deep voice, I know, but his heart was sulking in his own way. He had her in one heart. How could he still tolerate other women? When would Qiuqiu know? Good boy. Chiaki cupped his face and gently pecked his thin lips. Chen Duo's bad mood was instantly cured by a kiss, and the ends of his eyes slightly raised and stretched. Chiaki saw this and knew that someone was happy. Playful. She held Chen Duo's face and pecked him on the lips again and again, just like a child discovering some new toy and playing with it. The corners of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly, his heart rejoicing, allowing Qian Kikiu to kiss himself. This should be a belated reward for him. In the afternoon Qian Kikiu went to school. Chen Duo suddenly found that the whole villa was unusually quiet and much emptier. The man had just left and he couldn't stop missing her. It's true that the human heart is so greedy. The longer they stay together, the more greedy they become instead. From the old days of just wanting her to see more of herself, to then wanting her to be close to her, and now hating to have her by her side at all times. I don't know when this thought started, but he wanted it to grow wildly like a bacteria until it now invaded his internal organs. Chen Duo opened a locked folder in his computer, entered the password and clicked on all the pictures of Qian Kikyu, which he had drawn secretly when he had nothing else to do. As the pictures were clicked one by one, the agile Qian Kikyu seemed to appear in front of him. There's Chiaki Chochio who broke a bowl and cried when she was in kindergarten. There's her who laughed and laughed when she played on the slide. There's her who was sad and upset after losing her mom. And there's her who hugged him and was heartbroken after he had a car accident. It's not just pictures, it encompasses almost all of Chiaki Chochio's joys and sorrows, and also records her growth trajectory from childhood to adulthood. Chen Du. Xia Chuchu pushed open the door of the study and called out timidly. Chen Duo hurriedly closed the file at his words and looked at the visitor with a cold face. What are you doing here? Oh, Sister Lu asked me to help bring up water for you. Chen Duo, why don't you take a break and drink some water? Xia Chuchu placed the water in front of Chen Duo and looked at him with a smile on her face. Downstairs, sister-in-law Lu rolls her eyes as she looks at Xia Chuchu, who snatches the tray from her hand and enters Mr. Study. Attentive to nothing. Now you know how to please sir. Humph, what a thick skin. It was a pity that she was just a servant and this Miss Xia was the wife's cousin. Otherwise she wouldn't have let her. The water is delivered. You can go now. And don't call me by my name in the future. We're not familiar. For the sake of Chochio, you can call me brother-in-law. Chen Duo looks at Xia Chuchu with cold eyes, and the words he spits out in a cold voice are also half-hearted, unusually sharp and venomous, a change from the well-behaved and obedient appearance in front of Qian Kikyu. Xia Chuchu wouldn't be hit by a few words. She clenched her fists the more frustrated she got and laughed softly. Brother-in-law is right. This water is still warm. You drink it quickly. I'll take the cup down. In her mind, she was laughing softly at the idea of drinking the water and then it was up to him. Chapter 55, Trapped. Chen Duken is the first time in his life that he has seen such a cheeky woman as Xia Chuchu. He has said this without leaving any room for error, and she is still able to smile with a happy face. In order to get her to hurry up and roll, Chen Duo picked up the cup and took a few sips. That's fine, take it down. Who knows that Xia Chuchu actually laughed and walked out without taking the tray. Chen Duo didn't think much about it and just wanted her to get out quickly. But Xia Chuchu walked to the door but locked it and turned around to walk back. As she walked, she pulled her dress down below her shoulders, revealing the straps of her underwear and her pale, fragrant shoulders. Chen Duo hurriedly pushed his wheelchair and turned around, saying in an angry and stern voice, "You woman is really shameless. Hurry up and put your clothes on." "I'm shameless. I'm just too shameless. That's why I missed out on Mrs. Chen's position." "Chen Duo, I like you. I liked you a long time ago, but I didn't dare to tell you, and I knew you liked Qian Kikyu. Don't you think we are the same people? Both inferior and cowardly, not daring to show love. You are destined to be my man. Qian Kikyu, she doesn't like you at all." Xia Chuchu had already walked over. She was excited and wanted to hug Chen Duo. Chen Duo hurriedly pushed his wheelchair to avoid it. Chen Duo roared with sharp words, "Get lost. Even if Chochio doesn't like me, I won't choose you." He didn't think Xia Chuchu would like himself. Right, even if he knows now, he doesn't believe it. There is always such a kind of person in the world who likes to rob others. In his opinion, Xia Chuchu is such a kind of person. She first robbed Jiang Shibi, whom Qian Kikyu likes. Now that she saw that he and Chochio were doing well, she came back to seduce him. There is no such thing as liking someone like her. It's simply jealousy, simply wanting to destroy Chochio's happiness. Xia Chuchu smiled instead of being angry at the words. Her red lips lightly opened with an evil smile and said, "It's okay, you'll choose me soon." As soon as her words fell, Chen Duo felt a dryness rise in his body. "You drugged me." Chen Duo cursed out in a stern voice as he pushed his wheelchair and hurried towards the door. Xia Chuchu reached out and pulled Chen Duo's wheelchair. She smiled and moved to his ear and exhaled hot air. "Do you think I'll let you leave? Cousin, she's not home. I can help you. No one will know." Chen Duo violently pushed Xia Chuchu to the ground and looked at her with contempt. "No need. I'm too dirty." After saying that, he pushed his wheelchair and continued to walk forward. The thought of that woman just spitting hot air into his ears made him feel incredibly nauseous. Just as Chen Duo was about to reach the door, Xia Chuchu got up from the ground and rushed over with an arrow step, her body blocking the door. She said with a smile on her face, "Brother-in-law, you won't be able to leave this door today. I'm a person who likes to be helpful. You don't want my help. I have to help," said Xia Chuchu. Directly took off her outerwear. Looking at the white flowery piece, Chen Duo only felt a burst of nausea. He dry retched out. Xia Chuchu was really struck by Chen Duo's action this time. She picked up Chinduo's chin and said angrily, "How does it make you feel disgusted? It's not as well built as Kiankikyu, so take a good look at which point I'm not as good as Kiankikyu." Chinduo knocked her hand away and snorted, "Do you still need to ask such a simple question? You are inferior to her everywhere in your entire body." Xia Chuchu was irritated by Chinduo's words and her heart ached. She pretended not to care as she leaned against the door and said carelessly, "It's okay, you'll beg me later." Chinduo knew that he couldn't get out by himself, and with the heat in his body continuing to rise, he was really afraid that he would end up being controlled by the drug. He pushed his wheelchair over to the computer. He opened the software in it and tapped one of the buttons. Soon an alarm went off in the security guard booth at the main entrance, and the two guards looked at each other and saw that it was a distress signal coming out of the den. They looked at each other and hurriedly rushed in the direction of the villa. "What are you doing?" Sister Lu watched the two security guards rush upstairs and shouted behind her back with a puzzled look on her face. The security guards twisted the door of the study and found it locked. They hurriedly greeted Mrs. Lu to get the spare key. Sister-in-law Lu sniffed and went to get the spare key in a panic. While in the study because of the clamp of the drug, Xia Chuchu had already hugged Chinduo and kissed him on the cheek. Off. "Don't touch me." Chinduo was hot and dry and waved his hand and pushed Xia Chuchu, but the force he pushed out now was not enough to be feared, so Xia Chuchu moved a little to the side. When the security guards opened the door and rushed in, they only saw that Mr. was being slighted by a woman. They rushed forward and pulled Xia Chuchu away, throwing her to the ground. "Sir, are you okay?" Sister Lu was also shocked by the scene in front of her. She had always known that Miss Xia had a thick skin, but she had never expected it to be so shameless. She's Mistress's cousin. It's so underhanded. If Mistress knew, she'd kick her out for sure. No one is allowed to say anything about today's incident, and especially not to tell the wife. "Take this back to her room and lock it. Mrs. Lu, you clean the study again." Saying that, Chinduo forced himself to endure the discomfort and pushed the wheelchair back to the room with clenched teeth. After he dialed Wright's number, he lay down alone in the tub, cold water pouring over him. All that echoed in his mind were the words Chiaki Choshio had said that morning. "If I come back and smell you with someone else's scent on you, I'll kick you out. If you let Xia Chuchu take advantage of you, I don't want you anymore." These two words alternated in his mind as he desperately scrubbed his face with water, trying to wash the place where Xia Chuchu touched. He couldn't let Choshio find out. "Throw you out and don't want you anymore" were like magic spells. He couldn't lose Autumn. He'd wash up, clean up, and leave no trace of anyone else's scent behind. Chinduo scrubbed his body like crazy, his fair skin all reddened, and he was still rubbing vigorously. He hated that he couldn't kill that Xia Chuchu right now, but if he did, Chochio would surely know what happened. He couldn't let Autumn know, couldn't let her leave him. When Wright showed up with the doctor, he saw that his boss's face was broken and bleeding, and the area around it was red and swollen, but he was still rubbing and cleaning it. "Boss, don't wash it." Wright grabbed Chinduo's hand and spoke out to stop him. Chinduo madly shook off his hand and said, "Don't touch me, get lost." With that he started washing his arms again, scrubbing them over and over. Seeing this, Wright could only step forward and clamp down on Chinduo, greeting the doctor who rushed to sedate the boss. The sedated Chinduo was completely quiet and passed out. Wright went downstairs to find Mrs. Lu to find out what was going on, and when he realized what was going on, there was nothing he could do. It's something only the wife can fix, but the boss won't let him talk about it, so he doesn't know what to do anymore. Chapter 56, Discovering the Difference. Understanding the situation. When Kiankikyo came home from school, she found that the atmosphere in the house was a bit weird. There was an indescribable quietness, which revealed a hint of uneasiness. Kiankikyo asked suspiciously, "Sister Lu, did something happen at home?" Lu's sister-in-law's eyes flickered a little, and she quickly lowered her head and mumbled, "Madam is back. Mister, he is sick. Chinduo is sick. So did you call a doctor?" Kiankikyo's tone is a little anxious. In the morning when she left she was still fine. Why suddenly sick? Could it be that she got cold last night? "Please," said Mrs. Lu turned around and went to the kitchen to work. She was really afraid that she would go against Mr. and couldn't help but tell the truth. Sister-in-law Lu clenched her fists. She now super wanted to drive that shameless woman Xia Chuchu out. Hearing that a doctor had been called in, Kiankikyo was a little more relieved, and she quickly ran upstairs. After pushing open the door, Shenxiuqiu slowed her steps and walked in softly. Seeing that Chenduo's face was broken and red, she hurriedly went downstairs to find a medical kit and rubbed some medicine on Chenduo's face. She deliberately lightened her movements, gently applying medicine to his wounds. When Chenduo opened his eyes, he saw Shenxiuqiu rubbing the medicine for him with a face of concentration, the gentle cotton swab sweeping across his cheeks and the tip of his heart. A softness and fluttering of his heart coveted Autumn's gentleness. Under the dim nightlight, her eyes fell on his face. The halo of light hit the side of her face. and she was unusually soft at the moment. "You're awake?" Kiankikia found Chen Duo waking up and looked at him with a happy face. Chen Duo gave a light him as he didn't quite dare to look Xiuqiu in the eyes. At this moment, he feels that he is not clean anymore, and he also deceived Xiuqiu, and he is ashamed of Xiuqiu, and his heart is weak. "Is there anything wrong?" Kiankikia reached out and prepared to touch Chen Duo's forehead to see if there was a fever. Before her hand touched Chen Duo's forehead, he directly turned his head to the side and dodged. "Chiquita?" Something wasn't right. Had something else happened that she didn't know about? Xiuqiu did not move and withdrew her hand. She knew that if Chen Duo didn't want to talk, he wouldn't talk no matter how hard he pressed. This person's mind is hidden very deeply. Kiankikia said softly with her face as usual, "Since you're awake, why don't you go down and eat?" "You go ahead and eat." "I don't want to." Chandu turned around and lay on his side. "Then I'll have Mrs. Lu make you some white congee, okay?" Chiaki coaxed someone she thought was sick and a little petulant gently. "No, I don't have an appetite." Chen Duo really didn't want to eat, and when he mentioned eating he was a bit sick to his stomach instead. "Okay, then you sleep." Kiankikiu also didn't force him to eat anymore, tugging the corner of the quilt for him a little bit this before pushing the door open and leaving. When the door creaked, Chen turned his body around independently. He watched Chiaki Chocho's back fondly until she disappeared into the doorway, a door blocking his view. He stared blankly at the closed door without a word. He didn't know how long he could fool Autumn about this, but he didn't dare let her know, couldn't bear to let her go. Kiankikiu went downstairs with a stern face. She couldn't ask at Chen Duo's place, but she still couldn't ask at Lu's wife's place. "Ma'am, you're down. Is he alright?" "Sir, should we start dinner?" Sister-in-law Lu looked at the not-so-good-looking Kiankikiu and asked timidly, "Mrs. Lu, you're home today, aren't you?" Chen Duo doesn't look like he's just sick. What happened at home? Xian Qiuqiu coldly put on her hostess's face and interrogated Sister Lu. Sister-in-law Lu's body involuntarily trembled as she forced a smile. "Nothing happened. Sir is just sick." "Yes?" Kiankikiu clearly sensed that Sister Lu was lying, and judging by Chen Duo's behavior she was beyond certain that something had happened that she didn't know about. "Yes." Sister-in-law Lu hurriedly nodded her head, trying to convince Qian Qiuqiu that what she said was true. Kiankikiu looked around. She realized that she hadn't seen Xia Chuchu since she came back. This shouldn't be happening. She still needs to play the sisterly love act on herself. Why don't we see Chuchu? Did she go out? Xian Qiuqiu intentionally paid attention to Sister Lu's reaction when she said this, and sure enough she saw a flash of panic in her eyes. Immediately, her heart was clear. It seems that this matter still has something to do with Xia Chuchu. Ms. Summer said something came up at home and went back. After Sister Lu finished speaking, she also had the intention to raise her head and lock eyes with Qian Qiuqiu for a moment, to prove that she wasn't lying, quite frankly. Kiankikiu pretended to make a call and said into the phone, "Chuchu, why did you go back?" Sister-in-law Lu heard this time is completely flustered. The Xia Chuchu so shameless. If she added oil and vinegar nonsense, maybe the wife misunderstood Mr. "Ma'am, I'll talk. You hang up the phone, but don't tell Mr. It was me who said it." Qian Qiuqiu retrieved her phone and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't tell Chen Duo." Only then did sister-in-law Lu tell Kiankikiu everything that happened this afternoon, denouncing Xia Chuchu's underhanded shamelessness and putting in a good word for Chen Duo. But the gentleman was unmoved and resolutely resisted the temptation to call security, which saved his innocence. Kiankikiu didn't think that Xia Chuchu would blatantly drug Chen Duo. She thought that at most she would seduce and frame Chen Duo, but she thought that she was directly planning to sacrifice herself. "Okay, I get it." Thinking that Xia Chuchu was so raw, she must have scared that little poor man Chen Duo. She'd better hurry up and comfort him. Watching Kiankikiu go upstairs, sister-in-law Lu hurriedly said, "Mistress, you won't blame Mr. Right, but don't say it was me who said it. Am I that incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong? Don't worry, I'm sure I won't snitch." Kiankikiu pushed open the door to the room, and Chen Duo hurriedly closed his eyes. The only thing that betrayed himself was his uncontrollable eyelids, and Chiaki laughed at the sight. Pretending to be asleep, she pounced on Chen Duo and leaned down to kiss his cheek. Not yet moving, she kissed him on the mouth again. Still not moving, she gave him a bad kiss on the knot of his throat, which she visibly saw swallow. So she deliberately kissed again, and Chen Duo, who was pretending to be asleep, thought it was a sweet torture. He feigned that he had just woken up from a nap and said in a confused manner, "Qiuqiu, why are you here? I can't eat without you. You go eat with me, okay?" Chiaki Qiuqiu hugged his arm and pampered him. Chen Duo pulled his arm out of Kiankikiu's hand and said softly, "Okay, I'll accompany you to dinner." Chapter 57. Comforting the wounded Chen Duo. Kiankikiu's hand wrapped around his arm again and hugged it in her hand saying, "Husband, you're so good." Chen Duo pulled his hand out again with force. He felt that he was even more unworthy of Xiaoqiu now. He always felt that he still had the scent of that woman Xiaoqiu on him. What's wrong? Not even a hug. Are you disliking me? Don't like me anymore. It's true that men are all big pig's hooves, and they don't cherish it when they get it. Qianqiqi feigned sadness, believing that she is disliked by Chenduo. Chenduo sniffed and panicked, hurriedly reaching his hand over to try to hold Qianqiqi, but he stopped halfway there. He's unclean now. He can't hug Chui. Seeing this, Qianqiqi flung herself into Chenduo's arms and cried, calling, "You really don't like me anymore. You don't even want to hug me." Saying that, she took Chenduo's hands up herself and put them on her waist. Chenduo helplessly hugged the love of his life in his arms, his heart aching. How could he dislike Xiaoqiu and dislike her? She had long since melted into his blood and bones, and his love wouldn't stop until his heart stopped beating. "Oh, you won't even talk to me anymore," Qianqiqi said and retreated from Chenduo's arms, beaming and looking at him with watery eyes. Chenduo's heart ached when he saw this. How did he make Xiaoqiu sad? This was not his intention. He only wanted Xiaoqiu to be happy and joyful forever. If he had hurt her because of himself, he could never forgive himself. Chenduo closed his eyes and endured the pain to make a decision. It's just a matter of telling her everything, so she can leave if she wants to. He couldn't lie to her to keep her around, or even let her misunderstand that she was disliked. In his heart, she was a treasure, and would not be disliked. "Autumn, I don't dislike you. It's my fault I'm not clean anymore. I got drugged in a moment of carelessness and let Xiaoqiu touch me, and now I feel like my whole body is tainted with that woman's scent." After saying these words, Chenduo lowered his head somewhat sadly. He didn't have the courage to look at Xiaoqiu's departing figure. Suddenly soft fragrance into the bosom. Waist was embraced. Chenduo a burst of surprise. Immediately after that, she heard Qianqiqi's voice say, "Nonsense, your entire body is filled with my scent. Where is anyone else's?" "Really?" Chenduo mumbled. Qianqiqi came to his ear and laughed softly. "Of course, you've been unclean for a long time. You're mine. You forgot." After she finished speaking, she kissed Chenduo's cheek, and thin, dense kisses fell on Chenduo's face. He was in a bit of a trance, his whole body floating on a cloud. "Where else is it uncomfortable? I'll sterilize it for you." Qianqiqi didn't expect Chenduo's face to be so injured. She could only fight poison with poison. "Qiaoqiu, you're not angry anymore?" Chenduo stupidly asked. Chiaki smiled and said, "Then do you expect me to be angry?" Chenduo shook his head and nodded again. He said in a somewhat aggravated tone, "Don't be angry, okay? It's all my fault for being too careless, but it's only right that you're angry. But you don't want me, okay?" Her earlier comment about not wanting him was just a way to get him to take this matter seriously and raise his guard. She didn't realize it would affect him so much. "I'm not angry. It's not your fault. It's all my fault. In fact, I knew that Xiaoqiu had bad intentions for you. That's why I warned you to stay away from her. I didn't realize she drugged you so shamelessly and made you suffer. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me?" Qianqiqi softly soothed Chenduo. She didn't expect Xiaoqiu's arrival to make Chenduo suffer so much. Chenduo hugged Qianqiqi's waist and said softly, "I forgive you. I was careless too. Can we get even like this?" "No. I'm a little more at fault. And you opened up to me today and told me about it." Xiaoqiu looked into Chenduo's eyes and smiled. "So I decided to reward you by fulfilling your 2 requests." "Really?" The surprise came so suddenly that Chenduo was a bit like a dream. 1,000 times over. "Any request will do." In order to encourage Chenduo not to hide everything in his heart in the future, Qianqiqi continued, "In the future, if something unhappy happens, you must tell me, so that I can coax you to be happy. Are you in a better mood now?" Qianqiqi asked softly as she wrapped her arms around Chenduo's neck. "Well, much better." Chenduo's heart was all gloomy at the moment, and he held 2 blank holy edicts in his hands, unable to contain his joy. He held Chiaki's waist and said in a deep voice, "Can I use up a request now?" Qianqiqi smiled and said, "Of course you can. What I promised you can be honored at any time. My first request is for you to stay by my side forever." Chenduo directly used up a request to trap Qianqiqi. "Okay, I promise." After saying that, Qianqiqi kissed Chenduo's mouth and said, "It's stamped. In a good mood for dinner?" Only then did Chenduo feel a little hungry, and he refused Qiaqi's assistance and moved from the bed to the wheelchair. Taking Qianqiqi's hand, he pushed the wheelchair outside. Sister-in-law Lu saw the couple go downstairs hand in hand, and knew that Mrs. had coaxed Mr. She smiled and hurriedly served the meal on the table. As for Xiaoqiu, that woman she never wanted to see again. At the dinner table, Qianqiqi was smiling as she pinched dishes for Chenduo and coaxed him to eat more. Ringing. Chiaki cell phone rang. As soon as she saw the 3 big words Xiaoqiu on the caller ID, she laughed. It seems that her image of being so stupid is forever engraved in Xiaoqiu's mind. "Cousin, are you home yet?" Xiaoqiu believed that if she didn't say anything, Chen Duo would definitely not tell Qian Qiqiu about this. Home, Chen Duo and I are having dinner? Why did you go back all of a sudden, without saying hello? Qian Qiqiu pretended that she didn't know anything. She wanted to see what Xia Chuchu wanted to use herself for again. Oh, my mom called me back for the wedding. Xia Chuchu made up excuses for herself, never mentioning that she was thrown out of the villa by a strong man. Cousin, you haven't forgotten what I asked you to help me with, have you? I'll send you the address and time in a moment. My happiness depends on you. Xia Chuchu said it in an extraordinarily solemn way, as if Qian Qiqiu would ruin her happiness if she didn't help. Qianqiu smiled and said, "Good, I will definitely make you happy." Qian Qiqiu looked at the message sent by Xia Chuchu and laughed. Really think she is stupid. Surprisingly, the meeting place is about the hotel. This is to stage a scene of catching adultery? Chen Duo stopped the chopsticks in his hand from the moment Chiaki Chocho picked up the phone, because he heard a cousin coming from the other end of the phone, and it was again Xia Chuchu that ghostly. Qian Qiqiu put down her phone and smiled at Chen Duo. "Hubby, do you want to take revenge?" Chen Duo's eyes lit up at the words, then he nodded his head vigorously. He wanted to take revenge too much. If it wasn't for his concern for Chocho, he would have done it long ago. Since she's so fond of drugging, we'll return the favor tomorrow. Chapter 58, Couples watching a show together. Good, Autumn, I'll support you in whatever you do. A fierce light flashed in Chen Duo's eyes as he finished saying this. That likes to offer herself so much. I'm sure a man will satisfy him. Well, I will avenge you for making you suffer before. In the future, when you encounter unhappy things, don't hurt yourself. You must tell me. You are mine now. Protect yourself for me. Qian Qiqiu hugged Chen Duo's neck and coaxed him softly, hoping that this incident would not leave any bad shadows on him. Okay, Autumn, I'll do as you say. Chen Duo leaned his head against Chiaki Chocho's arms with a well-behaved and obedient face. So good. You're mine, I'm yours, and we'll never be apart. Qian Qiqiu knew that he was still not confident in his heart that he would stay with him forever, so he could only instill in him the idea that he would not leave him constantly. Chen Duo didn't say anything when he sniffed, only holding her waist tightly. He now had a hint of confidence in his heart, and with 2 holy edicts in his hands, he believed that what Chocho had promised would not be reversed. That night, in order to coax Chen Duo to be happy and remove the shadow from his heart, Qian Qiqiu was even more exceptionally enthusiastic, letting Chen Duo's body be stained with his own breath, and only then did Chen Duo fall asleep holding Qian Qiqiu in his arms with insatiable hunger. When the sun rises, the 2 people who embraced each other then got up tiredly, and Chen Duo also resumed his usual happiness, so Qian Qiqiu was relieved. Chen Duo, then I'm going to take revenge for you. Chiaki Chocho kissed Chen Duo's face as she carried her bag and prepared to leave. Chen Duo pulled on the corner of her coat as he lowered his head as if he had made a big decision and said, "Chocho, I want to go with you." This was the first time he had raised the intention of wanting to go out. Qianqiu couldn't believe it. She looked at Chen Dudao with a surprised expression. "Hubby, you said you want to go out?" "Aha," Chen Duo nodded his head. Fine. Let's team up as a couple to abuse the scum." Qian Qiqiu joyfully pushed Chen Duo into the car and drove to his destination. She parked her car at the cafe across the street from the hotel and pushed Chen Duo out of the car. Along the way, Chen Duo's hands gripped the armrests of his wheelchair. Veins rippled on his arms. He was very unaccustomed to the stares that people threw at him. It made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Whether the look was probing, sympathetic or otherwise, he seemed to interpret it as mockery. He deeply felt that such a self and the Chocho pushing behind him looked unusually incongruous. And everyone was mocking how he, a cripple, could be worthy of such a good girl as Chocho. He was so immersed in self-loathing that his inferiority complex and cowardice came crashing down on him, and he didn't even dare to raise his eyes to the people around him. Suddenly a soft hand covered his large palm, soothingly patting the hand that was gripping the wheelchair so unusually hard that he suddenly unloaded his entire body. "Don't be afraid, they envy and admire you." Qian Qiqiu held his hand and smiled lightly. Chen Duo muffled his voice somewhat sadly. "No, they're laughing at me, mocking us for not being a good match." Qian Qiqiu glared at him and said in a bad mood, "Nonsense, we are obviously so well matched. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty. Well matched. Do you also think I'm not good enough for you?" No, you're so beautiful and good. It's me who doesn't deserve you." Chen Duo panicked and hurriedly explained with an anxious face. "Fool, since someone as beautiful and wonderful as me is with you, their ogling is nothing more than speculation about what you must have to offer. Why else would I have chosen you? Look at how everyone is envious of you. All the glances of admiration are thrown at you." Chiaki coaxed him gently, guiding him to think positively. "Really?" Chen Duo was a bit disbelieving. "Of course it's true. You have such a beautiful and excellent wife, should straighten up your waist. This is all envied by other people can't come. Look how great you are." Saying this, Chiaki Chocho kissed his cheek in full view of everyone and said, "Let's go." Let others go and be envious. Chen Duo reddened the tips of his ears before he slowly raised his head and accepted everyone's gaze. This time he suddenly felt as if the others were really envious of him. Everyone looked at him and then at Jojo behind him, and finally withdrew their gazes with some loss. Chen Duo felt that they must have been struck down. They must be unbalanced in their minds that a cripple like him can marry a wife like a flower. Qian Kikyo pushed Chen Duo to the window seat, sat down next to him, and said with a light smile, "How about it? Feeling the envy and jealousy of others, right?" Chen Duo nodded his head in some embarrassment. It seemed that everything had changed drastically with Chiuchio's explanation, but he liked the change. "Then you order us a cup of coffee and watch a good show later." Qian Kikyo held Chen Duo's hand with a smile on her face. She is interested in integrating Chen Duo into society, starting slowly with contact with strangers. Yeah, with the undercurrent of having an excellent and good wife. Chen Duo seems to be harboring a secret caution and also wants to show others his absolute status in the family. He bravely called out to the waiter and ordered 2 coffees for him and Chiaki. "Hubby, you're awesome. The cold and domineering look on your face just now was so cool." Qian Kikyo followed suit and blew rainbow farts at Chen Duo, who smiled somewhat coyly, the high spirits of the waiter he had just faced disappearing without a trace. Chen Duo curiously said, "Chiuchio, what did you do?" "Don't worry, I'm waiting for the east wind to come." Qian Kikyo smiled mysteriously. Qian Kikyo looked out the window, keeping an eye out for Xia Chuchu's arrival. She is convinced that Xia Chuchu will use the excuse of catching an adulterer to catch her in Jiang Shibi as a way to yellow her marriage with Jiang Shibi. Since then, she has also been labeled as the scold who stole her cousin's husband, and successfully provoked her and Chen Duo's feelings. Not long after Xia Chuchu's car appeared in front of the hotel, Qian Kikyo then smiled and picked up her cell phone to call Lin Meixia. "Auntie, cousin wants to break off her engagement with Jiang Shibi. How can I persuade her not to listen?" "What did you say?" "I told you why the dead girl went out and said she went to look for you." Lin Meixia sniffed and cursed under her breath. "Cousin didn't come to my place. She said that she was afraid that you would check on her, so she gave the handover first. She asked Jiang Shibi to meet at the hotel to discuss the withdrawal." "Outrageous." That stinky girl flipped out. "You give me the address. I'll go find her right now." Lin Meixia hurriedly took the car keys to go out. The heart of the angry. Why is the daughter so disobedient? "Auntie, I've told you. You mustn't tell your cousin that it was me who said it. I don't think my cousin can be persuaded anymore. So you'd better bring the account book with you and just let them go get a license." Chapter 59, Caught in the Act. Chiaki put her suggestion right out there. She wanted to see the two of them get a license and then torture each other. Fine. I'll go get it. Don't worry, I won't betray you for sure." Lin Meixia went upstairs in a hurry to get the account book. She also felt that lest the night is long and dreamy. Early to get a license, early to finish the matter. Xia Chuchu arrived at the hotel and habitually took out a box of gum from her bag. She likes to chew gum when she encounters happy things. She took her room card and chewed gum as she happily got on the elevator. Soon arriving at the room she had booked for Jiang Shibi, she stuck her room card on the door lock, and after hearing the sound of unlocking the door, she pushed it open with an excited look on her face. Before she could react, a man pounced on her and took her into his arms. "Chuchu, why are you so late?" "Xia Chuchu?" Jiang Shui's voice. Her mind was filled with doubts. Why wasn't Chiaki Chocho here? Unfortunately, without waiting for her to think, she was wrapped around Jiang Shibu and sealed her lips with a kiss, her large palms roaming over her chest. In Jiang Shu's opinion, Xia Chuchu asked herself to meet at the hotel. That must be because she wanted to do that thing with herself. He also just opened his meat. After being cold for a few days by Xia Chuchu, naturally wanted it even more. So he didn't wait for Xia Chuchu to say anything and directly pounced on it. Xia Chuchu was shocked by this sudden situation. She didn't expect Jiang Shushi to be a spermatozoa man and pounced on her as soon as they met. She pushed and shoved in anger and refused. But this seemed like a little bit of lust to Jiang Shui. Pushing and shoving, Xia Chuchu found a fire rising in her body. She didn't know if it was because of Jiang Shushi's teasing at the moment or something else. Soon it became a sea of joy, with the occasional choppy ebb and flow and the low melodic sound of waves lapping at the beach, the humming rhythmic and extraordinarily low and powerful. Wow! Huge waves lapped against the reef, splashing several feet of white, crystalline water. Soon the huge waves receded and surged back to the shore, gently caressing the soft fine sand of the beach and retreating reluctantly, one fall after another. Xia Chuchu's phone lights up for a moment. It's a message sent over by Qian Chocho. "Chu, I'm sorry. Chen Duo got up this morning with some discomfort. I can't go today." Lin Meixia was speeding up along the way, trying to get to the hotel earlier and stop Xia Chuchu from withdrawing. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter was already having fish and water sex with someone else. She braked sharply and the car stopped outside the hotel door. Running into the hotel at a 100-meter sprint, She eventually burst in just as the elevator doors were about to close. Arriving at the door of Chiaki's guest room, Lin Meisha began to clench her fists and vigorously knocked on the door. Two men who had already climbed to the peak nearly fell off the mountain at the knock on the door. Jiang Shushi held Xia Chuchu's waist. The arrow had to be fired. And finally, because of this operation of the mother-in-law or scared down, the disturbed Jiang Shibi is a bit annoyed and wants to get out of bed to drive away, but is pulled back by the lustful Xia Chuchu, who needs him now and can't afford to let Jiang Shibi go. So Jiang Shibi dialed room service and hoarsely told the hotel to kick people out. Soon joyful voices resounded through the room again, and outside the door, Mirtha Lin was being dragged toward the elevator room by the hotel staff with her arms. No matter how much Lin Meisha explained that she had come over to look for her daughter, the hotel staff ignored her and kicked her out of the hotel. The helpless Lin Meisha called her daughter and no one answered, so she could only beg the security guard to let her sit and wait in the hotel's lobby. Although Lin Meisha came to catch her daughter withdrawing from her marriage with Jiang Shibi, to the hotel staff, this looks like she came to catch adultery. That's why the gazes the crowd threw at her were full of teasing, secretly saying that it's really not easy to raise a daughter these days, feeding her well with good food and drink, and still afraid that she would be seduced by a bad boy. Lin Meisha has been doing this for almost an hour and a half, and Xia Chuchu's place is also near the end. Talking about withdrawing from the marriage is not done, and then rushing up to the door. Jiang Shibi was satisfied with her and was considerate and gentle with her afterward, smiling and joking. Chu-chu, let's hurry up and get the license so that we're licensed drivers. Xia Chuchu couldn't even lift her hand. She didn't know why things had become like this. Why are you involved with Jiang Shibi now? Can we get out of this marriage? If her mom found out, she'd be scolding her to death and 100% pushing her to get married in place. After washing up, they both walked out fully dressed. Xia Chuchu decided not to mention the marriage. Jiang Ji thought she was shy when she got out of bed and didn't press her. Jiang Shibi secretly thought that the marriage this matter is better to discuss with Chorchor's parents. Anyway, she listens to her parents and everything. Soon Jiang Shushi with his arm around Xia Chuchu appeared in Lin Meisha's line of sight, and she knew what was going on the longer she sat here. But come what may, this matter must be resolved today no matter what. It is impossible to let Jiang Shibi eat for nothing. Xia Chuchu. Lin Meisha directly rushed up and flung her hand and hooked Xia Chuchu. If this slap didn't go down, Jiang Shibi still thought how casual her daughter was? Splat, a loud bang. Xia Chuchu was confused and did not react. Jiang Shushi hurriedly tugged on Lin Meisha's hand and said eagerly, "Auntie, what are you doing? I beat her to death, this unproductive dead girl, but also do not want to have a face. This marriage has not even been tied. You guys just, I have been educated for so many years in vain," said Lin Meisha, feigning sadness and covering her face in heartache. Today this marriage has to be done or not. She has to force them to get the license. Auntie, don't be sad. I was just about to talk to my aunt and uncle about getting a license. Zhang Shui pulled Lin Meisha's arm and persuaded her in a kind voice. If that's the case, why don't you just come to the door and talk? What kind of a hole is this place you've made an appointment with? It's pandemonium. Lin Meisha muttered rather disgustedly, making it clear that Jiang Shibi was insincere, abducting her daughter to such a place. Auntie, Chuchu is shy and has always shied away from talking about getting a license. Since you're here today, why don't we choose a date and talk about the marriage directly at the door? Chapter 60, License. If it wasn't for me secretly following behind Chocho, I wouldn't even know that you guys are. Again, I'm a person who doesn't have much of a sense of family. I don't care how your family is, as long as Chuchu is willing to do it. I think today is a good day, so you guys should hurry up and get the license. I've been keeping the account book in the car all this time, just waiting for you guys to go get married. Lin Meisha is saying in every sentence that she doesn't covet the family background, as long as her daughter is willing. Straight away, the whole door-to-door marriage talk thing was omitted, and the idea was for them to hurry up and get a license. Okay, my account book. My dad gave it to me the other day too. Jiang Shibi joyfully took Xia Chuchu's hand and said, "Chu-chu, let's go get the license today. I think today is a good day. Let's go. I'll go get your account books." Lin Meisha pulled her daughter outside with a smile on her face, not even giving her a chance to hesitate. The front desk of the hotel heard their conversation and had only a capitalized word of conviction in her heart. An adultery directly staged into a forced marriage drama. The key is that this mother-in-law and son-in-law are willing, but this daughter seems to be a little confused. Xia Chuchu so confused to sit on the car of Jiang Shibi. She wanted to resist when she found that her mother's car is following them. No way, she can only follow Jiang Shibi hard to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It wasn't a special holiday, and their marriage ceremony went quickly. Jiang Shibi smiled like a second little cutie while holding the marriage license. He was undoubtedly happy at this moment. Only Xia Chuchu was a little helpless. This time she came out, she became a married woman and married a man she doesn't like. Lin Meisha was relieved to see them already licensed. She didn't go up to disturb them, but drove away. Otherwise, She had properly become the mother-in-law who couldn't get her daughter married and was rushing to force the marriage. Chiao, thank you so much this time. Chuchu and Jiang Shibi got their marriage license, and that's a piece of my mind cleared. Lin Meixia joyfully shared the happy news with Qian Kikyu, not realizing that sometimes the end of happiness was boundless pain. Great! Congratulations, Auntie. I'm happy to see Chuchu happy. Auntie, cousin is now in a rebellious stage. This marriage was also forced by you. You'd better mention it less in the future. I'll enlighten her more in the future. Qian Kikyu reminded Lin Meixia not to sell herself short. Xia Chuchu still needed her help there? This I know. Tomorrow I'll pack her up and send her to John's house. I'm still too lazy to care about her. Lin Meixia had long planned to send her to the Jiang family after the license. Let Xia Chuchu go directly to the Jiang family to become a young grandmother. When she enjoys the life of a noblewoman in a luxurious family, she will understand her as a mother. When she thought about the fact that she was now Jiang's in-law's mother, the bottom of her heart was a few points higher. Qian Kikyu smiled at his words. It was good to live together so that they could expose each other's nature earlier. Chiao, how are you handling that money borrowing matter? Your uncle is now being chased very closely, and if he can't borrow any more money the project will be completely ruined. Lin Meixia's words directly pulled to the matter of borrowing money. I've been so busy with my daughter's wedding these past few days that I've put off borrowing money. Qian Kikyu laughed lightly and said, Auntie, don't be anxious. I'm still trying to convince Dad that he's loosening up a bit. In fact, she didn't even talk to her dad about it. Cootie. Only then would she lend them money again. Let them rise again. The unlucky one will be Chien. Good. Then try harder to get your dad to lend your uncle the money sooner. Lin Meixia believed that Qian Kikyu was bent towards them and wouldn't lie to her, so she hung up the phone with confidence. What did your aunt and uncle want to borrow? Chen Duo asked suspiciously when he saw Chiaki Chocho hanging up the phone. My uncle was ambitious enough to take on a big project, and now that he's out of funds he wants to dig into the Qian's money to fill the hole. Chen Chocho absently skimmed her lips, half wanting to help them. You don't want to help them? Chen Duo's memories of Qian Kiki are particularly dependent on Xia Chuchu family, to them then to their own father. Why not busy them now? No more helping. Dad has helped his uncle's family enough over the years. The heart is not enough to swallow the elephant. And Qian's has to survive too. Qian Kiki's lowered her head, absently holding the coffee spoon and gently scooping the coffee. She was afraid that the hatred in her eyes at the moment would be seen by Chen Duo. Help them. Dream on. Not in the next life. Without the program their quality of life is just lower, but not to the point where they can't uncover it. But a poor wife is a poor wife, and she guessed that she would soon see how hysterical her aunt and uncle, who were bent on nothing but pleasure, would be. If you say you won't help, you won't help. If you wanted to help, you could have done it without borrowing money from Dad. I have money, that should be enough, right? Chen Duo had a serious look on his face, and he respected every decision Chocho made. How much money do you have? It must have cost you a lot to build that villa? Qian Kikyo had a curious look on her face. She really didn't know how much money Chen uniquely had. Chen Duo didn't expect Chocho to know that this villa was built by him, and with the embarrassment of having his lies broken down, he said in a muffled voice, how did you know that I built it? Qian Kikyo wanted to look at the second little cutie. Like looking at him, she smiled and said, isn't the room we're staying in a good proof of that? That could have been redecorated after I bought it. Chen Duo argued with a stiff upper lip. Then tell me why the whole villa is decorated in my favorite style that you've renovated. Idiot, still trying to fool me. Qian Kikyo glared at him without any good reason. Was she such a stupid person? Chen Duo pulled Qian Kikyo with a happy face. There was nothing happier than having one's heart felt by the other party. I didn't expect you to find out so early. This was actually my birthday gift to you for your 18th birthday. It's a pity that we were on bad terms at that time, so I didn't give it away. Qian Kikyo said with some guilt. I'm sorry. I was provoked by my aunt and uncle's family at that time, and hated you and your mother, and meow meow. I even felt at that time that you guys were the family and I was an outsider. Don't blame you. I know how it feels. It's like having an apple all to yourself and suddenly having half of it taken away from you by someone else. And I had some sadness when Misty was born. But he quickly got over it. Mom deserved a life of her own and could go after the happiness she wanted. If the family was a little more complete with a sister, he could smile and accept it. So now we're both complete apples together. Qian Kikyo did not think that Chen Duo's heart had also minded Meow Meow's birth, and she could still splash around and make a fuss, while Chen Duo would only sulk and not say a word, hiding in his room to self-regulate. She inexplicably felt heartbroken. It turned out that she hadn't gotten to know Chen Duo, and he was hiding a lot of things in his heart. Chapter 61 Online Shopping. Chen Duo's heart throbbed at his words, a warm current surging upward from the bottom of his heart and flowing to every corner of his body. From this world is no longer the only one who walks alone. His beloved girl will accompany him to see all the world's prosperity and despair. They warm each other snuggle. Autumn, you still haven't told me what you did? Chen Duo found the scene baffling to watch, so he called Lin Meixia to force her to marry him. I had someone wait for a rabbit in the hotel and secretly switched Xia Chuchu's gum. That box of gum was all spiced up inside. That's why she and Jiang Shushi stayed in the hotel for so long. Ha ha. In the future, as long as she is happy, the moment she chews gum she will be lustful. Are you satisfied with the revenge I helped you with? Qian Kikyo came over to Chen Duo's ear and said in a quirky manner. Satisfaction. The corners of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly at his words. He was satisfied with this revenge. He couldn't stop thinking about how many green hats Jiang Shirbei would wear on his head in the future. It's good that Mr. Chen is satisfied that the play is over. Are we going back now, or are we going to wander around somewhere? Although Chen Duo had come out for a trip with great difficulty, Qian Kikyo knew that it was still necessary to take a gradual approach and not to force him. Chen Duo still wasn't too used to going to crowded places, and he knew that active girls like Qiuqiu liked to go shopping. He apologized a little. Qiuqiu, I'm sorry, you give me some more time, and I'll accompany you shopping later. I don't like it when you apologize to me. I want you to be happy and joyful and not have to go through the motions of being unhappy for me. To shop or not to shop it doesn't matter, and shopping can be done on the computer now. Why don't you accompany me to shop online when we go back later? Chen Qiuqiu pulled Chen Duo's hand and smiled at him. She felt that they didn't need these apologies between them, didn't need Chen Duo to force himself to cater to her. Chen Duo smiled and said, good, Hatsumomo, let's go celebrate. Jiang Shushi drove the car with a look of excitement on his face. Today was a great day for his wedding, but the bride Xia Chuchu was not so happy. She forced to hold back her unhappiness and pretended to be a little tired. Forget it, I'm too tired today. It's all because of you too. Much. With that said, a blush rose on her face and she shyly twisted her head to the side. Jiang Shushi looked at her in such a shy manner and couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement in his heart. This likewise greatly pleases him. Mistakenly believing that he has conquered Xia Chuchu in bed, only one side of the glass realized that she was shining a grim-faced woman at the moment. Well, it's been a hard day's work, wife, so I'll take you back first. Jiang Shushi sympathizes that he has tired Xia Chuchu today, and rather considerately offers to send her back without celebrating. Xia Chuchu gave a light that was as fine as a mosquito. Once again, Jiang Shibi saw Xia Chuchu's judgment in bed and out of bed, and he felt a sense of relief in his heart, thinking that he had married a good girl with a strict family upbringing who was well-behaved and obedient. Such a girl would certainly not betray him, and could also satisfy his machismo. Chu, we're married. When are you moving to the Jiang family? Jiang Shushi thought about the fact that now that he's married, of course he wants Xia Chuchu to move to the Jiang family. This newly married couple, naturally, has a freshness and warmth. Listen to my mom. Xia Chuchu really endured to death. This drama was annoying her. Things were evolving worse and worse, yet she still had to not maintain her persona in front of Jiang Shibi. Getting married wasn't fun for her at all, and she didn't want to move to Jiang's house at all. Jiang Shibi smiled at his words. It seemed like this was something he needed to discuss with his mother-in-law. He didn't mention it after that and chatted with Xia Chuchu, pulling things together. Xia Chuchu only felt that this journey home was unusually long. She endured Jiang Shushi's chattering to death and had to cooperate with his acting from time to time. Hatsumomo, you're back. Lin Meixia heard the sound and joyfully went out to greet her. Auntie, Jiang Shu's words were interrupted by Lin Meixia before she could finish. She laughed and said, you silly child, still calling auntie? Jiang Shuwei smiled excitedly at his words and shouted, Mom, hey, that's right, come in and sit down and have a cup of tea before you go. Lin Meixia greeted her son-in-law warmly. Other than her daughter's dissatisfaction, both she and Xia Liwei were very satisfied with Jiang Shibi as their son-in-law. The point is that Xia Liwei which has the right to be dissatisfied. This family is all her say. After Jiang Shushi sat down and drank a cup of tea, he started talking business with his mother-in-law. Mom, Chuchu and I are already married. Why don't you let her move in with my family? I'll definitely take care of her and my family will love her. Good. A married daughter splashes out water. You've all gotten your certificates, and from now on she'll be the Jiang family's daughter-in-law. But I'm a very protective person, so you mustn't bully her. Let me know if anything happens and I'll take care of it. Lin Meixia, besides being a bit conservative in her thinking and being extra strict with Xia Chuchu, she actually loves this daughter quite a bit. After all, she is her only child. Mom, don't worry, I'll treat her right. Jiang Shu swears that he will be good to Xia Chuchu. It's like all marriages. They start out full of vows and end up realizing that the most deceptive thing in the world are the vows. It's only one word different from a lie, but both are just words from the upper and lower lips, and there's no substantive difference. Some vows are joyful at first hearing, thinking that the stars may change but it remains the same. I don't know that the stars have changed and the stars of the next day can continue to fill the sky, but if these vows have changed, there is no longer the so-called tomorrow, and from now on there is only an endless abyss. How's that? Does that dress look good? Chayakikyu and Chen Duo are browsing stores online, and Chayakikyu asks Chen Duo for advice. Good looking. Chen Duo, like all men who go shopping with their wives, would only say nice. Chen Duo, you still said you'd go shopping with me. Look, every time I ask you, you just say it looks good. Kikyu was a bit dissatisfied with Chen Duo's attitude. Couldn't he say something else? It would have looked good. I think it looks good on you. You look good in anything. Chen Duo had a serious look on his face, feeling that what he was saying was the big truth. In his heart, Xiaoqiu was the prettiest and looked good in everything, and these clothes reflected their value because they were worn on her. Kikyu felt that even though Chen Duo was speaking seriously like a big truth, she felt that it was ruffling her feathers, and it sounded as if he was saying love words to her in disguise. She deliberately came to Chen Duo's ear and said, "Are you sure you're telling the truth?" Chen Duo was close to making an oath as he said in all seriousness, "Of course, 1,000 truths." Kikyu laughed softly in his ear. "You're lying. Don't you look better without clothes?" Chen Duo's face exploded red at his words, and his breathing became a bit rapid, because his mind had already appeared in Kikyu's appearance at that time, her jade-like skin emitting a porcelain-white bright light under the moonlight. Chapter 62, Don't Tease Me. Seeing Chen Duo's predicament, Kikyu snickered in her heart. She purposely and unknowingly came over and cupped Chen Duo's red cheeks. With a look of panic and worry, she said, "Yeah, husband, why is your face so red? Is it because you got sick on a trip today?" Chen Dok, why didn't he know before that Xiaoqiu was so abrasive? Knowingly, he pulled down Kikyu's hand and somewhat unnaturally covered up. "It's fine. Look at the clothes. Look at the clothes." Kikyu raised her eyebrows and looked at him for a moment, seemingly in disbelief as she asked rhetorically, "Is it really alright?" "Well, alright. Keep shopping for clothes and I'll pick out more with you." Chen Duo stated that he was really fine and dropped his eyes on the computer in a serious manner. The corners of Kikyu's mouth rose slightly, and she smiled with a bright light in her peach blossom eyes, like a mouse that has stolen the lamp oil from its master's house without being discovered. The mouse made a joyful sound of kick in its heart. On her side, she was rejoicing because she had ruffled someone's feathers, but Chen Duo didn't feel so good. He was now looking at pictures of beautiful clothes on a computer page, and the first thing that popped into his uncontrollable mind was someone's nakedness. Chen Duo cursed in annoyance in his heart. He couldn't look at these clothes anymore and couldn't sit still. "Take your time picking, I'm going to the restroom." Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair and left at a fiery pace. Xian Xiaoqiu looked at his back that was running so fast just like a burning buttocks unknown. She quickly didn't take it to heart, though, and just assumed he was in an internal emergency. After going back to his room and calming himself down, Chen Duo, however, was not willing to go to the study to accompany Kikyu to buy clothes anymore. At this rate he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself from getting another nosebleed in his rambling thoughts. Kikyu took a look at these clothing styles. The colors are not really like, and then some of the interest is lackluster. She looked at the time on the bottom right corner of her computer. Half an hour. What was taking this man so long to go to the restroom? A little uneasily, she got up and went back to her room to look for someone. Opening the door to her room, she saw Chen Duo sitting on the balcony with a book in his hand, sitting with his back to her. I also said to accompany her shopping it. Browsing a web page cannot sit their own urine recluse stealing leisure over to read a book. Kikyu closed the door and walked over, exasperately puffing out her cheeks. "Didn't you say you'd accompany me shopping? How come you went back to your room alone to read?" Chen Duo closed the book and looked at Xiaoqiu, who looked like a blowfish, somewhat helplessly pointing to the water cup beside him. "What do you see here?" "A water glass." Xiaoqi didn't understand what he was trying to convey, and answered such a simple question with a puzzled look on her face. Chen Duo wanted to hold his forehead as he continued. "I asked about what was in the water glass. A glass of water is filled with water. What are you trying to say with such a simple question?" Xiaoqi secretly thought that he wouldn't want to say that he came back to drink water, right? Chen Duo was depressed as he pointed at something floating in the water and said, "Then what is this?" Kikyu was confused and said, "Chrysanthemums." "Then you know the effects of chrysanthemum tea, don't you?" Chen Duo looked at Kikyu and said in a serious manner, "Lower the fire." Xiaoqi said it quickly, and when she finished she realized it a little after the fact. Looking at Chen Duo looking at himself with a face of aggrieved and depressed, Kikyu expressed that she was wronged. What fire had she lit again? "Your fire has nothing to do with me. I've just been shopping at the mall." Kikyu shrugged her shoulders indicating that this pot, she did not take the blame. Chen Duo looked at someone who was still pretending to be innocent as he reached out and pulled her into his arms. He said with some exasperation, "Do you know what's the first thing I think of when I see those clothes now?" Kikyu then remembered that she had just flirted with someone. She smiled with a happy face and said, "Naked me? That's because your own brain is filled with things with colors." Chen Duo looked at Kikyu, who who was smiling with a happy face and easily shrugging off the pot, and said in a bad mood, "It's not all your fault. If you didn't say anything, would I be imagining things? Yo, the baby is still aggrieved. You less get the cheap but also sell good. I one sentence to help you create such an exciting sense of the picture. You do not like?" Kiankikyo now stayed with Chenduo for a long time, more and more unashamed and shameless, and her face skin became thicker and thicker. She loved to tease him and amuse him now. Watching his face change into all sorts of little expressions was full of fun. Chenduo looked a little unnatural and turned his face to the side. He found that Qianqiuqiu's bad taste was getting heavier and heavier. Ha ha ha. Qianqiuqiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Qianqiuqiu's heartless teasing of herself, Chenduo was annoyed and pushed his wheelchair to leave. Seeing this, Qianqiuqiu hurriedly pulled his arm and pleaded pleadingly, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'm wrong. I won't laugh anymore." Chenduo skimmed her and said in a deep voice, "You're not allowed to tease me anymore." Qianqiuqiu raised her hands in surrender and said, "No, no, I'll never make my husband angry again." Chenduo then subsided and helplessly took her hand. It's really bad behavior to just start a fire and not be responsible for putting it out. For example, now that Chiaki Chocho, who had just gotten her period, was having a hard time with every time she teased him, Chenduo picked up the chrysanthemum tea in his hand and poured a mouthful of it. "You know my relatives are here?" Looking at Chenduo, who was drinking flower tea with a big mouthful, Qianqiuqiu fiercely blushed and said with some embarrassment, The tips of Chenduo's ears reddened and he nodded his head. "Chiaki Akira. It's embarrassing. How did this come to Chenduo's attention?" Chenduo drank a few more sips of chrysanthemum tea to hide his embarrassment. He didn't dare to tell Chiaki Chocho that he actually knew about her physiological period a long time ago. For this reason, he had also looked up on the internet and knew that some girls had menstrual cramps. But seeing that Chiaki Chocho had nothing at all, he had secretly celebrated for her. Qianqiuqiu red face in the secret. Guess how this matter will be known by Chenduo. After going to the toilet she all flushed, should do the hidden work she did. How would he know? It's not like you've been careless and missed some little detail, is it? When Chenduo saw that Qianqiuqiu didn't ask, his heart was much more at ease. I was afraid that she would ask how she knew, and if she told the truth, would she think she was a pervert? Two novice couples, faced with their wives' period vacation for the first time in their marriage, are maintaining a high degree of reticence. You go ahead and read. I'll go downstairs and look around. Qianqiuqiu suddenly felt that the balcony seemed like a closed environment. There wasn't enough air to breathe. She hurriedly found an excuse to slip away. Wistful of small thoughts, Chenduo also did not stop Qianqiuqiu's departure, but after she left, this book he could no longer read. Staring at the chrysanthemums floating in the cup, he and Chocho's feelings were slowly getting more and more involved without him realizing it. She liked herself too, right? Chocho was now letting loose more and more in front of himself, and from time to time, he would let himself go and tease him, which showed that Chocho should have already taken him as one of her own. Chapter 63, Xiaochuchu's Unwillingness. After Jiang Shuwei left, Xiaochuchu looked at the smile that hadn't yet fallen on Lin Meixia's face. Rather ironic that the only one who was happy in the end of this marriage was her mother. Xiaochuchu said in annoyance, "Mom, you won't really let me live in the Jiang family, right?" "Of course, when has Mom ever lied to you? You'll be the Jiang family's youngest grandmother from now on, so why don't you go in and enjoy the happiness?" Lin Meixia has gotten what she wanted, successfully marrying her daughter into a wealthy family. "Mom, the Jiang family's youngest grandmother is just a good name. Their family doesn't have much big business." Xiaochuchu really can't look at the Jiang Shirji family's industry. On the surface it looks quite scenic, but inside it's already fallen. It's really not enough to compare to a low-profile moneymaker like Chenduo. She had heard from her aunt at an early stage that she had given Chenduo several $100 million in dividends in half a year, just because the project he proposed to participate in had made money. Chenduo was only 16 at that time, and now at 22 he must be worth even more. Lin Meixia looked at her daughter and secretly said that she was still too young and overambitious. What things only see the moment. Jiang Shirbei is still young and promising. The future has the ability to create. He had the Jiang family as a springboard in place, and could completely push the Jiang family to a new height. You're short-sighted. What did Mom teach you? You have to look at the long term in everything you do. Xiaoqiu is a good example. If I hadn't been close to her since she was a child and instilled in her all sorts of ideas that would benefit us, would she have been so sweet to us? Jiang Shuwei is still young. He can create more value. You can also afford to wait. At least the Jiang family's current life is more than enough to support you. Xiaochuchu sniffed unimpressed. The first thing she considered was the earning power of Jiang Shibi and Chenduo. She waited for Jiang Shibi, but Qianqiuqiu didn't have to wait at all. When Jiang Shibi was starting out, Chenduo had already left him a few blocks behind. Jiang Shibi's fortune was just chasing after Chenduo and looking behind him. Xiaochuchu thought she was no worse than Qianqiuqiu. so why should she have to live almost as bad? Ring ring ring, Xia Chuchu's phone rang. Summer, Chu, classmate, you haven't been in school for the past few days. Is something wrong? A male voice asked with some urgency, seemingly worried. Sungwoo, thank you for worrying you. I have a cold, so I'll go to school tomorrow, Xia Chuchu said with a gentle smile, changing her previous depression. Oh, well, I'll see you tomorrow then. Songyu smiled somewhat coyly and hung up. Hanging up the phone, Xia Chuchu's face immediately returned to normal. This Songyu was a fish she kept in the pond. There hadn't been much of a feed, and I didn't think I'd call her back after not going to school for a few days. Compared to Chinduo, Songyu's family would be a bit better off, with his family being leaders in the movie and television industry. But he doesn't look like a rich kid at all. He's mute, not to mention addicted to his studies. Xia Chuchu also happened to see his mom send him back to school met once, which is how she found out the identity of Songyu. Thinking about her dream of being a star, Xia Chuchu intentionally approached him. She purposely appeared around him, presenting herself as a good student who loved to study as well, and they became familiar with each other over time. Son, who are you talking to on the phone? Son's mother was puzzled by the unusual behavior of her son, who disliked making friends and was only interested in his studies. The point is that this kid's face was red after the call. Son's mom was secretly happy. She was really afraid that her son would end up alone. A friend. Mom, you don't think much of it. Chances are Song you wouldn't have thought much of it if she hadn't added that last sentence, right? But after adding that it's a bit here and there, it seems like my son is getting the hang of it. Well, it's good to make friends. Mom is afraid that you'll be bored at home all day, so you can go out with your friends more often when you have time. Song mom didn't dare to tease her son. She was really afraid that the kid couldn't withstand the teasing. She could only feign ignorance and encourage him to make more friends. Aha! Song Yu nodded her head, agreeing for the first time in a rare moment with Mama Song's proposal for her to make more friends and go out more often. After her son took his cell phone to his room, Song's mom covered her mouth and laughed in the living room. Silly boy, still claiming to be smart? Sold himself out and still doesn't know it. Song Yu went back to his room, holding his cell phone secretly. He finally gathered the courage to call Xia Chuchu. Her voice was as gentle as ever. A long time ago he thought that archaeology was his lifelong pursuit, but he didn't know when there was suddenly a quiet and gentle girl by his side. She had an inexplicable attraction to him, as did the artifacts, so that he often couldn't help but want to explore a bit and get to know her better. But recently she suddenly stopped coming to school, which made him a bit frustrated. Even his favorite books on artifacts suddenly seemed boring to him. That's when I got up the courage to call her. Songyu said that he was pacified by Xia Chuchu, and he picked up the book at hand again, feeling full of interest again. Reading with great interest, Xia Chuchu went back to her room and browsed through the school's postings to see if anything big had happened during her absence. She suddenly reads that a director is coming to their school to audition for the haitang he has in mind. Xia Chuchu looked excited. She was going to enroll in the acting profession her mother was not allowed, saying something about how celebrity daughters-in-law are less acceptable in posh families, and how the entertainment industry is a dystopia. She's married now, and mom can't control her. For the first time, Xia Chuchu realizes that there are still benefits to being married, being out of her mother's control. Once Xia Chuchu looked at the time of the audition was tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. She secretly resolved that she would make her own decisions for the rest of her life. Mr. Chen, why is this question wrong? I don't think I'm right. Qian Kikiyu was at home to supplement her professional knowledge, spending most of the afternoon listening to Mr. Chen's lectures and taking his accompanying quizzes. Chen Duo took over Qian Kikiyu's revised question and took a look at it and said with a smile, "The formula of this question is not used incorrectly, but you made a mistake when substituting the data, and the answer followed the mistake." No? Qian Kikiyu hurriedly snatched the A4 paper from Chen Duo's hand. How did she make such a low-level mistake? It's still true. Alas, I'm too stupid. After analyzing hard for half a day, I ended up with a basket of water. Chiaki Chocho crossed out the wrong answer in a depressed manner, and muttered in dissatisfaction while redoing it in a miserable manner. Autumn isn't stupid. You're smart. Just careless. Don't rush. Take your time. Chen Duo touched Qian Kikiyu's head and softly comforted her. Thanks for the encouragement, Mr. Chen. I'll work hard. Chen Xiaoqiu looked at Chen Duo with a smile in her peach blossom eyes, clenching her small fists to make a cheering appearance. He. Chen Duo laughed out as he watched Chiaki Chochio look so adorable. Chapter 64 Using Songyu. You laugh at me? Qian Kikiyo pouted unhappily. Was this person mocking her for being too childish? Nope. You're too cute. Chen Duo touched her head like he was addicted to it and kept stroking her long black hair. Qian Kikiyo felt very much like a small pet at the moment, being gently stroked by her owner's fur. Chen Duo, are you jerking me off like a cat? If you keep touching me, I might go bald. Qian Kikiyo swatted away Chen Duo's claws. Her long, fluffy hair could be loved and cared for. She couldn't turn into a bald girl. I'm not gripping your hair, how can I be bald? Said Chinduo's hand seemed to be about to commit another offense. Qianqiqi's quick eyes caught his hand and then wouldn't let go. Chinduo didn't break free even with a smile on his face and just let her grab him. A softness in his palm reassured him, and it seemed that no storm would unravel their firmly held hands. Qianqiqi grabbed his hand with one hand while the other was still writing furiously on the A4 paper. After 15 minutes passed, Chiaki managed to finish the remaining questions. Mr. Chen, please take a look. With an excited look on her face, she was about to hold her hands on the A4 paper when she realized that she was still holding her left hand. You want me to hold you straight, and you're playing tricks on me. Xianxiuqiu deliberately shook their hands held together as if flirting, teasing Chen Duo with a sense of mischief. Well, let me get this straight then. I just want to hold your hand. Chen Duo looked at Qianqiqiu in a serious manner and nodded his head slightly. His low voice was like the fresh spring water from the mountains falling into Qianqiqiu's heart, and a trace of sweetness welled up in her heart. This Chen Duo, who did not follow the rules, made Qianqiqiu inexplicably moved. He said the most ordinary words with a serious face, but it particularly tugged at the heartstrings. Good, reward you for being honest. Chiaki smiled and kissed his cheek, and her grip on his hand didn't let go. The corners of Chen Duo's mouth lifted slightly, and Chiaki Chocho's figure was reflected in his obsidian eyes. He took the A4 paper with one hand and quickly skimmed through the questions Chiaki Chocho made with a serious face. Only after discovering that there were no mistakes did Chen Duo then turn over the information and proceeded to give Qianqiqiu a new knowledge point. His unhurried and soothing voice came from the study, and the good student Chiaki Chocho listened with a serious face. The only thing that broke the seriousness of this classroom was their intertwined hands. Qianqiqiu didn't let go and Chen Duo didn't draw it out. They didn't mention it to anyone and just went on with their lessons, each other's hearts filled with happiness. Zhang Shu went home and told his dad about him and Xia Chuchu getting a license, and Zhang's father was very happy for his son. It's rare that after what he went through with his own mom he would still give such a high opinion of a girl that he would be willing to walk hand in hand with her into marriage. Since you're already married, then you two will move out as a young couple. The house dad has already prepared for you. It's not far from your school, so it's more convenient to go to school. John's father was open-minded enough to propose that his son move out, knowing that the young man would surely want to live in a two-person world. He and Jiang Shibi's mom were like that when they first got married, but as time changed the relationship was worn down to nothing. He often advised his son that feelings are like boiling water. Do not reach the boiling point too early. Behind the continuous addition of wood and fire, its temperature will never change. But after you're disappointed and want to quit adding fuel to the fire, it cools down quickly until it's cool. Perhaps he and Mama Gang Shibu were married during the boiling point of their strongest feelings, and after the marriage it just kept cooling down and cooling off, until her heart was cold and she wanted to escape the prison of marriage. Thanks, Dad. Zhang Shibei's feelings towards his father are very complicated. Both admire him and feel that he is cowardly. All kinds of feelings are difficult to say clearly understand, but he is confident in his marriage. Xia Chuchu in his heart is a good girl with a strict family upbringing, self-respect and self-love. I don't know that good girl is going to fly out of the prison of marriage too. That afternoon, the line for the audition was 3 full lines, still from the entrance of the multipurpose classroom to the library. Xia Chuchu was among them. She was wearing a white cotton dress, holding a parasol in her hand, just standing quietly in the line. Every time the line moved forward, she felt as if she was one step closer to her dream. Songyu sat on the window seat of the library with a forlorn face, and the archaeology books in his hands suddenly didn't smell good enough to read. The gentlewoman he was waiting for, who looked like she had come out of the water towns of Jiangnan, still hadn't come. If it had been usual, she would have appeared next to his seat. His heart was filled with doubts. Didn't Ms. Xia Chuchu say that she would go back to school today? Did the cold get worse? You don't have a fever again, do you? Could the fever have caused pneumonia and hospitalization? From time to time, the teenager's clueless feelings would come to a head because the other person missed a call, was late for a date, and he was already mentally exercising an overactive imagination, envisioning all sorts of bad things happening to the other person. This was the case for Songyu at the moment, who simply closed his book and left the library with his backpack. When he looked up, he saw a long line forming in front of the library, and he followed it. With just one glance, as if there was a magic pull, he saw Xia Chuchu, whom he had been waiting for. Xia Chuchu-san, you came to school? Songyu quickly walked over and greeted him somewhat coyly and shyly. Sungwoo, are you going to the library? Xia Chuchu looked at Songyu with a surprised face, as if she was happy to see him. Songyu, who had just come out of the library, lied for the first time in his life as he nodded. Well, what are you doing here? I'm sorry I can't study with you today. I'm taking part in the audition, and I've had a dream of being an actor since I was a kid, but my mom doesn't agree, and this time it's so hard to get a chance. I want to work hard for my dream once before I graduate. Xia Chuchu's words are half true and half false, intentionally talking about her dreams to Songyu, because she knew that Songyu, a rich second generation, did not choose to inherit the family business of professional studies, but chose archaeology, but not for their own dreams. The word dream undoubtedly draws them closer to each other. Songyu looked at Xia Chuchu's eyes have a glimmer of light, seemingly because of the joy of finding a companion. Xia Chuchu student, I support you. Songyu looks at Xia Chuchu with a determined expression, cheering her on for having no one to support her dream. Thank you, Sungwoo. You go for it too. Xia Chuchu smiled and cheered for Songyu. At this moment Songyu feels that in heaven and earth, besides his mother, Xia Chuchu is the person who understands him the most. They are just as hard at work freeing themselves from the shackles of the world and fighting for their dreams. Chapter 65, Shortcuts. Songyu remembers that he still has the support of his mom to help him, while Xia Chuchu only has herself. So he made an unprecedented call to his mom so that she could give Xia Chuchu support and help. Xia Chuchu looked at Songyu, who walked to the foot of the tree next to the library to make a phone call, and a hint of a smile emerged on her face after she succeeded in her scheme. If she wasn't wrong, Songyu was helping her. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Xia Chuchu was invited in by the staff. Walking beside the staff and watching the long line of people backing up from behind her, she once again enjoyed the thrill of taking shortcuts. Mr. Xia, what talent do you have? The assistant director sitting on the judge's bench opened his mouth and asked. I can sing, dance, and play the piano. These talents of Xia Chuchu were considered by Lin Meixia to be the necessary skills to become a mansion wife, so she had been focusing on cultivating her since she was a child. The assistant director smiled. Then why don't you perform your best? Xia Chuchu wanted to seize this opportunity, and she specially prepared a folk dance that matched the role of Haitang exceptionally well. At this moment, she was like a fairy who floated down to earth. Her long white dress was fairy-like. Dance reveals 3 points of independence, as if the plum blossom of the snow and frost, this soft posture and extraordinarily attractive love. At the end of the dance, the assistant director froze for a moment before smiling. Good, you go back and wait for the notice. Xia Chuchu didn't miss the flash of surprise in the assistant director's eyes, and she felt that she still had a lot of hope, and with Songwoo's mom to boot, the role shouldn't be too much of a problem. After Xia Chuchu left, the assistant director came to the director's ear, and the two whispered a few sentences before letting the next student in order to look less utilitarian herself. Xia Chuchu, who finished the performance, pretended to know nothing and didn't go to the library to look for Songyu. If she thanked him in person, wouldn't that let Songyu know that she already knew the identity of his mother? Pretending not to know, she sent a text message to Sungwoo, telling him that she had been favored by the gods and had been very lucky to cut in line. She also said that she had done her best and what followed was up to God. A smile appeared on Songyu's face when he saw this message. The Xia Chuchu, who looks unusually soft and full of strength like this, makes him unable to resist feeling pity and wanting to protect her. Chuchu. Jiang Shibu's voice rang out behind Xia Chuchu. Jiang Shibei, why are you here? Facing Jiang Shu, Xia Chuchu had to disguise herself again. I was looking for you. You don't have classes this afternoon, do you? I'll take you to our new home. We'll live there from now on. Jiang Shushu looks at Xia Chuchu with a smile on his face. He's taking her to their new home. New home? Xia Chuchu was a bit puzzled. Well, Dad gave us the matrimonial home. We moved out of the house so we could have a two-person life. Jiang Shibei was full of expectations and aspirations for their future. Let's go. Let's go there first, and then we'll go to your house later to move your luggage, said Jiang Shibi. Was about to pull Xia Chuchu's hand, but Xia Chuchu dodged it. Kidding aside, there were so many pairs of eyes in the school, in case someone saw him and Jiang Shibi holding hands, and it got to the ears of those fish she was catching. Then what the hell? Xia Chuchu shyly lowered her head and said in a thin mosquito fly, no, don't hold hands at school. Jiang Shibi did not expect her to be so shy. Looking at her shy appearance, in his heart stealing joy. She used to not allow him to hold her hand at school, saying she was afraid her parents would find out, and now that she's married, she's still shy about not allowing it. Ever the macho man, Jiang Shibi just assumed that she was really shy and complied with his petite wife's wishes. It wasn't until he got in the car that he got his wish to hold the hand that Xia Chuchu handed over. Xia Chuchu knows very well what kind of girl Jiang Shushu likes, and she has been playing such a girl, so coaxing him to be happy is very simple for her, considering that she needs to use Jiang Shibi as a cover for the movie in the future. Xia Chuchu feels that she can coax her new husband a bit. She was like a little daughter-in-law all the way, holding Jiang Shibi's hand, happily accompanying him to walk around the new house, and then going home to get her luggage. Lin Meixia looked at their hands clasped together. Her heart burst with joy, secretly saying that her daughter had finally figured it out and was going to live a good life with her son-in-law. This night Xia Chuchu, also unusually relaxed, in bed, coaxed Jiang Shibi, unusually excited. To Xia Chuchu, that is love. Such a harmonious life. so that young Shibu to Xiaochuchu natural satisfaction cannot secretly have a wife, so what more can a husband ask for? Chen Duo was sitting on the bed looking at a book. Qian Qiqiu was resting on his stomach playing with her phone. Although they didn't speak, the atmosphere was unusually harmonious. Chaya Qiqiu swiped through the news and saw that a foreign medical institute had invented some kind of anti-cancer drug. She suddenly had the bright idea that she could go abroad and invest in a private medical institute. Let them create the most comfortable and perfect prosthesis for Chen Duo's leg so that Chen Duo doesn't have to sit in a wheelchair. A long time ago Chen Duo also tried prosthetics, but his skin was unusually sensitive and couldn't adapt to the material of the receiving cavity, and he became allergic to it when he wore it. So Chen Duo slowly became disillusioned, never mentioned the matter of bringing a prosthesis again, and has been sitting in a wheelchair. Qian Qiqiu put this matter in her heart. It's better not to tell Chen Duo about this for now, lest she gives him hope and ends up disappointing him again. Money is the most crucial. Qian Qiqiu found himself so short of money for the first time. It seems that the side business has to get up and the code has to be knocked up. In her previous life, she was at least a coder with the halo of a prestigious school, and now that software development is still a lucrative career, Qian Qiqiu decided to bring forward the software she developed in her previous life. The next morning, after waking up, Chaya Qiqiu began to drum up the check room, taking pictures of the clothes she didn't wear much, as well as her bag and shoes. Like the last time he sold Lin Meixia and Xiaochuchu's luxury goods, he listed them on the luxury second-hand platform, but the money they made from the sale of these things was all donated to charity by Qian Qiqiu. Not a dime was given to them. Autumn, what are you doing? Chen Duo saw Qian Qiqiu who was busy in the check room and said with a puzzled face, Nothing, I'm organizing the check room. There were too many piles and I got rid of the ones I don't use often. Without lifting her head, Chaya Qiqiu clicked the picture and set it aside when she was done. So what are you taking pictures for? Chen Duo was perplexed by this maneuver of hers. Cleaning up and taking pictures to remember? It's too wasteful to throw it away. And you can make a little money by hanging it on a second-hand platform. Isn't your wife a thrifty little housewife? Chaya Qiqiu smiled and boasted. Chen Duo smiled and matched her. Well, it's a blessing to marry you. Qian Qiqiu was sweetened by Chen Duo's honeyed mouth, smiled and came over, kissed his mouth and said, So sweet. Chapter 66, Fainting. Being kissed, Chen Duo followed and laughed, and carefully put Qian Qiqiu's things that had been photographed in a storage compartment. The couple worked well together, one taking pictures and the other taking care of packing up after the photo shoot. Soon Qian Qiqiu finished photographing all these things to be listed on the second-hand platform, and she smiled and said, It's true that couples don't get tired of working together. Chen Duo smiled even more happily at his words, and Qiuqiu no longer resisted their marriage, and became more and more integrated into it. Nothing could be happier, and he suddenly had more to look forward to in their marriage. Chen Duo, do you play stocks or other financial investments? At the dinner table, Qian Qiqiu for the first time inquired about Chen Duo's financial resources. There is no way. In her previous life at this time she has gone abroad, do not quite understand the stock market situation, or short-term speculation of a stock to make a fortune is not impossible. Thinking of Chen Duo's prosthetic limb research in dire need of money, Chen Qiuqiu wanted to secretly and quickly get money. Chen Duo's first reaction was whether Qiuqiu was short of money. Otherwise, why did she suddenly want to engage in investment? Thinking about it this way, he felt that he was so incompetent as a husband that he didn't even know that his wife was broke. Before, when they were just married, he didn't dare to propose to give the money to Qian Qiqiu for safekeeping for fear of her resentment. But seeing that their relationship has now improved, Chen Duo moved again. He might as well take advantage of the opportunity to hand over the financial power of the family to Qiuqiu. Well, have done some. Qiuqiu, you're in charge of this household now. Why don't you keep my bank card as well? What do I need your bank card for? I don't know how to invest money. Forget it, forget it. Chen Qiuqiu didn't get Chen Duo's meaning at all, and directly waved her hand to reject it. According to Chen Duo's understanding, most of the married couples say that the wife is in charge of her husband's money, but Qiuqiu is not willing to do so. He was a little saddened by the fact that it seemed their relationship wasn't good enough for Autumn to be willing to take his money. Knowing that Qiuqiu lacked money and was still unwilling to accept his money, Chen Duo could only take a step back and said, You have plans to invest recently? If you're not worried, you can give me the money to take care of it for you. Don't worry, put 100 minds at ease. Qian Qiqiu had a happy and excited face. She was confident and super assured of Chen Duxian's 200%. Seeing that Qian Qiqiu trusted herself so much, Chen Duo could only tell herself to take her time, and their feelings would grow deeper and deeper. Then I'll transfer all the money to you later. Chiaki thought about investing her money to make some money, second-hand luxury goods to get some of her money back, and the rest she started to knock out the code. After dinner, Qian Qiqiu transferred large amounts of money from several of her bank cards to Chen Duo, adding up to just over $3 million. Chen Dui looked at it. Chocho, this is to hand over all of his body to himself. This is how much trust in him. But from this it seems true that she is short of money. What is she going to do? So much so that it feels like over $3 million isn't enough. Chen Duo's heart was filled with doubts. But since Qian Qiqiu didn't say anything, he couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. After transferring the money, Qian Qiqiu carried her bag to school. Chen Duo wanted to open the monitoring software implanted in Chocho's cell phone software several times, wanting to find out what Chiaki Chocho was doing. But again and again he hesitated as his hands rested on the keyboard. He was afraid that this surveillance snooping he was doing would ruin their existing relationship. If Chocho found out, would she think she was a pervert, a peeping Tom, or even want to run away from his surveillance? At that last moment Chen Duo still overcame his inner dark thoughts with reason, and he personally destroyed the monitoring software he had implanted, retaining only the location function. He wanted to keep what he had. It had been so hard for them to build a relationship, it couldn't just be destroyed so easily. Keeping it was ultimately a hidden danger, and in the end, Chen Duo chose to destroy it. He was afraid that at some point this dark thought of wanting to control everything about Chocho would jump out at him again, and he wouldn't be able to resist clicking on it, and then they might never be able to go back. After destroying the software, the negative emotions that had accumulated in Chen Duo's heart had nowhere to rest. He chose to go to the gym and vent. The gym on the third floor was separated in 2 by 2, half of it being exercise equipment customized specifically for his own condition. The feeling of sweating was enjoyable for him. It was at this moment that he felt like he looked like a strong man, full of power and testosterone. Chocho just arrived at the school, heard everyone in groups discussing jumping off buildings, suicide in other words. She did not care at first, thought they were discussing what social news, that is, until she was sitting in her classroom and heard a couple of girls behind her gabbing. Oh my god, I was scared to death this morning. What a puddle of blood on the floor, and supposedly fell face first. When I passed the school building, it had been cleaned. Thankfully. How do you think he jumped off a building when he was fine? Who knows? Wasn't there a post some time ago that he was trying to climb up to Qian's daughter? So could it be a failure? So you can't think about it? After a roar in the ears of Chiaki Chocho, who was sitting in front of them, she suddenly couldn't hear anything. Her mind went blank, leaving her with only one message, that the male student was still dead. She deleted the post. Still didn't stop the tragedy. Why was that? So does her rebirth still not change anything? Does her ending with Chen Duo and her family not change anything? At the thought of this possibility, Qian Chicho's face paled, cold sweat broke out on her head, and her clenched fists creaked. Why? Why was this happening? And what was the point of her rebirth then? Chiaki Chocho hated it so much, she suddenly felt that this was a joke from God, giving her the chance to be reborn and then extremely cruelly letting her witness tragedy after tragedy. Isn't this the biggest and hardest punishment for her? Thunk. Chiaki's eyes went black as she fell out of her chair and onto the floor. Quick! The student in front of you fainted? A few chatty girls in the back panicked and got up from their seats and gathered around. The other students in the classroom gathered around, and a boy quickly carried Qian Qiqia to the school infirmary. Better take it to the hospital? The school nurse looked at it for half a day and it didn't look like a brief coma caused by low blood sugar. He could only call an ambulance and notify Chiaki's counselor. Shen Yun received a call from the school that Chocho fainted. She also panicked and rushed to call her son and husband. The cell phone interface that Chen Duo put in the study room lit up and went out again. Went out and lit up again. And the ringtone was even ringing non-stop. But unfortunately its owner was in the gym and didn't notice its abnormality. Chapter 67. Chen Duo. Pick up the phone? Shen Yun was in a hurry. Why didn't her son answer his phone? She didn't save the phone number in the villa either. She doesn't know. She had no choice but to drive across the street to her villa halfway up the hill to find her son. What brings you here, ma'am? Sister Lu smiled and greeted Chen Yun when she saw her. Chen Yun said with an anxious face, Where is Chen Duo? Where is Chen Duo? Sister-in-law Lu said uncertainly, Mr. is upstairs. He should be in the study, right? Chen Yun rushed upstairs in a hurry and pushed open the door of the study to find that no one was there, and the cell phone was placed on the table. She began to look around the villa while yelling out, Chen Duo, Chen Duo. Chen Duo just happened to push his wheelchair down the stairs when he saw his mom, and he asked softly, Mom, what brings you here? Chen Yun said with a look of urgency, Chen Duo, something has happened to Chocho. Come with me to the hospital. Chen Duo's face turned white at the words, and he couldn't be bothered to change out of his sweaty workout clothes. He pushed the wheelchair and dashed downstairs at speed, with Chen Yun trotting after him. After pushing her son into the car, Chen Yun drove her son anxiously to the hospital. Chen Duo didn't say a word. His tightly closed lips were trembling slightly, and the veins of his hands on the armrests of the wheelchair were rippling, revealing his panic and helplessness at this moment. When they went over, Kiyoshi Foam had already arrived, and he was asking the doctor about the situation with an anxious look on his face. Dad, Chen Duo greeted Qian Yufeng before he started pulling the doctor. Doctor, what happened to Chiu Chiu? We have just examined the patient and there is nothing wrong with the body's functions, so we can't find out the exact cause. It's advisable to stay in the hospital for observation. You may wake up at any time. The doctors were at their wits' end. They gave Chiaki a checkup, took brain CTs, etc. But nothing was out of the ordinary. Once he heard that there was no problem with his body, Chen Duo was a little more relieved. He pushed his wheelchair over and looked at Qian Kikyu, who was like she was asleep, and Chen Duo held her hand, simply because the world is too unpredictable, and he is too afraid of the unknown. They were talking and laughing so sweetly in the morning before she left. Now that she was suddenly lying here so quietly, his heart lifted and his whole being lost. Chiaki felt like she was locked in a darkness that surrounded her, darkness as far as her eyes could reach. She didn't know where she was, and she sat down in place clutching her knees in fear. She even heard the squeak of rats around her, cockroaches crawling around her feet, and her body began to shiver in response. Her mouth was screaming Chen Duo's name over and over again, but no one answered. Qian Kikyo cried helplessly. The rebirth seemed to be just a dream, and now the dream had woken up. She was back in the dark. Chen Duo held Qian Kikyo's hand and watched as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her whole body was trembling unceasingly, and her mouth was calling his name unceasingly. All he could do was answer over and over again. Chiu Chiu, I'm here, don't be afraid. Chiu Chiu, I'm here, don't be afraid. But it never did anything, and he panicked and called the doctor. Instead, the doctor told him that the patient might be suffering from some kind of irritation and would not wake up. Chen Du, Chen Du, Chen Du. Qian Kikyo's face was covered in tear stains, shouting his name over and over again with a sobbing voice, her voice filled with helplessness. Chen Duo was about to go crazy. His heart felt like it was being twisted constantly by a sharp knife, and his intestines began to knot up in pain. He held Chiaki Chocho's hand and placed it on his chest. How he wanted the unconsciouser to be able to feel that there was a beating heart that ached beyond measure because of her. Just beg her to take pity on herself and wake up soon. Chocho, what kind of stimulus did you get? I beg you to wake up, okay? Chen Duo helplessly begged Qian Kikyo. He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, but the tears were like broken beads. How could they not be wiped clean? The tears fell into his heart as well, and his heart, which was still dripping blood from the knife that had cut it to pieces, instantly soaked in her tears again, so painful that he was about to go numb. Listening to her call for herself over and over again, he was helpless to do anything about it. At this moment Chen Duo still hated his own incompetence. What should he do? How can Chocho wake up? Bewildered and helpless with no way out, Chen Duo propped up his arm and lay down on Chiaki Chocho's hospital bed as he wrapped the person into his arms. He gently kissed her cheeks, delicate kisses wiping away her tears, his mouth murmuring over and over again, Chocho, I'm here, don't be afraid, wake up and look at me. His hand gently patted her back, soothing Chiaki. Suddenly in the darkness Qian Kikyo heard clang. The sound of the iron door was pushed open. Her body trembled even more. Xia Chuchu came. She came with a leather whip. She was going to whip herself again, but as a blinding bright light shone in, she heard a soft voice ring out behind her. Chocho, I'm here, don't be afraid, come with me. It was Chen Duo's voice. Qian Kikyo turned her head, which was buried in her knees, to see Chen Duo looking at her with a smiling face. Qian Kikyo couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality now, only knowing that her only salvation had come. She handed her hand to him without hesitation. She realized that Chen Duo's legs were actually standing, and intercepted her, picking her up and taking her out with big strides. After stepping through the iron gate, Chiaki Chocho's eyes were bright. Qian Kikyo on the hospital bed opened her eyes, and to her eyes was Chen Duo kissing her cheeks and shouting her name. Chen Duo, Chiaki cried out softly, reaching out to hold the man close. Chen Duo raised his head to look at her in surprise at her words, and saw her peach blossom eyes flooded with water, and the water was all about her own silhouette. He lost control and lowered his head to kiss Chen Chocho's bloodless lips, fuming and desperately sticking and grinding them as if he wanted to swallow them. The night had been too torturous for him, and he never wanted to experience it again in his life. His heart was desolate only in one night, full of just withering, not an inch of grass, only to feel that time has lost its meaning in this moment. Hiss! Qian Kikyo screamed out in pain. Chen Duo retaliated by biting Qian Chicho, and he felt relieved when he heard Qian Chicho cry out in pain. It hurts just fine. Do you know how I spent last night? Autumn, stop scaring me, stop torturing me. There was even a plea in Chen Duo's tone, but his heart ached and hurt when he heard the doctor's words that she didn't want to wake up. She called her name, but wouldn't wake up for herself. He wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 68, Chaya Kikyo who was sticking to him. Qian Kikyo was also afraid that this was a dream at this moment. She hugged Chen Duo's neck and pulled his leaving lips back. The two of them were like unusually thinly clad children in the winter snow. frantically and intensely drawing on the warmth of each other's bodies as they kissed fiercely. Hate cannot burn each other, melt each other into the body, and never separate from each other again. Chen Duo, let's have a baby. Kiankikia thought that if she couldn't change the ending, this child would at least be an extra existence from her previous life, and he would live on to continue their bloodline. Chen Duo didn't say anything. He didn't want to have a child with Kiankikiu in this situation. He didn't even know why Kiankikiu was in a coma, and what she was afraid of, and why she wanted to have a child with him when she woke up. With all these doubts unresolved, Chen Duo would not think about the child. Husband, Kiankikiu started to pull Chen Duo's clothes, but was caught by Chen Duo's big hands. Kiankikiu looked at Chen Duo with an aggrieved beak. Had she even lost her charm now? Chen Duo covered her peach blossom eyes that looked at him pitifully. He was afraid that his heart would soften when he looked at these eyes. Autumn, there's no rush on this. He took Kiankikiu in his arms and gently patted her back to soothe her. Don't be afraid. I'll always be with you. Chiaki Chocho very insecurely grabbed his clothes and shrunk into his arms. The sun rises, and all things come to light again after the week. When Qian Yufeng and Shen Yan pushed open the door of the hospital room, they saw the two people embracing each other on the hospital bed and quietly withdrew again. Not long after the doctor who was checking in came over, he did some more checks on Kiankikiu and after finding nothing wrong, he told them they could be discharged. Still, the doctor pulls Chen Duo aside specifically and suggests that he find a psychiatrist for Kiankikiu, whom he suspects may have hidden psychological problems. Qian Yufeng proposes that Qian Qiuqiu go back to live so that Chen Yun can take care of her. Kiankikiu now, however, only wanted to stick to Chen Duo. She only knew that it was this man who saved her from the darkness, and she only wanted to be with him. It was only then that Chen Duo realized that there was something wrong with Chen Qiuqiu, but he didn't dare to tell Chen Yafeng and the others, afraid that they would be worried. Chen Duo decided that it would be better to let Kiankikiu return to the villa. With the two of them living together, he could also take care of her. After returning to the villa, Chen Duo realized that he smelled of sweat and was ready to take a shower. Kiankikiu just kept following Chen Duo. She followed wherever he went. Chen Duo turned her away and wouldn't let her in, and she asked Chen Duo not to lock the door, and that she would stand guard outside the bathroom door. When eating, Kiankikiu also had to stay close to Chen Duo. She pulled Chen Duo with one hand and ate with the other, and Chen Duo had no choice but to eat with his left hand. Sister-in-law Lu only thought that they were a good couple, but when Chen Duo went downstairs to get something while she was going to the bathroom, Kiankikiu screamed loudly in panic in her room. Seeing Mr. Scared and running upstairs with his wheelchair in a flash, Mrs. Lu then noticed her wife's abnormality. Chen Duo pushed open the door and saw Qian Qiuqiu sitting in the corner, hugging her knees and burying her head in her lap. The whole person didn't fit in with the room. She didn't seem to belong here, like a lost child who couldn't find her home. Chen Duo hurriedly pushed his wheelchair over and held the person in his arms, gently coaxing, "Don't be afraid, I'm back." Chen Duo, "Oh, where have you been?" Kiankikiu hugged Chen Duo's waist and cried out. She was too afraid that she wouldn't be able to find him once she came out. Chen Duo could only gently comfort her and wipe her tears. It was so hard to calm the person down. He did nothing all day today, but stayed by Kiankikiu's side, anxiously waiting for news from right inside. He sent right off to Chiaki's school to investigate the situation. He wanted to know what had happened to irritate Chiaki. Not long after his cell phone lit up, Wright had emailed him the information he had found out. Chen Duo coaxed Qian Qiuqiu. "Qiuqiu, let's take a nap, okay? Good. Then you have to stay with me and not leave." Kiankikiu hugged Chen Duo's waist and wouldn't let go. Chen Duo smiled and said, "Well, good." Lying on the bed, Kiankikiu still wrapped her arms around his waist and wouldn't let go. Her little head pressed into his arms, until the sound of light snoring came from his arms. Looking at Chiaki Chocho's flushed little face, he seemed to be asleep. Chen Duo was then ready to get up and go to the study to check the mail, but the person in his arms seemed to be aware of it as if she had noticed something. She grunted when he moved and held on tighter. There was no choice but for Chen Duo to download the mailbox on his cell phone, which led him to log in and check the message sent by a Wright. Something big happened at Chocho's school this morning. A man was killed, and the dead man was Chi Yang. Chen Duo remembers that Kiankikiu specifically asked herself to hack a black post about her and Chi Yang, and also asked for the identity information of the poster. At that time, he was still curious as to why Chocho was overly concerned about this person named Chi Yang, and now this person's death had actually affected Chocho so much. Are they connected in any way? Chen Duo fell into deep thought. To say that Chocho liked Chi Yang, in the past, Chen Duo might have doubted it, but it didn't look like it after spending some time with Autumn, and the fact that she was now overly dependent on herself. Chen Duo touched Kiankikiu's head somewhat helplessly. He really wanted to pry open her head and figure out what was happening to her. "Ms. Xia, congratulations on passing the audition." Xia Chuchu jumped up in excitement when she heard the voice coming from the phone. She made it. She's going to be an actress. After the excitement, she calmed down again. The most important thing now was to pacify Jiang Shibi and fool him so that she could go to the movie. Xia Chuchu used to think she was good at disguise, but after living with Jiang Shibu, she realized that Jiang Shibu is also a master of disguise. On the surface, he looks like a gentle, flirtatious gentleman, but he's actually a macho control freak, more of a specialist than her mother. She came back around 10 o'clock one night, and Jiang Shibi was already guarding the door with a chair. Reprimand her for coming back so late? Oh my god, how late is 10 o'clock? When she used to go out with Jiang Shirbei, sometimes it's after 11 o'clock before she comes home. How come he doesn't think it's late? Such Jiang Shui made Xia Chuchu a little alarmed, feeling that she had just left her mother's control and entered another cage of control. The point is that Gang Shibu was even more of a pervert than her mom, who at least trusts her enough not to dictate what time she gets home. But Jiang Shirbei had made it mandatory for her to be home by 9 o'clock from now on, and the sleeveless and halter dresses in her closet couldn't be worn out. Chapter 69, Renewed Hope. Ring ring ring. An alarm bell woke up Chiaki Chocho, who was still taking a nap. She hugged Chen Duo's waist and grunted a few times before opening her eyes. Your call. Chen Duo handed her Chiaki Chocho's cell phone on the bedside table. Chen Chocho took a look at the phone call from Xia Chuchu, and the hatred in her heart surged up again. Why is that? God let her be reborn, but she can't change their end, so that Xia Chuchu this can still live a good life. Chen Chocho answered the phone with a cold face, and on the other end of the phone came Xia Chuchu's joyful voice. Cousin, I have good news for you. I passed the audition for the lead actress of a movie I participated in, and I'm going to be a star. Chiaki Autumn. She couldn't say congratulations at the moment, as if she had worked so hard to bring the scummy couple together. It also changes some things, but it still can't save Qi Yang's life or change the end of her and Chen Duo. Cousin, after I married Jiang Shibi I realized that he is a control freak. Can you cover for me when I go to shoot a movie? Xia Chuchu's words woke up Qian Kikyu. Xia Chuchu found out Jiang Shibi's true colors so quickly. Their marriage will definitely not end well, which also changes the future ending of Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibi in disguise. Does this mean that the ending is actually variable and Qi Yang's death actually had nothing to do with that post at all? He didn't kill himself because of it at all. It just happened to happen a few days late with her intervention, and there was another reason for his death. Thinking of this possibility, hope flared up again in Qian Kikyu's heart. She had to find out exactly why Qi Yang committed suicide. That way she can determine if she can't change the ending. Cousin, help me. Will you? Xia Chuchu's voice is coquettishly sappy, begging Chen Chocho to help cover for her. Chiaki smiled. Of course she was happy to help with this kind of thing. Xia Chuchu may not quite understand that Jiang Shuko can be more than just controlling, and she really hasn't let herself down to her own demise. Okay, I'll say you're staying at my house when I get there. Qian Kikyo readily agreed. Xia Chuchu trusted her so much, she naturally had to help her properly. Cousin, you're so nice. Love you. Xia Chuchu's cheerful voice was like an oriole in the empty valley, crisp and pleasant, with a few small bits of playful cuteness. She thought that she seduced Chen Duo and drugged him. Chen Duo didn't dare to tell Qianqiu Chocho, and Qianqiu Chocho didn't know, so this is the reason why she recklessly expressed the plastic flower like sisterly love. Chiaki also cooperated by feigning ignorance. They still seemed unusually in love with each other, and only they knew how much they hated each other. Chen Duo was a bit upset at his words. He coldly chimed in for himself. And you're going to let Xia Chuchu live in? Qianqiu Chicho raised her eyebrows and smiled. How could she lie to her husband? Chocho, are you better? Chen Duo asked with some uncertainty. I just had a nightmare when I was unconscious that I was locked in a dark room and I was so scared. There were cockroaches and rats. I kept calling you to come and rescue me. Then you opened the iron door and rescued me. When I came back I was still controlled by the nightmare, and I was a bit unable to distinguish between dream and reality, which is why I kept pestering you. Will you find me so annoying? Qian Kikyo hugged Chen Duo's waist and softly made up half-truths and half-false lies. She didn't dare to tell Chen Duo that it was her personal experience. If she said it like that, I guess Chen Duo would be so shocked that he would take her to a psychiatrist or burn incense. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she herself wouldn't have believed that people could be reborn. So she likewise couldn't ask Chen Duo to believe her. Chen Duo half believed her words. He was still a bit skeptical that a nightmare had made Chocho so out of sorts. It doesn't bother me. I just love it when you stick to me and never leave me alone. Chen Duo gently lifted the broken hair hanging down from Qian Kikyo's forehead and coaxed her gently. He. Then I'll stick to you for the rest of my life. Qianqiu's forehead rubbed against his large palm. The soft ebony hair in front of his forehead gently swept across his palm, and his heart was unusually settled. The words were etched into his heart like a promise, rekindling hope. Qian Kikyo now looked like a person who was fine, and after her nap, she followed Chen Duo to her study room to study. Seeing her smile with a happy face, Chen Duo's heart always still held hidden dangers. The doctor's advice still lingered in his ears. But if you take Autumn to a psychiatrist, she will be very resistant. Ask someone who thinks she's not sick. Can she accept someone taking her to a psychiatrist? Chen Duo could only put this matter on hold, and he secretly placed an order on the internet himself for some books on psychology. Qian Qiqia knows nothing about this, and she begins to investigate Qi Yang's death in secret. She sidestepped to Qi Yang's college to inquire about him and found that he was not well regarded among his classmates. Qi Yang, he deserves it. Doesn't study well, does some chicken stealing all day? He must have died of shame when he committed suicide. Who doesn't know that he acted like a poor student on the surface, but in fact he was adopted by a rich woman. Yeah, he's got a questionable style. He's not decent at all. I don't see anyone once class is over every day. Who knows if they're off serving someone? Ha ha. Yeah, I heard that he started out as a masseuse in a footwash town, and then he hooked up with someone's client in an eyebrow-raising way. Do you think his poor student look is a fake? Deliberately trying to show. But unfortunately in the end the scholarship is still not obtained. Qian Qiqia did not expect Qi Yang to die and everyone to speak so poorly of him, not leaving the slightest trace of virtue, talking with eyes and nose. She thought it was those black posts that caused Qi Yang to commit suicide, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. How can someone who lives in gossip all day long choose to end his life based on this denigrating post? She didn't understand why Qi Yang's classmates were of such a uniform caliber, so disgusted with him to the core. Qian Qiqia thought it would be better to go to Qi Yang's home to find out what was going on and see if there was a diary or something that could be traced. She doesn't know why she strongly suspects after meeting Qi Yang's classmates that Qi Yang is a murderer and not a suicide at all. Qian Qiqia remembered that Qi Yang's sister Qiyu in her previous life had said that her hometown was in the city's Yu County, Qijia village, and she was going to take 2 days off to go there. Qi Yang's family should know some information that might help her, thinking that she would meet Qiyu, who had helped Jiang Shibi roll up all of Qian's money in her previous life. Qian Qiuqiu's mood was still quite complicated. Chapter 70, I don't like it. I love you. Chen Duo, I'm going out of town for 2 days tomorrow. You be good and stay home. I'll miss you. Chen Qiuqiu hugged Chen Duo's waist and softly told him about her travel plans. Chen Duo inquired, where to? He was actually very uneasy about Qian Qiqiu, and the reason for her sudden coma had yet to be found. Now it's going out of town and he's worried. It's not far. It's just to one of the counties in the city. I checked, it's only a 2 or 3 hour drive. So don't worry. Qian Qiqiu decided to drive there by herself so that it would be easier. After all, it's going to a small mountain village below the county seat, so I'm guessing it won't be very easy to find a car when we get there. Chen Duo was a bit worried. How can I possibly be assured if you go alone? Qian Qiqiu recalled when she chased Jiang Shibi abroad, alone in a foreign country, in a rusty and broken foreign language to rent an apartment to study alone days. She was really strong enough at that time, even if Jiang Shibi was indifferent to her, cold and hot at times. She was full of enthusiasm. I remember once she was mugged on the street, and when she called for help from Gang Shibu, he simply said he was at home entertaining friends and told her to call the police. At that time she was scared and helpless, but later she became stronger and stronger, learned to rely on herself, and gradually adapted to the foreign environment. Now that she was only going to a county in the city, Chen Duo was so uneasy about her. With such a comparison, she realized that it was actually quite easy to tell if someone loved or not. Unfortunately, people always like to deceive themselves and even love to fantasize and make excuses for others, always thinking that I would one day be the most special person to him, doing so much for him, and in the end touching only myself. At the time, she was foolish enough to think that the love she pursued was the best, and hated being set up by her family. She is even confident that Jiang Shibi just doesn't love her now, and that he will fall in love with her if she tries hard enough. In that one time when Jiang Shirbei was close to her, if she was not, she had the illusion that he was in love with her. I don't know that it's a dream, but I'm not sure that it's a dream, and I'm not sure that it's a mistake. Then let right accompany me, so you should feel relieved, right? In order to put Chen Duo a little more at ease, Qian Qiqiu offered to bring the bodyguards he had with him to protect her. Chen Duo was a bit stuffy. Why didn't Qiuqiu think to bring him along? Even though he was crippled, he still wanted Qiuqiu to be the first one to think of when something happened, because he's a man too, and he wants to protect his woman. Qian Qiqia knew that someone was unhappy when she saw that Chen Duo didn't say anything and the ends of his eyes drooped a bit. She patted over and said uncertainly, "Do you want to come with me too?" Chen Duo nodded his head in silence, then looked at Qian Qiqiu with a hopeful expression, afraid that she would feel like a burden. It was rare that Chen Duo wanted to go out, so of course Qian Qiqiu supported it. She wasn't doing anything dangerous this time out, and there was nothing wrong with taking Chen Duo with her. Good, then I'll take you again. Qian Qiqiu kissed Chen Duo's cheek and smiled. This way I won't have to suffer from the pain of longing. Chen Duo was so coaxed by her that he was happy again. He hugged Qian Qiqiu's waist and said, "I don't need to either." "No need for what? Being so subtle?" Chiaki teased him and laughed. Chen Duo watched helplessly as she deliberately teased him again, and he pulled Chiaki Chiyocho's head into his arms, embarrassed to look at her teasing eyes. Well, isn't it just missing me? What's there to say about that? Chen Duo, Mr. Chen, husband, if you don't go I'm sure I'll be teared up thinking about you every day, and I'll miss you at night and not be able to sleep. Kiankikiyu was now very thick-skinned, and she was now super fond of teasing Chen Duo and watching him helplessly eat his words. Let him always be so emotionally ambiguous, hiding everything in his heart and not daring to reveal it. There would be a day when she would have to change the sullen personality of this sensitive little wretch, Chen Duo, and make him a little more confident and outgoing. Chen Duo sniffed as a reddish hue crept up to the tips of his ears. The first time he had heard Kiankikiyu say that she wanted him so bluntly, with some hesitation and apprehension, he asked softly, Chiyo, do you like me a little, Chiquita? No way. Isn't it obvious enough that she's showing it? Kissing and sleeping with him. He doesn't think he's scum, does he? Chiaki asked with a raised eyebrow. What do you think? I'm not sure. Chen Duo's heart was a little uneasy. He was afraid that this was his own illusion. He didn't dare to ask and wanted to get a definite answer. Not a fan of. After Kiankikiyu finished speaking, she saw that Chen Duo's face was white, as if he had been dealt a huge blow. Chiaki couldn't stand it with her heartache. Why was he so unsure of himself? How can someone who is obviously so good be so afflicted in front of himself? Fool, I love you. Otherwise would I do shy things with you? Chiaki kissed his chin and coaxed him gently. Chen Duo's obsidian eyes shot out a flash of unusually bright light at this moment, and he excitedly said I for half a day without uttering a complete sentence. I'm what? Little stutterer. Would a woman sleep with you if she wasn't interested in you? Kiankikiyu's hand nodded at Chen Duo's chest, glaring at him with petulant anger. Do you really think she's such a casual woman? Chen Duo gladly grabbed Chen Chicho's hand, his eyes full of laughter staring at her. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought we were married. That's why you. To put it bluntly, Chen Duo thought that Kiankikiyu was merely fulfilling her conjugal duties. Although he was happy that Chiaki belonged to him, he didn't quite dare to think in terms of sex because of love. Yo, feeling like you still think I'm a scummy girl who walks on her kidneys and not her heart? Kiankikiyu really convinced Chen Duo's brain circuits. Why did she have the feeling that she was like a bully Geo who bullied men and women, while Chen Duo was the delicate little pitiful one who couldn't resist? No, I didn't think so. Chen Duo hurriedly denied it repeatedly. He had never thought of Chiyo that way. It's best if you don't have one, so don't get any ideas in the future. You are very good, both smart and cute, and you have my heart. I will never take off the title of Mrs. Chen in my life, will you believe me? Kiankikiyu looked at Chen Duo with a serious face. She hoped that Chen Duo could believe in her as well as himself. I believe you. Chen Duo leaned over and kissed his favorite pair of eyes. Her peach blossom eyes were all about himself. In this moment he chose to believe in Autumn, to believe that their feelings were real. Then you have to believe in yourself too. You're the best man I've ever met, and there will never be another you in this world. Your presence is as unique and precious to me as your name. Chapter 71, Love is illogical. Is he a treasure, or unique? I'm afraid that this was the most melodious praise Chen Duo had heard so far, and at the moment he was filled with joy. Everything around him was suspended for the moment. Only his heart was beating wildly and violently. His ears have been automatically cut off from all external sounds. Only the beating heartbeat is like a war drum, in the dong 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 knocking non-stop. His glittering eyes could only accommodate this silhouette in his arms. He had thought countless times that the word alone had skillfully predicted his life, a life surrounded by loneliness. Kiankikiyu was just a bright light in his heart that he could not hope to see. Now this bright light broke into his heart and took away all the gloom. Let him know that the word unique has another meaning, which is one of a kind. Autumn, you are also my unique treasure in this life. Chen Duo moved to hold Chen Chicho in his arms, his low voice falling on her ears. Then let's baby each other. You need to be confident. No more stifling your thoughts. You can ask boldly as you did today, and I'll clear up your worries. Kiankikiyu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's waist, and her soft voice was like a soul-capturing magical sound. Chen Duo was instantly compelled, and he didn't know what to say other than nodding obediently. Honey, I'm going to my cousin's for a few days tomorrow. She said she's quite bored at home alone. Xia Chuchu wrapped her arms around Jiang Shushi's neck and pampered herself by rubbing against him. She got a call from the cast and crew today, asking her to join the crew tomorrow. For a man as controlling as Jiang Shibi, who couldn't even wear a sleeveless dress, how could he accept her to act in a movie, especially a script with emotional scenes? So she had no choice but to lie to Jiang Shibi about going to Chiaki Chocho's place, and she promised to cover for her. Go for a few days, you know I can't let you go. Jiang Shushi played with Xia Chuchu's delicate hand. He loved this woman in his arms, well-behaved and understanding, with him as the main focus in everything. Xiao Chuchu is simply the woman that manhwa tailored and pinched out for him. Depends, maybe 3 or 5 days. Maybe longer. I can't leave you either. I can't sleep well without you. Xiao Chuchu looked at Jiang Shushi with winks. The connotation was self-evident. Jiang Shushi sniffed and immediately rolled over and pressed her underneath him and said, "Then I'll have to feed you well tonight so that you can have a good night's sleep in the past." Then there was panting in the room. Waves upon waves. Xiao Chuchu feeds the tiger with her body. She has already found a way to coax Jiang Shibi. Since he wanted tame and obedient, she pretended to be a good and obedient kitten, clinging to him and giving him enough vanity. In fact, she was already working on the divorce behind her back, and she never liked Jiang Shibi in the first place. It also turned out later that he was a bit of a pervert, which made the marriage even more unacceptable to her. Xiao Chuchu secretly thought that when she had a hit with this drama and made a lot of money, she would divorce Jiang Shibi. Mom won't be able to control her then, and she won't be afraid of her mom threatening to stop her cards and take back everything she owns when she's rich. The stars are hidden, and still the moon's light spreads unstintingly. Both ugly and beautiful souls are enveloped in its light, as if everything that exists in this world must have a reason. People embark on different paths due to their different choices, and only they know what is at the end of the road when they get to the end. Stop it. Nasty. Chiaki muttered in an uncharacteristic manner and smacked away the hand that was making a mess on the tip of her nose. Lazy boy. Get up. Chen Duo's hand reached over again, gently tickling the tip of her nose. It's still early. Honey, let me sleep a little longer. Just a little, said Chiaki Chocho, rolling over and lying on the bed, so that Chen Duo did not have the chance to mess with her to get up. Chen Duo laughed silently as he looked at Qian Kikyu, who was playing tricks to get more sleep. For the first time, he realized that her moments were not moments as he understood them. An hour ago she was talking about taking a nap, and now an hour has passed and she's still talking about taking a nap. Chen Duo helplessly picked the person up, kissed her cheek and coaxed her. Good girl. It's 9 o'clock now. You forgot that we're going out today. Right is already waiting downstairs. Well, 9 o'clock. It's still early. What? It's 9 o'clock. Chaya Kikyo leaped up excitedly. Ah! Her forehead hit Chen Duo's, and she screamed in pain as she held her forehead. Come on, let me see. Chen Duo hurriedly pulled Chiaki Chocho's hand away and found that her forehead was red. He was heartbroken and gently rubbed it for her. I did not expect Chocho heard 9 points so excited. Fortunately only red. If the bump bruises he shall not be heartbroken to death. He should have known better than to hold her like that, and he regretted it. He. Seeing the heartache in Chen Duo's eyes, Qian Kikyo grimaced at him. She reached out and touched Chen Duo's forehead and said, I'll rub my husband too. It's all red. Does it hurt? It was only then that Chen Duo did not hold back the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. Helpless and happy. This person always had a way of dispelling the depression in his heart. I'm not in pain. You be careful. It's still early. It's okay to make right wait a little longer. Big deal. We'll be there for another day. Qian Kikyo could be considered to have met the man who contradicted himself. One moment urging her to get up, and the next moment telling her it was still early. But she damned well liked the man's preference for his own illogical favoritism, and probably didn't even notice the inconsistency in his speech himself. Qian Kikyo cupped Chen Duo's face and kissed him on his red forehead. Here's a stamp to reward you. Chen Duo smiled at his words. Although he didn't know why he had received this reward, he was also happy that Chocho was happy. When Qian Kikyo and Chen Duo went downstairs together, Wright hurriedly stood up from the sofa. He hadn't formally met his wife yet? Ma'am, I'm Wright, sir's bodyguard. Don't be nervous, sit down. I know you. Chen Duo told me about it. Chiaki could see Wright's nervousness and smiled gently at him. Chen Duo didn't like Chocho smiling at another man as he pulled Qian Kikyo towards the restaurant. Let's get some breakfast and leave in a few minutes. Wouldn't Qian Kikyo not know his little mind, and obediently followed his side. Don't worry, you're the only man I love. All other men are just floating clouds. They are the same sex in my eyes. Qian Kikyo handed Chen Duo the milk and coaxed him with a light smile. Chen Duo took the cup and cheerfully drank the milk he didn't like so much in one gulp. After drinking it, he realized it was a drink he could have done without. He only uses 3 cups of milk a week, and this 1 cup is more than he is set. Chapter 72, First Encounter with Chiyu. Chiaki Chocho couldn't help but laugh out loud as she watched him froze with the empty cup. The beauty plan. Attacking the heart. It's not like I drank the milk like a good boy. It's not like it's dripping. Chen Duo watched as Qian Kikyo laughed out loud, then realized that he had fallen into her trap. He put the cup down helplessly. There was no way around it. Even if what Chocho handed over was arsenic, he would still eat it willingly. He could never refuse her. Hubby is great. It's not really that bad, is it? Said Chiaki Chuku as she came over and kissed him on the mouth, smiling and asking herself. Yes, it's sweet. Chen Duo's heart suddenly did not resist so much the extra cup of milk he drank today, and it seemed that what he drank down was not milk but honey water. His heart followed the sweetness of the syrup, which was still wrapped in Chiaki Chocho's sweet words. Wright gave full play to the fine qualities of a good bodyguard as he sat in the living room without looking away, deaf to the laughter coming from the dining room. No curiosity, no prying, no gossip. Anyway, the boss and his wife are in a good relationship. After breakfast, Wright drove them off in his car. Because Chiaki Chocho was there, Chen Duo put the wheelchair aside and secured it, and he and Chiaki Chocho sat in the back seat together. If you're still sleepy, rest your head on my shoulder. This was the reason why Chen Duo got out of his wheelchair and sat down. He was afraid that Kian Kikiu wouldn't have a place to lean on if she wanted to sleep. I'm not sleepy yet. It's you who woke up so early. So if you're sleepy, I can lend you my shoulder. Chiaki Chocho patted her shoulder rather manly, as if she thought herself extremely broad. Cousin, I'm staying at your house from today. If Jiang Shibi and my mom ask, you'll say so. Xia Chuchu, who dragged her suitcase to the airport, didn't forget to ventilate Kian Kikiu. Good. You shoot at ease and look forward to your masterpiece. Chiaki answered with a smile and gave her encouragement. Thank you, cousin. When I'm popular, I'll help you get autographed pictures of your favorite stars. Xia Chuchu was confident. She was very confident in her acting skills. After all, she's performed the image of their favorite white moon in front of different men. Chiaki Autumn wrapped up the phone and smiled. Things were moving towards more and more interesting places now. In her previous life, Xia Chuchu was controlled to death by Lin Meixia, but she never had the chance to become an actress, but instead became the celebrity of all people. The young talents are all attracted to her, but unfortunately, her heart is given to Jiang Shibi. This greatly satisfies Jiang Shibu's vanity, and he hates that he can't hold Xia Chuchu in the palm of his hand. But Xia Chuchu's true face is only known to Kian Kikiu. She is not a celebrity. These young talents have an ambiguous relationship with her. In this life, Kian Kikiu had only thought of setting up Jiang Shushu and Xia Chuchu, this pair of dog and boy, together earlier, so that they would slowly discover each other's true nature and then torture each other. All she had to do was guard her family and love Chen Duo well. She can just advance the emotional entanglement between Jiang Shui and Xia Chuchu when necessary, but she didn't expect Xia Chuchu to seek death on her own. As far as Jiang Shibi is concerned, this hypocritical and selfish villain, if he discovers Xia Chuchu's true colors, I really don't know what he will do. Interesting, Chiaki Akira was having fun with all of their futures. Autumn, why are you helping that Xia Chuchu? Chen Duo didn't understand what Kian Kikiu intended to do and asked out in confusion. I'm waiting to see a dog-eat-dog show, and there's always some preparation before the show starts. Be patient, we'll have a good show later. Kian Kikiu smiled wryly at Chen Duo. Jiang Shui and the others there didn't even need to make a move on their own. Good, then I'll watch the show with you. When Chen Duo saw how confident Qian Chocho was, he also believed that she wouldn't be confused by Xia Chuchu. Chen Duo, is there anything you want to do but haven't? Kian Kikiu poked around Chen Duo's little secret, trying to help him accomplish these things. There wasn't before, but now there's a lot. More than I can say, probably changing every day. Chen Duo found that the desires in his heart grew after he got together with Kian Kikiu. Once upon a time it was stagnant water, seemingly without ripples or calm, desireless, but after being with her, he realized it was all on the surface. The desire inside was actually growing like a snowball, wanting to do so many things with her. That's okay. I'll be with you every day from now on, and we'll go through this together. Chiaki was happy with Chen Duo's confession. He was finally slowly opening up to himself. She couldn't wait for Chen Duo to get on his feet early and let him do what he loved. They chatted as a couple. The car was moving smoothly, and the two of them fell asleep without realizing that they were snuggled up against each other. Right thoughtfully, the temperature of the air conditioner was turned up a bit, raising the rear partition. When the car reached the county seat of Yu County, Chiaki Chocho and the others stopped for a midday meal. After the meal they inquired about whether the section of the road in the village of the hometown of Chi Jiao was good or not, before they restarted the car again and set off for the small mountain village. An hour or so later, they reached the village of Chi. Because Chi Yang was one of the few celebrities in their village who had gotten into the city's key university, Qian Chocho quickly asked where his house was when they inquired. Alright pushed the wheelchair behind him. Kian Kikiu held Chen Duo's hand as they made their way according to the villagers' instructions. Kian Kikiu instantly recognized Chiyu, who was picking water, and at the moment she was still a yellow-faced, yellow-haired girl, thin little body, picking 2 buckets full of water, walking trembling, looking really quite heartbreaking. Chi Yang's family seems to be really difficult. Chiyu's worn and washed out sportswear is a good proof. She didn't know they were coming over, so there was no need to pretend. Chiyu, Chiaki called out to her. Chiyu stopped in her tracks when she heard the voice. She looked up at the stranger in front of her a bit dumbfounded. Right, go help her out. Kian Kikiu greeted Right, a big tall man, to help carry the water as she pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair onward. Who are you? Chiyu looked at them somewhat timidly, her eyes full of caution and scrutiny. I'm your brother's classmate Chiaki Chocho. Your brother left so suddenly. We wanted to come over to pay our respects to him. Xianxiuqiu surveyed Qiyu, who was up to her shoulders in front of her. At the moment she was unusually thin, severely malnourished, withered hair perfectly suited to the title of yellow-haired girl. It made her think of the Qiyu she had seen in her previous life, who had long been a city girl, when she had retired her rustic countryside and dressed in a fashionable and sensible manner. Chapter 73, Worshipping him. My brother's classmate. There was some hesitation in Chiyu's tone. She didn't seem too convinced that her brother had friends at school. Although her brother shared good news when he made the occasional hurried trip back, she still sensed the loneliness and exhaustion under his eyes. It was probably just the delicate and sensitive nature of a girl's mind that she knew her brother wasn't having a good time at school, so she didn't suspect when her brother killed himself, and how that was not a relief for him. Her father's early death, her mother's serious illness and her tuition fees are all the burden on her brother, who, in addition to attending classes or working part-time, lives a much more tiring life than his peers. Yeah, I majored in a different field than Shi Yang, and we met when we were in a big class. I know he has a sister named Shiyu, and I've seen your picture, so that's why I recognized you at first glance. Chiaki Chocho was afraid that Chiyu wouldn't believe her and made up lies using the limited information she had. As soon as Chiyu heard that her brother had shown all her pictures to this girl in front of her, they should be very familiar with each other, right? When I went to the city to bring my brother's ashes back, I buried them next to my dad's grave. You guys wait a bit, I'll pick the water in first, then I'll take you there. Chiyu was too embarrassed to invite anyone to her house, which was not only housebound, but also unusually dirty and disorganized. She was afraid it would ruin her brother's good image in the minds of his classmates. That's fine, let Wright help you pick it in, he's strong, and we'll wait for you outside. Qian Kikiu didn't step forward to go in, although she wanted to find out if Qi Yang had left any clues, but she was afraid that Qiyu would be too sensitive. She obediently chose to stay and stood outside the door without entering. When Chen Duo heard the lies Chiaki Chochio made up about Qiyu, he really thought Qi Yang was her friend. Chochio, when did you and Qi Yang meet? Chen Duo asked sullenly. Jealous? I don't know him well, just met him twice. Those are all made up. I suspect Qi Yang was killed, not by suicide, but his family does look pretty hard up, so why do their classes still say he's faking it? Qian Kikiu muttered with some confusion. She felt that her classmates' preconceived notions about Qi Yang were quite deep. These words fell on Chen Duo's ears, and he immediately thought of how gossip could kill without form. He's been around people on computers for years and has seen the internet go fishy with hackers and spammers all over the place. 3 people become a tiger, said more people. People even forget to test. All believe it. It even became an accomplice, helping to spread the proliferation. It seems to be the same thing with Qi Yang. Otherwise, why is everyone of such a uniform caliber? There might be people targeting Qi Yang, spreading rumors about him in a big way. For example, last time you asked me to delete the post, everyone was all cursing him. Chen Duo told Chiaki Chocho about his insights, hoping that they would help her. Well, it makes sense. Say it enough and people might not believe it. Let's see if we can find any clues at his house. Then we'll investigate his classmates. Chiaki Autumn acknowledged a rather identical nod. Come on, I'll take you there. After saying that, Chiyu somewhat unnaturally looked at Chen Duo in the wheelchair. They were going to be walking up a hill in a little while, and it wasn't easy for him to get around in his wheelchair. She was afraid that she would hurt Chen Duo if she said it, so she was hesitant to warn him. Chen Duo seemed to notice her dilemma. You go your way, Wright will carry me on his back. Only then did Chiyu feel relieved as she led Chiaki Chocho and the others towards the back of the mountain at the end of the village. Walking through a goat path-like mountain road with half-human highweeds on both sides, Xianxiuqiu had long been tired and out of breath. Chiyu seems to have gotten used to it, and still walks with light steps without taking a breath. Qiankiki is secretly resolved that she would work out after going back this time. Her physical strength was too poor. When they finally arrived at Qi Yang's grave, Xianxiuqiu was sweating profusely, already unable to speak the words of exhaustion, panting heavily. Hearing Chiyu's comment about being buried next to her dad's grave would be literally true. With a small mound of dirt piled up next to Chi's father's grave, there wasn't even a tombstone, only a small wooden plaque. This was Qi Yang's tomb, which was unusually simple. Our family has no money, so it had to be this way. Chiyu's somewhat heartbroken eyes misted up, and her tone carried the feeling that she was on the verge of crying. Qiankiki is somewhat hated that she had become Jiang Shibi's accomplice in her previous life, but seeing her in this moment she felt unusually pitiful and pathetic for her. She was just a pawn in someone else's hands after all. Probably died without finding out who really killed her brother? Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'm sure you'll be able to help build a better tombstone for your brother in the future. Chen Xiuqiu patted Chiyu's shoulder. In her previous life, her business skills were still quite excellent. It was beyond reproach. Thanks. Chiyu quietly wiped her eyes and softly thanked Chen Xiuqiu. After descending the mountain, Their hearts were unusually heavy. People die but a shovelful of earth to cover the body. The pursuit of fame and fortune, more things cannot be brought into the earth. The only advantage of being in better condition is that the graves built after death are a little more imposing. Nothing else makes a difference. The most critical thing is So Young Chi Yang, buried in shovelfuls of yellow head. His vivid life had just begun to end, and not even the splendor of that fleeting moment of life had ever bloomed. Kikyo made up her mind that she must uncover the real culprit for Chi Yang. If she had talked to Chi Yang more on the day he said thank you and pulled in a little more distance between them, would there have been a chance to save Chi Yang? Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of ifs in the world, and even if there are ifs, you still can't predict what happens after the ifs. It is precisely because life is full of unknowns that we all have the courage to move forward along the way. If you know what the end point is early on, you may give up halfway through or stop there. Chi-yu, can I go sit in your brother's room? Kikyo finally told the purpose of her trip. My house is a little messy and not very convenient. Chi-yu politely refused with some embarrassment, and for fear of Kikyo's misunderstanding, she even stammered out the reason. From the way Chiaki Chocho and the others were dressed, she knew they weren't the same people. They looked like the pride of heaven, while she looked like extra clay from the creator's creation of man, casually pinched and tossed to the side of the road in disgust. It's okay, I just want to see where your brother lived. His passing was so sudden that I fainted in shock when I heard the news and couldn't even make it in time to give him one last ride. Shenchocho half-truths and half-fakes, fabricated lies to let Chi-yu feel her love and sincerity, and that she doesn't dislike their family conditions. Chapter 74, Finding Information. So, then you and I go inside? Seeing that Kikyo was so close to her brother, Chi-yu wistfully and embarrassingly led the people in. Kikyo then followed into the earth brick house. Into the eyes is the hall. The hall is hanging in the middle of the worn-out portrait of the great man, portrait on both sides of a wall of awards. Some of the years, some of the early yellowing, some because of the moisture cannot stick, drooping down. Kikyo walked over. Most of these early years are Chi Yang's. What is the third good student, excellent student, first prize and so on? Chi-yu's awards were on the smaller side, but it wasn't hard to see that she was also a very good student. These are the ones my dad used to post for fun. See, Chi-yu blushed a little unnaturally, fearing that she would be misunderstood as showing off. It's okay, my mom and dad used to do that. Chiaki smiled at Chi-yu and flirted with the idea that she was in the same situation. My brother's room is this way. Chi-yu guided them towards the right-hand side of the hall, and a door covered by a hanging grayish cloth came into view. Chi-yu gathered her courage and lifted the cloth hanging in front of the door, leading Chiaki Chocho as they walked in. Kikyo found that although it was a very simple earth brick house with some holes in the wall, this house was neatly packed. A long, red, mottled table of drawers with peeling paint held rows of books, and only 2 of the 4 corners were intact. 2 other table corners, one wrapped in black duct tape and one with 3 red bricks padded at the foot. Beside the table stood a chair whose back had been broken to the point where only the upper of the 2 back legs stood bare, and the center backrest panel and hitching brain had long since been detached from the tissue. Directly across from the desk was a plank bed, with all 4 legs similarly missing arms and legs. A window opened on the right side of the bed, and when I say window, it was just a few sticks supporting a rectangular hole that was empty of glass. The place all reveals a 1970s and 1980s fait accompli, with the exception of the simple folding cloth closet which is out of the theater and somewhat modern. Chi-yu, can I stay here alone for a while and look at your brother's book? Chiaki's fingers went to the pile of books on the drawer table. She was going to have to say hello to her when she flipped through here later. Okay, then, I'll go see my mom then. Chi-yu sniffed or very cooperatively pulled an excuse to leave. After she left, Kikyo began to look through the book that Chi Yang had left behind, and she quickly flipped through it to see if there were any small notes or the like stuck inside. Chi Yang, if you want me to help you, give me some tips? Kikyo muttered in a low voice as she flipped through the book. She went through the row of books on her left-hand side and didn't find any clues. She looked through the right-hand side again and still found nothing. Chiaki Autumn sat down disheveledly in her chair and casually pulled the drawer on the side. As it turned out, it wouldn't pull, so she had to stand up and drag her drawer belly out slowly. This pull open only to find that inside are all Chi Yang childhood playthings. There are marbles, slingshot, and paper folded thick, a square thing, beer cap, flattened small round flying saucer-like things and so on. Anyway, there's quite a variety, but not many of them are recognizable to Chiaki Autumn. She didn't realize that Chi Yang was a boy with a delicate heart who valued his feelings, even collecting toys from his childhood. That being the case, Chi Yang should have the habit of recording his life, or keeping certain silhouettes of his life. So Chiaki Chocho was like pulling a treasure chest, then pulled open a middle drawer. The drawer held very odds and ends, erasers, rulers, blank envelopes and stamps, and some paper. Chiaki picked it up and looked at it. It was all useless information. Most of it was draft paper for calculations. She had to pull open the third drawer. and when she did, the drawer's stomach dislodged itself from the track and fell. Kiankikia rushed to eyeball the drawer's stomach. This support her hand touched something. She rushed to take it out. It was a very thin book, tucked away in the grooves of the ragged belly at the bottom of the drawer. Presumably this drawer is broken, and also this drawer is filled with some repair tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, and the like. Chi Yang felt that he wouldn't be discovered by his sister, which is why he hid it there. Kiankikia turned the first page only to find that this is a bookkeeping book. So-and-so month, so-and-so day delivery takeout 10 single, so-and-so month, so-and-so day running errands 150 yuan, so-and-so month, so-and-so day. She quickly flipped back, and the further back she went, the more she realized that Chi Yang had actually worked many part-time jobs during college, and hardly had a day to spare. He hadn't had much of a break from college for almost 3 whole years. The hardships of life had forced him to make a living prematurely. Turning to the end, she found that Chi Yang had been blank without records for a long time, thinking that he should not have come back for a long time. However, she saw that Chi Yang did go to Footwash City for a part-time job, but the subsequent 2 months recorded had no more income records from this place. If he really had to be adopted by a rich woman, he wouldn't still be working so hard, would he? After all, he was still subsequently working hard to earn money on the side. When something happened to make his classmates misunderstand, is that why he quit his job? Or did he get fired by the owner of Footwash? Chiaki put this book in her bag and tucked the stomach of the drawer that had fallen out back in. After tidying up the place she had messed up, Xianxiuxiu then walked out of Chi Yang's room with a somewhat heavy heart. Looking at the skinny Chi Yu in front of her, the relentless anger in Xianxiuxiu's heart towards what she had done in her previous life also dissipated. Chi Yu, is your mom in good health? Chiaki tried to help her. Seeing that Chi Yang was so exhausted by the weight of life, she ultimately couldn't bear to let Chi Yu lead such a life as well. That's about it. Chi Yu didn't elaborate. In fact, she didn't know what to say. There is no cure for mom's illness at all. It's just that my brother won't give up. He is bedridden, unable to take care of himself, and has to take medication all year round. Sometimes awake, sometimes confused. In short, it's just the same as before, not better or worse. Chi Yu, have you already taken the college entrance exam? Chiaki didn't remember it very well, but she knew that Chi Yu had also gotten into her brother's school, which was her current university. She became a schoolmate in the same major as her, but by then she had already left the country with Jiang Shibi. When Chi Yu enters the university, she finds a black post about her brother and Chiaki Chocho in the campus bar, and her brother dies after this post. That's why she blames Chiaki Chocho for her fault. Well, the grades aren't in yet. Chi Yu is still looking forward to the results of the college entrance examination. She will soon be like her brother, out of the mountain village and into the big city. Chapter 75, Helping Chi Yu. Encountering cockroaches. Chi Yu, I don't mean anything else, just simply want to help you. I want to fund your schooling if you're willing. And your mom, I want to get her to a proper hospital. The very good medical facilities there and the professional caregivers might be good for your mom's condition. Chiaki explained as much as she could so that what she said wouldn't be misunderstood by Chi Yu. And she wasn't trying to show her high and mighty rich superiority. She was just trying to help her. She was afraid that Chi Yu had too much self-esteem to accept help from others, and even felt that it was a form of harm to her. I can do it myself. Chi Yu politely refused with a red face. She knew that Kiankikiu was sincere, but she didn't want to owe someone else. Chiaki Autumn. She didn't know what to say. Maybe she had guessed this would be the outcome. It's just that Chi Yang is gone now, and Chi Yu goes off to college to keep working part-time to support herself and her mom. This repeats week after week and she's going to live her brother's life again. She was still extremely intolerant, although there may be other people in the world who are also living this kind of life. But now that he has met them, Kiankikiu thought that he would help if he could. Shen Duo looked at Chi Yu and said in a cold voice, "Put away your lofty pride. Chocho is not a handout. You can think of it as an investment. Think that it's all a loan from her to you, and that you can pay her back double when you're good enough to do so, unless you don't have the self-confidence to worry that you won't be able to pay it back in the future." Chen Duo ends up using a provocative tactic. He wants to help Chocho accomplish anything, including her desire to fund Chi Yu. Chi Yu's face exploded red at her words. She had low self-esteem and was sensitive. The only thing she felt could be compared to them was her self-esteem. She even felt that she had rejected them, the rich, so as to appear a little nobler and not to be mesmerized by money. Now that it had been said so unmercifully by someone else, she was mortified. Chi Yu, don't misunderstand. My husband, he's just being straight talking and didn't mean to taunt you. If you mind, we can make an IOU and return it to me in the future when you can afford it. Kiankikiu was afraid that Chen Duo had hurt her with such blunt words, so she still spoke out to explain to ease the atmosphere. He's your husband? Chi Yu was a little surprised that Qian Chicho got married when she was only a junior in college, which was too early. And why is she married to a disabled person? Right. We got a license as soon as I turned 20. Chen Xiuqiu pulled Chen Duo's arm and explained with a smile. The corner of Chen Duo's mouth curved up as he listened. This was the first time Xiuqiu had introduced herself in front of others. Oh, congratulations. Qiyu smiled sarcastically and congratulated them. Although she felt a little sorry for Qian Qiqiu's choice to marry a physically crippled person, she couldn't be so impolite as to make wild guesses about other people's affairs. Qiyu, if you'd like, we'll arrange for the paramedics to come and get your mom. Chen Qiqiu was still trying her best to persuade Qiyu, hoping to get her exact answer. Sister Qiuqiu, thank you. I'll pay you back in the future. For sure. Qiyu still chose to say yes, but for the sake of her pride, she ended up re-emphasizing that she would repay Chiaki Qiuqiu. Good, I'm sure you will. Qian Qiqiu smiled and patted Qiyu's shoulder, encouraging her. It was almost 5:30 when all this was taken care of. It was almost 7 o'clock when they arrived at the county seat in their car, and Chiaki suggested that they should either stay here for the night. After all, everyone was tired after running around all night. She also prepared some change of clothes before she left the house just in case she would be delayed and not be able to return today. Chen Duo didn't have a problem with it. It was the same wherever he was, as long as Qian Qiqiu was by his side. They found a hotel in the county that was in relatively the best condition, and after settling in, they went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Qian Qiqiu was holding Chen Duo. A right walked behind Chen Duo, and after they finished eating, they walked back through the streets like this. Chen Duo, when we're old, will you come out to walk with me every night? Qian Qiqiu looked at the old couple in front of them holding hands and white hair was taking a slow walk, and couldn't help but have the feeling to ask. Chen Duo looked at the old man who was hobbling, but at least had legs to walk upright. Looking at his own legs, his eyes darkened. What are you rambling on about again? Can't you stay with me in a wheelchair? Chen Xiuqiu shook the hands that the two of them were holding together and looked at Chen Duo without a good look. Yes, I can. I just feel a little sorry for it. Chen Duo's voice was a bit despondent, with a hint of sentimentality. If only there hadn't been that accident, he would have been able to walk normally. He used to resent it, even if he was forced to accept the reality. However, he was often resentful and had a hard time reconciling his feelings. Regret what? The future is still so long. Why are you so quick to regret? Qian Qiqiu was still hopeful about Chen Duo's leg. Now that science and medicine had advanced so quickly, there would always be a suitable material for the receiving cavity. Think about it. If you want a son in the future and you end up having a daughter, will you feel sorry? So you'd better not regret it so early. It's not likely that there will be other things for you to regret in the future. No, I won't regret it. Chen Duo looked at Chiaki Qiuqiu's eyes with a serious face. Qian Qiqiu was unsure. Won't regret what? Inexplicable. I don't care if it's a son or a daughter as long as it's born to you. I won't feel any regrets. Chen Du felt that there was no greater regret in his life than not being able to accompany Qian Qiqiu hand in hand and walk upright side by side. Nor could he carry her on his back and run after her. Chiaki blushed a little. Right was still here. She hid her unnaturalness muttering, who's going to have a baby? Nice try. I'm just making an analogy. It was rare for Chen Duo to see Qian Qiqiu shy. He slightly raised the corners of his lips and did not say anything, but his grip on Qian Qiqiu's hand tightened a few points. Right treats himself as an heir or a toolman and never gets involved in the exchanges between his boss and his wife. When they got back to the hotel, they started to wash up and get ready to rest. Ah! Chiaki's screams suddenly came from the bathroom. Chen Duo hurriedly pushed open the door upon hearing the news, and found that the shower had been thrown on the floor, while Qian Qiqiu was curled up in the corner, holding her arms and shivering in her body. Chen Duo didn't have any erotic thoughts at the moment. He took the bath towel and draped it over Chiaki Qiuqiu, bending down and coaxing gently. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Duo, there are cockroaches. Big cockroach. It just crawled over my foot. Crawled over it. The dark basement. Rats and cockroaches have become Chiaki's nightmare, and after her rebirth she has a lingering shadow over them. Good girl. It's okay, I got rid of it. Chen Duo tenderly stroked Chiaki Qiuqiu's hair, soothing her. Chapter 76, Don't flirt with him. Chen Duo's heart was filled with questions. He remembered that when he was a child, Chiaki Qiuqiu went to his house to play and grabbed a cockroach and put it into a plastic bottle. She's not supposed to be afraid of cockroaches, so why did she grow up to be afraid of them? Chen Duo coaxed Qian Qiqiu for half a day, finally calming her down, but she's still too upset to take a shower. Chen Duo, you stay here with me? Chiaki looked at him pitifully. She was now becoming clingy again. Chen Duo froze for a moment as he sniffed. It wasn't appropriate for him to stay here under these circumstances, but Qiuqiu was afraid, and he couldn't bear to refuse such a pitiful appearance. But he's a man, not a saint. Unable to move his heart to endure sex, he had no choice but to turn his back. He sat down and listened to the sound of water pattering behind him. In such an environment, and with the sound of the water, Chen Duo's brain rambled uncontrollably, and some luscious scenes appeared in his mind. He restrained himself from looking up and surveying what was in front of him, and as soon as he was good and dead, he looked up and saw a mirror. He appeared in the mirror, along with Chiaki Autumn standing behind him under the shower. Chen Duo's face exploded red and he hurriedly lowered his head in panic. The scene in his mind was even more out of control at the moment, and his whole body was sweltering as if it were on fire. After Qian Kikiya finished her bath, she noticed that Chen Duo's head had been lowered. She also secretly laughed at the fact that they were both married, as to be so indecent, but when she picked Chen Duo's head, she found that he wanted to have a fever, and his whole face was red and dripping with blood. Chen Duo, what's wrong with you? Chiaki was confused. She wouldn't be sick, would she? Chen Duo said in a mute voice, you're done washing, so you go out first. I'll take a shower as well. Do you have a fever? Chen Qiuqiu hugged Chen Duo's head and pressed it against her own forehead to test if he had a fever. What? Well, Chiaki wanted to say that the temperature was normal, no fever, but before he could finish his words, his mouth was sealed by Chen Duo's thin lips. Chen Duo wrapped around her neck and clasped the back of her head, preventing her from retreating. He was really driven mad by this teasing and unaware abrasive spirit of Qian Kikiu. He was feverish like this, and only to her. Chen Duo rudely and ferociously pried open her shell teeth, launching a vicious attack inside, and several times biting Chiaki Qiuqiu's tongue. Ouch! Chiaki's eyes flooded with water and she looked at him with misty eyes. Chen Duo's dark eyes deepened a few more times. Her being like this made him even more unable to resist wanting to bully her. He realized that he would only be able to collect interest. The fire in his body was not extinguished, and his swollen body was still full of high fighting spirit. In the end, he carried Chiaki out, then quickly locked the bathroom door and turned on the cold water valve. Qian Kikiu didn't know how Chen Duo suddenly became so ferocious all of a sudden, and only felt a pain in her tongue. She hurriedly grabbed her cell phone and turned on the camera, spitting out her tongue and taking a picture. Not sure if she had broken the skin yet. I didn't realize that after taking the initiative, Chen Duo was too scary and immediately transformed into a dog, always biting people. At home, yes, and that time at the hospital, and the inexplicable kissing of her just now, and biting him again. When Chen Duo came out after taking a cold shower, he only saw Dao Qian Kikiu beaming and looking at him with an unhappy face. What's wrong? Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair over and took her hand. Nasty, you're a dog. Look at my tongue. It's broken skin. It hurts to drink water. How can I eat? Chiaki Qiuqiu spat out her tongue at Chen Duo. Looking at the small red wound on this lilac tongue, Chen Duo's eyes darkened a few more points and the heat of his body rose. Chen Duo in his heart super wanted to roughly curse his mother. Qian Kikiu, is she trying to make herself soak in cold water? He hid his body's strangeness and turned his head the other way. Sorry. His voice was tinted with a bit of huskiness. What's the point of being sorry? It's not like it's going to cure my tongue. Qian Qiuqiu counted down Chen Duo without a good breath. He'd better change his habit of biting random people. Chen Duo couldn't help but hug Chiaki Qiuqiu and said fiercely in her ear, Chiaki Qiuqiu, be careful, don't tease me anymore. Chiquita? What did she do to provoke Chandu? She didn't do anything. What exactly provoked Chen Duo's sexual interest? Then tell me what I just did to tease you so I can copy it next time. Qian Kikiu hugged Chen Duo's waist and asked curiously. Chen Duo's eyes darkened and darkened again. His voice tinted with a hint of low, husky lust as he said, don't be in a hurry. I'll personally teach you in the future. With that said, Chen Duo turned off the light and in the pitch blackness he propped himself up on the bed. Not waiting for Chiaki to say anything, he wrapped his arms around the man and said, shut up and go to sleep. He. Chiaki Qiuqiu laughed out unkindly in his arms. She realized that Chen Duo was so much fun now, and the point was that they all dared to be mean to her. Chen Duo, you're just getting cuter and cuter, and I realize I love you even more than I did yesterday. I love you too. Go to sleep. Chen Duo could do nothing about this woman in his arms. He kissed her cheek and coaxed her gently to leave him alone and get some early rest. Only then did Qian Kikiu kiss the corner of Chen Duo's lips and whispered, good night. The place where Chen Duo had been kissed was slightly arched, and he fell asleep contentedly holding Qian Kikiu in his arms. The moon was high in the sky, and the wind was dark and the moon was high. A figure appeared on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory building. He held 2 cans of beer in his hand, shivering and knocking them open, his mouth vibrating as he chanted, Shi Yang, I've come to see you. It is often said that the 18 layers of hell are empty and that the real 18 layers are the earth. After experiencing this, you should know it too. Although you haven't done anything bad, the suffering on earth hasn't spared you just the same. The earth is not a good place. You either don't come in your next life, or if you do, find a rich family. With that he poured the beer in his hand onto the floor, picked up the other can of beer, and said with a smile, dry, here's to the heavens and the earth and the living world. Hopefully you won't be so stupid in your next life. He downed the wine in one gulp, his stomach bursting into flames. Some people die as a kind of relief, but some people must live on, and even sacrifice everything in order to live. And what is human dignity? What he endured today, he will claim back in full in the coming day. This earth is always good, people do not live long. Woe to the 1,000 years. Only ruthless enough, there is nothing that he cannot get. His life was already like this. What was there not to lose? Shi Yang's death is to be blamed on the fact that he was too stupid to know him. It's also ridiculous to think of him as a friend. People like him don't need friends. Chapter 77, Fishing Again. Surveillance reveals suspicions. Cut. The director shouted stop somewhat angrily. Xia Chuchu, come here. Xia Chuchu NG'd this scene no less than 5 times. The heroine in this scene suddenly gets a sneaky kiss from the second guy, making her act a bit more surprised and clueless, but she plays it shyly and with a sense of rejection. Diaphragm the director. People female lead is emotional white, and did not mean that to the male second, but when Xia Chuchu acted like this, she acted out a bit of hooking up with the male second. He's a big female drama. Other female leads have a love line, yes, but it's only the male lead, and for the male second that's all sternly rejected. But Xia Chuchu so acted. Hard acting, a little scum girl storage spare tire feeling. Xia Chuchu, have you ever been in love or not? You only like the male lead. The male second is someone you don't like. No. Also, you are now a girl who doesn't know anything about love, and you are surprised and clueless in the face of the second male suddenly kissing you. You're having trouble with your eyes and expressions, so if it doesn't work, stop filming for a while and go back to mull it over to get some feel for it. The director saw that Xia Chuchu acted pretty well on the first day, and was quite tolerant of her, thinking about skipping this one scene first. Okay, thanks director. Xia Chuchu sniffed and could only agree helplessly. She really hadn't genuinely liked someone. What a shame to like only one person and give up all the admirers around you. What a waste of resources. The female lead in this drama is not receptive to the male lead, but the other male lead didn't help her much. Would the second man have given so willingly if he hadn't been hanging on to people and engaging in flirtation? Xia Chuchu doesn't understand how the director keeps thinking she's not acting right. Wasn't it thanks to Song Woo, her dangling admirer, that she got into this drama? Xia Chuchu somewhat helplessly changed to shoot the next line of drama. Encountered the role of the male second. She also particularly bad taste to apologize to people. Wu Wei, who plays the second male role, is also a newcomer and is shy as soon as he gets off the stage. He was also embarrassed by this scene, and he didn't know how many times he stole a kiss from Xia Chuchu. Seeing Xia Chuchu, who came to apologize again, his face was a little red. No, that's okay. Wu Wei stammered somewhat shyly. Xia Chuchu was happy when she heard it. Is there such an innocent actor? It's just a kiss for a scene. You're so shy. In the future, if you take on a larger scale drama, your face will still be red as a shrimp. She smiled at Wu Wei and walked away. With a passion for fish farming like hers, Wu Wei was currently not up to the standard of entering her fish pond, but friends could still be made, and it might be convenient for her to fish in again someday when she reached the mark. Her main target now is the male lead of this drama, who has just entered the industry, but is handsome and a bit high-strung. After playing the bully image a few times, he had a large number of female fans calling for a husband. Xia Chuchu thought that she could use the opportunity to speculate with him about a scandalous girlfriend or something, so that her popularity would go up. Mr. Yang, I could never pass just now. Can you teach me? Xia Chuchu came to the side of Yang Jun, the male lead of this drama, and daintily asked him for guidance. Sorry, I'm still working on the script. You can pair the scene with Wu again. Maybe the feeling will come. Yang Jun coldly looked at the script without lifting his head. Xia Chuchu is not so easy to give up. Chen Duo, the kind of cold, suffocating man she can put up with. As far as Yang Jun, she is even more in the wrong. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your advice. I've also read the script and I don't quite understand some of the plot. Can we exchange ideas? Xia Chuchu sat herself down next to Yang Jun and picked up the script she was holding, carefully flipping through it and then finding the places where she had made notes. This is it. I'm a little confused. Xia Chuchu handed Yang Jun the place she had marked. It was only then that Yang Jun realized that Xia Chuchu had read the script very carefully, all marked with different colored watercolors. This made the dedicated Yang Jun's attitude towards Xia Chuchu change drastically. At a glance, she is a dedicated newcomer. Although she is not from a science class, this attitude is very commendable and not at all pushy or impatient. What's not to understand here? Yang Jun's tone became a bit milder. Glancing at the place where Xia Chuchu marked red and softly inquired, "It's here." Why is the hero suddenly angry? I'm afraid I won't be able to grasp it when I act it out. Xia Chuchu pretends not to understand and points to the female lead pretending to be dead to scare the male lead. But in the end, the male lead gets angry. You've never been in love at first sight. Yang Jun laughed and flirted with Xia Chuchu as he listened, then slowly said, the hero likes the heroine and is scared by her, but he knows it's the heroine playing with his life, and of course he's angry. Xia Chuchu nodded her head plausibly. looking just cloudy, taking the image of being a relationship buff to the extreme. That was the result she wanted. To show Young Jun that she hadn't been in love so that they could be. You probably don't get it yet. And that's okay, you'll get it later when you meet someone you like. Young Jun looked at her confused look and said gently, "Thank you, Mr. Yang, and I hope that in the future I meet someone as gentle as Mr. Yang." Xia Chuchu said with a longing face, just like a young girl who has a beautiful vision of her future partner. Yang Jun looked at her in such an unworldly manner and felt that she was now a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Chen Duo, I suspect that something happened to Qi Yang in this foot washing town? Chiaki Chocho points to Qi Yang's bookkeeping, and she realizes that his life trajectory revolves around working a regular part-time job. How come there are no records all of a sudden? They must have quit or been fired. Chen Duo picked up the book and after glancing at it, he quickly tapped a few times on the computer. Then the surveillance video of that foot washing town appeared on Chen Duo's computer, and he quickly intercepted the video of the time when Qi Yang was there. He kept fast-forwarding and realized that there was a time period in the middle where the footage had disappeared, so there seemed to be a real problem. Chen Duo's hand stopped there as he looked at the missing time period, which had been maliciously deleted. If you want to recover it, you'll probably need to hack into the surveillance center of that foot wash and take control of their console to recover the data again. The console is no longer under their control, and it's bound to attract their attention, and maybe the police. Chen Duo thought that for the time being, there was no need to scare the snakes, and the best way was for him and Chocho to go to that foot washing town openly and honestly. During the period find a reason to go to the monitoring center to check the monitoring. He then took the opportunity to restore the deleted data transported to his computer. Well, I think it's feasible. It's better to be safe now that the enemy is dark. Chiaki Chocho is now more and more certain of Qi Yang's death as murder. Chapter 78 Specialized Fish Farming. Jiang Shushi is a little inexplicably irritable these days. He gave Xia Chuchu a few consecutive phone calls, either did not pick up or it is inconvenient to go shopping with his cousin. He feels like Xia Chuchu is avoiding himself. This time he goes out to play and completely forgets that he is a family man. Jiang Shu wanted to go to Qian Kikiu's place to bring Xia Chuchu back, but Xia Chuchukiu on the way out of the 3 orders to him, forbidding him to send, also forbidding him to go to Qian Kikiu's house. Before leaving, Xia Chuchu hugged his arm, beamed and glared at him with a puff of air, forbidding him to go. It shows that he knows that Qian Kikiu likes him, and if he goes, he is deliberately brushing his presence in front of Qian Kikiu, a scummy man who eats from the pot and looks into the bowl. The corners of Jiang Shibi's mouth lifted slightly at the thought, and he smiled a pleasant smile. That little woman is adorable when she's messing around and getting jealous over herself. He had to hold back in order to keep Hatsumomo from getting jealous, but he could make a phone call to console his lovesickness. Xia Chuchu was sitting on the set with Yang Jun holding the script to the scene. Through the unremitting efforts in the past few days, she finally got acquainted with Yang Jun. Unfortunately, the ringing of the cell phone interrupts the frown between them. Xia Chuchu picks up the phone and sees that it's Jiang Shibi calling. She's disgusted in her heart, remembering that he'd been hanging up on him too much lately, and now that he still needed to be used, it was only natural to appease him. I'm sorry, my family is rather unsure of me. I'm going out to take a call. Xia Chuchu smiled at Yang Jun and explained. And in the meantime, she picked up the phone and smiled at the other end of the phone and said, "Dad, miss me?" After saying that, she went out, and Yang Jun believed that it was her father's call. When Jiang Shushu heard Xia Chuchu sweetly call his father, the fire in his heart was tickled out. Now you remember your husband and tease me when you're not home. Honey, don't be angry. I think about you every day, but my cousin hasn't let me go, so I can only stay and keep her company. When I go back, I'll make it up to you. Xia Chuchu petulantly pouted with Jiang Shushi. Her voice was even sweeter and full of temptation. The more Jiang Shushu listens to the fire in his heart, the more it burns, but listening to Xia Chuchu coaxing herself like this, the sulkiness in his heart dissipates quite a bit. Hubby, how have you been doing? Last time you said you were starting a business with a friend. How are the preparations going? Xia Chuchu was charming 1 second, but in the next second, she was transformed into a virtuous wife, attentively concerned about Jiang Ji's life and career. Jiang Shushi smiled and said, "It's okay, the company's location has been found, ready to move over in the next 2 days. You're the boss's wife, so be sure to come back when the time comes, otherwise I'll really have to go to Qian Kikiu's place to snatch someone." Xia Chuchu thought for a moment that she had performed quite well in the past 2 days, and saw if she could find the director to ask for a day off. After all, Jiang Shirbei's company had been established, so she had to go back there anyways, or he would definitely be dogged. "Okay, I'll be sure to go back and support my husband when the time comes. Well, I won't talk to you. My cousin is calling me." Before they could talk for a few moments they had to hang up the phone again, and Jiang Shibi was a little disgruntled, but when he thought that the person would be back in a couple of days, he still forced himself to hold back the reluctance in his heart. flirting with Xia Chuchu on the other end of the phone. She said, "Then you kiss me. Nasty." Xia Chuchu shyly lengthened her voice and turned to Jiang Shuwei with a desire to resist. Jiang Shushi's heart was tingling, and he laughed softly. "Good girl. Just kiss your husband." Muah. Xia Chuchu quickly hung up the phone. This so quickly hung up the phone in Jiang Shibu seems to be her shyness. In fact, this is just Xia Chuchu's ploy. She put away the phone and went back to Yang Jun at a quick pace. Jiang Shibi can be considered to have been pacified, and she can fish in peace for the next 2 days. Mr. Yang, let's continue. Xia Chuchu picked up the script and sat beside Yang Jun with a smile. So soon after the call, Yang Jun saw this before and after less than 10 minutes. Xia Chuchu and parents have nothing to say? If his mom called him, half an hour was the minimum. Easily an hour or more. Well, there's nothing to talk about. They're always pushing me to go on blind dates now and want me to get married sooner, said Xia Chuchu's tone is a bit low, as if the previous joy before coming back was all her forced smile. Yang Jun has automatically labeled her as strong, such a heartbreaking girl. In order not to let her bad mood affect others, she even smiled and acted with him, showing that she really loves acting. Don't feel bad. Parents want the best for their children but never ask them what they like. Since you love acting, stick with it. You're a very spiritual actor, said Yang Jun. After hesitating for a moment, he still reached out and patted Xia Chuchu's shoulder. It's a game. Xia Chuchu snickered in her heart. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Luckily, there is Mr. Yang who understands me. Everyone says that Mr. Yang is high and cold, but in fact, Mr. Yang is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Xia Chuchu's eyes are flooded with little stars as she looks at Yang Jun gratefully. Yang Jun's heart warmed at his words, and at this moment Xia Chuchu seemed to have come closer to his heart. He laments that he's only known Xia Chuchu for a few days, yet she reads him. His high spirits are just for the sake of not wanting to be disturbed by boring people and just wanting to focus on acting. Improve your acting skills and be a good actor. Let's work together and be good actors. Yang Jun looks at Xia Chuchu with a serious face, with a touch of love in his eyes that he himself hasn't figured out, but he was certain that he had met a confidant, and this had to be told to Xia Chuchu as well. Xia Chuchu, however, understood. She smiled and said, "Good, cheer together." Qianqiqiu and Chen Duo went to that foot-washing city, and when the receptionist was receiving them, her eyes sneaked glances at Chen Duo, who was sitting in a wheelchair. From time to time, I don't blame them for their lack of professionalism, but it's the first time I've ever seen someone with no legs come to their foot-washing town. Qian Xiuxiu gave the two receptionists a cold look with some displeasure. It hurt that they were so obviously sizing them up. Sorry. The receptionist saw that Qianqiqiu was displeased and hurriedly apologized to them. Chiaki ignored their apologies and held Chen Duo's hand as she followed the receptionist to the private room. Okay, don't be mad. I don't mind anymore. Good boy. After the receptionist left, Chen Duo took Chiaki Chiocho's hand and gently coaxed her, who was still cold. Seeing her stand up for herself, furious that people were taking liberties with her legs, for the first time, Chen Duo's heart no longer minded the dissimilarities cast over by others, and now he came over to comfort the angry Qianqiqiu instead. They're so rude. Chiaki was furious that they could take a curious look, but what was the point of staring all the time? I don't want to wash my feet. Why don't you come over for a massage? Chapter 79, Recovery of Surveillance Video. Chen Duo nodded and said softly, well, there's no need to get angry over irrelevant people. Ha, Chen Duo, I realize you're getting better and better now. Not only are you willing to step out, but you've become calm and collected in the face of others' stares. Qianqiqiu was overjoyed at this change in Chen Duo, and she excitedly hugged Chen Duo's waist. Chen Duo smiled at his words, thinking that it was probably because he had Qianqiqiu by his side, and she gave him enough backbone. She'd made herself realize that he should be proud and pleased that such a wonderful woman was willing to follow him. He couldn't disgrace Chiochio. He had to hold his head high and tell everyone that Chiochio had made the right choice and that he, Chen Duo, deserved it. Not long afterward, two masseuses came in, a man and a woman. The man pushed a cart straight toward Qianqiqiu's side, and the cart was full of bottles and cans. Wait a minute. Qian Chiochio and Chen Duo shouted out in unison. After the two of them looked at each other, Chiochio said to the male technician, switch it up, you go massage him, and that girl will just press me. The male technician seemed to be a little lost after hearing this, thinking that he was not pleasing his customers. They are here to receive guests or opposite sex docking, such as female guests. That reception of male technicians, male guests, reception of female technicians. It is this humanized service concept that has made their foot-washing city a big hit in the word of mouth of their customers, and many people come to them. He couldn't understand why the female customer had refused his services. Was she unhappy with his looks? He couldn't help but think of Qi Yang. the male technician who was handsome and had good massage skills and was very popular with the female clients. But he didn't know why Chi Yang had suddenly quit his job, as well as his friend who was also good looking. He walked to Chen Duo's side and said softly, "Sir, you need to change your clothes for the massage." Chen Duo, could he choose not to have a massage? Suddenly it was a bit too much to take in. The thought that Jojo would have to undress later as well, and that there was a member of the opposite sex here besides him, made it even more unacceptable. What the hell was he thinking? I should have known better than to come. Autumn, I'd rather not press it. Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikyu with a reluctant face, living like a little pitiful person who was going to be bullied. Okay, why don't you guys talk for a while then? Chen Qiu looked at Chen Duo's aggrieved little eyes and laughed unkindly. Chen Duo? He had nothing to talk about with a grown man. He wanted to say there was still or she wouldn't press it either. Chen Qiu didn't get Chen Duo's meaning, but she also only let the female technician give her a foot massage. After massaging for a while, Qian Kiki suddenly looked at her hand and said, "Hey, my bracelet is missing." Chen Independent Horse cooperated. "When did it go missing?" "It might have been there when I came in just now." "I can't remember." The two male and female technicians, upon hearing that the guest had dropped something, rushed to help find it. After searching around and finding nothing, Chen Duo suddenly said, "It's not a solution to search like this. You have surveillance here, right? Let's go over and see if it was dropped before we came into this private room or if it was dropped on the road before we got here. It's good for us to have a good idea and lock down the range too." The female technician quickly said, "Yes, I'll call the manager over for you. Ma'am, the two of us would never take anything from you." The male technician followed suit and hurriedly assured that the first rule of their professional code was that they could not take a guest's belongings by the hand. Chen Duo said with a gentle attitude, "Well, we'll know if the bracelet fell here when we watch the surveillance." Not long after, the female technician came over with a tall man who looked at Chiaki Chocho and the others with a smile on his face. "Sir, ma'am, please don't worry. We will never have a theft of property here. And as long as something is here it can definitely be found." "Okay, so let's go look at the surveillance to determine where something was dropped. I've heard good things about this place from friends, too." Chen Duo was not humble in the face of the manager, and the high hat was still on him. As soon as the manager heard that he was introduced to them by someone else, he should have quite a lot of trust in their place, so he cheerfully took the guests to the monitoring room. "You pull up a security camera for this guest." As soon as the manager arrived in the monitoring room, he assumed the position of a leader in front of the employees. "No, that's all he can do. Let him do it. I have a poor memory and can't remember if the bracelet came here and fell off, so I'm really giving you guys a hard time." Chiaki Akira said very apologetically to the manager and staff. It was also the first time for the manager to meet such a quality guest as Qian Kikyu, and the distance between the customer and the service provider was instantly drawn closer. "It's fine, it's no trouble, it's our job, and we appreciate your understanding." In the midst of their exchange, Chen Duo's hand had already flipped 10 fingers on the monitor console, and a large string of codes appeared on the monitor console's interface. The manager, with their backs to Chen Duo and in the midst of talking with Chiaki Chocho, didn't notice that the monitoring station had changed. As Chen Duo was hitting the last key, the monitor station suddenly flashed on the screen and the deleted video was restored. Chen Duo hurriedly sent the video package to his computer, and after transmitting it, he quickly deleted it. Having restored the console as it was, he pretended to look through the surveillance. Qian Kikyu saw that Chen Duo got it done and pretended to be in a bad mood. "How come you're so slow, delaying other people's time more? Will you get it or not?" The manager thought that Chen Duo was a swollen face, and that he wouldn't be partial to showing off, so he nudged the staff member next to him, signaling him to go over and help. Immediately after, the manager smiled and rounded off to Qian Kikyu. "It's okay, our service tenant is customer first. It could be that we're not quite the same monitor station, so don't worry, ma'am." Qian Kikyu smiled sarcastically and explained, "I'm not in a hurry, I'm just afraid of delaying your work. I should have known to let your staff adjust the surveillance. I'm so sorry for wasting your time for nothing." "It's fine, we're happy to serve our customers. There's no rush," the manager said smilingly. Not long after, the staff pulled up the surveillance and found that Qian Kikyu did wear a bracelet on her hand before she entered the house. "In that case, why don't we go back over there and look for it?" The manager had an excellent service attitude and led Qian Kikyu then back again. Several people searched the house and finally found the bracelet hanging from the cart. Qian Kikyu hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, it should be that I accidentally fell on it before I pushed and played with it. It's really troublesome for you guys." The manager saw that the stuff was found and it was a surprise. At first, when he saw that this bracelet was encrusted with diamonds, he was really afraid that his employees would have crooked thoughts and not keep their jobs. Chapter 80, The Truth About Surveillance. Mia's Visit. Before Qian Kikyu and the others left, They thanked the manager very much and said that they would introduce their friends over in the future. The manager was also happy because Chiaki and the others spoke highly of his work. How about it, Chen Duo? I'm a good actor. After leaving the foot-washing city and sitting in the car, Qian Kikia showed off in front of Chen Duo with her eyebrows fluttering in triumph. Chen Duo smiled and complimented. Well, not bad. You're great at computers too. Qian Kikia realized that she was still a long way behind Chen Duo in terms of computers, and she definitely couldn't recover the video in such a short period of time. After Qian Kikia finished speaking, but Chen Duo suddenly brought his face over. Chiaki was unsure what he meant by that. When Chen Duo saw that Qian Kikia froze and didn't act, he said in a muffled voice, "Shouldn't you give me a reward?" Qian Kikia smiled at his words and hurriedly came over and gave Chen Duo a kiss. Not bad. The man is now able to ask for rewards voluntarily. For his change, Chiaki was happy. She moved over to give him another kiss and said, "That's a reward for being all good for yourself." This kind of encouragement from Chiaki was undoubtedly encouraging Chen Duo to reveal the emotions that were hidden in his heart and not expressed. Sure enough, Chen Dushi saw that there was a reward for saying it, so he immediately put his face over again and said, "One reward isn't enough." Chiaki was happy. He was getting more and more emotionally outgoing now. So Chiaki Chochio hugged his neck and nibbled haphazardly at his cheek. After kissing Chen Duo with a face full of saliva, Chen Chochio smiled and said, "Is this enough, husband?" Only then did Chen Duo follow with a silly grin, his heart seeming to rejoice. He liked spending time with Chochio more and more now. His little angel was back. She would cheer herself up and stand up for herself. After returning to the villa, Chen Duo and Qian Kikyo couldn't wait to go to the study. They were eager to know what was deleted. After the video was clicked on, a male technician went into a private room, and after an hour, he walked out with his clothes a little messy. Then Chi Yang walked in, and then a young man rushed in with a huff, followed by Chi Yang being kicked and punched by the young man and driven out of the room. Not long after, a well-maintained middle-aged woman came out. She pulled the violent young man and let Chi Yang leave. This can't be the fact that Chi Yang was misunderstood as being adopted by a rich woman, right? In fact, the male technician in the front is the one, and Chi Yang was wrongly accused. The woman knew it, but didn't explain it to the young man. And who the hell was the young man? And by whom was the story of Chi Yang's adoption by a rich woman spread to the school? With these questions in mind, they rewatched the previous security footage again. Hell, Chiaki Chochio noticed that the male technician and Chi Yang seemed to have a good relationship, and sometimes the two of them even talked and laughed in the corridor. Chochio, this person might be Chi Yang's friend. They're of similar age, so it's not likely that they're from your school. Saying that, Chen Duo opened the posting bar of Qian Kikyu in their school again and started searching for posts related to Chi Yang. Soon they realized that the post was all posted by a few regular people, blabbing about Chi Yang's adoption, theft, and so on. These accounts on the top floor in front of each post are almost always the same, so it seems that someone is deliberately trying to blacken Chi Yang and malign him, with the aim of stinking up Chi Yang's reputation. The first priority now was to find out the identity of this male technician, as well as Lin Yunsong, who had made the black posts that he had found out about earlier, and what connections he had with those posters. For the sake of Qian Kikyo's safety, Chen Duo gave this matter to Right to secretly investigate. That's horrible. That's literally the most vicious internet violence I've ever seen. Qian Kikyo looked at the posts and exclaimed in shock. Back then at this time she was already abroad and didn't even know or recognize Chi Yang. After being reborn, he wanted to save his life, but he didn't expect Chi Yang's death to be something else. Now by mistake, it made her and Chen Duo become detectives. It's so true that after being born again, the trajectory of your life has changed strangely. Sister, sister. Downstairs, a small child's clear call sounded like an oriole out of the valley. Not long afterward, clattering footsteps sounded on the stairs. Shimimio meow meow, who didn't get a reply from her sister, ran upstairs in high spirits. Chen Yun softly reminded from behind. Meow meow, don't run, be careful of falling. Mom, the place where my brother and sister live is so big. When Meow Meow doesn't go to school anymore, she's going to live in it too. Kaimomile said, opening her hands and describing how big the house was. You, just don't come over and make a mess. Shen Yun didn't even think about it and directly refused because Meow Meow was too rowdy and she was worried that she would disturb Qian Kikyu and Chen Duo. No, I'm going to live in it, said Thousand Meow Meow, making a face at Chen Yun and spitting out her tongue. Chiaki heard the movement in the corridor and hurriedly walked out. Seeing that her sister had come out, Qian Meow Meow hurriedly put away her previous weird little expression. She pulled the hem of her little light pink dress with both hands, a quiet little princess in seconds. Sister. Keeping a sweet smile that didn't show her teeth, she called out to Chiaki, taking small steps towards her. Qian Xiaoqiu squatted down and opened her arms to Qian Miao Miao, which made Qian Miao Miao run over with a smile and jumped into her sister's arms. Her little head rubbed and rubbed on Qian Kikia's neck. somewhat aggrieved. After sister moved out, she didn't even go back to see Meow Meow, so Meow Meow had to come and find sister. I'm sorry, sister's fault. Sister has been a bit busy lately, but sister is still thinking of Meow Meow in her heart. Chiaki Chocho lowered her head and rubbed her forehead against Chia Meow Meow's small head. Qian Meow Meow was immediately cured and said happily, "Really? Sister also misses Meow Meow?" "Of course. Our Meow Meow is so adorable. Of course my sister misses Meow Meow." Chiaki laughed and pushed against Chiaki's forehead, and Chiaki wrapped her arms around her neck and pushed back with her forehead. "Sister, the place where you live is so big. Can Meow Meow live in it?" "Mom, she won't even let it." Qian Meow Meow looked at Qian Chocho with her mouth aggravated, in accusation against her mother. "Of course, this is Meow Meow's home too, so you can come over and play when summer vacation is over, okay?" Qian Chocho touched Qian Meow Meow's aggrieved little face and lightly coaxed her. "Really, sis is wonderful." Qian Meow Meow's face immediately blossomed into a smile, and in surprise, she called out that Qian Chocho was too good of a sister. Saying that, she glanced at her mother beside her, and seemingly unrelieved, she complimented Qian Kikyu, even better than her mother. Chen Yun had a heart attack. This child was really raised in vain. She, as a mom, did not get the credit but also the hard work. Chapter 81 Its sisters going to dig in. Little witches, being praised so much by Qian Meow Meow. Qian Chocho smiled happily. Kaimomile didn't quite understand what a little witchery meant, but it was supposed to be a compliment to her, so she smiled a big smile and said, "Then sister is a big wit. Ha ha ha." Qian Chocho and Chen Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud at Qian Meow Meow's amusement. "Why are you so cute?" Qian Chocho scraped Qian Meow Meow's nose and smiled dotingly. "Sister is cute too." After Qian Meow Meow finished speaking, she looked at Qian Chocho with a red face and said very coyly, "Sister, can I kiss you?" When she said one, she extended her index finger and gestured. This little look of hers begging for a kiss made Qian Chochi instantly think of Chen Duo. They were really the same. Boo! Chiaki Chocho came over and kissed the side of Chia Meow Meow's face, smiling, "Of course. Wow, great!" Qian Meow Meow exclaimed in excitement. She was much more outwardly emotional than Chen Duo at this point. The action is also dominating. Holding Chiaki's head, there was a loud kiss on the side of Chiaki's face. "Hey!" Qian Meow Meow touched her little head to hide a giggle. She didn't know why she kissed out so loud. It was weirdly embarrassing. Qian Kikyu also saw her embarrassment and smiled to change the topic. "Go, sister will take you to your brother to play." Qian Meow Meow came to Qian Chao's ear and spat. "Brother is too boring. Not fun at all." "Yeah, it does get pretty boring." Chiaki nodded in agreement. "Then sister, don't play with him, play with Meow Meow. Misty can do a lot of things, and it's not boring at all. I can sing, dance, and tell stories to my sister." Kaimomile felt like she had found her organization, and she was pulling her sister into her camp. Qian Kikyu smiled at the words. Others said that fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends, Chen Duo only used to prevent his sister. She's digging this corner right into his head. Is she a yes or no? Brother. Qian Meow Meow was still quite terrified of Chen Duo, and when she saw him, she still called out to her brother in a well-behaved manner. Aha! Chen Duo nodded at her and called out to Chen Yun behind them for mom. Chen Yun smiled and said, "It's just that little girl Meow Meow misses you guys too much, so I brought her over to have some fun." "Mom, stay for dinner tonight and have dad come over too." Chiaki thought, "Mom and dad haven't even eaten here yet? Okay, I'm going to have dinner here." Without waiting for Chen Yun to speak, Qian Meow Meow had already answered excitedly. "Mom, don't hesitate either. I'll call dad later and have him come straight over for dinner." Seeing that Chen Yun seemed to be very reluctant to disturb them, Qian Kikyu directly made the decision for her. "Okay, then we'll stay for dinner." Seeing that she couldn't push back, Chen Yun happily agreed. Sister, are you bored? Shall I tell you a story?" Sister, are you bored? I'll sing you a song." Sister, are you bored? Or shall I dance for you?" Sister. In the study, after playing with the blocks for a while, Qian Myomi came over to Qian Chocho's side. She felt that her sister was too stuffy to stay with her brother, and was determined to make her feel less stuffy where she had her own place. Chen Duo watched Qian Miao Mao run over every now and then to offer great attention. Simply no eyes to see. This brother is a pendulum? And how can Chocho be bored around him? Can't you see that Chocho is very busy with her homework? This little girl is now getting more and more attached to Chocho. Mom and dad are standing aside. Qian Chocho finally caught up on her homework for the past few days, and after putting it down, she walked over to play with Qian Miao. Chen Dok straight up ignored him. He wanted company too. Sister, what's this you're building? Qian Miao looked at her sister with a face of adoration. The blocks that her sister built were just beautiful. Proper sis control is on the line. And in short, my sister is good at everything. Little train. Like it? Kiankikyu also waved her hand casually. This child's plaything. She has long been hand-raw. Like, sister is so great. Misty ride 1-2. Chimin exclaimed, accompanied by a round of applause. Chiaki Chocho was embarrassed. This vanity of hers was inflated by a little bitty person. If she was praised so vigorously by Chen Miaomio every day, it was estimated that within a few days she would be bursting with self-confidence and would be floating. I become the best in the world. And I'm the best. Sister, is that how it's hitched? Chen Miaomio pushed the little train she had built in front of Chen Shosho. She tilted her little face and looked at Kiankiki with little eyes that longed for praise. Yes, Misty built it so well, better than her sister. Chen Shosho stroked Chen Miaomio's little head and looked at her with a smiling face. Not at all. Sister builds better. More like, Chen Miaomio, this is definitely not modest. In her eyes, sister is just better than her. No, our Misty is even better. No, sister is the best. Chen Duo only felt heartbroken as these two people opened up a modest business blowout to each other in his study. And you're still going back and forth, and he's the only one who's become a loner. Chen Duo opened Chiaki Chocho's workbook and quickly skimmed through it. He wanted to find the mistakes. Soon, he realized that Chiaki made a small mistake. Autumn, come here. Saying that he raised his workbook at Chiaki, not explicitly saying that one question was wrong. He had to defend Chocho's vanity in front of Miaomi. And what if he damaged Chocho's image of being excellent and unrivaled in Miaomi's mind? Kiankikyo sniffed and hurried over, whispering, where is it wrong again? Check yourself. Chen Duo purposely didn't say anything. He wanted Kiankikyo to stay by his side for a longer period of time. Chiaki gave him a beaming look, then flipped open her workbook. She frowned and went through each question, still not finding where she went wrong. Chen Chocho skimmed her mouth and defiantly continued to look for it, and the final result was still a slap in the face. She was a small woman who could bend, and immediately raised her smiling face to Chen Duo and curried, Mr. Chen, quickly tell me where I'm wrong? The corner of Chen Duo's mouth had just risen, and he immediately suppressed it. He took the book seriously and pointed to a spot. The question asked for 3 decimal places to be retained. And look what you've done, Kiankikyo exclaimed with some chagrin. Ah, how did I make this low-level mistake again? Next time, make sure you review the questions carefully, or you'll easily lose points on the test. Chen Duo educated Kiankikyo in a serious manner, but in his heart, he could hardly hide his laughter. Chapter 82, Unique Gifts. After Chen Chocho finished revising her answers, she was about to get up and go play with Chen Miaomio when she realized that her hand was being pulled. Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyo with an abandoned little pitiful look on his face and said aggrievedly, you've been playing with Miaomio for a long time. Why don't you stay with me, Chiquita? No way. Sister's jealous too. Didn't I sit here with you before? Chen Duo muffled. Then you're all about homework. Didn't even talk to me. Kiankikyo smiled at her words. She held Chen Duo's hand and interlocked her fingers. Then let's go. I'll accompany you to play with the blocks as well. Chen Dok. He knew that Kiankikyo was deliberately pretending not to understand and teasing him again. He didn't want to play with blocks? Within moments, exclamations of surprise and praise came from the den. Chen Dok, this tank ride is as handsome as you are. Kiankikyo praised Chen Duo while giving him a thumbs up. Chen Miao also clapped her small palms and echoed her sister. Yes, handsome. What handsome meant though, her little brain didn't quite understand, but whatever her sister said was right. The corners of Chen Duo's mouth curved up into a nice arc, the ends of his eyes rose, and at the moment, he was a little bit proud and arrogant in his heart. As for the earlier thought of not wanting to play with the blocks had long since been squeezed out of his brain. How could he have had such a wrong idea? Playing with blocks improves one's logical thinking skills, imagination and concentration, making this a particularly interesting puzzle game. Myo, tell your brother what kind of thing you want so he can build you one. Kiankikyo encourages Myo to ask Chen Duo for a block model, which might change Chen Duo's dull image in Myo's mind. Xian Myo smiled without thinking and said, what kind of sister wants? What kind of Myo wants? Then we'll take 2 little turtles, right? Kiankikyo inquired with a smile. Okay, it's going to be 2 little turtles, one for me and one for my sister. Chiminio Miaoli happily covered her muffled mouth and laughed. Chen Duo, go for it. Our little turtle is counting on you. Chiaki Chocho folded her hands and looked at Chen Duo with a pleasing blink. Seeing this, Myomo also followed Chiaki Cho's example of folding her hands and closing and opening her eyes at her brother, who could not blink. Kiankikyo laughed out loud, and Miao unaccountably followed suit. Chen Duo looked at Chiaki Chocho who was laughing with her belly, even slapping the floor in order to restrain herself when she was excited. His mind was beginning to conjure up images of Chiaki Chocho, who had become a mother, doing the same, playing and fooling around with her child. The sound of laughter filling the entire living room. The corners of Chen Duo's mouth were on the verge of grinning up to his ears, and the movements in his hands did not stop. The blocks were in his hands like the keyboard he often tapped on, and with 10 fingers flying, the beginnings of a small turtle gradually appeared. Like it? Chen Duo handed the block model to Chiaki Chocho and asked with a light smile. Like, awesome. Chiaki Chocho pinched Chen Duo's hand as she received the blocks, praising him with a face of adoration in the guise of a little fangirl. Chen Duo flipped his wrist holding Qian Kikiyu's hand and wouldn't let go, and the two of them just looked at each other with frowns on their faces. Unaware that she was being fed dog food, Kaimomile realized that her brother had forgotten about her little turtle. She huffed and puffed. Brother, you give the blocks to your sister quickly. My little turtle, you haven't built it yet? Only then did Qian Kikiyu break away from Chen Duo's hand and took the little turtle model in her hand. Chen Duo, who had an empty hand, glanced at Qian Miaomio and inexplicably felt that she was a bit of an eyesore. No wonder mom says it's too rowdy, isn't it? Not cute at all. After building the first little turtle he had experience, but Chen Duo didn't want to build them both exactly the same. Anything he gave to Chocho had to be unique, so the little turtle model Chen Duo built for Qian Miao 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 was much simpler, much more casual. It's almost like a little turtle in shape, isn't it? Qian Miao Miao took the little turtle in her hand, then looked at the one in her sister's hand, and suddenly she felt that the little turtle in her hand didn't smell good anymore. It's so ugly. It doesn't look like that at all. Brother, I want a different one like my sister. She returned the little turtle in her hand and asked Chen Duo to get him another one exactly like Qian Kikiyu's. Chen Duo didn't pick it up. He said in a serious manner, Chocho, that I forgot how to ride. If you don't want it, forget it. 1000 mistletoe. You were praising your brother for being great before? She had to take that back. How could she be so stupid and forget it? She beamed and took the ugly little turtle back in her hand and placed it on the ground, poking at its shell. Chen Duo's words would only fool Qian Miao Miao. Qian Chocho wouldn't believe that he would forget. She pulled the corner of Chen Duo's coat and whispered, You're too bad to lie to Miao Miao. Chen Duo, however, came to Qian Kikiyu's ear and whispered, This is the unique little turtle I sent you. Do you like it? Qian Kikiyu laughed at the tips of his reddened ears and smiled. I like it, but Miao Miao doesn't seem happy. Chen Duo sniffed and looked at Qian Kikiyu without uttering a word before saying in a muffled voice, Don't give it to Miao Miao. We're the two of us. Qian Chocho glanced at Qian Miao Miao, who was still poking the little turtle, secretly kissed Chen Duo's cheek, and softly said, Don't worry, I won't send you away. After stealing a kiss from Chen Duo, Qian Chocho then came over to Qian Miao Miao's side and said, Miao Miao, let's play the game together. What's the game? Misty poked her ugly little turtle, not happy, and her tone went a little down. Two little turtles race. Rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins gets to go with their little turtle. Chiaki Chocho placed both of their little turtles together and smiled as she talked to Chia Miao Miao about the rules of the game. Qian Miao Miao immediately became interested, of course ignoring the two small turtles on the floor whose looks were somewhat different. Qian Chocho intentionally let Qian Miao Miao, each time Miao Miao out of the finish before Qian Chocho out. So Miao Miao's little turtle has been in the front. Qian Chocho's little turtle fell behind by a large margin, and Qian Miao Miao then got excited. Her little turtle is a little uglier, but kinda awesome. Go for it, sis. Qian Miao Miao proudly tilted her head to encourage Qian Chocho. Well, thanks Misty. Chiaki Akira thanked her very cooperatively. A short while later, Chiminio's little turtle reached the finish line. Wow, my little turtle won. Qian Miao Miao rejoiced as she picked up her little turtle this time. Maybe at the moment she realized her little turtle wouldn't be so ugly. Awesome, Misty's little turtle is fantastic. Chiaki Chu followed suit and cheered for her little turtle. Qian Miao 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 was then happy and proud. Holding her champion little turtle dated downstairs to find her mother to show off. Chapter 83, A Gentle Temptation. As soon as Qian Miao Miao left, Chen Duo pulled Qian Chocho into his arms. He rested his head on Chiaki Chocho's shoulder, rubbing against her neck like a pampered little puppy. Qian Kikiyu stroked his head and said softly, What's wrong? The little turtle didn't give it away. Autumn, you're going to be a great mom someday. Chen Duo watched as she purposely pretended to lose, entertained Qian Miao Miao, and made Miao Miao fall in love with her own little turtle. She was gentle and super patient that way, making him start to look forward to all their children. Suddenly a ray of sunlight just sprinkled on the side of Qian Kikiyu's lightly smiling face, and he felt that Qian Kikiyu's body was radiating a bright golden light all around, just like an angel had descended on earth. The beauty was a little unreal, trance-inducing, giving him the illusion that she seemed to be flying away at any moment. All he wanted to do was grab someone into his arms and not let her go. Chiaki smiled. You'll be a good father too. Good father. Chen Duo was a little unsure if he could do it. He only wanted to hold on to Qian Kikiyu firmly so that she could stay by his side for the rest of her life. This little turtle won't be dismantled. We'll leave it for our kids to play with later and tell him daddy built it. Qian Kikiyu played with the small turtle in her hand and laughed lightly. Chen Duo said in a muffled voice, Not giving it. This is what I gave you. You have to keep it. The child's I'll just give them another ride. You're jealous of your child. I suddenly doubt you'll be a good father. Qian Qiqiu pushed away the head on her neck and looked at Chen Duodao without a good look. I just want to be a good husband. Chen Duo took Qian Qiqiu's hand with a serious face. Qian Qiqiu kissed the corner of Chen Duo's mouth and said, then be a good father too. Don't worry, I love you the most. Chen Duo smiled at his words, and he then said, alright then, I'll do my best. It's a must. Qian Qiqiu pinched Chen Duo's cheeks and said righteously, their future children are going to have a great dad and a great mom, and they're going to be one big happy family. Well, then you need to reward me more. Saying this, Chen Duo wrapped his arms around Chiaki Chocho's neck and lowered his head to kiss on Chiaki Chocho's red lips. He crushed her lips tenderly and lovingly, as if he wanted to pour out all the deep feelings he had. All of Chiaki's consciousness began to become blurred, indulging in his tenderness. His maddening kisses like a raging storm often overwhelmed her, but today it was so gentle it was like caressing a rare treasure, making it easier for her to sink. Shameful sounds even escaped her uncontrollable lips. The sound stimulated Chen Duo even more, and he himself probably hadn't thought that a gentle kiss would be more likely to move Chiaki Chocho. Chen Duo's movements also became more and more gentle, and Chen Chocho's entire body was already lying in his arms, powerless, watching the person in her arms flushed, her eyes mesmerized, her mouth red, moving for herself. Only then was Chen Duo satisfied and let her go, and only now did she look as if she had stayed in this world and stayed for him. Chen Duo's forehead was pressed against Qian Qiqiu's. His voice was dark. Chocho, do you love me? Love, love, love. Qian Qiqiu's delicate voice carried a few points of eagerness. She was still really afraid that Chen Duo would then kiss her. There was someone else in the house today, so it would be embarrassing if Misty broke in and saw it. He. Chen Duo, who had gotten a definite answer, laughed out lightly. He kissed the bridge of Qian Qiqiu's nose and whispered, I love you too, until death do us part. Qian Qiqiu didn't understand what kind of nerve Chen Duo had, suddenly kissing her, not to mention being so gentle. It left her powerless to resist, and it made her heart beat faster. Why are you kissing me all of a sudden? And so, Qian Qiqiu's head leaned against Chen Duo's arms, her hand resting on Chen Duo's chin as she asked suspiciously. Chen Duo grabbed Qian Qiqiu's hand and said in a deep voice, suddenly I want to kiss you, can't I? Yes, of course. Qian Qiqiu didn't expect him to start becoming proactive. That certainly couldn't discourage him. Chen Duo kissed Chiaki Chocho's hand and said with a light smile, I knew it, you liked it just now too. Chiaki Autumn. She felt that Chen Duo was driving, but there was no evidence. So subtle driving? Chocho, I found that you like it better when I'm gentle. I'll be gentler next time. Listening to Chen Duo drive in a serious manner, the flush on Qian Qiqiu's face hadn't even receded before it restained her cheeks. Qian Qiqiu was mortified. Shut up and don't talk. Chen Independence horse aggravated. You're the one who said that I should tell you whatever is on my mind, and that you would reward me. Chiaki Autumn. Why did she have the feeling of moving a stone to hit her own feet? Trying to make Chen Duo outwardly more confident resulted in her being counterset. She used to be the one who teased Chen Duo. I guess Chen Duo will have to turn over the surf to sing in the future. Teasing her, blushing. You're not rewarding me? Chen Duo skimmed his lips and looked at Qian Qiqiu with some disappointment and low spirits. Who says it's a little pathetic? Give a little sunshine and you're a big-tailed wolf for a second. Why? Of course it's rewarding. Chen Shisho kissed Chen Duo's cheek with a red face. Chen Duo happily hugged the person tighter. He found himself taking the initiative to kiss Autumn, and instead of being angry, she indulged him. He then knew that he could move on again. Chen Duo is no less than a genius. He's smart. In his time with Chiaki Chocho, he kept taking a step forward, testing the other party's bottom line. Where the other guy's bottom line is determines what he can do. He began to turn passive into active, wanting to take control of the initiative. Tada! Chiaki heard Chiaki Miyake's footsteps. She hurriedly retreated from Chen Duo's arms, straightened her clothes, and played with the little turtle in her hand as if nothing had happened. Sister, brother, downstairs for dinner. Thousand Misty's cheerful voice came through the doorway. Good to know. Chiaki Chocho stood up from the floor and sheepishly pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair outside. That was close. Misty almost saw it. Chiaki let out a long breath, looking at the calm and collected Chen Duo, who seemed to have no waves in his heart. Qian Qiqiu only wanted to say that the Oscars owed Chen Duo a small gold medal, too capable of acting. When it was time to eat, Qian Miamia had to sit with Qian Chocho as usual. The family chatted and laughed, with Chen Duo interjecting a few words from time to time, and Chen Yun was happy about this. You should know that in the past, Chen Duo didn't even talk much, withdrawn, always bored at the dinner table. Now that she was finally willing to come alive, Chen Yun was filled with gratitude to Qian Chicho, who had helped open her son's heart. Watching Qian Qiqiu pinch food for Chen Duo ate it with a smile on his face. Chen Yun suddenly felt that her son's persistence had not been in vain, and that their relationship was finally moving in a good direction. Chapter 84, You Make Me Feel Dirty. After the family finished eating, Misty had royally wanted to stay. It's Saturday and she has a day off tomorrow and she doesn't want to go back, but she was forcibly taken away by Kiyoshi Fong, her fierce father, and before she left, she poorly squeezed out a few crocodile tears. Unfortunately, Kiyoshi Fong was unmoved and directly carried the person to the car. Sister, I will definitely be back. Chen Miao Miao aggravatedly tooted her mouth and swore. She'd wait until dad wasn't home and then drag her mom to sneak in. Okay, come over and hang out when you're on vacation. Qian Kikiyo waved her hand with her, coaxing her with a smile on her face. Chen Duo coldly watched Qian Miaomia there reluctantly talking to Qian Qiuqiu about each other, but he secretly said in his heart that how come this car is still not started. When the car disappeared from sight, Chen Duo only felt his heart lighten. The sticky sister spirit was finally gone. He took Qian Kikiyo's hand and said softly, Go inside. Qian Kikiya held his hand and walked towards the house against the moonlight. The night was in full swing, and the moonlight poured in, shining through the cracks in the window and into the bedroom. Husband, Qian Kikiya found that tonight's Chen Duo was unusually passionate, seemingly wanting to tear her apart into his belly. In favor of him, he was extremely gentle and restrained himself from losing control. Qian Kikiya's entire body was like stepping on a cloud, so light that she was weightless. It was all she could do to climb on him to keep from falling off. Another night of woozy, lingering rain. In a certain villa in the city, a middle-aged woman sat on the sofa in the living room, her eyes glaring at her son, who had been playing madly until 3 o'clock in the morning. You still know to come back. What time is it? Why don't you just sleep outside? The middle-aged woman looked at her drunken son with some disgust, and she pushed him without a good reason. Sins, how could she have raised such a loser? Eating and drinking all day long, uneducated. It's useless to give him the family business. Who are you to control me? And who are you to control me? I'll come back if I want to, or not. You, on the other hand, have been coming back more often since that little white boy died and the company is no longer busy. The younger man sneered at the middle-aged woman. Coincidentally, she despises him and he despises her even more. She makes him sick. A big old cannot resist the loneliness of raising a white boy. His father just died. She is eager to red apricot wall. No, he wasn't even sure when she'd raised that little white boy, or if she'd had him when his dad was sick. Slap. A resounding slap to the man's face. The man covered his face and laughed softly. Hit me. Getting annoyed at what I said. Shut up. I'm your mother. Sightless, how can you talk to me in such a tone? The middle-aged woman's voice became a little shrill with excitement, and her stern eyes looked coldly at her son. Mom, are you worthy? Don't you say anything about having your blood in your body. I feel dirty. The young man looked at the middle-aged woman with contempt, and in his eyes was an undisguised disgust for her. The middle-aged woman, probably immune to this explicit and implicit taunting by her son all this time, laughed instead of being angry. Looking at her son, she kissed her red lips and spat out the sharpest and most hurtful words icily. Dirty? Ha, then you're my son too, and this life won't change that. The younger man sniffed and collapsed on the couch without a word. They were worthy of being mother and son, knowing each other's death throes, and their moves hurt, and in the end, it was their mother's words that killed them. It really was a fact that could never be changed in this life, and that's why it made him feel sick to his stomach and hard to accept. He began to live a life of lights and paper, trying his alcohol and orgies to numb himself. He felt that he and the woman in front of him could not be reconciled in this life. Either she would die or he would die. He sometimes hated to send this woman to see that little white boy, but in the end he had given up. Wasn't it the best torture to be separated from the world? But this woman seems to have no heart, and after the death of that little white boy, she is still living as recklessly as ever. What a selfish, self-serving woman. It was only after his father's death that he finally saw the woman for what she was. Get your ass upstairs and go to sleep. The middle-aged woman tugged at her son's arm, trying to pull him up as he lay on the couch. Unexpectedly, the younger man gave a hard push and pushed her to the floor, hitting her head on the coffee table. Don't touch me. Dirty. Without even looking at her, the young man pulled a few sheets of toilet paper from the coffee table and vigorously wiped the area touched by his own mother. He even threw the toilet paper at the middle-aged woman after wiping it and said coldly, "Garbage." Then wobbling up the stairs, the middle-aged woman looked at her son's back, where her eyes were still stern. Only hurt. She touched the spot that hurt from the coffee table, the injury sticky, and she looked at it bleeding. Tears no longer swished down uncontrollably, and she felt that all the suffering she had endured in her life was thanks to this pair of father and son. She had suffered a lifetime of humiliation all for her son, but he had done this to himself. He thinks she's dirty, but in fact she's been dirty for a long time, not just in her body, but in her heart as well. Covering her wounds, she opened the door to the house and drove away from the car in the yard. She was in tears all the way. The blood on her forehead was still slowly seeping out. but she didn't feel the pain because her heart hurt more. Finally the car pulled into a neighborhood and she pressed the elevator to the 15th floor and knocked on a door. "What are you doing here? And what happened to your head?" A young man pulled her in, holding her by the shoulders, his eyes full of undisguised concern for her. The middle-aged woman seemed to have found someone she could confide in and rely on, and she flung herself into the other woman's arms and bawled her eyes out. "Baby, don't cry. It breaks my heart when you cry." The young man hugged her and kissed her cheek, his voice all tender and loving. "Be good. I'll take care of your wound first." The young man carried her to the couch, found a medical kit, and gently medicated her. From time to time, he asked her if she was in pain, and gently blew on the wound for her. The humiliation suffered at the moment at the hands of her son was healed in the cherished presence of the man before her. Only he would treat himself like a treasure, not caring about all the world's eyes. The age gap loving her with all his heart. "Well, does it still hurt?" The young man put away the medical kit and coaxed her gently. She felt doubly warm inside. This was the love she wanted. To be held in someone's hands like a princess. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." It was only when she faced him that she had the petulance of a little girl. The man took her into his arms and asked softly, "Did you have another fight with your son?" Chapter 85, The most important thing is you. Who else but him could give gas to me? The middle-aged woman huffed with a mouth that didn't look good. "Oh, what a big man. Still acting like a little kid." The younger man scratched her nose and laughed out softly. The woman smiled blushing at his words and ducked into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. At the moment they looked like a couple in love. "He's still young and doesn't understand a lot of things, so don't be general with him," the man gently exhorted, stroking the woman's head. Only the smile in his eyes didn't reach his eyes. "So you're all about the same age. How come you know so much?" The middle-aged woman hooked her arm around his neck, and was quite upset with her son. She spent the first half of her life for the sake of her son, which is why she is living a seemingly separate life from her husband. She suffered from her husband's vitriol and cold abuse and silently endured his infidelity. Now that her husband is dead, why can't she pursue her own happiness? She could not have imagined that she would meet a young man this crazy chase in her lifetime, and a broken heart was soon attacked by his passion and sincerity. "Of course I'm not like him. You're her mother, and he can hurt with impunity, but you won't leave. But you're the love of my life. Of course I have to keep it in my hands and take good care of it, or what if it runs away?" The man sweetly coaxed the woman in his arms. The woman seemed to eat it up and was immediately coaxed into a smile. She pounded the man's chest and said without a word, "How can you pamper me now that I'm old? I loved your face when you were young, but even more so when you were scarred by the ravages of age. You're even more beautiful now that time has engraved all the secrets on your face. You are full of mystery and extraordinarily fascinating to me at this moment. Such a you has a fatal attraction for me, and that is something we can exchange." With that said, the man hugged the woman and headed for the bedroom. And before long the sounds of their excitement and pleasure were coming from inside. This night, all the hurt that the middle-aged woman had suffered at her son's place was soothed by the man on top of her, and she had him in her body and in her heart. She wasn't ashamed. She was just in love with a man much younger than herself. It's the fact that she's more disgusted than the fact that her husband is cheating on her. Unfortunately for her son's sake she kept silent and went against the grain. Now that she has finally boiled her husband to death, she can obviously start a new life. But her son has become a carbon copy of her husband, desperately striking and hurting her. "I guess I didn't try hard enough for you to wander off," said man sped up and did the shy thing. Finally the woman fell into a deep sleep of exhaustion. Instead, the man got out of bed and went to the bathroom and kept scrubbing his body with shower gel, but he kept feeling like he wasn't getting clean. After washing for a while, he looked at himself in the mirror with a red body and gave a mocking smile. He was laughing at himself. "Now that you've made that decision, it's disgusting to be this childishly scrubbing the dirt off your body, wanting to be a human being and not being able to stand humiliation. Such a whimsical self is really ridiculous. You can't have it both ways in this world. Since you chose to fall into the darkness, don't even fantasize about the light. He'll never be clean in his life." That's it. He changed into his pajamas and walked out, smoking a few cigarettes on the balcony, watching the bright light appear in the sky. He then returned to his bed and fell into a deep sleep with the woman beside him in his arms. "Chen Duo, what time is it?" Chen Xiuqiu stretched out her hand to block the blinding sunlight in front of her, lazily inquiring about Chen Duo beside her. Chen Duo stretched out his slender arm, fetched the cell phone on the bedside, and said softly, 11:20. "What? It's so late." Chiaki rushed out of bed. She was halfway through the weekend. "We're late, just up for lunch." Chen Duo put down his cell phone and sat up from the bed with his arms propped up. "The day is half over and I have a lot to do. I blame you for not knowing moderation." Qian Qiqiu exasperatedly blamed Chen Duo, the culprit. If he hadn't made it so late last night, would she have slept for so long? The insatiable Chen Duo smiled and asked rhetorically, "But didn't you have fun last night too?" Qian Qiqiu's old face blushed as she sniffed. She did react quite violently last night. Did she have reason to suspect that the man was driving early in the morning? Kian Kikyo covered her burning face and hurriedly walked towards the bathroom. She didn't want to pay attention to Chen Duo now. Chen Duo laughed out softly at the sight. He could also tease Chen Xiuqiu blushing. Hearing the laughter, Chiaki turned her head with a mouthful of foam and her toothbrush. Looking at a certain man with a smug grin on his face, she secretly said forget it and let him have his way. After having lunch, Kian Kikyo began to make up for her professional knowledge again. So Mr. Chen's classroom opened again. Kian Kikyo transformed into a good student. Chen Duo will summarize the knowledge points one by one to explain to Kian Kikyo. She encounters do not know will also be issued from time to time questions. The two spent the afternoon in a pleasant learning environment. And just as the sun was setting, Chiaki Chocho's heavy day of schoolwork came to an end. Chen Duo was beside her with his 10 fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, rows and rows of codes forming their own pattern in his hands. Chen Xiuqiu was also a coder in her previous life, and she could understand the code written by Chen Duo, only to feel that he was worthy of being a great god. All she could do was exclaim, well, this can still be written like this, it's awesome, but Chen Duo didn't know she would, so she gave up after glancing at it for a while. Finished your homework? Chen Duo stopped and looked at Kian Kikyo and smiled. Well, you go ahead and get busy. I'm going out for a walk. Having sat there for a bit too long, she was ready to go down for a walk. Let's not disturb the Great Spirit's work, so as not to affect his progress. I'd like to get out and about too. Saying that, Chen Duo pulled Kian Kikyo's hand, as if he wouldn't let go until she brought herself down. You seem busy to me, and you've wasted a lot of time tutoring me this afternoon. Kian Kikyo stopped and explained with a worried face. It's okay, this is not a rush. Tutoring you isn't a waste of time. I'm having fun and learning new things. Chen Duo pushed the wheelchair and took Kian Kikyo's hand to go outside. Chiaki followed, smiling. Well, it's fine if it doesn't bother you. People can't really be compared though. He hasn't studied all day. He picks up a textbook and flips through it to be her teacher. He's not learning something new. He's totally abusing her. Even if it's your own husband, being too smart makes you jealous, Kian Kikyo curiously asked. Last time we both saw the sunset together, do you think today's is the same as that day's? It is said that all words of scenery are words of love, and people with different mindsets feel differently when faced with the same scenery. Chen Dushan smiled and said, more beautiful today, or more beautiful in the future. She gets more beautiful every day. He said in his heart, the most important thing is that the one who watches the sunset with me is you. Chapter 86 Yang Jun's heart is moving. Hatsumomo, I heard you took the day off. Are you going back? Yang Jun also heard the director say to move his scene to the front and he realized that Xia Chuchu had taken a leave of absence. Well, the flight's tonight. I'll be at the airport when it's over in a little while. Xia Chuchu is also no way. Jiang Shibu business set up the company tomorrow officially moved to move in. She must go back. So rushed, is something wrong? Although the actors often catch flights in the middle of the night, Yang Jun was still a little heartbroken when faced with Xia Chuchu encountering such a situation. Nothing, just a little family thing. So I'll just go back for the day. Xia Chuchu ambiguously and deliberately did not explain clearly, just to this plausible reason, to lead Yang Jun to worry about her. Don't be a hard ass if anything happens. We are friends, aren't we? Yang Jun felt that he was a bit different to Xia Chuchu, but he couldn't tell exactly how different. Thanks. Xia Chuchu smiles at Yang Jun with a happy face, as if she is happy to be his friend. You be safe then. I'll head over to the shoot. Yang Jun smiled back at her, his tone soft. Where was his usual high spirits? Maybe he himself didn't even know that without realizing it he had already swum into Xia Chuchu's fish pond. Once upon a time he was all about standards and principles, which for actors are the most basic that must be followed, and there was no distinction between men and women. There should be no preferential treatment because of a different gender. But after meeting Xia Chuchu, many things placed on her made his heart ache. Beginning to consider that she as a girl cannot be so to her. Slowly in his heart Xia Chuchu seems to become a special case. Xia Chuchu looked at Yang Jun's back and smiled. She knew she had succeeded. Hatsumomo, why aren't you back yet? Jiang Shushi saw that it was getting dark, but Chuchu had promised him that she would accompany him to celebrate tomorrow. Oh, something came up tonight. Come on, honey, I'll be back tomorrow for sure. There's a surprise. Xia Chuchu softly coaxed Jiang Shibi. In order to be false with him, she also went to great lengths. Surprise? Good. Then I'll wait. You, the boss's wife, must be there. Jiang Shushi happily talking to Xia Chuchu on the phone. Whether he is happy or not, Xia Chuchu doesn't care. Xia Chuchu only knows that she is very unhappy and just wants to get a divorce sooner. She wasn't in the mood to natter with Jiang Shibi at all, and after a few sentences of conversation, she hurriedly pulled a panic and hung up the phone. When this scene fell into the eyes of Yang Jun, who was filming not far away, He automatically defaulted to the idea that something big had happened in Chuchu's house. She has an unhappy face, but just now she pretended to be strong and smiled and told herself that it was a small matter. Yang Jun's heart aches. A few more points for Xiao Chuchu. Hatsumomo, don't keep things at home bottled up. I see that you just answered the phone as if you were in some kind of trouble. Yang Jun walked over and softly inquired about Xiao Chuchu. Xiao Chuchu, God, she'd just been careless. I can't believe she forgot to walk away to answer Riboshi's call. She didn't make any degrading faces, did she? No, don't worry about me. Have a good time filming. Xiao Chuchu can only pretend to be fine and kindly asked Yang Jun not to worry. When her words fell on Yang Jun's ears, Yang Jun was even more heartbroken. She was too strong. Friends have to help each other, and I hope I have the honor of being your listener. Yang Jun smiled lightly and was unusually gentle to Xiao Chuchu, and his tone became much softer. As soon as Xiao Chuchu heard this, she knew that Yang Jun might have misunderstood, so she embarrassedly said, "Thank you. I'm just afraid of disturbing you, and I'm afraid you'll laugh if I say it out loud." How? Yang Jun smiled a gentle smile. He was happy that Xiao Chuchu was willing to open up to him. It's just that, my family is urging me to go back on a blind date. Xiao Chuchu made up lies, deliberately provoking Yang Jun's sense of crisis, so that he clearly understands his own feelings. Oh, so you're giving up your dream of making movies? Yang Jun was flustered for a moment after hearing this, and he didn't know what to say. It's so hard to meet a like-minded person, and she still has to live her life according to her parents' expectations? No, it won't. I'm just going back to deal with it. I'm not going to give up. Xiao Chuchu didn't even think about saying unusually firm. Looking at Yang Jun with a stubborn and resolute face, Yang Jun suddenly felt as if his heart had been struck by something, beating in an unusually irregular and disordered manner. It's almost my turn. I'll go first. Xiao Chuchu knows that this place doesn't have to stay long, and needs to give Yang Jun some time to calm down and sort out his feelings. Oh, Yang Jun was a bit frozen and bewildered. Was his abnormality just now a heart attack? After Xiao Chuchu finished shooting the movie, she took a plane back overnight. All that's left is for Yang Jun to start reading the script and get lost in thought while eating. Xiao Chuchu's likeness is starting to come to mind even while acting. Brother, you're not in the right state today. The little assistant took Yang Jun's perversity in his eyes and couldn't understand why he kept wandering off. Really, is it that obvious? Yang Jun himself didn't expect Xiao Chuchu to have such a big impact on him. She left and took his soul with her. He finally figured out his feelings. At some point he fell in love with Natsuki. All I can think about now is that she's going back on a blind date. Although she has said that she will continue filming and will not go back to her husband to raise her children, there is no guarantee that she will not look at a blind date. Yang Jun was now worried that he had just fallen in love with someone. If he was going to be snatched up by someone else before it was too late to confess, he was probably going to be pissed off. As soon as the alarm clock went off, Xiao Chuchu tiredly kicked off the covers. She didn't get off the plane until after 2 a.m., and she didn't even go home and just found a hotel to stay in. Narrowing her eyes, she hurriedly went to wash up. She was going to start the mode of acting with Zhang Shibi again today. After changing her clothes, Xiao Chuchu dragged her suitcase out of the hotel. In the car he had taken out of the airport parking lot, he drove straight to Isashi in her home. Honey, I'm home. Xiao Chuchu opened the bedroom door and excitedly jumped onto the bed and hugged Zhang Shushi. Zhang Shu reached out and hugged Xiao Chuchu, rolling over and pressing her underneath. Did you have a good time? Finally you know to come back. Zhang Shuwei kissed her cheek and asked softly. Xiao Chuchu had a happy face and wrapped her arms around Zhang Shushi's neck and said, "Happy, hubby, I miss you so much. Missed me and didn't know to come back." Zhang Shushi somewhat unhappily put his arm around Xiao Chuchu, a woman who was having fun. Xiao Chuchu hugged Zhang Shibi and kissed him a few times, curtly saying, "It's not like I didn't come back on purpose. You know that my cousin married someone she doesn't like and is having a bad time, so I'll just have to keep her company, which is like me marrying the man I love and being happy. Sure wish I could help my cousin." Chapter 87, The Boss's Wife is Here. Being so internalized by Xiao Chuchu, coaxed Zhang Shibi to be happy. It could be a man's vanity that both of their sisters like themselves, and it seems to be Xiao Chuchu's honor that he chose her, and she was happy and felt happy. Zhang Shibi also had to feel that he was discerning, and that his Chocho was just too kind, that Qian Kikyo's character was already uninviting, and only Hatsumomo ran to comfort her and make her happy regardless. "Honey, your husband isn't happy when you keep running to your cousin's house like that," Isashi said as he started his hand up in a haphazard manner. "Honey, no, we have to go out later?" Xiao Chuchu hurriedly pulled Zhang Shushi's hand. She was tired to death but not in the mood. "I've been starving for half a month and it's still early," said Zhang Shibi. Also ignored her objections and directly started. Within moments, the bedroom was ringing with the sounds of joy. Zhang Shirbei also knew that he was in a hurry, so he decided to make quick work of it. "I won't write about it. Make up your own mind, ha." My humble self can't afford to drive anymore. Hurry, hurry, brother Jiang is here with the boss's wife. One young man ran back excitedly, yelling at his buddies to get over there and check it out. Really? Let's see who took our brother Jiang. That's true. Jiang can't speak 3 sentences without the boss's wife now. I don't need to see it to know that it's a fair lady, or else Jiang would have married Young, not for fear of being snatched away by someone else. Jiang Shushu held Xia Chuchu's hand and walked in with a smile on his face. No way. Why is Jiang laughing so much today? Don't you see a hint of spring in your step? Stop it. He's a mom and pop single. What do you know? It looks like you're on a meat diet. Asterisk off. You guys are so dirty, don't bring down the only pure and innocent baby we have here. A tall, skinny lad slapped the previous lad with a lewd grin on the side of his head. Not waiting for the lad to resist, he kicked him again, knocking him out. The old boss lady, the young man who was kicked out, his body stumbled and finally stabilized himself. Then he saw the boss's wife and Jiang standing in front of him. With a red face, he stammered somewhat awkwardly as he greeted Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu laughed out softly at the sight. She laughed the lad's face even more red, touching the back of his head at a loss for words. It's embarrassing to be embarrassed in front of a beautiful woman. Ha ha. Everyone laughed along. The boy glanced back at the laughing skinny monkey and gave him a fierce glare. This beam is formed. Let's see how he can take revenge in the future. Well, let me introduce you all. The beautiful and generous lady next to me is my wife. Your boss's wife. Jiangshu cleared his throat and introduced Xia Chuchu with a smile on his face. Hello boss lady, the group said in unison with smiles. Xia Chuchu blushed and smiled somewhat shyly. Hello everyone. Thank you for supporting Jiang Shibu. The company will rely on you in the future. Jiang Shushi pulled Xia Chuchu's hand and smiled. Everyone get busy. I'll take your boss's wife around casually. The crowd exploded as they left. The lad who had just been pushed out was violently beating the skinny monkey who had kicked him, cursing, "Damn, I have lost my face. I'm not asking you to show your face in front of the boss's wife," Skinny Monkey said while he was not prepared to hurry to run away. Save his life is important. Before long the office was filled with 2 men chasing and playing with each other. Why are you still so easily shy? You're the boss's wife. Jiang Shushu smiled lightly and led Xia Chuchu into the office. Jiang Shirbei, are these people you recruited your classmates? Xia Chuchu looked at them all at a young age, and was more worried that the fact that she and Jiang Shibi were getting married would be spread by them to the school. Well, most of them are, and some are schoolboys. They all have good bases, each with their own strengths. Jiang Shushu sat on the boss chair and smiled as he took Xia Chuchu into his arms. What? Starting to think about caring about your husband's career? Let go of me. It's in the office. It's not good for anyone to see. Xia Chuchu hurriedly broke free and stood up. She didn't want to have something happen with Jiang Shushi here. Don't worry, they won't come in. I'm just hugging you. That's how much you miss me after not seeing me for half a month. Jiang Shushi doesn't understand that Xia Chuchu has never been willing to have a single intimate interaction with herself in front of outsiders. You're not allowed to hold hands on campus. What's wrong with cuddling in the office? I'm doing this for your own good. The boss has an image to keep up. It's not good to be this close to me in public. Xia Chuchu seems to still have a trace of aggravation. She is so understanding and he still misunderstands herself. Okay, my bad. I misunderstood. Jiangshu could only coax Xia Chuchu in turn. Xia Chuchu only felt upset and felt that she had lost her way. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Who knew that all the employees of Kong Shibu were from the university? It would be a problem if they got mouthy and talked about it in their circle of classmates so that more people would know that she was married. Luckily he just introduced himself by name. So let's hope not so many people knew about him. After all, it's not like any fish can get into her fish pond. And the ones that do get in are valuable, not just casting a wide net. Any plans for later? Xia Chuchu poked around. If she went to the gathering, she'd better find a reason to withdraw. In case someone takes a picture of you and posts it in a circle of friends or on a campus posting, you are completely exposed. Everyone met the legendary boss lady for the first time, so of course I had to treat them and take them to a potluck. Jiang Shushi usually didn't invite everyone to dinner. Today is mainly to let everyone get to know Xia Chuchu. Honey, I'm a little tired. Why don't you guys go and I'll stay away? Xia Chuchu began to find reasons to shirk. How could she possibly go to the gathering? Jiang Shui sniffed and pulled Xia Chuchu's hand and said, Tired. What's wrong? But where is it uncomfortable? It's your fault for being so crazy this morning. I want to go back and get some rest, said Xia Chuchu glared at Jiang Ji, then red-faced and blushing. She didn't even dare to look at Jiang Ji. Jiang Shirbei don't hear this pouting look charmed heart for a while. Heart a burst of smugness. Xia Chuchu's so subtle words are undoubtedly a woman's praise for a man in disguise. He's pretty good at tiring out his women. Okay, then I'll leave them to their own devices to eat, and I'll walk you back to rest. Jiang Shibi was unusually considerate and threw the employee down directly. Well, Xiao Chuchu buried her head very low and made a sound as tiny as a mosquito fly. Only the exposed flushed cheeks and the tips of her ears showed that she was extremely shy. Come on then, I'll take you back, Jiangshu said and took Xiao Chuchu's hand and walked out. Chapter 88, Her Little Son. I'll leave you all to make your own arrangements for the event and see me for reimbursement. Jiang Shui greeted the group and walked away with Xiao Chuchu on his arm. Holy, no, can't wait to get back. What do you know? We brown guys can't compare to a tender place. Ugh, envy. I've been hungry for a long time too. Who cares? Jiang has heterosexuals as well as human beings. Let's think about where to wave first, right? Yeah, let's find our own fun. KTV get it on later. As soon as Jiang Shibei and the others left, the employees locked the door of the company and they went to have fun on their own. Xiao Chuchu slept with her head covered as soon as she got home. After shooting half a month of scenes in a row, she was indeed exhausted. After class, Chiaki took her books and headed down the stairs. Suddenly a figure walked past her, and she froze for a moment, feeling something familiar about this person, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but for a moment it didn't occur to her, and she walked up another flight of stairs. It was only then that I remembered who I had just encountered. Wasn't it the male technician who had a relationship with the middle-aged woman in the foot-washing city's surveillance? It seemed that Shinduo really hadn't guessed wrong. This person was really a student from their school. Kiankikyo hurriedly turned around and ran upstairs. Panting, she finally caught up, following the boy as well as she did to see where he was going. Kiankikyo asked with a smile on her face. Classmate, which department are you from? At the moment she looked like a nymphomaniacal schoolgirl hitting on a male classmate she had her eye on. The boy coldly ignored her, disgust hidden in his grim eyes, and continued on his way. Xian Chicho ignored it and continued to follow him. Classmate, what's your name? The boy's cool voice came out. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Chiaki didn't say anything else. It would be a bit of green tea for her to pursue this, so all she could do was follow the boy without speaking anymore until she watched him walk into the classroom. Kiankikyo guarded the door and stopped the students who were going to go in, and once they inquired about them, they realized that they were students from different classes in the same department as Chi Yang. Chiaki Chocho pointed to the boy sitting inside and asked somewhat unnaturally, "What's the name of the boy wearing black long sleeves?" You mean our black god? His name is Suze, the 10,000-year-old in our department, but the first place has been boiled down to him. As soon as Kiankikyo heard it, she felt that the first name was Chi Yang, but she asked anyway and said, "Who used to be in first place?" "It's that Chi Yang who committed suicide. He didn't even die far away, and polluted our school's land." With that said, the student approached the classroom with a hint of disgust on his face as he strutted around. Kiankikyo heart a burst of sadness. People's words can be feared turned out to be this real. Someone who didn't even know much about Chi Yang could just insult him at will, and he was already dead. It is not said that the dead are the greatest, but when they die, they are not spared, and they are still subjected to the abuse of others, especially after seeing that Chi Yang had once worked this hard to stay alive. Xian Xiaoqiu was even more saddened. He was like a sunflower blooming in the field, welcoming the sun, leaving darkness and shadows behind, and looking to the sun, but in the end, he was killed by a dark humanity that even threw him into a dark and dirty abyss to endure the daily erosion of sewage. He spent his life chasing the light, and was thrown into the blackened sewage by people with a heart of gold. His death was pathetic and hateful, and Kiankikyo had once again seen the darkness and distortion of human nature. The distance between good and evil in this world is so close. Maybe you once believed that the condemnation of abuse is a knife for evil. In the lynching of others, the so-called rumors stop at the wise, but the wise are few and far between, and they too are susceptible to being hoodwinked by others. Chen Duo, we must trust each other and not be provoked by others. Chiaki Chocho suddenly had the sense to call Chen Duo. Autumn, what's wrong with you? Listening to this inexplicable sentence of Chen Chicho's, Chen Duo sensed the abnormality and hurriedly asked after him. I'm at school. I just saw that person. It was horrible. And people are still wrongfully abusing Chi Yang. Kiankikyo was a little sad. Although she couldn't empathize, the closer she got to the truth, the more heartbroken she felt for Chi Yang. It's amazing that in such a wonderful campus there lurks an unknown darkness. Don't feel bad. We'll help Chi Yang sink his teeth into it. Is there no class next? Chen Duo switched the computer interface and saw that Chiaki Chocho's class schedule showed that there were no classes in the afternoon. Chiaki said softly, "Well, I'll be right back." "Come back then. I'll wait for you to join us for dinner. Be careful on the way." Chen Duo's low voice seemed to carry a soothing effect, and Chiaki Chocho calmed down after hearing it. Luckily she has Chen Duo and they will live happily ever after. Chiaki gathered herself together and drove her car home. It was a wonderful feeling to have someone still waiting for her to eat. It turns out that happiness is so simple. Just have someone to spend 3 meals a day in 4 seasons with you. Kiankikyo's car had just pulled into the gate when she saw Chen Duo already sitting in the courtyard waiting for her. A warmth wrapped around her heart, and her eyes soured a little. The man in front of her was warm and fuzzy. Her little son. Husband. Chiaki Chiyochio pushed open the car door, jogged and wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck, kissing his cheek. The corner of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly as he doted. Let's go. Go home and eat. No, I just want to hug you. Qian Kikiyu playfully didn't want to move and wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and wouldn't let go. Chen Duo smiled and didn't move, just following Chiaki Chiyochio as she hugged herself like this. Husband. Chiaki Chiyochio's cheek was pressed against Chen Duo's cheek, rubbing against it constantly. Well, it's okay, we'll be fine. Chen Duo hugged Qian Kikiyu's waist and coaxed her softly. You're not allowed to leave me. You must have cast some kind of spell on me. I can't even leave you now. Chiaki Chiyochio kissed Chen Duo's cheek in a petulant manner. She knew there was no magic. It was love that brought them closer together. Chen Duo smiled and said, don't worry, I can't leave you either. You're hungry. Let's go in first and eat. Good boy. Chen Duo's hand rested on Chiaki Chiyochio's arm that was wrapped around his neck, coaxing her softly. Only then did Qian Kikiyu let go of his neck and held Chen Duo's hand and said, all right, but we can't starve my husband. They walked towards the house with their fingers interlocked, and Mrs. Lu had already brought up the meal. After washing their hands, they sat down at the table. Qian Kikiyu gave Chen Duo dishes from time to time, and she would definitely give Chen Duo the dishes that she tasted and found delicious. At the table Chiaki Chiyochio was chattering in his ear, and Chen Duo ate with a happy face. Such a life is full of fireworks and what he aspires to. Chapter 89, Traveling Abroad. Chen Duo was dull and nonverbal, but it did not mean that he liked to stay in a quiet environment. In fact, he was full of desire for lively and noisy inside. He yearned for the lively crowd, but the defect in his legs made him too sensitive to approach. Random glances from others would make him notice the difference, and eventually he would have no choice but to abandon the crowd. But with Chiaki Chiyochio, his world became open. Appearing in a crowd again, he all but confidently acquiesced to the fact that the eyes of others were looking at him with envy, with admiration. After dinner, the two of them went back to their room, hand in hand. The two of them, Chiaki Chiyochio and Chen Duo, opened up a chat mode. Hubby, I've already asked around. That male technician is called Suze, and Chi Yang is in the same department in different class. You're also too adventurous. What if he realizes you're following him on purpose and has bad intentions towards you? Chen Duo was shocked by Chiaki Chiyochio's single-handedly going to spy on the news. What kind of person is that Suze? He even dared to harm the same window. Visible is not a good person. Has long been no conscience. What if he finds out about Chiyochio and poisons her? Don't worry. I just posed as a girl trying to hit on him. Qian Kikiyu patted Chen Duo's chest and laughed lightly as she tried to muddle through with a gag. She was afraid that Chen Duo was going to educate her. And Mr. Chen was still very fierce in disciplining people. As it was now, he was looking at her with a stern face and not saying a word, and she was panicking a lot. That's dangerous too. He's a dangerous man. Since he's seen you, you're not going to go to school until this thing with you is over. Chen Duo coldly gave the order not to allow Qian Kikiyu to go to school. Chiaki froze. So serious. Isn't Chandu too much of a snake in the cup? And there's no sign of this? How did he know he was investigating him? Don't get all playful with me. When I say no, you have no idea what he'll do. And I'm doing this to be on the safe side. Chen Duo directly twisted his head to the other side, not wanting to see Qian Kikiyu smiling to please herself, or else he would be soft without principle again. This was a threat to Chiyochio's safety, and he was determined not to compromise. Wow, you're mean to me. It's true that all men are big piggies. You changed your mind. Chiaki covered her eyes and dryly howled. Even though Chen Duo knew that she was faking crying, he still couldn't do nothing about it. Panicked, he took the person into his arms and whispered, I'm not being mean. I just don't want the slightest accident to happen to you. Wow, you're just mean to me and don't love me anymore. Woohoo. Chiaki covered her eyes and continued to howl with a sobbing voice. Chen Duo stroked her head and coaxed her. Good girl. I'm just concerned. You don't love me anymore. Chiaki muttered in an unenthusiastic manner. Love, I've always loved you. Chen Duo hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up in order to coax Qian Kikiyu. Qian Kikiyu sniffed and lowered her blindfolded hand. A pair of peach blossom eyes full of wry smiles. Not a single drop of water splash was seen under her eyelids. She wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and violently kissed his thin lips, smiling, I love you too. Only then did Chen Duo realize that he had been set up, and he laughed hopelessly. No go. I can't stand someone sugarcoating. If he treats me like that from now on, I'm sure I'll be good and do everything he says. Chiaki spread out on the bed and gave up struggling, laughing and flirting with herself. Ha! Chen Duo's low chuckle came out as he was amused by Chiaki Chiyochio's words. Little fox. He felt that Chiaki Autumn was at the moment. So good, then I'll reward you too. Chen Duo wrapped the person in his arms and kissed her red lips. The two of them were now a pulsing mass of warmth, one making a scene and the other laughing, unusually cozy. Jiang Shibi and Xia Chuchu's place is much more intense. After eating lunch, the sleepy Xia Chuchu was pulled by Jiang Shibi to exercise to eliminate food. Honey, where's the surprise? Isashi motioned as he claimed the surprise. I'll give it to you for the night if you'll abstain. Xia Chuchu can't stand Jiang Shibi's excessive enthusiasm. She's only been out of the house for half a month, and this person has transformed into a hungry wolf. With her mind set on nothing but meat, she was dying of exhaustion. It's only after 3 in the afternoon, and there's still a long night and evening ahead of her, so how is she going to stay up? Really? Jiang Shu was more curious about Xia Chuchu's surprise. This should be the first gift she gave herself after the marriage. Of course, the package will satisfy you, Xia Chuchu said coquettishly. Jiang Shibi let her go after sniffing once, and Xia Chuchu, who can finally catch her breath, breathes a sigh of relief. Jiang Shuji went to work in the study, and Xia Chuchu started packing her bags. Her play is about a month away, and this next month is important. She still needed to develop a good relationship with Yang Jun in order to take advantage of the east wind to promote a good wave of publicity, and she couldn't let Jiang Shibi interfere. Since Jiang Shibi liked doing this so much, of course she had to throw herself at his mercy and coax him. As night fell, Jiang Shibi finally finished the task at hand, and he then remembered that his stepford wife had already gone home. He actually left the person hanging at home for a few hours, and he rushed to find Xia Chuchu. Hatsa Momo. Jiang Shibi pushed open the door of his room to find it dark, the heavy curtains covering the newly risen moon. There was a pop and the light switch was flipped on by him. Suddenly the room was bright, and in the eye was a woman enchantingly lying on the bed. Her body was covered in sexy lace, and large swaths of snow-white skin were exposed to the air, seemingly competing with the bright lights to see who was whiter. Jiang Shibi looked at the scene in front of him only to feel his breath stuttering and his hot blood rushing to his heart. Honey, are you happy with this surprise? Xia Chuchu's coquettish voice came out, throwing winks at Jiang Shushi with a lot of flavor. Satisfied. So satisfied. Jiang Shushi quickly rushed over, directly proving to Xia Chuchu how satisfied he was with practical actions. Hibiscus weeps in the hibiscus warm tent. Ying whispers to attract the phoenix. The tent of the spring night love is not endless. Face red dark stained rouge sweat. Face white mistakenly stained powder oil. I can't sleep when I'm upside down. And the rooster sings through the 5 nights of autumn. Honey, my cousin invited me to accompany her on a trip abroad, and I agreed. Xia Chuchu said weakly. So you're purposely trying to please me? Waiting for me here? What if I don't agree? Jiang Shibi picked up Xia Chuchu's sweat-dampened hair in front of her forehead for her. I know you're the best. It's only a month of traveling. I want to go out too. Xia Chuchu pulled Jiang Shushi's hand and rubbed against him. Didn't I feed you enough just now? Jiang Shui was mute, his eyes tinted with another hint of desire. Xia Chuchu hurriedly let go of him. She wouldn't dare to light a fire. Xia Chuchu begged. Hubby, just play for a month. I'll never accompany my cousin again. Chapter 90, The Most Beautiful Lie. Are you really never going to accompany Chiaki Autumn again? Jiang Shibi thought that if this was really the case, then it would be better. A month in exchange for long-lasting companionship. He thought it was not bad. He didn't want Qian Kikiyu to let Cho-Cho go with her indefinitely because she married someone she didn't like. Did he? Xia Chuchu smiled in her heart. She knew that Jiang Shushu had already loosened his lips. Of course, we all have our own families. We can't stay with our cousin for the rest of our lives. Xia Chuchu spoke truthfully in order to put Jiang Shushi at ease. Jiang Shui's chest warmed. Hatsumomo had already thought about running their family properly. He wrapped his arms around Xia Chuchu's thin waist and whispered, Chu-Chu, give me a daughter? One as cute as you. Okay, but not now. Xia Chuchu smiles with a gentle smile, as if she is envisioning the scene when she has a daughter in the future. Jiang Shushi felt that the woman in his arms at the moment was shrouded with a touch of maternal light. His heart was greatly moved, and he once again rolled over and pressed on. Jiang Shu finally agreed to her request, and Xia Chuchu could only be forced to sell herself to please him. It was another good fight, and the day was dawning. Xia Chuchu dragged her exhausted body and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After a quick wash, Xia Chuchu didn't even look at Jiang Shibi, who was still huffing and puffing on the bed. She happily dragged her organized suitcase and left without looking back. The next month will finally clear up a bit. Xia Chuchu, who got on the plane, fell into a deep sleep, and she didn't wake up until the plane reached its destination. She was so tired from this trip back, physically and mentally. There was a surprise though. Just as she exited the airport lobby, she met Yang Jun, who was waiting there with flowers in his hands. Yang Jun, what brings you here? Xia Chuchu ran over with joy. She didn't expect that she had only been away for a day, and Yang Jun had so lived up to her expectations of enlightenment. Came by to pick you up. Welcome back. With a smile on his face, Yang Jun stuffed the flowers into Xia Chuchu's hand and took over her suitcase. He knows that a newcomer like Xia Chuchu who just came out to shoot a movie and didn't sign an agency, can only rely on herself alone when traveling. That's why he slipped out from the set to pick up Xia Chuchu after seeing her dynamic in his circle of friends. Xia Chuchu happily held the flowers and feigned ignorance of the rest, thinking it was just out of concern between friends. In fact, that circle of friends was deliberately sent by her, designated for Yang Jun to be visible to one person, just to tell him that she is back. But this man surprised himself by offering to pick him up. How about going back on a blind date? Yang Jun single-handedly went straight to the topic. He hadn't been at ease during the day Xia Chuchu left. All that was on her mind was how that blind date of hers was, worrying that Xia Chuchu would look at him and she wouldn't have a chance. Xia Chuchu intentionally scared a bit and said, "Not bad. The conversation is not vulgar. The clothes are also good. The person is quite good." Yang Jun froze at his words, and his face sank with some loss. Xia Chuchu laughed at the sight. A touch of teasing flashed in her soulful eyes. "Lying to you. I'm not going on a blind date. I stood someone up. It pissed my parents off so much I had to bail and run to the shoot in a hurry. Ha ha ha." A flash of ecstasy flashed across Yang Jun's face. He was really scared to death just now. "Thought my first love was about to end without a trace. Naughty." Yang Jun helplessly laughed and scratched Xia Chuchu's nose. Xia Chuchu pretended to be stunned by Yang Jun's sudden action. After freezing for a while, she shyly covered her face and turned her head to the side. "Hatsumomo, I. For the first time in his life, Yang Jun was moved by a girl's heart, and his actions just now were done unconsciously by his body and heart. He reddened and tried to say something, but realized he didn't know how to explain. Xia Chuchu then pretended to be shy and kept looking at the scenery outside the window without looking back at Yang Jun. Suddenly her body was turned around by Yang Jun, who seemed to have gathered enough courage. He looked at Xia Chuchu with a serious face and said, "Chuchu, I like you. Be my girlfriend, okay?" Xia Chuchu didn't reject or accept. She blushed and lowered her head. "I'm still a small, silent actor, unlike you who's already a big, famous star, and I don't deserve you." Yang Jun smiled and said, "Fool, where is there a match? It's enough that I like you, but I don't want to drag you down. If you let your fans know that your girlfriend is a little-known 18-line actress, will fall off." Xia Chuchu said in a low voice with some inferiority complex. "It's fine, I don't care. It's not like I want to be an idle traffic star. I just want to be a strong actor." Yang Jun picked up Xia Chuchu's chin and looked at her with a serious face. I like you too, but I don't deserve you right now, so please give me some time. I want everyone to know that we're the perfect match." Xia Chuchu seems to be forced to finally look straight at her feelings. She plucked up courage and swore about her high fighting spirit. She wanted to have an evenly matched love with Yang Jun. Hopefully they were blessed together and she was willing to work for it. Yang Jun saw the deep love for himself in her eyes, as well as her toughness. This is the girl he likes. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm willing to wait. I don't know that this is the most beautiful lie. Just like the king said, when I am at the top of the world, I'll make you a home on all four seas. It is also like what the scholar said, when I have achieved success and fame, I will promise you to spend time with me in front of the moon." And the most realistic version is just that after the king's landing, the harem of 3,000 beauties, she is already yesterday's flower. Similarly, Xia Chuchu's oath is nothing but the most hypocritical lie. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yang Jun is like a young boy or girl in love, full of expectations and beautiful fantasies about love. He thought he had met the love of his life, but he didn't know he was standing on the edge of a cliff. Xia Chuchu excitedly jumped into Yang Jun's arms and was moved to tears. Yang Jun's heart burst with contentment. They promised each other their lives and would still be working in the entertainment industry with a common dream. He was already plotting in his mind how he was going to help Xia Chuchu and provide her with a boost in the entertainment industry. Xia Chuchu leaned in his arms with a smug smile at the corner of her mouth. This fish has been steadily hooked. She just the scumbags do not reject, do not accept, not responsible for 3 do not principle, slightly embellished a little. Other people will be touched by it. Yang Jun carried her all the way back to the set, and looked at Xia Chuchu who had fallen asleep in his arms. It was too hard for a girl to fight in the entertainment industry single-handedly, and looking at a bruise under her eyelids, he was even more heartbroken. Hatsumomo was always strong enough to keep everything inside, and this time she must have gone back with a lot of pressure from her mom and dad. Chapter 91. Who's the killer? Jiang Shushi opened his eyes only to realize that Xia Chuchu had already left, and the suitcases had been taken away. He knew he had another month of asceticism ahead of him, but he could endure it for the future. However, his heart was filled with disgust for Qian Kikiu, who had forcibly broken up their couple, married to a man he didn't like. Why drag his wife for comfort? He speculated in his heart that Qian Kikiu might not have done it on purpose, intending to destroy their marriage, pulling Chuchu away from letting them live well as a couple. Just thinking about this possibility made Zhang Shibu even more disgusted with Qian Kikiu. He doesn't like her, so she's purposely holding back his wife. He hid this speculation in his heart. If Chocho came back after a month and never cared about Qian Kikyu again, forget it. If Qianqiuqiu still pestered Chocho, then don't blame him for not being polite. Qian Kikyu didn't even know that Jiang Shibi was so narcissistic that he thought she still liked him and used such a clumsy means to keep Xia Chuchu. She was currently flipping through the photos sent to her by Right with Chen Duo, who had stalked Suze for a few days and taken some photos secretly. Qian Kikyu was so shocked that her eyes opened wide. Suze looked cold and icy but was actually so enthusiastic about a middle-aged woman. They'd been shopping hand in hand, kissing passionately in the park, and have been building a love nest for a long time. They can already be sure that Suze is the one who was adopted by the rich woman, and Qi Yang is just a scapegoat. Chen Duo looked up the middle-aged woman's information on the internet again. Qian Kikyu came over shocked that this woman had a son about the same age as Suze. Oh my god, isn't that the one who beat up Qi Yang in the foot wash her son? Look at the picture. They look alike. Chiaki Chocho pointed at the picture on the computer and exclaimed in shock. Well, this young Ling should have been harboring Suze, but was discovered by her son, Zhang Huayo. He mistook that person for Qi Yang, so he violently beat up Qi Yang. Honey, how are those blacks looking into it? Chiaki was ordered to stay home for the past few days, and it was up to Right to carry out the tracing. There's already an inkling. Right has already found out some information about them. Chen Duo opened the email from Right, and the basic information on these people had already been dug out. Some of them are rich and some are from average families. Chen Duo suspected that there was a relationship with Yang Ling's son, Zhang Huayo, and it was always unlikely that those rich kids were directed by Suze. He has already additionally sent Azua to track down Zhang Huayo, and he believes that there will be a harvest soon. These people are the ones who started it all, the accomplices who killed Qi Yang. I hope that after this incident, they will be sanctioned by the law. As Qian Kikyu looked at the names of these 7 or 8 people, she suddenly felt that the internet needed to be better regulated. While everyone has freedom of speech, this kind of baseless planting is a disservice to others. Words were just a form of expression, but now they have become sharp and creepy weapons of murder. Qian Kikyu lamented. I really wish someone could develop an internet regulation software to control the speech of these black people. Chen Duo's heart stirred at the words. Since it was Chocho's wish, he could grant her wish. Chen Duo, who do you think killed Qi Yang? Qian Kikyu curiously inquired about Chen Duo. I think it's Zhang Huayo. Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikyu and hesitated for a moment before finally saying the answer in his heart. He was afraid that Qian Kikyu would think he was too dark inside, but his first reaction told him it was Zhang Huayo. Suze, a young man willing to give Yang Ling as a small boyfriend, must have other plans. He also took the opportunity to use Zhang Huayo's hand to smear his rival Qi Yang. It can be seen that this person is thoughtful and dark. Such a person is unlikely to break his arm and personally kill Qi Yang. It is highly likely that he lured Zhang Huayo to move to kill Qi Yang so that he could be left alone if the matter was blown up. Without bursting out, he could still use the evidence in his hand to hold Zhang Huayo back. It can't be, right? He has violently beaten Qi Yang and discredited him, so he can't be guilty of not having a good day and going to kill someone. I think it's Suze. It must be that his scandalous affair was known by Qi Yang, and that's why he chose to silence him. Qian Kikyu thinks Zhang Huayo looks like an impulsive rich second generation. His father is dead. He can't afford to kill for the sake of his mother's little boyfriend. We'll just wait and see then, won't we? The evidence of everything will tell us. Chen Duo didn't retort. He didn't want to dissect the darkness of human nature to Qian Kikyu. Didn't want her to be exposed to understanding these things. Okay then, why don't we make a bet and see who's right? Chaya Kikyu was confident in her answer. Chen Duo smiled at his words as he said softly, since it's a bet, there has to be a wager. The bet is to do something for the other guy. Xianqiu Chiqiu raised an eyebrow and smiled. She had already thought of what to have Chen Duo do. Okay, high five. Chen Duo smiled and extended his palm. He was beyond certain that he was right, because human nature is the hardest thing in the world to control. Splat. Chiaki Chocho slapped on Chen Duo's palm with a smug look on her face. Chen Duo looked at her smug appearance and suddenly wished that Qian Kikyu would win, or at least convince her of the beauty of humanity. He wanted to guard his Chocho for a lifetime of everlasting innocence and goodness, believing in the goodness of the world. Chen Duo stroked Qian Kikyu's head and smiled with a satisfied expression. Suze suddenly stopped in his tracks as he walked, and he turned around to look around. He'd been feeling weird the last few days, like there were eyes behind him watching him. Right quickly hid behind a tree, not realizing that this kid was so vigilant. Suze realized that no one was there, but the strange feeling made him uncomfortable. He picked up his cell phone and called Yang Ling. Baby, I'm going to be busy with exams for the next few days, so let's not see each other for a while. Are you sick of me and want to break up? Yang Ling's first reaction when she received the phone call was that Suze had changed his heart, and that the exams were nothing more than an excuse. Just some of the little tricks that men do. She's lived long enough to know them all too well. Baby, What are you rambling about? Isn't it almost finals? I need to study hard. You know I have no resistance to you, and as soon as I see you, all I want to do is discuss the true meaning of life with you. Suze lightly coaxed Yang Ling and laughed gangly with a man's inferiority. Darn, just know how to coax me. Yang Ling was coaxed to smile. Suze gave her love, also let her get love. Now when the employees in the company see her, they all say that she is much younger and more feminine. Which is true. Be good. When summer vacation is over, I'll be sure to keep you company. Suze gangly laughed as he teased Yang Ling and calmed her down. Chapter 92, is he bad? Now Yang Ling is her own cash cow. If he hadn't suspected that he was being targeted by that idiot of a son of hers, he wouldn't have stopped Yang Ling from coming over. Bugger. I've noticed you're getting more and more oily with that mouth of yours. Yang Ling laughed out on the other end of the phone, thinking to herself that she was attractive to Suze. Unbeknownst to her, Suze had a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth when he spoke to her. Okay, baby, not with you. You need to get along with your son at home and put up with it as long as you can. I'm afraid he'll hurt you again. For nothing it makes my heart ache. Before Suze hangs up the phone, he doesn't forget to urge Yang Ling to stay home more and coax his son, preferably to discourage him from spying on him. If the timing wasn't quite right now, he would have cleaned up that kid a long time ago. Yang Ling was coaxed into obedience and agreed not to come looking for Suze recently. Suze was relieved to put away the phone and go home. So Wright followed Suze for a few days in a row, and realized that his life was 3 points a day. School cafeteria home. Azwa, there is a new clue. He found out that those who posted black posts are under the orders of Zhang Huayo. The rich kids who post are all his buddies, and the posters who are from ordinary families are all subservient people who have been paid off by these rich kids. Zhua just followed Zhang Huayo every day and watched him spend his days drinking, but nothing else was gained. This forced Qi Yang's case to a standstill, and Xian Qiuqiu's brain hurt from thinking about it. As long as it's a murder, there can't be no clues. Is there something they're overlooking? There's no way that neither of them are murderers. Is there? Chen Duo, you said there wouldn't be any more hidden killers, right? Chiaki was a little puzzled. She looked at the pictures and realized that they were living a normal life without any abnormal behavior. We may need to push some cases forward now, and it may be a little bad practice. Chen Duo brought up his idea with some hesitation. He was afraid that Qian Qiqiu would find out that he wasn't actually a kind person. Some bad? Tell me. I'll hear what kind of bad. Qian Qiqiu smiled at her words. In her eyes, Chen Duo was a sensitive and fragile little pitiful person. What bad ideas could he have? She wanted to hear. Chen Duo said in a deep voice, do unto others as they would have them do unto you. You're not thinking of posting pictures of Suze and Yang Ling on our school's posting board? Chiaki's eyes were glowing. She thought this was a good idea. This is also a way to help Qi Yang clear his name and let everyone know Suze's true colors. No, let's not do anything. Let them dog eat dog and send these photos to Zhang Huayo. He will definitely act. Chen Duo wouldn't dirty his hands. He just wanted to sit back and watch them fight. As soon as they fight, they're bound to show signs. Wow, honey, you're still smart. Shen Qiuqiu could not help but feel that Chen Duo was really too smart. This method was wonderful. They can hide in the shadows and not be noticed by others. Chen Duo froze a bit at his words as he asked apprehensively, won't you think I'm a bit bad? Why? They deserve it. These bad ones of yours, I like them too. Qian Qiqiu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and kissed his cheek. In fact, you can still be a little more badass. As the saying goes, if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. Qian Qiqiu threw a wink at Chen Duo. Her nimble little hand had already burrowed into Chen Duo's clothes, touching his abs. People have made it so obvious. Can Chen Duo still put up with it? Then he's not a man. Without saying a word, Chen Duo clasped the back of her head and lowered his head to attach Qian Qiqiu's lips. He attacked all the way to pry open her teeth. Well, Chiaki couldn't help but make a shameful sound. She was now sitting in an awkward position as she was straddling the table in her dress. Go back to. Qian Qiqiu blushed and whispered out her request. She didn't want to stay here. It felt weird, but Chen Duo wouldn't let her be a deserter on the battlefield and held her waist to keep her from leaving. He kissed behind Chiaki's ear, which was her sensitive spot. Qian Qiqiu's face was red. Very red. Very red. She was just teasing Chen Duo. She didn't want to be here. I didn't want something indescribable to happen. Or in the study. It's a place of learning. At the thought of this taboo, a different feeling rose in her heart instead. Chen Duo laughed out softly. He clearly felt her difference. Turns out she liked it, which was quite a surprise. So someone turns into a bad guy for a second and starts teasing Chiaki while exercising and talking gangsta. Make up your own mind, huh? Qian Qiqiu was stimulated in her heart. She didn't think that Chen Duo had already turned bad without her knowledge. Or maybe he's just a big bad wolf pretending to be a white rabbit by nature, disguising himself all the time. The wheelchair creaked as if playing a symphony of life's highs and lows. This is written in such a way that everyone understands, right? Trial and error on the edge of reviewing the car. You give me a pass, okay? I'm begging on my knees. Chiaki was sweating so much that she didn't want to move. Softened into a puddle. Fingers don't want to move. Chen Duo hugged her and pushed the wheelchair outside, but was stopped by Chiaki Chocho's whisper. No, don't go out there. Kiankikyu didn't want to go out like this. It was too shy. Don't worry, it's just the two of us here. Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair out. Kiankikyu was so frightened that she hurriedly hugged his neck, and this sudden proximity stimulated Chen Duo's heart to jump again. Mrs. Lu is at home. Let's not go out. Kiankikyu low voice is as tiny as a mosquito. This posture out had to let people not think. It's okay, she can't see. Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair out the door of the study and carried Kiankikyu back to their room. Kiankikyu was currently lying comfortably in the bathtub like a queen mother, while Chen Duo served her like a little courtesan bathing and dressing. It can't be helped. She's so tired. And someone enjoys these moments. It's a painful and pleasurable torture for him. After waiting for the Empress Mother to change, Chen Duo then carried her and sent her to the bed. Kiankikyu quickly buried her head under the pillow. What had just happened in the study still made her blush. Chapter 93, Suze's Exposure. Early that morning, a drunken Zhang Huayo came out of the bar. He held his forehead as he went to get his car, only to see a blank envelope sitting on the front windshield. He threw the envelope on the floor in annoyance, thinking it was another advertising leaflet or something. The envelope was thrown to the ground with a pop and the photos inside were scattered all over the place. Zhang Huayo froze in place as he lightly pressed his hand on his forehead. His veins rippled on his forehead and his hands clenched, showing his anger at this moment. He walked over quickly and crouched down to collect all these pictures. Looking at the picture of the unashamed woman kissing a younger man made him feel incredibly sick. This man is his size. Doesn't that woman feel phobic? Looks like she wasn't too sad when that little white boy died, finding a new love so soon. And what an ungrateful. He clutched the picked-up photo in his hand, squeezing and crumpling it. Looking at that smiling face, he couldn't kill her. He even hated that he couldn't kill himself. Why did he have such a mother? He didn't want to have the same dirty blood in his body as she did. He thought about self-mutilation, but he didn't have the courage, so it's just better to die than to live. Fighting that woman every day. Fighting to the death. One of the two of them had to die so the rest could live properly. Otherwise this is an endless war. Why is it not the mother who dies, but the father? Zhang Huayo put a foot on the tire of the car. He opened the door and sat on it. His head banged frantically against the steering wheel, the daily grind of this paper life not anesthetizing him, but making him more and more awake. The way that little white boy looked at himself with wide eyes before he fell off the building stayed in his dreams. He couldn't sleep well every night and had to numb himself with alcohol. But this immediately found another white boy. Really think the assembly line to engage in production. He kills one. She finds another. In that case, killing one is also killing, and two naturally doesn't matter. Zhang Huayo drove the car back home and was surprised to see that woman at home. She seemed to be in a good mood, humming a song as she watered the flowers in the garden. The corner of Zhang Huayo's mouth pulled up a sarcastic smile. It feels good to change the groom every day, doesn't it? Zhang Huayo took a stride to go back to his room with his slender thighs trimmed open. He went back and took a shower before sitting on the couch and contacting his friends to manhandle this little white boy. Oh, still really hungry. Zhang Huayo looked at the message sent by his friend and laughed. This white boy number 2 is actually a friend of the number 1, but also all dry in the foot washing city. Is that woman taking someone's best buddy under her wing and having her hands and tails with both men at the same time? Zhang Huayo felt that he had really underestimated that woman Yang Ling, his father's gentle and well-behaved fashion in the world. As soon as her father passed away, she started letting herself go and screwing around. He took the photo and sent it to his friend after he had mosaicked the woman. It's a picture of a stone hammer, so Suze, the number 2 white boy, is just waiting to take it. Oh my god, look, look. A student with a cell phone yells at his friends to read the breaking news. Holy, is this for real? No way. This guy is Suze, the black-faced god. Ma, this department's values need to be improved. With Chi Yang being adopted in the front and Suze in the back, it's really going forward. Beat me to death. I don't believe that someone as dull as Suze would do such a thing. It's not surprising what's going on in the world these days. This is too able to pretend. Suze is worthy of being an actor. This melon is by far the biggest melon I've ever eaten. After all, that Chi Yang thing hasn't even been actualized yet. Suze's behavior is breathtaking, and I now wonder if Chi Yang was wrongly accused. After all, when the two of them were competing for scholarships, Chi Yang blew the lid off the black material. Man, it's a shame you didn't become a detective. That deductive ability is absolute. I actually agree. There are no actual photos of Chi Yang being adopted. Upstairs is hilarious. Photos can be synthesized. Who knows if this photo of Suze is synthesized? I still trust Suze. Come, We have the great gods of the photography department to guide the identification. Seconded. One man's blood is recommended. And there is an invitation to the Great Spirit, the god of the photography department. Come out. The maintenance of campus harmony depends on you. Seek the guidance of the gods. Kiankikia looked at the campus bar. Everyone's message was angry and laughed, when wrongly accused Chi Yang. How no one came forward to redress the grievances. Now that a real person has appeared, they are still thinking of sinking their teeth into Suze, seeking advice from professionals and knowing to look for evidence. Ridiculous. What's in these people's heads? Forgot to do a little upside down and dump the water out first before you left the house? Kiankikyo picked up her phone and started typing. She was going to curse these people to death. I didn't want the phone to be snatched by a slender hand. Don't send it. You don't get involved. What's true can't be false. And what's false can't be true. Chen Duo put Chiaki Chocho's cell phone aside, not allowing her to speak. It's so infuriating. These people are stupid one by one. Kiankikyo pounded the bed, her anger hard to dispel in her heart. Don't be angry. There are two possibilities when you look at it dialectically. First, Suze is better liked than Chi Yang in school. The second is that after Chi Yang's incident, people began to stop people's clouds. Melon eating began to look for solid evidence. If it's the second possibility, which is always a good outcome, at least people are slowly bringing their brains to the gossip. Jin Duo caught Kiankikyo's hand, preventing her from pounding the bed anymore. Chiaki said, a bit demoralized. Well, if it's the second possibility, I'll forgive them. This photo of Suze is real, and real gold is not afraid of being refined by fire. That's true even if you've asked the gods of the photography department to judge it. What do you think Suze will do next? Chen Xiuqiu came over to Chen Duo's side and asked curiously. I'm guessing he'll contact Zhang Huayo to delete the post. It's the best way to eliminate gossip from the root. Deleting the post at its root makes everyone default to the poster being weak-minded and that he's making up rumors. Chen Duo was sure that Suze definitely knew about Chi Yang's death, or that he had some evidence. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so blatant about being with Yang Ling after Chi Yang's death. If a normal person knew that Zhang Huayo would kill his mother's lover, he would be so scared that he would immediately break off the relationship. But Suze did not do so. Then he must have a gold medal of immunity and is not afraid of Zhang Huayo's retaliation. He said delete chapter Huayo, not necessarily delete unless he hands chapter Huayo handle. After Chiaki said that, she suddenly felt that she might lose this case, because if there is a handle, then the murderer should not be Suze. Chapter 94, no distinction between inside and outside the theater. Brother, you can't be serious about Xia Chuchu, right? Yang Jun's little assistant sat beside him, holding a small fan for him, worried in her heart. When he was assigned to Yang by Yang Jun's agent, Sister Nan, she asked him to take care of Yang's clothes, food and living in addition to paying special attention to Yang's love life and strictly forbidding him to fall in love. He is now in the rising period of his acting career. If he bursts out the scandal of being in love at this moment, needless to say, he will definitely drop his fans and his popularity will be greatly reduced. Of course, but you can rest assured that we won't be together now. Yang Jun laughed as he looked at his little assistant's panicked appearance. He didn't care if being in a relationship would have an effect on his popularity. He was going down the road of being a power actor. Popularity was something he didn't value. This circle is supposed to have popularity that comes and goes quickly, and with newcomers coming one after another every year, everyone's attention quickly shifts to the idolized newcomers. Therefore, Yang Jun thinks that Nan's ideas are just out of interest, cutting a wave of leaks in the early days when he was still popular to maximize the benefits for the company. He needs to make his own way out, keep improving his acting skills and become a powerful actor so that his future path in the showbiz industry will go farther. Brother, you also know what Sister Nan means. Personally, I don't think that Xia Chuchu is worthy of you. The little assistant lowered her head after saying that and didn't dare to say anything else for fear that Brother Yang would be upset. What match or not? Don't say that again. She's a newcomer just starting out. Naturally her popularity isn't high. All of this can be built up slowly later. And I believe that after this work, Hatsumomo will attract a large number of fans. She's a good actress and has a bright future ahead of her. Yang Jun had a stern face and rebuked the little assistant unhappily. In his opinion, Xia Chuchu has acting skills and is willing to work hard and learn. She will definitely have a great career in the entertainment industry in the future. He just came out a little earlier and had some work. He didn't care about these things. What mattered was that Xia Chuchu was a good match for him. She had some qualities that attracted him. These things are not outsiders can know. Life in the world of the soulmate is hard to find. Xia Chuchu is the soulmate he has been looking for a long time. The little assistant could only nod timidly. Okay, brother, I won't talk nonsense in the future. Yang was now trapped in love, and naturally he, a bystander, could not comment on it. However, he always felt that Xia Chuchu, this person, is a bit fake. No one can be perfect and flawless, but Xia Chuchu and the crew can do it. The entire crew praised her. praising her for her beauty and kindness. And everyone cared for her so much that she was now a group favorite. Such an amicable and friendly crew. But the little assistant is not half happy, and in her heart she is very wary of Xia Chuchu. With such a perfect persona, he couldn't really think of any reason for it if he didn't have a deep heart. Watching Xia Chuchu and Wu Wei chatting with laughter from time to time while filming, the little assistant glanced at Brother Yang beside him again, only to feel that the top of his head seemed to be tinted with the greenish color of a small blade of grass. It's just that love is as cold as water. It's good that Brother Yang is happy. He's just a small man who doesn't dare to preach. Chu, I see that you and Brother Yang are quite close. Wu Wei is a little envious of Xia Chuchu's ability to speak well and get along with everyone in the crew. He's rather shy and bashful. He's a little transparent on the set, and when he's not filming he's always sitting alone and staring. It's not bad. Yang is actually just cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and he's usually very patient when I ask him for advice. Xia Chuchu smiles. She doesn't dare to say that she has gotten Yang Jun. Wu for this person cannot enter her fish pond are tentative it, so if that is the relationship between friends or to maintain, naturally cannot reveal too much to him. Yeah, or you're braver. Everyone was scared off by the cold-faced Yang. Wu Wei rubbed the back of his head and smiled somewhat coyly. He wasn't very good at dealing with others. It's okay for you to be bold. Xia Chuchu lightly laughed and cheered for Wu Wei. Wu Wei pursed his lips in embarrassment and smiled. He also knew that this character of his was not very good, but it was still a little difficult to change. He was more envious to admire Xia Chuchu, who was a newcomer just like him, but she was much better than himself. Before long it was time for Xia Chuchu and Yang Jun to go on stage, and this scene was an emotional one. It's mainly about the heroine and hero stating their feelings, talking to each other, and then getting together. Yang Jun has already moved on to Xia Chuchu outside of the scene, so he acted out his true feelings in this scene, especially the part where they kissed. Yang Jun's youthfulness and elation, like a brat who has tasted love for the first time, is played to perfection. The director was very pleased with his performance and praised his acting skills. Only Yang Jun knew he wasn't acting. He kissed his favorite person for the first time in the play. He is full of joy, looking at Xia Chuchu with undisguised love in his eyes. Xia Chuchu shyly lowered her head. Yang Jun looked at her flushed cheeks and smiled happily. Cut. The director said happily. He found that in these few scenes, Xia Chuchu and Yang Jun worked well together, and they all passed in one line. It's perfectly fine to take advantage of the state of the two of them right now and move up the relationship scenes. So the director made a big move and brought the scene forward. So during this day, Yang Jun had a sweet love affair with Xia Chuchu in the theater. Kissing and cuddling is naturally inevitable. He knew it was an act, but his heart still beat wildly for it. Especially when Xia Chuchu's hand was on his chest when they kissed. His heartbeat became more and more irregular. He knew that Hatsumomo must have felt it too, and he was embarrassed and didn't know what to do when Hatsumomo kissed him back tenderly. His heart tightened violently, beating more and more violently. Cut. Over. Listening to the director shouting to stop. Only Yang Jun himself knows that he is still a bit unfulfilled. He sneaked a glance at Xia Chuchu, looking at her flushed cheeks. He couldn't help but want to kiss again. That's probably what happens when you like someone and then you start wanting to have intimate contact with them and an inexplicable possessiveness. Seeing Xia Chuchu acting with other male actors, even though his reason told him that it was due to his profession, he would still feel uncomfortable in his heart. Xia Chuchu smiled triumphantly in her heart, not realizing that Yang Jun is really a cold outside and hot inside type of man. It's just a kiss for a movie, and he's this excited. It seemed that he was deeply in love with her, so she didn't mind giving him a taste of her own medicine, make him lust after himself to death. Come on, get ready. Next game. When night fell, they started shooting again. At the moment, the shooting was a bed scene, and Yang Jun was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to do. It was obviously just a bed at night for a movie, but he was shamefully surprised that he had a reaction. Chapter 95 Yang Jun's Help. Yang Jun only felt that he was a bit of a villain, but the person lying beside him was the one he loved, and he was not exempt from being a saint. The hand touched her willowy waist across the thin, cicada-like gown. Yang Jun only felt that his hand was as if it was placed on a blazing fire, a piece of hot and sizzling. He turned his head to the side a little awkwardly. Cut. The director walked over. He looked at Yang Jun and said, "What's wrong with you? She's your maiden. This expression of yours feels like you're being forced." Yang Jun said awkwardly, "Sorry, director. I'll adjust my state and we'll do it again." The director patted Yang Jun's shoulder and said, "Okay, act well. Let's try to pass it once. After today, we can call it a day." With that said, the director went back to the monitor and yelled at the crew to get into position and start filming again. Yang Jun clenched his fists for a moment, took a deep breath and exhaled, and settled his mind. Only then did he retrace his steps to the bed, lifting the covers and laying in. Placing his hand on Xia Chuchu's waist, he began to kiss her red lips, and in his heart, He fantasized about the scene of his and Xia Chuchu's wedding night. They kissed obliviously, long forgetting about the camera on the sidelines. It wasn't until the director shouted stop again that Young Jun braked in time and snapped out of it. The director shouted, "Wrap it up." Everyone worked hard. There was a commotion on the set, and everyone was busy with their own business without noticing Young Jun's abnormality. Yang Jun was very glad that he was doing an ancient costume drama with heavier clothes rather than a modern drama. "Brother Yang, have some water." The little assistant handed over the prepared herbal tea. "It can't be helped. It's so hot and they're in a costume play, so they're wearing a lot of clothes." To prevent Yang from getting heatstroke, he thoughtfully prepared herbal tea or sour plum soup for Yang every day. Yang Jun took the herbal tea and drank it in one gulp before returning the cup to the little assistant. "Brother Yang, it's hot, isn't it? Let's hurry up and change clothes and go back to the hotel early to blow the air conditioning." When the little assistant saw Yang Jun finish drinking, he was worried that he had a heat stroke. After all, he was covered with a quilt just now. He hurriedly blew the small electric fan in his hand at Yang Jun to cool down the heat for him. Yang Jun quickly went to the restroom and calmed down not long before walking back. "Come on, get in the car." After Yang Jun changed his clothes, the little assistant had already driven the car over. "Yang, can I get a ride?" Xia Chuchu guarded the doorway, saw Yang Jun who walked out, smiled and asked for his opinion. Yang Jun, seeing Xia Chuchu at this moment, violently some sentiments surged back into his heart. Could be. Yang Jun looked at Xia Chuchu who raised her claws to him and begged for mercy. His voice even became a little bit dark, his eyes dark and unknown. Xia Chuchu doesn't avoid suspicion in the slightest. It seems that the emotional scene filmed today doesn't affect her much, and she still talks and laughs as she comes together next to Yang Jun. Yang Jun couldn't help but spit on himself in his heart for being a bit nasty in his thoughts and losing the basic training of an actor. Look at how dedicated people are to doing their jobs well in the first place. She was able to rationally distinguish between her feelings and acting, and as soon as she was off the stage she returned to her life. It's not like he doesn't distinguish between in and out of the theater and has dirty thoughts that he shouldn't have. Yang Jun deeply reviewed in his heart, reflecting and criticizing himself. Throw all the thoughts that shouldn't be there, out of your mind. Brother Yang, after this movie, do you still have a movie contract? Xia Chuchu feels that now is a good time to pry for information. If she can get Yang Jun to piggyback on herself when he shoots a movie, it will save her from having to find another movie to shoot. After all, she didn't have any resources and it wasn't good for her to keep bothering Songyu. The best thing would be to be able to sign with the same agency as Yang Jun. Nan's side should have picked up some scripts, but we'll have to wait until this drama is finalized before we consider it. Yang Jun also told Xia Chuchu everything without reservation. "Oh, that's so nice. I'm so jealous of you. I don't know what to do after this movie." Xia Chuchu envied. Thinking of her own situation, her tone lost again. "Don't you worry, after this drama is broadcasted, your fame will come out, and there will naturally be people inviting you at that time." Yang Jun patted Xia Chuchu's shoulder and advised her not to think too much, or to take her time. "Alas, it was with a passion that I got into acting in a haphazard way. Don't know anything, don't even know what to do after this movie." After all, Xia Chuchu is a non-science class actor who participated in the audition, and has no resources and doesn't know anything. What she said, Yang Jun naturally knew the truth. He pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't I ask Nan if she can sign you?" Yang Jun originally had this idea a long time ago, but in the way of Xia Chuchu may have other ideas, and he cannot guarantee, so also shelved. Today, hearing that Xia Chuchu really didn't have any other plans, he thought that he would try then. While his agency wasn't the best in the biz, it wasn't bad. "Good, thanks for your help, Brother Yang. When the time comes, no matter if it's a success or not, thank you." Xia Chuchu was happy. With an agency, her acting path would be smoother. "You're welcome, I can't help much." Xia Chuchu's good understanding touched Yang Jun's heart. He decided to have a good chat with Nan, even if he sacrificed some benefits. "Don't say that. Yang has helped me a lot already. I've also improved my acting skills a lot during this time. All thanks to Yang's guidance." What Xia Chuchu said were all beautiful words, and it was doubly happy to hear them in Yang Jun's ears. The two of them chatted quite happily on the way, and when they arrived at the hotel, they went to their respective rooms. Xia Chuchu thought about the brokerage company this must let Yang Jun packing to take. In that case that must give him some sweet. So after taking a shower, Xia Chuchu wore her pajamas and took the script to Yang Jun to talk about the script. Before leaving, considering the possibility of kissing Yang Jun in a while, so she took her gum out of her bag and chewed it for a while, which she spit out and walked away. "Hatsumomo, what are you doing here?" Yang Jun is drinking the beer prepared for him by his little assistant in his room, and he is still a bit puzzled when he sees Xia Chuchu who suddenly appears. "It's still early, and I'd like to discuss some scripts with you." Xia Chuchu raised the script in her hand and walked in with a smile. "You're drinking. Looking at the beer on the sofa coffee table, Xia Chuchu was surprised. Maybe she didn't expect Yang Jun to drink? Yeah, it's so hot it's nice to have a cold beer. Would you like some? Yang Jun took a can and handed it over to Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu suddenly felt a dry heat rise in her body and she hurriedly picked up the cold beer. Pop gouged open the can and slammed down a mouthful of beer. With the cold beer in her belly, she felt the heat lower a bit. Chapter 96, she's highly professional? But within moments, she felt another wave of heat come over her. Xia Chuchu didn't know if she was suffering from heatstroke or if it was caused by drinking. She drank another can of beer immediately afterward, and as she reached for a third, her hand was pulled by Yang Jun. Chu, don't drink anymore. Just drink 2 cans to beat the heat. Don't be greedy and get drunk. Xia Chuchu suddenly felt that the hand being held by Yang Jun was cool, like holding a piece of cold ice. At the moment, she just wanted to quickly beat the heat, so she moved closer to Yang Jun and jumped into his arms. She realized that it was indeed cooler in his arms, and her hands began to tear at her clothes, and her red lips pressed against Yang Jun's. Yang Jun only felt his brain go blank. The scene of them embracing and kissing each other during the day could be said to be acting. But what about now? What are they doing now? He forcefully pushed away Xia Chuchu who was pestering him and hurriedly moved to the side. Yang Jun was a bit far away from Xia Chuchu before he looked at her and said softly, Chuchu, you're drunk. Shall I send you back? I'm not drunk. Natsuki knew very well that she wasn't drunk. Instead, she was very conscious of what she wanted, and she wasn't a yellow girl anymore. This incoming dissimulation was something she knew well. At this moment, she had long since lost any semblance of reserve. Her eyes were full of winks, and her red lips lightly opened. Kiss me. Yang Jun had been able to feign calmness, but the afternoon scene, and the current scene made him feel as if a fire was burning in his heart for a moment, just wanting to burn everything around him. He still didn't carry on and hugged and kissed Xia Chuchu. Soon it will be under the half push. The green shirt on behalf of the solution. Red lips slightly open. Lilac half spit. Rouge drunk. The golden wind and jade dew once met. It will save the earth countless. And finally the dewy love affair. The moon hides. The stars are hidden. And only the people on the ground are still hard at work. Xia Chuchu couldn't think about why she was like this. She just wanted to fall into the clouds and enjoy the pleasure. The result of the two going crazy all night was that they overslept the next day, and the little assistant pounded on the door which woke them up. Xia Chuchu hurriedly embraced the quilt as Yang Jun put on his clothes and went to open the door. Yang Jun didn't have the good sense to say, "What for? It's early in the morning." "Brother, it's late. We still have to go to the set. Everyone's gone. We're just waiting for you. Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" The little assistant didn't know why Yang got up late today and thought that people were not feeling well. "Oh, go wait for me downstairs. I'll be down in a few minutes." How could Yang Jun let his little assistant in? There were other people in his room. "Okay, then hurry up brother. I'll go down first." The little assistant didn't suspect a thing and turned away after that. After Xia Chuchu got dressed, she walked to the door. Yang Jun looks at Xia Chuchu with a somewhat complicated face and musters up the courage to say, "Chuchu, let's be together. No need to wait any longer. I will be responsible for you. I'll go back and change your clothes." Xia Chuchu put on a look of shame and fled away in a hurry. Keep your mouth shut about it and disguise yourself as a victim. Yang Jun also thinks he took advantage of the situation and failed to hold it when he knew someone was drunk. Cursing himself for being so mean, he blushed a little and went to wash up. Xia Chuchu took a taxi to the set by herself so she could avoid Yang Jun. This matter has already happened, and there is nothing Xia Chuchu can do about it. The only thing she can do is to maximize her interests in this matter. Yang Jun was very out of shape in his acting this day because he clearly felt Xia Chuchu's deliberate avoidance. He wanted to find Xia Chuchu to apologize and explain, but he didn't even have a chance. After a scene was played no less than 10 times and still could not pass, the director finally got angry. He was given half a day off to go back and rest and get in shape. Xia Chuchu was like a nobody, acting like a nobody, and she passed every day in 1 or 2 times. Yang Jun felt hit again, and for the first time he had doubts about his professionalism. He felt deeply that he wasn't a good actor, couldn't control his emotions properly, and was still swayed by them. His heart admired Xia Chuchu. Her acting skills and mental qualities were better than his own. Although Xia Chuchu wasn't from a science class, her professionalism was much higher than her own. Yang Jun went back to the hotel with self-doubt about himself. He called Sister Nan and told her that she had to sign Xia Chuchu, considering the business value that Yang Jun brought, and the benefits that he voluntarily offered. Nan finally agreed reluctantly. Xia Chuchu on the set received an olive branch thrown at her by Sister Nan, which she happily accepted. In her heart, she gave Yang Jun a compliment for his efficiency. Yang Jun, who stayed in the hotel, was unusually apprehensive, and he was remorseful for his impulsive behavior. He hadn't been able to hold back from violating his favorite girl, Was it even possible between them? Zhang Huayo was proud of cleaning up that woman's number 2 gigolo in the past few days when he suddenly received an email in his mailbox. The attachment added to the email was a video that recorded the entire process of him forcing Qi Yang to the roof of the building, causing him to seemingly commit suicide when he actually killed himself. It was an anonymous email with a simple sentence left in the body asking him to voluntarily delete all the posts in the bar. Zhang Huayo's face was pale, and the veins on his arm holding the mouse were rippling. He didn't expect Su Zhe to give him a mantis catching cicadas, yellow sparrow in the back drama. Unfortunately, he couldn't stand being threatened by others in his life, especially by a white boy. Zhang Huayo thought that even if he died, he would still pull on Su Zhe as his back. He smiled and replied, "Don't be afraid, I just won't forget you even if I die." Su Zhe was a little flustered when he received the email, not realizing that Yang Ling's son was a complete lunatic. He had wanted to use this evidence to intimidate Zhang Huayo into using it for himself after Qi Yang's matter was over, then smoothly marry Yang Ling, and in this way obtain all of Zhang's fortune. But now it seemed that things were going against his wishes, and in that case he would have to implement Plan B. That afternoon, Su Zhe ordered a bouquet of flowers. He called Yang Ling again, saying that he missed her and invited her over. Yang Ling didn't think much of it. Her little boyfriend wanted her, so of course she gladly answered the appointment. "Baby, why don't you come with me to campus and hang out?" Su Zhe held Yang Ling's hand with a smile on his face. "Better not, I'm a bad influence on you at my age." Yang Ling, in a rare moment of self-awareness, did not want to go out of consideration for Su Zhe. Still, her heart was very happy, because Su Zhe didn't care about his age or looks. Instead he wanted to bring her out into the open with honor. Chapter 97 It's True Love. He proposed. "It doesn't matter. I don't care. You're the woman I love." Su Zhe took Yang Ling's hand and went into the campus, where he ignored the finger-pointing of his classmates. On the contrary, he walked very pleasantly, and from time to time he talked and laughed with Yang Ling, changing his usual image of a black-faced god. At first there were people taking pictures, then people saw Su Zhe this gentle to the middle-aged woman beside him, and called out that they were in true love. After all, it was only the power of love that could make the black-faced god relax so naturally. That's the effect Su Zhe wants. Why being with an older woman is a package deal. Can't it be because of love between them? Since Zhang Huayo wants to make a scene, he will bring other people's mothers to the public. If he is not afraid of losing face, he will continue to make a scene. Obviously he's a very face-conscious person or he wouldn't have posted the photo with his mother's picture mosaicked. "Look at everyone pointing at me." Although Yang Ling was whining, the laughter in her eyes was about to overflow. At this moment Su Zhe in her heart is like a man who was willing to break through the bondage of feudalism for the sake of their love. Unafraid of the world's eyes, he brought her before men. Accepting the same stares from the crowd, he was not half as impatient. A boy like that should be deeply in love with her, right? Gave her a love that was pure and unreserved. "Baby, that's us they're envious of." Su Zhe kissed the side of Yang Ling's face in front of the crowd and coaxed her softly. "WOC, the black-faced god actually kissed that old woman. Damn, this should be as old as his mom. That's all that's coming down. What do you know? Some people have an Oedipal complex and there's nothing wrong with that. This is definitely true love. And I can't kiss it anyway." "Me too, or I'd have thrown up last night's meal. It's just that I can't watch it. It's a little disgusting to watch, but maybe people are showing love. Who says it isn't? A kind of dog food that's less likely to hold up, but will be disgusting. I can't accept it, but we can't criticize others who are genuinely in love. Yeah, love is supposed to know no age or gender. What time is it now? Everyone is receiving higher education. How can you still think so traditionally old-fashioned? Blessings, respect them, after all. It's someone's choice." As everyone slowly chose to respect and give their blessing to their oblivious pair, Su Zhe brought Yang Ling to the place that had been prepared beforehand. A large red heart pattern was laid out there with rose petals, and to Yang Ling's surprise, Su Zhe pulled her into the red heart. Someone handed him a bouquet of colorful roses, and he dropped to one knee in front of Yang Ling. "Baby, I love you. I was so attracted to you in that one amazing glance that I pursued you like crazy to get your attention. I find myself loving you more and more with each passing day. My life can no longer be separated from you. I do not care about the world's eyes. I know that if I can get you to be with me in this life, I am not envious of lovebirds and not envious of immortality. I brought you here today to tell you that even if I were to make an enemy of the whole world, I would still like to hold you, a woman, firmly by my side. I love you. I don't care if people think I'm a gigolo. I know that's jealousy on their part. Jealous that I have found a wonderful love and my soul mate in a sea of people. How many people spend their entire lives not seeking, and end up muddling through the rest of their lives looking for the right person? How fortunate I am to have finally found you. And every day of the rest of my life I want nothing more than to spend it with you. Baby, I love you. This heart is witnessed by heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. Will you marry me and spend the rest of your life with me? Suze pulled out the ring he had prepared long ago, his eyes full of deep love for Yang Ling that he couldn't hide. Although Yang Ling was a handful of years old, she covered her mouth and cried. Perhaps something Sis said struck a chord with her. Her marriage in the first half of her life had been an unusually patchy family union. She had been full of joy, too, and in the end it had been a flurry and a dead end. Suze's deep love awakens her yearning for love and rekindles her hope. The first half of her life was so bad, she didn't think that the second half of her life would be so fortunate to meet this good man, to heal her body full of wounds. She sobbed and nodded vigorously, her mouth choked with sobs. Willing. She excitedly stretched out her hand, and Suze slipped the ring onto her hand with a smile on his face. After bringing the ring, Suze stood up, and with some heartache, he gently wiped Yang Ling's tears. Suze leaned down and lowered his head to kiss on Yang Ling's moist cheeks, coaxing her softly, "Baby, don't cry. You know, my heart hurts when you cry. Nasty people. This is happy tears." Yang Ling huffed, and somewhat blushingly whacked Suze, showing off her little girl attitude. Suze held her hand and whispered in her ear, "Let's forget about it today. It won't happen again. I hope that every day that follows, you are happy." Yang Ling broke into tears and said, "Really?" Suze pressed against her cheek and exhaled a hot breath into her ear. "I will never let you cry unless it's in my bed." Yang Ling's face turned red when she sniffed, as if she had drunk aged wine and was reddened by the wine. Looking around at a crowd of people and this man saying such mortifying things, where else could she stand it? Shyly burying her head into Suze's arms. "Ha!" Suze laughed out loud, seeming to rejoice in the little girl act of the woman in his arms. A cell phone was slammed to the ground with a pop. The screen of the cell phone was shattered in pieces, but a middle-aged woman could still be seen smiling with her arm around a young man amidst the cracks that filled the screen. "Suze, you're looking for death." A low growl came from the room, followed by the ping of a pile of heavy objects being dropped on the floor. Zhang Huayo didn't expect Suze to be so shameless that he portrayed himself as a white boy image as an infatuated man. What's funny is that woman still looks like she's touched to the core. That's how short of a man she is. After living a long life, you are still so naive to think that people are truly in love with her. Zhang Huayo really wanted to pry that woman's head open to see if the inner structure was missing parts. And true love. Frankly, it's not about the money in her hand. Can a woman with a dead husband and a huge fortune in her hands not be tantalizing? This naive and unsympathetic woman was truly the greatest shame of his life. Since Suze had the audacity to propose, they would wait and see, letting Suze take a good look at whether he had the life to be his stepfather anymore. Chapter 98 Qian Kikyu proposes marriage. "Oh my god, Chen Duo, take a look," Chiaki Chocho exclaimed out with her phone. It was really the news and the posting that shocked her. Suze surprisingly cleared his name in this way, and now everyone is singing the praises of true love without sin, and that love has no age, rich or poor boundaries. She was really convinced that Suze had made this show of class. Chen Duo came over and saw that Suze had proposed to Yang Ling, so he could only say that he was now broken. It looks like he's already gone to war with Zhang Huayo, revealing his true colors. "Honey, are your people still following them?" Qian Kikyu was more curious about what Zhang Huayo and Suze were going to do next, and it was really hard to know what a deep-minded person like Suze would do. "They're always there. Don't you worry about it. Get some early rest. You have finals in 2 weeks. Study hard at home." Chen Duo scraped Chiaki Chocho's nose and reached out to turn off the lights in the room before he wrapped the person into his arms. "Honey, you didn't even propose to me." Qian Kikyu's tone was a bit stuffy, her hand poking Chen Duo's chest bit by bit. "I'm sorry, Chen Duo had some difficulty explaining that once upon a time, when Qian Kikyu was unwilling, they had received a license in violation of the law. Now that they had feelings for each other, he still couldn't do it on one knee. Qian Kikyu heard the despondency in Chen Duo's voice, which reminded him of his leg. During these times together, facing such an excellent Chen Duo, she had long overlooked his disability in her mind. Qian Kikyu immediately got out of Chen Duo's arms, turned on the light in the room, and got out of bed to go rummage around in the drawer in front of the dresser. Quickly she took a piece of jewelry and quickly went and ran back to the bed and got down on one knee. "Mr. Chen, life is long, time is shallow, and for the rest of my life to come I only want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me?" Looking at Chiaki Chocho looking at herself with a smile on her face, Chen Duo sat up from the bed with his arms propped up. It was like a warm sun was wrapped around his heart. A warm current was traveling from his heart to his circumference. His whole body was now warm. The little bit of sadness in the bottom of the heart, regret was washed away. Heart and eyes are only this one knee on the ground, full of smiles looking at their own woman. Qian Kikyu opened the jewelry box, revealing a pair of plain sterling silver rings inside. Chen Duo's heart stuttered, and he couldn't breathe well. "This is Auntie Xia's 18th birthday gift for Chocho. although the ring is not expensive, but it is a pair of rings given to her by Chiyochio's late mother, which means a lot. Auntie Xiao would have prepared this gift in the first place, thinking that she wanted Chiyochio to give it to the only love of her life. Now that Chiyochio had given this ring to himself, was he the love of Chiyochio's life? If you don't say yes yet, my legs are going numb on my knees. Chiaki looked at a certain man who was still in a daze with a beak. Chiyochio, do you know the importance of this ring? Instead of agreeing, Chen Duo spoke out and reminded Chiaki Chiyochio. Of course I know, it was my mom's 18th birthday present to me. I can give it to the man I see when I'm an adult. Saying this, Chiaki Chiyochio stretched out her arm and passed the ring towards Chen Duo's face. Chen Duo was a bit incredulous. Are you really going to give it to me? Although they had made their feelings known to each other, Chen Duo still wasn't too confident that their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Of course, why else would I take it out? Knowingly, do you want it or not? If not, I'll give it to someone else. Kiankikiyu really couldn't stand to watch how Chen Duo was not confident whenever it came to this kind of time. How is it that when you sleep with her, you don't see a flinch, a refusal, compared to her? How does she feel that Chen Duo is even more scummy, typically only getting laid and not recognizing feelings? No one else is allowed to give it away. I want it. Chen Duo reached out and snatched the jewelry box, tugging at it like a treasure, unwilling to give it back to Kiankikiyu. How else am I going to put it on you if you don't give it to me? Kiankikiyu was speechless. The current Chen Duo was especially like a little kid who hogged a toy and was unwilling to share it with others. Only then did Chen Duo redden the tips of his ears and hand over the jewelry box, looking at Kiankikiyu with a hopeful expression. You haven't said yes to my proposal yet? Kiankikiyu took the jewelry box and skimmed her lips at Chen Duo. This person was trying to obscure her ring. I do. Chen Duo excitedly agreed in quick succession and extended his hand over. Only then did Kiankikiyu take out the ring and put it on Chen Duo's ring finger. When the ring was placed on his hand, Chen Duo only felt his heart tremble lightly. Hearing that the ring finger is closest to the heart, it is known as the heart-through finger. Chen Duo secretly said that it was true, and his heart was captured by the ring. He took the jewelry box that Chiaki Chiyochio handed over, took out the remaining ring and wore it on Chiaki Chiyochio's hand. From then on he had also lassoed Autumn's heart and tethered the man to his side. Well, you may kiss your bride. Kiankikiyu quaintly blinked her eyes at Chen Duo, then beamed her mouth and stretched her neck to send her red lips towards Chen Duo. Chen Duo pulled the person into his arms, clasped the back of her head, and kissed her excitedly. He crushed Chiaki Chiyochio's red lips roughly and knocked open her teeth. Expecting another blast, he suddenly turned unusually gentle again, attacking her every nerve. With her little tongue intertwined with each other snugly, seems to be in the silent confession of the heart buried for a long time of deep love. Kiankikiyu was most unable to resist this gentle attack of his, and soon a shy humming sound overflowed from the side of her mouth. Baby, Chen Duo emotionally whispered Kikyokiyu. His first time to call her baby so meaty, in the past are implicitly called her Autumn. Kiankikiyu listened to the sound of a baby coming out of his low voice, and was so shy that she only felt her whole body tingling. Chen Duo held Kiankikiyu in his arms as if she were a treasure, kissed her forehead and said, "Good night, go to sleep." That's it? Chiaki was expecting a hard fight tonight, but it turns out they just cuddled up. Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow to study? Seeing that Kiankikiyu was still awake, Chen Duo kissed her cheek and coaxed her softly. Chiaki Akira. It turned out that he was afraid of delaying her study program tomorrow morning, which was why he was so restrained. Such a man made her love more and more. The best love is probably the one where he is willing to restrain his instinctive desires and puts the other person's thoughts and feelings above his own, everywhere for the other party to consider. Single-minded. Chapter 99, Get a License. Kill him. Suze hugged Yang Ling and coaxed her gently. Baby, let's go get a license tomorrow? Yang Ling was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Suze to marry her so soon. She was also a little hesitant because her son might not be able to accept it for a while. Although her son has never approved of her having a younger boyfriend and she still pursues true love as she sees fit, she knows that if they get a license, her relationship with her son will be completely broken. What's the matter? You don't want to? I love you so much. Don't you believe in my feelings for you? Suze is starting to push Yang Ling with their feelings for each other. No. I was afraid my son wouldn't approve. He's always been kind of against us. Yang Ling hurriedly wrapped her arms around Suze and eagerly explained. Baby, it's your life and you're going to make it your own. If your son disagrees for the rest of his life, won't I have to stay with you for the rest of my life without a name? I just want the name of a husband. If we don't get a license for the rest of our lives, then I'd rather endure the pain of cutting off our previous relationship for the long haul. Suze is starting to threaten Yang Ling with a breakup, and he knows that Yang Ling has long been obsessed by him. A stupid woman like her, caught up in love, surely couldn't stand to see him go. Sure enough, Yang Ling was anxious. She wrapped her arms around Suze's neck and kissed him, saying with a sobbing voice, Ah Zay, let's not break up. Don't break up, baby, I can't let go either. I really love and adore you, but I can't do it without marrying for the rest of my life, and you know your son will never approve of us in his lifetime. Suzay's voice carried endless sadness, lingering and deeply kissing her back. Yang Ling's heart ached when she heard this, because Suzay was right. Her son's temperament was the same as her late husband's, one-dimensional and stubborn, and he wouldn't change his mind easily. Then wouldn't she and Suzay miss out for the rest of her life? She didn't want to. This was the only love of her life, and if she missed it she would surely regret it for the rest of her life. She had spent the first half of her life following the rules, being the well-dressed Mrs. Zhang in the eyes of the world for the sake of her family's interests and face. How many people know that behind the glitz and glamour is endless darkness and long lonely nights of solitude and isolation? She also wanted someone who could be there for her and share in her joys and pains. It's her life. She can't live for others. She has the right to pursue the life she wants. Yang Ling has summoned up the courage to want to live for herself for the rest of her life. She tugged on Suzay's hand and said with a serious face, "Okay, we'll go get a license tomorrow." Suzay sniffed and excitedly held Yang Ling's face and kissed her red lips. "Baby, don't worry, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life." Yang Ling was convinced of his words and smiled with a happy face. Zhang Huayo sat on the sofa with a wine glass in his hand. He wasn't sure how many glasses of wine he'd had, but there were several empty bottles at his feet. "Young master, you should stop drinking." The butler moved over and gently reassured him. He had watched the young master grow up, and his heart ached for him. At a young age, he was forced to learn this and that by his wife, who never encouraged him and was extremely indifferent to him. The only requirement for him is to take first place so that he can inherit the Zhang family. In fact, Madame was not like this before. The Madame who had just married into the Zhang family was lively and cheerful, and she also loved the young master after giving birth to him. But later on, somehow she became strict with the young master. Instead of being warm to him as a mother and son, the master is busy with his work, often traveling and not coming home, and he has little control over the young master, which makes the young master, who lacks parental love since childhood, become a bit gloomy and paranoid. "Leave me alone. You guys go get some rest. I'd like to see when that woman comes back." Zhang Huayo actually knew very well in his heart that the woman might not come back. At the moment, it was the time for her to be in the mood for spring, and she might still be in bed with that bastard Suzay. Zhang Huayo's wine drank one glass after another, and when he drank until the second half of the night, he simply dropped the glass, looking out the door at the sky, his eyes dark. He sat withered until the next day dawned. He decided to use the same method to get Suzay killed. Yang Ling started tracing her eyebrows and putting on makeup early in the morning, and Suzay went downstairs to buy them breakfast. After breakfast, Yang Ling was gloriously holding Suzay's hand as they prepared to get their license. Her account book had already been sent to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau by the family's maid-to-wait, and now it was just a matter of her and Suzay going over there. "What do you mean? That woman had Auntie Cheng send her account book to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Zhang Huayo didn't expect such a ridiculous thing to happen in the time it took him to take a shower, and they were so impatient to get married. He hurriedly took the car keys and rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He was going to stop that stupid woman, and Suz was definitely not going to be his stepfather. "Congratulations to both of you and may you be united in love forever." The staff wanted to say grow old together, but realized that there was a bit of an age gap between them, so they had to change it to forever. Yang Ling held the marriage license with a happy face, her whole body radiating happiness. When Zhang Huayo arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he saw Yang Ling, that stupid woman, holding the marriage license and smiling. He flung open the door and dragged Shuza towards the car. "Ayo, what are you doing? Let go of Suz." Yang Ling pulled her son's arm in a panic and spoke sharply at him. Off. "Do you expect me to call him dad? I'll send him to his death." Zhang Huayo's hand pushed to the side, throwing Yang Ling to the ground. Suzay didn't resist at all, and his mouth was tinged with a mocking smile. At this moment, Zhang Huayo was a fool in his eyes, truly worthy of being Yang Ling's son, all a love-starved cutie. Zhang Huayo threw Suzay into the car, quickly slammed the door, and raced along. At this moment, he was on the verge of anger. He just wanted to get Suzay killed, and kill him again in the same place where he killed Qi Yang. Yang Ling was thrown to the ground, her eyes glowing gold. It took several moments before she responded, opening the car door and looking away from her son's car as to chase after him. But Zhang Huayo's car speed is very fast. In the twinkling of an eye, Yang Ling was left behind and lost. Giggling, a rush of brakes sounded across the campus. Zhang Huayo pulled Suzay up to the rooftop of the boys' dormitory building, and he directly pushed Suzay to the edge of the rooftop. "Don't you want to die? Then I will fulfill you. If you want to be an old man's father, then go underground with my father." Zhang Huayo viciously pushed Suzay downward. Suzay laughed as he said sarcastically, "Good son, you're really pathetic. Your father doesn't love you and your mother doesn't. Do you know how empty and lonely your mom is? I'm doing this to fulfill her. Satisfy your ass. Don't you do it for the money? Do you think I'm as stupid as that woman? Chapter 100, Death of Zhang Huayo. Zhang Huayo punched Su Zhe's stomach. Although he hated that woman, he wouldn't allow others to insult her like that. Oh, or you're a little smarter. Too bad your mom is a dumbass. You want to know if your mom will protect me, her good husband, or you when the cops come? Su Zhe looked at Zhang Huayo with some pity, as if he was pitying him. Zhang Huayo was stimulated by his eyes to become even angrier. He thrashed Su Zhe again and laughed. You called the police? Even if I die, I'll still drag you along for the ride. No, it wasn't me who called the police. It was your wonderful mom, who really loves me. Su Zhe had expected that Zhang Huayo would not let himself go easily. So this morning he had told Yang Ling to call the police if Zhang Huayo came to make trouble. He also personally handholds Yang Ling so that she unknowingly sends emails from his mailbox to the police station. Isn't that email the evidence that Zhang Huayo killed Qi Yang? There is nothing in this world that can stimulate Zhang Huayo more than his own mother reporting her son. But he is a child who grew up without love. You're despicable. Zhang Huayo punched Su Zhe's handsome face that seduced his mother. His bright smile that he hated to destroy. Despicable? It seems you've taken my side yourself, knowing that Yang Ling would favor me. Su Zhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He scoffed. You're really stupid. You know that woman doesn't love you at all. Why bother with her? It's better to let her fend for herself. Only after tasting the world and suffering betrayal did she realize that her son was the only one she could trust in this life. Otherwise that reverse psychology of hers would be especially bad. So you're still not smart enough. And that Qi Yang you killed was the most innocent of all, since he had nothing to do with your mom. Thanks to you getting rid of a competitor for me. You asshole. Zhang Huayo did not expect that he killed an innocent person. No wonder Qi Yang would look at himself in death before he fell down the stairs. Take it easy. If you listen well, I might just let you be my good son. Unfortunately, you had to go against me, so I had to send you to your death. Su Zhe looked at the police who rushed over lightly and continued to irritate Zhang Huayo. As long as Zhang Huayo made a move on him, he could pretend to be self-defense and push him down. Zhang Huayo turned his back to them, not even realizing that someone was coming from behind. He choked Su Zhe's neck and kept pushing, his mouth saying hatefully, I'm afraid you don't have this life, and if you're going to die, you're the one who's going to die first. Don't. You. Stop it. Yang Ling saw Su Zhe's face distorted by the strangulation, and hurriedly exclaimed in fear. This also affected the slow approach of the police, and it was only then that Zhang Huayo realized the person behind him. Zhang Huayo coldly looked at his mother. Did you call the police? His heart loved and hated her at the same time, and though he had often and intentionally tried to erase that love and fill it with hate, it was all to no avail. Knowing that the woman had found a gigolo, he suspected the woman of cheating and hated her, but he's worried that this woman is being cheated out of her money, and he's trying to knock her out of it, but she's in deep. What's ridiculous is staying out at night and ignoring your own son for the sake of that damn love. Yang Ling was frightened by this cold as ice look from her son. She mumbled, Mom is afraid that you do something stupid? You are still young. The road ahead is still long. Oh, do you think I have a future? My own mother sent the police to arrest me just to save her lover. Zhang Huayo's hand once again fumed and pinched Su Zhe's neck, his eyes carrying a destructive hatred. Yang Ling shows up with the police and destroys his only remaining bit of hope, since killing Qi Yang is punishable by law. What's the harm in killing one more? Ayo. Don't. Mom, please. Yang Ling flung herself to her knees. She didn't want her son to be charged with murder, and of course to save Su Zhe. But all of this did not irritate Zhang Huayo. This woman even condescended to kneel down to her son for a man who cheated her money. Ha ha ha. You kneeled down for me. Yang Ling, I hope to never have anything to do with you again in my next life. My next life. My next life. Zhang Huayo laughed out loud, his face filled with despair and heartache. His eyes flashed with a flash of violent scarlet. He doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in a cell. He doesn't want to live this life. It's too painful to live. Since he was going to die, let Su Zhe die with him. Zhang Huayo tugged Su Zhe and jumped down together. Su Zhe pulled the iron railing above with deadly force, and slammed Zhang Huayo down with force. Ayo! Yang Ling rushed over in panic, reaching out her hand to try to pull her son back, but Zhang Huayo retracted his hand and crashed downstairs with a relief-like smile on his face. Su Zhe, on the other hand, pretended to be exhausted and sat down on the ground, his back against the fence. The police gathered around and helped him to his feet. No one saw a light smile on his harmless face at that moment. He pushed the police away and hugged the tearful Yang Ling. Baby, don't cry. It's all my fault. Why don't you hit me and scold me? Yang Ling flung herself into her arms and bawled her eyes out. Why won't Ao let me pull him? I'm not a good mom. She doesn't understand why her son would choose to fall rather than live. Su Zhe lightly coaxed Yang Ling. when the police came over and said, "Ms. Zhang, your son is suspected of murdering fellow student Qi Yang. Now that the evidence is overwhelming, it's highly likely that he was trying to escape the law by dying." Yang Ling exclaimed, "Murder? Didn't Qi Yang commit suicide? The suicide was just an illusion. We received an anonymous email with video footage confirming his murder." Hearing the police officer's words, Yang Ling's legs went limp and she couldn't even stand up. The reason her son killed Qi Yang was because of her, and she indirectly killed him. No wonder he never wanted anything to do with himself in life. He hated himself, didn't he? Su Zhe went downstairs with his arm around Yang Ling. He became the final winner, and from now on, the whole Zhang family will be his. He had given Zhang Huayo a chance, but it was he who wanted to walk towards death, so don't blame him for not being polite. A mother who doesn't love her child at all, only herself. What does Zhang Huayo have to hold on to? He was a little saddened by Zhang Huayo's death. After all, there was one less poor person like him in this world. They had both been equally pathetic at one time, but unfortunately he knew that the pathetic had to be hateful, and took it upon himself to cut off the ridiculous mother-son bond. Chapter 101, Scattering Ashes Among the Mountains. Now the woman who was too poor to love and had run away with a wild man no longer had the slightest effect on him. No, there are some implications. She lets herself know that money is the only thing in the world she can settle for, and that having money gives her everything. My father's life would be saved and my sister would not die. The woman took what little money the family had left and ran off with someone else, locking her 3-year-old sister in her home to starve to death. When he returned home with his seriously ill father, all he saw was a stinking corpse. From then on he learned the importance of money, and that it was money that could dominate everything. Qi Yang's appearance is a ray of light in his life. He is positive and optimistic. Even though life is full of suffering, he still lives sunny. He also offered to take himself to a part-time job, and that time was the happiest time of his life. Qi Yang has a seriously ill mother to take care of. He has a seriously ill father to take care of, and they encourage each other. But this was broken by the scholarship for needy students. There was only one slot and they both became competitors. In order to get the scholarship, he started spreading false rumors against his conscience, letting his classmates know that Qi Yang's virtue is not worthy of this scholarship. Later, in the foot-washing town, he meets Yang Ling, a woman with a dead husband and a large fortune in her hand but who is not happy. As he sugarcoats the situation, he slowly learns that her husband had an affair early in life, and that she has pinned all her hopes on her son. She desperately pushed her son to grow up, resulting in him not being close to her. Such a woman with a lonesome life naturally lacks a man who can shush him, and for the sake of the money in her hand, Su Zhe finds a shortcut for his own life. It's too tiring to work part-time like this day and night. When will it end? With this amount of money he can only sustain his father's medical expenses for a month. He is too short of money and doesn't want to fight so hard, so he began to pursue Yang Ling frantically. Qi Yang knew it and kindly advised him, but he was afraid that Qi Yang would tell Yang Ling about his little mind, so he had bad thoughts. He makes a quick exit when Yang Ling spills the beans that her son knows she's in a new relationship and is coming over to check up on her later. He simply lured Qi Yang to Yang Ling's room without a second thought, and at that moment, Yang Ling's son also happened to appear. Qi Yang didn't even know that all of this was a setup by himself, and just like that Zhang Huayo, that mad dog fixed his eyes on Qi Yang. He began to have people spread the scandal of Qi Yang being adopted by a rich woman in the campus posting bar, and he also showed photos of Qi Yang working in the foot-washing city. The foot-washing city is not a good place in everyone's eyes, and the students gradually believe that Qi Yang has a bad character. The scholarship soon fell into his lap, and he managed to bring the scourge to the east, continuing to go dark with Yang Ling. In Yang Ling's frequent nights out, it actually angered Zhang Huayo, who brazenly dragged Qi Yang to the roof of the dormitory building. He happened to be taking something to Qi Yang that day, so he quietly trailed along the way. Qi Yang saw himself before he fell, and he probably couldn't believe that his best friend was standing in the shadows videotaping and watching him passively as he was pushed down the stairs. "Zhe, what should we do about Yu's funeral?" Yang Ling interrupted Su Zhe's musings. She was especially dependent on him now that she was immersed in the trauma of losing her son. "Baby, don't worry, leave all this to me." Su Zhe embraced Yang Ling and coaxed her gently. Zhang Huayo's funeral. Yang Ling cannot cry themselves. Some relatives also followed the heartbreak. Su Zhe watched all of this with cold eyes, the corners of his mouth tinged with a touch of unseen mockery. People in this world only show their true feelings at funerals, right? I'm sure that's how you lie to ghosts. When she was buried, Yang Ling could no longer cry, and Su Zhe only felt a little sad and ridiculous, because she wasn't a good mother and had feelings for her son, but they weren't deep. Her love is a conditional love. A son must be good and obedient to be a good son. She forced her son to study and live his life the way she wanted him to, so that he could become a qualified heir to the Zhang family. Even in order to accelerate the growth of his son, he treats him coldly and never encourages him, and this is what leads to Zhang Huayo's hatred and incomparable longing for his mother's love. In fact, Zhang Huayo's death had a lot to do with her, if not for her last kneeling, so that Zhang Huayo suddenly had no attachment to this world. In the evening, Shuza drove out in his car. He parked the car on a hillside in the countryside and took out a ceramic jar from the passenger side. He walked over to the edge of the hill holding the jar, opened it and stuck his hand inside, grabbing a handful of the stuff out and throwing it in the air, dust billowing in the wind. Suze said softly, knowing that you yearn for freedom and love an unrestrained life, I have fulfilled your wish by scattering you here among the mountains. If you want to hate me, go ahead. At least there are ghosts who miss me. Your mother will soon regret it. After all, I'm no good. Oh, I've avenged your death. Thinking about it this way, I have also avenged Qi Yang. Let's all be happy and ask for mercy. And from now on I'm going to live a paper-thin life. Suze hid the ashes of Zhang Huayo from the public and scattered him among the mountains and fields. He left with a loud laugh, a hint of vicissitude and despondency in his voice. Although his ploy succeeded and he became the winner in the end, he also lost the only friend who had ever been true to him. From now on, he is the only one left to fight with the demons and monsters in this world, and there is no more trustworthy person. No, honey, that's it. When Xiaoqiu saw that Qi Yang's case was closed like this, it was a little hard to accept, because Suze is still on the loose. He becomes the big winner at the end of the day. Suze hasn't done anything illegal, he just played a game of chess and became an outsider. He has no blood on his hands and the law can't sanction him. Chen Duo admired Suze's strategy, so courageous and resourceful. It was a pity that his heart was not in the right place, otherwise he would have been a man of great deeds. So just let him go? Qiankiki was unconvinced that the culprit of Qi Yang's death should be Suze, who passed the knife to Zhang Huayo. Of course not. The law can't sanction him, but someone can. Chen Duo smiled. They were the real yellow birds. If Suze hadn't encountered them, then this ploy would have been absolutely seamless. Come on, what are you going to do? Qian Xiaoqiu was curious. She just wanted to clean up Suze quickly. Zhuo put a listening device on Zhang Huayo. Everything they said before they died was recorded. Before Chen Duo could finish, Qiankiki hurriedly said, I know, send it to Yang Ling. Chapter 102, Call Me Baby. Chen Duo smiled and didn't say anything, secretly saying that Yang Ling would definitely break down after receiving this recording. She might have thought that Suze was the only true love she had ever met in her life. Who knew that after leaving her ex-husband's wolf's den, she had entered Suze's tiger's mouth. The saddest part is herself, having the best of the best, but not having a sound personality. She lives her life by chasing after the love of others, and the hungrier she is for love the more she is consumed by it, and ultimately doomed to leave herself bruised and battered. Chiaki pressed the send button, and this audio was delivered to Yang Ling's email. These next pieces of evidence were like invisible knives, cutting Yang Ling's heart by 1,000 cuts. She introduced what she thought was a deep-seated mountain wolf into her home, indirectly killing 2 people, among them her son. Autumn, you remember our bet, right? Chen Duo looked at Qiankiki in a serious manner. He had another blank holy decree now. Well, remember. She wanted to cheat so badly, why couldn't she just let Chen Duo lose? I won, so you have to do something for me. Chen Duo slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his heart so unhappy. Chen Xiuqiu skimmed her lips and looked at Chen Dudu. What do you want me to do? I haven't thought about it yet. Chen Duo stroked Qiankikio's head and smiled. He was going to save all these rewards for later to cash in. Well, wait until you think about it then. Qiankikio finished looking at Chen Duo and pouted with her mouth somewhat aggrieved. Chen Duo, you don't even know to let me go. Am I still your baby? Baby? As soon as he heard this word Chen Duo's mind was blown. He had never really said this in normal times, and the only time he had was in bed. He blushed a little unnaturally and said, yes, of course. Why don't I do something for you too? What is it? You don't even call me baby anymore. Oh man. You flip out when you get out of bed. Qiankikio purposely teased Chen Duo. She found that Chen Duo was a very inconsistent person. Call him an innocent little puppy, but he was sometimes so flirty and talkative about that stuff that she couldn't even hold her own. Chen Dok, facing Qiankikio like this, he was a little embarrassed to call out. Humph, a baby is not even willing to call. Ultimately, an infatuation is misplaced. I'm leaving to say goodbye. Qiankikio was a drama queen for a second, and took the phone and headed out. Putting the phone to her ear, she smiled and said, Hey baby, what do you want to see me about? Chen Duo hurriedly yanked the person and pulled him into his arms, intercepting Chiaki Chocho's cell phone and finding that the screen was black. Ha ha ha, I'm teasing you, baby. Qiankikio wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck, kissed him, and laughed out loud. Chen Dok, another day of being set up by Autumn. Scream or not? You're wearing my ring and you don't even want to call out a baby. Qiankikio pinched Chen Duo's waist and muttered a stuffy man in a low voice. Chen Duo didn't hear what she muttered, but had sensed Chiaki Chocho's dissatisfaction. He whispered, Baby, that's not it. Keep your voice low and sexy, you didn't call me that before. Qian Qiqi purposely messed with Chen Duo and had to make him talk to him more. Chen Duo's head hurt a bit. That voice he couldn't shout out now. Qiuqiu was now transforming into the abrasive little goblin again. What's the matter? You still need specific circumstances. Ha! Chen Qiuqiu looked at Chen Duo, who was holding his forehead, and laughed. She was happy to see Chen Duo get defeated. Baby, stop it. Good boy. Chen Duo wrapped his arms around Qian Qiqiu's neck and lightly coaxed her to let herself go. Chiaki laughed. It was too late to call baby so smooth again. Honey, I just want to hear. Can you recreate an environment without it? Chen Qiuqiu could remember a bed behind the bookcase. She pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair and walked over with a smile. She lay down on the bed first and smiled as she hooked her finger at Chen Duo and said, Chen Duo. This woman called Chiaki Qiuqiu was really his nemesis. Not waiting for Chen Duo to lie up, Qian Qiqiu sat on her knees on the bed, wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck, who was sitting on the wheelchair, and kissed his thin lips. Hubby, have you found the feeling yet? Call out baby to hear it? Chen Qiuqiu's red lips came up to Chen Duo's ear, softly tempting him. At this moment, Chen Duo still maintained a trace of sobriety, but unfortunately, when Chen Qiuqiu's red lips kissed behind his ear, he inexplicably became emotional. Baby, he cried out, his voice carrying the low and sexy tone that Chiaki wanted. He. Qian Qiqiu got the desired result and lightly laughed as she let go of Chen Duo, then walked away. Chen Dok. He looked at Chiaki Qiuqiu's back, depressed. The fire he had been aroused just let go. Chen Duo calmed the waves in his heart before he pushed his wheelchair and walked out. Qian Qiqia had already pretended to pick up her textbook and started studying, knowing that Chen Duo wouldn't do anything to her that way. You were just getting back at me on purpose. Chen Duo looked at Chiaki Qiuqiu, who was studying with a serious face, with dissatisfaction, and turned his head to the side. Angry? Who got back at you? You're the one who disobeyed. Chiaki cozied up and looked at someone who was lusting after him. You just blame me for winning you. I should have known better than to bet with you. Chen Duo also did not turn his head and continued to be depressed. Just kidding. Is my sister the kind of person who can't afford to lose? Qian Qiqia stretched her neck and refused to admit it. Although in her heart there was that much more revenge, but she resolutely refused to admit it. She did this just to reform Chen Duo so he wouldn't be so stuffy. Chen Duo said that he didn't want to care about Qian Qiqiu, always setting up a way to tease him but not taking responsibility for the consequences. Chen Duo, husband, baby, don't be angry. I really didn't mean it. I was just teasing you. Don't ignore me, okay? Qian Qiqia shook Chen Duo's arm, pampering and pouting. Mr. Chen, I still have questions I can't do. Don't ignore me? Chen Duo didn't have a single solution for such Qian Qiqiu, and helplessly turned his head around, saying with a serious face, which question can't be done? How do I coax my husband? This puzzle won't do. Qian Qiqiu beamed and looked at Chen Duo pitifully. Chen Duo only had 4 big words in his mind. Cute. Want to kiss. He acted that way too, clasping the back of Chiaki's head and kissing it. The kiss wasn't deep. It was even short, probably only a few minutes. However, he kissed unusually roughly and hard, sweeping her entire lips and mouth, as if he was taking revenge on Qian Qiqiu. Her lips were a little numb at the moment, red and dripping with blood. That's a good way to do it. Chen Duo gently stroked Qian Qiqiu's 2 red lips that were as deep red as ripe cherries with his hand and laughed out softly. Chapter 103, Picking Up Children from School. Qian Qiqiu glared at Chen Duo without any good reason. She realized that she was the one who suffered in the end after she finished making a demon. She can't seem to play the darker Chen Duo. Ha! Qian Qiqia's pouting look fell into Chen Duo's eyes, and now it was Chen Duo's turn to laugh out loud with satisfaction. Qian Qiqiu unconvincingly pinched Chen Duo's face and pulled. 2 little cuties, don't scold yourself like that. It hurts me. Chen Duo's large palms covered her 2 small hands and looked at Qian Qiqiu with a serious face. Chiquita? What's the story here? Chen Duo laughed out lightly and said, don't forget your status as the second little cutie. The daughter-in-law? Chiaki Akira. Holy, he's not just dark now, he's venomous. I'm convinced. My little girl is willing to be a good girl. Qian Qiqiu voluntarily conceded defeat because she couldn't fight Chen Duo. Chen Duo smiled and said, it's okay, I can let you go. No, you don't have to make me. Let is also her loss. Cheap, I'll let Chen Duo occupied. She will not easily bet in the future. A sultry, venomous and dark-hearted man. Chen Qiuqiu said that the more he came into contact with him, the more he discovered Chen Duo's disguise. Chen Duo was relieved when he saw that this abrasive little goblin, Qian Qiqiu, had finally subsided. Otherwise, when she makes a scene, there's really nothing she can do about it. Hey, I realized that I haven't heard from Xia Chuchu for a long time, and I don't know how she's doing now? Qian Qiqia then remembered that she had let Xia Chuchu go for too long, and it was time to slowly reel in the nets. It shouldn't be too bad, seeing as how Jiang Shibi didn't even call you. It looks like she's still quite capable of hiding it from Jiang Shibi. Chen Duo calmly analyzed and softly said, yeah, would you be mad if Gang Shibu called me? Qian Kikiu looked at the calm Chen Duo and deliberately inquired. Chen Duo said in a serious manner, no, I trust you. Oh, the mouth is the heart. We'll see how someone is when Jiang Shujin calls me, said Chiaki Chiochio as she skimmed Chen Duo. Chen Duo, who had been connoted to the point, pretended to be calm and didn't answer, using silence to show that he wouldn't be like that. I have classes this afternoon. I'm going back to school. I might have to go hang around in front of Jiang Shibi for a while, so someone don't get jealous. After Chiaki Chiochio finished speaking with a teasing face, she lowered her head and organized the books on the table. Chen Dok, now Qian Kikiu hadn't even left yet, and this vinegar was already on him. He was super invincible and hated that scumbag Jiang Shibi, and the thought of Chiochio going to see him made him unhappy. Why is there a strong sour odor? Qian Kikiu surreptitiously surveyed Chen Duo's little expression as she pinched her nose and ostentatiously fanned it in front of her nose. Chen Duo coldly watched Chiaki Chiochio perform there, sitting by himself without saying a word. Who was the one who said he believed in me just now? And it's only been a short time before he slapped his face. Qian Kikiu picked Chen Duo's chin and looked at him playfully. Chen Duo muffled. That's different. I said call, I didn't say meet. Gee, there's a double standard in what you say about believing in me. Qian Kikiu scared her mouth and looked at Chen Duo with a smile. Which is not true. You're the one who misinterpreted it. Chen Duo won't admit to double standard? Chiochio was amused by Chen Duo's stiff upper lip. She kissed his mouth and said, it's too acidic. My teeth are falling out. He covered his mouth when he finished speaking and acted like he had a toothache. Chen Duo was amused by Chiaki Chiochio's quirky performance and could only be helpless that he didn't hold back his laughter. Okay, don't be jealous. It's just hanging out in front of him for a bit. I'll keep my distance. Qian Kikiu kissed Chen Duo's cheek and gently coaxed the big jealous man. Once he's gotten suspicious, he definitely won't be able to stop. He went to check on Xia Chuchu himself, and what he found out will definitely shock him. Okay, then you'll be back early after class. Chen Duo took Qian Kikiu's hand and compromised. Qian Kikiu pouted. No, I want you to pick me up. All the other kids have someone to pick them up. I want it too. Okay, I'll go pick up my little friend too. Chen Duo doted on Chiaki Chiochio and scraped her nose. At the moment, Qian Kikiu was like a small child who hadn't grown up yet and liked to be pampered in his eyes. Mua, hubby, love you, mua. Qian Kikiu fiercely kissed Chen Duo before she took the book and went downstairs. Seeing this, Chen Duo followed him all the way to the courtyard. What are you doing down here? It's quite sunny. Qian Kikiu looked at the big sun, didn't want to go out. Saw Chen Duo followed out, hurriedly urged him to go back. Chen Duo took Qian Kikiu's hand and smiled. I'll give you a ride, and the other kids will surely have someone to give them a ride as well. Don't, just stand in the doorway and see me off, and don't come out. What if you get a tan on my little baby? Qian Kikiu spoke out to stop it. It's quite sunny to walk to the parking place like this. She'll have to feel sorry for Chen Duo. It's okay, I'm a man. It's okay to be dark. Chen Duo took her hand and tried to walk out. Don't, I only like little white boys. Be good and pick me up this afternoon. Qian Kikiu kissed Chen Duo's cheek and lightly coaxed him. In the end, Chen Duo had no choice but to obediently stand in the doorway and watch Chiaki Chiochio leave. Sir, go inside. Sister-in-law Lu prodded and reminded Chen Duo, who was still staring at the door. Well, Chen Duo muffled a hum before pushing his wheelchair back. Every time he sent Qian Kikiu away, he would look at the door for a long time. It's like the woods, and he's like a forest keeper. Chiaki Autumn is like a bird that flies out, and whenever night falls, the bird that is tired of flying comes back. But the next morning, at first light, she would fly away again. Day after day, there was still some distance between them. Boss, you've been too slow with your productivity lately. Is something going on at home? A message popped up on Chen Duo's computer. He looked at it and replied, it's okay, just tied the knot. I'll go. Boss, why didn't you tell us about something as important as getting married? You're also too low-key. Chen Duo secretly said that at that time his marriage was only famous. How could he tell them? But now that he and Chiochio were a real couple, that was all he dared to say. Congratulations, boss. It's okay to be a little less productive when you're newlyweds. When will you introduce us to your sister-in-law? Thinking of Qian Kikiu, the corner of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly as he said, she doesn't know of your existence yet. After a while, boss, you're not cheating on your marriage, are you? Chen Duo looked at the word cheating marriage with displeasure. They love each other as people, and it has nothing to do with status or anything else. Autumn shouldn't mind, right? After all, she hadn't asked, and he hadn't said anything about the job he held. Chapter 104, arousing Jiang Shibi's suspicion. Boss, is your sister-in-law in this business too? Chandu replied. No, So how did you and your sister-in-law meet? Chen Duo coldly dropped a sentence. You are quite idle. Have this effort to gossip. Why don't you go to modify the code? The requirements I have sent you yesterday. QUQ. Boss, excuse me, please, can you spare the little one for a few days? A 24 or 25-year-old kid selling misery across the screen. He's not the boss. 2 days is not enough at all. Really? What's that got to do with me? Chen Duo dropped this sentence and began to hammer out the code. There had been some delays lately, but he would soon be able to catch up with the progress. The young man looked at the words thrown by his boss. His heart was cold. Really married cannot change the boss's image of iron blood tough guy. Sister-in-law must be as miserable as he is when she follows such an iron-faced, unemotional, and cold man. So sympathy flooded him and he sent a message saying, sister-in-law is surely beautiful and kind-hearted. The boss should cherish her. 2 days. The corners of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly. The young man said he didn't quite understand what the 2 days meant, and he sent a string of question marks over. Chen Duo knocked a line and sent it over. I'll give you 2 more days. This is the deadline. The boy's heart burst with ecstasy, sensing that the boss had suddenly become so merciful. Excitedly, he typed a line that said, long live the boss. Promise to get the job done. Chen Duo replied with a cold The young man wondered what he had done to make the iron-faced boss even open his eyes. He rushed through their chats to check what desperate words had impressed the hardened man that was the boss. He glanced at it and realized there was nothing special, so he looked at it again and said with some hesitation, it can't be this sister-in-law is beautiful and kind-hearted, can it? Can he say this is the truth now? What's the deal with Iron Man Ran? Damn! The stomach that had been full was force-fed another mouthful of dog food. The key to this hidden dog food in the crevice is still his own search. It's just a matter of him finding the secret to survival later on. He decided to keep it private, so he wouldn't tell anyone. Let them be abused by the boss, right? Who let him get abused by the boss when they all looked at him like he was a joke? The boy smiled a cocky grin, his hands speeding up on the keyboard at the thought of someone else's misery. Chen Duo switched the computer interface, looked at the time of Chiaki Chiocho's class schedule, and then looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. It was almost time for him to pick up his little friend from school. Ring ring ring. As soon as the bell rang, Chiaki put away her textbook. She couldn't wait to see her Mr. Chen, but between now and then, she needed to hang out at the place where Jiang Shibu frequented. In the past, in order to chase after Jiang Shibei, she had gotten to know Jiang Shibei's living habits perfectly. Knowing that he liked to read in the small pavilion on Suizhulu, Qian Kikiu walked in along the bamboo forest of the Sandwich Road. As she passed the small pavilion, she did see Jiang Shibi, but she didn't stop and continued on. Jiang Shibi looked up naturally when he heard footsteps. As soon as he looked up he saw Chiaki Chocho pass in front of him and he froze for a moment. Didn't Chuchu say that she accompanied Qian Kikiu on a trip abroad? But why is Qian Kikiu at school now? Jiang Shibi suspected that he had blurred his eyes. He looked at the back in front of him again, and was incredibly sure that the person was Qian Kikiu. He closed the book and quickly chased after him. Qian Kikiu. Wait a moment. The more Qian Kikiu accelerated her pace, the faster she walked. Jiang Shibi saw this and hurriedly jogged after him, stopping Qian Kikiu. What are you doing walking so fast? Jiang-san, I thought I met a bad guy. Qian Kikiu feigned ignorance and pretended to be alarmed. Didn't you leave the country? Jiang Shuwei asked curiously. Out of the country? There was some doubt in Chiaki's tone, but she seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, oh, right. Where's Hatsumomo? Jiang Shu also sensed Qian Kikiu's strangeness, but he was now more concerned about where Xia Chuchu was. At my house. Qian Kikiu was a bit weak to say these words, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Shibi. This looks like a bad liar at first glance, and makes it obvious that she's a poor liar. Jiang Shibi naturally also saw that she was lying, and he was suddenly filled with doubts. There's nothing to do with that one, so I'll leave you to it. Qian Kikiu hugged the book and walked away without looking back. She was still in a hurry to meet Chen Duo, and she didn't need to guess to know that he must have come very early, and had probably been waiting for himself for a long time. Watching Chiaki Chocho run as fast as if there was a flooding beast chasing behind her, Jiang Shibu fell into unwarranted suspicion. In his opinion Qian Kikiu this is a weak-hearted fall and run away. Xia Chuchu must have something to hide from himself. After Qian Kikiu ran a short distance, she took out her cell phone and called Xia Chuchu. Hatsumomo, I met Jiang Shibu at school today. How did you tell him I was out of the country? It almost showed. Qian Qiuqiu pretended to know nothing, just waiting for Xia Chuchu to round up her own lies. What? How did you guys meet? Xia Chuchu was anxious when she heard it. She thought that the two of their faculties were far apart and the probability of them being able to encounter each other was extremely low. That's why she lied about traveling abroad. And what did you say, cousin? Qian Kikiu was embarrassed. I can only say that you're still in my house. If Jiang Shibi asks, You don't want to wear a disguise, okay? Thank you, cousin. The director over there is calling me. See you later. Hearing that it was her turn, Xia Chuchu hurriedly hung up the phone. This matter was not on her mind. She thought that when the time came, she would just tell a lie and coax Jiang Shibi. Unbeknownst to her, Chiaki Akira, who was very stupid in her eyes, had acted in character, showing all of his clumsiness and ineptitude at lying in front of Isashi. Jiang Shibi didn't have the heart to read the book anymore, and took the book and went straight home. Chiaki found Chen Duo's car, opened the back door and got in. Honey, she put the book aside, and with a delighted face, she fiercely wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and kissed his cheek. Chen Duo smiled and said, "So happy? Of course, no one's picked me up from school in ages." Chiaki Chocho had a smile on her face as she realized that marrying young at an early age was not bad. There is someone who loves you with all his heart and soul, who is always there for you, who shares the sweet and sour of life with you. I just met Jiang Shibu. I really didn't expect Xia Chuchu to lie to him that I'm out of the country. Chen Duo gently picked up the scattered broken hair in front of her temples, which had been stuck together by the sweat that had just flowed from the trot. Then how did you help Xia Chuchu tell a lie? I'm so stupid. How can I round up a lie? But I've tried my best to round it up. It's up to Jiang Shibi to believe it or not. Calling herself stupid, Qian Kikiu was still a bit smug. Chapter 105, Money Makes Money, 100 million. Ha! Chen Duo also laughed along with Chiaki Chocho when he saw her so pleased with herself. Chen Duo, did any of the money I asked you to help me invest in my finances produce small money? Qian Kiki as she is almost out of summer vacation. Want to take advantage of the time of summer vacation to go abroad early trip. Chen Duo prosthetic arrangement on the matter. Don't worry, a big profit was made. Chen Duo would never admit that there was money he had stiffed her on in this big payday. Wow, big money. How much is that? Qian Kiki's heart was bursting with excitement. Her software was also almost done based on her memories of her previous life, and it would soon be ready for sale. Mainly in this period of time has been in the home progress behind some. She stayed with Chen Duo, worried by Chen Duo found his abnormal or afraid to not code. By then the money must add up to enough to put a prosthetic leg on Chen Duo. 100 million. Chen Duo pretended to be calm. Chiaki Akira, can she say she was stunned? More than $3 million can make $100 million by investing money, and still in such a short period of time. The god of stock wouldn't dare to blow it like this, right? Looking at someone beside her who lied without blushing or jumping, Qian Kikiu only had a capitalized word of convince in her heart. Does he have no concept of money? Or is she ignorant of how fast people make money? Open your mouth and you're making $100 million. What's the matter? You think it's too little? Chen Duo didn't see Qian Kikiu's excited expression and thought that this money wasn't enough. She was still short of money. No, it's too much. Qian Kikiu didn't need to guess to know that Chen Duo had given her his own money, and she could only pretend not to know, accepting what someone thought was silently good. He didn't realize that he had been exposed long ago. $100 million, he really dared to say. Oh yeah? The stock, fund, and futures markets have been good lately. A bonus period. Qian Kikiu looked at Chen Duo and forcing to find a remedy, unkindly laughed in her heart. She realized that Chen Dok was even more clumsy than she was when it came to rounding up lies. Even if she couldn't understand the jargon, earning $100 million in such a short period of time was already the biggest lie in itself. Oh yeah? Hubby, you're fantastic. You're simply a little money earner. I'll leave all the money in the house to you to keep from now on. Chiaki didn't expose Chen Duo's lies and blew a wave of rainbow farts at him. Chen Duo was happy to hear that his money had finally been given away. However, when he heard Qian Kiki's sentence that all the family's money would be given to him for safekeeping in the future, he regretted that he shouldn't have stuffed too much money at once. Bent on handing over his money to Qian Kikiu, Chen Duo depressed, screwed up, botched the money in the future to him. Qian Kikiu was puzzled. What's wrong? You're not happy? No, oh, I'm so happy. Chen Duo how dare to say he is not happy? He can only force a smile. After all, the signboard of the little money-making master is his own take money to smash out. By the way, have Ozwa check out what Xia Chuchu has been doing lately, and send some evidence to Jiang Shibi when appropriate. Qian Kikiu knows that with Xia Chuchu's kind of nature that likes to raise fish and take shortcuts wherever she goes, it is estimated that she will not be able to hook up with few men in the crew. Good. Have right casually keep an eye on Suzai's place. Yang Ling is already fighting back, and Suzai is having a hard time. Chen Duo was also happy for Qian Kikiu to stay out of it and let the two of them fight it out in their own nest. They're still watching the fire from the other side of the fence. Just add a little wood from time to time. Hatsumomo, you're back in the country. Why aren't you home yet? Jiang Shushi didn't poke at the lie, but spoke down on it. He wanted to hear what Xia Chuchu would say. He sat in his study for the afternoon until nightfall. Thinking long and hard, he finally made a call to Xia Chuchu. He knew that trust between husband and wife was important, but wouldn't it be even more ridiculous if one of them was using the other's trust in a bad way? I've only been back a short time. We were supposed to play for a month, but on the way we were robbed and my cousin got scared, which is why we came home early. I'll be staying at my cousin's house for a while, so don't worry. You take care of the company and wait for me to come back. Natsuki made up her own explanation as to why. Well, can't you come back tonight? I miss you. Zhang Shuwei was still trying to give her one last chance. If she came back, he would believe her. But the play is almost at the end, and now it's an important moment, so Xia Chuchu can't leave at all. She lightly coaxed Zhang Shiji. Hubby, I miss you too, but I really can't leave right now. My cousin really needs me by the end of the night. Zhang Shuwei pulled a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth as he listened to her words. Robbery, shock. The Chiaki Chocho he saw today didn't have any of these symptoms, and she clearly hesitated when he asked about leaving the country. Zhang Shushi is very sure that Qiankikyu and Xia Chuchu have colluded, and going to Qiankikyu won't be able to ask anything. According to the current situation, it seems that Xia Chuchu is not in the city at all. He could only inquire on his own. Zhang Shibi took out their marriage license. The big red color made him feel incredibly harsh. According to Xia Chuchu's ID number on the marriage certificate, he started checking the relevant information on the airline's official website. He soon found out that Xia Chuchu was indeed not in the city, but had gone out of town. And the key was that he found the last 4 ticket information. Zhang Shibi laughed sarcastically after clicking and reading it. It turned out that she had been lying to herself from the moment she said she was going to stay at Qiankikyu's place. As for coming back on the day of the company's inception, it was just from out of town. Too funny that he didn't know anything about it. Zhang Shu clenched his fists, veins rippling on his forehead. What he hated most in his life was deception and betrayal. Xia Chuchu has already violated the first. As for whether or not he betrayed him, the balance in his heart has already tilted to the side of yes. Xia Chuchu, you'd better pray that you're not checked by me. Zhang Shuwei punched his fist on the desk, now on the verge of rage. He hadn't expected the good girl he'd always thought of to be so deviant as to cheat herself out of the country. Thinking of Xia Chuchu's well-behaved and obedient appearance in front of himself, Zhang Shushi's heart was chilled for a while. Which one is the most real her? The woman he happily married ended up being the one who deceived him and hurt him the most. Xia Chuchu didn't even know that she had been exposed. She had recently signed a contract with Sister Nan and maintained a good relationship as a friend with Yang Jun. Although they have a relationship, but Xia Chuchu still do not forget the first heart. Insisting to wait for their own can be comparable to Yang Jun. They will be together again. Yang Jun is very supportive of this. He thinks that Xia Chuchu is a girl who is brave and persistent in her dreams, and he is willing to accompany her in chasing her dreams. Chapter 106, Exposed to the Real World. Su Zhe, did you really love me? Yang Ling looked at the well-dressed and handsome Su Zhe and asked with a serious face. Baby, what's wrong with you? I've always loved you. Su Zhe took Yang Ling into his arms. He had already entered Zhang's work, just waiting a little bit to take Zhang's for himself. At the moment, he still needed to coax Yang Ling, but it wouldn't take long when he got the Zhang clan. This old woman he would naturally kick. Love me, your sincerity scares me. What did Ao say to you on the rooftop that day? Yang Ling felt that the man in front of her was as scary as the devil, because you had no idea how many faces he had. Love or not love at the drop of a hat. So natural to follow her, an old woman, to hold the scene, to do the drama. I do not know whether to say that he is acting or should say that he can sacrifice anything for the sake of money. What can I say to him? Did you hear something crazy? How can you just doubt our relationship? Su Zhe gently patted Yang Ling's back and coaxed her softly. Yang Ling felt her heart ache. It was at this point, he was still lying to himself. What had once been a warm embrace was now a frigid pool of ice for her, and the cold came from the bottom of her heart and wrapped around her entire body. His gentle, soft coaxing voice, which she coveted, was like the hypnotic voice of hell. He's not a man, he's an escaped evil spirit from hell. Do whatever it takes for profit, play the world, play with everyone's feelings for your own gain. Ayu's death had a lot to do with her, and now there is no chance to atone to her son for his sins, and she finally understands what her son said about having no more ties in life and death. She was not a good mother, but hopefully her son will meet a good family in his next life, not to be rich and famous, but to enjoy the warmth of a family and a lifetime of peace and health. She wouldn't let herself go, and she wouldn't let Su Zhe go either. Is that so? It's a pity that you're so meticulous in your planning, but I already know all about it. Saying that, Yang Ling opened her cell phone, and the voices of Zhang Huayo and Su Zhe came out from it. Su Zhe's face whitened at his words. He never dreamed that Zhang Huayo, that stupid bastard, would be so smart to record it. Are you still trying to deny it? Yang Ling looked at the pale Su Zhe and laughed out bitterly. So what? The man was killed by your good son, and I was just in a relationship with his good mother, said Su Zhe coldly. Looked at Yang Ling. There was no longer a trace of pretended deep love in his eyes, only mockery. You're despicable. and I won't let you get away with it. Yang Ling's eyes widened in anger and her index finger pointed at Suzai's nose. Oh, you really don't have it yet? Now that you know so quickly, it's a shame you'll have to experience hell sooner rather than later. Suzai threw Yang Ling onto the bed and looked at her with cold eyes. He took away all of Yang Ling's communication devices and locked the door to his room. This villa was the love nest Yang Ling had purchased for their new marriage, and the servants were all chosen by Suzai. Therefore imprisoning Yang Ling was too easy for him. He actually had this plan long ago, but was just waiting for the right time. Now that Yang Ling knew too much, he could only start the plan early. In order to prevent Yang Ling from making a scene, Suzai invited a doctor to come over and had to inject her with a tranquilizer. Yang Ling went crazy and resisted, but it had no effect. She was still too naive, not expecting Suzai to do this to herself. But she had signed a will before she came back, and she was going to donate all of the chapter's money when she died. She makes sure that Suzai doesn't get a single penny, and doesn't think that just because he's her husband, he can divide up her family's fortune, but she would definitely kill Suzai before she died. Yang Ling passed out with hatred. Suzai was relieved to lock the door and go out. He is now the management of the Zhangs. To completely take charge of the Zhangs will need all the shares in the hands of Yang Ling, but now that Yang Ling was in his hands, he had ways to get her to sign the equity cession. Suzai slept in the other room with a smile on his face. His mood was a happy one. He finally didn't have to hug that old, ugly, disgusting woman to sleep. When Yang Ling woke up it was getting light. She tried to open the balcony door but found it nailed shut. The entire room's communication tools had been taken away, and she couldn't escape even if she wanted to now. She laughed out coldly. Suzai was now doggedly trying to imprison her. He would never get a penny of her money in his life. Jiang Shushi inquired around the school and finally got some news that Xia Chuchu went to the theater without his knowledge. Compared to cheating, acting was barely acceptable to him, but she cheated on herself, and that was a tough hurdle to get past. After Jiang Sherbei checked out the location where that movie was being filmed, he booked a flight and went straight to the airport. Choo-choo, there's still a few days left before the finalization. Sister Nan just picked up a modern urban drama for me. Do you want to? Although they are not together yet, Yang Jun has already taken Xia Chuchu as his woman by default. He wants Xia Chuchu to accompany him in the play, but is afraid that she has other arrangements. After all, in his next play, the female lead has already been decided, and Chuchu can't play the female lead if she wants to go. Of course I want to. We'll be filming together and I'll get to shadow you and learn more. Xia Chuchu also knows that she is just a newcomer and doesn't have much resources, so if she has Yang Jun to bring her along, she is naturally happy to do so. Even though she's signed to an agency, the company won't promote her if she doesn't have any value. She needs to produce work and show the company that she is worthy. There's still some time before the show airs, and in that time she could have taken on lesser but colorful roles. This would allow them to stay in the ring and still spend the extra time placating Eshu a bit more. By the time her current drama airs and her fame comes out, she can divorce Jiang Shibi as a matter of course. Yang Jun's heart was happy when he heard this. He thought to himself that Xia Chuchu was not willing to separate from himself either. He smiled and said, "Good, then I'll talk to Sister Nan. That role of a female third would suit you well with an audience." "Thank you, Brother Yang. We can shoot together again." Xia Chuchu was happy. She was waiting for the divorce with Jiang Shibi and then fired a wave of CP heat with Yang Jun. By the time her fame went up, she would be able to find bigger names to work with, and Yang Jun would be able to put up with it. Xia Chuchu has already thought of herself becoming a superstar. Her dream of becoming a big star is just around the corner, unaware that her roadblock has already appeared. Jiang Shibi is sitting in the lobby of the hotel, just waiting for Xia Chuchu to show up. If it wasn't for the fact that the crew couldn't just enter, he would have rushed to the set. "Brother Yang, thank you for today. That scene was thanks to you." Jiang Shui saw Xia Chuchu walking in with a man talking and laughing from afar. Chapter 107, Xia Chuchu's Shura. Hatsa Momo. Jiang Shushi directly walked over and interrupted Xia Chuchu and Yang Jun's chat. Xia Chuchu's heart bumped a few times when she saw Jiang Shushu who was walking towards her, but she quickly composed herself and smiled. "What brings you here?" "Came by to see you." Jiang Shu swears sovereignty like, naturally wrapping his arms around Xia Chuchu's waist. Yang Jun, on the other hand, was at a loss. He didn't know who this man was and why he was so intimate with Xia Chuchu. "Brother Yang, I have something to do. See you tomorrow." Xia Chuchu knows that the only way now is to take Jiang Shibu away and not let them stay alone together. "Honey, you're a friend. Don't you want to introduce me?" Jiang Shushi tugged on Xia Chuchu to keep her from leaving, looked at Yang Jun and said with a smile on his face, "Wife." Yang Jun froze. Is Chuchu married or is this man her boyfriend? Jiang Shibi looked at Yang Jun's reaction and knew that this man had thoughts about Xia Chuchu, and men naturally know men best. "This is Yang Jun. He helped me a lot when I was filming." Xia Chuchu can only introduce Yang Jun to Jiang Ji with a stiff upper lip, and pacifying Jiang Ji first is the first priority. "Hello, I'm Xia Chuchu's husband. Thank you for taking care of my wife during this time. Jiang Shui smiled and extended his hand to Yang Jun, officially thanking him. Yang Jun smiled sarcastically and said, "You're welcome. I didn't realize that Chu Chu got married so early." He intentionally asked from the side whether they were married or not. So wouldn't Xia Chu Chu be cheating on herself all the time? Yeah, we got a license before we even shot the movie in the beginning. Mostly because we were so in love that we wanted to tie each other together sooner, said Jiang Shu, kissed on Xia Chu Chu's cheek. Yang Jun pretended to be calm and smiled. Oh, congratulations then. I'll go up and rest first. See you later. He coldly walked his slender legs quickly to the elevator entrance. His heart was dead. He was tainted with a married woman. If it was revealed, it would be the end of his acting career. Yang Jun's hand was propped up on the inner wall of the elevator, not realizing that he had been tricked by a woman and had gambled on his acting career. He is indignant in his heart. Xia Chu Chu is obviously approaching himself with a purpose, but he is oblivious and is still trapped. After Yang Jun went back to his room, he hurriedly looked for his agent, Nan, to discuss his strategy. He still had value now, and Nan wouldn't leave himself alone. If this scandal is blown out by Xia Chu Chu, his acting career will meet its Waterloo. What did you say, Yang Jun? Didn't I warn you not to fall in love? You still have the audacity to hook up with someone's wife. Sister Nan's lungs exploded on the other end of the phone. Yang Jun is the most optimistic artist under her. The future is promising, but now it's almost ruined because of a woman, Xia Chu Chu. And if this can't be handled properly, he's done for. Most of the people who like him are female fans, and if anyone knows that he is a cheater who destroys other people's families, he will surely be boycotted by his fans. Not to mention the fact that the fallout will surely be scorned by all, and a retreat is highly likely. Nan, I really don't know. She approached me with an agenda from the start, and I then moved. Yang Jun was also innocent. How did he know that the girl he liked for the first time already had a family? That's you being stupid. I warned you a long time ago to stay alert in the entertainment industry. Both girls and boys need to protect themselves. How far did your relationship go? Nan is annoyed that Xia Chu Chu is a woman and people easily substitute her as a victim. It would be easier for her to gain the sympathy of the crowd if she were to turn black and white upside down and talk nonsense. After all, women are the weaker and more vulnerable in everyone's eyes. I didn't hold it together for a moment, and what was meant to happen happened. Yang Jun was now as nauseous as if he had swallowed a fly at the thought of sleeping with someone else's wife. Damn. So you guys took steps, right? You'd better pray that we can appease Natsuki. Sister Nan was so angry that she wanted to drop her cell phone. She always thought that among the artists under her hand, Yang Jun was the most worrying for her. But I didn't expect him to stab himself in such a big way as soon as he made his move. Yang Jun froze as soon as he heard the safety measures, and a thunderbolt exploded in his heart. Xia Chu Chu kept seducing herself that day, and he didn't hold back in the end as if he wasn't wearing a condom. Nan, we didn't take safety measures. Yang Jun hardened his heart and told Sister Nan the truth. She was now the only person who could save him, so he naturally couldn't hide it. Bastard, you're really going to get me into trouble. I hope Xia Chu Chu takes steps on her own, or you're screwed. Nan finally hung up the phone in exasperation. She had a splitting headache. There was some trouble with this whole thing. Xia Chu Chu, this woman seems to be prepared. I'm afraid that she will be too greedy with her lion's mouth. Honey, what are you doing here? Xia Chu Chu wrapped her arms around Jiang Shushi and pouted. Jiang Shibi shook off her hand and said in a cold voice, "You still know that you have a husband. How dare you trick me into coming to the movie? Honey, didn't I want to surprise you? I'll tell you when it airs and watch it with you." Xia Chu Chu came over again and hugged Jiang Shushi's arm. I told you a long time ago that I hate it when people lie to me. I also told you not to show your face. Can't you be quiet and teach your children at home? Jiang Shu once again shook off Xia Chu Chu and ferociously pinched her chin. Acting is my dream and I want to work hard for my dream for once. Xia Chu Chu looked at Jiang Shushi pitifully, sad tears flowing down her eyes. Dreams? Oh, didn't you say when you were with me that your dream was to have a cozy family and raise your children at home? In the past, when he saw Xia Chu Chu's tears, Jiang Shushi might feel heartbroken, but now he only feels hypocritical. Xia Chu Chu froze. At that time she was just trying to please Jiang Shibi. With a sobbing voice, she said, "People's dreams change with time. I used to want to teach my children, but now I want to be an actress. And of course I'll take care of my family." Really? Well, you're getting pretty fast. Should I say you're fickle or a compulsive liar? You're a woman full of lies, and I'll never trust you again. The force on Jiang Shushu's hand increased a few more points. Xia Chu Chu only felt that her jaw was going to be dislocated. The pain was so severe that her tears were really flowing naturally this time. If you don't trust me so much, let's get a divorce. Xia Chu Chu took the opportunity to say the intention of divorce as a gamble. Divorce? Dream on. My Jiang Shibei's marriage is only widowed, not divorced. Jiang Shui's icy eyes looked at Xia Chu Chu's neck, and Xiao Chuchu's body involuntarily trembled lightly. Chapter 108, Xiao Chuchu loses her charm. Get scared. That's right. Never think of divorce. Never betray me, or I don't know what I'll do. Jiang Shushu's large palm rubbed Xiao Chuchu's cheek and threatened in a cold voice. Xiao Chuchu only felt as if there was a poisonous snake climbing on her face, and she couldn't help but step back in fear. She thought Jiang Shibi was just a bit macho and controlling. Now she suddenly felt that this man was a bit scary. He hid his true nature in her presence as well, and wasn't as positive and sunny as he appeared to be. Isashi, I didn't. You have to believe me. Xiao Chuchu shivered with a sobbing voice. It's better if you don't. So you're still my good wife. Jiang Shirbei let go and turned around to go to the bathroom to wash up. Xiao Chuchu looked at the departing Jiang Shushi and was scared in her heart. She couldn't stay around such a psychotic man for a moment. She had to get a divorce right away. Right now. She began to look up on the internet. Want to divorce the man does not agree. The woman should do? The only way is to file a divorce lawsuit with the court. But the court also has to mediate or something. In case Jiang Shirbei knows about it, mediation is invalid. It will be miserable. Separation reaches 2 years. This is impossible. Jiang Shibi the psycho will definitely haunt her. She also cannot endure 2 years. After looking at a number of options, there are only 2 that work. Either Jiang Shirbei is cheating on her and living with someone else, or there is domestic violence against her now. Xiao Chuchu calculates to implement violence. He does have this tendency, but not today. She needs to finish the scene first. It seemed that today she still had to coax Jiang Shibi to finish the scene. Xiao Chuchu pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. Unfortunately, Jiang Shushi no longer has any sexual interest in her. He glanced at the naked Xiao Chuchu, walked in and didn't pay any attention to her husband. Before Xiao Chuchu could stick it on, she was pushed away by Jiang Shushi. I'm done. Take your time. Jiang Shirbei turned off the shower and walked out with a towel around him. He's not even sure if this woman Xiao Chuchu betrayed him now. Dirty women he won't touch. Xiao Chuchu? She froze in her tracks. Hadn't Jiang Shirbei been quite warm to her before? Sleeping in bed at night no matter how Xiao Chuchu seduced Jiang Shibu. Jiang Shibu was unmoved and directly threw Xiao Chuchu onto the sofa. I don't think you'll be able to sleep either. So just hang out on the couch for a while. I'm tired and I want to rest early. After saying that, Jiang Shibi directly walked away without looking back. Xiao Chuchu sat on the sofa doubting her life. She had already lost her charm with Jiang Shibi. In the past, when Xiao Chuchu was so loose in bed, Jiang Shibi was still pleasantly surprised. Unfortunately, now that he found out that everything about this woman after getting out of bed was fake, he couldn't help but suspect that Xiao Chuchu was actually originally a prodigal daughter. For Xiao Chuchu's performance tonight, he was even more disgusted and nauseous in his heart. And long ago, he had no more of the erotic thoughts he had before. When Xiao Chuchu saw Jiang Shushi ignoring herself, she didn't want to put a hot face on a cold ass, so she had to make do with the sofa row for the night. The next morning, she packed up and was ready to head out for the shoot. Jiang Shushi looked at her coldly and said, "It just so happens that I have nothing to do in the past few days, so I'll accompany you to the movie set to take a look." Xiao Chuchu was forcefully dragged downstairs by Jiang Ji. They sat in the crew car. Soon everyone knew that Jiang Ji was Xiao Chuchu's husband. Cut. What's wrong with you two? Dropping the ball for me in the last few days. The director is going to be pissed off. Xiao Chuchu and Yang Jun can't even watch the scene they filmed. The screen is full of only embarrassment. Where is it like a couple? Xiao Chuchu is not good because Jiang Shibi is sitting down. Yang Jun knows the true face of Xiao Chuchu, and then with her to play emotional drama only feel diaphragm. Jiang Shushi sat down below and coldly watched the two on the stage with a sneer in his heart. It turns out that the two of them have an extraordinary relationship. Otherwise why would Yang Jun be so out of it? Director, I'm sorry, I'm not in good shape today. Yang Jun hurriedly apologized, and he knew that his professionalism still needed to be improved, even if it was a cow across the street. If the director said they were in true love, he had to act out the feelings. That's the highest level of an actor. But unfortunately for him it needs more work. He's already bringing his personal emotional grudges into the filming. The director could also see the effect that Isashi's presence was having on the two actors and politely asked Isashi to step aside. Jiang Shushi smiled and left. Xiao Chuchu and Yang Jun then stumbled through. But the acting is far less than before. The emotions in their scenes were acted in a fake way, and the expression I control is still not there. But the director had run out of options. It couldn't stay stuck, and in the end, he had no choice but to pass. Jiang Shushi stayed with Xiao Chuchu for 4 days, and as soon as the play was finalized, he took Xiao Chuchu back. Sister Nan laughed coldly in her heart after communicating with Xiao Chuchu. Xiao Chuchu is really greedy. She seems to be very kind, not to mention a single condition, but she is actually greedy. She's just holding a time bomb with evidence in her hand trying to blackmail Yang Jun when he hits it big so she can get more. What a scheming woman with a deep city. Yang Jun, you're no match for her. You can't play with her. Stay away from her. Nan can only caution Yang Jun in this way, and the rest depends on what Xia Chuchu wants. Well, thanks Nan. I'll stay away from her and won't have anything to do with her anymore, Yang Jun assured in a cold voice. He has already seen Xia Chuchu's city as she can still manage to act as if nothing happened when filming the scene with him. Xia Chuchu, this woman is not an actress of high quality, but she doesn't take these things to heart at all. She wasn't half as ashamed or embarrassed by the exposure, still acting herself. Yang Jun can only say that he can't do this shamelessly and shamelessly. It's so interesting. Jiang Shui actually went to the set by himself. Is there a Shura scene there? Chiaki Chocho watched the video Azuo sent back and laughed out loud. Azuo said that Xia Chuchu and Yang Jun's relationship looked unusual and might be a bit involved. Chen Duo smiled and opened the email for Chiaki Chocho to read. You ask Zuo to keep an eye on Yang Jun to see if Xia Chuchu has cheated on him. Qian Kikia wasn't sure if Yang Jun had gone into Xia Chuchu's fish pond. If something happened between them, Jiang Shushi would definitely take action against Xia Chuchu personally. Good. Chen Duo was incomparably disgusted with Xia Chuchu. This woman shamelessly seduced him last time. He wanted to get her killed. Now she's hooking up with other men, and seems to be a slimeball who misbehaves. But compared to that scumbag Jiang Shibi, she seems to be at a higher segment. He couldn't help but sympathize a little with Jiang Shibi. Marrying Xia Chuchu came with a gift of a lush green prairie. Chapter 109, he designed the software? There's no need to worry about Xia Chuchu now. People are cheap and someone will take them. Qian Kikia thought to herself that she had gotten her revenge, making their pair of scummy men and women bond together in advance, tearing away the true face of their marriage. They then realized the ugly face of each. She knew exactly where Jiang Shibi's dead center was. He hated deception and betrayal the most, because his mother was the one who cheated on him and was seen by him at a young age. It was the last thing in his life that he could accept his significant other cheating on him. She had seen Jiang Shirbei's dark side once, and his heart was filled with hatred for those who had cheated on him. She remembers overhearing that Eboshi had a doll covered in pins, and that doll was his mother's favorite thing. Jiang Shushi is a mentally challenged person. If Xia Chuchu cheated on her, he would definitely take crazy revenge on her. Well, we don't care about them, just live our own lives. Chen Duo took Qian Kikia's hand and smiled. That's for sure. A life is so short. Who wants to waste their time on endless fights? Qian Kikia smiled with a happy face. Her software had been sold and she had a large sum of money in her hand again. It felt pretty good to make money, and she was ready to create a software development company of her own in addition to guarding the Chien group for her dad. This way the one skill that made money in a previous life doesn't have to be lost, but this needs to be done privately and secretly. Chen Duo, I'm taking my exams tomorrow. After the exam, my friend asked me to go abroad for a few days, and I agreed. Qian Kikia told Chen Duo that she was preparing to go abroad, but she lied about the exact reason why she was going. She needed to make a trip over there to determine if she was sure she could develop a prosthetic limb that would fit Chen Duo, so she could tell him again. He'd already experienced too many disappointments, and she didn't want to leave Chen Duo empty-handed. Chen Duo froze for a while before asking, go for a few days? Even though he wanted so badly for Chiaki not to leave him, he knew that he was not in the right frame of mind to do so. Autumn should have her own circle of friends. He can't confine people to himself alone. Qian Kikiu naturally sensed Chen Duo's hesitation, but for his final support, she happily kissed Chen Duo. She laughed and teased Chen Duo. About 3 or 4 days. But don't you even care what kind of friend it is, like if it's a man or a woman? Chen Duo forced himself to hold back the unhappiness in his heart and said sullenly, whether it's a man or a woman, aren't you still going? Chiaki Chochio sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck, and rubbed his forehead. Good girl, just 3 or 4 days. I'll bring you a present when I get back. There's a surprise. I don't have a gift I want. Chen Duo was close to saying that he didn't want gifts, he just wanted her to stay by his side. Don't you want the gift I gave you too? Muah, be happy, I'll be back soon. I'll call you on the video and we'll keep in touch on the phone, okay? Qian Kikiu gently coaxed Chen Duo, knowing that this person was actually very reluctant to leave on his own. Okay, then you must call me. Chen Duo knew he couldn't stop it. At least Chochio had told him about his trip. He could only compromise. Hubby is so nice. Love you. Chaya Kikio rewarded Chen Duo with a kiss on the side of his face. Chen Duo wrapped his arms around Qian Kikiu's waist and said softly, you come back early. I'll wait for you at home. I'll be back early knowing you're waiting for me at home. Qian Kikiu softly coaxed Chen Duo. She couldn't let go of him either. Boss, did you secretly design another software? Another message came from Chen Duo's computer chat interface. Chen Duo felt puzzled when he saw the message. He replied, no, what's wrong? That's when someone is copying you. And recently a piece of software has appeared that allows you to see traces of your design in multiple places. Boss. The ape in charge of software testing rushed to tell his boss about this software he had tested. Yeah, I haven't sold any software lately. Do you still have the data for that software there? Send it over and I'll take a look. Chen Duo was doubtful about the message the ape had sent over. Imitating him? He wasn't such a good imitator. Kiankikia had no idea that the software she had designed had been exposed to Chen Duo just like that. It was not her fault. She herself might have long forgotten that when she first designed this software, Chen Duo had given her a lot of help, guided her, and helped her modify some bugs. So there are many traces left on this software after Chen Duo's operation. And those who are familiar with his design know that these are Chen Duo's unique style. Chen Duo looked at the software that Ape had sent over and froze a little. He was incredibly sure that this software was not of his own design, but there were indeed traces of his presence on this software. It's impossible. There's no second him in the world. No one knows his design style and some of his unique habits of knocking out code. The person would have to know him exceptionally well and have seen the code he's knocking out, which is impossible. His computer had never been hacked, so how did anyone else know? It's not my software, but it does have a lot of techniques that look a lot like mine. Can you find out who sold this software? Chen Duo sent his message over, desperately wanting to know who this person was. Did his code leak? Or is there really someone in the world who thinks like him? This can't be for the time being. As you know, we design software that is put up for sale on the market, and everyone's personal privacy is well protected. This environment was still created by Chen Duo himself, so it must be bad for him to go against his philosophy to check on others now. Chen Duo froze. He had changed the software trading market in the first place, planning him as an online buying and selling market. Strictly confidential customer privacy in a private space designed to lead to self-destruction of information on both sides of the transaction for all people once the deal is closed. Now is not to move a stone their own feet. The buyer can be based on the software put into use in the market to find out. But this seller's information is not good to find out. You also said it was temporary. When the buyer has put it on the market, you can always find out who the payments went to by checking the accounts of their bank transactions. Chen Duo told the ape about his idea and gave him the task. Oh, okay, boss. But I guess it'll be a while, so don't rush me. Ape bitterly typed out the line. He was most afraid of his boss rushing him. It couldn't be helped. The boss was too efficient. Chen Duo replied, yes, you can. Just check this matter out properly. Okay, boss, promise to get the job done. With these words from the boss, the ape was relieved. Chapter 110, Going Abroad Separately. In the blink of an eye, Chiaki Chocho had finished her exams, and this night she had already started packing her bags. Chen Duo sat in the check room like a little wretch, watching Chiaki Chocho put her clothes into her suitcase. Chiaki couldn't stand his pathetic little look like he was abandoned at home anymore and wanted to pack him away as well. Be good. Just 3 or 4 days. Never another day. I'll be back soon. Kiankikia helplessly put down the clothes in her hand and walked over to coax someone up. With a muffled Chen Duo hugged Chiaki Chocho. People say that a little time away makes you beautiful, and that distance makes you beautiful. Maybe after a trip out, I'll love and adore you even more. Kiankikiu smiled and comforted Chen Duo in a self-modest manner, hoping that she could coax the sticky giant dog into doing so now. Ever since he knew that she was going to travel abroad for the past few days, Chen Duo had been clinging to her every day, seemingly looking at her with sultry eyes. Call me when you arrive. Pay attention to safety. Don't play too late at night. Foreign security is not safe. In a foreign country, I can't put out a fire from afar. Chen Duo hugged Kiankikiu, burying his head in her arms and inhaling the scent of her that made him cling to her. Okay, next time I hope I can bring you along. Okay? Chen Xiuqiu could only hope that foreign countries could really develop prosthetic limbs suitable for Chen Duo, so that he could piggyback on Chen Duo the next time he went. Chen Duo said in a muffled voice, good, you go ahead and clean up, and when you're done we'll go rest. There's nothing else to clean up, so let's go to bed. Seeing that there wasn't much left to put in, Kiankikiu gave up packing and pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair out. As soon as they got into bed, Chen Duo wrapped his arms around her waist and brought her into his embrace, his head buried between her necks. Chiaki could only wordlessly stroke his head, trying to soothe Chen Duo, who couldn't stand the parting. Autumn, you. Chen Daheo wanted to say don't you go, but his reasoning intercepted him before the words could be uttered. He can't keep people to himself. That kind of love is sick. He had read carefully the psychology books he had bought to prepare for Chiaki Autumn's detachment, and then the more he read, the more he realized that it was he himself who was sick. He was already trying hard to restrain his somewhat morbid possessiveness towards Chiaki. He wanted to let Chiaki have her own circle of friends and her own personal space. Honey, be good. I'll message you every day and send you videos so you can see me. Chiaki kissed the corner of his lips and coaxed him in a low voice. That night Chen Duo had been holding Kiankikia tightly without letting go of her hand, and had not said a word in silence. The more separation was imminent, the more he couldn't stand Kiankikiu's departure, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would be blocking her. Early the next morning, Kiankikiu was ready to leave quietly, but unfortunately, Chen Duo's hand was tightly wrapped around her waist. She could only wake Chen Duo up. Honey, let go. Chen Duo opened his eyes, and after a moment of confusion, he hugged her waist tighter. Be good. I'm catching a plane. Qian Kikyo hugged his waist and coaxed him gently. Only then did Chen Duo let go and sat up from the bed. Qian Kikyo smiled and said, you can sleep a little longer. It's still early. No, I'll take you to the airport. Chen Duo braced his arm and got out of bed. Even though it was sad to see her go, he didn't want to let Chiaki go to the airport alone. Well, thanks hubby, thanks heart. Chiaki knew she couldn't stop someone, so she could only watch him get up. When Chiaki dragged her suitcase downstairs, Right was already waiting downstairs. She secretly laughed at the fact that Chen Duo had already planned to take her to the airport. Right hurriedly took Chiaki Chocho's suitcase and walked ahead with big strides, leaving the boss and his wife behind them to talk about love and each other on their own. After sitting in the car, Chen Duo directly pulled Qian Kikyo into his arms and just hugged her, not wanting to separate from her like a Siamese twins. Qian Kikyo pulled down the partition of the back seat and kissed his thin lips, softly kissing his lips, gently soothing him. Chen Duo clasped the back of her head and deepened the kiss. He tenderly and lovingly wanted to convey all his reluctance and attachment to Qian Kikyo through this kiss. Unfortunately, this trip always comes to an end, and the car stops when it reaches its destination. Chen Duo had long since sensed that the car had stopped, but he still couldn't let go of Qian Kikyo's lips, which were even more mesmerizing and addictive than poppies. The bottom line was he didn't want to let her go. Let her go and she was going to fly out of him like a bird. Chiaki gave a small wooing cry and somewhat resisted. Pulling her head back a bit, Chen Duo clasped the back of her head and pulled it closer by another point, seemingly a little dissatisfied with her resistance, and with a punitive bite on her lips, Qianqiuqiu cried out in pain. Only then did Chen Duo curtly stick out his tongue to lick the place he had bitten, and gently pecked a few more times. Autumn and autumn, autumn autumn. Chen Duo murmured her name in a low voice, his heart full of reluctance. Well, Qianqiuqiu couldn't stand Chen Duo's gentle attack and let out a shy sound. She was on the verge of tears. This man was torturing her. She had a plane to catch. She gently pushed Chen Duo, not bringing a few points of force with her. Chen Duo also knew that he couldn't keep her, so he could only restrain himself from letting go of her. Be good. We'll keep in touch. Chiaki kissed him on the cheek and pushed the car door open. Right had long been standing behind the car's ass with his suitcase, and he would never go up to disturb it unless he was being courteous. Chiaki took the suitcase with a bit of a blush and glanced at the closed car door, knowing that this was as far as he could go. But her feet had just stepped into the lobby of the airport when Chen Duo still pushed open the car door and Right carried his boss out of the car. Chen Duo thought it would be better to take one more look at her, even if it was just the back. Right pushed Chen Duo into the lobby of the airport, and in the surging crowd, Chen Duo caught a glimpse of Chiaki Chocho, who was in front of a machine to pick up her boarding pass. His eyes just followed Chiaki Chocho and watched her get on the elevator and go to the second floor. Chen Duo also followed on the second floor. He had wanted to silently watch Chiaki leave, but Qian Kikyo turned back as if she felt something, and then she saw Chen Duo who was following her. With a face of surprise, she let go of her suitcase and ran back, wrapping her arms around Chen Duo's neck and saying, "Hubby, I thought you weren't coming? I saw it was early, so I came over to keep you company." After being caught in the act, Chen Duo rushed to get himself patched up. "My husband is so sweet. Kudos to you." Chiaki Chocho lightly tapped on Chen Duo's brow as if she was coaxing Chiaki Miaomi. 111. Visit to the Medical Research Institute. In the waiting hall of the airport, Qianqiuqiu hugged Chen Duo's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Neither of them spoke. 1,000 words blended into their mutual snuggling. Time is always silent and won't stop for anyone. Qianqiuqiu still waved goodbye to Chen Duo. Chen Duo watched the airplane rise from his eyes into the embrace of the blue sky before he pushed his wheelchair and left somewhat forlornly. After Qian Kikyo left, Chen Duo realized that the villa seemed to know that its mistress was not at home anymore, and they all started to be passive. The whole house seemed to be no longer sheltered from the wind and rain, and the temperature inside all plummeted, becoming unusually bleak and cold. He couldn't stay in the study either. He lay on the bed and hugged Qian Kikyo's pillow, his head buried into the pillow, sniffing deeply at her scent lingering on the pillow. 10 hours was a bit hard for Chen Duo. He kept looking at his cell phone, thinking about how it hadn't arrived yet, how it hadn't sent him a message yet. Finally Chiaki Chocho's video came through, and he hurriedly sat up from the bed with a light smile. "Chocho, you're here? Well, I got to the hotel to show you where I'm staying." Qian Kikyo looked at Chen Duo with a smile on her face, holding her phone and turning around the room. After turning around, Qian Kikyo sat on the sofa and smiled. "See, now you should be relieved. You're exhausted from the long flight, so get some rest." Chen Duo saw Qian Kikyo, and his low mood was then soothed a bit. "You're sitting on the bed here? Then you sleep with me." Chiaki pulled back the thin quilt and lay down on the bed. Chen Duo also laid down, his cell phone placed in front of them. Concerned, Chiaki asked softly, "Did you eat properly at home?" "Well, ate, but couldn't eat, didn't eat much." "That's good, eat well at home, code hard, and wait for me to come back." As she spoke, Chiaki's upper and lower eyelids fought, and her voice grew smaller and smaller. Within moments the phone slipped out of her hand and onto the bed, and all that could be heard was her seemingly light snoring. Chen Duo knew that she must be exhausted from waking up so early to catch the plane, and he laughed softly without closing the video. He placed the cell phone to his ear and followed it into sleep as he listened to the soft sounds coming from the other side of the phone. Chiaki woke up only to realize that the phone screen was still on. She brought it over and saw someone's ears magnified on the screen. "Husband!" Chen Xiuqiu shouted softly. She wasn't sure if Chen Duo was asleep or not. Should she hang up the video? As soon as her words left her mouth, the image in the video shook, and then Chen Duo's face appeared in the video. "You're awake. Are you going out with your friends later?" Chiaki smiled and said, "Well, I'll hang up the video then." "Good." Chen Duo's voice was a bit muffled, as if he had only just received the video and was about to hang up again, and was a bit lost. "Kiss my baby, muah. Be good and I'll be back soon." Chiaki gave Chen Duo a kiss through the screen before hanging up the phone. She already had a meeting scheduled with the private medical institute and couldn't afford any more delays, so she had to hang up the video. Fortunately, Chiaki Xiuqiu had the experience of studying abroad in her previous life, which honed her foreign language skills. She was very fluent and comfortable communicating with Dr. Martin, asking questions about research on new materials for prosthetics. She was willing to invest in their institute to have them specialize in a pair of prosthetics for herself that would fit any skin. If they succeed in their research, she does not want any of the proceeds, and she is willing to support them unconditionally in sharing this outcome with all medical structures. Dr. Martin sniffed and praised Chiaki Xiuqiu from the bottom of his heart for being as kind as a fairy in a Chinese mythological story. Qianqiqi smiled and gave her thanks, and said that her husband was a disabled person with unusually sensitive skin, and ordinary prosthetic materials were simply not suitable for him. From time to time, her husband had trouble getting around because of his disability, and she just wanted some people like his husband to be able to get up and get around. Dr. Martin smiled at that, seemingly curious about their love story, and teased Chiaki about her husband being a jealous man. Chiaki followed Dr. Martin on a tour of their labs, learning about their various new types of medical research and the final uses of these research results. They had a great conversation and Dr. Martin had invited her to lunch. At this moment, it was already early morning in China, but Qianqiqi found that Chen Duo had sent her a message. She hurriedly messaged him back, urging him to go to bed early. Chen Duo, who was thrilled to get Qianqiqi's reply message, was even more unable to sleep, and sent the message over in aggravation. "Autumn, it's been so long and you haven't even contacted me?" Qianqiqi said helplessly. "We're out for the day, so it's not convenient to send messages. So am I disturbing you?" Chiaki Xiuqiu clearly perceived a hint of sultriness in those words. She hurriedly said, "No, I was just thinking about you when I happened to get your message. So is it convenient for you to video now?" After not seeing him for a few hours, Chen Duo wanted to meet Qianqiqi. Chiaki looked across the table at Dr. Martin and smiled somewhat apologetically. She had to reply, "Not yet. I'll send you a video later when I find a quiet place." Dr. Martin chuckled. "Your husband? Yeah, he's not used to us being apart. He's not used to us being apart." Chiaki could only laugh and explain why now. Dr. Martin seems to be very fond of Chinese culture, and he teases that he is very much like the Queen Mother in Chinese mythology, forcibly separating their lovers. Dr. Martin had the good sense not to interrupt their conversation any longer, and he went ahead and left. When Qianqiqi sent the video over, Chin Independence immediately picked it up. He had been waiting for her video. "Honey, it's late. You go to bed early. I'll watch you sleep, okay?" Qianqiqi looked at the time. It's almost 1 a.m. Now, this person is still not sleeping. What is he going to do? I've had enough sleep for the afternoon, and I want to see you now. Chen Duo's fingers rubbed Chiaki Xiuqiu's cheek on his phone screen. She had already left him for a day. "Okay, that'll let you watch for a while and then go to bed. What did you do today?" Chen Xiuqiu inquired about Chen Duo as if she was checking up on him, just to know what he had done this day. "Same as always. Eat, program, sleep." He would never admit that his writing program consisted of sitting in front of a computer and gawking at pictures of Chiaki Autumn. Chapter 112, A Man's Memory. "Yes, that's a good girl. Just give me one more day. I'll be back the day after tomorrow." Chiaki Xiuqiu and Dr. Martin were almost done talking, and the contract could be signed tomorrow. In the afternoon she was going to go to the university to find her old friends from her previous life abroad and pull them in to develop software with her. Walking on the campus where she had gone to study in a foreign country in order to catch up with Jiang Shibu's footsteps in her previous life, Qianqiqi was overwhelmed with emotion. and here she was alone in her lonely struggle. From struggling with not knowing what code is, to being able to slowly design small programs on your own, to being able to work with others to develop software. She didn't know how many nights she had stayed up during these 3 years. Her hair fell out in big clumps when she was anxious, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to graduate and go back to China with Jiang Shibi. It was good to have these friends with her at that time. They taught her by hand, took her to get started, knocked on the code with her, and helped her to fix the bugs, thinking that she would be able to see them soon. Kiankikiyu was unusually excited. "Nico," Chiaki called out to a blonde, blue-eyed hybrid boy on the steps, but unfortunately he looked at her with a wooden face. It was then that Chiaki realized that he was also the only one who was excited, and at the moment he didn't recognize himself at all. She had to politely go up and introduce herself and talk to him. His grandfather was Chinese and he spoke fluent Chinese. When Chiaki explained his intention to invite him to start a business with him, Nico refused outright, saying he had a startup team and was not short of money. Chiaki froze. Could it be that because she had changed some things? Many things in this life had changed with her. She remembers the first time Nico met her. He approached her to borrow money, saying he was poor. After she lent him money, the man borrowed from her often, and over time, because she was his debtor, Nico acted as her teacher, teaching her the beginnings of programming. But the situation now was that he was not short of money, and Chiaki, as a stranger to him, naturally knew that he could not pull him in. She could only leave her contact information and tell Nico to contact her if he ever wanted to work with her. Then Chiaki went to the other two, Core and Apes, but it ended in failure. They said they had their own team and didn't need to find another partner. Kiankikiyo came with a heart full of joy and ambition, and in the end, she could only leave in disappointment. People and things here were no longer like what she had experienced in her previous life. Everyone had their own direction, and she alone had the memories of all of them. At this moment Chiaki felt unusually lonely. She seemed to remain where she was, but her friends had gone far away. She couldn't even look at the time on her cell phone and sent a video over to Chenduo. At the moment she missed him so much. "Autumn, where are you?" Chenduo connected to the video with a delighted face. Looking at the building behind Kiankikiyo, he remembered that it seemed to be a university campus. Kiankikiyo took a look at the time and realized that it was now 4:30 in the morning in China, and she was noisily putting Chenduo to bed again. But looking at the speed at which Chenduo picked up this video, Qianqiuqi already guessed that he wasn't asleep. Chiaki asked him softly, "Are you still awake?" "No, I just woke up." Chenduo hurriedly lied that he had just woken up and didn't want Qiuqiu to worry about him. Kiankikiyo didn't poke at his lie even when she looked at the blue color under his eyes, and smiled. "It's still early. How about you sleep a little longer and I'll sing you a song?" "Good." Chenduo was happy. He had never heard Qiuqiu sing before. "Then you put the phone to your ear and close your eyes." As soon as Kiankikiyo's words were finished, Chenduo put the phone down and obediently said, "I've already closed my eyes, just waiting for her to sing." Chiaki cleared her throat and said, "You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You feel like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At last love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive." Listening to the gentle whispering and singing, every sentence a confession to himself, Chenduo slightly raised the corners of his mouth and gradually fell asleep. After the song was finished, Kiankikiyo sang the last line, "I love you. Love you baby. Let me love you," and sang it a few times in a loop. Not hearing any movement coming from there, she knew that Chenduo had fallen asleep. Kiankikiyo hung up the video and prepared to go shopping around the neighborhood and bring Chenduo some small gifts. She doesn't go shopping for shopping straight away. She is completely stopped when she gets to her destination and buys all the way up. Kiankikiyo took a big bag of things and was about to buy more when Chenduo's phone call came. "Where is it? Back yet? It's 8 o'clock at night." Kiankikiyo then realized that it was dark. She hurriedly said, Back. Yeah, why do I hear a car honking?" Chenduo didn't believe it. He was afraid that she was playing with her friends too late, and the law and order in foreign countries made him uneasy. "Where is the sound of a car? I'm in a business hotel." It was only then that Chiaki reacted to the fact that she had almost blown her cover by saying she was at the mall. Chenduo, the dark man, was swindling her again. So close. Luckily she reacted quickly. The pause in her tone was certainly detected by Chenduo. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and in his heart, he secretly said that this little liar's skill was not yet up to par. Chenduo feigned ignorance and said softly, "Oh, let's turn on the video then?" "Don't. Wait a little while for the video. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm exhausted from shopping today." Kiankikiyo panicked and refused. "Once the video is opened will not all be revealed." "Okay, then take your time washing. I'll wait for you to send me the video." Chenduo didn't expose her lie and intentionally strengthened the tone of the word slowly. He was sure that after hanging up the phone, Kiankikiyo would head for the hotel. As long as she went back, he wouldn't poke the little liar. "Okay, I'm hanging up then. I'm going to go wash the incense. Bye. As soon as Kian Kikiyo hung up the phone, she carried a big bag of things and hurriedly took a taxi back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, she threw her things on the floor, quickly went to the bathroom and took a simple shower, then lay on the bed and sent a video to Chenduo. Chenduo looked at Kian Kikiyo's small red face, not knowing if she was in a hurry to run or was steamed by the heat. He smiled and said, "You did take your time in taking a bath." "Ha, that's for sure. Husband's words are to be listened to. I had a full body spa. After being tired all day, I feel much more comfortable now." Chiaki Chocho was still smugly begging for praise without a blush on her face. "Ha, little liar." Chenduo laughed out lightly. Chapter 113 Video Joy. Kian Kikiyo looked at Chenduo, who was sitting in the study, and asked with a smile, "You've had breakfast, haven't you?" "Well, eaten." But it turned out to be a large-scale rollover scene, because Mrs. Lu pushed open the door of the study and walked in with a tray. As she walked away, she chanted, "Sir, breakfast is still required. The missus gave special instructions." Ha ha. Genchochio looked at Chenduo's frozen expression after being exposed and laughed out loud. She raised an eyebrow at Chenduo and smiled. "Have you eaten?" Chenduo looked a little unnatural and said, "I misremembered and thought I had eaten it." Sister-in-law Lu didn't miss the somewhat chagrined look her hostess gave herself as she said with a firm face, "Mistress specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you for breakfast." Ha ha ha. "Good job, sister-in-law Lu. Good job. I'll give you a bonus when I come back." Kian Kikiyo smiled broadly on the other end of the phone and praised sister-in-law Lu, who was to be given a commendation for being so conscientious and responsible in her work. "Ma'am?" Sister-in-law Lu froze a bit when she heard Kian Kikiyo's voice. Chenduo turned the phone to Sister Lu, who saw Kian Kikiyo in the video and said with a smile on her face, "How are you doing abroad, ma'am?" "Well, it's quite good. Keep an eye on Chenduo for me a bit. Make sure you eat on time. I'll be back the day after tomorrow." Kian Kikiyo instructed Lu's sister-in-law again. If not for Lu's sister-in-law, she was almost fooled by Chenduo. Sister-in-law Lu smiled and repeatedly assured, well, I promised to complete the task given to me by my wife." She knew that Mr. listened to Mrs. the most in this family, and that Mrs. did it all for Mr. S. good. She naturally chose to listen to her wife, and Mr. couldn't do anything to her. Chenduo looked at the two people who had already unified their camps in a depressed manner. It seemed that he had to eat more for lunch and dinner today and couldn't afford to fall behind. "Eat your breakfast, you liar." Kian Kikiyo looked at Chenduo, who was still holding the phone and not eating, and said without any good reason, "Chen Dok, call him a liar. Someone is not a liar yet." Humph. And lying to him about being at the hotel. He was too lazy to expose her because he wasn't bothered with her. Chenduo sipped the milk he disliked in frustration, looking at the opposite side of the table just like a small greedy cat that had stolen the fish, smiling with a face of smugness and cockiness. Qianqiu. He also with the corners of his mouth slightly raised up. Kian Kikiyo learned the anchor's selling accent and said, "This milky white milk juice, milk like silky smooth taste. OMG. This is too sweet. Drink it, drink it." Ha. Chenduo couldn't help but laugh out softly. Luckily he didn't drink it or he would have burst out laughing. Is she turning into a harmonizer in a second? Ha ha ha. Chiaki herself couldn't help but roll on the bed with laughter. It was hilarious. With this roll, she lifted the hem of her nightgown up to her waist, revealing her lace chaps and her pale, slender legs, but she hadn't realized it herself and was still laughing. Early in the morning Chenduo looked at such an exciting scene, not to mention his body was on fire and his blood pressure started to soar. He put his hand under his nose and touched it. He had finally come out on top this time and was surprised that he didn't get a nosebleed. He calmed down a bit and said in a muffled voice, "Chio, cover yourself with the blanket. I'm not cold. It's kinda hot in here." Chiakikiyu was dumbfounded and unsure. "The one. You skirt up." It was not natural for Chenduo to tell the truth. "Ah!" Chiaki exclaimed in shock as she lowered her head and hurriedly covered the quilt. Her entire body burrowed under the covers as well. Mortified. "Ha! It's so cute." Chenduo lowered his voice and laughed out softly, and for fear of being embarrassed when Kian Kikiyo heard him, he even purposely held his hand to cover it. "Bah, why don't you hurry up and eat? I'm going to go get a skincare treatment and we'll talk later." Chiaki Chocho tried her best to feign like nothing was wrong, put the phone on the bed, and got out of bed to wash her face and go to skincare. After reaching the bathroom, Chiaki put her hand on the wall in shame as she banged her. The hand on the wall. I can't believe she's embarrassed to be on video. It doesn't matter. This man is her husband. They're married. They've done what they need to do. What's there to be embarrassed about? After Chiaki Chocho gave herself some mental construction, her thick skin added another layer, and only then did she walk back as if nothing had happened. "Honey, I bought tons of stuff today." She took her cell phone and showed off today's loot to Chenduo, who had literally gone on a cleaning spree. There were gifts she'd bought for mom and dad, and dolls that Misty liked. Sister Lu always had knee pain, and she bought her knee and elbow pads. Chen Duo's gift, she has blindly bought a whole lot. Their favorite she bought to Chen Duo, couple pendant, couple watch, couple bag. I did super shopping and there are so many favorites I didn't buy. You can go shopping with me when we come over together next time. Qian Kikia had a smile on her face, and the next time she came here, Chen Duo would be able to stand up. Good. Chen Duo's heart was bursting with excitement. He had never traveled out with Qian Kikiu before. Well, you go about your business, and it's time for me to go to bed. Xian Xiuxiu looked at the time. It was time for her to go to bed. She was about to hang up the video when Chen Duo spoke out to stop it. Don't hang up. Put your pillow behind the phone. You go to sleep and I'll just check on you. Chen Duo couldn't hang up the phone. Qian Kikiu was the driving force behind his work life. Looking at her was how he could feel she was beside him and work more efficiently. When Chiaki fiddled with it, she said to Chen Duo on the other side of the screen, "Alright, I'm going to sleep. Well, good night. Sweet dreams." Chen Duo looked at the well-behaved and adorable Qian Kikiu after he closed his eyes, and his heart felt a sense of peace. It was only when he saw her that his whole heart was complete and unusually content. Early the next morning, Qian Kikiu saw Chen Duo lying on his bed, and his cell phone was pointed right at himself. The man had now adjusted his work schedule to be the same as hers, and it was now 7 o'clock in the evening at home, and he had gone to bed so early that he was probably not going to sleep again at night. She hung up the video and told someone to get a good night's sleep. Chaya Kikiu got up and washed and ate a breakfast before rushing to Dr. Martin to sign the contract. She had planned to slip in here after signing the contract and go back tomorrow, but looking at someone's black and white life, forget it, she'd better go back early so that Chen Duo could live a normal life tomorrow. After signing the contract, Chiaki expressed her gratitude to Dr. Martin and looked forward to hearing their good news soon. Dr. Martin watched her drag her suitcase over to sign the contract and smiled a derisive smile at her, teasing her about her return. Qian Kikiu could only smile helplessly at him, indicating that her husband was too clingy. Dr. Martin smiled and said he himself was very much looking forward to meeting Chiaki's husband, a happy and jealous man. Chapter 114, No Surprises. After saying goodbye to Dr. Martin, Xian Xiuxiu took a taxi and went straight to the airport, thinking to give Chen Duo a surprise. Chen Duo took the phone from time to time and looking at Xian Xiuxiu's WeChat interface. No message, still no message. He sent over a dozen messages, and Qian Kikiu didn't reply to any of them. He sent the video over and Chiaki didn't answer. What was she doing? Had too much fun hanging out with friends to notice the message he sent, or did something bad happen? Not receiving a reply from Qian Kikiu, Chen Duo's heart fluttered up and down, and he couldn't help but begin to think wildly. The more I thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and it always seemed a little more likely that something bad had happened to Qiuqiu. Normally she wouldn't not return his messages for so long. Chen Duo finally dialed Chiaki Qiuqiu's phone, and it came back switched off. He couldn't sit still any longer. Why would he turn off his cell phone when he was fine? It's daytime in a foreign country. She should be out playing. How could she turn off her phone? It's not scientific. It's very unscientific. Chen Duo once again opened the tracking software he had implanted into Qian Xiuqiu's phone to check her positioning. On this look he noticed that Chiaki Qiuqiu's positioning was moving exceptionally fast and was slowly approaching the country. Little bad boy. In a hurry. Chen Duo were still not aware that someone was secretly returning to the country. A hanging heart of his finally fell to the ground. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he watched Qian Kikiu's position move in and out. After a long journey of more than 10 hours, Chiaki Cho finally arrived at the airport. She took a taxi home with a happy face, just wanting to go back at the right time to scare Chen Duo and give him a surprise. Although he knew that Qian Kikiu had returned to China, in order not to expose himself, Chen Duo could only sit at home and forcefully refrain from picking up the person he was thinking about so much. From the moment he checked the time the flight landed, Chen Duo started to look at the time non-stop. Almost as soon as Chiaki Qiuqiu was almost home, he pushed his wheelchair and sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, conveniently looking at the front door to see if Chiaki Qiuqiu's figure was there. Finally a cab pulled up outside the front door, and only then did Chen Duo push his wheelchair downstairs, pretending to go for a drink of water. Sister-in-law Lu didn't care, and as soon as Qian Kikiu dragged her suitcase through the door, she saw Chen Duo who was drinking water. She tossed the suitcase aside and ran excitedly toward Chen Duo, and as she ran she shouted, "Chen Duo, I'm back." Chen Duo put down his cup and opened his arms to her. Qian Kikiu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck, kissed his cheek and said, "Hubby, is it a surprise? Is it unexpected?" The corner of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly as he smiled. "Surprise, surprise. Isn't it still going to be a day of fun?" Qian Kikiu pouted. "I super missed you, so I came back a day early." In her heart, however, she secretly said it wasn't some little poor thing who was living in the dark at home, making her heart ache to give up, so she had to come back earlier. I've missed you too. You haven't been returning my messages and I've been worried. Chen Duo hid the fact that he had surreptitiously checked Chiaki Chocho's whereabouts, and he only explained that he had sent a bunch of messages on her phone. Yeah, well, didn't I want to surprise you? Qian Kikyo pulled out her phone, and sure enough, she found a whole bunch of messages from Chen Duo, although I was pleasantly surprised. Next time tell me sooner. Chen Duo looked at Qian Chicho in a serious manner, and after reading books on psychology, he had already been restraining himself from tracing Qian Chicho's whereabouts for some time, but today he made an exception, and this being out of his control didn't make him feel very good. Chiaki Autumn. It didn't seem like much of a surprise. He didn't seem to like it very much. Qian Kikyo didn't know whether to say if he didn't have any romantic cells at all, but looking at the fact that he had sent so many messages to himself and seemed to be worried about himself, she couldn't say anything. When Chen Duo saw that Qian Kikyo didn't say anything, he also knew that his words might have upset her. After all, she had been kind enough to prepare a surprise for herself. He was just too sensitive to adjust to the sudden loss of her whereabouts. He hugged Qian Kikyo's waist and leaned his head into her embrace, somewhat apologizing. I'm sorry, this is my problem. That I'm prone to rambling when you're suddenly tone deaf. Okay, I'm at fault too. I know you're worried that I'm not safe abroad, and I won't do it again next time. When Qian Kikyo heard Chen Duo's apology, she also knew that he was telling the truth because that screen full of messages he posted were all evidence. Autumn, don't worry, I'll change. Chen Duo also wants to change these morbid behaviors of his a little bit, and he is working hard for that. Change? How do you change this? Chiaki stayed frozen. Wasn't it normal to have wild thoughts? She was like that sometimes. Chiaki understood. After all, these thoughts were out of the control of the brain. Wasn't he competing with himself? No need to change it. This is normal, so don't embarrass yourself. Hearing Qian Kikyo say that it was normal, Chen Duo froze. But didn't the book say that it wasn't normal for him to be like this? Isn't that what the book says? Qian Kikyo didn't know what books Chen Duo had read. She smiled and said, it's not like you're living with books for the rest of your life. What is written in the book is just a generalized idea. And again, it doesn't represent everyone's point of view. I think you're fine, just fine. You don't want to read some crappy book and get influenced. Just listen to me. Chen Duo had some doubts. Did Xiuqiu like him to be so possessive? Then there's no need for him to force himself to change, because the process of changing is hard for him too. Good, then I won't change it. Chen Duo hugged Qian Kikyo and smiled with a happy face. As long as it was what Autumn said, he believed it, and what he cared about most was just what she thought. Wait, I'll bring you back lots of presents. Qian Kikyo pulled away from Chen Duo's hand and Tada ran to the door to drag the suitcase. Come on, let's go up and watch. Chiaki Chocho pulled the suitcase with one hand and held Chen Duo's hand with the other, heading upstairs. When she was about to open her suitcase, Qian Kikyo remembered that she hadn't hidden her contract and put it on the top. In case Chen Duo saw it, it would be bad. Honey, I'm thirsty, get me a glass of water. Qian Chocho supported Chen Duo away, and only then did she take out the contract and hide it in the bottom cabinet of the check room. When Chen Duo went upstairs with a glass of water, he saw that Chiaki Chocho had things all over her side. So much shopping. I should have picked you up if I'd known. After saying that, Chen Duo realized that he had slipped his tongue and was exposed. Qian Kikyo was immersed in opening her gifts and did not hear the ambiguity in Chen Duo's words. She smiled. It's not like you knew I was coming back. Chen Duo concurred. Yeah. You should have just called me and I'll have right pick you up. Chapter 115, Qian Miaomio runs away from home. These are gifts bought for you, but they're almost always double. Because one copy is mine. Qian Kikyo gestured at the gifts placed by her right leg. Chen Duo glanced at them and secretly said that there were indeed quite a lot of them. He pushed his wheelchair to her right and picked up a side of presents to open. A very nice pair of couples pendants that he loves, mostly because he had them and so did Autumn. He unwrapped a second one, which was a couple watches. Chen Duo couldn't wait to hand the men's watch to Qian Chicho and said, Chicho, help me put it on. Qian Kikyo looked at him in such an eager manner, smiled, put down the things in her hand, and turned around to take the watch he handed over. Looking down, he put the watch on his hand, and the sudden addition of a watch to his white wrist was not out of place. Looking quite matchy-matchy and good-looking, Qian Kikyo proudly praised herself. Oddly good-looking, my vision is too good too. Well, it is pretty. Chen Duo smiled with a happy face and flicked his wrist as if showing off. Seeing that someone was satisfied, Chiaki was relieved. She was about to continue packing when her hand was pulled by Chen Duo. He took out the women's watch and put it on Chiaki Chocho's wrist. This one fits you pretty good too. It looks good. Chiaki Autumn, does this guy think it's a ring exchange? I have to exchange watches, but it's sweet to say the least. Ringing the bell. A ringtone interrupted their interaction and Chen Duo took out his cell phone to see that it was his mom calling. Mom, what is it? Chen Yun's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. She panicked. Chen Duo, Meow Meow is missing. Did she go to your place? No. Mom, take your time. As soon as Chen Duo heard that Chen Meow Meow had disappeared, his heart was also in a panic, so he could only comfort his mother first. Isn't she on summer vacation? As soon as she was out of school, she clamored to go to your place, but I didn't agree. She just packed her own bags and ran away from home with her backpack while I wasn't home. Chen Yun was still outside and also heard the aunt at home say that Meow Meow had disappeared, so she rushed to call her son. Mom, don't worry. Xiaoqiu and I will go to the road to look for it right away and call you back when we find it. Chen Duo hung up the phone and pulled Qian Qiqiu outside. Meow Meow has run away from home, probably on her way to us. Let's hurry out and look for her. Qian Qiqiu was also anxious when she heard this and hurriedly said, then hurry up and go. This little girl has too much guts. Qian Meow Meow looked at the fiery sun above her head and was a little skeptical of life. The heat killed her. She was sweating now, and the small bag she was carrying in her hand was getting so heavy she wanted to throw it. I should have known I wouldn't have brought these clothes over and just carried her little book bag. How come it's so far away? Looking at my sister's home is quite close, just across the hill from her house. But how come she hasn't arrived after walking for so long? Her legs were killing her, but her sister's house looked so far away. It's all my mom's fault, that bad guy. My sister had said she'd let her go over to play, but my mom disagreed and wouldn't take her over to play. It was so bad. Isn't it just jealousy that she likes her sister? Adults are horribly jealous. Finally seeing a large tree up ahead, she ran forward with her short legs Tada, dragging her pouch with her. Phew! Qian Meow Meow let out a big breath, removed her school bag, took out the paper towel inside, wiped the boulder under the tree in a decent manner, and then sat on it. She pulled out the book in her bag and fanned herself, wiping the sweat from her face with a tissue in one hand. Ugh, why is it so far away? It's hot, baby. Qian Meow Meow sighed as she fanned the wind and lamented about this damn weather. It was hot as hell. She's run away from home. Mom should already know. Why hasn't anyone come to pick her up yet? She stared ahead on the road to see if her sister's car had shown up. Suddenly a red car caught her eye and she couldn't put her book down enough to rush to the side of the road where she kept waving. Sister, I'm here. I'm here. Someone finally came to pick her up, and she couldn't go to her sister's house yet without running away from home. Qian Qiuqiu also saw Qian Meow Meow waving on the side of the road. She smiled and said, Chen Duo, give Mom a call. Just say that Meow Meow has been found and we've brought it back. Chen Duo was not happy. Send her back. Running away from home at a young age. Just educate her on this later. She just wants to go to our place and I promised to let her go over for the summer. I went abroad and forgot about it. She couldn't wait before she ran away from home. Kids are like that. They say what they want to say. You're being too harsh. Qian Qiqiu looked at Chen Duo so sternly. She couldn't help but worry a little for their future daughter. Such a serious father can't spoil her into a little princess. A child needs to have rules, and not be indulged too much. Chen Duo made his point without changing his face. In fact, he was jealous that Qian Meow Meow had captured all of Qiuqiu's attention and dominated his Chen Qiuqiu as soon as he went there. One more pout from the little girl, and it's not likely that Qiuqiu will have to sleep with her at night. I think Meow Meow is quite well behaved, polite and cute. It's not right to run away from home this time. I'll just go back and educate her. Qian Qiuqiu's car drove past ready to turn around in front. Qian Meow Meow was on the verge of crying. Sister, this is not see her? She chased after the car's ass, running with a sob as she said, Sister, sister, I'm here. Fortunately, Qian Qiuqiu drove out only a little bit before turning around, and seeing her sister's car turn around, Qian Meow Meow then stopped with tears hanging in her eyes. Qian Qiuqiu lightly stepped on the brakes and brought the car to a stop. She opened the door and saw 2 lines of tears hanging on Qian Meow Meow's face. She walked over quickly, knelt down and took the person in her arms, coaxing her gently. Our little Meow Meow baby, why are you crying? I thought. Sister took the car and didn't not see me. Qian Meow Meow lowered her small head and explained in a somewhat embarrassed whisper. Oh, sis just turned the car around. Don't cry. Let's get in the car. Chiaki Qiuqiu took Meow Meow in her arms and prepared to take the person back to the car. I still have stuff in there. Qian Meow Meow pointed at the big tree and whispered. Chiaki smiled and walked over to her with her in her arms, seeing her small school bag sitting at the foot of the tree, along with a somewhat dirty bag. What's in here? Chiaki asked with a smile as she carried the bag. My clothes and my towel. I couldn't lift it so I dragged it on the floor and it got a little dirty. Thousand Mistresses lowered her head and explained in a small voice. To alleviate the awkwardness and unnaturalness, she played with the 2 index fingers on her hand so that they bumped together. Chapter 116, completely neglected. That's so thoughtful. You even got your clothes and towel ready. So go play at your sister's for a while. Chiaki smiled and held her bag in one hand and her small school bag in the other. Really? Great. I knew my sister was the best. Qian Miaomio jumped up happily as she bumbled after Qian Qiuqiu and snatched the school bag. I'll carry this one. Do your own thing and carry your own book bag. She carried her book bag on her back in a serious manner. And this cute little look made Qian Qiqi laugh. Qian Qiuqiu opened the back door for her. Qian Miaomio was a little frightened to see her brother with an unpleasant face. Her little eyes flickered a little as she whispered a cry for her brother before she sat down against the edge of the car door. The brother who didn't say a word was quite intimidating, but she could still get brave so she could be with her sister. She bristled and gave her brother a sidelong glare. It was the only boldest thing she could do, and she still didn't dare to glare at her brother openly. Right now, for example, a cold look drifted over from her brother, and she was immediately too scared to sit still. Running away from home at a young age. Qian Miaomio, you're getting bold and lawless. Chen Duo coldly reprimanded Qian Miaomio. This little girl was only able to pretend to be innocent and cute in front of Qian Qiuqiu, who doesn't know that it's actually a big, naughty, 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 naughty. Thousand Miao Miao kept silent and listened to her brother's instruction with a lowered brow. Cut the crap. Misty just wanted to come over and have some fun. She already knows it's wrong. Chiaki didn't hear her sister's voice and hurriedly opened up for her, shutting Chen Duo up. Once Qian Miaomio heard that her sister was on her side, she hurriedly whispered, I'm sorry, brother. I know it's wrong. I won't do it again next time. Chen Duo was so angry in his heart. This little girl was a human spirit. Just now she was resisting him silently, not showing weakness. Now that she had her sister's help, she immediately went along for the ride and hastened to apologize. If he were to say a few more words, Qiuqiu would surely still have to say that he was being unreasonable and too harsh on a child. Chen Duo coldly skimmed a glance at Qian Miaomio and helplessly chose to shut up. The car stopped in the courtyard of the villa. Qian Qiuqiu opened the car door and Qian Miaomio came out with a jump. Chen Duo lowered the partition in his car and pushed his wheelchair down. Hello Auntie Lu. Qian Miaomio obediently greeted Mrs. Lu. Misty's here. Sister Lu looked at Qian Miaomio with a loving face. She especially likes children. But unfortunately her son's health is not good, and he can't get married yet, so I don't know how long it will take to have grandchildren. Sister, so which room do I sleep in at night? Qian Miaomia carried her small school bag with a happy face and inquired about Qian Qiuqiu. If she could sleep with her sister, it would be great. Come on, sister will show you up. Qian Qiqi took her sister by the hand and brought her to the room next to theirs, so that it would also be convenient for the little girl to find them if she had something to look for. Misty, let's go take a shower first. You're sweaty from walking all the way, so we'll go downstairs and eat something after you're washed and scented. Qian Qiuqiu took out the clothes and small towel Qian Miaomio brought from the bag and led her to the bathroom. Sister, are you going to give me a bath? Qian Miaomio was old and excited, staring at Qian Qiuqiu with wide, dark eyes. Yeah, don't you want me to bathe you? Qian Qiqi stroked her little head and asked rhetorically with a smile. Think. I want my sister to give me a bath. Qian Miaomia happily took Qian Qiuqiu's hand and shook it from side to side in excitement. After the bathtub was filled with water, Qian Qiuqiu tested the temperature of the water before she took off Qian Miaomio's clothes and carried the person into the bathtub. Qian Miaomio reddened a bit shyly and could only smile to hide her shyness. Chaya Qiqi pinched her cheek and smiled. That's cute. Finally Chimimio Miaoli, all freshly dressed in a pretty little flower dress, came downstairs holding her sister's hand. Chen Duo sat by the sofa without lifting his head, and Qian Qiuqiu just left him behind, leading Qian Miaomio away. He was upset, and it was true that there was no sense of his presence in this house as long as Kaimomile was there. Mrs. Lu, is the food for Miaomio ready? Qian Qiqi looked at Lu's sister-in-law in the kitchen and asked with a smile. It's done. I'll serve it right out of the pot when you guys come down. Qian Qiqi led Miaomio to sit on the dining table, and Sister Lu came out with 2 bowls of dumplings. Wow, dumplings! Qian Miaomia called out with a happy face. She hadn't eaten dumplings for a long time. Misty likes it, so eat more later. It's still a little hot. Hoo before you eat it. Qian Qiuqiu tasted the dumplings in her own bowl and found that they were a bit hot, which was why she gave Qian Miaomio a demonstrative gesture of blowing on them before eating them. Seeing this, Kaimomile scooped up a dumpling with a spoon and blew on it with a big mouthful of air. After blowing on it, she happily stuffed it in her mouth and took a bite. Yummy. Qian Miaomio happily gave a thumbs up and ate with a satisfied face. Aunt Lu's handmade dumplings. Delicious. You have to tell her later. Oh. Qian Qiuqiu stroked Qian Miaomio's head and smiled with a happy face. With dumplings in her mouth and her cheeks bulging like a puffer fish, Qian Miaomio could only nod her head vigorously to show that she knew. That's cute. Chiaki couldn't help but laugh. She couldn't help but start imagining what her future daughter would be like, if she was as cute and bubbly as Chimimio Miao Miao. Chen Duo, who had been completely ignored, looked at someone at the table who was talking and laughing with Chen Miaomio with a grimace. She had forgotten all about herself this time, and it had been hard to wait for her to return from abroad, only to be intercepted by Chen Miaomio. Chen Duo's heart was so angry. He was very invincible and wanted to send Chen Miaomio back, not to mention staying for a period of time. He couldn't stand it if he stayed for a while now. Qian Qiuqiu's eyes were completely on Chen Miaomio's body. Where had she ever given half a point to herself? Down a flight of stairs she didn't even notice him by the couch. How weak was her own presence. She didn't even land a single glance on him. After eating the dumplings and filling her stomach, Qian Qiqi gently wiped Miaomio's mouth clean before taking her to wash her hands and then leading her upstairs again. Once again, it passed by in front of Chen Duo's eyes, and Chen Duo's heart could only be described by the word depressed at the moment. The sad fact that Chiaki Akira didn't notice himself twice in one go was not mentioned beforehand. The point is that in all this time she seems to have forgotten she has a husband? Chapter 117, You're trying to coax her. Qian Qiuqiu accompanied Qian Miaomio to play in her room for a while before she coaxed Miaomio to take a nap. Only when the little girl fell asleep did Qian Qiqi gently walk out of the room. Ha, where's Chen Duo? Qian Qiqi pushed open the door to her room and found that Chen Duo was not there. She was a little puzzled. I had to go to the study to find someone, but it turned out that the study wasn't looking for anyone either. She went downstairs then, and saw someone sitting by the couch, looking at her with a displeased expression. Qian Qiqi smiled and walked over and said, Why don't you go back to your room? What are you doing sitting downstairs? It doesn't matter where I am if you only have Mimi in your heart anyway. Chen Duo turned his head to the side without any good reason. He was really angry. No way. People have you in mind. Chiaki smiled and walked over to the side where he had twisted his head, looking at him with an innocent expression. As soon as you came back, you circled around Chimimio Meow Meow and led her up the stairs, not even caring about me in the back. Where do you remember me in your heart? You've simply forgotten that there's someone else in this family. Chen Duo twisted his head to the other side again. He no longer trusted Qian Qiqiu. This little liar. Injustice. Husband. People's hearts are all about you. How could they forget you? I just saw Misty running away from home, all sweaty and uneaten, so I gave her a bath and took her something to eat. Qian Qiqi turned to the other side again along with Chen Duo and explained to him softly. Then how do you explain the fact that I've been sitting here and you've been leading Misty up and down the stairs twice without seeing me here? Qian Qiuqiu was a bit vain now. She really didn't see Chen Duo. She had been paying attention to Qian Miaomia going. The thick-skinned Qian Qiqiu would never admit it, and she justifiably sat on Chen Duo's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. No, I saw you a long time ago. When you saw Mio Mio sleeping, I immediately went downstairs to look for you. Chen Duo was speechless at this little liar who was full of. He poked and prodded. Really? How do you explain the fact that I saw you downstairs come out of Misty's room, open the door to our room, and then go to the study? Chiaki Autumn. She didn't realize that Chen Duo had seen it all, so now she couldn't lie. I was wrong. I shouldn't have forgotten my husband in the living room. My kind, generous and handsome husband. Mr. Chen Duo, can you forgive your little petite wife? Qian Qiqiu admitted her mistake with an excellent attitude, deflated her mouth, folded her hands, and looked pitifully at Chen Duo begging for forgiveness. Send Qian Mo Mio back and I'll forgive you. In this family, Chen Duo felt that he and Miao Miao could not coexist. She had to be sent back, or else she would always steal his wife from him. That's no good. I can't be a man of my word. Do you not love me enough to care at all that your wife's reputation would be tarnished by this? Qian Qiqiu was starting to shift the focus, thinking that Chen Duo is not loving himself anymore. Well, it's true that I'm an unloved baby, and it's so hard to get a little kid to want to get close to me, and you don't even approve. Qian Qiqiu said and even aggravated, beeped her mouth and began to twist her face to the other side like Chen Duo. Chen Duo? How did it end up being his fault when it was clearly hers? He was the one who was the most aggrieved. But looking at Qian Qiuqiu's aggrieved appearance of ignoring him made him have to put down his own aggression and coax her first. How come? Qiuqiu is loved by everyone. I was wrong. Don't be upset. Chen Duo turned her head around and began to lightly coax her now. The scheming Qian Qiqiu aggrieved. But you don't even let me play with the people who love me. Do you not love me anymore? Chen Duo cupped her cheeks with both hands and coaxed her. Of course I love it. Let you play with her. Don't be unhappy. Really? Qian Qiqiu said in seeming disbelief. Chen Duo said softly. Of course it's true. Only then did Qian Qiqiu kiss Chen Duo's cheek with a delighted face and said with a smile. Mr. Chen is so generous. I love you. Chen Duo, who had already known that he had been tricked, could only laugh hopelessly. Honey, you're so nice. I'll coax you too, said Chiaki Qiuqiu kissed and pecked the corner of his lips. You little liar. Chen Duo looked at Chiaki Qiuqiu, who was smiling with a happy face, with a helpless face. No, I'm not a little liar. I'm the thief who stole your heart, said Chiaki Qiuqiu placing her hand on Chen Duo's chest with a smug smile. Chen Duo's big hand grasped the hand that was placed on his chest, and the depression in his heart had long since dissipated after being fussed over like this by Qian Kikyu. Honey, I'm so tired. I've been on an airplane for 10 hours. I want to go to my room and sleep. Qian Kikyu pouted petulantly and began to complain. Chen Duo could only obediently lead her back to her room, and now he himself forgot why he was sitting in the living room. After saying that he wouldn't go back to his room, he ended up lying on the bed in his room, and his hand was still wrapped around Qian Kikyu's waist. In a short while Qian Kikyu fell asleep. Chen Duo kissed her cheeks, and only then did he cuddle up with her. Isashi, I'm going back to my mom's house. Xia Chuchu was going crazy. After she came back she was controlled to death by Jiang Shibi and was not allowed to go anywhere. She couldn't even go to school except to stay home. Jiang Shibi stayed at home exclusively, and when he was in the study, Xia Chuchu had to be in the study. She was not allowed to have private alone time and had to stay under Jiang Ji's nose. Jiang Shu stood up and said, "Okay, I'll accompany you back." Xia Chuchu gave him a displeased look and finally compromised because she knew that if she didn't let Jiang Shibu accompany her, she couldn't go back either. Hatsumomo, Jiang Shibu, you're back. Lin Meixia happily watched her daughter and son-in-law return, and she greeted her aunt to make more delicious food. As a result, as soon as she smelled the fumes from the kitchen, Xia Chuchu covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Vomit, vomit. Xia Chuchu dry heaved. It was too hard to throw up. Lin Meixia walked over with a worried face and whispered, "What's going on here? I don't know. Maybe it's flatulence." Xia Chuchu didn't take it to heart. She had dry heaved in the past when she had an upset stomach. Is this dry heaving just today? Lin Meixia, as a person who had been there, thought a little too much. It's not unlikely that the daughter is married and pregnant. I've dry heaved before with an upset stomach. Lin Meixia knew that her daughter was still young and didn't know much about these things. She lowered her voice and said, "Hatsumomo, have you gotten your period yet this month?" Xia Chuchu heard this sentence like a thunderbolt. It's good that Lin Meixia didn't ask. She can't help but think more about it. She's not pregnant by any chance, is she? Lin Meixia saw this expression on her daughter's face and knew to what was going on. She smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Mom asked Jiang Shibu to go and buy a few pregnancy tests and come back." Chapter 118, Pregnant, Bite the Bullet. It's his. As soon as Xia Chuchu heard that she was going to let Jiang Shibu go buy a pregnancy test, she hurriedly stopped Lin Meixia. "Mom, why don't we go to the hospital for a checkup? In a while, you accompany me to the hospital for a checkup. It's more reliable." Xia Chuchu felt that this child is definitely not Jiang Shibi's, because she and Jiang Shibi did safety measures every time. It's impossible to get pregnant. To be on the safe side, Xia Chuchu decided to check how long she was pregnant first. During the meal, Xia Chuchu didn't even eat much. The point is that she wanted to vomit when she saw these things. Afraid of revealing herself, she simply said she wasn't feeling well and went upstairs to lie down. Lin Meixia took Xia Chuchu out after dinner. Jiang Shibi wanted to follow, but was pulled by his father-in-law, Xia Liwei, who wouldn't let him go. Xia Liwei's project is completely yellow. Xiuqiu cannot help. Brother-in-law's money did not borrow a dime. All he wants to do now is to pull his son-in-law's investment and prepare for a comeback and the whole project again. Given this poor relationship between himself and Xia Chuchu, Jiang Shibi threw back the ball Xia Liwei hit every time. His family doesn't run a bank, so how could he lend money to Xia Liwei? Besides, if this old man borrows money, is there any possibility of repayment? Lin Meixia waited nervously and excitedly in the hospital corridor. She might be holding her grandson. It wasn't long before they went to the ultrasound, and as expected, Xia Chuchu was pregnant. At 6 weeks, Lin Meixia was happy with the ultrasound sheet. She was going to be a grandmother. Xia Chuchu didn't cheer up at all. She was pretty sure that this child wasn't Jiang Shibi's. It's been 6 weeks and you're just realizing it. You're a big heart. I guess you wouldn't have known if mom hadn't said so. Lin Meixia did not have the good sense to count down her daughter. Such a big person. Are going to be a mother? Still do not know anything. 6 weeks. Xia Chuchu thought about that time, and she'd been back once in that time. If she bites the bullet and says it's Jiang Shirbei's, there's nothing Jiang Shirbei can do, so she was happy again, just so she could take advantage of being pregnant to ask Jiang Shirbei for more convenience. Isashi, congratulations, you're going to be a father. Lin Meixia couldn't control herself to tell Jiang Shibi about the happy event as soon as she got home. Jiang Shibi froze at his words, his expression somewhat unnatural. He was a little unconvinced that the child was his, because Xia Chuchu's inconsistency made him suspicious. Look at you, happy and silly. It's 6 weeks. Look at you. Lin Meixia handed Jiang Ji the ultrasound sheet, and Jiang Ji took it woodenly, the color of his eyes dark and unknown. Jiang Shibi, I'm pregnant now. It's important for a pregnant woman to be in a good mood. You can't shut me down anymore. On the way back, Xia Chuchu unhappily beamed and demanded her freedom. Oh, is this child the old man's? Jiang Shushi coldly skimmed Xia Chuchu, The corner of his lips hooked up a mocking smile. Jiang Shibi, you asshole. Wasn't I just tricking you into doing a movie? As for you to be so gloomy and suspicious of me? Xia Chuchu changed her previous image of a good girl and stormed out, cursing at Jiang Shibi. All she wanted was for Jiang Shirbei to see that she was being a mother, and that she couldn't let her child suffer an injustice. Yes? Jiang Shui asked back carelessly, ignoring Xia Chuchu's anger. Jiang Shibi, don't go too far. You can disbelieve me, but you can't disown this child. I came back the day your company was founded. You know very well what happened to us that day. If you don't recognize this child, we'll get a divorce and I'll find a good father for our child. Xia Chuchu bites down on the fact that this child was conceived at that time, and the time is almost right anyway. Jiang Shibi froze at his words. It wasn't that there wasn't that kind of possibility. After all, there were still accidents. When Xia Chuchu saw that Jiang Shushi didn't say anything, her heart was happy. There is a show. She picked up again. If you still don't believe me, you can wait until the baby is older to get a paternity test. But this baby she was pretty sure she wasn't going to be able to have, and she was going to find a way to get rid of it. Jiang Shushi's hand holding the steering wheel paused for a moment before he said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, I will. Then please take care of me as a pregnant woman in the meantime, just in case the baby is yours." And how upset he should be to hear his own father doubting him so much. Xia Chuchu didn't care about Jiang Shushi's indifference and only wanted to all seek some benefits. You can go out, but you have to come back to me at the end of the day. Don't ing wave outside. Considering that Xia Chuchu has a child in her stomach, Jiang Shushi swallowed that last not-so-elegant sentence. Good. I'm not going to be running around now that I have a baby, and I can't even shoot a movie. Xia Chuchu smiled with a happy face and tenderly touched her stomach. If you don't know her true colors, you might even get the illusion that she's full of motherly qualities. Jiang Shu saw that Xia Chuchu was quite self-conscious, so he didn't say anything more. Well, the story is over and it's time for Misty to go to bed. Qian Qiuqiu stroked Qian Miaomiao's little head and coaxed her gently. Sister, won't you sleep with me? Qian Miaomiao looked at Qian Qiuqiu with a longing face, her dark eyes carrying hope. Being looked at with such small eyes, Chiaki had a moment's hesitation, but her mind instantly flashed back to the way Chen Duo had looked at himself with an aggrieved face before she came over to tell Chen Miaomiao a story. You must be sleeping with Mini again. Chen Duo looked at her with an aggrieved face, feeling that he had lost favor. Before she left, she had sworn that she would go back to sleep, and only then did Chen Duo reluctantly let go of her hand. No, she couldn't stay. She had a big baby in her room begging to be comforted. Ever since Misty had come over this afternoon, he'd been upset at being ignored. Kiankikia had to ruthlessly abandon her sister. She coaxed Miao Miao. No, brother is afraid of the dark at night. Sister is going to accompany him. Oh my god. Miao Miao covered her open mouth and looked at Kiankikiu with a shocked expression. It's a shame that my brother is so old and still afraid of the dark. Qian Miao Miao was a little disgusted. She didn't expect such a fierce brother to be afraid of the dark. There is no shame. Everyone has something to fear in their heart, just not the same thing. For example, if sister is afraid of cockroaches and rats, would Misty find sister embarrassing? Kiankikiu smiled and explained to Qian Miao Miao Miao. She was afraid that Miao Miao would go and mock Chen Duo because of this. Sister is not ashamed. Those things Miao Miao also feel quite scary. Since brother is afraid of the dark, then sister go and accompany brother. Miao Miao is not afraid of the dark. Thousand Miao Miao patted her chest to show that she had a lot of guts. Our Misty is so brave. Kudos. Qian Qiuqiu nodded Qian Miao Miao's forehead, leaned down and kissed her forehead and smiled. Good night. Chapter 119 Young June who had a hard time sleeping all night long. Good night, sister. Misty wrapped her arms around Chiakikia's neck and kissed her sister on the cheek before closing her eyes with a happy face. When Kiankikiu opened the door to her room, Chen Duo looked over with a face of surprise. He originally had no hope that Kiankikiu would return. What? Such a surprise? You don't trust your wife. I said I'd be back. Seeing the flash of brightness in Chen Duo's black eyes, Qian Qiuqiu smiled and walked over. Qian Qiuqiu had just laid down on it when Chen Duo pulled the person into his arms, his head arching between her neck. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that little girl is too clingy. I'm afraid you'll go soft. I told her someone who was afraid of the dark was waiting for me, and she immediately and graciously let you have me. Ha ha. Kiankikia had a smile on her face. She cleverly hacked Chen Duo, which made Miao Miao release him. Chen Duo kissed the corner of her lips and wrapped his arms around her waist and said softly, I'm afraid of the dark every single day you're not here, and you're the light in my life. Why is it that all of a sudden little mouths start talking love to me like they've been drinking honey? Chiaki Chocho would hug Chen Duo and peck him on the mouth. It's not a love story, it's from my heart. I've missed you in your absence. I wanted to tell you and didn't want to keep it bottled up. Chen Duo looked at Chen Chocho with a serious face, his obsidian-like eyes carrying deep feelings that were about to overflow. Chiaki tilted her head and kissed his eyes. She wanted to tell Chinduo that he was also the one who brought her out of the darkness. After being with him, she realized that the great happiness of loving someone is that they love you too. At first she may have just wanted to be nice to him and make it up to him, but in the slow contact with him, she had long fallen in love with him without realizing it. He wasn't as flowery as the others, and she was past the age of hearing love through her ears. The depth of his love was all contained in the action, like a dense web that was woven and filled with sunlight, so that her heart was wrapped in the warmth of the sun. Even if she's the only one with memories of her past life, wanting to protect her family and get revenge on her enemies, she knew that even though he knew nothing about it, he would always be her strongest backer and he would always stand behind her and support her. Xia Chuchu saw Jiang Shushi sleeping. She then took her cell phone and sneaked to the bathroom. Brother Yang, I'm pregnant and the baby is yours. Yang Jun's side had only finished filming not long ago, and he was sitting in the nanny car. When he suddenly saw this message from Xia Chuchu, his mind roared. It's true that what you're afraid of comes to pass. Xia Chuchu is actually pregnant. Aha, what do you want? Yang Jun didn't know what benefits Xia Chuchu wanted to seek on herself, so he had to go in single-handedly. Yang, I don't want anything. I just want to let you know that I'm having your baby. I'm so happy. The baby in my belly is the fruit of our love. Don't worry, I will raise him alone. Thank you for giving me a wonderful love. Xia Chuchu builds herself up as an infatuated woman who is true to Yang Jun. Yang Jun mockingly laughed. It was really shameless. She was a married woman sending herself this kind of message. Yang Jun thought of Xia Chuchu's husband, Jiang Shibi. That man looked not a good bully. Can he accept the happy father? Whatever. MS. Summer, please watch your language. You are a married woman. Yang Jun very detachedly sent a message back to Xia Chuchu. He doesn't want to have anything to do with Xia Chuchu. As for the love between them, he felt that it was nothing more than a farce made up by Xia Chuchu. Brother Yang, I am sorry that I have deceived you, but I was all true to you. I only felt the sweetness of love with you. My marriage was forced and I never loved him from the beginning to the end. He was violent and pathologically controlling, hitting and cursing me. I went to the movie to escape from my family. It was my dream and I wanted to work for it once so that I wouldn't regret if I got killed. I just didn't expect to meet you, and even if this encounter was a robbery, I'm still thankful that you gave me love and a child. His presence was like an angel, giving me hope to live again. Xia Chuchu made up an unfortunate marriage for herself with a mixture of truth and falsehood, just to win Yang Jun's sympathy. Men's weaknesses. She still knew. She downloaded the pictures of domestic violence that she had searched from the internet and sent a few of them to Yang Jun, and then sent the ultrasound pictures. Yang Jun originally saw this large paragraph of text, thinks Xia Chuchu quite talented as a screenwriter, too able to make up. But then he saw the pictures she had posted, pictures of scars left over from the domestic violence, and he began to wonder if it could be true. The ultrasound sheet at the end shook him to his core. Was this fuzzy blob of a little thing his child? Yang Jun zoomed in on the picture and had mixed feelings in his heart. Although the arrival of this child was not what he had hoped for, it was, after all, his flesh and blood, and it was an amazing feeling. When Xia Chuchu saw that Yang Jun didn't return the message there, she smiled, put away her cell phone and walked out from the bathroom. She had accomplished her goal, and could take her time later, letting him unload first. What are you doing with your cell phone this late? Jiang Shushi looked at Xia Chuchu, who was not sleeping in the middle of the night, and said without any good sense, I can't go to the bathroom and play with my cell phone for a while. You go to sleep. You're so broad-minded. Xia Chuchu is not afraid of Jiang Shibi in the slightest now. She feels that her being pregnant with his child is equivalent to holding the imperial sword. Right now she needed to take out this kind of momentum to make Jiang Shibi believe that she had no ghosts in her heart and that she had a strong bottom line. As soon as Jiang Shibi thought of her being a pregnant woman, he really shut up and didn't argue with her, turning his body to sleep. Xia Chuchu seems not to be relieved and muttered nerve in a bad mood, then turned off the light and went to sleep, feigning a look of exasperation. He ignored Jiang Shibi and went to sleep without worry. Yang Jun didn't sleep all night, tossing and turning, with mixed feelings. Even though he knew he was in big trouble, he couldn't stop thinking about it more. He'll be 30 this winter, and his family is always urging him to get married and have children, so he didn't expect his child to come so suddenly. It was only when the day dawned that Yang Jun fell into a deep sleep. But the sleepy man's dreams were unsettling. He dreamed of a little boy in a red bib, staggering toward him on his short legs. Poop! Yang Jun was awakened by the little boy's POA, and his eyes snapped open, a cold sweat starting to run down his forehead. Last night he was planning to persuade Xia Chuchu to abort the child, but now this child has entered his dream. It startled him. Did the boy know that his father didn't want him anymore? Chapter 120, Coaxing Husband. After waking up, Yang Jun felt a sense of disappointment in his heart, and he didn't want to be like this, but this child really can't stay. Yang Jun looked at the sky outside and had no desire to sleep. He got out of bed and went out on the balcony. sitting on a lounge chair to empty himself and fume. This was his life's dilemma, and he didn't know what to choose. If he wanted this child, he might have to quit the entertainment industry. Yang Jun was there with a lot of worry, and Xia Chuchu slept until dawn. When she got up, Isashi had already left. She was so happy that she finally didn't have to be watched like a prisoner by John Shibi every day. She suddenly felt that this child had come at the right time, or else she would have been driven mad by the psychopath John Shibi sooner or later. Chu-chu, what are you up to? Why haven't I seen you for so long? Come out and play. A male voice came out from Xia Chuchu's cell phone. Xia Chuchu smiled and said, okay, see you in a while. Xia Chuchu agreed with a smile on her face. She still had fish that needed to be managed once in a while. This boy's family is in the entertainment information business and she needs some traffic news and will need his help later. Anyway, now that the scene has been filmed and Jiang Shibi knows about it, she needs the media to hype herself up a bit so that he can help publicize it. Soon Xia Chuchu told the boys all about her movie shoot, and the boys immediately volunteered. Which movie did you shoot? I'll have someone help you publicize it. Xia Chuchu was so grateful to the boys that she didn't miss blowing rainbow farts at him. Boys were praised by the goddess of Emil. Joyful are unable to find the north. Immediately ordered the editor-in-chief to start writing publicity materials. Xia Chuchu looked at the boys with a smile on her face. Her eyes were full of worship and admiration, which made the boys very flattered. After dinner, the boys wanted to send Xia Chuchu home. She smiled and politely declined on the grounds that she wanted to leave some mystery. She wouldn't dare to let a boy take her home. There was still that big Buddha, Jiang Shibu, at home. The boy, on the other hand, thought such a goddess was playful and adorable, and the distance between them seemed to close a few more points as he drove off with a contented smile on his face. Brother, I've given my sister up to you at night, so let her play with me for a while during the day. Qian Miaomio went to the study with some dissatisfaction, looking at Chen Duo dominating her sister and leaving her to study in the study. She was very unhappy. Sister has an exam and must study hard, and Miao Miao can stay in the study and read. Chiaki Chocho explained to Chia Miaomio in a serious manner, her left hand being held tightly by Chen Duo under the table. Isn't my sister on summer vacation like me? Why do we still have to take exams? Qian Miaomia tilted her head at Qian Chocho with a puzzled expression. Qian Kikiu smiled and explained, sister is going to take the certification exam, which is different from the school exam. What's a certificate? Qian Miaomio said she still didn't understand. Do you have to take a lot of tests when you go to college? It's like when you get little red flowers and awards for good behavior in school. I will also be given something like an award after this test. We call it a certificate. Chiaki Chocho smiled and explained the meaning of the certificate with words that Miaomi knew. Wow, sister is so great. Sister should cheer up. Oh, then I won't bother you to study anymore. Thousand Miaomio understood and retreated, holding her toys to go play with Aunt Lu. I don't recall there being a certificate available at this time. Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikiu with a smile on his face. This little liar was really good at coaxing children. Of course I have. A good wife's certificate. And you're not sending it to me yet. I've all but coaxed that little cutie from Mia Mia just to be with you. Saying this, Chiaki Chocho spread her right hand toward Chen Duo with a smile on her face. Ha! Chen Duo smiled, his left hand placed on Chiaki Chocho's right hand. There, sent it to you. He deliberately came to Qian Kikiu's ear and lowered his voice to speak in a low voice. Good wife. The vocal line made Chiaki Chocho's heart tingle as if she had been electrocuted. This was the first time Chiaki heard him call himself his wife. He always called Chui, then forced him to call him baby a few times. And now he's actually making progress calling his wife. No stamp? Qian Xiaoqiu looked up at Chen Duo with a teasing smile in her eyes. Chen Duo leaned down and attached himself to Chen Xiaoqiu's red lips. The laughter in his eyes couldn't even be hidden. Okay, the certificates have been awarded. You can let go of my hand and knock out the code properly now. Chiaki pulled out the hands they held under the table. By now he still won't let go? Only then did Chen Duo let go of her hand upon hearing this. And soon afterward he figured out the reason why Qian Kikiu had chosen to stay just now. Most likely she stayed because he was still holding her hand and she couldn't leave. Thinking this way he felt that this little liar had not only coaxed Qian Miao Miao, but had also coaxed him into a burst of happiness. What are you looking at me for? Knocking on the code. You're a man who has to earn money to support his family. How can you be so sentimental all day long? Come on. Qian Kikiu was very open and comfortable, clenching her fist with a smile on her face and cheering for Chen Duo. Chen Duo glanced at Qian Kikiu before he murmured in a low voice. Little liar. I hate it. I said I'm not a liar. I'm a thief. Qian Kikiu also dramatized, shyly whacked Chen Duo's shoulder and took her hand to cover her face. Ho ho ho. Chen Duo laughed out loud as he looked at this ghostly appearance of Qian Kikiu. Knowing that she was amusing herself, Chen Duo laughed and then said softly, why don't you go accompany Miao Miao to play for a while? As you command, promise to complete the mission. Qian Kikiu stood up, stood straight, and saluted Chen Duo in a serious manner. Oh, go on quickly. I'll knock out some code for a while and meet you down there later. Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikyu with a smile on his face and let her go to play. Thanks hubby, love you yo. Qian Kikyu placed her hands on her head and compared a big heart to Chen Duo. Chen Duo was coaxed by this coaxing from Qian Qiuqiu, so he was not concerned about her going to accompany Qian Miaomiao. Qian Qiuqiu jumped and happily left the study and ran downstairs to play with Qian Miaomiao. With her sister's company, Qian Miaomiao was so happy that she had long since left behind the matter of what certificate her sister was going to take. Chen Duo sat in his study and started tapping on the code. He had to catch up again. In the past few days when Chiaki Qiuqiu was away, he had no desire to work at all, and his progress had fallen behind some more. Boss, I've found out a little bit of clues, so I'll report to you on the progress of things first, to prove that I haven't been idle. Chen Duo saw a message from 8 Monkey. He clicked on it and saw some of his screenshots. The software was already in use. Well, good. Keep checking. The seller has shown up, so you can go along with it. Chapter 121, 17 Bronze Men. Qian Qiuqiu was downstairs with Qian Miaomiao playing a game, and the sound of laughter filled the entire villa. She was completely unaware that her hidden secrets were being dug out by Chen Duo bit by bit. Rubbish. I asked you to look up a Dio computer expert and you couldn't find him. What use do I have for you? A man stormed out, dropping the teacup in his hand and slamming it hard on the leader in front of him. Boss, I'm sorry. Give us a little more time. We'll work on it. The man whose forehead was smashed and bleeding didn't dare to wipe the blood with his hand and begged for forgiveness from the man in front of him with a humble face. More time. It's been a year, hasn't it? My time and patience are limited. Do a bad job or get out. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa waved his hand at them, and soon the bodyguards beside him dragged several of them out. Waste. The middle-aged man cursed without a good mood. Father, don't worry. This time I've invited the runner-up of the hacker competition from abroad. With him, we can definitely finish this project of ours. It doesn't have to be Dio. A young man in a high-fashion suit with a long body walked in. A runner-up is a second-place finisher. And since he's a second-place finisher, then he's no match for Dio. We've been preparing for this project for 5 years, and now it's the most critical moment. There can't be any mistakes, so I don't trust anyone without Dio. In our Sikong family's dictionary, it's never about pursuing the most perfect first place, not settling for second best. The middle-aged man glanced at his son who had entered with a stern face. Son knows. Then why don't we ask him to help find Dio? As an opponent, he should know Dio well. The young man lowered his head in a teachable manner. Well, then I'll leave this matter in your hands. I'll personally keep an eye on this project, and he must be found to finish it. The middle-aged man looked at his son, which made him satisfied, and gave this task to him. He was the future family member of their Sikong family. He still needed to be honed more. Yes, I'll find him as soon as I can. His father had given himself this heavy responsibility, and the young man showed a look of favor and disdain. His face clouded over. Okay, you go down. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, stood up from the sofa and walked over to the desk. The young man sniffed and retreated. He had been aware of the weight he carried since he was a child, and not only his father but his mother had high hopes for him. Their Sikong family was never short of sons, and besides the children born to his father's 3 wives, he also had some stray illegitimate children. So as the eldest son of the eldest house, he was ordered by his mother to learn all sorts of things from a young age. His birth seemed to be burdened with the honor and disgrace of the Sikong family's revival, and every word and action was demanded to be rigorously restrained. Your father, that dead old man, has given another piece of land to the son of the third house goblin, so you have to fight for it. Now, for example, he receives phone calls from his mother that aren't concerned and are always being encouraged by her to surpass all of his father's sons and make her proud of him. Such a big family will sometimes make Sikong gasp for breath. There is no human feelings at all, only all kinds of hooks and interests entanglements. Don't worry, father has left the burden of finding Dio to me. Sikong felt that he was not living to please his father and mother, and he tried to do everything to make his mother satisfied, so that she could have capital to show off. Satisfy his father and let him rest assured that the Sikong family would be handed over to him, so that mother could raise her eyebrows in the third house again. Jesus, I was invited over to assist with software development, not over to find people. You're lying to me like that. A blond man shrugged his shoulders in dissatisfaction. He was reluctant to help Sikong look for Dio, and they had a work ethic. Besides, he and Dio were also teachers and friends, so this kind of betrayal of friends was not something he would do. We're just asking for his help with this project. We mean him no harm. Sikong explained. He didn't want the foreigner to misunderstand. That won't work either. Dio doesn't like to show his face. He's been out of sight since the hacking contest and there's nothing I can do about it. Since you don't trust me to accomplish this, there's no point in my staying. The blond lad waved his hand and turned away very disgruntled. Wait, if you can contact Dio, Help invite him for me. We need him badly for this project. Sikong called out to the foreign lad who was about to leave and very sincerely hoped that he could do a favor. Good luck. The boy spread his hands and threatened to leave everything up to chance and luck. Sikong had a bit of a headache. This person couldn't work. He could only find another person. His father had given him this task and it was imperative that he found Do or his father would surely be displeased. The blonde lad's name is Noble, and he's a top foreign hacker, but unfortunately was defeated by Do, a Chinese guy at a hacking competition a few years ago. As a result, he has also bonded with Do. The first thing he did when he got back home was to open his computer and contact Do, telling him that someone was looking for him. Do tells him very calmly that no one can find him and reassures him. Noble didn't take a hint of offense at him being so cocky, because he was telling the truth. He searched for Do for a year and a half without finding any clues, and in the end it was the person who took the initiative to contact him. After they chatted casually for a while longer, magically he was inexplicably recruited by Do, got into his team and became his little brother. He's really becoming a million years old now. After being pulled into the team's group by Do, he realizes that he can't even rank as a dick now, because the members of the group welcomed him with all, "Welcome to the 17th brother." Noble spat out a mouthful of old blood in depression. He was suddenly so bad at being 17 all of a sudden. The ape is the hippest because he is the 16th brother. Now that he finally had a little 17 behind him, he would never be called his brother again. Brother, welcome. From now on, we will be the 17 bronze men under the boss's seat. Work hard and sooner or later the boss will gather all 18 bronze men. Although Noble could speak Chinese, he didn't understand Chinese culture. He froze and asked, "What does bronze man mean?" "Just a bunch of monks." Ha ha. Now in China it can be translated as single dogs. You know. No. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Single dog. Noble still gets it. He worked with code every day. His girlfriend couldn't take it and left for some dumbass who could keep her company. Chapter 122, Hanging Yang Jun. Xia Chuchu in the past few days. Every day, unremittingly send friends designated to Yang Jun visible. The baby in my tummy is so well behaved. Just like his daddy. Just my angel. A little tiny bit of a pregnancy reaction today. But I'm rejoicing. That's probably the sweet burden. Love you. I watched TV with the baby all morning today. And the baby's father is so handsome. Love you 1,000 times. My baby. I went for a pregnancy test today and saw that all the other babies had their dads with them. My baby wasn't sad. He was strong. Life is amazing. He is growing day by day in my tummy. Thank you for giving me a little life. Love you. Yang Jun saw Xia Chuchu's friend circle is very annoyed. So Taiyan spaced out love is not afraid of being seen by their own husbands? But he couldn't help but watch, wanting to understand how his child was changing from day to day. With the passage of time, as well as Xia Chuchu's occasional basking belly, Yang Jun has a different attachment to this little life. This may be the so-called bloodline affinity. He looked at Xia Chuchu's pregnancy test report card that she had sunbathed in her circle of friends, and couldn't help but feel that he had grown up a little bit more in his heart. Originally, his idea of trying to dissuade Xia Chuchu from aborting this child was not too firm, and now that he sees the child changing day by day, he can't make up his mind even more. Brother, what's wrong with you? I've been drinking a bit too much lately. Sister Nan told me to tell you to act well and she'll take care of everything else for you. The little assistant didn't understand what kind of riddle they were playing, but was just a bit surprised how that superficial Xia Chuchu didn't follow Brother Yang to this crew. He could remember that woman was like a piece of gummy candy and didn't stick to Yang on the set. He thought that she wanted to pester Yang for some resources, but he didn't expect that she didn't come with this crew. I don't know if he misunderstood or if her husband was too strong to let her act. He remembered that people's husbands did not run to the set in those days. Staring at it tightly, Yang was watched by Xia Chuchu's husband. Emotional drama are acting unnatural. Yang Jun paused for a moment without speaking, and only after a long time did he say in a deep voice, "Well, I know." Actually, he hadn't told Nan about Xia Chuchu's pregnancy, because he knew that if he told Sister Nan, out of interest she would definitely let Xia Chuchu go and abort the baby. He's all hesitant to keep the baby now. Since they all hesitated, he knew he still couldn't let go of the boy. He was almost 30, and suddenly he had a bloodline of his own, and he still had some reluctance to abort it. It was his first child. As bad as his mother was, the child was his too. Xia Chuchu saw that after so many days passed, Yang Jun didn't move at all and surprisingly didn't let her abort the baby. With this look she knew that Yang Jun's heart had softened and that the things she had sent had paid off. Brother Yang, I'm sorry, I may not be able to keep this child. He hit me again today. Xia Chuchu sent a message to Yang Jun with a smile on the corner of her mouth, bringing another picture of domestic violence. Not long after, she saw that Yang Jun's WeChat interface showed that the other party was typing, but she waited for half a day and didn't see Yang Jun's message sent over. Thought it was edited and deleted, right? Xiao Chuchu laughed without a care in the world and threw her cell phone to the side to go skincare. Yang Jun's heart is in turmoil. If Xiao Chuchu had posted the first time she was domestically abused, he might have thought she was lying to herself, but as she posted more often, he had to believe it. And looking at the message Xiao Chuchu sent over, maybe her husband knows that this baby isn't his anymore and is trying to force her to abort it? Yang Jun let out a deep breath, and there was even some relief in his heart. If this child had been forced to abort by Jiang Shibi, at least he wouldn't have felt such guilt. It's not that he, his father, didn't want him. Someone else killed him. Yang Jun felt that this idea of his was a bit dark, but he had recently suffered a lot because of the appearance of this child, and every night he could not sleep well. He wavered from side to side between wanting this child or not, and he was still too great to give up his career for this child. To put it bluntly, he was also a selfish person. Yang Jun snorted out a laugh. This indecisive look of his own is quite disgraceful to Yang Jun. He can't afford to abort the child. If he doesn't, he can't afford to give up his career. After Xiao Chuchu finished getting her face, she picked up her cell phone again and saw that Yang Jun didn't send any messages. Brother Yang, I will try to keep our child. If the child is not kept by his beating one day, then this child is destined to have no relationship with me. Just like our love, it was meant to be. I was full of joy, and in the end the only thing left was despair. Xiao Chuchu sent another message to Yang Jun, paving the way for her future plans. Yang Jun will be filled with guilt, and when she comes out to act, he mustn't do himself any favors. Yang Jun saw that the message still had not replied, and he remained silent. He can't send a message over and make Xiao Chuchu think he's still holding on to her. Brother Jiang, you can do it. Sister-in-law has become a big star. One of the boys in the company was holding his cell phone and snickering at Jiang Shibi. What big star? Jiang Shushu is confused. Just that Xiao Chuchu is still a big star. No way. You don't care about your own wife. Look, this celebrity column is dedicated to her. What about Star Entertainment Media? The boy handed his cell phone over, and Jiang Shibi took it in bewilderment. He quickly skimmed the news in a single glance, but laughed out softly inside. He really underestimated Xiao Chuchu, a newcomer who just started her career. She could get Star Entertainment Media to help her publicize. It seems like she has quite a lot of ways. Sister-in-law is awesome. Brother Jiang, why don't you ask sister-in-law to sign an autograph for me, so I can sell it for a fortune when she becomes a superstar? The boy didn't notice Jiang Shibi's obscure eye color and laughed and flirted. Jiang Shushi patted his shoulder and said with a gangly smile, okay, she should be quite willing, only he knows how cheap that woman is. I'm afraid these paths come from an unknown source. Who would give her a wide berth without some favors? Jiang Shibi thought about finding out who was helping Xiao Chuchu. Coincidentally, a gossip news popped up on his computer. The young owner of Star Entertainment Media had dinner with a wonderful woman. Down the slide there are photos. Jiang Shibi, this look. The woman in the photo into dust he recognized. But is not Xiao Chuchu? Great. Jiang Shibi snorted out a laugh as he looked at the time of the news release. This is meeting men in private as soon as she's released from her ban. Aren't you afraid that the baby in your belly will know that her mom is a? Chapter 123. This news is made by Chen Duo. The photo is taken by Right. As long as Jiang Shibi checks on Xiao Chuchu, his computer will automatically pop up this news. Jiang Shibi's clenched fist slammed hard into the desktop after reading this gossipy entertainment news. He can still tolerate it for 3 days, and after 3 days he can do the paternity test. If this child is not his, he will get Xiao Chuchu dead. Xiao Chuchu is now completely letting herself go. With a child she is bottomless and often goes out to meet friends. She didn't know if she was deliberately challenging Jiang Shibi's bottom line, or if she was just relying on the fact that she was carrying a child in her stomach. Chu-chu. The last checkup said that this fetus isn't very stable, so don't run back and forth and rest well at home. Lin Meixiao looked at Xiao Chuchu, who didn't move to go back to her mother's house for dinner, and finally couldn't help counting her out. Mom, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The baby's fine? Just waiting for him to drop? Isn't Xiao Chuchu deliberately tossing him around, or else she'd really give birth to him? But she didn't dare to tell her mom the truth. She knew Lin Meixiao's nature too well. She definitely wouldn't agree to abort this child. Hatsumomo, I see this little dress is quite pretty, so I'll buy it. And this boy's dress, it's so cute. I don't know if you're carrying a boy or a girl, so mom just bought both. Lin Meixia carried a large bag of children's clothing and spread it out to show Xiao Chuchu. She had a smile on her face, and it was evident that she was looking forward to this unborn child. Xiao Chuchu casually picked up a few pieces of clothing, feigned joy and followed to echo. Children's clothes, they're really quite nice. It doesn't matter if you buy more. You can still have more in the future. Yes, you can have 2 children. It's best to have a baby girl and then a baby boy to make a good word. Lin Meixia heard a smile more joyful. I did not think that the daughter also intends to have a second child. It seems in Jiang Shibu feelings are getting better and better. The second child is all planned. Now you know mom didn't harm you. Jiang Shibi is truly good. You won't lose out by marrying him. Lin Meixia is smug about her own unique vision, thinking that if she hadn't been dead set on her getting married, her daughter wouldn't have missed out. Xia Chuchu slandered Lin Meixia in her heart. Wasn't she the one who pushed herself into the fire pit? However, on her face, she still wore a smile, intimately holding Lin Meixia's hand, pouting. Mom, don't mention it. I know you're all for my own good. How old to be pouting? Although Lin Meixia said this on her lips, her hand was still gently caressing her daughter's hair with a smile on her face. Any older than that is a mama's girl. You can't be thick because of the baby in my belly. We've known each other much earlier, and we're the ones who have the deepest bond, or I wouldn't have been born. Xia Chuchu pouted with Lin Meixia, her head resting on Lin Meixia's shoulder, rubbing around. A look of jealousy with the small child in her stomach. What kind of silly words are you saying? Saying you won't have a baby? How old is a person? Still not grown up. Messy flying jealousy. Lin Meixia slapped her daughter's head without any good reason, and in her heart, she couldn't help but think of the time when she was pregnant with her daughter. Those days seem like they happened yesterday, and before you know it, your daughter is going to be a mother too. She couldn't help but lament the fact that time really did wait for no one, and that 20 years were but a fleeting moment. Xia Chuchu is reliving the mother-daughter bond with her mother, evoking the time when she conceived herself. Only then will she be on her side in the future. Tomorrow she was going to go for a paternity test with Jiang Shibi, and she had to get rid of the baby before the test was done. Mom! Jiang Shushi walked in with big strides and greeted Lin Meixia. Look, if you don't go back, people are coming to pick you up. Mom will not keep you. You quickly go back with Jiang Shibu? Lin Meixia laughed and joked about Xia Chuchu, making her follow Jiang Shibu back. Xia Chuchu wore a light smile on her face, but in her heart she was sneering. Wasn't he in such a hurry to pick himself up for the paternity test tomorrow? Come on, go home. Jiang Shushu helped Xia Chuchu up from the sofa, holding her arm and walking towards the door. Looking at their backs, they are just like a loving couple. Lin Meixia looked at the piles of small children's clothes on the sofa, which then hurriedly said, Wait, bring back the clothes that mom prepared for the baby. Jiang Shu and Xia Chuchu very tacitly turned back and said, No need, take it next time. Only they know in their hearts what they mean by no need and next time. Jiang Sherbei's need not but suspect that this child is not even their own. Do not know if there is no next time? Xia Chuchu's don't need to be warned by the baby in her belly. She will be gone tomorrow. There is no next time. The two couples, arm in arm, each with their own thoughts, went home together. Hatsumomo, drink this milk. Jiang Shu made a cup of milk for Xia Chuchu before going to bed and handed it to her. Why are you so nice to me all of a sudden? Don't you suspect that this child is not yours? Xia Chuchu took the milk without a good mood, with a displeased face, but in the end, she still drank it. Okay, the cups are for me to take to the wash, so get some early rest. Jiang Shibi took the cup from her hand and took it downstairs to the kitchen to clean it. When he went upstairs, Xia Chuchu had already fallen asleep, and his mouth was tinged with an implied smile. Early the next morning, Xia Chuchu woke up and brushed her teeth and washed herself before going downstairs. Jiang Shuwei was already sitting at the table waiting for her. They had a breakfast together and discussed going to the hospital later. Okay, you go up with me and change. Xia Chuchu pulled Jiang Shushi's hand and went upstairs with him. When they walked to the top of the stairs together, Xia Chuchu suddenly said to Jiang Shibu, Actually, this child is not yours. I've been lying to you all along. Let's divorce. Jiang Shibi had actually guessed that this really couldn't stay up and told the truth only when she went to do the paternity test. He sneered. And what wild man's child is he? You've met him. His name is Yang Jun, the man I acted with on the set. Xia Chuchu looked at Jiang Shushi and said without caring, You're so shameless, acting and then pretending to sleep with someone else. Jiang Shuwei snorted and glanced at the dirty woman in front of him. That's right, I can't help it. They're more skilled than you, and they're bigger than you, unlike you, who just runs across the street. Xia Chuchu didn't care about Jiang Shushi's attitude and seemed to be deliberately provoking him. Jiang Shuwei coldly said, Is that so? Then which one is crying and begging for mercy in Laozi's bed? I'm an actor, that's all an act, and it's not just to give you a face. Xia Chuchu looked at Jiang Shushi with a disgusted face, very contemptuous. Chapter 124, Husband and Wife in a Fight. You've got a real talent for being a trooper then. Too bad you won't get a divorce even if you're not my seed. I'll make you horny as hell. Jiang Shushu choked Xia Chuchu's neck, and a flash of blood-colored scarlet flashed in his eyes. At the moment, he was like a wounded cheetah trying to bite off his opponent's neck. Xia Chuchu solely broke the pot and said, You dream, I will divorce you even if I die. Her hand kept slapping at Isashi's hand that was choking her neck, and she was struggling hard to escape from Isashi's grip. Jiang Shuwei enjoyed the pleasure, watching this woman zigzagging before she was on the verge of death. He was surprisingly in an incredibly soothing mood. He suddenly understood the reason why cats liked to tease the mice when they caught them. Instead of eating it in one bite, let it go. Let it tire itself out as if it were running for its life, until it is so tired that it gives up struggling, and then the cat swallows it in one bite. This lack of pain resolves her, gives her hope and breaks it a little, then gives her hope again and breaks it again with his own hands. Let her despair a little bit until she gives up. This kind of disintegration of other people's mental and heart defenses is a wonderful feeling. Watching Xia Chuchu zigzagging like this, he loosened some, then his hand tightened a few more points. He just loved watching her face contort with pain. It was more real than any time she looked. It was beautiful to look at. Xia Chuchu suddenly kicked in Jiang Shushi's crotch. Jiang Shushi, who suffered pain, let go of his hand, and Xia Chuchu fell down the stairs in the process. She was wet underneath and she knew she had miscarried. Xia Chuchu looked at Jiang Shushi on the stairs with a smile on her face, her eyes glowing with a refined light after getting her way. She dialed 120 and then she just sat on the floor. Jiang Shui looked at the mass of blood underneath her. His eyes were shocked. He didn't know what this woman wanted to do. He hadn't pushed her down the stairs just now, and this woman had fallen down the stairs on her own. And what was the meaning of that smile on the corner of her mouth? But soon he calmed down. He didn't want this wild seed anyway, saving him from taking Xia Chuchu to get rid of it. Not long after the ambulance came, Xia Chuchu was carried into the ambulance. Jiang Shibi also wanted to follow the car, but was stopped by Xia Chuchu screaming and screaming. "You're a murderer. Get out of here without you following. You're an asshole. My baby, oh, I'm going to divorce you. You are not even as good as a tiger. You shall not die. You return my child." Ah! Xia Chuchu acted out her image of a mother who suddenly lost her child in front of the medical staff. She roared hysterically, extremely frantic, just not letting Jiang Shui come near her. The hospital personnel were probably aware of the situation, and it was this husband who pushed his wife down the stairs, causing the woman to possibly miscarry. In order to stabilize the pregnant woman's mood, the hospital staff could only block Jiang Shibei from approaching this ambulance. Watching the ambulance drive past in front of him, Jiang Shu felt that he had once again underestimated Xia Chuchu, and that this woman was tough enough on herself. But he didn't know that something harder was yet to come. Xia Chuchu called her mom before she was wheeled into the operating room, and had the medical staff personnel take pictures of her neck, as well as herself in this miserable state. After coming out of the operating room, the anesthesia passed and Xia Chuchu, who woke up, contacted her lawyer first. She sued for divorce on the grounds of domestic violence and submitted evidence of Zhang's involvement in domestic violence. And of course there was the video of them arguing at the stairway and being pushed down the stairs by Jiang Shibu. She had put the camera in place a long time ago, just waiting for this day. Now the paternity test has not been done. The child just dropped. Killed can only rely on Jiang Shibi. She balked at this child as his. When Jiang Shu received a call from Xia Chuchu's lawyer, he froze, not realizing that Xia Chuchu was making such a scene just to get a divorce. And domestic violence. It seems he was the one who fell for the trick. She deliberately provoked herself into letting him do it, creating the illusion that he was the one who pushed her down the stairs. Ridiculous. Jiang Shibi boasted of his intelligence, but one day he was counted by a woman. Jiang Shui's mouth was tinged with a smile. Now this was really interesting. His pillow was not a well-behaved daughter, but a ferocious cannibal flower. But he wasn't a vegetarian. He was afraid that the would play tricks, worried that she also had a good friend in the hospital to help do the trick. Jiang Shu gave Xia Chuchu a cup of spiked milk last night before she slept like a pig. Unbeknownst to him at that time, he had already let the doctor come to the house to draw away Xia Chuchu's venous blood, just that she knew nothing about it. The result will be out soon. As long as the child in her belly is not her own, then this divorce is also the fault of a woman who has cheated on her. Jiang Shushi and Xia Chuchu just like this each have their own secret rivalry. Jiang Shushi is waiting for the result, so has been pressing the troops. Hatsumomo, Mom really didn't think that Jiang Shibi would take action against a pregnant woman. It's just an asshole, and you shouldn't be too upset that the baby is gone. Getting well is the key. Lin Meixia carried the black chicken soup and gently comforted Xia Chuchu, coaxing her to eat something. This child from the operating room pushed out of the head to silence. Do not eat or drink can make her anxious. She's a mom too, so of course she knows how important kids are to moms. But now that the baby is gone, there's no use being sad and not eating. You can't get the baby back. Mom, I'm divorcing him. Xia Chuchu turned her back and lowered her voice. Good. Mom supports you. You eat something quickly. Mom feeds you. Lin Meixia looked at the woman in this miserable state, where she could not disagree. This marriage is still her hand set up. How do I know Jiang Shibi looked at the meter hall actually will be on the pregnant wife? Oh, my baby I was thinking that I was pregnant, had a baby, and that I would just make do with this life. Who knew he'd take a turn for the worse and abort my baby? Xia Chuchu cried with a sad face, vaguely connoting that it wasn't the first time Jiang Shushi had hit himself. Lin Meixia was even more heartbroken when she heard that her daughter had been entrusted to a wrong person. It was her fault that she, as a mother, did not know people well and pushed her child into the fire pit. Chor Chu, Mom is sorry. Mom didn't know that Jiang Shibi was a monster and let you suffer. From now on Mom will never force you to get married again. You can do whatever you want. Lin Meixia's eyes were red and her voice was a little choked. Mom, thank you. After the divorce, I want to do what I love to do, and I want to go into acting. Xia Chuchu looked at Lin Meixia with a grateful face, and hope flared up in her eyes again. Watching her daughter's dead face finally flash a light, Lin Meixia said with a sobbing voice, Good, open your mouth, come and drink this soup. Chapter 125, No Kissing. Xia Chuchu finally regained her vitality and opened her mouth to drink the chicken soup Lin Meixia fed her. Her heart was happy. She had killed 2 birds with 1 stone this time. She can both successfully divorce Jiang Shibi and continue filming. Now she doesn't have to sneak around anymore. Her mom supports her. After Lin Meixia left, Jiang Shibi walked in with a piece of paper with a frosty face. He pulled Xia Chuchu off the bed and pressed him against the wall by her neck, veins rippling on the back of his hand. There was a monstrous anger lurking in his heart that this thief had gotten rid of his child. Xia Chuchu, I won't let you live well. You wave around and you can't even figure out whose seat it is in the end. Jiang Shui placed the report sheet in his hand in front of Xia Chuchu, and she glanced at the last sentence. Its cumulative non-father exclusion rate reached over 9,999. I didn't realize, did I, that I had made such a fool of myself, and that the child was the old man's seed. Jiang Shu choked Xia Chuchu's neck even harder. This woman killed his child with her own hands. Oh, that's really, congratulations to Mr. Jiang, who himself personally killed his own child. Xia Chuchu struggled with her hands grasping Jiang Shushi's hands, taunting him. You obviously killed him. The hatred in Jiang Shibi's eyes was hard to hide. He really wanted to get this woman killed. Didn't Mr. Jiang push it? I have proof. And of course this paternity test of yours is also a good piece of evidence. Suspecting that his wife's child was not his own. That's why he pushed her down the stairs. That's not a bad version to tell in court. Xia Chuchu rambles on. For losing this child, she can't see a trace of hurt on her face at all. Fine, count yourself tough. Since you want a divorce, I'll fulfill you, as long as you don't regret it in the future. Jiang Shibi looked at this heartless woman and suddenly felt that it was too bad to let her die like this. A crazy plan of revenge springs up in his mind, and he lets go of Xia Chuchu with a smile on his lips. After Jiang Shui left, Xia Chuchu soon received his divorce agreement. Xia Chuchu cheerfully signed and withdrew the divorce complaint. After finishing the divorce formalities, Jiang Shu suddenly came to Xia Chuchu's ear and said, Be careful. It's easy to bump into ghosts if you walk too much at night. After saying that, he tore up the divorce papers and walked away with a wicked smile on his lips. Sister, I'm leaving, I'll miss you. Qian Miao Miao reluctantly took her sister's hand. She broke her fingers and didn't even count how long she stayed at her sister's house. It should be quite a long time, because mom has been nagging her for a long time to pick her up. Okay, we'll play next time. Chayakikyo carried Miaomi to the car and waved at her. Only Chen Duo had a smile on his face. It had been almost 4 weeks since he had stayed here, and he was going crazy if he didn't leave yet. Autumn and Autumn's one summer vacation was taken up by Misty for a good portion of it. Although every time he was coaxed by Chiochio to voluntarily let her go to accompany Miao Miao, he was still not happy in his heart. Watching the car drift away, Chen Duo pulled Qian Kiki's hand and smiled. Finally gone. Now you're happy and smug. Chaya didn't have the heart to pinch his cheek. That's for sure. No one will ever steal you from me again. And I won't have to worry about anyone seeing me when I kiss you. Chen Duo didn't hide his unwelcome feelings towards Qian Miaomiao at all. Autumn doesn't even make out with herself much anymore with her hundreds of watts of light bulb around. Ha ha. Okay, go back and kiss it later. Qian Kikiyu was amused by Chen Duo's righteous look. She led Chen Duo back to the house, and Chen Duo was eagerly pulling her to go faster. He pressed the accelerator button on his wheelchair, impatient to get back to kissing sooner. This look made Chiaki couldn't help but laugh. Why was this person so interesting? They didn't kiss every day. Why did he still act like it wasn't enough? Autumn, can I kiss you now? Chen Duo came to Qian Kikiyo's ear and whispered. Chiaki Autumn, do we need to ask this? Wouldn't it be more embarrassing to ask? Qian Kikiyo said with a serious face. Chen Duo, I think you can learn a little more about flirting with girls. Like right now. For example, you could just pick up my chin like a bully and murmur. Woman, you've managed to get my attention. I'm going to kiss you. Qian Kikiyo picked up Chen Duo's chin, and with a teasing face, she imparted alternative flirting techniques to Chen Duo. After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh herself. This bully stunt was so famous that she hadn't seen it much when she used to chase novels. Chen Duo saw her laughing so happily, although he felt that this method was a bit shameful, but Chaya Kikyo liked it, so he could reluctantly try it. So Chen Duo, who had a good student attitude, literally picked the chin of the smiling Chiaki Chocho. He lowered his voice and murmured, "Woman, you've managed to get my attention. I'm going to kiss you." Put. Chen Chocho couldn't help but laugh at how Chen Duo was so funny. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help but huff and puff with laughter and could only keep slapping her thighs. She totally couldn't stop now. Chen Duo was a bit confused at first when he saw this, but then when he saw Qian Kikyo laughing so hard that he couldn't bring himself to laugh, he knew that he had been tricked. He somewhat shyly clasped the back of Qian Chocho's head and directly split his head and kissed him, ravaging Qian Chocho's red lips with a vengeance. Seeing that Qian Kikyo's red lips were even more dainty because of his embellishment, Chen Duo's already unfathomable eyes became even more dark. He opened his mouth and lightly bit into this crimson color. Hiss! Qian Kikyo yelped in pain and punched Chen Duo without any good reason. "Good boy. It doesn't hurt anymore," said Chen Duo, sticking out his tongue to soothingly lick the place he had lightly bitten through. The watery, lubricated and tender touch made Chiaki Chocho's heart flutter. This person is like a puppy who likes to bite people and then lick them with his tongue, pleasing her. I don't know how long it had been, but Qian Kikyo had already straddled the wheelchair, her body softening into a puddle of mud as she lay in Chen Duo's arms. She panted heavily, her small hands pounding Chen Duo's chest like she was scratching an itch. Chen Duo had an insatiable smile on his face. This red lips had been picked by him several times, and now they were red and swollen. Yuck! My mouth hurts. Qian Kikyo pouted her red lips and looked at Chen Duo with a petulant face. Chen Duo looked at his masterpiece, his eyes turned a few more shades darker. He said in a mute voice, "What should we do then?" Qian Kikyo pouted. "Stupid give me hoo-hoo, but no kiss oh, damn." Chen Duo wanted to explode. This little goblin was purposely torturing him. "What about when I want to kiss?" Qian Kikyo blinked at and said with an innocent face. "Then you've broken the rules. There will be no more kisses." Sure enough, her revenge was harder than her own. Chen Duo could only resign himself to huffing and puffing to some woman with his eyes closed, but he couldn't help it if someone wanted to touch the porcelain. Qian Kikyo directly put her mouth forward and hit Chen Duo's mouth. She got her way and laughed. "Foul oh, you can't kiss me in the future." Chen Duo, he was completely dumbfounded that this was even possible. Chapter 126, A Cure for All Diseases. Qian Chocho wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and said softly, "Hubby, Miao Miao is also leaving, and I'm going to intern at Qian's group tomorrow as well." Chen Duo was confused, having thought that with Miao Miao gone, he could have Chocho all to himself. Who knew she was going to an internship? Why so soon? What? You don't agree? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qian Kikyo's head lifted up from his arms and looked at him. "If I don't agree, are you not going to go?" Chen Duo's words were a bit condescending, and he felt that he couldn't be Qian Kikyo's master either. Qian Kikyo looked at him. This aggravation cannot be, but also still sit on the face of the face. The heart is really good and funny. Alas, Mr. Chen doesn't even agree. So of course I'll marry the chicken and follow the dog. Who made me a good wife and mother? Said Chiaki Chocho, lifting her hand and ruffling the hair at the nape of her neck, boasting with a smug face. Really? Chen Duo asked out in seeming disbelief, feeling that Chocho had long since caught his death throes and was accustomed to coaxing him. Of course it's true. How can you doubt my sincerity? I'm angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. Chiaki hugged her arms and huffed, twisting her head to the side. Chen Duo? Has he been set up again? What a mouthful. Why ask if it's true? Chen Duo said that after coaxing her he might have to cut the land again. What a blunder. There's no way around it. You can only spoil your own wife. He reached out and took the person in his arms, resting his head on her shoulder, and whispered, "Good girl. I was wrong. Good wife. Don't be angry. Humph. Can't coax it out, can't coax it out." Chiaki hummed lightly and beamed. "I've heard that it cures all diseases, and I don't know if it's true and if it's effective." Qian Kikyo sniffed and hurriedly turned her head around. She looked at Chen Duo with a delighted face. She didn't expect him to know about this stunt. Isn't he the one who has 2 ears and is all about reading sage books and knocking out code? Of course it worked. You bought me a bag? Qian Kikyo wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck with a happy face. Well, it looks like the internet has a pretty good point. Chen Duo looked at her with a smile on his face. What bag did you get me? Chiaki was more curious about what kind of bag he would buy for himself. After all, he was quite a straight man in her eyes. Chen Duo opened his cell phone and handed over the picture of that bag, which he had asked a friend abroad to help him purchase on his behalf. He saw in the check room that Qian Kikyo liked to carry this family's bag, and this one was the latest on the market. Wow, isn't this the latest bag from the T family? There's no buying channel in China yet. Chaya Kikyo grabbed his phone with a face of delight and excitement. Well, I had a friend buy it overseas and it should be here in a few days. Chen Duo saw that Qian Qiqi seemed to like the bag, and he had given the right gift. He'd been a little worried earlier after he'd seen some of his buddies online sharing their bloody histories of giving the wrong gifts. To summarize, the gift girl bag is not easy to go wrong. Expensive on the line. After all, the lipstick thing was easy to send in the wrong shade, and he saw that Xiaoqiu didn't really like wearing makeup. Chen Duo, I didn't expect you to be enlightened. Qian Qiqi kissed the corner of Chen Duo's lips and smiled. Enlightened? Is Xiaoqiu resenting the fact that he rarely gives her gifts? So can you stay home with me for 2 more days? 3 days? Seeing that Qian Qiqi was very happy, Chen Duo took the opportunity to discuss with her. Qian Qiqi smiled at his words. It seems that he really doesn't believe that he will be at home with him. I was sincerely trying to be a good wife and mother at home with my husband, but unfortunately someone didn't believe me, since he only wants me to stay with him for 3 days. It's only 3 days. Who made me so good and understanding and obedient? Chen Xiaoqiu also sighed, seemingly a little hurt by Chen Duo's lack of trust. This time, Chen Duo dared not ask for the real one, but he would bite the bullet if it was a fake one. Since my wife is so well behaved and understanding and obedient, I would like to change the amount of time you spend with me now. You shouldn't object, right? Chen Duo raised his eyebrows at Qian Qiqi, quickly catching the loophole in her words. Chiaki Autumn. Oops, careless. Originally, he wanted to tease Chen Duo and make him regret going. Who knew that he would later fall into the pit himself? If she had known, she wouldn't be such a stinking narcissist. Wouldn't she be digging a hole and burying herself? Chen Duo looked at her with a smirk on his face, his low voice saying, conceding defeat. Qian Qiqi hugged his neck and smiled sarcastically. Of course I'm not against it. I'm the one who has received the certificate of a good wife. Seeing that Chen Xiaoqiu had finally suffered a defeat, Chen Duo hooked up his lips, living up to the look of a man who had gotten a bargain. Chen Xiaoqiu thought that she'd better go to the company tomorrow. She wanted to meet Sui Feng. Honey, I'd like to take a day off tomorrow to go out. Please approve. She deliberately teased Chen Duo in a serious manner. A leave of absence. Then, please. Chen Duo was now slowly keeping up with Qian Qiqi's pace, and he took her words in a serious manner. Can't it be verbal? Just get it stamped later. Just 1 day. No, half a day. Qian Qiqi pouted at him and pouted her red lips. Chen Duo smiled as he leaned over and kissed up again on the lips of someone who said he wouldn't give a kiss, and said softly, approved. He. Thank you, leader. Qian Qiqi laughed, her head rubbing against Chen Duo's neck. The hair rubbed Chen Duo's neck a little itchy, and he couldn't afford to push it away. This kind of tingling was like having a small feather tickling his heart. Not long after, the two made a scene again. To be precise, it was Qian Qiqi who made a scene alone, and Chen Duo laughed along with them. Choo, why do you have to go out so early to shoot a movie? This miscarriage is just like a menstrual cycle you need to nurse for a full month. Otherwise you'll have to suffer again in the future. Lin Meixia looked at her daughter who was going to shoot a movie after only a few days of rest and discouraged her with some heartache. Mom, there's nothing wrong with my body at all. It's mostly something in my heart. I just want to try to keep myself busy. When I'm idle my mind thinks of the boy uncontrollably, and I don't want that. Xia Chuchu packed her bags. A hint of pain surfaced on her face. Lin Meixia see the situation is not good to stop the daughter of this situation so that she cannot bear to force her to stay at home. In case of a depression can do? That's fine. Then take care of yourself and don't get too tired. Lin Meixia carefully instructed her, and also prepared something to keep her warm, just in case she was greedy for cold and would suffer in the future. Well, thanks mom. Xia Chuchu gratefully hugged her mom, seemingly touched by her understanding and support. Chapter 127 Expanding Business. Xia Chuchu loaded her luggage and left on a plane overnight. She went to the theater group where Yang Jun was working, to take part in what he called the third female role. Now the third female was supposed to be in the cast, but the scene just hasn't started shooting yet. Yang Jun asked Nan to help Xia Chuchu find the director to say some good words, which allowed her to join the group. Xia Chuchu sends the photos of her miscarriage by Jiang Shirji's domestic violence to Yang Jun and says she's divorced and begs him to help her. She also swore that with the passing of that child, she was dead to issue, no longer extravagant about love or marriage. She now divorced just wants to shoot well and pursue her dreams. Yang Jun looked at the bloodstained appearance under her body, and finally agreed to help her for the last time, and they would be clear, considerate for the sake of that child. Yang Jun soothed himself. In fact, he didn't have any idea in his heart whether putting someone like Xia Chuchu, who was quite a heartbreaker, into the crew would have any effect on him. He is now facing Xia Chuchu. His heart is already shadowed. This is a poisonous scorpion that will sting him if he is not good enough. Xia Chuchu is also smart enough to know that now is not the right time to approach Yang Jun. As soon as she reported to the crew, she took the script and scrutinized it on set. This performance was again loved by everyone on the set, and the director was so impressed with her quietness and good attitude that he praised her. The next day it's time for Xia Chuchu's scene to start filming. Her female third character is the sister of the male lead played by Young Jun. Every time he heard her sweetly call out to his brother, Young Jun felt diaphoretic and a little out of place. Yang Jun, aren't you under the same agent? You should be quite familiar. Why do you look so rusty? The director looked at Young Jun's performance and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Director, I'll adjust my form. Yang Jun's heart was flooded with nausea, but on his face he still had to act hard. A woman like Xia Chuchu is really thick-skinned. As long as she doesn't feel embarrassed, the ones who are disgusted are all the others. For example, the way he just looked at him made him barely spit out his breakfast. What the hell was with this afterglow of sultry eyes? He would never think one iota of her again. However, Xia Chuchu just plays with her eyes and is otherwise peaceful, which makes Young Jun feel a lot more at ease as well. What does Missy want with me? Sui Feng was quite surprised to receive Qian Qiuqiu's phone call. After all, he hadn't seen her since he joined Qian's. Would you believe me if I said I'd buy you coffee? Chiaki Qiuqiu lowered her head and stirred the coffee with the spoon, the sugar melting away before she put the spoon down and brought it up for a light sip. Don't believe it. I don't think you'd invite me for coffee somehow. Think there's something you want me to do, or you wouldn't have invited me out. Sui Feng smiled cockily. He felt that although Qian Qiuqiu looked young, she was quite methodical in her dealings. For example, she was a good judge of character, and he was a fish out of water when he got into Qian's group, which was perfect for his career. Then you're really overthinking it. I just want to find out how you're doing working at Qian's. After all, you're the one I'm headhunting to dig over there, meeting you directly at the company. Am I not afraid that you will be flirted with by your coworkers through the back door? That would easily invite unnecessary trouble for you and make people doubt your ability to do your job. Qian Qiuqiu smiled. At this moment, Sui Feng didn't look like he was in his previous life, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Well, it seems I was overthinking it. I thought that Missy had something to explain, and wanted little to do a little service. Sui Feng hung back and joked, but he didn't look like a subordinate at all in front of Qian Qiuqiu. Honestly, how do you feel after being at Qian's for so long? Any other ideas? Qian Qiuqiu doesn't have any idea about Qian's future development plan. After all, it's not her field of expertise, but Sui Feng has this talent. When she first dug Sui Feng over is to want him to expand the territory for the Qians, the so-called know people well, use people without doubt. The future Sui Feng was her right-hand man. She needed this person's help. I feel like I'm mixing it up pretty well. It suits me, but some of Qian's projects are too old and need to develop new business. Sui Feng also didn't take Qian Qiuqiu as the Qian clan's eldest lady, and chatted up the sky like a friend, putting his thoughts into words. I'm very optimistic about this new business you're talking about. How about this? I'll give you a small team of 10 people, and you'll be the boss. From today onwards you will only be responsible for implementing these ideas of yours, and any resources you need. You have my full support. Sui Feng froze after hearing Qian Qiuqiu's words. Was this big miss thinking too simply? Saying that she would support him. Qian's is not Missy's call now, and Mr. Qian's hurdle has to be passed. And why does she trust herself so much? And isn't she afraid of losing her money when the time comes? Looking at your eyes you don't seem to believe me. I have 51% of the shares in Qian's. The entire Qian's is actually up to me. Chiaki Qiuqiu said smugly. She originally only had 20% of the shares her mother had left her, but her father had given her another 20% after she got married. Some time ago, in order to clear some shareholders in the group, she bought the shares in their hands, and now the shares in her hands became 51%. Sui Feng's mouth opened wide at the words. This was to empty the chairman of the board as well. Don't worry, my dad knows about the equity thing. Just give him the business plan. He'll know what to do. You just need to do your business well, and there will naturally be a position matching your abilities for you to sit in the future. Qian Qiuqiu's words hit Sui Feng's heart like a promise, and his entire being was like a dream. He didn't expect Qian Qiuqiu to trust herself so much. Was she a face reader? Knowing that she would have a great future, so she recruited herself in advance. Sui Feng felt that he was floating. Once he thought he was a poor man. His wife also derailed because he was poor. I never thought that one day he would be promised such a bright future by Qian Qiuqiu. Then wouldn't he have his dreams in the future? Cars, houses and tickets. Thanks boss, I'll do a good job. Sui Feng was so excited that he was filled with energy. Good, just remember I won't treat you badly. With a smile on her face, Qian Qiuqiu reached an agreement with him. She figured she was still good at coding and looking over the company's books. Something like expanding the business landscape wasn't quite right for her. In the future, with Sui Feng around, she could leave this matter to him, and she would just take control of the whole situation. Don't worry boss, I'll never think twice about it. Sui Feng vowed to die will not betray Qian Qiuqiu. He is the first time to meet such a big atmosphere of the proprietor, but also to give himself such a big space to show their strength. Math, Genus, Chapter 128, Examining You. Chiaki's phone dinged. She took it out and looked at it. smiling, I have to go. Someone's coming to pick me up. Sui Feng looked at Qian Kikia changed from her previous mature and stable, showing a touch of little daughter-like happy smile. Secretly Qian Kikia should be in love. Her boyfriend came to pick up. Qian Qiuqiu ran out happily with her bag on her back. And Sui Feng saw a black car parked in front of the window of the cafe, and Qian Qiuqiu ran over with a jump. It's good to be young and still have expectations and fantasies about love. Sui Feng shook his head and lamented. His marriage was a mess, and now his family was broken up. He took out his cell phone and looked at the picture of his son on the wallpaper, which made him smile with a soft face. What brings you to pick me up? Qian Kikyo hugged Chen Duo's arm and pampered him. Aren't kids always envious of other people being picked up? Now they don't have to be, do they? Chen Duko remembers when Qian Kikyo wanted to pick her up from school by herself, complaining that all the other kids had someone to pick them up. It was now on his mind, and it was up to him to pick up Chiaki in the future. Of course I'm not envious. From now on everyone else is going to envy me for having a good husband. Qian Kikyo happily kissed Chen Duo's cheek, and her nose followed suit and rubbed against his cheek in a pampered manner. Chen Duo laughed lightly and said, then wife, please hand out the good husband certificate. Well, why don't you put your hand out? Chiaki looked at Chen Duo in his serious manner and gestured for him to reach out. Right, who said he didn't want to hear anything? Couldn't help but sigh that the boss and his wife really knew how to play. But at this time the boss looks like a child accompanied by Mrs. Mess. There you go, I'll put another stamp on it. Qian Kikyo snapped her hand over Chen Duo's hand, then hooked his neck and kissed him. Chen Duo stretched out his arm and pulled down the car's partition, then clasped Chiaki Chocho's head, not allowing her red lips to leave. I thought he wasn't allowed to kiss? It was her own kiss up there, and he could have touched a china now. Qian Kikyo realized that this person had also learned to set himself up now. She huffed and bit the corner of his lips. Bad guy. He already had a high IQ, and she had an advantage by juggling, and now she was being crushed by him. Good girl, don't bite your teeth. Chen Duo stroked her head and coaxed her gently. Qian Kikyo suspected that this person did not have less tuition after class, and look at now are so good at coaxing people. Are you not a lot of remedial lessons Where did you look up the little information The code is not properly knocked, but also give me to browse irrelevant web pages. Qian Kikyo pinched Chen Duo's cheek and lectured him with an exasperated face, just short of crossing her arms from the tigress. Oh, so how do you like it? Chen Duo laughed out softly as he watched Chiaki Chocho puff out her cheeks. Of course, do you see me like this? Qian Kikyo lightly poked her bulging out cheeks and showed Chen Duo. I think you like it. You're as cute and cuddly as a little blowfish now. Chen Duo followed suit and lightly poked her cheek and laughed. Chiaki Autumn. Damn yeah, what a lot of homework that is. Qian Kikyo said with a smile on her face. I see that you've learned something, so why don't I test you? Chen Duo was confused. He had only just studied. Where did he learn? Netizens are flirting with women is a university. Difficult to understand. More fickle than the weather. Men cannot graduate in a lifetime. What do I do when I accidentally hit a dead chicken on my way to the hospital one day and then get stopped by the owner of this chicken who won't let me go? Without thinking, Chen Duo said, call the police. Shouldn't you ask why I went to the hospital? Oops, you really don't love me anymore. Your heart isn't in it. After Chiaki Chocho finished huffing and puffing, she covered her face in feigned sadness. Chen Duo froze. What the hell kind of topic was this? Honey, don't be sad. Test me on one more question. He still didn't believe it. How could there be such an unorthodox topic? Alright then. Chiaki dropped her hand over her face. She said in a serious manner, Mr. Chen, please listen to the question. I just looked out the window when I was sad. Guess what I saw? Pedestrians, cars, traffic police, roadside trees, roads, zebra crossings. In his quest for the right answer, Chandu went over pretty much everything he might see. When he hadn't finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chiaki Chocho, directly sentencing a mistake. Why? And what did you see? With a curious look on his face, Chen Duo asked Chiaki Chocho what the correct answer was. Qian Kikyo stared at Chen Duo and said, shouldn't you ask me why I'm sad? Chen Duo said with a serious face, because I know I just answered wrongly to make you sad. Chiquita? Identified straight man without a doubt. Luckily I haven't learned anything yet and can continue to fool around in front of him. Autumn, what kind of questions are these? The answers are so strange. Why don't you go solve the problem? And the correct answer is so answerable? Chen Duo was full of doubts about these two questions raised by Chiaki Chocho. Is there such a topic in the world? And who invented it? Didn't know that. Did you? Looks like you have some catching up to do on that lesson. Chiaki Chocho patted Chen Duo's shoulder with a smug look on his face, telling him not to be discouraged and to keep up the good work. Chen Duo pursued, then tell me what the topic is first? Hey, it's girls who invent these questions. We don't want the right answers. We just want to test how much our boyfriends or husbands love us. Chiaki couldn't help but laugh. Autumn, Even though I got both questions wrong, you have to believe that I love you very much. Chen Duo panicked. There is this kind of illogical topic to test the degree of love for each other. He is really unheard of. Anan, it's all a jokey subject. This is called the boyfriend survival test. Anyway, whatever happens you stay out of the way and just keep your focus on me. Seeing this flustered appearance of Chen Duo, Qian Kikyo hurriedly smiled and explained to him, which was afraid of this little cutie, took it seriously. Chen Duo then understood and smiled. Is this the trick to answering questions? Yeah, don't worry about anything, just keep your mind on your wife and me. Chiaki patted her chest, indicating that it was that simple. Chen Duo instantly became interested and smiled. Then let's play a few more games. What if my lipstick accidentally rubbed off on one of your most expensive dresses? Qian Kikyo hugged Chen Duo's arm and asked with a smile. Chen Duo thought for a moment and said, the attention is on you, and that's your lipstick. Let's not throw away that dress. Who let it touch your lipstick? Is that the answer? Chapter 129, Exposed. It's going in the right direction, and the answer is somewhat close, but it's not right yet. Qian Kikyo shook her head at Chen Duo. Chen Duo didn't think that this answer was still incorrect. He thought about it again and still didn't come up with an answer. Honey, so what do you think we should do? Of course I'm going to pay for it. Before Qian Kikyo could finish her sentence, Chen Independence immediately retorted. I thought we said we couldn't focus on that dress? And how is it okay to make you pay for your clothes? Oops, who said anything about paying for clothes? It's for my lipstick. Shouldn't you pay me for a new lipstick when you know it was your clothes that touched it? Qian Kikyo looked at Chen Duo with a smirk on her face, so pleased with herself. It can be considered to be difficult for Chen Duo, a highly intelligent person, to thank the Jime who invented these topics. How can they be so powerful? Oh, interesting. It's true that only a cute girl like you could come up with such an interesting topic. Chen Duo laughed out lightly and even complimented Qian Chicho. Honey, in the sweet talk category, I think you can graduate. Chen Duo this immovable praise her, coaxed her heart to blossom. Qian Kikyo felt that he no longer needed to learn. The car stopped in the courtyard, and Qian Kikyo realized that she and Chen Duo had fooled around all the way. Mrs. Lu had already prepared lunch and immediately brought it to the table when she saw them return. After eating, they went for their usual nap. The apes, however, were in a hurry, having suddenly lost track of their boss. He kept sending messages to the boss, but he never replied. This has never happened before, and the bosses have returned in seconds. Is something wrong with the boss? The ape had no choice but to ask for help from everyone in the group. Does anyone have a way to contact the boss? Everyone in the group told him to send a message to the boss, and he was speechless as he said that he had sent a message to the boss himself, but no one had replied. Just wait, it's not like the boss doesn't have other things to do. The only 12 who know that the boss is married are the ones who are hidden and not reported. What could the boss be up to? Wasn't he online every day before? The apes disagreed with that answer. They were a bunch of singles. What could they be busy with? 12 also Ha did not say. You think the boss is like us? He has long had the company of beautiful people. After taking a nap, Chen Duo then went to the study with Qian Kikyo. Chen Duo went to the back to look for a book. Qian Kikyo see his computer has been blinking non-stop, which came over and clicked on it. Then she saw a pop-up box called Ape. Boss, I found out that the money was transferred to a private account then transferred by her to a medical institute abroad. Boss, where are you people? Boss, I found out what you asked me to find out. Boss, what are you doing? Boss, I can't figure out who the hell developed that software. It's possible that someone from this institute developed the software and traded it through a middleman in the country. Never mind. Boss, why don't I send you that private account in the name of the Medical Research Institute and you can do your own research. Chiaki Autumn, Dr. Martin's Medical Research Institute. Boom! A bolt of thunder flashed through Chiaki's head. It's amazing that Chandu got someone to look into her and ING found out. She didn't even know how she'd been exposed. Was that software something he was interested in as well? Boss, you're finally online. Chiaki saw another message pop up, and realized that she had pressed her hand on the keyboard in a panic and typed out a long string of K. Then the dialog box was there with the message. The other party is typing. Steady. Qian Kikyo said that she couldn't panic. She followed Chen Duo's tone and sent a message. Well, I know. You don't have to worry about the rest. Okay, boss. By the way, boss, where were you earlier and why haven't you been answering messages? Went out. Oh, then there's nothing to do. So I'll go and get busy. Okay, this thing I asked you to look into is confidential. Don't spread it around. I know boss. Promise not to leak. Okay, you're busy. After seeing that Ape's dialog box didn't reply to the message, Qian Kikyo hurriedly deleted all the messages he sent over. Anyway, how long can she fool Chen Duo? How long can she fool him? And the rest is up to her to make up. Otherwise, she should learn programming from Chen Duo, so that she can muddle through in the future. The sound of Chen Duo's wheelchair came from behind him, and Chiaki Chocho hurriedly moved away from the computer and sat on a side chair. Honey, what book are you looking for? Chen Chocho asked as if nothing had happened. A book on computers may not interest you. Chandu picked the book up and passed it in front of her. Who says I'm not interested? I want to learn from you too. That way we'll have more things to talk about in the future. Will you teach me? Qian Kikyo pulled Chen Duo's hand and began to pout, wanting him to teach himself. It can be a little boring, and I'm certainly willing to teach you if you want to learn. Chen Duo smiled helplessly. He didn't know how long Chiaki Chocho's enthusiasm for learning this would last. Yes, you can start teaching me now. Chiaki straightened her back and folded her arms as if she was about to attend class. Chen Duo started with the basic language, which is an introductory language in Python, and wanted Chiaki to be familiar with the basic syntax and logic of the program. Probably wanted her to figure it out before giving her the most basic C language. Qian Kikyo felt that it was quite difficult to disguise as a scum, and to play dumb in front of Chen Duo. A great god needed to be careful, just for fear of revealing himself, but pretending to be too stupid. I guess Chen Duo can't even take this class. Mom, yeah, she's too hard. She didn't even know how her software had gotten into Chen Duo's eyes. It even made him get someone to track it down. Learning programming for an afternoon. Qian Kikyo said it was too painful. She had never been this painful when she first learned it seriously. She also saw that Chen Duo was struggling to teach. After all, it was too hard to meet such a drop-dead schoolboy like her. It was so hard to learn that Chiaki wanted to blow her own cover. Qian Kikyo looked at Chen Duo and suddenly asked, Chen Duo, if one day I lied to you, would you be angry? I can forgive you for anything except leaving me. Chen Duo didn't even think about it, looked at Qian Kikyo with a serious face, and gave his answer. Then do you believe that there are ghosts and gods in the world and that people have past lives? Qian Kikyo actually didn't want to hide it from Chen Duo. After all, telling one lie would require countless lies to round it up. There might be. After all, it's hard to tell when you haven't experienced such things. Chapter 130, What I Thought You Thought. Qian Kikyo looked at Chen Duo and hesitated a little. She didn't dare to tell him. She didn't have the courage. Wouldn't he really mind if his former self had made such a fool of himself by following Jiang Shibi and harming him for the rest of his life? She finally realized at this moment that it was no wonder there were so many misunderstandings and suspicions in love. Liking can be reckless, but love can make you cautious. Sneaking around to test each other, memorizing his preferences, and being happy because he's happy. They say love is wanting to touch and withdrawing your hand, and she couldn't agree more now. Fear of what he did wrong and thus losing him. Fear of him being unhappy. Fear of him being sad. Caring about everything about him. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Chen Duo looked at her with a smirk on his face, but he didn't take it to heart, because in his heart Chocho was such a quirky and unconventional person. It's nothing. I just read Chatelaine recently and had a sudden thought. Chen Chocho looked at Chen Duo and covered it up with a smile. Looking at Chen Duo, she had 1,000 words in her heart, but she didn't know how to open her mouth and where to start. So are you scared? I'll watch it with you next time. Chen Duo took Qian Kikyo's hand, as if he was worried that she would be scared because of these ghosts and monsters. Not afraid. I'm bold. Ghosts and monsters are not scary. It is the human heart that is the most frightening, wrapped in the most beautiful skin on the outside, but practicing vicious and despicable things. Chen Duo looked at Chen Chocho smugly patting her chest. He smiled and said, yes, it's me who's afraid. Let's watch it together next time. He could remember that Qian Kikyo was afraid of cockroaches and secretly thought that she might be bluffing. Why else would you ask him if there are ghosts in the world? She's probably scared. Chen Duo defended her timidity could only coax her into admitting she was afraid. Qian Kikyo thought that Chen Duo wanted to watch Liuji with herself, so she patted Chen Duo's shoulder and smiled. Good, then after dinner, we'll watch it together. Okay, we'll watch it together tonight. Chen Duo's heart was clear. He knew it was like this. Luckily he had handed Chocho a step in time. Qian Kikyo secretly thought that this person is really the mouth is not the heart. They want to see also said that they are worried that she is afraid. Want to accompany her. Look at that. As soon as she said she wasn't afraid anymore, he immediately backtracked and admitted he was. If you want her to watch Liao Zhai with him, just say so. You really don't mean it. Look at his happy face. TSK, showing his face early. She was the only one who spoiled him so much by not poking him. Both husband and wife secretly figure each other out, mistakenly believing that they are giving each other a leg up and silently spoiling each other. Honey, eat slowly. It'll be ready to go in a minute. Qian Kikyo watched Chen Duo smother his dinner and hurriedly discouraged him. Chen Duo mainly watched Chiaki Chocho wolf down her food and seemed to be impatient to get to Liuji. That's when he thought about eating faster and going to watch it with her earlier. Chen Duo said softly, alright, then you eat slowly as well. Qian Kikyo gave him the food and smiled sarcastically. I'm a slow eater. Wasn't she trying to accompany Chen Duo to watch Liao Zhai earlier? She usually ate too slowly, so she was afraid that Chen Duo would have to wait for himself for a long time after he finished eating, which was why she increased her speed a little. In the midst of exhorting each other to eat slower, they were able to finish their dinner. After dinner, they went to the screening room on the third floor and projected the video on a large white curtain in front of them. The two snuggled up to each other on the couch and watched the not-so-creepy but Chen Du mistakenly thinks it's creepy chatty tales together. In such a private space, with the soft fragrance in his arms and the soft whispers of his lover in his ears, he only felt that every corner of his heart was filled with unspeakable satisfaction. This kind of fulfillment is also with gratitude. Just like the drought of the earth suddenly rains, lost ships suddenly see the lighthouse, and low self-esteem and sensitive he suddenly met the warmth of the sun like the fire of her. Everything was just right, not too early, not too late, and the romance was followed by her turning to be with her. Hubby, this man is so hateful and his change of heart has become too fast. Really can't wait to kill him. What with people and demons being different, pissed me off. Listening to Qian Qiqiu spewing righteous indignation there about that negative man, Chen Duo hugged her with a helpless face. That's cute. Watching a TV show and being so cynical and holding out for the leprechaun. Alas, since ancient times men have been so thinly veiled. Look at the demon who is no exception. Hurt by this mortal, Qian Qiqiu sighed. This vixen was no match for her former self. They both fell in love with the wrong person. She was locked up in the basement and subjected to violent beatings day after day, and almost had to be sent for pleasure, while the vixen was gutted of her inner elixir. This is all made up and not to be trusted. Chen Duo was really afraid that Qian Qiqiu would become obsessed with the man and doubt his feelings, so he hurriedly explained. Why is it not believable? How many thin-skinned men have there been throughout the ages? And now there are no exceptions. Pua, scumbag, seeking a whole lot. There's a saying that what goes on the stage goes off the stage, refracting the facts of society. Qian Qiqiu spoke with a straight face, and Chen Duo was refuted speechless. I can only say that those negative people in history have done a lot of harm, and have not set a good example for future generations at all. Yeah, you're right about everything. Men are thin-skinned and not a good thing. Chen Duo knew that Qian Qiqiu was getting angry, so he could only attach himself to cursing along with her. Qian Qiqiu smiled at his words. She looked at Chen Duo without saying anything. Wouldn't this person be scolding himself in as well? Oh, but there are a few men who love only one person in their life. I am one of them, and it is enough for me to love you alone in this life. Seeing that Qian Qiqiu seemed less angry, Chen Duo hurriedly explained that he was one of the few men. Ha ha, I only love you too. Qian Qiqiu smiled and tilted her head to kiss Chen Duo's cheek. Chen Duo lowered his head and rubbed Chiaki Chocho's forehead affectionately, and Chiaki Chocho suddenly shouted, "Good death! This kind of scum should be killed. It's a waste of resources to stay in the world." Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Duo glanced at the man's heart being dug out by the fox demon. Such a bloody scene, but Qian Qiqiu was unusually excited and thrilled. This is where she felt the ending was so big that she forgot to be afraid for a moment. Chen Duo hurriedly covered her eyes and whispered, "Be good. Don't look. It's too bloody." Chiaki Autumn. Chen Duo wouldn't be scared, would he? That he'd feel bloody at such a small scene? The next time they see a somewhat gory scene further back, Chen Duo covers Chiaki's eyes, and Chiaki thinks Chen Duo is afraid to cover his eyes. I don't know what they looked at next, but the game of covering each other's eyes was played in silence. Chen Duo saw that it was getting late and Qian Qiqiu didn't seem to have any intention of sleeping. He looked at the watch on his wrist, and only then coaxed her gently. "It's late. No more watching. Let's go to bed." Chen Duo finally didn't want to look at it, and Qian Qiqiu let out a breath of relief. She had long wanted to go to sleep, but when she saw that Chen Duo seemed to be watching with great interest, she had to hold back before she closed her eyes. Chapter 131, Memory has been tampered with. Dissolving moonlight. The moonlight poured down like satin, and the clear light sprinkled all over this luxurious villa. "Baby, you've been looking quite beautiful again lately. Just leave the company to me without worry. You can do whatever you want in the future, and you don't have to worry about anything." Suze put his arm around Yang Ling and looked at her with a doting face. "Honey, with you spoiling me so much, I feel like I'm becoming a wreck." Yang Ling hugged Suze's waist and buried her head in his arms, smiling with a happy face. "Fool, you don't have to do anything. Just be my princess." Suze's large palm stroked Yang Ling's head, and the corner of his mouth pulled up a smug smile. "Honey, you've been so good to me. I want to give you a baby so bad, but unfortunately I'm too old." Yang Ling looked at Suze with a regretful expression, as if she was somewhat ashamed of his love. "Where's the age? You're like a fairy in my mind, all tight and mesmerizing to me," Suze said and kissed Yang Ling on her forehead. "Nasty, teasing again." Yang Ling glared at Suze with 1,000 piquant glances and pounded his chest with desire. "Is it a tease? Haven't you seen it all in bed?" Suze's large palm grabbed the small hand making a mess on his chest and pulled it to his lips for a kiss. After this honeyed flirting, the two of them went to Wushan Yunyu together. Suze took great pains to curry favor with Yang Ling, and finally he coaxed Yang Ling into signing the equity session when he sent her to the top of the clouds. After an intense lovemaking session, Yang Ling signed the equity transfer form with a happy face. The smile on Suze's lips spread further and further, and he who had never smiled less than a frown, today's smile reached right to the bottom of his eyes. He succeeded, and the Zhang clan will henceforth be transformed into the palm of his Suze. He looked at the old woman lying on his side and feelings of disgust and nausea followed. Suze rolled over and got out of bed, sprinting towards the bathroom. Yang Ling was muddy underneath, and she stood up to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Suddenly her feet gave out and she knocked her head against the nightstand, grimacing in pain as she covered her forehead. Blood. She looked at the blood in her hand and strange scenes began to flash through her mind. A man lay in a pool of blood, which was still spreading in all directions. Who the man was, she couldn't quite make out. His outline was faint and blurry. Ringing the bell. A loud cell phone ring interrupted Yang Ling, who was still flashing images in her mind, and she stood up with a splitting headache, pressing her temples. Sir, please persuade madam again. Tomorrow is the young master's 5th and 7th day. On such an important day madam must go. The housekeeper begged in an extremely pleading tone on the other end of the phone, trying to get Mr. to persuade Madame Moore to visit the young master. The young master hadn't received much love from Madame during his lifetime, and when Madame Sanchi didn't want to come, he called it quits. But now it's the 7th day of the 5th month, and it's said in the rituals that this day is the last day for a person's soul to remain in the world. Can't Madame visit the young master and say goodbye to him properly? Madame's cell phone had also been out of order, so he had to ask Mr. to deliver the message for him. This time, he didn't know how many times he had called Mr. for the matter of young master Wu Qi. I don't know why Madame is so stubborn. Even if she doesn't love young master, she doesn't have to be so desperate, right? The young master is gone, so it's good to attend these superficial ceremonies at least. Yang Ling only felt a roaring sound resonating in her head. Young master, 5/7" was like a mantra that she kept chanting in her mind. Her headache got worse. It was the butler's voice. And wasn't the young master he was talking about Ao? Her son is dead. 5/7? How could that be? Didn't her son go abroad for further studies after she and Suze got married? She remembers that her son even reconciled with her, recognizing So's. But now the housekeeper is telling her that Yao is dead. How can this be? That's not how she remembers it. What's wrong with her? The puddle of blood came back to her mind. Yang Ling really saw the face in the pool of blood this time. It was Ao. Yang Ling covered her mouth and couldn't help but dry heave. And the butler on the other end of the phone also heard the lady's voice. And he exulted. Ma'am, is that you? Ma'am, please, you must come tomorrow on the 7th of May. As if you were sending the young master on his last journey? Why didn't you call me? Yang Ling was holding Suze's phone in her hand, and she was wondering why the housekeeper didn't just call her. The housekeeper hurriedly said, I called. The lady's phone has not been able to get through. Yes? You say my phone number. Yang Ling's memories were a mess, and she sensed that someone else had tampered with her memories. Waiting for the butler to report out a long list of numbers, Yang Ling realized that this was not the same as the number she had remembered using for decades. Ma'am, you must come tomorrow, the butler re-emphasized before hanging up. Yang Ling was now incredibly certain that her cell phone number had been changed, eliminating her contact with anyone in that villa in the Zhang family. She put So's cell phone on the nightstand and glanced at the closed door of the bathroom. She suddenly didn't recognize Suze a bit. She had always been with Suze. If someone had tampered with her memories, the first person she would suspect would be Suze. After marrying him, she was coaxed by him not to go to the office much. He said that the matter of making money to support the family are left to the man. They only need to do beauty treatment. Shopping is good. Just now she signed the equity session to give him the entire Zhang clan to take care of. So from start to finish he just wanted the Zhang clan? But why tamper with her memories? Why did her son die and could it have anything to do with Suze? Yang Ling's mind was filled with doubt. She didn't even know if she was lying next to a ghost or a human. Not long after the bathroom door was opened and Suze walked out of it with his wet hair. Baby, why aren't you sleeping? Why does your forehead hurt? Suze questioned him with concern, his hand already attached to her forehead. This kind of worried concern. How Yang Ling wished it was true. She put away the hurt in her heart and said with a pouty face, it's all your fault. I fell down with weak legs. Mouthy little goblin. Don't you like it when your husband loves you? Suze intercepted her and picked her up, taking her downstairs to get a medical kit to treat the wound. Good girl. It might hurt a little. I'll blow on it for you. Suze was applying medicine to her forehead while also huffing on her wound. Yang Ling's heart burst into a sneer. This man was really an actor. He was in the scene in a second. Honey, carry me back. I want to take a shower. Yang Ling wrapped her arms around Suzai's neck and pampered herself to go back to her room. She then realized that the people in this villa only listened to Suzai's words, and with a glance from Suzai just now, they went down. Chapter 132, Take Him to Hell. Suzai smiled at his words and hugged her back as Yang Ling secretly hid the fruit knife on the table in her clothes. After going to the bathroom, Yang Ling cuts her arm in order to force herself to recall her previous memories. Realizing that only blood stimulated her memory, she placed the blood in the bathtub and it floated on the water like a pool of floating blood. Yang Ling's mind began to flicker with bits and pieces that were out of place with her existing memories, but she was incredibly certain that these were her truest memories. Oh, your son is a murderer, and it's half your fault. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bone so hard, I let you seed the equity bookmark. Damn. Give face. You old woman. You really think I love you? If it wasn't for the money, who the hell would serve you? You disgusting old woman. What a pity to starve to death. Don't you want revenge? Give me food the whole villa is my people. Where can you go Yang Ling, today is the last chance I'm giving you. You'd better be sensible. Give me more. Keep adding. Turn the voltage up a little more. Yang Ling's memories were slowly being pieced together in full in these fragmented pieces. She was locked up in this villa, living a life of captivity, and was subjected to all kinds of difficulties and insults by Suzai, because she did not want to sign the transfer of equity. Suzai finally couldn't stand it anymore and used electric shock on her, constantly increasing the voltage to torment her. The pain was killing her and she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown when a man in a white coat came and he hypnotized himself. It was then that her memory was tampered with, and once she woke up to face her again it was the gentle as water Suzai. Suzai, you're really ruthless. Yang Ling laughed miserably. Her life was really pathetic. It was hard to get rid of that violent husband, and then she met a devil like Suzai. Love really is the most hurtful thing in the world, sharper than a sword, piercing the heart in an instant. Yang Ling murmured in a low voice and mocked. She felt that she was really ridiculous. Having lived for a long time, how could she be so unable to see clearly to chase the so-called love? She's been lied to so bitterly. Her son is dead, and she herself is tormented. She's awake now, and she wants revenge. Yang Ling turned on the shower and calmly rinsed some of her body, and after putting on her clothes, she then took the fruit knife and went out of the bathroom. A cold smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she looked at the man on the bed. Yang Ling went to bed and hid the fruit knife under her pillow. Honey, are you asleep? Yang Ling's hand attached to Suzai's back and her leg pressed against Suzai's thigh. Suzai laughed gangly. What? Haven't you been fed yet? Honey, let's play something different today. You must be even busier after you took the equity session letter. You must not have time for me. Yang Ling's hand tickled Suzai's waist, tugging at the waist of his pants and letting go, just teasing him back and forth. Suzai felt that this old woman was unusually passionate and flirty tonight, and in the past, he had been the one to tease her. Looking at Yang Ling's equity book concession in her hand, Suzai thought of just enduring her one last night. As long as we take this equity session letter to Zhang's tomorrow, Zhang's name will be changed to Sue's from now on. When the time comes for this old woman, he will find someone to serve her well. Shuza leaned into her ear and lowered his voice. What do you want to play, baby? I want to tie you to the bed and I want to be queen today. Yang Ling smiled seductively, taking her hand and gently nudging Suzai's chest. It's rare that baby is so loose today, so it's as you wish. Suzai, in order to match Yang Ling, feigned excitement and went downstairs to look for the rope. By the time he took the rope upstairs, Yang Ling tied Suzai's hands to the window shelf with a smirk on her face. But what a handsome young face! Yang Ling's slender nails slid down from his cheek face and slid to his neck, her hand choking on Suzai's neck. Soz laughed softly. Baby, what's this play again? Send you to hell. Saying that, Yang Ling's hand touched the fruit knife on the pillow. She straddled Suzai and stabbed the fruit knife ferociously into his chest. Asterisk 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 you. How dare you lie to me? What are you going to do? If you kill me, you murderer can't live. Suzai yelled out in pain, but unfortunately his hands were tied. He couldn't resist even if he wanted to, and with her on his legs, he couldn't move. It's okay, I don't want to live either. I just want to drag you to hell. Yang Ling's knife stabbed down again, this time even more viciously. Stop it. I don't want the equity gene duk book. I will be devoted to you from now on. Suzai hurriedly whispered and begged for mercy. When life was threatened, nothing was as important as saving your life. One mind, wake up. I signed a donation for this money a long time ago. Yang Ling slapped her hands full of blood on Suzai's face as her knife plunged back in. Help! 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 Suzai yelled out. He knew that this woman Yang Ling would not let him go. Ha ha, did you forget that the soundproofing in this room is particularly good? Otherwise, how could no one know when you're torturing me like this? Yang Ling just loved watching Suzai's dying struggle. She wanted to return all the torment he had inflicted on her to him. When did you get your memory back? Careless. He didn't even know that this had regained her memory. Today, maybe the heavens can't stand it anymore, which makes me bring you, the devil, back to hell. Yang Ling's knife was stuck in Suze's waist. Then you kill me. Suze couldn't stand the fact that this woman didn't give herself a pain in the ass, always avoiding the vitals and tormenting him with one cut from the east and one cut from the west. That can't be so cheap. You were constantly screaming for pressurization when I first suffered the electric shock, said Yang Ling as she inserted another knife. You crazy woman. Old and ugly, no wonder no one loves you. Your son is also killed by you. Why don't you go to death? Suze deliberately provoked Yang Ling, just hoping that she would give herself a hard time. Yang Ling, however, was unusually calm and continued to insert knives into his body as casually as if he were playing Go. Good girl, keep cursing, that's what makes it fun for me. How generous of me to let you vent your anger. Yang Ling laughed softly and thrust again, and encouraged him to keep cursing, as if his cursing aroused her more. Suze was too scared to swear anymore, but Yang Ling's hand movements didn't stop. She herself didn't know how many knives she had inserted. Even if she didn't hear Suze's voice later, she was mechanically inserting knives like a machine. Chapter 133, used again. She came to her senses when the sun rose and the harsh sunlight shone through the thin curtains. She got up and washed the blood off her entire body, changed into her nicest dress and put on a decent amount of makeup. She locked the door to her room and drove to her son's May 7th. Looking at the tombstone of her son, who was smiling with a happy face, her heart had long been numb with pain. She didn't choose to die this morning, and that was because she didn't want to dirty her son's path to reincarnation and a new life. Their mother and son's destiny was over in this life. And I only wished that he would get what he wanted, and that they would never see each other again in the next life. In the next life. On the way back, Yang Ling bought herself a bouquet of the most beautiful roses, looking dainty, as bright and colorful as blood. The next morning, the maid at the villa screamed early in the morning when she saw the man tied to the bed and covered in blood. Yesterday, Ms. Yang Ling, wife of the late Zhang Group family member in our city, committed suicide last night. She made a will to donate all her property to charity before she died. And the police are now investigating it as a love killing. But before she died, Yang Ling left an intriguing line on the ground with the blood of her victim. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. The news showed Yang Ling's husband killing incident. After all, her methods were too cruel, as well as Zhang's public image. And the donation will she made during her lifetime have become the hot topic of discussion among the public. With such a bloody scene, Chen Duo directly covered Chiaki Chiyochio's eyes to prevent her from looking. They sent the audio to Yang Ling and then left her and Suze alone. They didn't expect Suze's death to be so gruesome. They thought that something else must have happened behind the scenes, which made Yang Ling hate Suze so much. At the same time, a post appeared on the campus bar where Chiaki Chiyochio was located, using Suze's account to blow himself up about how he seduced Yang Ling and climbed up to the rich woman to plot to take over her family's fortune. He also killed his rival Qi Yang by the hand of Yang Ling's son, Zhang Huayo, including Zhang Huayo's death. Qian Kikiu was silent when she saw it. She thought that this post should be written by Yang Ling herself, because Yang Ling knew that there was no evidence for these things and the law couldn't sanction Suze. That's why she disclosed his crimes on the internet in a self-referential way. Alas, the poor man must be hated. Chiaki sighed. This is where Qi Yang's matter came to a complete end. Qiyu had indeed entered her university just like in her previous life, and became her schoolmate in the same major. Now that her brother's case has sunk in, she can live with a clean slate on campus. Sister Autumn, thank you. Qiyu sent her a thank you text for her summer job that Chiaki Chochio helped her find. Her mom is taken care of now. She just has to earn enough for college tuition and living expenses on her own, and she is obsessed with wanting to earn her own money for her education. She didn't want to owe anyone too much, and she felt she could. You're welcome, good luck. Qian Kikiyo sends her a cheering emoticon, hoping that her future path won't be as difficult as his brother's general walk. Right? Oh my god, hubby, Xia Chuchu is actually on the hot search. Xian Chochio flipped through her phone, and was surprised to see Xia Chuchu's name hanging at the top of the entertainment section, with the word explosive next to it. She hurriedly clicked in and wondered what Xia Chuchu had gotten up to. She is really capable of doing. She even for the sake of divorced Jiang Shibei's child to make no. If there is this child, may also be soft in the future. If there is this child, Jiang Shibei may still be a little soft in the future. But now it seems that Xia Chuchu has gotten higher and higher on the road to death and can't stop. A macho and shady man like Jiang Shushi, he suffered defeat at Xia Chuchu's place. He will definitely not let it go. Qian Kikia feels that now she doesn't even need to be a pushover at the back. Jiang Shushu and Xia Chuchu, the pair of scummy men and women, are sure to be either dead or injured. Jiang Shibei's company, a group of people are talking about today's news. Not to blame them gossip, because today's party is their boss's wife. They programmers, nothing to do like to look at entertainment stars and so on, to feed their eyes to let their eyes rest a little. Who knew that today I would eat my sister-in-law's melon? Jiang is not being cuckolded. Brother Jiang. That, sister-in-law she. Okay? A young man who had gone in to deliver the papers finally couldn't help but hesitantly and apprehensively corner his boss. If you don't work properly, why are you prying into Xia Chuchu? The corner of Jiang Shushu's mouth hooked up a touch of mocking arc, and in his heart, he said that Wu Ti have also seduced his subordinates, right? Brother Jiang, I didn't mean anything else. If you're not busy, take a look at today's entertainment edition news, said the young man to save his life in a hurry to run out, just afraid of the boss' anger implicated him. Jiang Ji sniffed and put down the file in his hand. He took it in his hand and flipped through today's entertainment news. Oh, it's really not lonely. Just had a miscarriage and you're so impatient to find a man. Jiang Shu looked at the photo of Yang Jun and Xia Chuchu kissing passionately at the entrance of the hotel room and felt unusually disgusted in his heart. His mind couldn't help but float back to Xia Chuchu's words that day when he provoked himself to say that Yang Jun had a big weapon and a good life. This should be more than just Yang Jun a man. Right, and he didn't have to do much checking before he knew a Star Entertainment Media's young proprietor. 3 women make a play. I wonder how many men she's got. Is the play more? Jiang Shibi decided to let Yang Jun take a good look at the true face of this woman. She can be more than just marital cheating Yang Jun one. Think about it is really interesting. Yang Jun, are you sick in the head? Just say it straight when you're in the water. Didn't you see through Xia Chuchu's true colors long ago? Why did you get together with her again? Nan looked at the news that broke and this fire rubbed off on her. Now Yang Jun is not only being stepped on by his opponents, but also being scolded by his fans. Only less than 15 minutes ago, he dropped tens of thousands of fans, and they even took off their fans and stepped back. Yang Jun was playing with fire, and she, the agent, had a big head. I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to. It was that crazy woman who jumped on me. Yang Jun is also about to break down. He has been used by Xia Chuchu again. She knocked on her door and said she wasn't going to go in, so she would just talk outside the door. She said she had a nightmare about their child, and looking at her sweating, Yang Jun was moved to compassion. I thought it was just a simple chat, and that she hadn't been let in, so nothing would happen. Who knew that this woman suddenly lunged at him like a madman, hugged his neck and started kissing. Then he saw the flash flicker a few times, and he tried to go after it as Xia Chuchu desperately hugged herself, crying that she still loved him. Chapter 134, taking the initiative to clear his name. Sister Nan is speechless at this flood of sympathy from Yang Jun. Does she need pity for a woman like Xia Chuchu? She's just grabbing men's weaknesses and trying to capitalize on someone's compassion. Yang Jun hung up the phone and turned off the scarf, knowing that he was now being scolded. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I was in a low mood last night when I thought of that kid, which is why I kissed you on impulse and said that to you. I'm sorry for causing you distress. I really didn't know anyone was filming, and I'll explain. Xia Chuchu apologized to Yang Jun with an apologetic face. Yang Jun laughed somewhat sarcastically and did not say anything. Xia Chuchu, this woman, he's already seen through her. Is she really unaware that someone is secretly filming? She had her back to the sneak peek. But what did the woman mean by holding herself in a death grip when he tried to go after her? He didn't think it was unintentional for this woman to come over backwards. Otherwise why did she not come sooner or later, but was secretly photographed right when she came to find herself? I know you don't believe me, and I'll prove it to you. It was wrong of me to hide the fact that I was married, but that marriage was not what I wanted. I'm true to you, or I wouldn't have insisted on trying to have that baby when I knew it was your father. I wanted to continue our love for each other, but unfortunately it turned out to be fateful, just like ours is now. Xia Chuchu's face was filled with loss and sadness. Not waiting for Yang Jun to say anything, she turned around and left without any attachment. A rumored debunking post soon appeared online, with the Necker's scarf certified as actor Xia Chuchu as one of the parties involved. Xia Chuchu's post instantly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and Yang Jun's fans as well as some of the melon-eating masses all flocked in. Xia Chuchu explains that they are just artists under the same agent. There is no relationship. The passionate kiss doesn't exist. It's a matter of the angle of the photoshoot. As for her hugging Yang Jun's neck, it's because they were acting opposite each other. She is Yang Jun's sister in the drama, and it's not surprising that there are some intimate gestures between relatives. She couldn't sleep for the anxiety of tomorrow's kill scene. That's why she asked Yang Jun to help her with the scene. She didn't expect to bring him unnecessary trouble. She deeply apologized. We're not in a relationship, or we wouldn't be so stupid as to stand in the doorway of our room and kiss. We would have gone back to our room too for privacy and safety. Please be kind and don't be fooled by the so-called photos. Yang is a good actor and I have my heart in the right place. Especially Xia Chuchu's last paragraph of self-analysis that most people had to believe. The actors should be more concerned about privacy, just for fear of being photographed, not to stand in the doorway and kiss. So many people started to stand on Xia Chuchu's side. while some of Yang Jun's fans have thanked the young lady for dispelling the rumors and returning their brother's innocence. Just like that, Xia Chuchu's wave of marketing made her go from a few fans to more than 100,000 fans in one go. People have praised her for being beautiful and kind-hearted, for not touching and tying up male actors, and for being a straight and true good actress. Xia Chuchu looked at the fans of the scarf was rubbing up. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smile. Her wave of self-written and self-directed marketing had allowed her to attract a large number of fans as a small, unknown actress, not to mention that she had successfully cleared her name with Yang Jun. This can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Yang Jun will definitely have a somewhat looser view of himself after seeing what he has done. He still has some use now. Xia Chuchu still wants to maintain the relationship between them. She needs to find another big fish, though, and unfortunately none of the male actors in this cast are any good. But her third female role is small but pleasing. When her last drama was on, she was going to look for a drama with a big star. Even if she went in to play a supporting actress, the key was that she was going to climb up to a big star. This wave of operation by Xia Chuchu made Nan see her value. She found that Xia Chuchu, this woman has means and schemes, and the most crucial thing is ambition. Such artists know exactly where they stand and what they want. Nan suddenly felt that such an artist was more reassuring to her, and she could get more value out of it. The discerning Nan took the initiative to contact Xia Chuchu, and she was willing to fully support her. Xia Chuchu smiled when she received Nan's call. She knew someone would see her worth. She wouldn't be so naive and sympathetic like Yang Jun. She could do whatever she wanted for the sake of profit, and only people like her were suitable for the entertainment industry. The path was destined to be a killing field, and she could step on someone else's back to get to the top without hesitation as long as she could. Chu, I've picked up a variety show for you. You're going as a newcomer, so have a better attitude. The show is full of seniors and the flying guests of each episode and big stars, so you should take advantage of it. Sister Nan used to give these resources to Yang Jun, but now she realized that Xia Chuchu has more business value than Yang Jun. Thanks, Nan. I'll try my best. Xia Chuchu smiled and thanked Sister Nan now. That's good. I hope you won't fail me. I'll arrange a small assistant for you in the next 2 days. Sister Nan likes people like Xia Chuchu who carry themselves well and speak openly. Okay, everything is at Nan's disposal. Xia Chuchu knows that Sister Nan is trying to promote herself, so of course she listens to her arrangements for everything. Yang Jun looked at Xia Chuchu's operation a little confused. What does this woman mean? She actually came forward to clear her name and denied their relationship. Was she really innocent? Was it really just inadvertent? Yang Jun is a little wobbly. He hasn't had much contact with women since his debut, and he realizes that he can't even read Xia Chuchu. This woman. Chiaki Autumn received good news from Dr. Martin that they have worked on a new material, but it requires multiple sensitive skin samples for testing. So he had an unsolicited request for a copy of her husband's skin test, and they needed multiple skin samples for mock testing. Seeing this good news, Kiankikyo is very happy, but this skin test she is a little difficult. Chen Duo, this person seems to be very antipathetic to the hospital. To get Chen Duo to go to the hospital, it was harder than getting him to go out, and he would absolutely resist. She had to think of a good way to get Chen Duo to agree to go to the hospital, and also to agree to get tested in order to do so. Autumn, what are you looking at? Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair and went back to his room. He was a little curious when he saw Kiankiki is staring at his laptop. It's nothing. I just saw an entertainment news. Xia Chuchu cleansed herself and sucked in a wave of fans. Kiankiki didn't tell the truth. She babbled about Xia Chuchu's entertainment gossip. Let's just see this woman make her own way. One day the black information will be exposed and she'll be dead in the water. Chapter 135, coaxing him to go for a checkup. Chen Duo firmly believes that everything is traceable, and no matter how much you try to delete and tamper with your past, if you've done something it will be found out. Xia Chuchu is now in the springtime. When she is over the top naturally will cause others to be jealous. Her black information sends someone to collect and expose. He could even do a favor and push it for her all over the internet when the time came, and then she'd really be cool. That's true. Don't worry about her. Jiang Shibi will clean her up. Kiankiki turned off the computer. She took Chen Duo's hand and said, if I asked you to accompany me to the hospital, would you go? To the hospital? Autumn, what's wrong with you? I'll have right bring the doctor over. As soon as Chen Duo heard that Kiankiki was going to the hospital, he immediately panicked and thought that something was wrong with her. I'm fine, just going to the hospital for a checkup. Are you going or not? Chiakiki pulled his arm and questioned him softly. I'll drop you off at. Chen Duo hesitated only to say that he would send her to the hospital, but not accompany her in. He was disgusted by the hospital's disinfectant smell. That smell mixed with the gray time in his childhood when he lost his legs. Now whenever he smelled that smell he couldn't stop being nauseous and his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't do it to accompany Chochio inside, and he didn't want Chocho to see his embarrassment. Kiankiki is somewhat aggrievedly tooted her mouth and looked at Chen Dudao pitifully. Aren't you going to accompany me inside? I still, not going in. Chen Duo clenched his fists and said in a broken voice. Seeing this, Kiankiki took her hand and broke his fist, saying in a bad mood, if you're not going, you're not going. What are you doing holding your fist? I'm sorry, Autumn. Chen Duo took Chen Chicho's hand and apologized. He also wanted to accompany Chicho for the checkup. Kiankiki thought of that time when she fainted. Chen Duo did not resist going to the hospital like this because she was worried and panicked. But she couldn't pretend to faint, could she? And wouldn't that scare him again? Kiankikio's eyes were turning in a titillating manner, and her brain was racing to think of a solution. Since I can't scare him, I have to find something to make him happy to go to the hospital. And the only thing that can make someone happy to go to the hospital is the pregnancy and childbirth thing, right? It's not like she's pregnant now. So what should we do? It wouldn't be practical to build a villain out right away. That wouldn't be checked out for a couple weeks. And it wouldn't always be a winning bid. Kiankiki was calculating what to do in her mind. This general direction is not a problem. Then she can say to go for pregnancy preparation test, right? Forget it, since you don't want to go. We didn't have a marriage test when we got our license. And I was going to get a pregnancy preparation test. How about later then? Chiaki sighed. Chen Duo's eyes lit up when he heard about the pregnancy preparation test. Chocho is planning to give him a child. And his heart was bursting with excitement. He felt like he could do it again. It wasn't just a trip to the hospital. He can carry it. The big deal is to bring a few more masks over. So embarrassed to let Chocho see it to see. For the sake of the child he spelled, Autumn, I can accompany you. Chen Duo grabbed Chen Chicho's hand and looked at her with a delighted expression. Never mind, I won't force you. Kiankikio feigned a calm refusal. She did not force him, not reluctantly. I don't feel reluctant at all. Autumn, when are we going to the hospital? Chen Duo hurriedly denied it, and he couldn't wait to go to the hospital. Is it really not forced at all? You mustn't push it. We're still young. It's okay to have the test a year or two later. Kiankikio snickered in her heart, but pretended to be calm on her face. Bastard. I thought you weren't going to accompany her to the hospital? Now, when he heard that he wanted to prepare for pregnancy, look at his anxious appearance. Really his daughter-in-law is not as important as the child. She's holding a grudge. Let's see if he regrets it when he has kids. No need to put it off. I'll try to get over it. Autumn, shall we go now? Chen Duo took Kiankikio's hand and was about to head out of the room. He felt that with a child between them, their relationship would only be more bonded and strong. Wait a minute. This is a checkup for both mom and dad. You're not just going to accompany me to the checkup. You're going to be checked too. So you're okay with that? Chiaki pulled him to a stop. It could be more than just a trip to the hospital. Oh, I hope he was really ready for this. Chen Duo froze a little at his words. He was going to do the check as well. For the sake of the child, he could endure. Only then did Chen Duo nod his head with a solemn expression and said, alright, then I'll check it out as well. Well, since you insist on going, I'll accompany you. Kiankikio now dumped the pot on Chen Duo. It wasn't her who wanted to go. It was Chen Duo who wanted to go. Well, Autumn, you stay with me. Chen Duo happily nodded his head, not caring in the slightest whose pot this was. Okay, then we have a deal. I'll do all the program checks I mentioned. Kiankikio pulled Chen Duo's hand and walked outside, saying out her request with a serious face. Without hesitation, Chen Duo said, okay, I'll listen to you on all counts. So Chen Duo just happily got into Chiaki Chocho's condom and sat in the car excitedly going to the hospital. Autumn, why did you hook me up with dermatology? Wouldn't a reproductive unit be fine? Chen Duo held the list in disbelief and looked at Kiankikio with a puzzled expression. He also lowered his voice a bit in embarrassment when he said the latter reproductive section. So do you want to have a beautiful daughter? The internet says that daughters inherit most of their genes from their dads, and it's so important for girls to have good skin. Kiankikia had to take her daughter to fool Chen Duo. If he dared to doubt again, she was going to take out the door when he said to listen to the words to refute him. Hearing for the sake of his daughter, Chen Duo smiled like a too little cute. Like, holding a list of nothing doubt. Kiankikia laughed. It was true that daughters were their father's little lovers in their past lives. Looking at Chen Duo's silly look, it was almost laughable. Well, there's no more doubt. Let's go check it out. Chiakikio pushed Chen Duo, who was still giggling, and pushed him off to check his skin. When Chen Duo's skin items were all checked, Chen Duo suddenly lowered his voice and said, Chio, I'll check the rest myself. Kiankikio smiled at his words and said, good, you go then. Chio, wait for me here. I'll accompany you to the checkup later. Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair away with red ear tips, and Kiankikio obediently sat down in the lounge area to wait for him. As the saying goes, a fair lady is a fair man. Even in the hospital, There is no shortage of such young moochers. When Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair out, he saw a young man sitting beside Qian Kikyu, talking to her with a smiling face. Even though Chiyo ignored him, the man remained enthusiastic. Chapter 136, Forced to prepare for pregnancy. Chen Duo pushed his wheelchair over with a cold face, and when he hadn't even gotten to Qian Kikyu's side, he was sounding before he arrived. Wife. Hearing Chen Duo's voice, Qian Chichio hurriedly stood up, and the man beside her froze a little. He didn't think that Qian Kikyu was telling the truth. People really got married. He smiled a bit and hurriedly walked to the side, especially when he also saw Qian Kikyu's husband's eyes looking at him with some icy coldness. He hurriedly shifted his position. Honey, you're done checking. Qian Qiuqiu smiled and walked over. When Chen Duo saw Qian Qiuqiu, he retreated his cold face and replaced it with a smile. Well, I'll go with you to check it out. He took Chiaki's hand as he swore sovereignty and walked all the way to the direction of the gynecology department. Qian Kikyu had come over to go through the motions, and she had followed the checkup. But when she took the folic acid that the doctor had prescribed for her, she was a little skeptical. You are now in a hurry and are going to be forced to go down the road of pregnancy preparation. Walking out of the hospital, the smile on Chen Duo's face hadn't even descended yet. He was probably still fantasizing about his little lover from his past life, and only Chiaki was a little depressed. She didn't want to have a baby so early. Now she's falling into a hole by herself, and she doesn't need to think about this folic acid to know that Chen Duo will force her to take it. Forget about it. It'll take 3 months. If you can put it off for a while, you can't put it off. So just have the baby. Big deal. And be a young, beautiful, hot mom. Qian Kikyu only knew that Chen Duo was happy, but she didn't think he would be so excited about having a child. That night Chen Duo passed on all of his excitement, all of his actions to Qian Kikyu. Honey, I'm so happy. I never dreamed you'd be willing to give me children. Baby, I'm going to love you and the baby so much. Honey, I'll take good care of you and the baby. Baby, baby, baby. Qian Kikyu couldn't stand this person whispering in her ear. Her low voice was like a huge magnetism, making her accidentally fall into that person's gentle trap. In this soft spring rain, but also mixed with the occasional wind and rain, urging the delicate flowers stained with strings of water droplets, the hibiscus weeps, the yellow warbler whispers. He wrapped up just as the first rays of the morning sun shone through the curtains. He kissed Qian Kikyu's forehead, picked the broken hair in front of her temples that was soaked in sweat behind her ear, and held her as she fell into a deep sleep. The sun was already high in the sky when Qian Kikyu woke up. She couldn't stand someone's passion last night and couldn't stay up long enough to drift off to sleep. I don't know what time the man beside me fought until. I'm really convinced that he's too uncontrolled. Qian Kikyu only felt so weak that she couldn't lift her hands. She moved uncomfortably, and Chen Duo's eyes immediately opened. Baby, you're awake. There was a slight hoarseness in Chen Duo's lethargic voice. Chiaki was suspicious that the man had teased her with his voice early in the morning and called her baby. Well, you let go of me and I'm going to take a shower. Chiaki Chocho gently shoved Chen Duo's hand on her waist. Are you sure you can walk to the bathroom? Then I must not have tried hard enough. Chen Duo held Qian Kikyu's waist with an insatiable face and didn't let go. His eyes were full of complacency. Chiaki Akira. This guy is really getting badass. And the little car is getting slicker and slicker. Honey, in 3 months, you're going to have our baby here. Chen Duo touched Qian Kikyu's stomach with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The tail of his eyes slightly raised, his heart filled with happiness. That's not always true. Some people prepare for a year and don't get pregnant, so you might want to not get too overconfident. Qian Kikyu took away Chen Duo's hand. He was also too overconfident. It was as if 3 months later, he would have won the bidding in one go. I'm not being confident. The strength does. Chen Duo was proud of this and was already envisioning his young lover in his heart. Needless to say, she will be as cute and quirky as Autumn. Qian Kikyu has nothing to say. It is rare for him to be so confident and proud. He said what he wants. Chen Duo hugged Qian Kikyu and went to the bathroom, and he laughed lowly as he was driven out by Qian Kikyu's shyness. After Qian Kikyu washed up, she took advantage of Chen Duo's inattention and secretly sent Chen Duo's skin examination report to Dr. Martin. Brother Yang, I'm done with my scene. I'll go back first. Xia Chuchu's scene of the third female character was finalized, and she acted as if she had lingering feelings for Yang Jun, but still kept a proper distance and said goodbye to him. Well, congratulations. Recently, without Xia Chuchu's mischief, Yang Jun had a few rare good looks for her. Brother Yang, you're finally willing to talk to me. I'm so happy. Then I'll leave first. Xia Chuchu's face of excitement and happiness was undisguised. Realizing that she had acted too much, seemingly afraid of implicating Yang Jun, she hastily put away her smile again, said hello and hurriedly turned away. Yang Jun looked at her back and fell into deep thought. He now doesn't know how to evaluate Xia Chuchu, this woman. She seemed as full of heart for herself as she had shown, although she hid the fact that she was married in the beginning. There were still feelings between them from the time they met each other to the honesty of making friends with each other, right? Xia Chuchu's purpose has been achieved. Got into the car driven over by the little assistant and went straight to the variety show shooting site. With Nan's support, her work was seamless. On the way there, she specifically took out her cell phone and searched the information of the artists who participated in this variety show. Knowing one's enemy in order to draw closer to each other. She wasn't just going to brush her face. She wanted to use the variety show to suck in a big wave of fans, increase her exposure, and then catch a few quality fish. Xia Chuchu quite admires Nan. She is also a smart person. Nan handled her positioning just fine, and the fact that the arrangement of the car was generic was a good indication that she was an 18. This way she appeared in front of the crowd with a little sister next door look that wasn't seen stealing and delightful. Xia Chuchu purposely wore a light blue short sleeve on top today, and a pair of regular jeans underneath. She's the well-behaved, obedient girl next door today, and the resident guests that are relatively somewhat older actors so as to please them. This time the variety show was filmed in a small mountain village where they needed to experience farm life. When Xia Chuchu's car arrived at her destination, there were already cameras shooting at her. Chapter 137, Hot Search Contractor. Xia Chuchu nodded her head to the camera big brother with a smile on her face, which made the big brother who was following her to film her favorability by Yubiu went up. After all, filming crews like them are just tool people in the eyes of most artists, and are generally ignored. Old Gao, it looks like someone's coming. Lin Hong heard the movement in the yard and said to Gao Bo who was washing dishes in the kitchen. Yes? The director said something about a little girl coming. After all, we're tending to have an aging population these days. Gao Bo's apron couldn't even be untied in time. He washed his hands and headed out with Lin Hong. Xia Chuchu has already carried her suitcase by herself and almost walked to the door. When she saw the two people coming out, she hurriedly said in a good-natured manner of an elementary school student encountering a teacher, Mr. Lin, Mr. Gao is good. Lin Hong's heart was fond of seeing such a well-behaved and cute little girl. She said smilingly, Teacher, I wouldn't dare to be a teacher. It's all you young people's world now. No, I have so much more to learn from you both. Both of you have created so many on-screen classics that will never go out of style and deserve to be studied. Xia Chuchu's face was humble, without any hint of compliments. Gao Bo has already shown his welcome to Xia Chuchu with practical actions. He grabbed over Xia Chuchu's suitcase with one hand. Xia Chuchu somewhat coyly thanked him. She couldn't act too self-conscious about it, so it was usually Lin Hong talking, and she smiled and chimed in with her. People like them, who have long won the title of movie director and actress, have been in the entertainment industry for 10 or 20 years. What people have not seen. Therefore, Xia Chuchu needs to act like a girl who has returned to her roots and has no heart, and must not rush to get close, which will make them resentful. Mr. Gao, are you preparing lunch? Xia Chuchu followed Lin Hong to the kitchen, and when she saw Gao Bo busy, she hurriedly rolled up her sleeves and helped out as well. No need to hustle. Go organize your things and get some rest first. Gao Bo spoke out to stop her, thinking that it wasn't good to let the little girl work when she first arrived. It's okay, Mr. Gao. I can't do much, just playing around folding and washing dishes. Xia Chuchu had a smile on her face and didn't seem to care about this kind of work in the slightest. Gao Bo smiled at his words. This little girl is really. He smiled and didn't push back. Alright, then I'll work hard for you to wash these two dishes. Great. Xia Chuchu sniffed with a bright light in her eyes, seemingly delighted that Mr. Gao's kitchen accepted her. Teacher Gao was chopping the vegetables. Xia Chuchu was washing the vegetables, and the camera captured all of this and broadcast it as a live stream. Netizens have been teasing the scene with a sense of both father and daughter, and soon the brainy netizens started shouting about Gao's dad and Lin's mom's happy family of three. The live broadcast is still continuing. The happy three family has rushed to the hot search. Xia Chuchu became the daughter of a movie star and a movie queen. Borrowing this wave of heat, Xia Chuchu's scarf immediately attracted another large wave of fans, and I had a small exposure. Soon the two-man squad that had gone outside to sell fruits and vegetables returned, and they, the resident guests of the little farmhouse, had a successful rendezvous. Two middle-aged, older men came back in a state of despair because they hadn't made enough money to cover their day's expenses, and the stuff hadn't sold much. After Xia Chuchu understood the situation, she volunteered to accompany them to sell fruits and vegetables at the market in the afternoon. Xia Chuchu stood right at the entrance of the food market. Her sweet appearance, coupled with her sweet mouth, directly coaxed the grandparents to go to their stalls to buy things. She sells vegetables and at the same time she talks to the grandparents and pulls them together without any sense of distance. So she was once again happy to mention the hot search. Moncler Outlet Store, the mouth of the grandma and grandpa, a mouth of the daughter. So she was known as a veritable national daughter. Less than 2 hours, Xia Chuchu accompanied the grandparents to talk to the day, managed to buy all the vegetables to buy and send to a sweep. They happily closed the stall. Moncler Jackets Outlet still a little reluctant to ask her to come back tomorrow, Netizens have shouted Xia Chuchu, let her hurry not to be an artist to go to the market to sell vegetables. By selling vegetables she can also get rich. After all, there are so many Moncler jackets outlet support. After handing over the money from the stall to the housekeepers Gao Bo, they had a nice dinner in the evening, and Xia Chuchu jumped to become the group's favorite. Among several middle-aged people, she was also the only small seedling, and a talented netizen also gave them a poster, with Xia Chuchu standing in the middle of them. The name of the poster is especially Infinite Wind. After shooting Variety, I became the group's favorite. Then this poster was played by netizens. The movie stars are trying to be my parents. For big men who favored me, I've become a big brother's daughter. Another favorite. After this poster was named high by the brainiac netizens, Xia Chuchu's scarf grew more than 1 million followers in one day. The hot searches are almost always related to her, and now people have started calling her a professional contractor for hot searches. Among them, no one is happier than Sister Nan. She knew that Xia Chuchu was on the road. She didn't expect to have such a large amount of exposure in just one day. Not only did she not fail to live up to her cultivation, she also greatly exceeded her expectations. She thinks that Xia Chuchu just lacks exposure, and it's only a matter of time before she becomes popular. There are many stars in the entertainment circle who rely on variety shows to fire, and then they start shooting and receiving movies, and the resources get soft. Xia Chuchu's future development is already predictable for Sister Nan. She's going to create a flow young flower, and Xia Chuchu will bring her great commercial value. Yang Jun saw the scarf and realized that Xia Chuchu went to participate in the variety show. As far as he knew, this variety show Sister Nan had revealed to him that she intended to have him on it. So was Sister Nan trying to cultivate Xia Chuchu now? Yang Jun thinks he is overthinking it, probably because he can't adjust his shooting schedule, and Nan let Xia Chuchu temporarily replace him. But he just didn't expect such a good response. Yang Jun was making excuses for Nan in his heart, but in fact he had a vague feeling that Nan was going to give up on him. Since his accident, Nan had scolded him and left him alone, but he was still comforting himself. He had been following Sister Nan since his debut. Not to mention this friendship and his traffic, Sister Nan shouldn't give up on him so easily. While he is still in the midst of self-congratulation and doubt, Sister Nan is on the phone with Xia Chuchu with a smile on her face. Chuchu, you did well today. There can be a traffic superstar among the flying guests tomorrow, so you have to keep your distance from him and don't invite trouble for yourself. Let's stabilize our persona. Just be the little sister next door, the national daughter. No touching, no tying up anyone. Chapter 138. A lot of fans. Xia Chuchu lived in a room with Lin Hong, and considering that people of Lin Hong's age like to be quiet, she shuffled off to bed early in the evening. Lin Hong is even more satisfied with Xia Chuchu. It's too rare to be so considerate and understanding at such a young age. They had a temporary female guest on one episode who didn't look like much of a player and was very disrespectful to her, because there was no filming machine where she slept. That female guest started playing with her phone as soon as she got back to the house and didn't go to wash up until after 11 o'clock. The key people wash back and do not sleep, but even turned on the sound to play games. Noisy Lin Hong did not sleep all night. Lin Hong hadn't said anything about her yet, and that female guest directly disliked her for putting up a fight as an over-the-top movie queen, which didn't piss her off. Thinking about people Xia Chuchu little girl as soon as she came, she called them teachers. With such a comparison, Lin Hong's heart grew more and more fond of Xia Chuchu. The next day, when the day dawned, Xia Chuchu quietly got up. When she came downstairs, Gao Shang was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast for them. Seeing Xia Chuchu, he cheerfully said, "Xiao Xia, getting up so early. Why don't young people sleep more? Unlike us who can't sleep when we get older." "Good morning, Mr. Gao. I went to bed early in the evening and I've had a full night's sleep. Is there anything I can help you with?" Xia Chuchu entered the kitchen with a smile on her face. "Okay then, you make this soy milk. I soaked the beans last night." Gao Sheng pointed to the soybeans soaking in the basin. Long before the initial constraints, treating Xia Chuchu as one of her own, she casually assigns her chores. "Alright, then I'll fish up the beans first." Xia Chuchu happily moved on. She and Gao Sheng methodically prepared breakfast. When Lin Hong woke up, she saw that Xia Chuchu's bed was already empty, so she squinted and got up. When she came downstairs, she met the little girl with a happy face as she put the prepared soy milk on the table outside. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." Xia Chuchu happily greeted Lin Hong. Lin Hong said with a smile on her face, "Xia, you're up early. I just got up not long ago too." Mr. Gao got up extra early and was preparing breakfast when I came down. With a modest face, Xia Chuchu praised Gao Sheng. "Old Gao, he is too old to sleep. Just leave breakfast to him. You're a little girl who's fine to get more beauty sleep." Lin Hong and Gao Sheng were old partners who had known each other for a long time and casually flirted with him. "Lin Hong, we're not that far apart in age. I can't sleep when I'm older. What about you? Why are you still sleeping like a pig?" Gao Sheng didn't have the good sense to come out with his plate. It means I'm a good sleeper and younger than you. Wrinkles are on your face and you're still young. Shame on you. You're just jealous. Gao Sheng and Lin Hong were fighting with each other. Watching the two teachers arguing, Xia Chuchu stayed in place with some urgency. She stepped forward, red-faced and timid. To dissuade them, she pulled Lin Hong's arm and whispered, "Teacher Lin, sit down and drink a bowl of soy milk. This is good for our girl's skin." Lin Hong then relented, and she gave Gao Sheng an exasperated glare before sitting down. Netizens have laughed at themselves watching this scene because Xia Chuchu's action looks like the innocent them when their mom and dad are fighting. They followed suit and went up to mom and pulled her down, and as soon as mom subsided, dad followed suit. Careful netizens also found that Xia Chuchu was simply too warm. She coaxed the queen of the movie to drink soybean milk, surprisingly said girls. Wow, it's so warming to see a movie queen with a baby being called a girl so gently. It wasn't long after they finished breakfast that a man and a woman entered their small farmhouse back and forth. Xia Chuchu knew at first glance that this actor was the recently hit August boyfriend, who was now super popular. She purposely stood away from him, as if afraid of being scolded by his fans. "Xiao Jiang, this is our daughter Xiao Xia. If you have any problems you can look for her. You young people are more chatty." Lin Hong directly pushed Xia Chuchu out. She likes the girl Xia Chuchu and wants to help her rub it in. Jiang Qinya had seen this variety show before he came, so he naturally knew about Xia Chuchu. He politely extended his hand and said, "Hello, please take care of yourself." Xia Chuchu very coyly reached out and touched Jiang Qinya's hand, then hurriedly withdrew it. "Hello." Before she could finish her words, the flow of little flowers on the side interjected unhappily. She put her hand out and said, "Jiang Qinya, I'm your fan, please take care of me." Jiang Chen also couldn't afford to reject Lu Li in front of the camera. He could only be forced to put his hand out. Lu Li, however, held his hand for more than 10 seconds before letting go, so blatantly take advantage of their husband. Immediately the pop-up screen popped up with people hurling abuse at Lu Li. "Shame on you for trying to tie up our husbands. Take a good look at Xia Chuchu, that's the most polite handshake etiquette. I'll chop off your hand, so you can take advantage of it. Husband belongs to all of us. Get lost, shameless, come up to climb the friendship. We are also the husband's fans." Amidst the tirade of fans, Xia Chuchu's handshake was teased by the majority of netizens as the textbook most beguiling social etiquette. Xia Chuchu managed to escape the siege of Jiang Qinya's fans, and on the contrary, there were young ladies who paid attention to her. After all, with Lu Li as a counterexample, her actions instantly gained favor with her fans. The young ladies who were following her were asking her to protect Jiang Qinya and not to let Lu Li, this woman, get half a step closer to their husbands. Under the netizens' tart operation, Xia Chuchu in the hot search on another name, the flower messenger. They followed to dig peanuts in the ground. Xia Chuchu wore a pair of dark sneakers, and that Lu Li's appearance was simply to set off Xia Chuchu's excellence. She was wearing a pair of sandals with a sloping heel, which were still her most common, shorter-heeled shoes. It's a work trip, not a beauty pageant in the field? Obviously Lu Li was scolded by netizens again, and Xia Chuchu was once again praised. The same as a girl. How people Xia Chuchu dress know to pay attention to the occasion. Only Lu Li thought that she was coming over to walk the runway, so it seems that she was not at all interested in this program, and did not know that the essence of this variety show was to reflect the country life. When digging peanuts, Lu Li even complained about the pain in her hands and the dirt inside her feet. She hasn't done much work since then. She's been lazy and doesn't want to move. Xia Chuchu dug in the ground with a rake and hoe, doing farm work alone and in silence. With this comparison, everyone shouted at Lu Li, who has no princess life but is full of princess disease, to get out. Just like this in the Lu Li this cannon fodder under the background. Xia Chuchu again smooth circle powder. The fans on the neck are broken 8 million. Chapter 139 Jiang Shibi seeks cooperation. Yang Jun was incomparably conscious of the fact that he had been abandoned by Sister Nan, who had given himself many dramas and didn't care about the quality. She only valued the pay. The good resources in her hand are all tight to Xia Chuchu, and she is now just a money-making tool in the company. Nan doesn't think about his future at all and only wants to squeeze the limited value out of him. He was unusually bored and lost in his heart, and it wasn't so easy to terminate his contract. He needed to compensate a large sum of money, and it also depended on whether the company agreed or not. Just as he was getting annoyed, Jiang Shibi called and found him. "Mr. Yang, I see that this stepping stone of yours is going to be thrown away as well. Xia Chuchu has found another quality male star in that variety show." Jiang Shushi looked at Yang Jun with a face of mockery. This idiot helps Xia Chuchu so much, but in the end, it is not his own play. "Mr. Jiang is joking. We're in the same boat as each other. How can I say I'm a bit better than you? At least I don't have a prairie on my head." Yang Jun is having a bad heart. Damn it, and now he's being taunted by Xia Chuchu's ex-husband. He's even more upset. "You, Jiang Shibi was so angry that he gritted his teeth and stood up violently, wanting to get his hands on Yang Jun and beat him up violently. Why are you annoyed? I wonder what Mr. Jiang is looking for me for? Yang Jun looked coldly at the fuming Jiang Shibi, absently playing with the cell phone in his hand. Alas, seeing how miserable you are, I sympathize with you. I heard that you signed a 5-year contract of sale with Sister Nan in order for her to sign Xia Chuchu. Now Xia Chuchu is making a name for herself. Nan has given her all the good resources, but you are afraid that this next 5 years will be drained by the company. There is no shortage of young people in the entertainment industry. I don't know how many 5 years you have. After 5 years, will you be replaced? Jiang Shui calmed himself and mercilessly taunted Yang Jun. He's been cuckolded, and he'll avenge himself. On the contrary, Yang Jun, in the future, so unlimited by Nan out to spend. A short period of time will accumulate a lot of wealth, but soon he will let the audience fatigue. Corrupt people. Then where should he go? It is likely that 5 years have not yet arrived. He will be abandoned by the entertainment industry. Yang Jun's hand playing with his cell phone paused as Jiang Shibi's words also poked at his sore spot. That's just the way it is now. And he knows that his acting career is all but predictable. My future is indeed quite tragic. I just wonder if Mr. Jiang condescended to come to me just to come and troll me as an adulterer? Yang Jun laughed instead of being angry, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Of course not. I'm here to ask you to work with me. Come to show you something so you can position yourself as well. After Jiang Shibu finished speaking, he handed Yang Jun the information he had collected on the men who had dealings with Xia Chuchu. Yang Jun saw these things face green, a piece of white apiece. This woman is simply centipede legs. Split legs are split out of the sky. That's at least a dozen men, right? Then what the hell is he? He's really just a buddy. These are still my preliminary investigations. There are still some that I haven't found out. You've seen Xia Chuchu's true colors, haven't you? She doesn't have a trace of sincerity towards you, only use. Jiang Shibi looked at the face a little pale. Yang Jun laughed. This fact makes him hard. He will not be pure love. Thought he met true love, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That baby wasn't mine either, was it? Yang Jun exploded. He had once stayed up all night and tossed and turned for that child. It might not be his seed at all. With all the men in Xia Chuchu, who knows whose that child is? Jiang Shibi's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom at his words. That was his child. But it was used as a pawn by that woman, making up her own drama. Of course not. That child is mine. This is the paternity test. You wouldn't have been brainwashed by Xia Chuchu to think it's you, right? Jiang Shushi handed the paternity test to Yang Jun. I did not expect that. Now Yang Jun still thought that the child in Xia Chuchu's stomach was his. Yang Jun's hand holding the paternity certificate crumpled the paper because of the anger in his heart that kept pushing hard. He didn't expect that he was cheated so badly by Xia Chuchu. That isn't black-hearted. It's simply heartless. Yang Jun flipped the WeChat chat record that Xia Chuchu sent to him and muttered, that domestic violence is also a lie to me, right? Jiang Shibi froze and asked, what domestic violence? Yang Jun handed Xia Chuchu's chats with himself to Jiang Shibi, who slid down the list one by one, the arc of mockery at the corner of his mouth getting wider and wider. Very well, creating something out of nothing like that, he'll definitely satisfy that tie in the future. It seems you're not very bright. Can't you see anything as big as these pictures? Said Jiang Shibi, casually pointed to the two photos before and after. One knee a blood bruise. The second picture posted when the half-body injury photo. The knee is no blood bruise. This is clearly not a photo of a person. Think it's just a photo of domestic violence that Xia Chuchu downloaded on the internet. Yang Jun realized that he had made a stupid mistake only after Jiang Shibi pointed out so much. He then saw the bruises of being beaten so badly. How could he have paid attention to these details? Now it seems it's not unreasonable for you to be cheated. It's so stupid I'm going to have to think about finding you to work with or not. Jiang Shibi shook his head without a trace of anger. Did he look like a domestic abuser? Yang Jun's face became a bit ugly as he angrily disliked. Half a caddy. You're so capable. But you weren't fooled by Xia Chuchu, and she even gave you a piece of grassland. Jiang Shibi wanted to explode Yang Jun's dog's head. This was his lifelong shame, and he couldn't wash it away in this life. Don't worry, I won't let Xia Chuchu go. How high she stands in her life. How bad she falls. Jiang Shushi spat out the words carelessly, and the corners of his mouth seemed to carry a smirk, looking as if it was quite normal. The only thing was those chilly pool-like eyes that were deep and dark, as if they wanted to devour the one he wasn't letting go of and pull him into the dark abyss. Yang Jun looked at Jiang Shibi's eyes. His body trembled a little, and goosebumps came out all over his body. Xia Chuchu has met her match. The couple are one more vicious than the other. I'm here to help you this time. Just do what I say and I'll take care of all your troubles for you. Jiang Shushi looked at Yang Jun with a smile on his face. He felt that cleaning up Xia Chuchu now was not too much. He was going to have Xia Chuchu's wish sent to ascend to the top, then clunked and pulled her down from the peak. This feeling was too wonderful. He will torture Xia Chuchu well, Everything she likes, she will satisfy her. Anyone who betrays him pays the price. And didn't that woman lose her footing and fall off a building in a mental breakdown as well? How can his mom marry another person? Even if she dies, she must die in the Jiang family. He's not going to be as kind as dad and agree to a divorce. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to be widowed? Chapter 140. So what do I have to do? Yang Jun thought of violating the laws and regulations cannot do things. The big deal is that he also retired a circle, but never for the sake of the interests of the illegal and criminal. Especially seeing Jiang Shibi, who was a bit of a sociopath, scared him quite a bit. It's not clear whose misfortune it is that he's married to Xia Chuchu, but both of them are pretty crazy anyway. Don't worry, I'm a good man who abides by the law. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day. How could an ex-husband like me forget that favor? Jiang Shibi kissed his thin lips with a smile on his face. What I want you to do is simple. You just need to help Xia Chuchu introduce more quality male stars in the circle. Help Xia Chuchu more to get to the top earlier, and get her the position of movie queen as fast as possible. When the time comes, he'll give Xia Chuchu a big gift to congratulate her on the day of the award. It made her fall from heaven to hell in one fell swoop, and she was scorned by all. That's it? Yang Jun was a bit puzzled. Jiang Shibi really wants to repay the favor. How does he not feel like it? Yeah, it's as simple as that. I'll set you on fire when it's done. Jiang Shui smiled. Of course it wouldn't be that simple. Yang Jun only had to do these things and leave the rest to him. He didn't have any connections in the entertainment industry, but Yang Jun more or less did. Letting him, Xia Chuchu's admirer, help her tower bridges and pull strings. Xia Chuchu will naturally accept it gladly and won't suspect anything at all. That's a good one. Leave it to me. You promised me something, and you're going to do it. This matter couldn't be simpler for Yang Jun. Neither does it hurt heaven and earth, and he still has benefits to take, so of course he won't refuse. They had been a couple over the top, and he'd help out in a small way. This he could, and he also wanted to get back at Xia Chuchu. A gentleman's word is his bond. Well, happy cooperation. Jiang Shibi stood up and extended his hand to Yang Jun with a light smile on his face. Happy cooperation. Yang Jun held his hand and their agreement was finalized. Since then, Yang Jun's attitude towards Xia Chuchu has gotten better and better, which makes Xia Chuchu confidently mistakenly think that Yang Jun has been taken in by her. Xia Chuchu secretly said that he has really turned into a well-behaved and obedient licking dog now. Most of Sister Nan's resources went to her, and instead of being angry, he even helped her introduce some big-name male stars and fought for her to work together. This makes Xia Chuchu very happy, and will reward him by throwing him some bones. Yang Jun forced himself to endure the nausea and accepted Xia Chuchu's closeness. Every time when she kissed her cheek, Yang Jun had to wash his face several times when he got home. He thought it was too dirty. Xia Chuchu's acting road mixed more and more smooth. The circle of big-name male stars, a large part of her brother. Nothing she pretended to be a naive little sister or a sweetheart solving a flower story, or a gossip girlfriend. Anyway, as long as she could get the resources, all kinds of roles, she could act. Autumn, are we really going to travel abroad? Chen Duo seemed a bit unconvinced as to how he was going to travel abroad so suddenly. It's where I was last time I was there. You've worked hard teaching me code all this time. I'm not rewarding you for that. Chayakiki packed her bags with a smile on her face. It's not hard work, it's that you're so smart. I didn't realize how fast you'd improve after a month. Now a little over 2 months in, you'll be able to design your own applets. Chen Duo was quite proud to praise Qian Kikyu. His wife was too good. They could still not code together in the future. Still, you're a good teacher. Let's go out and relax. Chen Qiuqiu held back the excitement in her heart. Dr. Martin had already passed the test and succeeded in developing a suitable prosthetic material. Chandu's legs can stand up. They need to take a trip abroad. She thought of fooling Chen Duo into going over there first, and then giving him a surprise. Isn't it true that when you come back from relaxation, you'll be able to give me babies? Chen Duo counted the dates. There wasn't much left in the last bottle of folic acid. They could have a baby. He still had her little princess on his mind, and he had all the design drawings for the nursery done. Yeah, Qian Kikyu froze a little. This leaf acid Chen Duo reminds her to eat it without failing a day. Now that this pregnancy preparation of hers is a done deal, she can only take one step at a time. Great. You don't want to forget your folic acid. The doctor said this should still be taken consistently. Chen Duo turned around and brought the bottle of folic acid for Chiaki Chocho and stuffed it into her bag. You're pretty much packed, aren't you, honey? Is there anything you want to bring? Chiaki looked around, trying to think if she had missed anything. Chen Duo pulled her up from the floor and circled the person in his arms saying, "You." Chiaki wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek saying, "Okay, let's get you packed up and ready to go." Now the man's learning by leaps and bounds, and sweet words come out of his mouth. She's also recently taken up earthy love languages and is laughing her ass off. Chen Duo softly asked Qian Kikyu, "Wife, Are you tired? Not tired. Kiankikiyo thought to herself that she would just pack her bags. What's so tiring about that? But you've been running through my mind all day. Chen Duo came close to Qian Chicho's ear, his low voice reaching her. Kiankikiyo was happy to hear that this person was speaking earthy words of love to her again. Luckily, she wasn't idle, and she went to look up some earthy love antics as well. Kiankikiyo looked at Chen Duo with a smile on her face and said in a ghostly manner, I was looking for the exit. Chen Duo sniffed and hugged her even tighter, saying with a serious face, there is no exit in my heart. It's all brick walls. You'll never want to go out. You're going to strangle me if I don't get out. So let go. Kiankikiyo slapped the back of Chen Duo's hand without any good reason. This person was holding him too tightly. Don't let go. Don't you dare leave me. Chen Duo's unloaded most of his strength, but still encircled the person in his arms, not letting go of the hand around her waist. You're like the big clingy dog and you want a baby. What about when I have to hold the baby later? Kiankikiyo was worried about Chen Duo's future. He might have imagined too much for himself. With a baby, he can't be so attached to himself every day. It's okay, you hold your daughter and I'll hold you. This wonderful life was envisioned thousands and thousands of times by Chen Duo in his mind. His daughter even milked his dad and opened her arms to him for a hug, which was adorable. A daughter? What if it's a son? Kiankikiyo didn't know where Chen Duo got his obsessive confidence in the matter of having a daughter. Blah blah blah, spit it out. There's no what ifs. It's definitely a daughter. Chen Duo frowned and immediately chased away his son's thoughts. He only wanted the little princess. Chapter 141, he found out. Kiankikiyo was speechless. This person is not fanatically confident, but self-brainwashed. His heart only identified with his daughter, but she was still thinking of starting to have 2 sons and then a daughter. So wouldn't the daughter be happier with 2 brothers? But looking at Chen Duo's rejection of her son like this, she felt some sympathy for her future son in her heart. When Kiankikiyo went to wash up, Chen Duo then remembered that he had been teaching Chocho programming all this time and had forgotten to inquire about the progress of the ape matter. I promised him that I would give him time to look into it and not rush him, but that's too long, isn't it? He pushed his wheelchair to the den and turned on his computer. Chen Duo thought that it would be best if the guy would check the person out for him before he returned home, which was already his minimum standard. Chen Duo opened the ape's dialog box and felt a little strange. Why a chat record is also no longer. He remembered that he did not seem to have cleared the chat record. Boss, how's the investigation going? Ape, boss, you've lost your memory. Didn't you say you'd look up the rest yourself? Chen Duo froze, incredibly certain that he had not said this, nor had he contacted the ape. Ape, boss, what's wrong with you? You're not really losing your memory, are you? Boss, I've been so busy with so many things lately that I forgot. Tell me more about the findings. Chen Duo's heart was filled with doubts. The only person who could use his computer and delete his computer chat records was Qianqiu. But why would she do that? Apparently she was the one who communicated with the ape and deleted the chat, but didn't tell him. Ape, boss, don't you just go through the chat logs? I'm busy. Then Ape posted a screenshot of their chat log. After Chen Daodu opened his eyes wider, his pupils dilated a few points when he saw the 3 big words Kiankikiyo. His mind shook. So Autumn would actually be programmed right? He looked at the time of their chat, and it seemed to be the day when Xiuqiu suddenly wanted to learn programming from him. After she knew she was checking her out, she was afraid of being exposed, which is why she followed her to learn programming. But when did she learn to program and know her programming habits so well? Chen Duo's mind was a mess. A mystery. He was pretty sure that Kiankikiyo seldom watched herself knocking out code before. She wouldn't know about his habits. There was also the private medical institute, which, if he was not mistaken, would be in the same country they would be traveling to tomorrow. So what is Autumn trying to do? Honey, what are you doing in the den? Not sleeping? Kiankikiyo stood at the entrance of the study with a smiling face, urging Chen Duo to go back and rest. She took a shower and found the bed empty. She was ready to go downstairs to look for someone, but then she saw the light on in the study in the hallway, and that's how she found her way to the study. Chen Duo looked at the smiling Kiankikiyo and forced himself to hold back the clouds of suspicion that filled his stomach, pretending as if nothing had happened and said, "There's a small matter. I'll turn off the computer for a moment." Chen Duo deleted his chat with the ape. None of these things mattered. As long as Chocho didn't leave himself, he could care less about all these deceptions. After turning off the phone, Chen Duo then pushed his wheelchair and walked out, and as he walked to the door, he held Kiankikiyo's hand. Only the fact that the person was by his side and he could easily touch her was the greatest sense of solidity. Nothing else would be on his mind. Go. Chen Duo took her hand and slowly headed for the bedroom. You're holding me too tightly. Strangling me. Qianqiu struggled a bit less comfortably, feeling that there was something strange about Chen Duo tonight, but she couldn't say exactly what was strange. Only then did Chen Duo loosen up a bit, and his lips attached themselves to Kiankikiyo's ear and whispered, "Qiuqiu, will you leave me?" "Of course not. Why are you suddenly asking such inexplicable questions again? Kiankikyo kissed Chenduo and wondered where he had gone wrong again. You must remember what you said today, and I will not ask questions in the future. Chenduo's head was buried between Kiankikyo's neck. As long as she could do what she said she would do, he would forget about her deceiving him. Well, then don't you ever ask again, or this will make me look like a scummy girl. Kiankikyo beamed, a little depressed. Why did this person keep suspecting that she would leave? Hadn't she given enough security? Chenduo hurriedly explained. I didn't mean that. I know. Can you be more confident in yourself? You're so good. How could I leave you? Kiankikyo gently coaxed Chenduo, not knowing why the man was in a somewhat depressed mood. Hey, hubby, do you boys have great aunties too? She inquired about Chenduo with a curious look on her face, as she could only think of this possibility, because when a girl is on her period, she can be depressed or inexplicably irritable. Chenduo? What an odd question that is. When Kiankikyo saw that Chenduo didn't say anything, she was still interested. She wrapped her arms around Chenduo's waist and arched in his arms. Come on, we're an old married couple. What's there to be ashamed of? I'm on my period. Don't you know that? Chenduo's low mood was so stirred up by Qian Shicho that he didn't know how to describe it, and he helplessly hugged her in his arms. Before he could answer whether there was or not, Kiankikyo had already taken the initiative to explain for him. I knew there was. You're so moody right now. You must have come to your great-aunt. Kiankikyo kissed a family of Chenduo's lips in succession, lightly coaxing him, wife comforting you, loving kisses and hugs. Chenduo laughed silently. This was enough. She was in his arms. Baby, close your eyes and go to sleep. Chiaki patted him on the back and hummed a soft song. Chenduo obediently closed his eyes and held her as he slowly entered dreamland. Ring ring ring, the alarm clock went off, and Chenduo sleepily stretched out his arm and turned off the alarm clock in his cell phone. The person in his arms was sleeping soundly seemed to be disturbed because of this alarm. She grunted a few times with some annoyance and arched in Chenduo's arms. Chenduo kissed her cheek and coaxed her softly. Chio, it's time to get up. Well, how did it go so fast? I'm so sleepy. Kiankikyo was still awake. Her voice was a bit delicate and soft as she complained as she wrapped her arms around Chenduo's waist, pouting as she tried to stay in bed. Chenduo doted on her, soft-heartedly allowing her to stay in bed for another 10 minutes. Kiankikyo slept for a while and slowly came to her senses. Seeing that Chenduo surprisingly did not rush herself, she then lifted her head from his arms. Why don't you call me anymore? What if we miss our flight? With this backpedaling, Chenduo could only accept her accusations helplessly. He softly coaxed Kiankikyo. Wife, it's not too late. Don't rush. Chapter 142 Teaching Disciples. Exasperating Masters. Honey, how does it feel to be on an airplane for the first time? Kiankikyo sat on the plane. She held Chenduo's hand with a smile on her face. When he came back, Chandu was able to stand up. Not bad. Chenduo looked at Kiankikyo and smiled. The most important thing was that the person beside her was her. Chenduo softly asked Kiankikyo, are you still sleepy? Why don't you lean on my shoulder and sleep some more? Ha! It's okay if you don't say it. I'm getting sleepy when you do. Kiankikyo yawned so much that her long eyelashes were wet with tears. Get some sleep then. It's a dozen hours. Seeing this, Chenduo leaned his shoulder a little bit in Chiaki Chocho's direction, making it easier for her to rest her head on his shoulder. Ha! Chiaki yawned and leaned her head up. Honey, ha! You're going to be sleepy. Follow suit, said Chiaki Chocho pulled out 2 silk eye masks from her bag, one pink and one black. She was so sleepy that she didn't pay much attention to it, and casually handed the pink eye mask to Chenduo, wearing the black one herself to sleep. Chenduo was a bit dumbfounded and took the eye mask in his hand, looking at the pink and tender color of his face a bit unnatural. Isn't it weird for a big man like him to wear this pink stuff on his eyes? He looked at the black eye patch Chiaki was wearing and knew she was mistaken. The point being that she wouldn't look weird with a black eye patch. The sound of Chiaki Chocho's light snoring came from his ears, and Chenduo knew that the change was not coming back. Otherwise he would have to wake up Kiankikyo, and he couldn't afford to do that. It's just a rare occasion when his wife is so thoughtful as to have an eye patch for him. Chenduo waved a big, self-compromising hand and put on the pink blindfold. He sat outside near the aisle, and the people at the side of the aisle saw him as a man wearing a pink eye patch and wondered if Chenduo had some special fetish. From time to time flight attendants pursed their lips at the sight of the blindfolds they wore as they passed by. What an interesting couple. After sleeping for a few hours as a child, Kiankikyo finally got enough sleep. She moved her head away from Chenduo's shoulder in a daze, and reached up to rip the blindfold from her eyes. Her half-squinted eyes looked toward Chenduo, who was still sleeping, and oh my god, what did she see? Her eyes snapped open, and her entire being was incomparably awake as she saw the pink eye patch that Chenduo wore over his eyes. She took another look at the blindfold she had just ripped off, and holy, she had made a mistake and given Chenduo her blindfold. He still looked weirdly good in his pink eye patch though. and Chiaki covered her mouth in an unkind smile. This Ouroboros is quite interesting. I wonder what kind of mood Chen Duo was in when he put on this eye patch. Chen Duo stirred, which woke him up. Kiankikia saw that his shoulders seemed to be a bit stiff, and she hurriedly reached out and squeezed them for him a few times. Only then did Chen Duo pull off the blindfold and lazily said, "Chio, you're awake. Well, isn't the pink blindfold more comfortable to wear?" Chiakikia laughed derisively. Chen Duo sniffed and his ears turned a little red at the tips. It wasn't like he had a special preference. Ha ha. Kiankikyo couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh as she looked at Chen Duo's shy and embarrassed appearance. Chen Duo was helpless. He hadn't been victimized by Qianqiuqiu, and now she had come over to make fun of him instead. Seeing Chen Duo's hopeless appearance, Qianqiuqiu came over and kissed him on the cheek. Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyo smiling with a smug face. He doted on her, and only she knew her own dead center, and there was no halfway solution to her. "Honey, it looks pretty good on you." "Really?" Chiaki took the pink blindfold from his hand and held it in her hand, playing with it. Chen Duo felt that this little woman was just intentionally flirting with him. He snatched the pink eye mask and put it on Chiaki Chochio's eyes. "I think it looks better on you." Chen Duo hugged her neck and came to her ear and lowered his voice. Chiaki Chochio's eyes were dark. Warm breath sprayed to the edge of her ear, and this ambiguous breath made her heart beat violently. "Chen Duo, let go of me." Chiaki tried her best to hide her embarrassment as she struggled to rip off the blindfold. "Don't let go. It looks good that way." Chen Duo hugged her neck and wouldn't let her continue to make fun of herself. Chiaki Autumn. She just hoped that Chen Duo didn't notice her heart, which was about to jump out of her chest. "Autumn, your heart is beating so fast." Chen Duo coldly came up with this sentence. Kiankikyo was so embarrassed that she denied it repeatedly. "No way. Not at all. Don't talk nonsense. If a man's heart does not beat, does it not go to Hades?" Kiankikyo was speaking sophistry in a serious manner, and she wasn't going to admit it. "What are you doing? Get it off me." Kiankikyo got anxious and chided Chen Duo with an exasperated huff. Chen Duo's hand was placed on Qianqiuqiu's chest, and he even pretended to be innocent. "Let me see if I've made a mistake. Wife, it's really jumping too fast." Chiaki Autumn. The man was doing it on purpose. He was getting back at himself for making fun of him earlier. It was childish. "You bad man. Big bad man. No more playing with you." Kiankikyo unhappily accuses Chen Duo, who is a wolf in the guise of a white rabbit, and will counterattack when he catches an opportunity. Only then did Chen Duo rip off the blindfold for Kiankikyo, and he coaxed Kiankikyo with a smile on his face. "Don't be angry. I'm teasing you, Chen Duo. I'm your wife, and you won't even give in to me." Kiankikyo punched Chen Duo without any good reason. Now she was getting less and less dominant in front of him. "Honey, weren't you the one who told me that men aren't bad and women aren't good?" Chen Duo even looked at Kiankikyo aggrievedly after he finished speaking, as if he had done so because Kiankikia had taught him. Chiaki Autumn. She's eating her own. Who told her to tease Chen Duo over nothing? And now people are learning so much that they're going to overtake her. So angry taught the disciple. Angry master. "Honey, do you like me like this or not?" Chen Duo was still relentlessly pursuing the matter, which reminded Chiaki Chochio of that shy incident in the study. Her face boomed red, and now if there was a hole in the ground she'd be in it. Chen Duo's lips curved up when he saw Qianqiuqiu lowering her head, her white neck tinted with a pink veil. This kind of Kiankikyo was so cute. She usually didn't tease herself much, and now she was blushing in return. This anticlimax was so funny that he laughed out softly and said, "Chochio, you're so pretty." Kiankikyo looked at someone with a smug face, bullying her and starting to brag about her again. Damn, how this routine is very much like hers. She always kisses and hugs Chen Duo after teasing him and coaxing him. Chapter 143, Meeting Dr. Martin. "Chen Duo, you can't learn from me anymore. I don't even have an advantage now." Kiankikia beamed as she realized that she was slowly going to be at a disadvantage when it came to getting along with Chen Duo. Chen Duo smiled at his words as he gently coaxed Kiankikyo. "It's fine, I'll let you be." "Then why didn't you just let me? You lied." Chiakikyo grabbed the handle of his words and glared at him in exasperation. He, just now I didn't expect you to lose." Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyo with a smile on his brow. Where did he know that the always thick-skinned Kiankikyo would be shy? Chiaki Autumn. She wasn't going to tell Chen Duo that her mind had just remembered their juvenile scene. Chen Duo lightly coaxed her. "Good girl. I'll definitely let you have it next time." Kiankikia stretched her neck and said stiffly without admitting defeat, "There will be another time. Next time it will definitely be me who wins." "Yeah, there's no next time, and you'll always win from now on." Chen Duo hurriedly echoed her. 10 hours or so passed quickly as they chatted and played. Chiaki Chochio was familiar with the area, and she and Chen Duo went to the hotel she had stayed in earlier, which wasn't very far from Dr. Martin's institute. "Honey, are you tired?" Kiankikyo squeezed Chen Duo's shoulders for him, Fearing that he wouldn't be able to adapt to a 10-hour flight all at once, Chen Duo reached out and held Qian Qiqiu's hand on his shoulder and said softly, "Not tired? You forget that I've been sitting in a wheelchair for more than 10 years. Qian Qiqiu sniffed and felt a little sad in her heart. It must have been a struggle for him all these years to be so good and stuck in a wheelchair, but unfortunately she never cared for him. It won't be necessary anytime soon." Chen Duo didn't figure out what Chiaki Chocho meant by what she said as he listened to her words that were so clueless. "It's still nighttime. Let's take a shower and rest." From her suitcase, Chiaki took out Chen Duo's pajamas and handed them over. Chen Duo took the clothes over. He felt that this trip was good. All the way to the clothes, food, housing and transportation were arranged by Chocho in a clear way. At the moment she was taking care of his life for him, helping him organize his necessities, and they were a very normal couple. "What are you looking at me for? Get in the shower?" As Qian Qiqiu organized her things, she looked up and saw that Chen Duo was still staying where he was, and she hurriedly urged him on. Chen Duo looked at Qian Qiqiu with a smile on his face and said, "Wife, I suddenly want to kiss you." Qian Qiqiu stood up with a sniff, leaned over and pressed her face to it, seemingly a bit helpless. "For you to kiss? After kissing go take a shower quickly." Chen Duo laughed with a happy face as he watched her in this seemingly somewhat hopeless but compromising him. The mouthy little liar filling his heart with a sense of satiated happiness. His lips landed on her cheek and he laughed off softly saying, "Autumn, you're so nice, that's for sure. I'm a good wife." Qian Qiqiu boasted with a haughty face as she kissed Chen Duo's cheek again and said, "Good boy, go take a bath." Only then was Chen Duo satisfied and pushed his wheelchair to the bathroom. Qian Qiqiu looked at his back and smiled. Sometimes he was like a little kid. When Qian Qiqiu came out after her bath, she found Chen Duo still sitting on the bed. She smiled and said, "Why don't you lie down?" Chen Duo didn't say anything and just looked at her. Well, he's waiting for himself. It was only after Chiaki went to bed that Chen Duo turned off the lights. He pulled Chiaki Chocho into his arms. Still the first night they had spent in a foreign country, a strange land. It seemed that the distance between them had grown even closer, because here they are more like alien misfits, and everything here is alien to them. It was as if they were the only two people in heaven and earth, speaking a language familiar to each other, who could snuggle up to each other. "Honey, you don't recognize the bed, do you?" In such an unfamiliar environment, Qian Qiqiu was a little worried that Chen Duo would not be able to sleep. No, he only recognizes people. As long as there is a place where Qian Qiqiu is, that is the hometown. "Well, let's sleep then. Wake up with a surprise." Chen Qiuqiu arched in Chen Duo's arms and kissed his chin. Chen Duo wrapped his arms around Qian Qiqiu and slept exceptionally soundly. Although there was some doubt in his heart as to why she had come here for a trip, but because of Qian Qiqiu's existence, it was deliberately ignored by him. The sun was high in the sky when Chen Duo woke up. It was 9:30. Qian Qiqiu then moved in Chen Duo's arms and opened her eyes as well. "Honey, you're awake." Qian Qiuqiu's voice was a bit soft and sticky as she hugged Chen Duo's waist, her head rubbing against his embrace. Chen Duo stroked her head and said softly, "Well, it's 9:30. Do you have any arrangements?" "It's 9:30. That's time to get up." Chiaki raised her hand to rub her eyes and sat up from the bed. Chen Duo also propped up his arm and sat up from the bed. Qian Qiqiu kissed his cheek and said, "In a while, I'll take you to a good place." Chen Duo replied softly with a smile on his face. "Good, all at your disposal." They took a taxi to Dr. Martin's Research Institute, and it was only when the car arrived in front of the institute's gate that Qian Qiqiu said, "Hubby, I've found someone to research a new type of prosthetic material for you, so let's try it again, shall we?" Chen Dok. He didn't expect Qian Qiqiu to bring himself here because of his leg, and he was disappointed in the prosthetic limb. He had tried it too many times and had long since given up. "Honey, for the last time, I love you, whether you can stand up or not, but I know you want to stand up so badly. I'll try one last time with you, and if it doesn't work we'll call it quits." Qian Qiqiu pulled Chen Duo's arm and coaxed him gently. Chen Duo froze for a long time and hesitated to speak. Just as Qian Qiqiu was about to give up and was about to push him back, Chen Duo suddenly said, "Okay, one last time." That killed them all. Qian Qiqiu sniffed and kissed his cheek with a happy face. "Hubby, you're so brave. I'll always be with you." She hoped that Dr. Martin hadn't let her down. This really was the last time, and she didn't want Chen Duo to experience another disappointment or even despair. Chiaki pushed Chen Duo's wheelchair inside the research institute, and Dr. Martin came out in a white coat. "Chio, welcome, nice to see you again." Chiaki smiled and greeted Dr. Martin and introduced Chen Duo to him. "Lucky dog." Dr. Martin knows that Chen Duo is Chiaki Chocho's husband and calls him Lucky directly now, with an envious look on his face. He complimented Chen for having a wife who loved him so much that it made them jealous. Chen Duo smiled and said, "Yeah, my wife is the best gift that God has ever given." Chapter 144 Fitting of Prostheses. watching Chen Duo talk eloquently with Dr. Martin. Chiaki was surprised. Chen Du, a person who had never been abroad. When did she speak so fluently? Her spoken language was still honed by the experience of going abroad in her previous life. Dr. Martin had a good conversation with Chen Duo and found the man to be very knowledgeable, so it was no wonder that he had such a wonderful wife. It's true that good people are attracted to each other and God is fair to everyone. Disabled or not, he can attract his soul mate by his charm. Dr. Martin took them to see the prosthetics, and the fitting would require a specialized hospital, which he had already arranged. How's that for a little confidence? Qian Kikiya took Chen Duo's hand and comforted him with a smile on her face. Chen Duo held her hand tightly and nodded. Dr. Martin's words had renewed his hope that they had been professionally skin tested and should be fine. That afternoon, Qian Kikiyu and the others went to the hospital. The fitting of the prosthesis went well and Chen Duo slowly stood up. Because he hadn't walked in a long time, he stumbled a bit as his legs were poorly balanced. They need to have 2 to 3 days of standing training before they can have walking rehabilitation. Standing up, Chandu was so excited that he stood up for a long time and didn't want to sit down and rest. If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Kikiyo couldn't stand to look at him anymore and sternly ordered him to take a break, he might have continued to stand. Staying in the hospital that day, Chen Duo didn't feel bad. His heart was unusually excited. After more than a decade, he was on his feet again, and this feeling of stepping on the ground was too good to be true. Autumn, thank you. I'm so happy, so happy. Chen Duo hugged Qian Kikiyo's waist and expressed his joy with an excited face. Well, as long as you're happy, don't rush. Let's take our time. It's better to be quick. Qian Kikiyo naturally felt his good mood and was very happy for him. Okay, I'll listen to you, and I'll be able to go shopping with you later. Chen Duo's heart was already envisioning the future scene of walking hand in hand with Chen Qiuqiu. He could accompany her shopping and go anywhere she wanted to go. Qian Kikiyo said with a happy face. Okay, all right. The next day Chen Duo obediently followed the doctor's orders and didn't add extra tasks on his own. And when it was time for standing training, he rested in his wheelchair. Qian Kikiyo also followed the rehabilitator to learn how to massage Chen Duo's thighs, and she thought that when she went back, she could help Chen Duo massage it herself. Honey, I'll give you a massage today. After learning for 2 days, Chaya Kikiyo wanted to try it herself. She had the rehabber stand off to the side and watch so she could be corrected for any irregularities in her movements. Chen Duo froze for a moment. He didn't want Chiaki Chochio to touch his leg. Honey, let me practice. You have to have faith in me. Qian Kikiyo squatted down in front of Chen Duo and placed her hand on his thigh. Chen Duo unnaturally flinched back a bit, and Chen Chichio saw this and pressed down on his thighs, her sharp gaze looking over. Chen Duo was too scared to move, and he looked timidly at Qian Kikiyo, afraid that he had angered her. Pretentious, old married couple. Touching your leg is not okay. It's not like touching your lifeblood. Chen Chichio whined at him without any good reason and glared at him when she finished. Chen Dok. He was embarrassed. This woman really dared to say anything out loud. Luckily these foreigners couldn't understand her. Qian Kikiyo saw that the person was finally honest, and only then did she put her other hand up. She looked up and smiled at the rehabber aside she was going to start. Later on she hoped he would correct her if there was anything wrong. Chen Duo was like a little daughter-in-law at the moment, lowering his head to not look at Chiaki Chochio's drumming on his leg, but the touch coming from his thighs was too much for him to ignore. Occasionally the rehabber would call out to the side to stop, and then Chiaki would stop and watch the rehabber operate as she followed along once more. Now in their eyes Chen Duo was the tool man for them to practice on, and they didn't feel any embarrassment or discomfort. As long as they don't feel any embarrassment, the only one who was embarrassed is someone else, Chen Duo himself. Qian Kikiyo practiced twice before she withdrew her hand, and the rehabilitator followed. Only then did Chen Duo feel relieved. Qian Kikiyo looked at him as if he was relieved and said in a bad mood, "This young lady is giving you a massage, and you're still giving me a forced look. So reluctant." Ha, Chen Dok. He could have explained it. He just wasn't quite used to it. Definitely wasn't forced into it. Not at all. Seeing that Qian Kikiyo was leaving, Chen Duo hurriedly pushed his wheelchair to follow. He took Qian Kikiyo's hand and said, "Wife, don't be angry. I'm not forcing it one bit. I'm getting a bargain. It's my fault." Qian Qiuqiu forced a smile. This person's desire for survival was getting stronger now. "Then do you still want me to massage you in the future? I'm not begging you. I'm so sad that you dislike me after I've worked so hard to learn from a rehabber," Qian Kikiyo said and even feigned sadness and covered her cheeks. But her pair of soulful eyes that were exposed outside were surreptitiously sizing up Chen Duo. "It's not too much. It's not too much. It's me. I don't want you to touch my leg. I'm afraid you'll mind." Chen Duo spilled his guts. His inferior and timid little mind. "Idiot, if I disliked you, I wouldn't have been with you in the first place. Now we're having a baby and you're still worried that I'll dislike you." Qian Kikiyo didn't expect Chen Duo to still be so careful now. She had told him more than once that she loved him and wouldn't leave him. I know, I'm the one who's not very confident. Chen Duo hugged Chen Qiqiu, his head buried in her arms. He was afraid. He still panicked inside, afraid that it was all like a beautiful dream. People are so strange. When they don't get it, they only think of chasing it, and when they get it, they start to lose it. Be confident. I love you, not just to say. We'll grow old together and have children and grandchildren. Qianqiqi stroked his head and coaxed him gently. Chen Duo whispered, well, I'll change it slowly. Then you. Chen Duo wanted to ask her when she learned to program, but in the end the words came to his lips or held back. He didn't want to ruin the beauty of the moment between them. She had her own little secrets and he didn't have to get to the bottom of them. What are you trying to say? Chiaki was curious as to what he was trying to say. Chen Duo said to himself, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if your hands are tired? Qianqiqi pouted. Of course I'm tired. I'm sore. Chen Duo took her hand and gently massaged it for her, soothing the soreness. Chapter 145, Return to China. After standing training, Chen Duo began walking training. This includes gait rehabilitation training, level ground walking training, ramp walking training, rugged road walking training, up and down stairs training, standing in the parallel bars and walking forward. At first Chen Duo would walk crookedly and unsteadily, needing to borrow the parallel bars to stabilize his body. These training sessions can be a bit annoying at times, and frustration ensues, but every time, Chiaki Chocho would stand in front and greet him with a smile on her face. As soon as he looked up he saw her smiling like a flower, and all the tiredness, the disillusionment would be swept away. He rekindled his fighting spirit and steadied himself before he let go and moved on again. When he reached the finish line, Chiaki would happily open her arms to him and take a towel to wipe his sweat. She would kiss him on the cheek, her peach eyes glowing and shining as she looked at him and complimented him. Being looked at by her adoring gaze, his pride and ambition as a man was aroused, and he trained even harder. If Chiaki Chocho hadn't told him to rest, he felt like he could have kept going. He wanted to hold Qianqiqi's hand earlier and stand straight with his head held high on the road. The training of going up and down the stairs was the biggest obstacle for Chen Duo. Although he was fitted with a prosthetic leg, he wasn't able to bend his knee freely. He still couldn't control his calf very well. The nth time when he jumped into Qianqiqi's arms, Chen Duo's mood was a little bad. He learns anything especially fast. Never like now his body is not under his control. How he tried cannot be. Qianqiqi also felt Chen Duo's annoyance. As if she was trapped and filled with a sense of powerlessness, she softly coaxed Chen Duo. We're not practicing. You accompany me down for a walk. He's getting pretty good at walking on the flat roads, and he drags her for a walk downstairs from the hospital every afternoon. Qianqiqi wanted to give him a bit of confidence. He could do it on the flat road. He could do it in other places too. The difficulties were only temporary. Chen Duo was a bit discouraged. Chio, am I too useless? I can't even control my calves. No, you're already doing great. The rehab techs all say you're recovering exceptionally fast, so don't put so much pressure on yourself. We still have time. Take it slow, okay? Chiaki hugged him and coaxed him gently. He was too eager and couldn't wait to be better. Autumn, let's go for a walk downstairs. Chen Duo held Qianqiqi's hand and began to walk slowly. He wanted to walk to the stairway and go to the elevator. They went for a walk downstairs and he calmed down. He didn't want such a bad mood to affect Chiaki. He wanted her to be proud of herself. As he walked, he suddenly realized he could walk without lunging forward. The strides were smooth and the feeling of bending his knees to train was coming back to him. Autumn, I'm good to go. Chen Duo looked at Qianqiqi with a happy face. He had found the feeling. He knew how to control his pace and bend his knees. He would not lunge down anymore. Yeah, awesome. My husband is so awesome. With a happy face, Qianqiqi stood on her tiptoes and kissed the side of Chen Duo's face. She realized that Chen Duo, who came standing up, was a head taller than she was, and she now had to stand on her tiptoes to kiss him. No longer as convenient as before. Autumn, I'll take your hand and practice again. Chen Duo was confident again, and he held Qianqiqi's hand as they walked down side by side. Qianqiqi accompanied him up and down the stairs a few times. Chen Duo became happier and happier, and he passed the last training. He succeeded. More than half a month had passed, and Chen Duo's leg did not have any allergic symptoms, and he could now walk normally. They left Dr. Martin with a smile on their faces, ready to head back home. Honey, I haven't told Mom and Dad the good news yet. They'll be so happy to see it. Chiaki Chocho sat on the plane with a big smile on her face. Chen Duo had also become much more cheerful now, and he enjoyed dragging her for a walk downstairs in the hospital. Well, that's a surprise we'll tell them when we get back. Chen Duo wanted to surprise his mom and had seen her countless times secretly wiping tears from her eyes because of her leg, which he could only hide from by pretending not to see. He then tried harder to be strong and act as if nothing had happened in front of her, thinking that this way his mom wouldn't be sad. Now that he's on his feet, Mom will be happy that she'll never be sad about his leg again. She always blamed herself for everything, for not taking care of him. In fact, he had never complained about her. She must have mustered up enough courage as an unmarried and pregnant woman to bring herself into the world. And what she had done had been great. Good. I guess Mom is going to cry tears of joy. Chiaki Chocho and Chen Duo's hands were interlocked in 10 fingers, their eyes reflecting each other's silhouettes. This time when wearing the eye patch, when Chiaki deliberately handed the pink one to Chen Duo again, Chen Duo surprisingly took it. While Chiaki Chocho was a bit surprised, her eyes went dark as Chen Duo put the blindfold on her eyes. Only then did he take the black blindfold she was holding and put it over his own eyes. Kiankiki deliberately snickered. Hubby, isn't the black blindfold more comfortable? Chen Duo felt that Kiankiki was definitely not just simply asking this question. It was not likely that she was digging a hole to flirt with him again. TSK, 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 so comfortable you can't speak? Kiankiki did not let him go. She continued to cheekily flirt with him. Chen Duo came to her ear and said, "What are you going to do again? Darn it, where did people do anything? I just wanted to ask if black was more comfortable. Otherwise why did you have to grab the black one?" Kiankiki pampered herself and deliberately spoke to Chen Duo in a whiny manner. "Don't you wear pink? And don't you know exactly what it feels like?" Chen Duo had a face of wit not to enter the pit, not letting Kiankiki pit herself. "I feel so cozy, and the fact that it's got your scent all over it. Did you feel my scent? Every molecule telling me I love you." Kiankiki came up to Chen Duo's ear and deliberately blew a mouthful of hot air into his ear after she finished speaking. Chen Dok never thought she wasn't digging a hole. She was teasing him and confessing her love for him. Ah, what a wonderful accident. If he hadn't been on the plane, he would have put this woman in her place. He fiercely kissed Kiankiki on the cheek and lowered his voice. "I love you too, and when I see you at first sight, all things are not as good as you." The first time he saw her as a newborn, her innocent and flawless smile was forever engraved in his mind, and from then on everything lost its color in front of her. Chapter 146, The Lady Warrior Comes. Boss, Wright looked at Chen Duo with a shocked expression. He didn't expect his boss to stand up, but as a bodyguard he couldn't ask more questions. "Well, go." Chen Duo nodded at Wright, and without saying a word, opened the car door and let Chiaki Chocho get on. Kiankiki smiled at his appearance. "People Wright is curious?" She smiled. "Your boss got prosthetics so he can be mobile from now on." "That's great." Wright had a delighted look on his face, happy for his boss. "Get in the car first." Chen Duo stood outside the car and opened the door, urging Kiankiki, now able to stand. He tried his best to do all the things a husband can do, like this gentlemanly opening of the door for his wife. It seemed to him that Wright was just a bore with something to say, and he didn't want Chocho to pay attention to a man other than him. Kiankiki sat in the car with a smile on her face, and only then did Chen Duo sit in. When he closed the car door, he said in a deep voice, "Go back to the villa first and put down your luggage. Wash up and rest, then we'll go visit Mom and Dad." Good, all at the mercy of Mr. Chen's arrangements. Kiankiki didn't have any objections. It was quite tiring to sit on a plane for more than 10 hours. Sister Lu covered her mouth in excitement when she saw Chen Duo standing up. Other than Kiankiki, it was hard for Chen Duo to go and show his true feelings in front of other people. He just stood expressionless, letting Sister Lu size him up. He didn't like to deal with other people and was used to hiding his emotions, and his expression didn't change a little in the face of Mrs. Lu's excitement and almost tears. "Sister Lu, don't get too excited. Chen Duo will be able to stand up in the future." Kiankiki took Sister Lu's hand and comforted her. "Well, that's great. God has a plan." Sister-in-law Lu had felt sorry for Mr. Lu countless times. How could such a good man at such a young age not be able to stand up for the rest of his life? Now that she saw Mr. standing up, she only felt that the heavens had finally opened their eyes, and that good things come to good people. "What God has done, it's your wife's doing." Chen Duo opened his mouth in a rare moment as he spoke out to refute Sister Lu's words. He never believed in this. His prosthetic limbs were researched and invested in by Autumn, and it was all done for him by his Autumn. "Ma'am, you're such a sweetheart." Sister-in-law Lu froze at her words, and after she hesitated for a moment, she took Kiankiki's hand and was grateful to her. Chiaki Autumn. She was being sent a good guy card. Chiaki was a bit confused. Should she say no thank you? Chen Duo looked at Kiankiki's stunned appearance and hurriedly said, "Sister Lu, you go ahead and get busy. We'll go up and sort it out." Saying that he took Chiaki's hand and brought the person back to the room. Chen Duo, why do I feel like Sister Lu is going to be my second mother-in-law? Watching Sister Lu thank her, she was about to mistake Sister Lu for Chen Duo's mom. Sister Lu's son got sick. I paid for Sister Lu's medical expenses and let her come over to take care of this villa. She's grateful to me. That's why she's so excited to see my leg healed. Chen Du was looking at Mrs. Lu's honesty, diligence, and loyalty, and that was why he let her take care of the villa. At that time, he was only thinking that Mrs. Lu could become a trustworthy person beside Qianqiu in the future, and if she was bullied by her husband or something, he could understand the situation through Mrs. Lu. I just never expected that it would be him and Qiu who ended up living in this villa, and not another man. Then you're a great guy. Qianqiu duly sent Chen Duo a good guy card as well, and said that she even clasped her fists at him as a sign of respect. What's your act again? Chen Duo watched with a puzzled face as Qian Qiqiu acted up again, and his wife, who had more drama, made his life interesting. Ha ha, not acting, send you a good guy card. It just so happens that Mrs. Lu sent me one. I'll send you one too. This way we both have one. One for each of us. Perfect match. Qian Qiqiu smiled and wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck. Chen Duo didn't quite understand the meaning of the good guy card, but the word perfect match greatly pleased him, and he laughed along with him. Honey, is this prosthetic easy to take off? Seeing Chen Duo taking off his prosthetic limbs, Qian Qiqiu was a little curious and came over. Luckily, I've been training for so long that getting it on and off is now as easy as getting our shoes on and off. Chen Duo placed the prosthetic limb under the bed, and he was now able to put it on and off in front of Chiaki Chocho without avoiding it. In Qian Qiqiu time and again unreasonable, he has become accustomed to, will not feel inferior. Oh, that's good. Qian Qixio stood up with a smirk on her face as she looked down at Chen Duo and picked his chin. Who's this little groom? Ah, looks so handsome. Why don't you obey this warrior woman? Guaranteed to make you want to die. At this moment, Qian Qiqiu looked like a forthright Jianghu warrior, as she gave Chen Duo a wickedly raised eyebrow and a smile. Chen Duo knew that Qian Chocho was really acting on it this time. Since that time when Qian Chocho had given himself a massage, he seemed to act like he was being forced. From then on, Qian Qiqiu gave him a massage every day and staged this scene. This time she's a warrior woman. Last time she was a bandit woman. And last time she was a bully woman. Autumn, forget it for today. You're tired too. Chen Duo thought that after sitting on the airplane for so long, she must be exhausted, and it would be fine if she didn't massage for a day. You're questioning this warrior woman's ability. In a moment this warrior woman will make sure you're comfortable. With that, Chiaki Chocho's hands attached Chen Duo's thighs and began to massage his thighs to promote blood flow. How's this force? Little Lang Jun, do you feel it? Is it comfortable? Little Lang? Do you want to push harder? Little Lang? Junior Lang Jun. This warrior woman's skills are okay, right? Junior Lang Jun. Ever feel like your whole body is spurting and your blood is swimming all over the place? Little Lang. Chen Duo felt that every massage was a huge challenge to his mind and body, and this abrasive little goblin role-playing was addictive. The point was that while she was massaging his thighs, she would also say things that were obviously serious, but were blush-inducing when she said them like that. She is now 100 times more forbidden, and dares to say anything in front of him. The name of the game was to improve her driving skills so that she wouldn't be overtaken by him all the time. Comfortable? After the thigh massage was over, Qian Qiqiu even deliberately came to Chen Duo's front and teasingly inquired about him. Aha! Chen Duo nodded his head as if it were gold. Junior Lang Jun. This is shyness. Being convinced by this warrior woman. In the future, you can listen to this warrior woman's words well, and follow this warrior woman to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Qian Qiqiu even came over and kissed Chen Duo's cheek after she finished speaking. Chapter 147, Tears of Joy. Chen Duo could only let her do what she wanted, especially since the last 2 days had been her physiological period. She was emboldened to be playful. She just loved to tease him, and when she lit a fire, she looked at him with a look of innocent joy at his hopelessness. Qian Qiqiu, you have to think about the consequences. You can still play so recklessly for 5 days at most. Looking at Qian Chocho with a smug you can't get it dead look, Chen Duo looked at her with dark eyes and opened his mouth in a low voice to warn her. It's the pessimistic people who say, ugh, how come there are only 5 days left? An optimist like me would of course say, great, there are still 5 days left. Qian Chocho didn't care. In the past 5 days she only cared about her own escapades, winning over Chen Duo and making him suffer. Chen Duo's hand pulled hard, and Chiaki Chocho's entire body flopped on top of him, and Chen Duo rolled over and pressed the person underneath him. He came to Qian Qiqiu's ear and mumbled, optimism is good, wife, you must always be positive and optimistic, don't ever cry. Playing off Qian Qiqiu wasn't afraid. She pushed Chen Duo on top of her, and said aggrievedly, I didn't even get paid for giving you a massage, and now you're still bullying me so much. My hands are so sore. You don't care for me at all. You don't love me anymore. Chen Duo was speechless. It was Qian Qiqiu who had the final say on how she wanted to act, and now she was acting pitiful again. He had to let go of her and resigned himself to taking her hand and gently rubbing it for her. Hubby, are you upset? Didn't people just act? You like that kind of drama? Qian Qiqiu even feigned ignorance and came over to ask Chen Duo. Chen Duo felt that if he said he didn't like it he would probably have serious consequences. Don't ask him how he knew. Since he knew the boyfriend survival test this kind of strange topic, he went online and realized that the whole country and even the whole world's girlfriends are actually quite tacit understanding in the matter of making a high degree of unity. After refreshing his understanding, he has also seen the general public full of all kinds of survival. No, I'm quite happy. You acted so well back there. I loved it. Chen Duo rubbed Qian Qiqiu's hands for her while lying and coaxing her with a clear conscience. Yeah, I think I acted pretty well too. Mostly if you like it. What do you think would be a good role for me to play tomorrow? I'm pretty much done with these ancient roles. How about an alien? It's exciting, isn't it? You'd be the one to do it. Chen Duo's hand paused for a moment, and he was quite impressed with Chiaki Chocho's quirky imagination. What else can he say? He cannot say anything. Chocho just like already on the highway to the road of drama. Chen Duo said helplessly. Well, it's good that you're happy. No, I just want you to be happy. I'm only happy when you're happy. Qian Qiqiu also deliberately pouted, whining and muttering, as if she was acting all for the sake of making Chen Duo happy. Chen Duo was already speechless by this abrasive spirit. He could only rise up and suppress her. He pinched Qian Chocho's willow waist, and the hot air that erupted from his nostrils spilled onto Qian Chocho's white neck as he kissed her neck. While kissing, he said in a low, husky voice, since you want to make me happy, what do you think of playing the Lord and the servant girl, the robber and the runaway bride next time? Chiaki Autumn. Holy, this guy has such strong tastes. He's definitely going to do more than just act. He's going to do it for real. Chiaki Autumn, who had been abashed for a second, immediately shifted to change the subject. Ha! I'm too tired from the long flight. I'll take a nap. Chiaki grew her mouth, yawned, and then closed her eyes in a disciplined manner and went to sleep. Chen Duo looked at a certain woman who was pretending to be asleep and smiled rather helplessly, finally subsiding. Only then did he wrap his arms around her waist and close his eyes along with her. After Chen Duo and Qian Qiqiu woke up from their sleep, then they went back to the Qian family's villa with the gifts they had prepared for mom and dad in Miao Miao. Chen Yun saw her son step out of the car and stood up. She covered her mouth and wept. After trying countless prosthetics, she had long thought that her son was destined to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, but she just didn't expect to see him on his feet in her lifetime. Mom, don't cry. I'm fine. Chen Duo walked over and hugged Chen Yun in a rare outburst of emotion. Seeing Chen Yun at this moment reminded him of his mom who, many years ago, secretly hid in a corner and covered her mouth like this to keep herself from crying out. Time passed so quickly, but in his mind it passed unusually slowly, and those sad years were long and endless, haunting him at all times. Great, you finally stood up. I also have an explanation. That is, I will die in peace. Chen Yun has always felt guilty about Chen Duo's leg, and she regrets that if she hadn't gone out that day, if she could have watched Chen Duo, she wouldn't have gotten into a car accident. Qian Qiqiu stood aside and smiled. Mom, what unlucky words to say on such a happy day. You'll definitely live a long life, and you'll have to help Chen Duo when I watch the kids then. Okay, no more. You guys seize the time to hurry up and give birth while mom can still hold it. Chen Yun wiped her tears and was happy. Now that Chen Duo and Chocho were getting better, she was relieved. Mom, go inside. Chen Duo hooked Chen Yun's arm and led Qian Chocho towards the house with one hand. His heart was unusually sour. It wasn't a very long road, and it soon came to an end. But he was content that he was on his feet and could walk side by side with the two most important women in his life. Chen Duo, why didn't you tell mom earlier? Mom really thought that the two of you had gone on a trip abroad. Chen Yun took her son's hand, and the smile that lifted at the corner of her mouth never dissipated again. Mom, at first I thought it was a trip too. This prosthetic was developed by someone Autumn had asked to develop it, and since we weren't sure if I'd be allergic to it, none of us said anything about it. Chen Duo took the initiative to explain everything to Chen Yun and put all the credit on Qian Qiqiu. Chocho, Mom doesn't know what to say. Anyway, thank you, kid, thank you so much. Mom thought she would never see Chen Duo stand up in her life, said Chen Yun as she couldn't help but choke up again, her tears flowing out again. Although she later accepted the fact that Chen Duo was in a wheelchair, the wound stayed in her heart forever. Sometimes when she saw people of Chen Duo's age playing basketball, running, riding bicycles, and so on, her heart tingled. How she wished Chen Duo could do these things too. Mom, we're family, there's no need for thanks. Qian Qiqiu handed Chen Yun the toilet paper. She understood her feelings. The day Chen Duo was finally able to move around freely, she also secretly hid in the bathroom and cried. Chapter 148, Wanting to Fish Again. Choo-choo, I've recently taken over a costume movie, and there's a female second in it that's quite suitable for you. Are you interested? Jiang Chenyi is calling Xia Choo-choo with a happy face. After the last variety show, they had private contact and slowly became friends. Yes, 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 you can help me with a recommendation, please. I've just been on variety shows lately. I don't have many resources. Chorchu knew that Jiang Chen also thought she was a naive girl next door with little heart, so she didn't beat around the bush and just said it straight away if she needed his recommendation. No way. You're so hot on variety. There must be scripts looking for you. Jiang Chen is also a little skeptical about her not having a movie to shoot. She can now be considered a traffic flower, although there is no work, but she is the body of the hot search every day. With that kind of flow, surely a script will come her way. There were, but Nan pushed them all away. She said they were all not so good quality web series, which would easily deplete the audience. So none of them were picked up for me, and I was worried about having no resources when you came. Big brother, you are really my lucky god. Xiao Chuchu interpreted her image of a straightforward girl next door with no heart, and did not intentionally flatter Jiang Cheni, so she treated him as a friend. Jiang Chen also smiled and said, "Alright then, wait for your god of luck to shower you with good fortune. Thanks, I'll buy you dinner when you get into the group." Xiao Chuchu smiled and thanked him. She remembered that Jiang Cheni took this movie. Male Eddie Xiao is now a first-line actor. People take the script as straight to the movie star. If she had contact with him, and they could make a movie together in the future, wouldn't she have a chance to make a run at being a movie queen as well? Xiao Chuchu was playing a little game in her heart. She can only rely on traffic nowadays, and other people's fame to move up. As long as she has her work, she has the power to speak. She thinks she is not a bad actress, and I don't know how many actresses in the circle can't compare to her acting skills. In her opinion, all movies are inseparable from the love-hate relationship. These she can play. What kind of women she can perform? Jiang Cheni hung up the phone and looked for the director to recommend Xiao Chuchu. He is quite optimistic about Xiao Chuchu. Jiang Sherbei's company is also slowly developing. Recently developed a small game. The response is not bad. He also made a small fortune. Instead of continuing to spend money to promote the game, he looked for the male children in their rich circle whose families were in the movie and media business. He was going to follow along and invest in movies or TV shows, and accumulate a little network in the entertainment industry to add to Xiao Chuchu's success so that he could clean up that woman earlier. Jiang Chen is also a man of action, and in a short while he replied to Xiao Chuchu, asking her to go over to the audition in the afternoon. Xiao Chuchu was thrilled that she was one step closer to the seat of the movie queen. Hatsumomo, I'll walk you there. Yang Jun took advantage of the break and came over to lavish affection on Xiao Chuchu again, although he is now exhausted in filming, but as soon as he rests, he will become like a 24 filial boyfriend to brush his presence in front of Xiao Chuchu. In short, he just loves Xiao Chuchu love deep into the bone marrow. Brother Yang, you're so busy, how can I bother you? Xiao Chuchu also feigned a considerate and polite refusal, but in fact she was so smug in her heart. The fact that this man was so dead to her made her feel accomplished. Not busy, no matter how busy I am. It's not as important as your business. Chor Chu, you've lost weight lately. It hurts me to look at you. Since knowing Xiao Chuchu's true nature, Yang Jun has also begun to show off his overacting skills, portraying his dog-licking image to the fullest. No, I haven't lost any weight. On the contrary, it's you who looks a bit thinner again. There's not much meat on your face. Brother Yang, don't work too hard. I won't be able to catch up with you by then. Xiao Chuchu was still hanging on to Yang Jun, thinking that people still care about her promise that they're going to have an evenly matched love. Yang Jun intimately hooked Xiao Chuchu's shoulder and said with a worried face, "You're a traffic ace now. Soon I won't be able to catch up with you. You won't not want me by then, right? How? You're the only one in my heart. You're the light of my life. Thank you for forgiving me for losing our baby. I'll need you to make it up to me with a baby in the future." Xiao Chuchu hugged Yang Jun and coaxed him softly, only where Yang Jun couldn't see. There was no trace of affection in her eyes, only mockery. "Okay, baby, when we get married, we can have as many babies as you want." Saying this falsely, Yang Jun only felt nausea welling up in his heart. This woman was just going to stand in front of him naked from now on. He didn't have the slightest interest in sex, he just wanted to vomit. "Muah, then you'd better get me there." Yang Jun is happy to act as her chauffeur. Xiao Chuchu won't refuse. She kisses him on the cheek and rewardingly urges him that it's time to go. "Chu, I heard that for this movie you're making, the male lead is Eddie Xiao. He's a powerhouse, and this movie will definitely be a hit, so you have to work hard." Yang Jun is doing his best to help Xiao Chuchu, hoping that she can stand at the top of the entertainment industry soon, so that his contract of squeezing one drama after another can also end sooner. Jiang Shushi promised him that the day Xiao Chuchu ascended to the top would be the moment he would refire the entire internet. As long as he was valuable, the contract with Nan, he had a way to get out of it. Aha, does Eddie Xiao hang out with you? Xiao Chuchu wants to climb into friendship with Eddie Xiao. Anyway, Yang Jun doesn't care about this. Last time he introduced himself to a few male stars in the circle, whose fame is above his. She caught two pretty good fish along the way, and they invited her to do a couple commercials, and she made some money. Yang Jun sniffed and knew that Xia Chuchu wanted to fish for Eddie Xiao, but unfortunately, Eddie Xiao is notorious for not being close to women in the circle, so Xia Chuchu may not have a chance, but whatever she wanted to do, he was willing to help. I don't have much friendship with Eddie Shaw, but I have friends who know Eddie Shaw. How about tonight? I'll ask my friend to introduce you. Yang Jun is also of a thunderous nature, and in order to get out of that contract as soon as possible, he really spared no effort in helping Xia Chuchu. That's great, Yang Jun, you're so nice. Xia Chuchu excitedly kissed on Yang Jun's cheek. A trace of disgust flashed in Yang Jun's eyes, but he still had to pretend to be happy. Baby, I'm driving, don't make a sneak attack. Am I not having too much fun? Xia Chuchu said and glared at Yang Jun as if she wanted to be angry. Her eyes were flowing with flavor and she seemed to be full of love and affection for Yang Jun. It's not too late to be happy when you meet Eddie Shaw tonight. I won't be there at night. I have a movie to shoot and I'll let my friend take you. Yang Jun intentionally did not go, giving enough chances for Xia Chuchu to split. It was up to her to see if she had what it took to get the circle's puritanical monk, and that's what she had. He'd been emotionally toyed with by this woman, and he'd recognized it as a lesson learned. Yang Jun doesn't have the heart to talk about love now. He just wants to shoot well and realize his dream soon. Chapter 149. All of them listen to you the most. Did your legs grow back, brother? When Qian Miaomia came back from school, she saw Chen Duo standing there drinking water. She was so curious that she kept circling around Chen Duo. Seeing that Chen Duo didn't answer her, Qian Miaomia sat herself down on her butt, hugged Chen Duo's leg, and began to study his leg. Misty, leave your brother alone. Seeing this, Chen Yun hurriedly went forward to pull Qian Miaomia. Don't. A baby gecko's tail breaks and grows back. I'm just looking to see if my brother's legs look like a baby gecko's. Chimimio began to pull Chen Duo's pants leg upwards, wanting to find out what was going on. Chen Yun how to pull can't pull open. Chen Yun once pulling she hugged Chen Duo's leg will not let go. Chen Yun afraid of hurting Chen Duo can only stop. Mom, it's okay, let Misty watch. Chen Duo knew that Qiuqiu wasn't here, and Qian Miao 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 wouldn't worry about anyone here. Fear of him that is also superficial. She will not stop until she achieves her goal. He simply discouraged Chen Yun from blocking it or she would make a bigger scene. Wow, it's real legs. It's amazing that my brother's legs can grow too. Qian Miao Miao pulled Chen Duo's pants leg up, and his brother's leg turned out to be real. She also intentionally squeezed it a few times. It was flexible, just too smooth. Maybe all new growth is like that. Her legs were pretty smooth. Chen Yun also saw Chen Duo's prosthetic limb, and sure enough, it looked just like the real thing, and the simulation effect of this prosthetic limb was too good. Qian Miao Miao, who was carrying a small school bag, suddenly sat up from the ground in a flash, straightened her skirt, and cupped her two small hands together in a well-behaved manner. Looking at her, even with her back to the stairs, Chen Duo knew that Qian Kikyo had gone downstairs. Only in front of Qian Qiuqiu would Qian Miao Miao be well-behaved. As expected, Chiaki Qiuqiu's voice sounded behind her. Miao Miao, you're out of school. It was only then that Chimimio Miao totted over and opened her arms to Chimichurri. Sister, it's been a long time since you've come to see Miao Miao. Qian Qiuqiu held Qian Miao Miao in her arms and smiled. Sister took a plane to a faraway place, and came to see our Miao Miao as soon as she returned today. Sister, so did brother go too? Brother's legs are growing out like a baby gecko's tail, as if she had discovered a new continent. Qian Miaomia told Qian Qiuqiu about this miraculous event. Qian Kikyo smiled at his words. Miao Miao must have been influenced by the story of the little gecko borrows his tail, thinking that Chen Duo's legs could also grow. Qian Kikyo cocked her head and inquired, isn't it amazing? Yeah, it's amazing. It's growing so slowly though, it's just now growing. Qian Miaomio skimmed her mouth, disliking the fact that Chen Duo's legs were growing out too slowly. Her brother had been in a wheelchair for as long as she could remember. That's okay, some things are worth the time it takes to wait. Chiaki Qiuqiu stroked Miaomi's head and said something she probably didn't understand very well. Well, it'll grow out anyway. Brother can drive himself from now on. I've never been in a car driven by my brother. Misty didn't really understand, but if her sister said it was okay, then it was okay. Do you have more homework now that you're in a big class? Chiaki looked at her still carrying her small school bag and set her down, removing her small school bag. Not much, I know it all. Qian Miao Miao thought these assignments were too easy. Addition and subtraction within 10. No difficulty. That needs to be done too. You go do your homework and come back down to play when you're done. Chen Yun looked at her daughter bragging there, and without any goodwill, urged her to hurry up and do her homework. Qian Miao Miao glanced back at her mother unhappily, who was deliberately trying to tear her down specifically at her sister. She wouldn't be so obedient if her sister wasn't there. Qian Miaomia was forced to take the book bag in Qian Qiuqiu's hand with a well-behaved face and smiled. Sister, I'm going up to do my homework. Okay, Come down and play when you're done writing. Kiankiki watched Chen Miao looking back at herself 3 times a step. She could only smile lovingly at Miao. This homework had to be written by her. Chio. It's only when you're around that Miao is so obedient. Usually it takes half a day of chattering to get her to do her homework. Chen Yun realized that it was only in front of Kiankiki that Miao, a mischievous person, would become exceptionally well-behaved. Walking to the second-floor corridor at the 1000, Miao heard her mother again badmouthing her in front of her sister. She huffed and couldn't hold back. Mom, you're just jealous that I'm good with my sister and you're purposely badmouthing me in front of her. Chen Miao roared loudly, and it was too late to care about her little lady image in front of her sister. Chen Yun, she hadn't realized that the little girl hadn't gone back to her room yet, and she'd overheard her. No, mommy is praising you for being good and obedient. Chen Miao didn't care about Chen Yun's reaction. She stared at Chen Xiuqiu and was afraid that her sister wouldn't like her anymore. Yes, Miao is very obedient. Go do your homework and come down to play with your sister later. Chen Xiuqiu looked at Chen Miao with a smile on her face and coaxed her to go back to her room to do her homework. Chen Miao saw that her sister's attitude didn't change. Then she pushed open the door of the room while holding her small school bag. I'll go see if Auntie's dinner is ready. Chen Yun didn't dare to talk about Chen Miao anymore. Maybe she had drilled out from somewhere again. Why do I get the feeling Mom's kinda scared of Misty? Kiankiki watched Chen Yun turn around and head towards the kitchen. How she felt like running away. It's not a feeling, it's true. In the whole house, she's only a little sheep in front of you, and a little devil with everyone else, and extremely destructive. Chen Duo knows his sister too well. Going to a kindergarten. Mom didn't worry for her. Why yes, I think she's quite cute. You're the master when it comes to disguise. Starting out as the poor little white rabbit, but actually the big bad wolf. Xian Qixio couldn't help but flirt with Chen Duo, who was the one who could pretend the most. Actually, the most powerful one is you, wife. Look at the little devil and the big bad wolf at home, all bowing down in front of you, obedient and docile. Chen Duo didn't deny it either, disguised as blowing rainbow farts at Kiankiki. You were good and obedient? If it was before, Shiaki thought it was, but now he wanted to turn over the surf and sing in a minute. I'm still disobedient. Tell me where I'm disobedient and I'll change. Chen Duo took Kiankiki's hand and coaxed her gently. Let go. At home, you watch your image. Shiaki looked at the man pulling and tugging at her without a good look. Chen Duo looked at Kiankiki with a smile on his face and said, it's fine, just pulling a hand. Everyone knows you're my wife. Where's the promised good behavior? Shiaki tilted her head to look at him and asked fervently. Chen Duo sniffed and immediately let go with a good and pleasing face, as if saying, I'll do as I'm told. Chapter 150, Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Eddie Shaw, over here. Sun Iza, wearing a mask, stood in front of the small food restaurant and raised his hand in greeting to Eddie Shaw. The two of them are iron buddies, sleeping in bunk beds in college revolutionary friendship. The small food restaurant today was also a place they frequented in those days when they were penniless. Then we all mingled, and the more we thought the place was even more delicious and flavorful. Running the small food restaurant are a loving couple who have a daughter who has studied abroad. Eddie Shaw often comes here for dinner after filming and has known the couple for a long time. Uncle Zhang. Eddie Shaw greeted with a smile when he saw the owner there as he approached the small vegetable restaurant. Oh, Xiao is here. You've been busy shooting recently. Haven't been here for a long time. Zhang Yaohua smilingly pulled a family affair with Eddie Shaw. In his eyes, Eddie Shaw is not a dazzling big star, just a young man who often comes here to eat and takes better care of their two families. Well, a while ago, I went off to shoot a movie. Is Auntie Wan's health okay? With a warm smile on his face, Eddie Shaw exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yaohua. Not bad. Thanks to you taking her to the hospital last time. She's much better now. Busy in the back kitchen? Zhang Yaohua thanked Eddie Shaw gratefully. Last time he went to the vegetable market to get goods and was not at home. His wife fainted in the store. Luckily, Eddie Shaw passed by and sent her to the hospital in time. Eddie Shaw said softly, I'm just lifting my hand. It's good that people are fine. You guys don't work too hard. Close the door early and go home to rest when there are no more guests. You and Aunt Wang should pay more attention to your health. Don't work too hard. Your body is most important. Right, Uncle Zhang. It's most important to take care of your body, or else your body will be more than worth it if you're exhausted. Sunny's chimed in as well. He could use a few more years of meals here. Alas, we can't do this if we don't obey the old man. We can't do it when Shinny comes back after a while. She told us to close the door a long time ago, and we thought we'd move our muscles while we could, before we got too old to move. Eddie Zhao's eyes flashed with an obscure bright light as he sniffed, his fists clenched. By the way, are you guys doing business as usual? Uncle Zhang seemed to have just remembered that they were so focused on pleasantries that they forgot to order. As usual, a couple more dishes. I have friends coming today, said Sunnyza looking down and flipping through the menu. He didn't see a flash of displeasure under Eddie Zhao's eyes when he heard that he still had friends coming. Eddie Zhao thought it was just the two of them for dinner, but he didn't realize he had invited someone else. He only had one close friend in the circle, Sun Iza, but Sun Iza had a ton of friends, so who knew what kind of people he had invited. Eddie Zhao's face darkened into a pot when he saw Sun Iza greeting a girl in a pink and purple dress at the door. Doesn't this guy know he doesn't like dealing with women? Xia Chuchu thought about the first time they met. She intentionally dressed modestly, but she added a little care to her accessories. She had cute hair clips pinned to her head and tiny earrings that accentuated her ears more and more. As far as she knows, the general high cold not close to the female sex of the boys like small cute, soft and cute girls, small girls to spread a pampered heart to him cute. What did you invite a girl for? Eddie Zhao coldly questioned his best friend. This guy is sick. He doesn't know he hates women. Dude, it's common knowledge that you're a monk. The girl has an owner. She won't do anything to you. Wasn't I asked by a friend to bring his goddess here to get to know you? I heard that she's going to be shooting in your theater, so she wants to get to know you as an actor in advance. Sun Iza hurriedly rounded off the conversation, fearing that his best friend would flip out and walk away. He's not indebted to that bastard Yang Jun for his favor, so he has no choice but to promise with his mouth full that he'll help his goddess meet Eddie Zhao. Then entertain her yourself and don't let her bother me. If Eddie Zhao hadn't seen that Sun Iza was his iron buddy, he would have gotten up and left. The pitiful bastard. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I've heard a lot about you. Xia Chuchu's face was excited like a little fan. Both her hands were stirred together, seemingly restraining her inner excitement. Eddie Zhao coldly watched Xia Chuchu's reaction without saying anything. He didn't want to ignore her. Sun Iza hurriedly pulled out the chair beside him, smilingly easing the atmosphere. Maisie, sit here. Brother Zhao has that temper. Don't take offense. Xia Chuchu knows that talented people have tempers. Yang Jun was not indifferent to her at first, but in the end he fell under her pomegranate skirt. When she observed for a few more days, she would surely find this person's weaknesses, and then she would break them down one by one. Thanks. Xia Chuchu blushes, and somewhat hurriedly expresses her gratitude to Sun Iza. You're welcome. Just take a look at the boy wonder. Don't talk to him. He won't talk to you if you do. He is like a snow lotus on that 10,000-foot iceberg, to be viewed from afar, plucked and touched exempt. Sun Iza hangs back and flirts with his best friend, trying to liven up the atmosphere so that Xia Chuchu is not so formal. Well, thank you. Xia Chuchu showed all the uneasiness and shyness of her first meeting. Xia, that variety show of yours is good. A little girl like you has become a group favorite in that bunch of them. A little princess-like existence. Sun Iza doesn't care about Eddie Zhao, entertaining Xia Chuchu himself and pulling away from her variety show to talk. It's okay. The teachers see that I'm younger and take better care of me. Xia Chuchu smiled a little coyly. The corner of her eyes surreptitiously surveyed Eddie Zhao, who had been holding his cell phone without lifting his head. Sure enough, he was high-strung enough to treat everything around him as air, and no one could affect him. You're too modest. You were good in that program. Very variety. Ha! Sun Iza was chatting with Xia Chuchu with a big grin, not realizing that she was drunk on this trip. I don't know much about that. It's just what the showrunners tell me to do. Xia Chuchu carried out her image of a little white flower to the end. She was just an ordinary neighborhood girl. She doesn't know anything. It's all arranged by the program. What's the sense of variety? She doesn't know. By the way, what gave you the idea for this movie? Sun Iza looked for something to talk about on his own so as not to get cold. He thought Xia Chuchu was seeing them for the first time, so he couldn't let go and always asked himself questions. He didn't realize that people weren't interested in him, which is why he didn't want to take the trouble to chat with him and just maintained his persona of asking and answering questions. I love shooting, and I'm on Variety. That's because I don't have a movie to shoot. I actually did a costume drama when I debuted that hasn't aired yet, and it's supposed to start recently. I'm now able to do a movie with Mr. Zhao thanks to a friend's recommendation. Chapter 151. Oh, then you work hard. I'll just play around in the circle. Singing is my main business, so please listen to my concert later. Sun Iza's movie shoots are really just a hit and miss, playing an 18th line supporting role, usually just appearing for a few episodes and then getting boxed in, or the handsome, out-of-this-world man who makes an occasional appearance to show that he still exists in this movie. Okay, thanks. I'll be there then. Xia Chuchu saw that Eddie Zhao really wasn't interested in their chat at all, and didn't even raise his head the whole time he was holding his phone. Not long after the food was served, Eddie Zhao even buried his head to eat. That is, Sun Iza, this friend he ignored. Xia Chuchu felt that she could understand the weirdness of talented people, but it was really the first time she had seen someone like Eddie Zhao. How does someone who treats others like air like that get around in the entertainment industry and his fans buy it? Xia Chuchu estimated that this person probably didn't even care who his fans were, and thought that it was all taken care of by the assistant and the team behind him. She was more confused about whether Eddie Zhao could act like this. Isn't it easy to treat each other like air when you're acting as rivals? During the meal, the only thing on the table was Sun Yi's chatter and hospitality. As for the opposite side was a cloud of air. Even if Xia Chuchu pretends that she accidentally caught the same chopsticks of food with Eddie Xiao, Eddie Xiao still moves his chopsticks elsewhere without lifting his head. Xia Chuchu just as if she is at her wit's end. She has made some small unintentional gestures, but people just don't look up and ignore her. She is not good to tease people too blatantly. After all, she has not yet figured out the bottom of the people. In case Eddie Xiao does not like it, then the first impression will become worse. The unsuccessful Xia Chuchu can only stop for the time being, chatting with Sun Yi and poking around to find out about Eddie Xiao's bottom line. Knowing that Sun Yi is Eddie Xiao's best friend after 4 years of revolutionary friendship, Xia Chuchu becomes a bit more enthusiastic, and she adds friends with Sun Yi with a happy face. Learning from Sun Yi's mouth that Eddie Xiao is a slow learner, Xia Chuchu thought that she could only boil a frog in warm water and slowly draw closer to Eddie Xiao. After a meal, Xia Chuchu chatted with Sun Yi, and a big-hearted boy like Sun Yi, Xia Chuchu took it down in one shot. It's just that Eddie Xiao is getting nowhere and I guess people haven't even figured out what her name is. Xia Chuchu waved her hand and offered to leave at the right time, and didn't bother Eddie Xiao, leaving a good impression first. After sending Xia Chuchu away, Sun Yi, who turned around and came back, slapped Eddie Xiao without any good reason. You can really good say do not care, really do not care the girl doesn't mean anything to you. See, she's got someone else in mind. Sun Yi is speechless to such a man as Eddie Xiao, making it seem as if the girl who came up to talk to him was interested in him, and froze. Look at Xia Chuchu, how good a girl. People are just a simple fan. Eat dinner, people left. Also not set close. Boring. It's none of my business if she has her heart set on something. Eddie Xiao rolled his eyes at Sun Yi, who was not interested in the woman just now in the first place. It's none of your business. When have you, Big Star Xiao, ever been interested in a woman? Sun Yi slumped back in his chair with a kudzu palsy, no longer able to spit on this attitude towards Eddie Xiao's life. It's not right either. For so many years, I've seen you treat all the other women as if they were cold and frosty, but the only thing you've done is treat that little girl, sure Noah, in a pleasant manner. Sun Yi played the game and came up with this sentence carelessly. Eddie Xiao's hand that was sliding the screen of his cell phone paused for a moment, and a dangerous aura rolled over his deep eyes for a moment. Then it was back to normal. I'm leaving. Eddie Xiao inexplicably threw his cell phone into his pocket with some annoyance and stood up. Leaving so early? Play a couple games before you go. Sun Yi's eyes stared at the screen, his fingers quickly tapping the screen, his mouth yelling for Eddie Xiao to stay back. You have so many friends. Let someone else play with you. Eddie Xiao puts his hands in his pockets, mask on, and gets ready to go. Don't they're all too good. Brother, just play 2 games with me. Sun Yi, who died in this game, hurriedly pulled Eddie Xiao. His teammates were all too pitiful to carry, and he needed Eddie Xiao to take him to the top. The only thing that replied to him was Eddie Xiao's unmistakably contemptuous snort, and he didn't even bother to open his mouth. What do you mean? You're looking down on me? Sun Yi stood up without any good reason, and playfully stopped to not let Eddie Xiao leave. Go away and don't bother the old man to go back to rest. Eddie Xiao couldn't stand Sun Yi, a big man chirping around like a little. He leaned his back against the door and opened his arms to keep him away. No, take me on a score and I'll off. Sun Yi was adamant that he would not be allowed to drive. And during this time Eddie Xiao went to shoot a movie, so there was no one to fly him. He's just been hunted down and killed. His stars are falling out, and he's back to his old self in one fell swoop, just waiting for Eddie Xiao to come back and take him to the top. You're such a novice yourself. Don't you have a bee in your heart? Every time Eddie Xiao brought Su Yi to play the game, he only felt that the pigs in the lead were flying faster than him. I don't care. You're the only one who can take me anyway. Those friends of mine are so trashy. Sun Yi doesn't care about this. In short, if Eddie Xiao doesn't take him, he dislikes the door and won't go to anyone. A piece of trash yourself, and you have the nerve to talk about others. 3 games, play it out and I'll leave. Eddie Xiao compromised and helplessly turned to walk back. Sun Yi sniffed and hurriedly caught up behind him as he curried. Brother, how unlucky to have 3 games. It's better to have 5 games. Let's just play 5 games. Eddie Xiao stopped and gave Sun Yi a cold look. Sun Yi, who was a second wimp, smiled and said, I suddenly feel that 4 innings is particularly good. And isn't 4 just hair? That's a good moral. I'll send it all the way. The bureau sends it, and up sends it. Eddie Xiao was speechless at the mangy dog like Sun Yi, and watching him make up his own steps for himself, he helplessly turned back and continued on his way. Sun Yi followed forward with a happy face, at least seeking a throwback benefit in playing one more game. One more game would be nice, and he wasn't greedy. The point is not that he's not greedy, but he knows that this is already Eddie Xiao's bottom line, and any more BB and he might just walk away. Come on, are you still playing the game? Eddie Xiao had already sat down and logged into his game account, not bothering to prod Sunisa. Coming. Sunisa hurriedly ran over and sat next to him on his butt. Not long after the room remembered the sound of the game, and the sound of Sunisa's ghostly cry for help. Brother Xiao, save me. Xia, cut down that Yakuza and make him come after me exclusively. Xia, come on, I'm dying. Chapter 152, His Random Thoughts. When Xia Chuchu went back, she started going through Eddie Xiao's plays when he first started out, trying to find something in common with him. This kind of man's heart hides deep and needs to be slowly excavated. Just walk into his heart and tame is to be loyal to her alone for the rest of his life. After playing 4 games, no matter how much Sunisa stirred up trouble, Eddie Xiao coldly came to say, "Do you still want me to take you to the score in the future?" Sunisa immediately wimped out as he smiled and said, "Brother, I'll walk you out." Sunisa opened the door to the private room for him, and Eddie Xiao ignored him as he pulled on his mask and stepped out with his long, slender legs. "Shinny, your mom and I are fine. Hey, take care of yourself." Eddie Xiao's footsteps paused for a moment, then moved forward again as if nothing had happened, though his pace quickened somewhat. "Autumn, you've got a good design for this software." Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikiu's code, still carrying some doubts in his heart. Although he had taught Chiaki some of his own unique methods, there were some things in this software that he knew very well he hadn't taught her. And how did she know that? The reasoning that her heart was in the right place didn't convince him. "But how did you come up with that method here?" Chen Duo pointed to a method he hadn't been taught and asked out with a puzzled expression. Qian Xiuqiu foolishly couldn't tell whether these methods were taught to him by Chen Duo in his previous life, or whether they were taught to her now. She didn't notice a hint of abnormality and said with a smile, "You taught me have you forgotten? Wasn't it you who taught me last time?" Chen Duo? He remembered clearly that this had some difficulty, and he had not taught Chiaki Qiuqiu, so how did she know that? And was flat out certain that she had taught it to her. Chen Duo had read some books on psychology, and he was beginning to wonder if he had a second personality. Could it be that his second personality had taught Chiaki Qiuqiu the code? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Chen Duo began to be a little afraid to pursue Qian Kikiu. "Honey, why are you gawking?" Qian Kikiu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and moved over. "Oh, I'm fine." Chen Duo's hand rested on the back of Chiaki Qiuqiu's hand that was encircling his neck, smiling and feigning nothing. "So is there a bug in this software? Is there anything that needs to be changed?" Qian Kikiu did not perceive Chen Duo's abnormality and softly inquired about him. "No, it's all good, or my wife is good." Chen Duo complimented Qian Chicho with a smile on his face. "That's because my husband taught me well." Qian Kikiu kissed Chen Duo's cheeks, and Business Mutual Praise also praised him. Chen Duo pulled the person into his arms and hugged her, asking softly, "Qiuqiu, have you run out of folic acid?" "Yeah, are you trying to have a baby with me?" Chaya Kikia hooked her arm around his neck and came up to his ear to exhale a hot breath. Chen Duo hesitated, thinking that he might have a split personality disorder, which was neurotic. It could be hereditary. He can't harm his children. "What's wrong with you? I feel weird." Qian Kikia felt that it was unscientific for him to be indifferent even though he was hooking Chen Duo so much. The man was hiding something from himself. A woman's sixth sense told her so. Chen Duo denied it repeatedly. "No, you're overthinking it." "Is that so? Then it's just that I'm not attracted to you. And it's true that there's nothing new about two people after they'd been together for a long time." Qian Kikiu unhappily retreated from Chen Duo's arms and huffed as she hugged her laptop and went back to her room. "Chen Du, is he pissing people off?" He rushed to his feet and went after them. With a clang, Chen Duo was turned away by Qian Kikiu. "This liar, there's just something he's not telling me." Qian Kikiu was very clear in her heart that Chen is uniquely preoccupied, and he is lying to himself. She didn't know why he was like this after looking at her code. Chiaki quickly skimmed through her code trying to see what was wrong. Autumn. Chen Duo knocked outside the door. He didn't know what he did to make Qiuqiu angry. "Nothing's wrong." "Ha?" Chiaki read it a few times and muttered with a puzzled look on her face. Honey, I was wrong. Don't be mad at me." Chen Duo kept knocking outside the door, shouting for Qian Kikia to open the door quickly. It's the first time Mrs. Lu has seen Mrs. and Mr. lose their temper. She rushed upstairs with the spare key. "Sir." Sister Lu handed it over. Chen Duo's face looked a bit unnatural when he saw this, but he didn't pick it up. If he opened the door with the spare key, he guessed that Qiuqiu would be even more angry. He'd better wait until her anger subsided. "Sister-in-law Lu, no need. You go and get busy. Mistress is just having a temper tantrum with me. She'll be fine in a while." Chen Duo rejected it outright, and he was even more embarrassed with Sister Lu here. Oh, Sister Lu could see Chen Duo's discomfort, and she hurriedly took the key and quickly went downstairs. "Qiuqiu, you won't let me in. My legs hurt." Chen Duo was at the door pretending to be pathetic and shouting that his legs hurt. Chiaki opened the door to the room with a worried look on her face even though she knew it was probably fake. Seeing someone standing straight, she blushed and glared at someone. Honey, don't be angry. It's all my fault. My fault. Chen Duo took the person into his arms and coaxed her gently. Kikyo hugged his waist and didn't say anything. This person always liked to hide his heart, which made her very unhappy. Wife, baby, Mrs. Chen, don't be angry with Mr. Chen. He knows he's wrong. Chen Duo kissed Kikyo's cheeks and coaxed her softly. As soon as Mrs. Lu raised her head, she saw the two people who were like glue at the entrance of the room. She covered her mouth with a smile on her face and hurriedly lowered her head and turned around. Kikyo's finger had a click on Chen Duo's chest and said in a muffled voice, "Have you changed your heart? Heaven and earth, I am true to you by the sun and the moon, and I will not fail in this love." Chen Duo grabbed her hand and coaxed her gently. "Then why do you suddenly not want to have children with me? Don't say you don't." You hesitated. Chen Shichio tilted her head to look at him, staring earnestly into Chen Duo's obsidian-like eyes, not missing a single change in his eyes. "No, of course I want to have kids with you, but not right now. After a while when I learn to drive so I can take you and the baby to the pregnancy test." Chen Duo was uneasy. He wanted to go to the hospital to check if he was suffering from schizophrenia. Kikyo was in disbelief. This reason was too lame. Wasn't learning to drive fast? She'll be able to get her license around a month and a half. And her baby has just been made if she's lucky, so there's no time conflict, okay? She was pretty sure the man was hiding something, keeping things to himself. Chapter 153, Opening the Heart. Fine, whatever. Xianqiuqiu feigned ignorance and let Chen Duo go. Retreating from his arms, she turned and went back to her room, and Chen Duo followed. He thought it was alright, that Chiaki had forgiven him. They went about their business in peace with each other, and he took his laptop and accompanied Chiaki in her room, tapping away at the code. As evening fell, they took their usual walk through the yard, arm in arm after dinner, as if the morning's minor conflict had left little impact on them. After Chen Duo took a bath in the evening, Kikyo even massaged Chen Duo's thighs with a smile on her face, and it was business as usual. It wasn't until Chiaki Chocho had finished her bath and came out that Chen Duo's breath hitched, that alabaster vase-like in the light of the white light of the skin covered only with embroidered lace underwear. This kind of embracing loot half cover the hidden more full of fatal temptation. But people didn't seem to notice. She walked forward step by step with her slender white legs, and her white jade feet were painted with big red nail polish. This walking around, her enchanting body seemed to be sending out invitations. Chen Duo's eyes stared uncontrollably at Xianqiuqiu, his throat swallowing unconsciously. The Kikyo of this moment was unusually bewitching, like a seductive siren, walking with a unique flavor in her steps. Kikyo lifted the quilt and lay in, coldly saying, "Turn off the light and sleep." Chen Duo? Just wearing it for him? He turned off the bedside lamp with a long arm, then turned sideways and wrapped his long arm around Chiaki's waist. The touch was smooth skin, and his hands began to foul. "Don't move, I want to sleep." Xianqiuqiu slapped him on his big, messy palm and refused his advances without a good grace. "Honey, I was sleeping." Chen Duo's lips kissed Chiaki's cheeks, and ragged gasps were sprinkled on Chiaki's cheeks. "I said noun, not verb." Chen Shichio turned her head to the other side, turning her back to Chen Duo, silently rejecting him. "Chandu, what's going on here? How is it that they have been unusually harmonious? And how is it that today she refuses?" Only then did the afterthought Chen Duo realize that someone's anger hadn't actually subsided, and he wrapped his arms around Kikyo and said, "Baby, are you still mad at me?" Kikyo said as if nothing had happened. "No, you're overthinking it. Then why don't you talk to me?" She used to be warm, not cold like today. Chen Duo's heart was sullen, and it was true that, as the majority of netizens had said, a woman's nothing was actually something. Chiaki said carelessly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't have children first? Hasn't it worked before?" "As long as we take safety precautions," said Chen Duo as he rolled over to get the TT from the drawer. "No, I'm going to recuperate my body, and I won't need it if I don't have children in the future." Kikyo coldly refused. Who wanted this person to not tell the truth? It was only now that Chen Duo realized that things were big, and he panicked a bit. "Baby, what did I do wrong? I'll change. Don't sulk. If you don't feel relieved, hit me." Chen Duo took Kikyo's hand and lowered his tone to coax her. Facing Chen Duo who hadn't realized his mistake yet, Kikyo was about to die of anger. Why was his mouth so strict? Kikyo huffed and turned around, hugging Chen Duo's cheek and biting hard on his thin lips. I wanted to bite him to death. It was now and he was still hiding his heart as usual, not telling her anything. Chen Duo was in so much pain that he didn't dare to utter a single breath, only thinking that her anger would subside after the bite. After biting it, Kikyo regretted that she had bitten him painfully, and still kissed his lips tenderly. Seeing this, Chen Duo thought that someone's anger had subsided. and he happily kissed her back, the skin that his big hands touched making his erotic thoughts surge back to him. Chen Duo, who had thought that he could eat meat, suddenly felt salty in his mouth and kissed something wet on Qian Kikyo's cheek. Baby, are you crying so much? Chen Duo panicked and turned on the wall lamp, and saw that Qian Kikyo had long been in tears. Chen Duo, do you love me? We are husband and wife, yet you still don't tell me anything. You obviously have something on your mind, but you're still looking for reasons to lie to me. Do you think I'm stupid and gullible? Wouldn't I have to go through the trouble of guessing what you're thinking every day in the future? I'd be tired too. In fact, you've never crossed my path. Do we have a future? Qian Kikyo asked Chen Duo back in a cold voice, looking at him with a tear-stained face. Chen Duo's heart ached. How could they not have a future? They were going to spend the rest of their lives hand in hand. Autumn, don't cry. I didn't mean to not tell you. I was just afraid. I wanted to be sure before I told you. Chen Duo panicked and wiped Qian Chicho's tears as he was about to cry along with her. Looking at the watermarks on her face, his heart ached and hurt. All he wanted was for her to be happy and joyful, never imagining that one day he would bring her to tears. Chiaki said with a sobbing voice, then what do you want to be sure of? I suspect I'm schizophrenic. Chen Duo hesitated for a moment and muffled his guesses. You're sick, being nicely skeptical of being psychotic. Qian Kikyo punched Chen Duo without any good reason. Was this person too idle? How can you be so capable of rambling that you can suspect you're sick? Don't be mad. It's all my fault. Chen Duo held Qian Kikyo's hand and coaxed Qian Kikyo in a low voice. Tell me first, how are you mentally ill? Qian Xiuqiu's peach blossom eyes were flooded with watery light, and she looked at Chen Duo with a serious face. Did you program at an early age? Chen Duo hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Qian Kikyo froze for a moment. The information she deleted was known by Chen Duo. She nodded her head. But what did this have to do with Chen's unique mental illness? Some of your procedures today were original to me, but I didn't teach them to you, but you balked at the idea that I did. I'm pretty sure I didn't teach it, so I doubt there's another me who taught it to you. Chen Duo muffled out his guesses, and when he finished he looked at Qian Kikyo with a grave expression. You lie down and I'm going to tell you something that will boggle your mind. Qian Kikyo thought that it was better to tell Chen Duo about being reborn. Look at this person who suspected that he had a nervous disorder, too capable of imagining things. Chen Duo sniffed and obediently lay down beside Qian Xiuqiu, and just as he lay down, Qian Xiuqiu drilled into his arms and hugged onto his waist. I'm actually reborn back and I remember things from my last life. You taught me this in my last life, so I remembered it confusingly. Do you believe what I said? Qian Kikyo looked at Chen Duo with a serious face, wanting to see if he believed him. Chapter 154, He Will Guard Her. Chen Duo looked at Qian Chicho with a serious face and a hopeful glint in her eyes as she looked at him, and he secretly thought that Chicho deleting the ape's information might be because she was afraid that she wouldn't believe it after explaining herself, right? He hugged Qian Kikyo's waist and said softly, I believe. As long as it's what you say I believe. Then were we together in our past lives as well? He was kinda happy in his heart. His former self taught Chiaki autumn codes, so aren't they good too? Qian Kikyo froze for a moment as she spoke quietly. No. We got divorced not long after we got our license, and I left the country. I studied programming abroad before returning home after 3 years. We weren't together, but you still helped me with bug fixes and taught me a few things about programming. Listening to Qian Xiuqiu's somewhat ethereal and mournful voice, Chen Duo was inexplicably somewhat saddened in his heart. He pressed his forehead near Chiaki's temple as he whispered, It must be that I'm not good enough for us to be together. Qian Kikyo rubbed Chen Duo's forehead and hurriedly explained, It's not you, it's my fault. You're very good and nice. It's because I'm blind in my eyes and heart that I can't see how good you are. So you're with Eboshi? When Qian Kikyo left the country in her previous life, the only person Chen Duo thought of was Jiang Shibi, who she followed to a foreign land. Not really, he's been using me and then he rolled up all of Qian's money. He used the money he rolled up to buy out Qian's to become Zhang's now, and he's engaged to Xia Chuchu. When she said this Qian Xiuqiu's voice was filled with hatred that was hard to hide. Let that pair of dogs torment each other in this life. And what about me? Where have I been and why haven't I helped you? Chen Duo was anxious. How could he let Qian Kikyo get into this predicament? What did he do? Zhang Sherbei and Xia Chuchu teamed up to create the illusion that I died in a car accident, and you were hospitalized at that time with a recurrence of your leg ailment. Mom and my sister were left without a backbone. They all thought I was really dead. You didn't believe me and went to look for me, but then the car was tampered with by Xia Chuchu. Then you were in a car accident. Life and death unknown. Then I don't know what happened, because I literally died in a car accident and came back to life. Chen Duo's heart listed Jiang Shibi and Xia Chuchu as his number one enemies. As soon as he thought that his Chocho was actually killed by them in his previous life, he hated that he could not thwart them. He even blamed his past life self, how he hadn't gotten sick earlier or later, but had to get sick when something happened to Chocho. It's so useless. He's the one who didn't protect Chocho. Chocho, I'm sorry. I will protect you in this life, and I will definitely avenge you. Chenduo tightly embraced Qiankikyu, indistinctly experiencing a kind of lost and found euphoria. His heart was filled with gratitude that they could even start over in this life. Don't say you're sorry. It's me who failed your deep love in my previous life. It's your fault for saying that. You always like to hide everything in your heart. You don't say anything. You only pay for me silently. But you don't know that I'm blind in my eyes and heart. I can't even see it. If I hadn't taken the initiative in this life, we would have missed it again. We are now husband and wife. And you still like to keep things to yourself. Do you think you'll tell me or not in the future? Qiankikyu unhappily pinched Chenduo's cheeks. He was just angry at this stuffy man. The name of a psychopath he was able to put himself in. After being angry she was saddened and saddened again. This fool was always looking out for himself, never suspecting that she was lying to him. I'll tell you whatever happens from now on, and I'll never think about it again. Knowing that he is not a psychopath, Chenduo's heart also relaxed. Xia Chuchu and Jiang Shibu he will clean up. I heard that Jiang Shibi is preparing to take revenge on Xia Chuchu. Then Jiang Shibi will leave it to him to clean up. Didn't he set up a small company? A little piece of in computers. And he deserves to set up a company in the country? Chenduo decided to gather a small group of people to come back and start the company up in the country. He is now able to walk freely with his leg healed and the domestic market can be carried out. He wants to leave Jiang Shibi with nothing and no place in the ring. Don't mess around with revenge. We have to follow the law. Just let them torture each other. And let's live our own little lives. Qiankikyu intentionally made light of them in her past life. And she didn't tell Chenduo about her imprisonment. She was afraid that Chenduo would go astray in order to avenge himself. She knew how much the man loved her. And if he knew she had been imprisoned and abused, he would have gone crazy and tried to kill them. Autumn, we will be fine in this life. I will protect you and never let the tragedy repeat itself. Chenduo tightly wrapped his arms around Qiankikyu, as if he wanted to rub the person into his body. His obsidian eyes flashed through a cloud of gloomy black mist. He wanted Jiang Shushi and Xia Chuchu to beg for life and death in this life. Chiaki Chocho was strangled to the point where she could hardly breathe, and she twisted around in Chenduo's arms uncomfortably. Her body such as cicada wings like black silk and the light adds a few points of temptation. Especially Chenduo's big palm was so restless by her to move around to her waistline below the wandering. The fire that had been extinguished by Qiankikyu's tears was ignited again with a bang, and the fire was hastening up. Chenduo's lips kissed the forehead of the seductive little goblin in his arms. Fine, dense kisses all the way down. Qiankikyu grunted uncomfortably as she was strangled. She reached out and pushed Chenduo, frowning, "Let go of me, strangling me." Chenduo sniffed, which gradually loosened up a bit and said to her in a mute voice, "Baby, your outfit is so pretty. That's for you to see, too." Chenchocho punched Chenduo without any good reason. She was punishing him on purpose. "Honey, why don't we have kids?" Chenduo kissed his way to Chiaki Chocho's ear, his ragged gasps falling into her ears. The hot air spewing out swept lightly against the tip of her ear. "Don't. If you say you'll have a baby, you'll have a baby. If you don't, you won't have a baby. What do you take me for, a reproductive tool?" Chiaki Chocho would not let him have what he wanted tonight, and was going to make this man learn a lesson. "Not at all. You're the mother of my children. My good wife. Wife, I really need you." Chenduo took Chiaki Chocho's hand and felt his thick passion. "Cold water needs you badly too. So get going." Qiankikyu hurriedly withdrew her hand after touching a burning heat. She was deliberately punishing him tonight. "Honey, didn't you say cold showers are bad for you?" Chenduo looked at Chiaki Chocho in aggravation. She had even helped herself to relieve herself with her hands. Qiankikyu said in a serious manner, "Washing cold water once in a while can exercise your body. It's quite good." Chapter 155, he likes this kind of girl. Chandu. Seeing that Qiankikyu was deliberately punishing herself, Chenduo helplessly got up and went to take a cold shower. After Qi took a bath, Chenduo came back and saw that Qiankikyu was still wearing these clothes, rolled into his arms again, and then lit a fire and didn't care. That night Chenduo took 3 cold showers, and only when he finished the 3rd cold shower did Qiankikyu change into a set of pajamas and lie down on the bed and huff and puff. Chandu. He had really learned his lesson this time, and would never dare to bury his heart again. Looking at the little goblin sleeping with a comfortable face on the bed, Chenduo's heart was helpless for a while. She had found a good way to clean him up. He pulled the person into his arms and buried his head between her neck, sniffing her fresh scent as he fell asleep. For the first time, Chenduo, who had never believed in heaven or Buddhism, began to believe. It must be that the heavens or the Buddha had taken pity on him, which had given him the chance to start his life over again, allowing them to be complete in this life. The morning light rose in all directions, and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. Eddie Shaw pressed his temples, which were a little sore from last night's hangover, and no one was going to make sobering soup for drunken him anymore. That little heartless woman said she was leaving without looking back, without a word. Scummy girl. He shouldn't have stayed, but he wasn't happy about it. Why should she be the one to dump him? My Shaw, did you drink again last night? Broker Suibai has a bit of a headache. This Eddie Shaw is good at everything. The only thing he doesn't like is the alcoholism. He had to drink every night and get drunk or he couldn't sleep. This quirk was very bad because no matter how late a scene was filmed, he still didn't miss a day of drinking. As a popular entertainer with a bad habit of drinking, this is easy to attract blackmail. It's a good thing this guy drinks and knows how to sneak it in, or he'd be in trouble if he got popped. Suibai suspected that this was a mental illness, a personality defect, or a vulnerability to developing an addictive personality. But as soon as he heard about going to a psychiatrist, Eddie Shaw immediately objected. Suibai had no choice but to cover for Eddie Shaw. He also helped mainly because Eddie Shaw had something in mind that wouldn't affect the shooting the next day. How much did you drink? Ancestor, hey, it's the start of a new movie today. You don't want to mess up. Suibai pulled open the curtains and opened the window to hurriedly ventilate the house. The smell of alcohol in the house was too strong. A little more to drink. I know it in my heart. Eddie Shaw wiped his hair and walked out of the bathroom with a cold face. Suibai said helplessly, okay, you just know in your heart. Eddie Shaw looked at the bottles on the floor and also knew that he had lost control last night. He had since gotten more and more sober and drunk. Knowing that the damn woman was coming back was getting on his nerves. Eddie Shaw sat down and ate some white kanji brought by his agent before he changed his clothes and left for the set. Xia Chuchu went to the set early, just waiting for the arrival of Eddie Shaw. Last night watched the play of Eddie Shaw studied for a long time. He has also considered some understanding. She was wearing a balled-up head today, a bright yellow skirt on top and white denim strappy pants underneath. She had a vibrant energy all around her, and she looked cute and cuddly with a piggyback bag around her waist. Good morning, Mr. Shaw. Seeing Eddie Shaw walking over, Xia Chuchu trotted over and greeted him with a smile on her face. Her pale cheeks were tinted red from the trot, and in her eyes was a hard-to-conceal delight. Plus this cute outfit of hers makes her look like a high school student. Eddie Shaw looked at Xia Chuchu at this moment, and his footsteps paused for a moment. His eyes stopped on Xia Chuchu, or rather saw others through Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu was happy in her heart. It seems to have some effect after all. She noticed last night watching Eddie Shaw's movies and TV shows that he unconsciously makes some small movements when he sees a cute girl in back pants and a ball head. For example, the eyes flashed for a moment, and the hands unconsciously clenched, or unconsciously touched the corners of the coat. She knew she hadn't guessed wrong. A high-strung guy like Eddie Shaw loved soft and cute girls. Cubby, Suibai pulled the corner of Eddie Shaw's coat, wondering what's wrong with this man today. Why is he staring at a girl? In the past, when Eddie Shaw saw a woman, he would hide as far away as possible. But today is too abnormal, isn't it? It couldn't be that the Moon Lord secretly pulled the red rope for him and he's Red Luan, right? Being pulled by Suibai. Eddie Shaw came to his senses. He retracted his gaze, didn't even look at Xia Chuchu and walked away. Anyone who wasn't her, the dead girl he loved and hated. Shot, Xia Chuchu's heart is a piece of pleasure. Looking at the little assistant came over and hurriedly asked, shoot, Eddie Shaw's eyes are absolutely amazing. Look at it, it's like looking at a lover, with tenderness and love in his eyes. The little assistant handed the stolen photos to Xia Chuchu, and in her heart, she admired Xia Chuchu. Eddie Shaw, the toughest iceberg male artist in the circle. Sister Chor Chor dared to go down on him. What courage. Well, nice shot. Xia Chuchu patted the little assistant's shoulder. This photo can be used to stir up a wave of heat later. Looking at this look in Eddie Shaw's eyes, she knew that he was a man with a story and must have liked girls like this, but now it seemed as if it had become a thing of the past. If that's the case, why can't Xia Chuchu make up for it later? Mr. Shaw, please have some water. Xia Chuchu took out the method of girls chasing after boys backwards in high school, which is stalking. She enthusiastically brings Eddie Shaw water. She can't believe this iceberg won't melt because of her. Eddie Shaw reached out and pushed it away, saying coldly, no, I have water. Xia Chuchu was not discouraged. Eddie Shaw at least spoke to her, a drop better than the last time they had dinner. So is Mr. Shaw hungry? I brought some chips over, Xia Chuchu said and reddened her face, as if she was afraid that Eddie Shaw would misunderstand that she was a foodie. She simply shut up. No, thanks. In a rare good-natured manner, Eddie Shaw spoke again and politely refused Xia Chuchu. Looking at the blush on her cheeks, Eddie Shaw remembered the little girl who was caught stealing food in the middle of the night, and she had the same red face. That snacker used to sneak up in the middle of the night to hide in the living room and eat potato chips, gnawing and clucking like a little mouse. Unfortunately, she also left without saying hello like a little mouse, not leaving the main house that had raised her for so long. Thinking of this, Eddie Shaw walked away with a cold face. He didn't want to think of that heartless little girl again. This little actor, however, kept dangling in front of him like a shadow, which annoyed him. Chapter 156, the boss is really meticulous. Chiyo, I'm going to set up a software development company. Are you, the boss's wife, interested in joining? Chen Duo inquired about Qian Qiqiu with a happy face. They would be able to sing as a woman from now on. Great! How many people are on your team? Qian Xiuqiu instantly became interested. She had long wanted to spar with Chen Duo's subordinates. Then I'll pull you into our group in a few minutes so everyone can get to know their sister-in-law. Chen Duo had a smile on his face. In this life he was going to keep Qiuqiu well protected under his wings for the rest of his life. If he had introduced his team to Qiuqiu earlier in his previous life, it wouldn't have been so bad that Qiuqiu was assassinated by someone else when his leg ailment returned. Chen Duo took Qian Qiqiu's hand and went to the study. He opened their group and pulled Qian Qiqiu in. Wow! Boss is mighty. Finally collecting all 18 bronze men. It's so hard. Welcome little 18 to the family. Woohoo! Finally a little old me. I made it through and became a brother. At 17, congratulations little old me. Dude, it looks like a girl. So it's 18 sisters. Welcome. Finally another girl. It's not easy boss. At small 7. Quick, you've come a set of beauty. Set beautiful. Play together later. Wow. Does the girl have a boyfriend? Qian Qiqiu froze as she looked at the unusually active messages in the group. What the hell is an 18 bronze man? Without waiting for Qian Qiqiu to reply anything, Chen Duo saw the message sent by Lao X and memorized this person. Sister-in-law dares to covet. She doesn't want to live. To introduce you all, she is your sister-in-law. The group was dead silent. Looking at the message from the boss, everyone slid the message up to see if they had made any inappropriate comments. The man who realized he hadn't said anything inappropriate patted his chest and his heart rested in his stomach. Only Lao X was shivering. He owed his hand. Why did he ask if someone had a boyfriend? This is his sister-in-law. The boss won't let him go. He wants to die for a while, especially since the message he sent was on the last one. The boss must have seen it before introducing his sister-in-law. It's over. It's over. He's definitely going to have a rough time ahead. After a moment of dead silence, the group went into a lively frenzy. Welcome, sister-in-law. Sprinkle flowers and give a warm welcome to your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you're the best. 12 laughed out loud as he watched the group of idiots perform in the group. This sister-in-law of the boss is a real legally recognized sister-in-law, and it feels so good to be the only one who knows it. Welcome sister-in-law. Boss and sister-in-law are truly a match made in heaven. Give birth to a son early and grow old together. Everyone looked at the message from 12 in shock. Was it what they thought it was? The boss is married. The corner of Chen Duo's mouth rose slightly as he sent a message. Thanks a lot. You'll be invited to the wedding when the time comes. There was one asterisk after another over the computer screen. Who could have thought that the boss would get married without a word? And what about the promised 18 bronze men? Boss, this copper has secretly returned to the world. Not to mention the license. Really they're a bunch of singles. Damn it, with no female tickets. He's already hugged a beautiful woman. And he might even have a monkey. People were more angry than people. The boss had already surpassed them technically. And now he had also surpassed them by a large margin in marriage. They were doomed to be rubbed by the boss under their feet. Boss, it's said that friends walk together for a lifetime. And whoever gets off first is a dog. Boss, you're a real dog. But congratulations to boss and sister-in-law, who must have been a beautiful fairy with a good heart to be abducted by boss. Sister-in-law, SOS, ha ha ha. Old 10, you are broken. Boss, sister-in-law, congratulations, boss is great. Sister-in-law agreed to marry young. Sister-in-law, do you know any sisters? Ask for an introduction. I want to lie down in a marriage grave too. This dog wants to defect from the organization. Sister-in-law, don't introduce him to any good ones. Look at me, I can. Alas, the 17th brother will cry, forever at the bottom of the heap. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. This operation of the boss is tie out of the sky. Call for the boss. Sister-in-law, why don't you say something? Squeak if you're being held hostage by the boss. I would like to invite my sister-in-law to come to the stage and lead us to new heights. Seeing that the group was unusually active and cheering, Chen Duo pulled Qian Qiqiu into his arms and relinquished the computer keyboard to her. Wife, say hello to everyone before they suspect you've been kidnapped by me. Chiaki Qiuqiu sat in Chen Duo's suspicion, tapping the keyboard and said, hello everyone, I'm Chiaki Qiuqiu. Only the ape felt unusually familiar when he saw the name Qian Qiqiu, and the name flashed quickly in his mind. He rushed to go through the chat records with the boss. The boss is letting him check out his sister-in-law and then accomplished this marriage of theirs? He felt like a red herring. This relationship was developing too fast. Was this what was called a soulmate? After all, many of my sister-in-law's codes are similar to my boss's, and that's a lot of karma. 1,000 miles of marriage codes. Sister-in-law, You're using the boss's account here. The boss isn't here, is he? So let's talk some gossip? Kiankikiyu ignored Chen Duo behind her and said with a smile on her face. Not in. Chen Duo looked at this little fox in his arms and laughed. Really naughty. Sister-in-law. How did the boss get you? How old are you? Sister-in-law? Kiankikiyu smiled and sent a message. We've been childhood sweethearts and have been married since we were young. When the fall comes, I'll be 21. I'll go. Boss is hiding deep enough, having a fiancé so early on and pretending to be a single dog to trick us. That's it. That's it. If we couldn't fight we'd have revolted long ago. It's too doggy. Sister-in-law, do you have a high family status? The boss didn't bully you, did he? People like him are so boring. They don't show any mercy. Chiaki sent a message. I'm in charge at home. He's quite funny. Sultry men are like that. You'll see later. Shocked. It turns out that the boss is like this in front of his sister-in-law. From now on, the lives of the little brothers will depend on his sister-in-law to save them. Chiaki sent a message. Good talk. They were chatting away there. Chen Duo pinched Kiankikiyu's waist in no good mood. This abrasive spirit said he was stuffy? Chen Duo came over and said carelessly. You're afraid you're so happy that you forgot about me behind you as a human cushion, right? Is it wrong to call you stuffy? Well, nor is it wrong to say that you are now explicitly sultry. Kiankikiyu smiled and made fun of Chen Duo, not expecting him to be so fierce in front of his subordinates. Everyone was scared to death. Chapter 157, Getting Help. Only the apes are skeptical there. The boss and his sister-in-law were childhood friends, and the boss even asked him to check on his sister-in-law. Now that his sister-in-law was still the head of the family, why did he feel that he had a bad future ahead of him? You all be careful. I'm back and the message is recorded. Chen Duo grabbed the keyboard to stop Chiaki Chocho from bursting into flames. This little liar would just babble. The group immediately quiet as a chicken. We no longer dare to chat gossip. Chen Duo spelled out his intentions and said, I'm going to open a company in China, and I need 3 or 4 people to come back. Didn't Seven happen to have plans to come back? Who else wants to come back? Noble studied Chinese and has always been interested in Chinese culture, and he would love to come and live in China. He hurriedly sent a message. Boss, can I come over? Of course. Everyone who wishes to come email me and think it over for yourself. But people are still needed for this program abroad. So if there are too many applicants, I will screen them. After sending this message, Chen Duo retreated, and the group let them discuss freely. Mr. Xiao, I made sour plum soup to relieve the heat. It's quite hot. Why don't you have some too? Xia Chuchu clearly felt Eddie Zhao's avoidance of himself in the past 2 days, and she thought that people understood her feelings, so she didn't act so aggressive, and boiled up some sour plum soup she brought to the crew, and many people drank it before she brought it to Eddie Shaw. No, thanks. Eddie Shaw directly pushed away. He didn't even want to know what Xia Chuchu's mind was. He didn't understand what he had done to make this woman misunderstand that he still had no interest in women. He was just looking at her in that similar outfit and not treating her like air that way. But that didn't mean anything. Mr. Xiao, everyone is drinking. Do you dislike my handiwork? Xia Chuchu beamed a little unhappily, her face all lost. Unfortunately, Eddie Xiao is not a master of pity. He looks at Xia Chuchu with cold eyes. Yes, I dislike it. Please stay away from me in the future. As long as you're still a woman, I still hate it. Xia Chuchu, dog man, if it wasn't valuable, she wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of pleasing him. She really thought she was a Yuan who liked him. Anger burning in his chest, but Xia Chuchu still has to pretend to be devastated and sad on his face and said, I won't bother Mr. Xiao. After saying that, she lowered her head, took the sour plum soup, and sadly left quickly, a wave of anger erupting from her lowered eyes. Don't let this man, Eddie Xiao, fall into her hands, or she'll make him taste the bitterness of love. Choo-choo, that ice cube, you should leave it alone. The sky is the limit, so why fall in love with a single blade of grass? Jiang Chen also comforted Xia Chuchu. He naturally saw Eddie Zhao's irrationality towards Xia Chuchu. There is nothing good about such a man with his eye on the ball. Upward mobility is not a trade, and men like that just aren't worth it. I just love him. I like it when he's cold, and I like it when he acts with a deep look on his face. Whatever he looks like, I like it. Xia Chuchu does not hide the fact that she likes Eddie Xiao in front of Jiang Chini in the slightest. She is still counting on Jiang Chini to give her a little help. I think you're just being cheap. A good girl. So many people you don't like. Rushing after an iceberg. Jiang Chen also huffed and puffed and wanted to scold people awake. This little girl how can not listen to people? What can I do? Oh, and I can't control my heart. Xia Chuchu was aggrieved and cried out with a sobbing voice. Jiang Chen also saw himself scolded. People cried, hands and feet in a hurry to coax people. Aya, you do not cry. Brother, this is also for your own good. You say how you stupid it? What can I do? I didn't want this. Xia Chuchu with a sobbing aggrieved chirping. interpreted the helpless image of a girl caught in the web of love for the first time. Jiang Chen is also very helpless. This cannot hit, cannot be scolded, cannot be said. I have to say that the girl's family is really delicate, and it's not a little crybaby. Who made this his adopted sister? Okay, it's all brother's fault. Don't you cry. I won't talk about it. Do whatever you want. Jiang Chen also had no choice but to support her. Oh, I know you're doing me a favor, but I can't sway my heart. The moment Mr. Xiao appears, my eyes unconsciously follow him. Hearing that this little girl knew his good intentions, Jiang Chenyi's heart was warmed. Not in vain, but if you listen to her later words, you will know that this little girl has already fallen head over heels in, and 18 oxen can't pull her back. It was just a matter of him not being able to watch her grieve alone, so he had to find a way to help her. Damn, I really owe you. Obviously only 2 years older than you. I have to take care of you like your father. Jiang Chen also cursed without a good mood. His tone was full of dislike for Xia Chuchu. Thank you brother Yi. As soon as Xia Chuchu heard Jiang Chen say this, she knew that he compromised and wanted to help himself. Just your sweet little mouth. Call me brother again. Jiang Chen also resumed his hangdog appearance and flirted with Xia Chuchu. Brother Yi is the best. You must help me, please. Xia Chuchu borrowed the slope and begged Jiang Chen with folded hands. For the sake of calling you brother, I'll do this favor. Jiang Chen was ready to help Xia Chuchu, and now that he was coaxed into a happy meal by a few of her brother's voices, he was suddenly in a state of bliss. He's ready to pull some strings with Eddie Shaw and hook up his sister. When the evening wrapped up, Jiang Chen made himself at home and invited Eddie Shaw for a beer and barbecue. Eddie Shaw originally did not want to go. He and Jiang Chen also not familiar with, but cannot hold others to familiarize themselves, dragged him to a barbecue stall outside the film city. So two people who are not very familiar with each other sat together, drank beer and ate kebabs, and kibitzed. Kardashian is mainly where Jiang Chen is alone yakking about the ups and downs of his own debut, which he wants to stir up Eddie Xiao's empathy and bring them closer together. As far as he knew, Eddie Xiao was worse off than himself, having climbed up step by step from the grassroots. Some men's friendships aren't just a matter of sentimentalizing the past, bragging about the present, and becoming friends on a mountain of booze. But Eddie Xiao is obviously not this kind of man. He sipped his beer and listened to Jiang Chen alone there while drinking and counting the hardships that had been there. He really think of himself as a listener. Woohoo! I was really poor and tired at that time. I was tired as a dog every day, and I still ate instant noodles all the time. I was on the verge of giving up, and then suddenly God threw me an olive branch again, and we've had a hard time with this step by step. Eddie Xiao looked calm as he watched the drunken Jiang Chen play drunk and cry. Chapter 158, I have a cold. Looking at the ghostly Jiang Chen, Eddie Xiao helplessly held his forehead and sent the drunken drunkard back. Don't help me. I can walk by myself. I can still drink. Jiang Chen also shook off Eddie Xiao's arm and walked forward crookedly, yelling for a drink. Eddie Xiao was happy to see his funny look. It was admirable that he still drank with that amount of alcohol. If he was drunk like this, I guess Sui Bai would definitely have to have him banned from drinking. This artist's image is pretty much ruined. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to fall, Eddie Xiao was quick to pull his arm to pull the man up. No, I don't need your help. I can. Jiang Chen struggled to push Eddie Xiao away, his mouth still yelling that he could do it. Eddie Xiao wanted to knock this noisy guy out and carry him away. Somehow he was dragged over for a barbecue and he ended up having to take care of an alcoholic. Could it be that this man was afraid that if he got drunk, no one would take care of him, and that's why he found him? After stumbling along the way, Eddie Xiao finally sent the person back, and after handing the person over to Jiang Chen's assistant, Eddie Xiao went back on his own. Just as he reached the doorway of his room, he saw a girl in a housecoat with a pillboxed head standing in his doorway. The backshot sent an inexplicable jolt through his heart, but when the girl turned around, his eyes were just left with disappointment that it wasn't her. Mr. Xiao, you're back. I saw brother Chen drunk just now, so I made some sobering soup. Why don't you drink some too, teacher Xiao? Xia Chuchu handed over the sober soup and looked at Eddie Xiao with a concerned face. Looking at the bowl of sobriety soup, Eddie Xiao froze for a moment. That little girl would also make sobriety soup for herself, but unfortunately, different people make it just differently. Eddie Xiao coldly refused. No, I didn't drink much, said Eddie Xiao. Pushed Xia Chuchu away and opened the door of the room after he quickly closed it as if there was a flood of animals behind. The concern on Xia Chuchu's face disappears without a trace. She bites her lip and looks at the closed door of the room with indignation. The hand holding the soup bowl is constantly exerting force. One day, she was going to step on this man. She turned around and took the sobering soup to Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Chen's little assistant opened the door to the room. Sister Chuchu, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? I heard that brother Tatsuya was drunk and made some sobering soup. Why don't you feed it to him? Xia Chuchu handed the sobering soup to the little assistant and left with a smile. Jiang Chen also greatly grinning has no intention of falling in love. Xia Chuchu also intends to keep a distance from him and be his sister, as long as it can be utilized. Being a sister or a goddess, Xia Chuchu doesn't matter. She didn't like these people in the first place, and she was quite happy to maintain this brother-sister relationship with Jiang Chenya. The little assistant fed Jiang Chenyi the sobering soup, and also sighed in her heart that Sister Chuchu was really sweet, and that Jiang's sister is not recognized in vain. Unaware that this bowl of sobering soup is not wanted by others, Xia Chuchu only used it to honor Jiang Chenyi, her brother. The white moon was in the sky, the stars were dotted, and the villa was silent on one side. Only the sound of pattering water came from the bathroom shower in the master bedroom on the second floor. Chen Duo was being forced to take a cold shower again. He had thought that last night's punishment was over, that incident was over, but that was just what he thought. Chiaki didn't think so, presumably to make him remember. The cold showers continued tonight. He came out of the restroom, hating that he couldn't find a strip of cloth to cover his eyes. Who told him that his eyes were just guilty? Knowing that it was hard to only look and not eat, but still wanting to look. Honey, too many cold showers are bad for you, so why don't you just leave me alone? Chen Duo looked pitifully at someone who had changed into a hot outfit tonight. He was really suffocating. It's only been 2 days. It's fine. Honey, I'm sure you can do it. Come on. We'll continue tomorrow, said Chiaki. Chocho walked out of bed and went to the check room to change into a modest outfit and came out. Chen Duo was stunned by the words continue tomorrow, and there was a tomorrow. He regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his yesterday self to death. Why didn't he say so? Why didn't he say so? Go to sleep. Ha! Sleepy. Yawning, Kiankikyo wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's waist and arched in his arms, finding a comfortable sleeping position to fall asleep. Chen Duo was bitter in his heart. Just like that? He was going to ask Chocho for mercy. Alas, it looks like we'll have to coax Chocho tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chen Duo wrapped his arms around Chen Chocho's waist, his head rubbing against her neck. See, pampering. Wife, I'm not well. I took too many cold showers last night, and I've caught a bit of a cold, Chiaki said absently. So, can I be excused for tonight? I know it's wrong. From now on I swear I'll never do it again. Chen Duo raised his arm in a serious manner and made an oath. Well, since you're sick, forget it. Kiankikia knew that his cold was fake, but she couldn't afford to toss him around like that anymore. So she simply took the step to call it quits. It's a way to sweeten the deal, to be gracious and to let him know that he can't keep things to himself in the future. The other day was just an excuse, an opportunity for her to give the man who liked to hide his thoughts a good makeover. Really, wife, you're too good. Chen Duo was happy to hear that he didn't have to take a cold shower tonight, and kissed Kiankikyo's cheek with an excited face. I hope you've really learned your lesson and don't keep things bottled up in the future. I don't want to guess what's on your mind. When things come up we'll figure it out together, okay? Kiankikyo wrapped her arms around his waist and gently coaxed Chen Duo. Okay, I'll tell you all about it later. Chen Duo replied with a full face of pleasure. Is Seven returning home today? Should we go pick her up? Kiankikyo knew that there were only 2 girls in Chen Duo's team plus her, and it was also good to have a Jime, so of course she had to go and welcome them. No, her parents should be there to pick her up. Of course she should be with her family at a time like this. Chen Duo only knew that Seven was from here, but the specifics weren't very well known. His team only looks for competence and never digs into someone's past. When he first saw Xiao Qi's ability, it was also because he inadvertently saw Xiao Qi's design of a software in a creative competition for college students abroad, and that's how he pulled people into the team. How do you find people on your team that are still single? Ha ha. Chiaki died laughing at the thought of them cursing Chen Duo, the dog, for abandoning them. I found them all through the internet and messaged them and invited them. Chen Duo didn't tell Chiaki Chocho that usually when he found these people, they would PK a bit, and only after being defeated by him did these people obediently join his team. After being rubbed on the ground by him, the men were much more honest and obedient. Chapter 159, Returning to China. Sure Noah, over here. Zhang Yaohua held his wife's hand with an excited face and walked forward at a brisk pace while waving his hand at the girls in the crowd. Dad, Mom, a soft girl with a pill head, carrying a pink backpack, rushed forward with a happy face and open arms. She dove into Zhang Yaohua's arms, her head rubbing affectionately against her dad's. How old are you to be pampering yourself in your father's arms? Unashamed. Wang Shufan did not have the good sense to count the daughter. For years have not seen this heartless girl or with her father pro. Hey, I know you're jealous of daddy. I'll hug you and kiss mommy too. I'm mommy's sweetie pie. With a happy face, Zhang Xiaoxiao jumped into her mother's arms again, hugging her and pampering her vigorously. Oops, okay, it's mushy, let go, shame on you. Wang Shufan disliked her daughter on her lips, but her hand holding her daughter did not let go. Zhang Yaohua looked at the mother and daughter as they laughed with a happy face. and he dragged the suitcase that had been thrown aside by his daughter with an unusually contented heart. It's been 4 years, and my daughter is finally back. She said she wouldn't leave this time when she returned home and had already found a job in the country. Both of them are also going to be forced to retire and live in peace, and their daughter's marriage will start to be planned. Haven't seen you for 4 years. Why are you still dressed like this? You haven't grown up at all. You'll be joining the workforce soon, so you should dress maturely and decently in the future. Wang Shufan took her daughter's hand and looked at her still short-sleeved with back pants and a pair of white board shorts under her feet dress-up spit. Zhang Yaohua shook his head and laughed as he listened to his wife counting his daughter there. When my daughter was away from home, she talked about it every day. When she came back, she began to criticize endlessly. No wonder he doesn't like his daughter and is always jealous that she's close to him. What's wrong with my outfit? Just look good and be comfortable. Don't you think it's cute? Zhang Xiaoxiao cupped her face like she was holding a flower and played a trick on her mom. If you were 13 or 14, mom thought it was cute. You're 19 now. No, soon to be 20, and cuteness doesn't go with you anymore. Wang Shufan shook her head at her daughter. Girls her age in the country wore scantily clad dresses and delicate makeup. She's the only one who feels like her daughter is still a high school student, like she hasn't grown up. Daddy, mind your wife. Am I not cute like this? Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted and blinked accusingly at Zhang Yaohua. Don't you listen to your mom? You're cute any way you are. You're just an overgrown child in daddy's eyes. Zhang Yaohua smiled and favored his daughter. It's still best for dad. Zhang Xiaoxiao took her father's arm affectionately and ignored her mom. Wang Shufan glared at her husband without any good reason and exasperatedly said, "You just spoil her. When it comes time to find a husband, you'll follow her over to help her too. That's okay, I'll just take dad with me." Zhang Xiaoxiao made a face at her mom and fought with her. Zhang Yaohua watched the mother and daughter fight with a silly grin on his face. Such a time seemed to come back, instantly filling those 4 vacant years. Quick, 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 Eddie Shaw is here. Eddie Shaw. Suddenly there was a commotion in the airport. A lot of people flocking towards the exit area. A number of people with cameras around their necks running forward. This, stargazing? Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the crazy group of people and looked at her father with a puzzled expression. Well, it should be. Let's get a move on. Thinking that there was going to be congestion in a while, Zhang Yaohua hurriedly pulled his suitcase and dragged his daughter outside. Eddie Shaw was mobbed by fans as he walked out of the airport, with his agent and assistant, as well as airport security, helping to intercept the fans. With long, slender thighs, he sprinted forward, thinking to leave quickly. Eddie Zhao's heart tightened for a moment as his eyes landed on the gate of the airport. She was back. It's just a back view, but you can't go wrong with that outfit. It's been 4 years and it's still a pillbox head, short sleeves, backpack pants, and a pink backpack. Eddie Shaw's pace couldn't help but quicken, but unfortunately he hadn't gotten to the door before the car carrying her flashed past him. It doesn't matter. It's a long time coming, as long as she's back. The corner of Eddie Zhao's mouth pulled up a meaningful smile. The person came back, can't let her go. Sure, Noah, look, we've changed quite a bit here in the years you've been gone. A large number of new houses have been built over there, and the subway has been built to our doorstep, so it's convenient to get around, and there's no traffic jam. Zhang Yaohua drove his grocery shopping van and introduced his daughter to the changes in the city in the last few years. What's the point of talking about this? Sure, Noah, you said you found a job. Where do you work? Wang Shufan is more concerned about her daughter's work. Sure, Noah had originally said she was coming back for a trip, but then suddenly said she was coming back to work in the country without leaving. Being a mother is more worrying. She suspects that her daughter has met something unhappy, which is why she wants to come back from abroad. Our boss hasn't said anything about that yet. We need to wait for a couple other buddies who are back from overseas. He told me to stay home for a few days and he'll contact me when the time comes. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the scenery outside the window with a new face, and realized that her hometown had changed quite a lot, and there were even skyscrapers built over there now. Go to work and listen to the announcements? Wang Shufan froze a little. Her daughter would not be deceived, right? She was so silly that she was easy to cheat at first sight. She hurriedly pursued. Then the company's address must be known, right? Well, our boss says he's still looking for land to build a building of his own when the time comes. He gathered our opinions last time and is probably looking for an office by now. Zhang Xiaoxiao replied carelessly, not realizing that her mother was agitated. You idiot, you must have been cheated. And build your own building. How long will that take? Do you know how much land costs these days? It's an inch of land. Have you been abroad for a long time? Listening to your boss bragging somewhere. Build a monkey's age, right? Shiny Zhang. Is their boss bragging? They have a large number of projects abroad, and simply do not intend to open business in the country, okay? Otherwise, they would have developed into industry giants in the country. He had also suddenly decided to open a company in the country. Otherwise he wouldn't have gathered only a few people back home. Mom, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Anyway, Our boss has money. Just watch. Zhang Xiaoxiao shook her head at her mom, not knowing anything and still denigrating their boss. Really? So, your boss is a foreigner? Wang Shufan thought that this is the only possibility. People do not understand the market suddenly want to develop business in China. Chapter 160, The Heroes of Youth. No, he's Chinese, or one of us here. Just stop guessing. People are capable. Zhang Shurao knew that her mom, a layman, didn't understand that if she casually mentioned their boss's name in front of her peers, others would beg to know him? Since when do we have a rich man here that we don't know about? Wang Shufan incomparably sure daughter this is don't cheat. Stupid not rash also every day can lovely love not long brain. Low down. People's money is overseas, and in bank accounts. These days the techies are stuffy, like I am. He. When I rest for 2 days, I'll take you to see the big house. I told you to transfer the small vegetable restaurant but you didn't listen. This time when I come back, the small vegetable restaurant must be transferred to me. Your health is not good, so don't drive anymore. You'll go square dancing with my dad later and talk to the grandparents. Zhang Xiaoxiao had a smug look on her face. She was going to take this money to buy a house abroad and take her parents abroad. Now that the boss is interested in pursuing a career in the country, of course she chose to return home when her family was here. Buying a house? Shinya, don't be a fool. House prices have doubled several times nowadays. And even though you've been earning money on your own for a long time now, it's better not to think too much about it. Your father and I are also getting old. So if we don't open a small food restaurant then we won't. The most important thing is to be together as a family. Reunited. And it's not bad to live in that old house. Wang Shufan thinks that her daughter does not understand the domestic market. The little money she earns which is enough to buy a big house. Don't listen to your mom. The old house is still a bit small. If we don't sell it, your mom and I have some savings. And with the money you earn, we should be able to get a bigger house. Zhang Yaohua thought that his daughter wanted to change her house. So he did. They only had one child in their lives anyway, and the money they set aside was for their daughter. You are afraid that there is no number in your heart. A few million do you want your daughter to be a lifelong house slave Wang Shufan knows that her husband is favoring her daughter, but it's not right to buy a house with such indulgence. There is no principle at all, which will harm the daughter. She doesn't want her daughter to be a slave to her house, and the old house is quite nice, so what's the point of replacing it? Shinny has been living here for over 10 years. And he just went out and drank some foreign ink and came back. Does he still resent it? Zhang Yaohua was admonished by his wife to shut up, and he certainly did not want his daughter to be a house slave. You guys stop arguing. I realize you have some kind of misunderstanding about me. I still have a few $1 million. Am I the kind of person who has a swollen face? Zhang Xiaoxiao was speechless as she looked at these two cockeyed adults. She was really doing quite well abroad. Okay, there's still money to be made to buy a house. You have millions? Wang Shufan was shocked. Wasn't this girl in school? She was a little taken aback by how she could still make millions doing a part-time job. Yeah, our boss makes more. Since it's a part-time job, the section I'm in charge of is a bit easier, so I get less money. The others make more. Zhang Xiaoxiao explained in a serious manner, but Wang Shufan said she was in shock. What kind of a part-time job is this when you can make millions of dollars doing it? It's not a crime, is it? Daughter, let's make money by taking clean money and being honorable. Wang Shufan hurriedly persuaded her daughter not to do bad things for money. Xinji Zhan? Mom's just speechless because she doesn't understand and likes to figure it out. Mom, stop guessing. We're serious about our work, and you wouldn't understand if we explained. I'm in tech, software development, and as far as you can see the games are designed by people like us. Of course, Zhang Xiaoxiao wasn't designing game software, but this mom was better able to understand it. Games. This one's been pretty hot the last few years. It should make a lot of money. Wang Shufan's small vegetable restaurant is near the university town. Often see students playing games with their cell phones. This she understands. Well, it's good that you know. So don't you guys worry about the house. I've got the money, so I'll just go straight to the house. Seeing that her mom pretty much got the idea, Zhang Xiaoxiao acquiesced to her mom's belief that she was designing the game. Oh, not bad, or my daughter's got it made. Zhang Yaohua looked proud and happy. Daughter, so do you want to pay your boss a visit when you return home? Wang Shufan is more shrewd and mercenary, worrying about human affairs for her daughter. No need, we're about the same age. We don't come to this. My sister-in-law is only a year older than me, and she said she'd treat me to dinner then. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaoxiao had a happy face. She could see what her boss and sister-in-law look like. The guys haven't seen the boss yet? She had the honor of being the first to meet her boss and sister-in-law. People buying you dinner? That's not good, is it? Wang Shufan, or the first time I heard of the boss invited employees to dinner. Feeling that her daughter in the human world really know nothing. It's nothing. Mom, we're similar in age and don't care about that. So don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about the kids, Mom. Didn't you hear Shinya say that their boss's wife is only a year older than her? Their boss shouldn't be too old. Since ancient times heroes are young, or young people have skills. Zhang Yaohua cheerfully echoed his daughter, and it was only his wife who liked to worry blindly. That's true. Eddie Shaw is a big star. Wang Shufan followed and echoed her husband in a rare moment. Some young people are still quite powerful. Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand, which was scribbling haphazardly on the car window pane, paused for a moment, a name she hadn't heard in a long time. He should have forgotten about himself long ago. In 4 years he never contacted himself. He probably found a girlfriend long ago. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaoxiao also relieved. Anyway, they are not boyfriend and girlfriend. How people have nothing to do with her. Still, when she heard her mom and dad talking about Eddie Shaw, she pricked up her ears and eavesdropped, her eyes pretending to stare out the window as if nothing had happened. Eddie Shaw, that young man is really good. I see that circle of theirs is so messy, but he doesn't have any gossip at all. Yeah, not a bit of celebrity airs. Went back to our little food restaurant for dinner, and still treated us with courtesy. He used to tutor Shirnoa in her homework, and Shirnoa, the little girl, used to be so clingy to him. Who says it isn't? I was suspecting I was going to have more than one son-in-law. Ha! Listening to both of her parents' banter, Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think of her past with Eddie Xiao. She was sitting in the private room doing her homework that day when a young man wearing a mask pushed his way in and her dad followed the young man. She hurriedly gathered up her homework and listened to her dad, clutching her book bag and heading to the next private room. She was sitting in the private room next door and had just pulled out her homework when he walked in wearing a mask. Little girl, did you drop your homework? Chapter 161, The Smell of Vixen. Their bond began over that dropped homework, and he would come over when he had time to tutor her in her math homework. Then they got closer and she grew to like him, but there's an age gap and a status gap between them. He's an actor. She's an ordinary person. She hated the fact that he was nice to himself, but not accepting of himself. He always jokes that she's still young and doesn't know anything, and that she won't be like that when she's older. She thought that in that case she might as well give them some time, and she chose to go abroad to study. But he never sent himself a message. Here we are. Shinny, what's wrong with you? Get off. Wang Shufan saw her daughter still sitting stupidly in the car and yelled at her to get off. Zhang Xiaoxiao's thoughts were also interrupted as she hurriedly moved out a bit and got out of the car. Mom, are you guys still going to the chow hall later? Zhang Xiaoxiao heard that Eddie Xiao often go to the small dishes restaurant. She would like to take a chance. Can I see him again? But also a kind of remembrance of their own that did not end of the Ming love it. We won't be opening for a few more days. The transfer notice has already been posted. Shinny, don't worry. Your mom and I will close the store. Zhang Yaohua thought that his daughter did not allow them to go to the small vegetable restaurant and hurriedly explained. Oh, I'm going to go back and get some rest, and then I'll come over and help you guys tonight. Zhang Xiaoxiao yawned and followed her father. Don't go. It's not easy to come back. Have a good rest. The store is busy. Your father and I have hired someone to help. Wang Shufan looked at her daughter yawning, heartbroken, told her daughter not to go. It's okay. I'm just going over there to hang out. Zhang Xiaoxiao waved her hand, hiding her ulterior motives. Cub, you need to pay attention. I think that Xia Chuchu is getting up to you. You're at the peak of your career or don't fall in love. Agent Suibai sat in the nanny car and urged Eddie Xiao again and again. Although that Xia Chuchu looked not bad, the current him was not suitable for a relationship. He was 26 years old, at the peak of his career, and if he was delayed because of a relationship, it would be hard to get up again later. After all, this circle is like a big wave of sand. The latter wave forward and backward. He does not enter or retreat, will soon be replaced by others. Well, I have no idea about that woman. Eddie Shaw nodded his head indifferently. He was tired of that woman. It always felt like she was intentionally imitating his little girl, a feeling that annoyed him. That outfit was only cute if his little girl wore it. You can take a break after we go shoot the magazine cover in a little while. Don't forget about the evening flight. Go to the set or keep your distance from Xia Chuchu. There's not much of a scene left, so I won't follow you over there this time. So call me if anything happens. Suibai talked about Eddie Xiao's schedule and reminded him again and again to stay away from Xia Chuchu. Well, Eddie Xiao gave a light but in his heart, he was still thinking about a trip to the small vegetable restaurant, wondering if he would run into the little girl. Chen Duo, what about this? Qian Kikyo walked out of the fitting room and stood in front of Chen Duo to let him give some advice. Chen Duo accompanied Qian Kikyo out shopping for the first time, and he accompanied her with incomparable patience throughout. This color suits your skin. It looks good. Buy it. In order to prevent himself from always saying good. Okay, which seemed a bit perfunctory to Chen Xiuqiu. Chen Duo could only make up his own words, and in the end, he bought it anyway. Thank you, husband, for breaking your bank today. Qian Kikyo happily kissed Chen Duo's cheek. She had bought a whole lot of things today. You like it as much as you like, and all the money I make is for you to spend. Chinduo pulled Kiankikyu's hand with a smile on his face. It was good that she was happy. You must be tired after staying with me for so long. Wait for me to change. Let's find a place to sit. My treat. Kiankikyu was afraid that Chinduo's legs wouldn't be able to take it, so she hurriedly went to the fitting room to change clothes. She took the dress and placed it at the register, trying to get the lady to wrap it for her. A woman suddenly walked over and snatched the dress up saying, "Wrap this up for me. You're sick. You want to buy clothes, go pick them out yourself. They're mine." Chiakikia snatched the clothes and glared at the woman without a good look. "It's not paid for. Who says it's yours? It's whoever pays for it. Swipe my card." The woman looked at Chiaki Chocho with a condescending scorn and handed the card over. "You think you're the only one with a card?" Chiaki Chocho handed over her own card as well. Looking at the woman's condescending manner, she always had a third child's air in this flirty dress. And then look at the thieving and colorful men around her. Such a woman who was both rude and shameless. Of course Kiankikyu would not let it go even more. "This dress is a limited edition. Can you afford it with this crappy card of yours?" The woman looked at Chiaki Chocho with a disdainful look on her face. "Humph. I can afford to pay for 10 pieces. On the contrary, it's you who likes to rob others so much. I heard that it's a disease. You'd better go to the hospital to have it looked at." Kiankikyu insinuated sarcastically that she was not being a good person to steal someone else's man. You're the one who's sick. Crazy. I had my eye on this dress last time. I just came over to buy it today. Who robbed it? The woman cursed Kiankikyu in annoyance, and a trace of disgust flashed in Chen Duo's eyes. "Yo, so why didn't you buy it the other day? Didn't bring an ATM over, did you?" Chen Xiuqiu held Chen Duo's arm and mocked the annoyed woman with a smirk on her face. "My darling is happy to be my ATM, aren't you, dear?" The woman had a smile on her face as she held the short, fat man who looked like a thug next to her, her little mouth sweetly coaxing the man. "Wife, hurry up and pay the money. It smells like a riot in here. It's awful." Chen Duo helped Chiaki Chocho and handed over his black card. When the woman heard Chen Duo scolding himself, her face rose to the color of pig's liver, and she couldn't even say anything in anger. When she saw the black card that Chen Duo handed over, she immediately changed her expression to a mocking one. "Yo, don't you also carry an ATM? My husband is happy to spend money on his wife as a matter of course. I'm just losing it all. He's happy with that." Kiankikyu looked at the woman with a smug look on her face. She was legal, and she was content to spend her husband's money. "Yes, wife, all for you to spend. It's only right and proper for a wife to spend her husband's money, but to give it to a vixen would be punishable by heaven. Come on, wife, this vixen's Thai odor is getting worse." Chen Duo carried the bag handed over by the cashier and walked away with Chiakiku on his arm with his hand covering his nose, leaving the woman stomping her feet in place in anger. The man on her arm blushed green and white, feeling very humiliated. Chapter 162, It's sweeter this way. "Honey, you're amazing." Kiankikyu complimented Chen Duo with a smile on her face. "Don't give her a good face for a mistress who destroys other people's families," Chen Duo complimented. "Wife taught you well." Kiankikyu happily kissed Chen Duo's and said, "What a sweet little mouth. Wife treats you to dessert. I'll pay for it." "Honey, are they bullying me?" The woman watched Chiaki Chocho as they left and then aggressively pouted at the man beside her. "Put away that Thai look of yours. It's embarrassing in public." The short, fat man suddenly didn't take kindly to the foxy look of the woman, and cursed out without a good reason. Now he also felt that this woman brought out not much to hold, looked like a serious woman, a flavor of the wind. The woman froze at his words, too scared to speak. After all, she still had to rely on this man to support her, so naturally she had to listen to him. "Let go of me and walk properly for me." The short, chubby man swaggered away with a round belly and a wallet in one hand. The sultry woman then trotted to follow, and she curtly reached out to take the man's hand, only to have him shrug it off. The woman's heart is angry. This short winter melon, if it is not to see his money, who licked his face to go with such a man. She even high heels are not very wear. For the sake of the ATM, the woman's face regained its ingratiating smile and reached out to hold the man's hand, commiserating. "Hubby, everyone's watching?" The short, fat man glanced at the woman, and that was all the little look that pleased him. It was much more soothing to look at than the tigress in his house, and it was an obedient contraption left and right, so that's why he didn't shake off her hand. The woman then pulled the man with a smile on her face and went to buy things for her. The things she had looked at last time. Today, anyhow, she wanted this man to buy them all for her. She thought she was treating this man like an ATM, and he was treating her like nothing more than a plaything. No man or woman in this world is stupid or foolish unless they lie to themselves. When you're using someone, you don't realize that they're not taking you seriously either. Thinking it's unearned and rather superior, they're toying with others without realizing what they're losing. Lickety-split. They trampled their dignity underfoot and were as humble and pathetic to others as dogs wagging their tails and begging for mercy. A deal. each to his own. Maybe a loss of a mere penny to someone else. Fate is fair to everyone. And when it gives you the extra gift of beauty, it has actually put a price tag on it. When you use it to get something else by some means, you are bound to pay something. Dead fatso. You even brought a vixen out to flaunt the city. A woman in gold followed by 2 stout men rushed over aggressively, and she scratched her face and violently beat the short and fat man. Beat that vixen to death for me and strip her naked. So fond of seducing men. Let everyone have a good look. The spunky woman was beating up her own cheating man, but she didn't forget to order the bodyguard she brought along to beat up the vixen who seduced her husband. Ah, help! Stop fighting! The woman rolled on the ground, begging for help, but the passers-by are unusually disgusted by the mistress, and some men will only watch the show like admiring the woman who was leaking her spring light. It wasn't until mall security rushed over that the farce was stopped. The woman on the floor had been beaten beyond her parents' knowledge and was fully clothed. Only then did the spirited woman turn to her bodyguard and say, "Get her to the hospital. But don't die. Bad luck." She lifted her own man's ear and walked out, cursing as she walked. Dare to bring a woman to the mall for my mother. Give you face? Looking for death, isn't it? Honey, there seems to be a lot of activity over there. What's going on? Chiaki Chocho sat in the dessert store and stretched her neck curiously to look over there where a bunch of people had gathered. Chen Duo said with a calm face, "It should be that man's wife coming to clean them up." "How do you know? Did you just do something?" Qian Kikia looked at Chen Duo with a puzzled expression. The two of them stayed together. How come she didn't see what he did? "I took a picture of the man and had old Ten notify his wife to come over and catch him in the act." Saying this, Chen Duo brought his cheek closer to Qian Qiuqiu. The meaning of asking for a reward was self-evident. Who let that vixen dare to call Qiuqiu sick and a psychopath, which he couldn't tolerate? Only the old Ten who received the task of the boss was very bitter. He was a code knocker. When was he reduced to helping the main house to fight the mistress? It was all his fault that he had made one more comment at the time and asked if his sister-in-law had a boyfriend, and now he was being retaliated by the boss. But what kind of mission is it to ask him to find a way to get the right woman to come over and catch the mistress? His head, even more iron thought through the head, also did not come up with a reason. Only feel that the boss of this whole person's method of ingenuity. Chiaki Chocho looked at a certain person's cheek that came up to her and was happy. This person was really childish, like a little baby begging for compliments sometimes. Not much different from Meow Meow. She sidled up for a kiss and smiled. "Hubby is so smart and awesome." Chen Duo then smiled contentedly. For Laowax, who helped him with this matter, he could only say that he deserved it. Who let him make a mistake and be remembered by him? "This cupcake is delicious. Autumn, try it." Chen Duo dug a spoonful and handed it to Chiaki Chocho's mouth. "Well, good." With such a sweet and cloying flavor that only Chen Duo liked to eat, Chiaki complimented the dessert against her will. Afraid that Chen Duo would feed her again, Qian Kikyo hurriedly said, "It's hard for my husband to carry the bag for me. Take a break and I'll feed you." Saying that, Qian Kikyo hurriedly took the cake plate in front of Chen Duo in her hand and scooped a spoonful and handed it to Chen Duo's mouth. Chen Duo, who was happily being fed by Qian Chicho, opened his mouth and happily looked at Qian Chicho while eating. This well-behaved appearance reminded Qian Chocho of Qian Miaomio, who occasionally pampered herself by wanting her to feed her, and she had gained another little baby. Qian Kikia said with a smile on her face, "Is it good? Yummy. Autumn feeds even better." Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikyo with a smile on his face, his obsidian eyes full of Qian Kikyo's reflection. Sure enough, the little mouth is sweeter after dessert. Qian Kikyo laughingly flirted with Chen Duo. This person now sweet talk open mouth, long ago can graduate out of the teacher. "Autumn, you eat too. I'll feed you." Chen Duo said and wanted to bring the dessert over to feed Qian Kikyo. Qian Kikyo didn't want to eat it. She hurriedly said, "No need for you to feed me. I'll eat it myself." Saying that, she moved over and kissed on Chen Duo's lips, smiling and eating. "This is sweeter, don't you think so?" Qian Kikyo winked at Chen Duo. Ghostly. Chapter 163, Embarrassment at the Movie Theater. Chen Duo looked at Qian Chicho's playful appearance, giggled and nodded. "Right, Chicho. Taste a few more bites." Chiaki Autumn. The man was quite greedy, but who made her like it? Qian Kikyo went over and kissed him again before saying, "No more kisses. Showing love in public will make people jealous." "Okay, then go back to kissing." Chen Duo, who had been kissed again, compromised, but he also made the condition that this benefit could not be lost. "Going back, you just want to kiss?" Qian Qiuqiu's eyes flowed with flavor as she raised her eyebrows and glanced at Chen Duo. Chen Duo seriously suspected that this abrasive spirit was deliberately teasing him again, but unfortunately he was uncontrollably falling for it back and forth. "Honey, why don't we go to the movies?" Chiaki thought about how they hadn't been to the movies yet. "Might as well go see a movie while you're at it, just so you can sit back and relax." Chen Duo pulled Qian Kiki's hand with a well-behaved face and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you on all counts. I'll see what movies are available." and you sent right over to take the stuff back first. Chiaki Chocho opened her phone and started booking the tickets, while Chen Duo contacted Wright, who was hanging out alone in the mall to avoid being a light bulb, to come over and pick up his stuff. Honey, what movie do you want to see? Chiaki Chocho got over there with her phone and conferred with Chen Duo about what movie to watch. Pick your favorite. I'm all for it. Chen Duo was dazzled by these movies, and he didn't have any particular preference. He could accept whatever Autumn liked, and the most important thing was that the person beside him was her. He. Then we watch rom-coms with pretty high ratings. With a smile on her face, Chiaki Autumn chose the most recent scene of the rom-com, which had a pretty high rating and should be pretty good. She wasn't really into movies either and didn't even pay much attention to this one. They sat in the dessert store for a while before heading to the movie theater on the 4th floor. After picking up their tickets and getting popcorn and Coke in the lobby, they sat in the lobby for a short while before the show started. With popcorn and Coke in one hand and Chiaki Chocho in the other, Chen Duo found their place and sat down. It wasn't a weekend. There weren't a lot of people, and the ones that didn't come over were couples holding hands. Chiaki Chocho watched the movie, and in the dim light of the cinema, Chen Duo looked at her side face, watching her frown occasionally, a smirk now and then, and sometimes a grimace of disgust. These vivid little expressions are adorable. He didn't need to see the movie to know that the drama had come alive from her face, showing its ups and downs. After being stared at with such hot eyes for a long time, Kian Kikiu naturally noticed it, and she turned her head to catch someone who was secretly looking at her. Caught in the act, Chen Duo feigned composure and handed Chiaki Chocho the popcorn. Chiaki grabbed the popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth. Only then did Chen Duo look up and feign a serious look at the movie. Kian Kikiu secretly laughed. Old husband and wife. This person is still so interesting. She reached up and wrenched the armrest on her seat up and leaned her whole body over. Chen Duo said softly, "What's wrong? This armrest is too hard to lean on." Kian Kikiu beamed and complained, placing her hand on the small of Chen Duo's back. She then felt more comfortable and resumed watching the movie. This placed hand was a torture for Chen Duo. This position was too easy to be distracted. He didn't have the heart to watch the movie at all. Even killing Chiaki didn't think that there was action in this romance. Unusually intense action. Couples in front of her are cuddling and nibbling up and she freezes. This is too open. Isn't she afraid of being seen in public? As soon as she turned her head she saw Chen Duo looking at her with a hopeful face. And may I, Abe? No. But she had heard that the movie theater was monitored, and she didn't want to make it available for viewing. Her hand accidentally slipped downward and touched something burning hot, and her heart thundered in the sky. This one is reacting to a movie. Is she starving him these days? Honey, don't deliberately seduce me. Chen Duo's low, hoarse voice reached Chiaki Chocho's ears, with a hint of aggravation. I'm the one who didn't. I can't believe you're having a reaction watching women in movies. You're done. Kian Kikyo huffed and pulled Chen Duo's cheeks, exasperated with her. Not at all. It wasn't your hand on my little tummy that made me. Chen Duo felt that he was more wrong than Sinus. Wasn't she deliberately provoking him? And now she's backtracking. This woman who only plays tricks on him is too much to be hated. Chiaki exasperatedly asked back. Really? You didn't see that naked woman on the movie? 1,000 times over. I've been watching you. I haven't even been watching the movie. Chen Duo took Kian Kikyo's hand. He was dying of aggravation. Honey, help me. Chiaki Chocho was confused when she heard this. Here, she doesn't want it. She pulled Chen Duo away from the scene. This damn rom-com. Why is there such a big bed scene? Autumn, I'm going to the restroom. Chen Duo let go of Kian Kikyo. How could he go out if it was so embarrassing? Kian Kikyo pulled Chen Duo and whispered into his ear. Where's the restroom that's better than a hotel? Chen Duo sniffed with a face of surprise and pulled Kian Kikyo to a nearby hotel. Opening the door of the guest room he was on fire and pressed the person against the door panel. Perhaps because he was in an unfamiliar environment. Or perhaps he had been hungry for too long. Chen Duo was unusually enthusiastic about demolishing Chiaki Chocho into his stomach, expecting a quick relief. To Chiaki's surprise they stayed here until nightfall. After living off the fat of the land, Chen Duo then wrapped the person in his arms with a smile on his face. Listening to her petulant complaints about him being too rough, her sore back and all, he listened patiently and coaxed her by gently admitting her mistake. It's all my fault. Let me rub it for you. Chen Duo coaxed her gently, to rub Chiaki Chocho's waist. Don't. I'm afraid you're going to come back later. Kian Kikyo hurriedly pulled his hand. She was afraid of him. Who knew that this person was so uncontrolled? It was dark. They should go back. Ha! Chen Duo sniffed and smiled lowly. An affirmation that he was the head of the family, at least in bed. Laughing my ass off. You're pretty proud of yourself. Kian Kikyo pinched Chen Duo's arm in shame. This person was too annoying. Not proud. Not proud. That's what a man should be. Chen Duo curried favor and hurriedly denied it. How dare he be proud at this time? Chiaki Autumn. She seriously suspected the man was driving now. with the potential to develop into an older driver. Chen Duo, do you know what the sign of a man's maturity is? Chen Duo shook his head, knowing that Chen Qiuqiu's answer must be 100,000 miles different from what he thought. When you hear waves, you think of more than just the ocean. Now it seems you've grown more and more mature. Chapter 164, She Escaped. Chandu. Sure enough, there was no answer that he had guessed, but there were definitely 1,000 strange answers that Chiaki thought of. Am I wrong? Qian Kikyo raised an eyebrow at Chen Duo. Chen Duo froze. It did make so much sense, didn't it? Chen Duo, you'd better write code and start a company honestly. Don't keep surfing the internet, or you won't even need a paddle to row a boat in the future. Qian Qiuqiu earnestly admonished Chen Duo, stopping the man from robbing her of her innate advantage. Why don't you use a paddle? Chen Duo said he didn't understand what Chiaki Qiuqiu meant. What did he have to do with studying online and rowing a boat without an oar? Qian Kikyo glanced at Chen Duo and said, because it's all about the waves. Chen Duo? This answer really made him unusually surprised. Where did he make waves? If you want to talk about waves, shouldn't it be this abrasive girl? Our life can be a little more romantic. I'll take care of the waves and you just slow down. Each in their own way. Don't take my job. Qian Kikyo came over to Chen Duo's ear and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. Chen Duo's face exploded red with a boom. Sure enough, the knowledge he had looked up on the internet was still too shallow. Chiaki Qiuqiu was refreshing his knowledge from time to time. It turned out that harmonics could be played that way, and he did know so little. Why are you blushing? Weren't you pretty good just now? Qian Kikyo picked Chen Duo's chin with a smug look on her face. Chen Duo stupidly will only look up what to learn. She can be all over the top learning. She still has a certain advantage. Honey, you're so knowledgeable. I'm convinced. Chen Duo conceded in all seriousness. These were really unheard of to him. It seemed that he needed to go back and look them up. Qian Kikyo blocked him beforehand and said, you can't study secretly or it won't be fun. Okay, listen to you. Chen Duo was forced to compromise. Qiuqiu thought it was funny. Then he didn't learn. Uncle Zhang, Shinny is back? After Eddie Shaw finished shooting the cover photo for the magazine, he drove to the Small Plates restaurant. The flight was at night and he wanted to see his little girl before he got on the plane. Well, it's back. Said he was coming over to help tonight. Should be here soon. What do you want to eat? As usual? Zhang Yaohua greeted Eddie Shaw with a happy face. He was in high spirits now that his daughter was back. I'm not eating today, Uncle Zhang. I'm just passing through, and I have a plane to catch later. Eddie Shaw backed out and stood in the doorway looking around, searching for Noah. Uncle Zhang also just thought that Eddie Shaw was passing by and got off the car to look at them, so he didn't take his departure seriously. Zhang Xiaoxiao carried her school bag and kicked the stones on the roadside as she bounced towards the small vegetable restaurant. From a distance she saw a person wearing a mask standing next to the small vegetable restaurant. She froze in place at that glance. It was Eddie Shaw. There was absolutely no mistaking it. For years have passed and he doesn't seem to have changed much, but Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to get closer. She didn't know what to say when she saw Eddie Shaw, whether it was the official pleasantries of long time no see, or as a stranger. She cowardly chose to turn away. When she used to be young enough to be cheeky enough to stay at his house and chase him around saying she liked him, she couldn't do it now. She didn't know what to do except run away. Eddie Shaw stared at the cars coming and going. As if he had a feeling, he turned his head to the right, and then he saw a wildly running figure. The pilled head. The backpack was unusually conspicuous, and without thinking he raised his leg and chased after it. She was deliberately avoiding herself, having left without saying goodbye back then, and now when she saw herself she was still only thinking of running away. Eddie Shaw was furious, and when he caught up with the little girl, he was going to make her look good. Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to return, took out the speed of a 100-meter sprint, ran all the way into the subway, and swiped her card to enter the station. Eddie Shaw looked like he was about to catch someone, but was stopped by the subway gates, and he shook his hand in exasperation. Thinking that the place was crowded, he hurriedly straightened his mask and helplessly turned away. He walked down the road with a disheveled look on his face. His young assistant had called to rush him to the airport, and all he could do was stride to the parking lot and drive away. Seeing Eddie Zhao's, Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to go back to the small vegetable restaurant. She called her father and said she wasn't going. She took the subway back again. She was no longer as brave as she had been, and after waiting a long time for his call, all her courage had been worn away. She thought to herself that she had taken 99 steps, and he had to take the remaining one. Otherwise wouldn't her love be a one-woman show for her alone? She wanted a two-way relationship, not a humble one going all the way alone, pursuing him with all the courage of a loner. That kind of love was too undignified for her to want. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought that she should let go of him. After 4 years, he did not send a single message to himself. She should have died long ago, but she was always resigned sometimes to his desperation, to the fact that he had really never been attracted to her. Now she doesn't even know if she likes Eddie Shaw more. or if she's more resigned to the fact that she can't tell the difference herself. Brother Xiao, you're here. In the airport, Eddie Xiao's cold face exuded an uninviting aura around him, and the little assistant shouted at him with an excited face holding the ticket. Well, Eddie Xiao took the ticket and pushed his suitcase into the security checkpoint. The young assistant was close behind, a rather nervous boy who thought to himself that Eddie Xiao hadn't changed much from his usual self. Once on the plane, Eddie Xiao was thinking with his eyes closed. The little assistant sat on the side, quietly looking at the book in her hand, not daring to disturb Eddie Xiao in his rest. Eddie Xiao got off the plane already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Outside the airport he saw Zhang Chenyi and Xia Chuchu who came to pick up the plane. Dude, it's late enough for me to pick you up. Zhang Chen also patted Eddie Xiao's shoulder in a self-conscious manner. Eddie Xiao, thanks, I have a car. He thought he didn't know Zhang Chenyi well, especially since he had brought Xia Chuchu with him. At this moment, Zhang Chenyi seemed to him to have the potential of an ancient matchmaker, changing his mind in ways to match them up and matchmaking for them. He already had his heart in the right place, and even if he didn't, he wouldn't be blind enough to look at Xia Chuchu. From the moment she imitates what the little girl is wearing, Eddie Xiao slowly sees that this woman is quite scheming and can see into other people's minds. After all, even his agent didn't know about the little girl, but Xia Chuchu did. Is such a woman really as naive and ignorant as she appears? Maybe she's just an actress, cheating men to get to the top. Are there not many women like that in the circle? Just because he hadn't been exposed to women like that didn't mean he didn't know anything. He just didn't bother poking at it. After all, once this drama was over, they wouldn't have much to cross paths with. Chapter 165, She's Still Indifferent. The young assistant had already pulled the nanny car out of the airport's parking lot, and the car was parked in front of Eddie Xiao. Eddie Xiao got on the bus with his suitcase and didn't even look at Xia Chuchu. Chuchu, why don't we give up? This bone is too hard to chew on. Why don't you like someone else? Zhang Chen also looked at the nanny car that disappeared from sight, and somewhat helplessly advised Xia Chuchu that this person was too difficult. I don't give up easily. Xia Chuchu clenched her fists. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Zhang Chenyi turned around just in time to see it. He suspected that he had misread it, blinked his eyes and saw that Xia Chuchu's eyes were tinted with sadness. He secretly said that he must have misread it just now, and that Hatsumomo was just sad. Chuchu, don't be sad. There are tons of good men. Wait for brother to introduce you to a better one. Jiang Chen also coaxed Xia Chuchu, telling her not to be too persistent, which is not a good thing. Well, Xia Chuchu lowered her head a little sadly and gave a wanum. Even if she gave up Eddie Xiao, she wouldn't let him get the better of her, and she'd have to glean some benefits anyhow. Xia Chuchu also knows to stop loss in time. There is no need to give up an ocean for a hard-to-catch fish. She could have picked a good fish to hook. There are still men in the entire entertainment industry who are more capable than Eddie Xiao. They're just that much older comparatively. Xia Chuchu is just a little reluctant. It is Jiang Shushi the fish that made her almost lose the whole fish pond. She also at least fished him into the fish pond. Only Eddie Xiao was the fish she hadn't caught so far, and that reluctance was getting to her. If you don't take the bait, then lose some scales for good measure. After Xia Chuchu went back, she started to organize the photos that she let her assistant take secretly. She was going to use them to hype a wave of CP gossip. Who cares if it's true or false in showbiz? As long as there's buzz, there's heat. She just needs traffic and more exposure for herself. She sent the information to Nan that night and asked Nan to find someone to bundle Eddie Xiao to rub the heat and hype up a wave of CP without their team sending it so she could whitewash herself again. In the early hours of that night a Scarf V broke the news that Eddie Xiao, who was not close to women, had finally moved his mortal heart and was browbeating a newcomer while filming a movie, with pictures and the truth. When this scarf came out, it immediately attracted the attention of those who stayed up late at night, and soon rushed to the hot search. Early the next morning after netizens woke up one after another, the heat once again rushed to new heights, especially when Eddie Xiao's fans saw it and exclaimed their disbelief. Brother can't fall in love so early. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It must be this woman. Get out of here. Don't tarnish our brother's name. It's the same thing with Yang Jun. I doubt if she made it up. I believe in love, but I don't believe in my brother's love. He'll never fall in love with anyone. Plus 10086. This kind of goods is not worth brother's heart. Who knows? PS. Get this woman away from our brother. She's an eyesore. That is, don't interrupt me from enjoying my brother's cool and beautiful face. Let me have a breath of immortality too. Plus 65535. Get the hell out of here. Reported without further ado. Bullishness. I've reported it too. The content of the scarf caused a massive boycott from Eddie Xiao's fans and the scarf owner was reported. This is mainly because Eddie Xiao has kept his hands clean since his debut and has never tied up with anyone else to hype up the heat. And no matter whether he is popular or not, he is as usual not much of a stand. Always cold, cool, not interacting with fans or anything. But this does not prevent fans from powdering his face value and acting skills. It seems that everyone else in the circle is changing, only his love beans have never changed. Suibai looked at this gossip out of thin air, thinking about coming forward to explain. The result is that Eddie Xiao said forget it, the clearer the clearer. He thought about it. Eddie Xiao was already cold and didn't like to talk, so rushing to come forward like this might be exploited by someone with an agenda, so he let it go. After all, not many people believed it. Eddie Xiao actually has selfishness. He wants that little girl to see his scandal. Will she still be so indifferent when she sees the scandal and still avoid him? He wanted to show the little girl that he wasn't waiting for her anymore. It wasn't like he had to have her. Why should he be made to wait for so many years? Zhang Xiaoxiao saw Eddie Xiao's scandal early in the morning. After all, it rushed onto the hot search. It's hard for her not to want to see it. She froze as she looked at the girl's outfit on her phone. Eddie Xiao was in love and he chose a girl in a cute outfit. She's cute too, so why is Eddie Xiao willing to choose someone else but not her? This is what others have said. It's not that you have all the looks I like, it's that I like all the looks you have. Eddie Xiao just doesn't like himself the way she likes everyone else. Zhang Xiaoxiao closed her cell phone with some sadness. She liked him, but she could only go as far as liking him. There was no future for them. As soon as Eddie Xiao got off the field this day, he started looking at his cell phone, which was quiet. Even Sun Iza, who was usually unusually active, didn't send him a message, not to mention that heartless little girl. Does she also not believe that she's not her anymore? He's so out of it. He does have to be her. That's why he hadn't changed his cell phone number in the 4 years since she'd left, just waiting for her to send him a message one day. Just one line and he could have risen to the occasion to find her. But ruthless, she did not send him a single message, and he could only fight hard against the so-called dignity, paralyzing himself by drinking every night to keep himself busy and not go to her. Knowing that she's back in the country and seeing that he's still unresponsive to the scandal, Eddie Xiao can't sit still himself. He stepped up his filming schedule and negotiated with the director to bring his scenes to the front. It took 3 days without much rest for Eddie Xiao to finally kill the movie. He simmered with bloodshot eyes and headed straight for the airport with his suitcase. He admitted that he had lost to that cruel girl. Compared to her, one still can't be cruel. As soon as Eddie Xiao's head rested against the airplane, he fell asleep. He was so tired. It was the little assistant who woke him up when the plane arrived. He didn't know what had happened to Xiao, rushing around so day and night to make progress. Uncle Zhang, is Shinobu home? Eddie Xiao called Zhang Yaohua, who was planning to go straight to catch the little tiny girl who had fallen away. Not at home. She seems to have gone to meet a friend. Have you finished shooting your movie? I'll let Shinoa come and play with you. Zhang Yaohua took a look at the phone call from Eddie Xiao and picked it up smilingly, exchanging pleasantries with him. Just think of it as him knowing that Shinoa was back and wanting to catch up. Eddie Xiao smiled. Meeting a friend somewhere. I'll pick her up. After getting the address given by Zhang Yaohua, Eddie Xiao drove himself to the little girl. But then he saw Shinoa talking and laughing with a man. Chapter 166-7. It's her. The scene stung Eddie Xiao's heart. Was this why she didn't care? She has someone she likes, so she doesn't care about his gossip anymore. Eddie Xiao's heart ached. He felt like a fool. He was the only one who took her like seriously and stood still for a long time waiting for her. Looking at Shinoa, still the same pill head, sunny and cute, full of vigor. But her happiness no longer has anything to do with him. Boss, why hasn't sister-in-law come yet? Shinoa asked with some curiosity after sitting for a while. Chocho, she went to park the car. She was afraid that you waited for a long time, so she let me come here first. I guess I didn't find a parking space, so I should be here by now. Chen Duo was also quite uncomfortable talking to girls other than Qian Kikyu. The entire time, it was Zhang Xiaoxua who was excitedly inquiring about him and Qian Kikyu, and he can only passively answer these questions. Qian Kikyu was depressed. She had just seen a parking space ready to drive over when someone else grabbed it first. She could only back the car out and proceed to find a parking space. Just as Qian Kikyu walked in, Chen Duo turned back as if he had telepathy. He looked at the man who walked in with a smile on his face and said, "Your sister-in-law is here." Only then did Zhang Xiaoxiao follow Chen Duo's gaze, and as the person got closer and closer, she felt more and more that this person looked somewhat familiar. Core, Chaya blurted out in surprise at the sight of Zhang Xiaoxiao. When Zhang Xiaoxiao heard her call her English name, she remembered that a few months ago, Qian Kikia had been to their school to look for her to join her in starting a business. This is such a coincidence, and it's so unbelievable that my sister-in-law doesn't know that she's a member of the boss's team. And aren't they childhood sweethearts? You know each other, so I don't need to introduce you too much. Chen Duo didn't expect the two of them to know each other, and he pulled Qian Kikia to sit down next to him. You're 7? Qian Kikiu was shocked in her heart. She just wanted to press the man beside her on the bed and ruthlessly ravage him in general. This asshole always likes to be nice to her behind her back, secretly hiding it from her. In her previous life, she had made friends at school, and it wasn't likely that all of them were from Team Chen Duo, who had allowed these people to lead her down the path of programming. This fool, who really made her heart sour and hate her. Why didn't he tell her? Yes, hello sister-in-law. It's really a big flood. A family that doesn't recognize a family. Had I known it was sister-in-law, I would have definitely invited you to dinner. Zhang Xiaoxiao had a smile on her face. They had really made a mess. It's fine. I didn't know you were 7. You're going to be in the country from now on, so you can call me for anything. Chiaki Chocho was overjoyed that her friend from her previous life had come back to her. Although she was the only one who had these memories, it didn't stop them from becoming friends again. Thanks sis-in-law. Love you yo. Zhang Xiaoxiao happily gave Qian Qiqiu a small heart, not realizing that her sister-in-law was so good to get along with. Don't call me sister-in-law. Just call me Chocho from now on. Let's go to a comic convention sometime. The comic conventions in China are well organized. Qian Qiqiu knew that Zhang Xiaoxiao liked comic conventions, and they had even gone to one together before. Good. I didn't realize that big. Chocho, you also like to watch Comic-Con. I've found my little friend. Zhang Xiaoxiao excitedly pulled Qian Qiqiu into a conversation. Qian Qiqiu actually didn't have too much interest in the Comic-Con, mainly because she hadn't accompanied Zhang Xiaoxiao to it much in her previous life, and she had a certain understanding of it. Zhang Xiaoxiao had a sense of hate for Qian Qiqiu, and she excitedly added Qian Qiqiu's WeChat and saved her phone number. Chen Duo watched the two of them chatting in a frenzy. He could not interject any words at all, and he had not heard much about the Comic-Con. After a meal, Zhang Xiaoxiao had already become a good friend with Qian Qiqiu, who had nothing to say to each other, and as for the boss, it had long been thrown out of her mind. Chen Duo, who couldn't fit into their circle of conversation, could only take Chiaki Chocho's left hand under the table and eat the dishes that his wife occasionally cared to pinch for him. Chocho, you and the boss have such a good relationship. It's so enviable. Zhang Xiaoxiao clasped her hands with a look of envy. She noticed that the boss hadn't taken his eyes off of her since Chui came in. Loving someone couldn't be hidden, and the way they quietly held hands under the table, she'd seen it a long time ago. Don't be envious, you'll soon be in sweet love too. Qian Qiqiu remembered that in her previous life, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to be flash married to a male celebrity, and they had settled abroad, not sparing her dog food. She was busy developing new software for Jiang Shibei's company during that time, and didn't ask much about who her husband was, which was a shame now that she thought about it. For the sake of this asshole, Jiang Shibei, she was estranged from even her friends who she didn't really associate with. Yeah, then by your good fortune, sweet love smashes into me. Zhang Xiaoxiao exaggeratedly looked up to the sky and opened her arms, not avoiding in the least in front of the boss, caring about any image. Ha, Qian Qiqiu laughed at the situation. Still really cute as always, silly and heartless. I hope the husband she meets is really good to her and will give her happiness. She'll definitely be watching from the sidelines in this life, keeping a good eye on her husband. 7. Do you have any plans next? Why don't you go to my house and play? After dinner, Qian Qiqiu saw that it was still early, so she invited Zhang Xiaoxiao to play in the villa. Yeah, I haven't wandered through a big villa yet. Zhang Xiaoxiao was thrilled for a moment and hurriedly agreed. Okay, let's go then. Qian Qiqiu stood up happily, and Chen Duo went to pay the bill. Zhang Xiaoxiao covered her stomach and said in embarrassment, Chocho, you go first, I'll go to the restroom for convenience. Okay then, we'll meet you in the parking lot. Qian Qiqiu went to the cashier and found Chen Duo. She took Chen Duo's hand and walked out. Chen Duo said with a smile on his face, Chocho, you're very happy today. That's for sure. I've made another friend, but this is something that I'll fix you up when I get back. Chen Xiaoqi recalled what Chen Duo had done in his previous life, so she glared at Chen Duo without any good reason. Chen Duo, he didn't know what he had done wrong again, but he had always behaved. Chen Duo aggrievedly hugged Chen Chicho's arm. Wife, what did I do wrong again? I can't say it in a few words now. You'll know when I get back. Chen Xiaoqiu lifted Chen Duo's ear, deliberately not saying anything, so that he would be nervous and tense. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wife, have mercy. Chen Duo pretended to look like he was in pain and looked at Qian Qiqiu pitifully. Qian Qiqiu knew that she had squeezed lightly. This person was just pretending. The playwright was possessed, but she still let go. Chen Duo smiled and kissed her on the cheek and said, I knew my wife was the best and couldn't bear to beat me up. Chapter 167, let's talk. Don't blow rainbow farts at me here. I don't eat that. Chiaki glanced at him and ignored him. When did the big truth stop being spoken? Alas, it is sad. Chen Duo pretended to sigh. Ha ha ha. Qian Qiqiu saw this and laughed out loud. This person's mouth is like a light, now 1,000 miles a day. Seeing that he had made Qian Qiqiu laugh, Chen Duo laughed along with him. Eddie Xiao sat in the parking lot, looking at the two people who were walking very closely from afar with anger in their hearts. Wasn't this man with the little girl just now? Now it is with another woman to make love to me. The little girl, this is to meet a scum man. Eddie Xiao pushed open the car door without even thinking about it and rushed up aggressively. and Chiaki Chocho saw this and hurriedly pulled Chen Duo to the side and dodged. Who the hell are you? Come up here and hit my man in a good way. You want to fight? Chen Xiao protected Chen Duo behind her and crossed her arms and cursed at Eddie Xiao, just like a shrew. In fact, she was quite flustered in her heart, and could only pretend to block the way. She couldn't be overwhelmed in terms of her aura. Who knows if this guy is a psychopath or someone with violent tendencies? Your man, ask him if he is? Eddie Xiao stepped forward and looked at Chen Duo with cold eyes. Chen Duo, who was being protected by Qian Kikyu, was originally quite happy, but then he heard this psychopath questioning their relationship as a couple. It's tolerable. He looked coldly at the eyes in front of him and said in a serious manner, "Of course we are. We are legally married. You must apologize to me and my wife for rushing up and trying to assault me and slandering me in such a rude manner. And if you want to fight, I'll be there," said Chen Duo as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his small, stout arms. "Apologize? You're dreaming. Bah, scum, having a wife and still messing with little girls." Eddie Xiao scoffed at Chen Duo, his words filled with sarcasm. Chen Duo sniffed and directly lifted Eddie Xiao's collar, looking for death. This dog man even openly denigrated him in front of Xiao. Going out without your glasses? Blind? When did I ever mess with a little girl? Wipe your mouth clean, said Chen Duo as he was about to punch him in the face. Boss, stop! Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed out from the back, as she looked from afar at the man being punched who seemed to be Eddie Xiao. When Chen Duo heard the voice behind him, he lowered his fist and let go of Eddie Xiao's collar. Zhang Xiaoxiao ran over quickly. She didn't know how Eddie Xiao got together with the boss. 7. You know this psychopath, don't you? Chen Xiaoxiao glared at Eddie Xiao without any good reason and asked Zhang Xiaoxiao. That? Sorry about that, he's a brother I used to know. Haven't seen him in years. He might have misunderstood something. With a red face, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained. Eddie Xiao's back teeth were bleeding with anger when he heard the words brother he knew. Just a brother? It doesn't look like it to me. He just said your boss was messing with little girls. This little girl can't be you, can it? Qian Kikyu looked at these two people with a gossipy face, her curious eyes flowing between the two of them. At first glance, it looks like someone with a story. I just don't know what kind of emotional entanglement it is again. Maybe, he misunderstood. Chio, you and boss go back first. I won't go to your house today. Faced with such an awkward situation, Zhang Xiaoxiao could only give up on visiting their large villa. Okay, then it's good for you guys to talk and have your misunderstandings resolved. My husband and I will go back first. Qian Xiaoqiao waved her hand at Zhang Xiaoxiao, and when she said my husband, she purposely looked at Eddie Xiao and bit down on her voice. With that she took Chen Duo's hand and walked towards their car. Sure Noah, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being so impulsive. Eddie Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao and hurriedly apologized. What's the point of apologizing to me? I'm not the one you're going to hit, Zhang Xiaoshu said and was about to turn around and leave. Eddie Xiao hurriedly reached out and pulled her back saying, Shini, let's talk? Zhang Xiaoxiao shook off Eddie Xiao's hand. We have nothing to talk about. You've got the wrong person. Eddie Xiao sniffed with some sadness in his heart. How could they not have anything to talk about when they were so close? If you want to talk, you talk to your girlfriend. Listening to Zhang Xiaoxiao's somewhat gambling tone, Eddie Xiao was happy again. The little girl still had him in her heart. She's counting, she's jealous. I don't have a girlfriend. That's just gossip about someone else tying me up. Eddie Xiao's hand carefully pulled on Zhang Xiaoxiao again and said softly, let's talk. You have nothing to say to me, but I have a lot of things I want to tell you. Only then did Zhang Xiaoxiao not shake off his hand and followed him step by step, being led by him to his car. Eddie Xiao drove to the home he'd never changed. He'd bought the house and it held the memories they shared. Zhang Xiaoxiao pushed open the door of the room and looked at the furnishings inside. She froze. I'm going to have a long dining table where I can invite a bunch of friends over for dinner. I'm going to plant a row of succulents in front of this window. It's super eye-catching to look at and has the literary flavor of life. He. I don't like the curtains. They look ugly. I like the white lace. The sun shines through the cracks and the light hits the floor so nice. And I'm going to have a row of stuffed dolls here. And I'm going to smash you if you piss me off. And this kitchen. It's not well designed at all. The fumes are killing me. The house was all changed into what she once wanted it to be. And she didn't know what to say. Sure Noah, I bought this house. I had Sun Yat-sen buy it the day before you left. I was going to surprise you after I finished filming. I just didn't think you'd give me a big surprise when you left without looking back. Eddie Xiao arrived at a cup of water for Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was sitting frozen on the sofa, and placed it in front of her. He finally brought someone back, after more than 4 years, and every time he saw a room of empty silence, all he could do was drink to paralyze himself. Zhang Xiaoxiao mumbled, I don't know. Of course you don't know. You left without a care in the world, without looking back. Do you know how much I hate you? I hate your ruthlessness, but I'm still guilty of losing, and I can't let go of you. Eddie Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with some hatred. She was just a heartless little girl. Her likes were indeed as childishly erratic as her age. You're the one who thinks I'm too young to know what it means to like and doesn't respond to my feelings at all. Zhang Xiaoxiao huffed and puffed her mouth. This person was just evil. Just because he was bigger than her, could he bully the smaller ones? Chapter 168. So you ran out of the country and then didn't contact me? Eddie Xiao helplessly held his forehead looking at this little girl. It's true that it's too bad to be with children of a younger age. I'm not waiting for you to contact me. Why would I contact you if you don't even contact me? Zhang Xiaoxiao stretched her neck and looked at Eddie Xiao with an exasperated look. I really want to pry your little head open. I serve you well every day. Am I not good enough for you? You were only 15. Could you tell the difference between what you liked and what you didn't? I just want to give time for you to think it over. I'm afraid you'll regret it in the future. I'm a full 6 years older than you, and I can't help but think of you. I'd like to say yes, but I'd rather wait until you've thought it through. Didn't I also say that if you don't regret it, we'll get a license when you're of legal age? Isn't this promise of mine enough? Eddie Xiao looked at the little girl who still had a reasonable look until now, and was so angry that his brain hurt. You're just being perfunctory. It'll be 4 or 5 years before you're 20. I was 2 days shy of 16, not 15. You just see me as small and deliberately lie to me, dragging me through the entrance exams, not wanting to affect my grades. You're filming every day and acting as a couple with other little girls all kissing. Why don't you kiss me when you come back? You just don't have that in mind for me. The more Zhang Xiaoxiao said, the more justified she became, feeling aggrieved. Back then Eddie Xiao just didn't like himself and deliberately coaxed her to be nice to her. Annoying as hell. Eddie Xiao. He was depressed. Wouldn't he be an animal for laying hands on someone who was still a minor? In the end, people doubted his feelings because he was too much of a gentleman. Angry Eddie Xiao wanted to curse his mother. This little girl properly not study. What the hell is in her head? You didn't contact me even after I left. It's not like you don't like me. You're just cheating on a minor's feelings. Scum! Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed at Eddie Xiao and cursed out without any good reason. She didn't know why. She had become much more petulant after seeing Eddie Xiao. Eddie Xiao. Damn. Why not say she cheated on his feelings? He waited for her for over 4 years. UING go away message also do not leave a. Greetings also do not play. Also let me take the initiative to contact you. I do not want to face why like a dog running after you? Eddie Xiao was equally exasperated as he looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who completely failed to realize that he also looked unusually childish at the moment. I'm not afraid I won't be able to leave if I see you. Zhang Xiaoxiao lowered her head somewhat justifiably, and after thinking of something, she straightened up again. I left a message for you. I gave Suiza a letter to give to you before I left. I didn't get a letter. Eddie Xiao was flabbergasted. He hadn't received the letter. Beyond certain. So it's all because of Suiza. Good boy. He's finished. It made him misunderstand with the little girl for more than 4 years, or he would have gone to the little girl long ago. I didn't see the letter, but my cell phone number hasn't changed, so why didn't you contact me? Eddie Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao in a serious manner. If she contacted him, he immediately rushed abroad. Why should I fall back on you? You don't even like me and you don't contact me. I'm not contacting you. How was I to know you didn't get that letter? It's not my fault it had my new contact information in it. Zhang Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she was also right. Damn, I really want to get you killed. I've been getting drunk every day for the last 4 years, and you've gone abroad to get away with it. Eddie Xiao looked at this dead girl with no remorse at all, so angry that his liver hurt and he wanted to explode. Zhang Xiaoxiao said with a happy face, then you can just get me killed. She was happy to know that Eddie Xiao liked her. Eddie Xiao. This little girl just knew that she didn't dare to do anything to her. That's why she was so emboldened. With a happy face, Zhang Xiaoxiao jumped into Eddie Xiao's arms and hugged his neck. Then does what you said about getting a license still count? My 20th birthday has already passed. Count on it. Of course. As long as you don't regret it, we can go get a license right now. Eddie Xiao pinched her thin waist and said hatefully, of course I don't regret it. But before I go over there, I need to inspect the goods. Zhang Xiaoxiao kissed Eddie Xiao's lips, a place she had coveted since she fell in love with him. Every time she saw a kissing scene with him on TV, she had to secretly sulk. The thought that Eddie Xiao hadn't even kissed her, that he'd kissed someone else, turned her anger into an appetite and she kept eating. Eddie Xiao, who was forcibly kissed, had to lament that this little girl had really grown up and was capable of doing this, but he was pleasantly surprised, and enjoyed her bruising kissing skills immensely, nibbling at him haphazardly without any rules, looking at the little girl's watery eyes pleading with him for help. She didn't seem to know what to do. Only then did Eddie Xiao turn passive into active, clasping the back of her head to deepen the kiss. Like a teacher, he guided the little girl, tenderly crushing her lips, sliding smoothly into her mouth as she let out a whimper. Hooking her lilac tongue, they tangled and frolicked together, keeping her in hot pursuit. The little girl's hands were getting restless as well, and Eddie Shaw's gasps of irritation intensified. No. Eddie Shaw took her hand and verbally refused. Why? I want it. I've been keeping my body for you for 4 years, and you're a man who doesn't want it anymore. Zhang Xiaoxiao blared at Eddie Shao in exasperation, accusing him of being uncooperative. Eddie Shao softly coaxed Zhang Xiaoxiao. Be good. Let's get the license first. Gee whiz. Old men sure are old-fashioned. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood up from Eddie Zhao's arms with some disgust. That's what you don't understand. New through the ages. Don't you just love oldies like me? I'm also trying to get a license with you sooner than later. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to get one today. Eddie Shao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a derisive expression, causing Zhang Xiaoxiao to blush. Zhang Xiaoxiao whacked Eddie Shao and said shyly, Old rascal. Then you're a hooligan. And we're a perfect match. Eddie Shao dragged Zhang Xiaoxiao to look for the account book, and with the account book in hand, he drove Zhang Xiaoxiao to her house. Uncle Zhang, Auntie Wang, please leave Xinya to me? I will definitely take good care of her in the future. Eddie Shao solemnly bowed to Zhang Yaohua and Wang Shufan. The two of them were at a loss as to what was going on. Mom and Dad, give me the account book. I'm going to get a license with Eddie Shaw. Zhang Xiaoxiao saw that Eddie Zhao's words were so official that her parents didn't even understand, so she hurriedly added a sentence. Zhang Yaohua and Wang Shufan, too, you look at me. I look at you. The meaning of this they understand. But when did they come together as a pair? Chapter 169, Married with a License. Mom and Dad, you guys hurry up and go get the household accounts, or else the Civil Affairs Bureau will be closed in a while. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly urged them. She was still in a hurry to get a license? But you, when were you together? Zhang Yaohua pointed at the two of them with a puzzled expression. This was too surprising. This will be explained slowly later. You and my mom just like Eddie Shao as a son-in-law. Nothing else matters. With that said, Zhang Xiaoxiao dragged her dad to the room to look for the account book, leaving Eddie Shao to deal with his mother-in-law in a somewhat unnatural manner. Eddie Shao, I really didn't think that one day you would actually become my son-in-law. My Xinya has been raised by us to have few rules, so you should be more tolerant in the future if there's anything you do wrong. With a serious face, Eddie Shao promised Wang Shufan. Don't worry, Auntie Wang, I'll definitely treat Shinoa well and will never bully her. I know the character of this child of yours, and both of us are relieved to have Shinny handed over to you. His father and I were worrying about setting her up on a blind date, but we didn't realize that someone else was taking over as soon as she returned home, and we were happy to be at home. Wang Shufan is a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law more and more satisfied. She has always been quite fond of Eddie Shao. I thought the two kids weren't destined for each other, but who knew it would turn around? Mom, what are you babbling about? It's not like I'm unwanted. Marrying Eddie Shaw is something he's earned. Zhang Xiaoxiao was holding the account book and hearing her mom belittling her in front of Eddie Shao didn't piss her off. Don't other mothers-in-law make things difficult for their son-in-laws? Why is it that when it comes to her mom, she wants to pack her up and shove her down Eddie Shaw's throat? Piss her off. She's not that cheap? Yes, Auntie Wang, I'm the one who earned it. Don't worry, you and Uncle. I'll definitely spoil Xinya as well as you do. Eddie Shao held Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand with a smile on his face and solemnly promised again. Well, alright. Aren't you guys in a hurry? Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and do the formalities. Chum Yuhua also knows Eddie Shaw well and urges them to get a license. Come on. My dad and mom hate to sweep me off my feet. Let's go get a license. I'll be Mrs. Shao in a while, and I'm not going back to this house. Zhang Xiaoxiao took Eddie Zhao's hand and walked out conspicuously. Dead girl, this is not yet licensed to fool up. You licensed is also my old Zhang family daughter. Wang Shufan didn't have the good sense to say a few words back to her daughter in the back, and as soon as they left, she covered her mouth and cried. This little heartless one. As soon as he comes back he's going to get married. Where in his heart are the two of them old? A happy event. Why are you crying? It saves us from having to arrange a marriage for her. Eddie Shao is a reliable kid, and Shinny won't be wronged. It's our daughter who's saved us a lot of trouble since she was a child. Marriage matters have taken care of themselves, too, and you found yourself a good one, with a good eye. Zhang Yaohua wiped his wife's tears, holding back his heart's loss to console her. Only then did Wang Shufan arrogantly say, That's right, you don't look at who gave birth. You gave birth to one that picks husbands like you do. Zhang Yaohua cheerfully praised his wife and even piggybacked on himself. Wang Shufan slanted a glance at him and said in a bad mood, Don't you put gold on your face. When it comes to picking a husband, my daughter is much better than me. So times are changing. Can it be the same? I was a promising and handsome young man when I was young, or you wouldn't have picked me. Zhang Yaohua retorted to his wife, quite smug about his advantage. Did you earn it when I married you? You're an old man. You've earned it by marrying me. A little dainty wife, okay? Zhang Xiaoxiao stared at Eddie Shao in exasperation, which wasn't bad for her at all. Yes, I've earned it. The average person hasn't been as blessed as I have been. and I'm grateful to you. Eddie Xiao coaxed Zhang Xiaoxiao in a serious manner, knowing that Auntie Wan was saying this on purpose, lifting him up. Good to know. Be nice to me in the future. If you can borrow a position for a kissing scene or something, use a stunt double. You're a family man, so pay attention to the scale of your future scenes. Don't take on every scene, and exercise some discretion. Zhang Xiaoxiao educated Eddie Xiao in the tone of the future Mrs. Xiao, secretly pleased in her heart. Many years ago, she wanted to restrain Eddie Xiao's kissing scenes, and she held back because she had no status. Now that she was soon to be Mrs. Xiao, this was something she could naturally control. Good. From now on, we'll all listen to Mrs. Zhao's arrangements. But I need to reiterate that I used to do all my kissing scenes in borrowed or stunt double. I still have my first silver screen kiss, but I just gave it to you. Eddie Xiao didn't realize that this little girl was still thinking about kissing. He had to explain himself. Really? Zhang Xiaoxiao was so excited that she scowled at Eddie Xiao. More than real money. I'm giving you my first kiss. I'm driving. Don't make funny faces at me. I don't know whether to look at you or the road. Eddie Xiao pushed Zhang Xiaoxiao's face to the other side. This little girl was affecting his driving, and he's in a hurry to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? The license must be taken today. Hey, then I've earned it. There's one thing I think you're a good kisser. Zhang Xiaoxiao praised Eddie Xiao without mincing words, and her heart was happy, feeling that all the sulking she had done before had been her own anger. Eddie Xiao, this little girl's speech is really shocking. It's true that after spending a few years abroad, the more and more she has let herself go. The two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau queued up to register to receive the license. They were happy. Eddie Xiao with a mask did not see how much surprise Zhang Xiaoxiao, but took the marriage certificate fierce kiss a few mouths. She was finally on the same account as Eddie Xiao, which was a success in getting the old man. Thanks to her 4 years of waiting, she almost missed it, but luckily she went back home and explained herself. Husband, husband, husband. Zhang Xiaoxiao hugged Eddie Xiao's arm and rubbed herself against him with a happy face, her mouth constantly shouting husband. Eddie Xiao took the person in his arms and moved to her ear, lowered his voice and softly shouted, wife. Zhang Xiaoxiao burst out, asterisk 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 asterisk, I want to kiss you again. Eddie Xiao sniffed and pulled the man into the car, ripped off his mask and kissed him. Now that they're legally married, he's not going to kiss the little mouth so swollen that she keeps popping off. Honey, you're so good. I want more kisses. Zhang Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around Eddie Xiao's neck like a siren, and just as soon as the person's mouth left, she wrapped her arms around him again. Eddie Xiao's fire was all seduced by her, and in the end, the kissing turned sour, and Zhang Xiaoxiao stripped herself almost to the bone. Now that we're legally married, why are you still like this, you old man? Zhang Xiaoxiao huffed and puffed as she looked at the man who was putting clothes on her. Her small body was not attractive to him or what? Chapter 170, Passing with Fate. Eddie Xiao looked at the anger in his little girl's eyes and was helpless. It was comparable to him who was all over him like he was on fire at the moment. A good wedding night cannot be so hasty. And still in the car, he did not want to give the little girl to leave regrets. He hoped that the future of her memories are romantic and beautiful. Good boy. A caveman's night. Rituals are still necessary. After Eddie Xiao put on Shanoa's clothes, he straightened her messy hair and pulled back the leather band to retie her pill head. He. I didn't realize you old men liked to play this game. So I'll take it from you. Zhang Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around Eddie Xiao's neck and pecked the lips with a smile on her face. I'm going to drive. Do you want to go sit in the front or sit back here? Eddie Xiao pulled down Shanoa's hand around his neck and questioned him softly, his voice soft and gentle. It's like holding a fragile treasure in your mouth. And if your vocal cords vibrate a little too much, it's going to break. Wherever my husband sits, I have to sit. Husband and wife. Zhang Xiaoxiao numbly opened the door on one side of the car and sat on the passenger side. Get going. Go home. Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed to the road in front of her, raising her head and chest rather majestically. She was going to go home. She, Mrs. Xia, is coming home. Eddie Xiao came across the drugstore and florist parked. He gave Zhang Xiaoxiao a large bouquet of bright red roses, and the two of them returned home. Honey, what other rituals are there? Zhang Xiaoxiao then looks a little eager. She can't wait to sleep with Eddie Xiao, the old man she's been lusting after for years. Eat your dinner first, or I'm afraid you'll starve later. Eddie Xiao walked into the kitchen now and opened the refrigerator. Zhang Xiaoxiao hugged his waist from behind and said, Eat anything, I only want to eat you. Let's fill you up first and give you some energy. We have plenty of time. Eddie Xiao, with a small kangaroo hanging from his back, was in the kitchen frying a steak and whispered, Still want it fully cooked like before. That's for sure. What I like doesn't change easily. Like you. Zhang Xiaoxiao lay on Eddie Xiao's back, taking the opportunity to also confess to him and tease him a bit. She's a skill Eddie Xiao saw 4 years ago. Every time he taught her to do her homework, she would look at him with starry-eyed adoration and say, Brother Xiao, you're so smart. I like you. caught stealing snacks. She'll innocently say she's not full and her belly is hungry, and end with a comment about people liking you the most. Then she said she liked him, and said it more and more, and he got more and more distracted, but he worried that she couldn't tell if her fondness was for her brother or for the couple before her. He set a 20-year-old appointment. She was so angry that she went away. Sunny's mistake actually led to their misunderstanding for 4 years, separated for more than 4 years, and a candlelight dinner. Honey, you're quite the romantic. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Eddie Xiao, who was cutting her steak in the candlelight, and she was still happy in her heart. You taste it. How does it taste? Eddie Xiao placed the cut steak in front of Shirnoa. It's still as delicious as ever. Zhang Shirao stuffed her mouth and puffed it out, giving Eddie Xiao a thumbs up. Come on, cheers, to celebrate our happy wedding. Zhang Xiaoxiao picked up her wineglass to toast with Eddie Xiao. Eddie Xiao raised his wineglass with a smile on his face and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. He realized that after so many years, the little girl had barely changed. The old her would be raw for a drink and find a bunch of reasons to celebrate. It's Thursday, celebrating one more day of vacation. I got my homework done by 9 today and had to have a drink to celebrate. I have my period coming up in 2 days. It's horrible. Have a drink to calm it down. Come on, one more toast. I'll be the mistress of this house from now on. Welcome. Zhang Xiaoxiao welcomed herself and raised her glass with a happy face. Eddie Xiao looked at her and smiled. She probably forgot that she was growing up and he wasn't going to restrict her from drinking anymore. But she was still habitually making excuses in front of him in order to drink. And the person she was at the moment and the person she was 4 years ago seemed to overlap. Go one and thank Mr. Xiao for the delicious dinner and hard work. Zhang Xiaoxiao played a little wit, drinking the wine. She was like a cat that hadn't been caught stealing fish. Her heart was proud and arrogant. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao, on marrying a woman as beautiful as me. Zhang Xiaoxiao's glass was raised over again, and she seemed to remember something after finishing her drink. Her cheeks were tinged with red from the ineptitude of the wine, and her watery eyes looked at Eddie Xiao in a bewildered manner. No, can't drink anymore. Almost forgot it's my big night. No more. After saying this, Zhang Xiaoxiao fell headlong onto the table. Drunk. What about the promised wedding night? Eddie Xiao shook his head somewhat helplessly as he stood up and walked over, leaning down to intercept the person in his arms. Annoying. What's wrong with this sentence? What's wrong with it? He pushed open the door to the master bedroom, bringing a breeze in with him, candles swaying on the floor and heart-shaped petals on the bed. The wedding night he had set up with so much care had come to an end because of this little girl's drunkenness, and he pulled back the covers and laid the person down on the big, soft bed. After removing Zhang Xiaoxiao's shoes, he got up and went to clean up the dining table. After cleaning up everything in the kitchen, Eddie Xiao then went back to his room. Looking at the little girl who was huffing and puffing, he smiled dotingly. She was going to sleep until dawn, so she was probably going to regret waking up in the morning. After washing up, he then fell asleep with her little person in his arms, a night when he slept very peacefully without the need for alcohol. Chio, wife, want to curse? What's wrong with shouting a name? What's wrong? Chen Duo excitedly shouted at Qian Kikyu. Just shouting at her. Tonight's Qian Kikyu was unusually enthusiastic. She was like the fox spirit Daji who charmed the king never to go to court in the morning, and made every effort to make Chen Duo happy. Chen Duo was very happy. The whole body was like a person who cultivated immortality was freshened up by the aura. The limbs and bones were soothing and refreshing, and the real person drifted into immortality. Go to sleep then. I'm going to take a shower. Qian Kikyu lifted the covers and walked down from in front of Chen Duo. Chen Duo's body instantly caught fire again as he reached out and pulled Chiaki Chocho down, bringing the person down on the bed. Let go of me. It's over. Chiaki didn't have the heart to push the person on top of her. No, the night is still young? Chen Duo kissed on her flushed cheeks. At the moment she looked exceptionally beautiful. After the favor she was like a seductive little goblin. Chapter 171. Qian Kikyu said shyly, I'm in charge of this family, and when I say it's over, it's over. You're in charge of the family, but I'm in charge of the bed. Chen Duo kissed her moist red lips, tenderly grinding them, soothing and coaxing her. Well, Chiaki exasperatedly whacked him. She still had to settle the score with him? Chen Duo looked at the pissed off Qian Kikyu before he let go of her and said, Baby, what's wrong? I haven't gotten to you yet? She had wanted to press Chen Duo on the bed and ravage him properly before throwing him down and letting him enjoy the feeling of ice and fire. What's the math? What did I do wrong? Weren't you quite happy just now? Chen Duo took Qian Kikyu's hand and lightly coaxed her. Do you know who Seven is? She's a friend I met when I was studying abroad in my previous life. Now that I think about it, it was all arranged in advance by you asshole. And I'm pissed off inside when I think about you doing all this without telling me. Of course Qian Kikyu knew that this person was not the current Chen Duo, but she just couldn't help but want to vent on this person because she was also a fool. Chen Duo wrapped his arms around her and said softly, "My fault. I was too stupid. I should have told you earlier, so that maybe in my past life I would have been able to hold a beautiful woman." He knew that Qian Kikyu was actually angry with herself for not discovering his goodness in her previous life. With nowhere to vent her anger, she could only take it out on him, which was why she was so erratic tonight. Chen Duo, I think the most fortunate thing about being reborn is not being able to take revenge, but still meeting you, who loves me as much as I do, and only you will indulge my bad temper. I don't know how many lifetimes of good luck this will take me to get a do-over in this life. We must live this life well so as to live up to the bad luck of my future lifetimes. Qian Kikyu's head leaned into Chen Duo's embrace, and she hoped that they could always be happy all the time in this life. Chen Duo kissed her forehead and whispered soothingly. Qian Kikyu raised her head and kissed him on his chin, all the way down to the knot of his throat. She felt that whatever she said at the moment paled in comparison. She just wanted to become one with him. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Soft jade and warm fragrance embrace full embrace. Spring to the earth flower color. The moon faded. The black curtain gradually illuminated, and the sky welcomed the brightness of the haze as a red sun rose. Zhang Xiaoxiao winced a few times in discomfort and woke up by rubbing her somewhat sore head. She looked at the man lying beside her and hurriedly lifted the covers. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes. The sun was already shining through the screened window, which meant she'd missed their wedding night last night. Ah! Zhang Xiaoxiao clutched her head. That's what she called regret. Really, drinking is a mistake. She kicked Eddie Shaw a few times. After finally waking the man up, Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Eddie Shaw with a furious face and said, "Why didn't you stop me last night? Why didn't you wake me up? Whoops, you compensated me for my wedding night?" Eddie Shaw coaxed her with a helpless face. "Seeing that you were too happy, I couldn't stop you. You fell asleep drunk. Where would I want to wake you up? I don't care. I want my caveman." Zhang Xiaoxiao was furious at the thought that she couldn't turn back time either, and she could pound Eddie Shaw and toss him around. "Okay, I'll pay you back now." Eddie Shaw pinned the person down and kissed her cheek. "That's different. It's not the right time. It's your fault. You're just being sincere. It's nice to have to eat steak and drink red wine, and how nice to come back and get it straight on." Zhang Xiaoxiao was mindful of missing yesterday's wedding night and put all the blame on Eddie Shaw. "Good girl. Absolutely make it up to you," said Eddie Shaw. Pressed a switch at the foot of the bed and a black curtain slid past in the white lace curtains, plunging the entire chamber into darkness. After Eddie Shaw's nightly insomnia, he hangs another black automatic curtain in his bedroom so he can barely sleep. Eddie Shaw gently coaxed Zhang Xiaoxiao. "It's getting dark. Is this okay? Forget it. The dead can't be traced. Cherish the present." Zhang Xiaoxiao hooked Eddie Zhao's neck and kissed him. "How's that? Is it bigger than the actors you've touched?" Zhang Xiaoxiao took Eddie Zhao's hand and placed it on her breast, asking without blushing. Eddie Shaw, when had he ever touched an actress's breasts? This little girl was just setting him up. "Do you like it? How does it feel?" Zhang Xiaoxiao continued to pursue him. Eddie Shaw didn't have the heart to say, "You've grown a lot in the past few years abroad." "Ha, that's for sure. Much more freedom in which movies to watch, and no one cares about me anymore." Zhang Xiaoxiao was arrogant. She wasn't afraid of him. "It's okay. I won't stop you from now on, and we can still watch it together and discuss the plot in the meantime." Eddie Shaw bit Zhang Xiaoxiao's earlobe, and his hot breath sprayed on her white jade-like neck. Stimulated, Zhang Xiaoxiao let out a shy murmur, and they gradually got into a good mood, studying the structure of the human body and exploring the mysteries of life. Darkness puts a protective color on everything, and in the darkness one's senses are constantly enlarged, so that the body and even the heart also reach the maximum pleasure. Time was passing, but those in the darkness could not feel it. They tirelessly climbed up to the peak and up to another peak, intent on wearing out the pent-up passion that had vanished into thin air. Zhang Xiaoxiao was so loose and teasing that Eddie Shaw couldn't let go of her anymore and just wanted to die on her. In the end, it was Zhang Xiaoxiao who lost the battle with her stamina, and Eddie Shaw carried her, who had passed out, to the bathroom in the dark. After helping her get cleaned up, he then carried her back to the bed, all dried up, and the sheets were changed by him. Only then did he kiss the little girl's forehead and snuggle her in an insatiable sleep. Now he didn't want to know the time. It was nice to just stay like this, not knowing the day or night. It seemed like time stood still in this moment. Zhang Xiaoxiao woke up again from hunger, and she was so hungry that her chest was pressed against her back. After all, he had done a physical job earlier and had used up too much energy. She looked at the darkness of the room, not even knowing what night it was, and after nudging the person next to her, she said petulantly, "Honey, I'm hungry." It was then that Eddie Shaw turned around and lazily said, "What do you want to eat?" Without even thinking about it, Zhang Xiaoxiao said, "Anything but steak." "Okay, I'll go see what's in the fridge. You lie down a little longer and I'll call you when dinner is ready." Eddie Shaw preferred to get up in the dark and didn't pull back the curtains. He seemed to have gotten used to the darkness and walked out with his shoes on freely. Chapter 172, Who's Setting Up Whom? When the meal was ready, Eddie Shaw then went to the bedroom to call people out for dinner. I can't walk. My body hurts. I have no energy. I need a hug. Zhang Xiaoxiao daintily opened her arms to Eddie Xiao, who leaned down and bent over to let his hands loop around his neck. It was then that he exited the bedroom like a mommy kangaroo, carrying the little kangaroo in front of him, and walked over to the dining room table. Zhang Xiaoxiao had just sat down at the dinner table and put her petulance to good use. My hands are sore and I have no strength, so I want my husband to feed me dinner and rice. Honey, I want that soup stock, just the soup, not the little scallions floating on top. Honey, this fish has a spiny barb. You need to pick it for me or it will get stuck in your baby. Eddie Xiao spoiled her by saddling her up and waiting on her to eat. Looking at her petulant appearance only made her feel adorable for her life. The thing about love is that you can only say that one is willing to do what one wants to do. My honey is sweet. Honey, your cooking is so good. I want to eat it for the rest of my life. After finishing her meal, Zhang Xiaoxiao even pulled Eddie Xiao to touch her rounded stomach and complimented him with a smile on her face. I'll do it for life if you like. Eddie Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a smile on his brow and a double entendre. Zhang Xiaoxiao kissed the corner of Eddie Xiao's mouth and teased, Hubby, you're dirty. Oh, it's okay, you have water to wash it off. Eddie Xiao gangly smiled as he looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. In the past, this little girl teased him. He was looking at her as a young girl pretending not to understand. It's all his wife now, so he doesn't have to hide it. Asterisk 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 Eddie Xiao. You old man turned out to be the hidden old driver. Zhang Xiaoxiao slapped her thighs and stood up in shock. Eddie Xiao looked at the little girl who stood up and asked rhetorically, Isn't it hard to stand up and have sore legs? Zhang Xiaoxiao sniffed and immediately pretended to have weak legs and collapsed on the chair. Yeah, it's a weak leg before you even stand up. Eddie Xiao laughed at her poor acting. She was afraid she had forgotten his profession. Honey, eat quickly. It won't be good if it gets cold later. Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly changed the topic now, avoiding Eddie Xiao's dark eyes. She'd had enough for the day and didn't want to take a supplement. Jiang Shushi smiled as he watched Xia Chuchu's death-defying attempt to tie up another male celebrity, and he already had evidence that she had made up her own story. He learned computer skills that are still useful in this matter of tracking down Xia Chuchu. He just waited for Xia Chuchu to slowly make it. When the time comes, this evidence will make her die, and in the end, it will be left to him to deal with her. Brother Jiang said that he divorced the boss's wife. That's Xia Chuchu's melon. We'll eat whatever we want from now on. This Xia Chuchu is really a capable person. She's been on the hot searches quite frequently lately. People with good-looking parents. Look at this innocent look. It's the dream girl of our geeks. Didn't Jiang get hit too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pay attention. She was at least once John's woman. You're looking for death by taking it out and flirting with her like that. John got tired of playing with her a long time ago. I'm just saying, it's nothing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not even close to what's going on. You want to go to heaven. You're so close to masturbating people. Jiang Shibi pushed open the door of his office and heard the sound of discussion coming from his subordinates in the work area. Innocent? Just that, he snorted out. Hearing others say that he was the one who got tired of playing with Xia Chuchu, his clenched fists cackled. No one knew he had been gifted a prairie and kicked by that trickster. I didn't see that Xia Chuchu, this is still quite a market, and the subordinates in his own office are all shawing her. Eddie Xiao doesn't help Xia Chuchu anymore. He can find someone to help her properly, but he can't wait to clean her up sooner. Yang Jun, come out for a drink sometime. Jiang Shibi returned to his office and then called to invite Yang Jun for a drink. In the villa, Chen Qiuqiu took the bank card and handed it to Chen Dudao with a proud face. Hubby, I sold my software. This is the public money I turned in. Chen Duo, who didn't want to manage the money, was forced to take control of the family's finances, and he smiled and said, it's hard for his wife to make money to support the family. It's okay, it should be. Chiaki Qiuqiu's smug little look of arrogance couldn't be helped, and she presented the bank card with both hands. Chen Duo took the bank card in his hand and smiled. It seems like he made a lot of money this time. Not as much as hubby earns. You take it all and invest it to generate money. But now the market dividend should not be good. It is estimated that it is difficult to earn another 100 million. Qian Kikiu deliberately joked about Chen Duo's last operation, and also pretended to be unaware of the situation and handed him a step. Well, it's true that the investment market hasn't been doing so well lately, but it's still possible to make a little money. Not big money. Chen Duo unexpectedly gave himself a serious lie, and Qian Qiuqiu held back her laughter as she nodded her head in agreement, looking at him without a red face or heartbeat, and looking for his own patch in a serious manner. Qian Kikiu felt that this person was really too amusing. Chen Duo looked at Chiaki Qiuqiu as she dressed up and inquired, what are you going to do in a while? Seven is coming over to play later, and to bring the man who beat you up the other day. Then she pretended to be mysterious. You'd never guess it. They got flash married. That's fast enough, right? Yeah, I can see that guy likes her too, or he wouldn't be about to punch me without figuring it out. Chen Duo put the bank card away in the drawer table without looking too surprised on his face. So what if you know? Don't you think 7 is very efficient? Took the guy down that day and went straight to the civil office to get a license. Qian Kiki was full of praise for Zhang Xiaoxiao. It was her set of beauty, which could be efficient. Think it took her ages to take down Chen Duo? Why don't you think the man took her? Maybe he had a condom ready and waiting for 7 to get into it. Chen Duo didn't think that men knew men better. That man could take the initiative to get married if he wasn't happy about it, but he was just trying to get 7 to propose marriage. Oh yeah? Qian Kikyo came over and sized up Chen Duo, her eyes roaming over his face. Chen Duo was uncertain, not knowing what Qian Kikyo wanted to do. Then do you think I've gotten into your trap as well? Someone used to be so reserved that they had to ask me to take the initiative every day, but now it seems to be a trick of desire as well. Xianxiuqiu skimmed Chen Duo and said carelessly, "That's different. I'm not like that. I have nothing but deep love for you, no calculations or schemes." Chen denied it independently. He didn't use such a trick. So why do you think you're not shy now? And rolling me over and over. Chen Shiqiu picked Chen Duo's chin and forced him to look into his eyes. The tips of Chen Duo's ears instantly reddened, and he was untutored in that matter. The others were learned later in life and honed by Autumn to be this way. Chapter 173. Honey, the tips of your ears are red again. Chiaki let go of him and laughed. Chandu. She had taken pleasure in poking fun at him now, teasing and poking fun at him all the time. The key was that she also forbade him to study anymore. Chen Duo thought to himself that he had only met such a domineering woman like Qian Kikyu in his life. Shy. You're still making me miss this look. Qian Kikyu gently pinched the tip of Chen Duo's ear with a smile on her face. Chen Duo said sullenly, "Then you don't like the current me?" Qian Kikyu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and said, "How come? I like you in any way." Saying this, she came up to Chen Duo's ear and said, "My favorite thing about you is the way you look in bed. It makes me horny." Qian Kikyu saw Chen Duo's ears swish even redder, and she smiled as her little scheme succeeded. Damn yeah, so his ears went red so easily. Chen Duo only felt that he was holding a large fireball in his arms, and as soon as he got close, his body was set ablaze as well. This fireball was still unknowingly teasing him, making his blood run cold and his whole body hyperactive all at once. Chen Duo said hoarsely, "Baby, when are they coming?" "Right away." Qian Kikyu feigned ignorance and answered him with an innocent face. Chen Independence Ma said, "Let go of me. I'll go to the bathroom." He carried Chiaki and placed her on a chair to the side, and quickly went to the bathroom himself. "Ha!" Qian Kikyu laughed out in the back in a low voice. "I didn't think that this person was still so unable to withstand teasing ah." Soon Chiaki heard a car honking and she ran downstairs at a fast pace. A black SUV pulled into the yard, and a short while later, a girl with a pillboxed head jumped out of the car. "Wow! Autumn's house is so big. 7. You're here." Qian Kikyu happily rushed over and the two of them just hugged each other in excitement. If Chen Duo didn't know that they had only met 2 days ago, he would have suspected that they were reuniting after a long time. "Why are you so excited?" Chen Duo coldly watched as Qianxiuqiu hugged with someone else. He glanced at the man across from him and saw that the other party seemed to be unhappy to see this scene as well. So the two of them stepped forward with great understanding and pulled away from each other's wives. "Qiuqiu, I forgot to introduce you. This is my husband, Eddie Xiao. He's an actor." Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had been pulled away, hugged Eddie Xiao's waist and introduced her husband to Qian Kikyu with a smile on her face. "Actors?" Qian Kikyu shot a glance at Eddie Xiao, not expecting Zhang Xiaoxiao to still be flash married to an actor in this life, thinking that it should be the same person from his previous life. "Hello, I'm Chiaki Qiuqiu, 7's friend. This is my husband, Chen Duo." Qian Kikyu was held by Chen Duo's hand and introduced her husband to Eddie Xiao with a smile on her face. The two men looked at each other before saying, politely but detachedly, "Hello, 7, let's go in." Qian Kikyu wanted to go forward and take Zhang Xiaoxiu's hand, but her hand was held by Chen Duo, while Zhang Xiaoxiu was also held by Eddie Xiao. Qian Kikyu could only give Chen Duo a beaming look before turning around and pulling Chen Duo back to the villa. Zhang Xiaoxiao glanced at Eddie Xiao with some displeasure, and Eddie Xiao took her hand as if he didn't see it and walked in right behind her. 7. I've heard that the entertainment industry is very messy. You have to be careful. I have a cousin named Xia Chuchu. She's from that circle. She's on the hot search every day. Qian Kikyu was warning Zhang Xiaoxiao to grow up and not be foolish enough to be fooled by a man like she was in her previous life. Eddie Xiao? He very much suspected that this woman named Qian Kikyu was getting back at him for almost hitting her husband last time. Otherwise, what's the point of mentioning that Xia Chuchu woman properly? After all, he was rumored to be with her only a short while ago. He had thought that this was just over, and now that Chaya Kikyu had taken it out again. Who knew if the little girl would be angry? What? That Xia Chuchu is your cousin? Zhang Xiaoxiao's mouth opened wide in surprise. This name is too familiar to her. Wasn't Eddie Shaw the last time that asshole was rumored to be with her? Yeah, you know her, huh? The crooked Kian Kikiu was also surprised. She couldn't help but look at Eddie Shaw. This guy wouldn't have fallen for Xia Chuchu's trick too, right? Of course I know that. She was rumored to be with this asshole last time, and he didn't explain it to me, making me sad for a long time. Zhang Xiao, once this was brought up, didn't have a good face for Eddie Shaw and pointed at him with a huff. Chiaki Autumn, I'm going to go ahead and really get hit. She really didn't mean it, but people wouldn't believe her even if she explained now. She's not going to upset people's couples and have to fight, is she? Eddie Shaw took Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand and hurriedly said, I have nothing to do with her at all. She is just looking for angles to take some pictures that are not true. It's nothing more than trying to tie me up to rub off on the netizens. The eyes of the masses are shining brightly. If you still don't believe me, how about we go public? Eddie Shaw softly coaxed Zhang Xiaoxiao. He really wasn't interested in that woman at all. Off the record. That's how I like it. When the time comes for me to visit you, I'll follow a group of fans and call you my husband. It's so much fun to think that I'm the only one who knows you belong to me. It's a great feeling that I can still pretend to be a wife fan and interact with you. Zhang Xiaoxiao had only ever chased a star like Eddie Shaw when she was growing up, so she wanted to go to the scene as a fan to see her husband. It's such a sensual feeling, a sneaky show of love and a bright scene. Exciting, Eddie Shaw. She had known that this little girl's brain circuits were different from normal, and he shouldn't have gotten his hopes up for openness. It seems that Xia Chuchu is the one who made the demon. Your husband should be innocent. Yang Jun is more unlucky. He was cheated more by Xia Chuchu, and now he's been reduced to a stepping stone for her. Kian Kikiu also knows Xia Chuchu's virtues. She was really afraid that the couple would go back and fight, and hurriedly explained, what brand of plastic bag is that Xia Chuchu? So capable of holding so much. Doesn't that Yang Jun guy want to treat her? Zhang Shura was instantly interested in this person Xia Chuchu and started discussing with Chen Qiuqiu. Chen Duo remembered that Eddie Shaw must have some connections in the entertainment industry, and thought that he might as well take this opportunity to help Jiang Shibi, so that he could get his revenge on Xia Chuchu soon. Chen Duo lowered his voice and said to Eddie Shaw, do you want to get back at Xia Chuchu? Eddie Shaw glanced at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was chatting with Kian Kikiu, and nodded at Chen Duo. Of course I want to. I'll fix this. Chen Duo smiled and said, it just so happens that I also quite hate Xia Chuchu. In that case, why don't we work together? Eddie Shaw glanced at Chen Duo, unsure. A cousin's husband of his also hates Xia Chuchu as a cousin. It seems that Xia Chuchu is unpopular and quite annoying. Deal. Eddie Shaw knew what Chen Duo was capable of, and Zhang Xiaoxiao had corrupted their boss for him on the way here. Since someone was willing to help him, he was naturally happy to do so. Chapter 174, Caught in the Act. While watching the two women chatting and laughing without distraction, the two of them, Chen Duo and Eddie Shaw, went to the study. You mean you still want Xia Chuchu to be the movie queen? Eddie Shaw is very puzzled by this Xia Chuchu woman. He only wanted to drive her out of the entertainment industry in a minute, but also to arch her to sit in the seat of the movie queen. He did not want to. Yeah, or else we'd be the only ones to know about her spotting. And when she becomes a movie queen, that's a lot of people. Someone else is already dealing with her now. We're just helping out. You're in the circle too. If you do it yourself, you'll leave a handle on it. Just put some effort behind it and let someone else toss it around. Chen Duo didn't think so. He just wanted Jiang Shushu and Xia Chuchu to abuse each other. Watching them do a trapped beast fight was what he found interesting. Whoever wins in the end, he will then make his move to destroy that winner. As of now, it seems Jiang Shirbei has a high possibility of winning. Eddie Shaw doesn't know how many people Xia Chuchu has offended and curiously says, there's someone else against her? Is it Yang Jun? It's her ex-husband. He's hell-bent on pushing Xia Chuchu to the top of the movie queens list, and then pushing her from her high horse to hell. Chen Duo has nothing to do but monitor Jiang Shibi's computer and found that this person has collected a lot of Xia Chuchu's black materials, and he has also begun to slowly infiltrate the entertainment industry. Humph, that's interesting. Eddie Shaw cupped his chin and snorted out a contemptuous laugh. People are cheap. People grind. I don't know how far that scheming woman Xia Chuchu can go. You only need to secretly provide Xia Chuchu with contacts, and just let Yang Jun do it on the surface. He now has an agreement with Jiang Shibi, who will help Xia Chuchu pull in her connections. The last time Xia Chuchu was able to meet you, it was also thanks to Yang Jun. Chen Duo told Eddie Shaw everything he knew, and since he was working together, it was better to make the situation clear. Eddie Shaw is Seven's husband, and that's why he's letting him know what's going on and making moves behind his back. It seems like that stupid bastard Suniza was also used by someone. Yang Jun. Eddie Shaw remembered that the first time he met Xia Chuchu or Suniza, that Pitbull did it. As soon as he thought of this Pitbull, he was angry. He and Shinya have not yet found him to settle the score. Xia Chuchu, this woman likes to seduce men. You introduce a little more male celebrities with messy private lives who are easy to hook, so that the exposure will be more interesting. The matter of Xia Chuchu giving him ecstasy always upset Chen Duo. Since she is so cheap and willing to sell her body, why don't we let her enjoy it? Eddie Shaw. It seems like there is a deep hatred. He also quite hates these tricks of Xia Chuchu. Okay, enough said. Let's go down. Chen Duo looked at the watch on his wrist. It was time for Chiu to look for him. It was only when Chen Duo and Eddie Xiao went downstairs that he realized he was overthinking things. Those two women were sitting together, staring head to head at their cell phones, their mouths perked up in discussion. Chiu, this is handsome. I'm going to have a nosebleed. I didn't realize that there were so many fresh meat coming out of the circle. It's a loss to be married to that old man Eddie Shaw. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock, and Eddie Xiao's face darkened. This dead girl still want a red apricot wall. Nosebleed. He see her want to die in bed. Qian Qiqiu was originally discussing with Xiao Qi about Xia Chuchu and the male stars she hooked up with. Chatting like this, Xiao Qi started to flip through the bibs of these male stars. On a whim, she looked at the people others were following again, and somehow came across a batch of very handsome fresh meat, and then it was all over. Qian Qiqiu was a bit more sensitive than Xiao Qi, and she noticed that the temperature around her had dropped a few points, which made her look up to see someone who was looking at her with a cold face. It's over. Chen Duo is angry. Qian Qiqiu glanced at Xiao Qi, who was still indulging in the fresh meat, and nudged her. Seven muttered without lifting her head in uncertainty. Chiu, what are you pushing me for? Her hand slid a little more to the right and she continued her death-defying chant. Wow, Autumn, look at this little brother and his abs. I'm drooling. Chiaki Autumn. Forget it. This Xiao Qi who was addicted to male sex was hopeless. She'd better save herself. Honey, where were you? Qian Qiqiu abandoned Xiao Qi and stood up to take her own husband's arm. Chen Duo coldly didn't answer Qian Qiqiu. The husband is not right. This woman is looking at other men. This can't be let go like this. With a pleasing smile on her face, Qian Qiqiu tilted her head in feigned ignorance as she inquired about Chen Dudao. Hubby, why don't you look too good? Let's go around the garden. Chen Duo pulled the man outside. With outsiders around, he still had to give Qian Qiqiu a face. The living room was left to Eddie Shaw, and Seven was quite the underachiever. She was the one who brought down Autumn. Eddie Xiao saw that they had left, and then he sat down next to Zhang Xiaoxiao. But unfortunately, the person didn't notice at all and was still looking at the man in his cell phone. Eddie Shaw skimmed over and saw a picture of a man with an open shirt showing his abs and pecs. Autumn, this guy has some well-developed pecs. Ha ha. She smiled and leaned back toward the couch, then saw Eddie Shaw sitting beside her. Frightened, she immediately threw her phone aside and rushed to save the day as she wrapped her arms around Eddie Shaw's neck from behind. Honey, when did you get back? Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted and whined. Eddie Xiao was getting angry. He didn't eat this at all, he said in a cold voice. Isn't it pretty good? Keep looking. No, it's not as good looking as my husband. Look at this handsome face, glowing skin, and this high nose, handsome as hell. Chang's rainbow farts come out of her mouth, and these little tricks are more than enough when dealing with Eddie Shaw. But she miscalculated this time. Eddie Shaw laughed out softly and said, no need to compliment me. I'm just an old man. How can I make you have a nosebleed and drool? Xinji Zhan? How much of this did he hear and when did he get here? Autumn, the traitor, didn't even know to inform her and now she's left her in the living room. What's wrong with older men? Older men are more mature and charming. Let's be confident. I like your style. I don't like fresh meat. I just like old bacon. Chewy. These photos that's just looking at other people posing and modeling pretty hard and complimenting them. Eddie Xiao watched her start to perform all kinds of fancy compliments whenever she made a mistake, and laughed out softly. Then nosebleeds and drooling are also a treat for other people's hard work. I'm just saying, all I can think about is you in my head. Getting over it? People only drool over you. As soon as they see you it's like a rainy day. It's wet on top and it's wet on the bottom. Zhang Xiaoxiao opened her yellow mouth to coax Eddie Xiao, stating that she only had feelings for him. Chapter 175, Hard to Coax. Hubby, walk slower. Qian Qiqiu, who was pulled forward by someone's cold face, begged for mercy from behind. Looking at someone who didn't move much, Qian Qiqiu feigned pain and exclaimed out, ah, hubby, my feet hurt. Chen Duo sniffed and hurriedly stopped as he crouched down to check Chiaki Chocho's feet. Qian Qiqiu condescendingly handed him a flower that she had just casually folded. Beaming pitifully, husband, I was wrong, beg for forgiveness. Only then did Chen Duo realize that he had been fooled, and he stood up and turned around, ignoring Qian Qiqiu. Qian Qiqiu watched dumbfounded as someone actually walked away, which made her realize that he was very angry and not easy to coax. She quickly trotted over, pulled Chen Duo's arm and pampered him. Hubby, I was wrong. I didn't want to see it. It was all pulled by Xiao Qi. Seven's aesthetics sucks. Those guys aren't as handsome as you. You'd have nothing on them if you were to enter the entertainment industry. But I can't afford to give it up. I'm going to keep someone private in my house for me alone. Chandu. He's not going to eat that. How come he doesn't see this woman saving and flipping through his pictures? The flower in your hand is the garden flower. The person in front of you is your sweetheart. People only have you in their hearts. You live in my heart. You're the only man in the world in my eyes. Everyone else is either homosexual or trash now. Kiankikyo curtly handed the flowers to Chinduo, pulling his hand to accept the flowers in her hand. No more anger. No more anger. Honey, you're my little baby. Chenchocho reached out and wrapped her arms around Chenduo's waist, rubbing her head in her arms. Chenduo, who had always been good at coaxing, was determined not to eat this set of words this time, and silently let Kiankikyo put her arms around him. Chiaki Autumn. Even she didn't expect Chenduo, who was usually so coaxing, to be so difficult to deal with today. What's to be done about it? Sweet talk won't work, so it looks like we'll have to take action. Chiaki Chocho patted up on her toes, hooked Chenduo's neck, and kissed her. If you have benefits and don't enjoy them, that's. Chenduo clasped the back of Chiaki's head to deepen the kiss, and Chiaki responded to him pleasingly. Who knew that after the passionate kiss was over, people should still be angry? Chiaki Chocho was quite the slagged off feeling, typically lifting her pants and disowning her. Mr. Chen, I've deeply realized my mistake, and I swear I'll never look at such filth again. From now on, I will only look at Mr. Chen's photos and only look at his abs. I implore Mr. Chen to forgive me for the deviation in my thinking and give me a chance to reform. I'm willing to accept Mr. Chen's supervision, and if I commit any further offenses, I'm willing to accept any punishment from Mr. Chen. Chen Chicho raised her hand in a serious manner and swore in front of Chenduo. Sweet words didn't work. Kisses didn't work. She had to verbally review herself. Only then did Chenduo's face ease up a bit, and he spoke coldly. This is what you said. There will never be a next time. Well, like I said, there will never be a next time. Kiankikia held Chenduo's arm with a smile on her face to please her husband, not forgetting to excuse herself. It's Xiaoqi's fault that I didn't want to see them. How can they be as handsome as you? It's Xiaoqi who insisted on dragging me to see it. In order to save herself, she could only dump the pot on Xiaoqi. A good sister is taken out to block disasters at critical moments. It had been Seven who had turned it over, and she was an accessory, although she did look at the dudes as being quite eye candy. Chenduo stroked Kiankikyo's head and said softly, Don't worry, Xiaoqi, I will clean her up. Xianchocho could only express her sympathy and guilt towards Xiaoqi in her heart, who made the enemy too powerful. She could only defend herself first. Honey, where are we going? Kiankikyo was again pulled back by Chenduo. Her heart was filled with questions. What did this person want again? Chenduo said in a serious manner. I think it's better to put it in writing. You write down everything you just promised. Chiquita? Nanny. And to write about it. Isn't that a living handle? Hubby, do you not trust me anymore? Our relationship is so deep. Do we still need to be bound by black and white? Chenduo did not know Kiankikyo's heart's little plan. If she escaped, which will still recognize the account, or maybe even a rake. Chocho, of course I believe you. It's just that I like promises in black and white. Do you not love me anymore? Can't you fulfill me with this little request? Chenduo made use of Chiaki Chocho's usual tricks, which he could also pull off. Chiaki Autumn. Holy, this guy's a sperm. Chenduo looked at Kiankikyo with a somewhat depressed mood, as if she didn't write that she didn't love him anymore. Kiankikyo was speechless. She could only say stiffly, I'll write when I get back. I'll also write beautifully. Only then did Chenduo's face turn cloudy and clear, and with a smile on his face, he took Kiankikyo's hand and said, I knew it, my wife loves me the most. Chiaki Autumn. Damn it, isn't that what she always says? Now that it's all letting Chen Dushue go, she feels like she's going to have a hard time in the future. In the living room, Eddie Shaw looked at the little girl with anger. Her mouth was now racing when she spoke. I'll clean you up when I get back. Eddie Shaw was furious. This little girl wanted to die. Zhang Xiaoxiao hugged Eddie Xiao's arm and winked at him. Clean it up for you. Clean it up any way you want. It's best to keep me out of bed. Eddie Xiao didn't have the heart to pinch Zhang Xiaoxiao's pink cheeks. She really had the guts to talk. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with an exaggerated grimace. Seeing this, Eddie Xiao hurriedly let go, knowing that he hadn't exerted any force, but he still rubbed Zhang Xiaoxiao's cheeks for her. I'm going to tell my parents that you hit me and see if they don't clean you up. Heck, they'll make me go back to live at my mom's house when the time comes, and I'll leave you alone and empty. Zhang Xiaoxiao arrogantly crossed her arms and looked at Eddie Xiao with an exasperated look. Eddie Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a gangly smile on his face and said, This is domestic violence. I am just pinching your cute little face. My wife looks so shy, but she still won't let me pinch her. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled and hurriedly brought her face over and said, For you to pinch. Compliment me more and I'll let you pinch me again in the future. These two bickering had gotten off topic by the end of the fight, turning it into a flirtation of a different kind. Only Chen Duo was a tightly guarded and steady subject, pulling Qian Kikyu directly up to the second-floor study. Qian Kikyu looked at the two people who made up on the sofa and only felt that her own one was too difficult to coax. She bit the end of her pen and watched as Chen Duo was staring at himself seriously. It was as if she couldn't leave without writing. Chapter 176, Not What's Inside. Forced to do nothing, Qian Kikyu could only take the pen and bury her head in the A4 paper to write a review, and also added a promise. Write down the promiser here and sign your name. Chen Duo pointed to the blank space in the lower right corner and asked Qian Kikyu to sign and draw. Chiaki Chiyocho's grip on the pen tightened and tightened, but finally she beamed and wrote her name. Take it. Marriages aren't even reliable anymore, favoring words to bind each other, so it's no wonder there are marriage and divorce settlements. Qian Kikyu huffed and handed the A4 paper to Chen Duo, muttering defiantly. Hearing the last few words of the divorce agreement, Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikyu with gloomy eyes. Qian Kikyu was shocked and knew that she had made a mistake with her mouth again. She hastened to remedy the situation by saying, unlike our good relationship, we don't even need these things. Right, hubby. Well, the writing is good. Chen Duo contentedly locked this review into the safe in his study. He was preventing Qian Kikyu from tearing it up. Chiaki Autumn. That's the downside of being married to someone who's too smart, too defensive. After locking up Qian Kikyu's pledge, Chen Duo then took the person in his arms, kissing her cheeks and coaxing her. Typical slap in the face and a sweet date for her. Honey, why don't we take a picture? You said you'd only look at pictures of my abs from now on. Chiaki Autumn. Oh duh. Still jealous about the photo after all. She took out her cell phone and clicked several pictures. Only then did Chen Duo, with a happy face as if he had been given a treasure, set Chiaki Chiyocho's cell phone screensaver to a picture of the two of them. Honey, there's no need to take a picture of the abs. I'll just touch this one. Chiaki reached into Chen Duo's shirt and touched his abs. Chen Duo grabbed Qian Kikyu's hand and said, how about it, wife? Is it worse than them? Qian Kikyu said with a smile on her face. I don't know about other people's and I don't want to know. I only know that my man's abs are the best in this world, and I like them the most. At this point she's so desperate for survival. How dare she drag anyone else? It's good that you like it, and you're my favorite too. Chen Duo's head rested on Qian Chiyocho's shoulder. He couldn't tolerate Qian Chiyocho looking at another man, especially looking at the naked upper body. It made him feel bad and uncomfortable inside. You're my favorite too, but it's not very nice of us to leave our guests downstairs like this, is it? Finally coaxing the person well, Qian Kikyu then remembered Xiaoqi downstairs. Only then did Chen Duo raise his head and said in a muffled voice, when are they leaving? Hubby, we are the hosts. We have to treat them well. I'll be sure not to be influenced by 7. So smile. Qian Kikyu came over and kissed the corner of Chen Duo's mouth, which put Chen Duo in a better mood. It's all because of that 7. Bringing down his Chiyocho. She's just too idle to have time to look at other men. When Qian Chiyocho dragged Chen Duo downstairs, Zhang Xiaoxio was already sitting and playing happily with Eddie Xiao. She leaned into Eddie Xiao's arms and played the game, while Eddie Xiao directed where to hit Zhang Xiaoxiao. Qian Kikyu was speechless. It seemed that if they didn't come down, people could still play at their own pace. Victory! Victory cheers came over the phone, and Zhang Xiaoxiao excitedly tilted her head and kissed Eddie Xiao on the chin. When she saw Qian Kikyu coming down, she then retreated from Eddie Xiao's arms and ran over with a smile. Chiyocho, you're so inadequate, leaving me as a guest aside. I haven't even had a proper tour of your villa yet? Qian Kikyu glanced at her and said, I see you're having fun playing the game as well. That's no match for you. Go go go. Let's go around. Zhang Xiaoxiao hugged Qian Kikyu's arm and headed in the direction of the upper floor, leaving the two big men, Chen Duo and Eddie Xiao, in the living room, looking at each other with wide eyes. As the host, Chen Duo didn't have much experience in greeting people and casually said, make yourself at home. Eddie Xiao directly took out his cell phone, called on Sun Iza to play the game to take him fly. Anyway, there was time, so he could just take revenge and make Sun Iza's star that went up last time all fall away for him. Zhang Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows with a teasing face. Chiyocho, you've been away for so long. You've been cleaned up by the boss. No, we are having a little business to take care of. How can I be cleaned up by him? I'm in charge in this house. Chiaki Chiyocho beat a dead horse and refused to admit that he had signed a review pledge for the loss of sovereignty, stating with a stiff upper lip that he was the boss. So awesome that you subdued a man as cold and ruthless as the boss. Then you'll have to cover me from now on, and discipline the boss so he's not so hard on us. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought that she had evening a big brother and became even more dogged towards Qian Kikyu. Qian Kikyu faced a burst of complacency. Heart false, because Chen Duo was going to clean up 7 soon. She could only fend for herself. She was supposed to be the oldest in this family, but unfortunately, now that she has made a mistake, she has fallen off the throne as the oldest and is now at the mercy of her husband's discipline. She wanted to help but her heart was not in it. not letting Chen Duo dispose of Xiao Qi and pleading for mercy herself. That would most likely lead to guilt by association. She didn't dare. She could only make it up to 7 later. Qian Kikyo hurriedly changed the topic and said, "So did Eddie Xiao get angry just now? I pushed you several times and you didn't react. He's a softie. I'm not afraid. If you dare to BB again, just drag him to the bed for a fight." Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't think so. She wasn't afraid of Eddie Xiao. He was just all thunder and no rain every time. Chiaki Akira. This sis of hers is still a treasure girl. She didn't see it so raw before. I didn't feel it before. But now that I'm married here, it's a complete release of nature. Seeing Qian Kikyo looking at herself with a dumbfounded face, Zhang Xiaoxiao was full of concern and said, "What are you looking at me for? We're both married women now. What can't we say?" 7. I find this exterior and interior of yours extremely inconsistent. Ha? You're afraid that this core of yours has been replaced. Zhen Qiuqiu looked at her soft and cute girl's appearance, and then thought about her open-mouthed remarks about being an old driver. It was too deceptive. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "There's no way. Appearance is given by parents. Only the mind is one's own. Besides, I'm not like this in front of everyone. You're my friend, I'm not hiding it." "Then you'd better hide it. Don't let yourself go too much." Qian Kikyo, this is also for Xiao Qi's sake. In case Chen Duo knows about it one day, he must have thought 7 was leading him on again, and it might be 7 who was unlucky again. Really? What's there to be ashamed of when you're married? Who doesn't know the things between husband and wife? Hey, tell me if the boss is awesome. How many times a night? Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't care about Qian Kikyo's dissuasion at all, and gossipily asked about their married life. Chiaki Autumn. I'm sorry, but this time I've really met the best female driver. Chapter 177, drilled into a trap. 7. That I'll take you to the 3rd floor. There's more entertainment on the 3rd floor. Qian Qiuqiu hurriedly changed the topic. She was really afraid of Zhang Xiaoxiao's shocking words. Zhang Xiaoxiao shook off her hand and said indifferently, "Forget it, it's no fun." Next, Qian Kikyo began to introduce the entertainment facilities on the 3rd floor to Zhang Xiaoxiao, not allowing her to speak freely anymore, really afraid that she would say something thunderous again. "Hatsumomo, I believe you. I believe whatever you say." Yang Jun hugged Xia Chuchu and listened to her explain about Eddie Xiao. He snorted out a laugh inwardly. He actually believed her without an explanation because he didn't care. "The movie we made has already started broadcasting, and the response is not bad. You've got your fame, and now you've got a work that will get better and better in the future. Recently a theater group wanted to invite me to do a period movie, but I don't have time lately. I wonder if you're interested." Yang Jun got the resources to support Xia Chuchu from Zhang Shibu, and he rushed back to introduce it to her, just waiting for her to slowly take the bait. What kind of movie it is depends on whether the script is good or not. I'm a newcomer or I have to pick a good script. Xia Chuchu didn't rush to say yes. She was running in the direction of a movie queen. Of course she wanted to take high-quality movies. "I'll send you the script later, so you can read it first. I heard that Wan Jiang is also going to be in this movie. He's the male lead." Yang Jun lustfully lets Xia Chuchu choose for herself, but he still lifts Wan Jiang out. With him around, Xia Chuchu will definitely move. Wan Jiang was a movie star 2 years ago, but he's been in scandal for the past 2 years, so his reputation isn't so good anymore. But people's acting skills are online and they still have quite a lot of fans. Such a large piece of meat. How can Xia Chuchu pounce on it and take a few bites? Good. I'll take a look first. Yang, it's a good thing I have you to help me. As soon as Xia Chuchu heard that there are 10,000 rivers has actually been moved, such a windy big fish is better to catch. Slightly give some signals. People will take the bait. But she didn't want people to think she was a random woman, so she still needed to project an image of herself as a good woman. "There is no distinction between us. Helping you is also helping me. I will let you stand taller in the entertainment industry." A flash of sternness flashed in Yang Jun's eyes as he uttered these words. Xia Chuchu, who was held in his arms, didn't realize that she was happy, secretly saying that Yang Jun, this man, is really somewhat useful. "No more, I have to rush to the movie. If you go, contact the director yourself." Yang Jun really didn't want to stay alone with Xia Chuchu for too long and hurriedly slipped away under the pretext of having to shoot a movie. After Yang Jun left, Xia Chuchu hurriedly read the script. She found that the content of the script is good, but there are just big bed scenes and kissing scenes. The script is about a young man who goes to the countryside in the 1960s. The heroine is a young man who goes to the countryside and the hero is a bully. It mainly plays out the story of their journey from rivalry to love for the rest of their lives, interspersed with some of the social life of the era. Xia Chuchu thought of Wan Zhan's participation in the movie. He must be running to get an award. She gritted her teeth as a dedication to art. So after reading the script, Xia Chuchu rushed to call the director. Zhang Shibi and his friends invested in the movie, and had already given the director a good greeting. So the director received a call from Xia Chuchu and directly let her come over for an audition. He had thought that this kind of female first similar to bringing money into the group must be very bad. I did not expect to see Xia Chuchu this pure look. His eyes lit up. Dark road investors are also very discerning well. The director settled on Xia Chuchu as the female first on the spot, and Xia Chuchu clasped her hands in excitement. Wan Jiang, this is the female lead Xia Chuchu. You guys get to know each other well. When the movie started, the director pulled the male and female leads to get to know each other. After all, they were strangers, and the director asked them to communicate and bond more in private. Hello, Mr. Wan. Xia Chuchu played her innocent heroine image well. Wan Jiang has been in constant gossip. That's because he has a messy private life and changes girlfriends as fast as he changes clothes. But he's single, which is better than married and cheating. So people just gossip about his girlfriend and it doesn't affect him too much. Suddenly seeing such an innocent girl like Xia Chuchu, his heart was stirred. It's all for fun anyway. He hasn't touched this one for a long time. But it's not bad to change your tastes once in a while. Wan Jiang instantly showed great interest in Xia Chuchu. Wan Jiang whistled with a smile on his face. Xia Chuchu beauty, do you have a boyfriend? Xia Chuchu lowered her head with a red face and didn't pay attention to Wan Jiang. Wan Jiang, I go, so pure. His face is red. It's kind of funny. What kind of boys do you like? How about the older brother type? Ha? Wan Jiang playfully flirted with Xia Chuchu again. Who knew that Xia Chuchu directly ran away with a red face? It was the first time that Wan Jiang had seen such an unteasing woman, and he hadn't even done anything about it yet, and she was so shy. It's kind of interesting. I just don't know what it's like in bed. Wan Jiang stroked his chin and looked at Xia Chuchu's back as she left, revealing a lecherous light of imperative to her. Chuchu, why did you go and shoot that movie? Many actresses stopped shooting when they knew Wan Jiang was there. Why do you think so much? There's plenty of theater, so why take this one? Jiang Chen also heard that Xia Chuchu had accepted this drama and hurriedly called Xia Chuchu. How did he know that this little girl had taken over a drama on her own without a word? Even if she wanted to be popular, she didn't have to know that there were wolves in the mountains but still wanted to meet them, right? Xia Chuchu smiled and said, it's fine, I'll stay far away from him. You might as well stop filming and get out of your contract. I'll pay the compensation for you. Jiang Chen is also very uneasy and wants Xia Chuchu to pull out before it's too late. Wan Jiang this person, smooth-talking slag can't. Xia Chuchu this just entered the entertainment industry cannot be provoked by him? No need. Brother Tatsuya, right now I feel fine. If I really need your help, I won't be polite. Xia Chuchu directly rejected Jiang Cheni. She and Wan Jiang met. Maybe who knows the loss. Jiang Euro, you're ing sick. It's none of your business if I'm a loafer. You're not my mother-in-law. Only lousy's women can control me. What? Want to sleep on the same bed as lousy? Wan Jiang acted out the scene while making a move on Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu had a red face and glared angrily at Wan Jiang. Su Zhao, you're shameless. You're shameless. A big man stealing chickens and dogs all day long. Just like you to play a bachelor for the rest of your life. Whoever marries you is really unlucky in 8 lifetimes, said Jiang Euro, played by Xia Chuchu, kicked at Wan Jiang and ran away. Cut. Nice one. Pass. Wan Jiang looked at Xia Chuchu who ran to the other side with a smile on her face, her little face flushed red and beautiful. Just now, with the hands and feet in the play, he found that Xia Chuchu, this woman, has quite a lot of money. Chapter 178, Acting. Wan Jiang looked up and down at Xia Chuchu with an unsuspecting eye, his mouth with a gangly smile secretly saying that the clothes of the 60s are too loose. It's a pity that she has such a good body. Although Xia Chuchu was red-faced and intentionally avoiding Wan Jiang's naked eyes, the rest of her eyes from the corner of her eyes still fall on this man. The corner of her mouth was tinged with a contemptuous smile. Just such a horny man, taking his finger would take the bait, but with a lustful heart, he would soon slip out of the fish pond. She is not in the mood to continue to catch the fish back. The best way is to cut his fish scales, so that he cannot get out of it. Death can only die in her fish pond. Okay, game 2. Stand by. The director shouted with a loudspeaker, and the teacher who made up the makeup on the set made up Xia Chuchu's makeup for a while before she stood up and walked over. I have to say that this role is Wan Jiang's original starring role. He had a gangly grin on his face, with a heel of dogwood in his mouth, and he walked over in a dangling manner. In this scene Xia Chuchu plays Jiang Euro, a youth who cuts her hand while cutting rice, and blood flows down her hand. Wan Jiang Suzhao wanders down a country road and happens to run into Jiang Euro, helping her find a handful of weeds on a ridge and rubbing out the juice to put on Jiang Euro's hands. Jiang Euro, a young lady from the city, was already delicate. Seeing Suzhao put such a disgusting thing on her hand, she was on the verge of crying with anger, hurriedly flung the herbs on the ground, glared at Suzhao, stomped on him hard and ran away. Wan Jiang as Suzhao was originally a not very good temper bully. He was this good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, the heart of the anger a little on the fire. He never hit women, but this woman called Jeon Euro was constantly challenging his bottom line. Damn, isn't it just good looking? Gave her the face to dare to hit him again and again. Su Zhao angrily chased after him and saw Jeon Euro crying while washing her hands. This crying pearly little look. Looking at Su Zhao's heart was on fire. He wiped his lips and couldn't help but burst out. Good looks do allow for a little temper. The anger in his chest was instantly doused and he walked over with a curt smile. But the words that came out were still so beaten up, crying my ass off. What I just put on you is herbal medicine to stop the bleeding. You think I'm playing with you? A city girl who doesn't know anything and is still ing poor. That's the medicinal juice of plantain. What's so dirty about it? You're washing your ass. Although Su Zhao's wording and tone were not very good, he still explained clearly. He pulled Jeon Euro's hand out of the wash basin and looked at her wound. The surrounding area was white from the water. This woman was really stupid. Look at that. It's not bleeding. Su Zhao didn't have the heart to grab Jeon Euro's hand and hand it over to her before pulling his hand in the direction of his house. Asshole, what are you doing? Get off me. Jeon Euro huffed and cursed angrily at the back. Struggling for half a day but unable to break free, Su Zhao looked back at Jeon Euro menacingly, scaring her into shutting up. This person was a mixed-up person who might have to beat himself up. Su Zhao threw Jeon Euro in his own yard and said fiercely, "If you dare to leave, I'll get you killed." Frightened, Jeon Euro clutched her knees and squatted on the ground. And only then did Su Zhao return to his room in triumph. He rummaged around in his room for a while, which led him to a small tan-colored glass vial and walked out. Seeing that Jeon Euro was still honestly squatting on the ground, Su Zhao squatted down and pulled her injured hand out. He remained fierce and didn't have the good sense to say, "This is Yunnan Baiyao powder. Don't think I'm harming you again." Only then did Jeon Euro look up at Su Zhao after hearing this, as if she hadn't expected him to be so kind. "What are you looking at? Dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for you." Su Zhao was quite pleased in his heart, but he still had to be reasonable and showed his bully's fierce face to Jeon Euro. Thanks. Then Su Zhao heard Jeon Euro's low, mosquito-like voice of thanks, and he looked up to see her head bowed and red-faced as if she felt a little guilty about misunderstanding herself. It's beautiful. Su Zhao, who had little culture, could only describe the girl he was seeing at the moment in this way, and he didn't know what fairies looked like, but they were all said to be good-looking. At this moment, Jeon Euro looked so good in his eyes that it could be comparable to what people often said about fairies, and his heart was thumping. "Jeon Euro, be a daughter-in-law for me?" He blurted it out as it was in his mind. "Bah, rascal, dream on. I'm not going to marry a dilettante like you. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat." Jeon Euro had just improved her bad impression of Su Zhao a bit when she heard this man shamelessly play a rascal on her. She cursed out without a good mood, and Su Zhao was enraged at the sound of it. It was the first time he had been called a dilettante to his face. He kissed Jeon Euro on the mouth as soon as he lifted her from the ground. The kiss went up, and he realized there was something so delicious in the world, and licked it fondly. So was a person kissed then took advantage of Jeon Euro crazy pounded Su Zhao. Tears are like a broken line of beads. Crying can be ferocious. This scared Su Zhao, and he was just in a temper, which is why he kissed up. Who knew it tasted so good? He was momentarily hooked. What's there to cry about? Big deal. I'll marry you. Su Zhao gently wiped Jeon Euro's tears, but his tone was still as brutal as ever. Do your spring dream. I am marrying a pig and a dog, but it will not be to marry you. Jeon Euro was bullied very much this time. She wiped her mouth and picked up the broken brick on the ground and smashed it at Su Zhao. Su Zhao playfully dodged over. A pig dog is not as good as an old man. You'll know later. Toad wants a swan. I'm not staying here. I'll go back to the city. Jeon Euro threw another broken brick over, and after doing so she hurriedly escaped. Su Zhao's forehead was bleeding from the brick. He didn't dodge it, or he didn't dodge at all, because he was frozen by Jeon Euro's sentence that she would go back to the city. He then remembered that Jeon Euro was a city dweller, not one of their rural people. Su Zhao touched the blood on his forehead, and there was an imperative ruthlessness in his eyes. Old me, the toad, had to eat swan meat. Card, over. Another voice came from the director's bullhorn, and at this word, the set went slack. Everyone has worked hard. Go eat. As soon as the director's words fell, there was an immediate commotion on the set, and everyone put down their hands to go eat. Brother, your order has arrived. Wan Zhang's little assistant came up to him with a smile on her face and handed him water and a fan. Chapter 179, Drinking Away One's Sorrows. You go ahead and I'll come over later. Wan Jiang drove the little assistant away, and his eyes fell on Xia Chuchu who was holding the boxed lunch. He took a big step over and pulled Xia Chuchu over and said, Don't eat this boxed lunch. I've ordered a meal and treat you to a big meal. No need. Xia Chuchu blushed and struggled to pull her hand out. You're welcome. You're my future daughter-in-law. Wan Zhang purposely took advantage of his status in the play to flirt with Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu's face turned even redder. She mumbled, The The scene has already finished shooting. It's only just begun shooting. Why are we done? We'll have emotional scenes later, so we'll have to break it in. Wan Jiang intentionally misinterpreted what Xia Chuchu was referring to after the shoot, and pulled her to her own separate lounge without saying a word. Daughter-in-law, look, it's still appetizing. Wan Jiang doesn't care about the drama. In short, he has to take advantage of the verbal cheapness. Xia Chuchu forced to sit down to eat. Have to say that it is indeed much better than the boxed lunch. She was enjoying herself in her heart, but on her face she had to pretend to be distressed and cornered. Well, it tastes okay, doesn't it? None of it tastes as good as yours though, Wan Jiang said with a gangly smile. His eyes fell on Xia Chuchu's lips. This little mouth. He kissed and came to feel. This woman, he felt that playing it must have a different flavor. Xia Chuchu's face exploded red, but in her heart she was furious. It reminded her of the kissing scene where the man had stuck his tongue out at her and his hand had deliberately brushed against her breast. Damn this man for taking advantage of her so blatantly on set. She won't let him go. Since she's so good at beauty, she'll die from it. Eat more. Look at you. You don't have 2 tails of meat on your skinny body. Seeing Xia Chuchu's red face without saying anything, Wan Jiang became more unrestrained and continued to take advantage of his mouth. A meal down. Wan Jiang did not give up teasing Xia Chuchu. Looking at her red face, he found it interesting. Xia Chuchu doesn't care how this damn man snaps. She's unmoved as she eats her meal. After eating, Xia Chuchu left without looking back. The only thing is that her face sank when she turned around, and her eyes carried a touch of sternness. By not rejecting Wan Jiang with sharp words, she was telling him that it was profitable, and the man would surely chase after her like a dog that saw meat. Not surprisingly, Xia Chuchu expected. The evening scene, Wan Jiang still looking for every opportunity to take advantage of. He probably thought that she did not voice is also the default. Xia Chuchu did not move and let him act. That is to give him some sweetness, so as to breed his arrogance. Let him break free of his mind and let his desires run wild. When he starts to act out, it's her time to reel in the fish. Drink, 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 drink. Look at you. You don't even go to the company anymore. How can you support me and my daughter? Lin Meixia exasperatedly kicked at the bottles of wine piled up in front of her eyes in an obtrusive manner. The man in front of her was too much of a disappointment to her. After his previous project went yellow, he couldn't get any more investment and became more and more disillusioned. The nice little company is no longer in business, and now they're all drinking. Don't you worry about me? I don't care about such a small company. I'm a man of great deeds. I want to open a big company. Xiao Liwei's heart has grown bigger and bigger in the past few years after Kiyoshi Feng's constant succor and help. Now he has long looked at this small company, now 3 or 4 million a year profit. He only wants to open a large company, make hundreds of millions of assets. Wake up you. It's good to have money to earn now. Let's take it one step at a time, and it's not too late to start again with a good project. Lin Meixia snatched the bottle of wine from Xiao Liwei's hand and gently comforted her husband. The man's mental capacity was too poor. In her opinion, even more than their daughter. Koro lost her child and got divorced. She's all still busy with her career and living it up. It's not like this man, who is dying for a little thing, and has been hit twice as hard to drink his sorrows away. Still waiting. How old am I? Wait until I'm 7 or 8 years old and make a lot of money before investing in a good program? By then, all the good projects will have been snatched up by other people. Where will I get my share? I'm just short of money right now. No one's investing in me, and what project I'm looking at doesn't end up making money. Xiao Liwei felt that he was born at the wrong time. Bad luck, empty with a pair of investment eyes, but unfortunately no money in the pocket. So what do you say? We don't have so much money now. What else can we do if we don't wait? Hatsumomo is just entering the entertainment industry, and she can't make much money. Lin Meixia exasperatedly flung away Xiao Liwei's arm. She also wants to be a luxury broad wife. Swipe the card to buy a few million bags without blinking an eye. But she couldn't. She didn't even blame Xiao Liwei for this man's incompetence. What else did he want? It's a bad day to let him drink all day? Noticing that his wife was angry, Xiao Liwei hurriedly coaxed her. Wife, don't be angry. It's all my fault. I'm the one who didn't let you have a good life. Lin Meixia saw that this drunkard still knew how to coax himself when he was drunk like this, so her mood was a little better. Didn't she choose Xiao Liwei because he was obedient, from the city, and from a good family? But I didn't realize that after so many years, the man still hadn't made any big money, but he was still living a solid life. But the worst thing about people is comparing them to each other. After comparing them, you realize that you can't reach her heights, and you start to suffer. It's like her going to the beauty salon quite happily with a $700, 000 to $800, 000 bag, only to have someone with a $5, 000 to $6, 000 000 bag walked by with a very superior sense of humor and show off in front of her. The man also spat on her bag in passing, and she was immediately in a bad mood. Lin Meixia was a college student from the countryside who changed her fate by marrying a man, but this low self-esteem engraved in her bones is still hard to change. She was scantily clad and looked at some of the rich and powerful women in the beauty salon, and could only go home and urge her husband to get on with it. Unfortunately, now that her daughter was so old, she still hadn't been able to live the life of a rich and powerful woman as she had hoped. The thought that that woman Chen Yun with a drag could leap to become a rich and powerful woman. She was jealous in her heart. That woman which is comparable to her. The same by marrying to change their fate. How did she have the luck of the draw to marry a good husband? Fly to the branch as a phoenix. This was very disconcerting to Lin Meixia, and when she looked at her husband, she was even more disappointed. Still drinking. Do you want to die? It's best to drink with both feet and just sail away. Lin Meixia didn't have the good sense to snatch the bottle again and smashed it on the ground in anger. Clang a loud noise, Xia Liwei scared a shiver, and hurriedly retracted his hand. Chapter 180, Crying Poor. Complaining. Honey, I'm not drinking, so don't be mad. Xia Liwei took Lin Meixia's hand and hurriedly softened, saying that he would not drink. I've been married to you for so many years, have I ever resented you? I also want to live the life of a rich and powerful woman, but have I ever said anything about you? I sympathized with you for not saying anything and staying with you, and now you're whining to me. Can't you pull yourself together and work for a living? Lin Meixia said with tears still flowing out. Xia Liwei saw the situation and immediately took the person in his arms and gently coaxed. Wife strong habitual, married so many years she did not cry much, and now see her tears. Xia Liwei heartache. He regretted his lack of ability and gave his wife anger. Wife, from tomorrow onwards I will work hard and make our small company bigger and stronger, so that you can live a good life. Only then did Lin Meixia break into a smile and said, you have to remember what you said and go to the company properly for me from tomorrow. Aha, definitely go. Xia Liwei was too busy to connect his head. Lin Meixia then smiled and helped Xia Liwei back to his room. A woman's occasional show of weakness and tears are sometimes a powerful tool, and a wise woman knows when to use it. Tears are a good thing, but too many of them are worthless and useless. Early the next morning, Xia Liwei dressed to go to work. Lin Meixia, which is happy to go to find a little sister to play cards. As long as Xia Liwei goes to work properly, their family will not starve, and if Qian's does not fall, their family will have a constant stream of orders. Xia Liwei sat in his office, looked at the financial statement, and realized that his brother-in-law had cut a large portion of his order this month. Alarm bells went off in his heart. His brother-in-law was not wanting to work with him as his brother-in-law. Xia Liwei thought that maybe he hadn't been with his brother-in-law's family for a while, and Xiao had married someone else, so there was less of her in the middle as a link, which made his brother-in-law dissatisfied with him. So he hurriedly picked up the phone and said, brother-in-law, this is Wei, how have you been? Well, it was okay. Qian Yefeng was also looking at his daughter's face, which is why he picked up Xia Liwei's phone. Recently Xia Liwei's side out of the goods a lot of quality is not passable, suffered from frequent customer returns, compensation for a large sum of money. Brother-in-law, why are there so many fewer orders lately? Are they developing improved products? Xia Liwei also didn't take his brother-in-law's cold tone to heart and licked his face to ask, Wei, you'd better strictly control the quality of your products these days. You've recalled a large batch of products shipped from your side. Xia Liwei smiled and hurriedly said, brother-in-law, that was a moment of carelessness on the part of the master in charge of the product. I've already dismissed him, and this won't happen in the future. We'll see about that later. This latest batch of orders isn't coming out in large quantities, but you still have to do a good job. Qian Yufeng actually do not want to continue to succor his wife and brother. He made this product as good and bad. Qian's reputation by the time all ruined almost. They have their own processing plant under Qian's umbrella, so there's no need to give it to Xia Liwei to do. In the past, he just wanted to help him, which is why he gave him a small batch of orders to do. Who knows that he always makes mistakes? He is a little disappointed. Qian Yefeng also detected Xia Liwei's ambition, and he probably couldn't look at the small amount of money he was earning now. Okay, brother-in-law, I'll be sure to personally supervise this time. Xia Liwei nodded and agreed, and after hanging up the phone his face went cold. This list has inexplicably plummeted, and my brother-in-law doesn't even say hello anymore. With the help of Qian Yufeng for years and years, Xia Liwei had taken it for granted that he deserved these orders. Now all of a sudden the list has been reduced all of a sudden, and he feels that his brother-in-law has robbed him of the money that should have been his. He hung up the phone and hated it in his heart. This was when Xiao married someone and her brother-in-law flipped out. Thinking of Qian Kikyu, Xia Liwei immediately had the bottom line again. His niece heart but has always been biased towards their family. Uncle, why are you calling me? Are you and your aunt and uncle in good health? Chiaki picked up Charleville's phone and feigned happiness. Your aunt and I are in pretty good health. It's just that the projects that uncle invested in recently have gone yellow. Chor ran off to shoot a movie again, and her uncle wasn't much good at it, and couldn't help her much without money. Your father doesn't know what kind of compulsion he's been under lately, and the company won't even give me any orders. We are all family. Can I still harm him? If there are goods not given to me to do, and given to someone else to do, can he feel at ease? Kiankikia heard the words and realized that uncle is here to cry poor and complain. He said, by whom compelled? Is not it insinuating accusing Chen Yun blowing pillow wind? She wasn't stupid now, and it was only really uncomfortable when the goods were made for him. She looked at Qian's recent financial statements, and one of the big expenses was compensation. Dad's gone too far. I'll talk to him. I'm sorry, uncle. I can't help you much. I didn't borrow any money last time, and I don't have much money now that I'm interning, but I just recently made some money. I made over $6 million last month with $1 million investment, and that's all I have on me right now. Uncle, I'll lend you all of it if you need it in a hurry. Chiaki Chocho is on the same side as Xiaoliwei, making a common cause to resist her father. Chocho, what have you invested in? How come it's so profitable? Xiaoliwei heard that $1 million can make $6 million. Only a short month. This is too profitable. He was instantly interested. What he lacked the most right now was money. With the money, he can go invest in good projects and start big companies. Kiankikiu smiled at her words. The bait she had thrown out was quite tempting. Uncle had taken the bait so quickly. Uncle, it's just a small investment. Not worth mentioning. Xianqiuqiu deliberately hid it and didn't say anything, drawing Xia Liwei's curiosity. I'm your uncle. I can't laugh at you. It's fine. Just tell me. When Kiankikia didn't say anything, Xia Liwei became even more interested. So mysterious. It should be a good place to make money. Kiankikiu pretended to be mysterious. Uncle, then you mustn't tell my father. I'm afraid my father will beat me. Okay, definitely don't tell your dad. Xia Liwei answered with his mouth full, and he really wanted to know what return on investment is so high. Jian Chichio froze for half a day, seemingly hesitant, considering whether or not to say it. Xia Liwei hurriedly said, Chiochio, why don't you say it? Kiankikiu again and again urged. Uncle, I'll say it then. You can't scold me or tell my father. Well, Xia Liwei are holding their breath. The heart is full of curiosity. In the end, what kind of money-making road? Kiankikiu then mumbled and spoke. Just online. Engage in blogging. Color up. What? You dead girl. This is risky. Everyone says it's a scam. Xia Liwei stood up from his boss chair at the words and cursed angrily at Kiankikiu. Chapter 181, Fooled. This industry is all over the news. The police are urging people not to play this. It's all a scam. This girl art high people dare to run online to do this investment. Not afraid of $1 million hit the water. But this $1 million for her is nothing. Uncle, it's not like this kind of business is all a scam, or else there wouldn't be so many people playing it. It's not like people are cuties. It's only people who play if they do make money. I was also recommended this by a friend who has made over $10 million. Of course Chiaki knew that Xia Liwei would definitely object the first time he heard it, but she could brainwash him. Let him get a taste of it so he'll be fascinated, addicted, and hooked. Xia Liwei said half-heartedly, more than $10 million. Really? Listening to his tone, Kiankikia knew that he was actually already wavering, or else he would have already said it was a lie. Of course it's true. He's bought the villa now. Xianqiuqiu's decisive words made Xia Liwei a little foolish. Xianqiuqiu continued, but this industry depends on luck and vision. It's normal to make and lose money on investments. Uncle should know that from doing business himself. That's a much more pertinent and grounded statement on her part. Unlike other people engaged in investment, come up to say that a steady profit, a year can earn a few $100 million. This kind of boastful words. This led Charlevoix to mistakenly believe that his niece had encountered what was probably a regular website and that there was no scam or anything. Uncle, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can take $100,000 to play with first, to see if I've lied to you. You mustn't tell my father about this. He'll think I've been duped as surely as my uncle. I'll be close to you, uncle. I'll tell you everything. Uncle, you can't betray me. Kiankikiu and Xia Liwei pampered themselves, pretending to be casual and coaxing Xia Liwei to play alone. Invest $100,000 for fun first? Although this was a niece's casual remark, Xia Liwei had been moved. The majesty of the elders cannot be lost. Xia Liwei coughed and said, line. Uncle will take 100,000 to test the water. Is it true or false? A probe will know. If I prove it's a scam now, you can't play anymore, and I'll tell your dad if you don't behave. Xia Liwei pretended to persuade his niece to turn back to the shore, taking the opportunity to loose their own to invest 100,000 to test the water. Who lied to you? I'm a regular website. When uncle earns money, you can share my share. Kiankikiu pretended not to know and deliberately pampered Xia Liwei, already drawing big cakes for him. Whether you earn money or not is secondary. The key you girl are married and still immature. Don't be cheated. Xiao Liwei still maintains his majesty and authority as an elder. In case of compensation he can say that it is to make his niece wake up. He's still a smart enough adult to be unaffected by these scams. Good. Then I'll send the website to my uncle later and he'll go and have a look around, okay? Qian Qiqiu feigned helplessness and accepted her uncle's kind offer to test the waters. Well, do a good internship and earn your money on the ground. Charleville maintained his elder persona before hanging up the phone. So you've already thought of a countermeasure on how to punish your aunt and uncle. As Chen Duo listened to Chiaki Chiocho's call, he knew what she was planning to do. That's for sure. Your wife, I'm smart. Right. I'm saving for a rainy day. Chiaki was so happy that she sent the link to the website to Charleville. Then isn't it possible to give me a reward? I'm half responsible for this site. Chen Duo came over with a smile on his face. This website was something he and Chiocho had completed together a few days ago. Work hard, hubby. Do a good job of maintaining security during this time. Qian Qiqiu tilted her head and kissed Chen Duo on the cheek, and it was up to Chen Duo to follow up. Chen Duo smiled contentedly and said, "It's not hard. Just reward me more." Muah. Qian Qiqiu hooked Chen Duo's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Are these rewards enough? Hubby, go for it. Chen Duo turned his head, clasped the back of Qian Qiqiu's head, kissed her red lips and said with a smile, "This is only enough." Chiaki Autumn. The man is getting better at taking advantage of the situation. Moving for rewards, kissing and hugging, just about lifting them high. Honey, look, a $10 million. My uncle really transferred $100,000 in. Qian Qiqiu pointed to the recharge amount on the webpage, counted a few zeros, and happily told Chen Duo the good news. It seems that her uncle has already had his heart set on it, and then they're going to have to sweeten the pot, so that he'll slowly become addicted and end up putting his entire fortune on the line. This is the greed of human nature, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. No wonder those scams always have people falling for them, but it's just a way of catching people who are greedy for small profits. No matter how much you urge people not to fall for the scam, there will always be someone who is so skillful and bold that they think they are the most special one. It seemed as if he was the one who held the destiny of heaven, and this kind of greedy and blindly self-confident, self-appointed person was the easiest to fall for. Xiao Liwei mouthed to persuade her to make money to be down to earth, but when he knew that he could make it to heaven in one step, he still believed it. Oh, hypocritical and greedy human nature. Sometimes it's just so easy to exploit. Okay, leave it to me. It was just a game of teasing mice, and Chen Duo accepted it with gusto. You can't give too much sweetness all at once, so it's easy to make people run away. It can only be given little by little so that he never has enough so that he will run after it. Qian Qiqiu was very relieved to leave this matter to Chen Duo. He was so smart to know what to do. She concentrated on knocking up her own code. Now that she had become Chen Duo's teammate, she was assigned tasks as well. This task still needs to be completed on time with quality and quantity, so you can't hold your husband back. Her message dialog box was blinking and she clicked on it to see that it was a message from Seven. She was afraid to look at Seven's news these days. She felt guilty, but there was nothing she could do to help. Who let it be Big Boss Chen Duo who wanted to punish her? Qian Qiqiu could only bend down and be a small, quail-like figure at this time. What else would Chen Duo do when he remembered the review that had caused her to lose her sovereignty? Something that would be fit to stay in his safe for the rest of his life. Either that or she's waiting for Chen Duo to make a mistake and they've cancelled each other out. Or it's going to be very hard for her to turn over a new leaf. Shao Qi, Cho, have you not been serving the boss well lately? Boss, he's lustful. That's why he purposely tormented me and prevented me from having a conjugal life, isn't it? Xiaoqi, I've been a code tool man of Mordor's feelings for a few days now without a day or night. So do me a favor, save me and give the boss a bite of meat, right? Chapter 182, suddenly unhappy. Xiaoqi, I'm a newlywed. It's the perfect time to be in love and go to Wushan. I haven't even asked the boss for wedding leave. How can he do this to me? It's so inhumane. Xiaoqi, I want to eat meat. JPG, Xiaoqi, your relatives are here? Well, that can be solved in other ways too. I'll share a few G's of my netbook with you, so hurry up and drag the boss to bed. Save the child. JPG, Qian Qiqiu had already sensed Zhang Xiaoxiao's franticness, and she couldn't help but laugh out softly. But she forgot that Big Boss Chen Duo was sitting right next to her, and Chiaki Chiochio, the pig teammate, had once again screwed over Zhang Xiaoxiao. Chen Duo heard Chiaki Chiochio's laughter with a curious face and came over, and then goodness gracious just happened to let him see the last message. When Chiaki reacted, trying to block it with her hands wouldn't help. Chen Duo said absently, it seems that Seven is still too idle to have time to chat with you. Qian Qiqiu, Shao Qi, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to do it this time. It was Chen Duo himself who came over. Honey, she says she's busy and has asked me for help, so let her go? Qian Qiqiu beamed, pathetically pleading on behalf of Zhang Xiaoxiao. How can I have time to send you a message when I'm really so busy? This job is still too low intensity. Chen Duo shook his head and moved his body back, as if he felt that he was not a good boss and underestimated the potential of his men. Chiaki Autumn. She was surprisingly speechless, as if it made sense. Seven had been messaging herself nonstop for the past 2 days, so it seemed like quite a time. No, she's asking for a favor. How can she think like that? Almost brought to the ditch by Chen Duo, she hurriedly came over to plead for Seven. Seeing that Chen Duozhang had opened the dialogue box with Xiao Qi, it seemed that he wanted to add a mission. Chiaki Chocho hurriedly stood up and snatched the keyboard in her arms. Chen Duo looked at her with a calm face. Xian Chicho was a bit weak and pretended to be strong. You'll make me friendless. Xiao Qi will think that I'm the one who sued. Chen Duo calmly said. Then I'll tell her that I saw it myself just now. That won't do. And that would be me betraying my friends anyway. It's no fun being a sister-in-law like this. They all think I'm your eyes. Then I don't want to be on your team. I want out. Out. Chiaki Chocho hugged her keyboard, beamed, and sat down on the table, looking at Chen Duo with an unhappy face. There was a tendency for her to quit if he dared to punish Seven again. Chen Duo helplessly pinched his brow before he opened his arms to Qian Kikyu and said, Alright, let Xiao Qi go. You can come down then. Qian Kikyu smiled at this and then happily set the keyboard just to the side, opened her arms to Chen Duo, wrapped her arms around his neck, and sat on his lap. Honey, I knew you were the best. You're the bestest, nicest boss in the whole wide world. Surely you'll sympathize with the hard work of your small staff. It's a blessing to be on your team, and I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Listening to Chiaki Chocho's compliments to himself, Chen Duo smiled helplessly. He was compromising. If he didn't say yes, he didn't know how Chocho would make a fuss about quitting. I guess she was going to call him inhuman, iron-blooded and brutal, and cold-hearted like old Ten did. Chen Duo had some regrets about calling Seven back to his country. Look what she had taught Chocho, bringing his Chocho down. Honey, you're not even talking to me now. Is it that you're tired of this marriage? Is it that there's no more freshness? No more passion? Qian Kikyu looked at Chen Duo with a displeased face. She had complimented him for so long. Shouldn't he even say something? Chan Du. This grinder was really good at her job. Where he was tired of her. He wrapped his arm around Qian Kikyu's waist and smiled helplessly. I was just being thankful for the lady's undying devotion to me. And having you on my team is the icing on the cake. Now you finally realize how important I am, don't you? Not only can I warm your bed, but I can also help you develop your career. I'm such a good wife. Heck, so good I married you. You really earned it. Qian Kikyu has started the mode of selling herself as a king's wife. Chen Duo lightly laughed and chimed in. Well, I've earned it. What more can a man ask for when he gets a wife like this? Ha! Facing such a cooperative Chen Duo, Qian Kikyu herself was amused. Mr. Chen is not bad either. Jade-like and talented and knowledgeable. If this were in ancient times, when you went out on the street, there must have been thousands of people just to surround you. Put it in modern times as well. You're keeping a low profile now, and one day when you've developed domestically, you'll probably have a large number of women chasing after you to marry you. Qian Kikyu originally wanted to commercially neutralize and praise Chen Duo as well, but as she spoke, she had a sense of crisis. Chen Duo used to be the one who didn't go out much and didn't know many people, so she was the only one around. In the future, when the company is up and running, his appearance on the financial magazines, rich and colorful, will certainly attract a group of women to fall on. Alas, it's no fun. Suddenly I feel that it's too hard to be a woman, working hard as a good wife to send my husband to the peak of his career. I thought I could share the glory and wealth in the future, but I let another woman cut me off halfway. And who let her simmer down to a yellow face? Chen Xiuqiu skimmed her lips and retreated from Chen Duo's arms. Chan Du, what's going on here? I was so happy just now. Why do I suddenly feel this way? He hurriedly stood up and pulled the person into his arms, coaxing softly. What's wrong? You don't trust me anymore. I only love you. Chen Duo, I suddenly feel that it's too hard to be a woman. If you have a successful career someday, you'll definitely have tons of women to fall for you. There's no use in my believing you. It's a fact. There's a whole lot of temptation to defend yourself against, and there's no chance I'll have to save you. Qian Kikyu beamed and looked at Chen Duo unhappily. She didn't know how she got sentimental all of a sudden. I don't need you to save me. I'll take care of these things myself. A man who loves you wouldn't let his wife face such a situation. I won't let you be sad. Don't get your head in the clouds. We've gone through 2 lifetimes to be together. This hard-won happiness, I will definitely guard it well. You think I'm rambling too? I feel like I'm going to be inexplicably moody for a few days. What do you think is wrong with me? Qian Kikyu was also puzzled. She felt like she was being a bit negative and pessimistic now. It's okay, you're just that coming on. It's normal to be in a bad mood. Chen Duo knew that Qian Kikyu was having her period, and it was normal for her mood to fluctuate a lot right now. Chapter 183, An Oolong. But I'm not on my period. Kiankikia looked at Chen Duo with a surprised face, but it was Chen Duo who was happy. Autumn, you're not pregnant, are you? Chen Duo looked excitedly at Kiankikia's stomach, seemingly certain that his child was conceived there. I don't think so, but you're wearing a little raincoat. Kiankikia wasn't as agitated as Chen Duo. She was still relatively sensible and thought that it might be the absence of her great aunt that caused her to have big mood swings. That's not always true. Not all little raincoats are over quality, and in case it breaks, pregnancy is a possibility. Well, that must be it. You must be pregnant. You shouldn't work these days, less contact with computers and other electronic products. I'll complete your tasks for you, so you can recuperate in peace. Go go go. I'll accompany you to your room. Chen Duo's hands danced with excitement as he helped Kiankikia to walk outside the study. That's a low probability you're talking about? I'm just delaying my period. I shouldn't be pregnant. Don't be so dramatic. I'll be embarrassed when my period comes. Kiankikia didn't believe she was pregnant. She hurriedly pushed Chen Duo away. She didn't want to lose face. Since there's a probability of that, it's a possibility. You'd better go to your room and rest. I'll take care of all the work. Without saying a word, Chen Duo leaned over and took the person in his arms. Just in case Chiaki said a whole lot more about how one more minute here was one more minute of radiation for his daughter. Suddenly being princess hugged, frightened Chiaki Chocho hurriedly wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck. What are you doing? Put me down. Kiankikia's face reddened with shame. She felt that this was a big oops. Good girl. Just relax and go back to resting. I'm pregnant when I say I am. I have a feeling about it. Chen Duo was honey confident that he had no doubt about Chiaki Chocho's pregnancy. Chiquita? She, a mom, didn't have a premonition, but Chen Duo, a dad, had a premonition? Sister-in-law Lu just happened to see the scene, and she looked at Mrs., who was being held in Mr. S. arms with a smile on her face. In her mind, she was lamenting the fact that Mr. and Mrs. were so attached to each other, and that the little young master was just around the corner. Chen Duo saw that Sister Lu was there, so he could just order her to make something delicious for Chocho. Sister Lu. When Kiankikia heard Chen Duo shouting at Sister Lu, she hurriedly reached out and covered his mouth to prevent him from saying anything. We're not even sure if we're pregnant, and this guy wants the whole world to know. In case he didn't get pregnant, he'd be fine at all, and the only one who'd be humiliated would be her. Seeing Kiankikia looking at him in annoyance, Chen Duo carried the person back to his room with a smile on his face. Forget it, she must be shy. He'll explain this to Mrs. Lu alone later. Chen Duo lifted the thin air-conditioned quilt and placed the person on the bed. Autumn, get some sleep. Kiankikia struggled to sit up from the bed as she said bitterly, Husband, I'm really not pregnant. You shouldn't make wild guesses without real evidence. It won't end well when the time comes. Chen Duo said with a confident look on his face. Okay, since you don't believe me, then I'll ask Right to buy some pregnancy tests and come back. So it's always okay to take a test, right, Chiquita? Holy, isn't this really going to be a big deal? She can't afford to lose face by asking Right to buy a pregnancy test. Don't you move. What are you doing up? When Chen Duo saw that Kiankikia was about to get out of bed, he guarded her like a fragile doll, not allowing her to move. Don't want Right to get it. I'll get it myself. I'm going to kill you. Chiaki put her feet on the floor and bent down to get her shoes. You need to take more rest now. The first 3 months are for birth control. Your daughter isn't safe in your belly yet. Chen Duo helped the bent over Kiankikia up and didn't let her move. Chiaki Autumn. She's really going crazy. She's not pregnant. She's not pregnant. I should have said she was having her period. I didn't know this guy was so good at making associations. He's crazy about his daughter, isn't he? Honey, I'm fine. The baby is in my belly and the mom, know if she's safe. I'll just go get a pregnancy test and be back soon. Or you can follow if you're not sure. Seeing that there was no way out, Kiankikia could only endorse Chen Duo's claim that she was pregnant. Since you know the baby is in your belly, there's no need to buy a pregnancy test, is there? Chen Duo stopped Qian Chicho, and he immediately caught the loophole in her words. Chiaki Autumn, she's playing emotional intelligence here, and this guy is playing intellectual games for her here? It was too hard for her to be speechless. Honey, if you're not sure about the baby, we can go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll have Right come over to take us there. With that, Chen Duo pulled out his cell phone and prepared to call Right. How could he make a phone call? Wouldn't the oops get bigger and bigger? Kiankikia hurriedly snatched his phone and whispered, Hubby, you're too nervous. This will make me nervous too. You have to take care of my emotions. Chen Duo smiled and then calmed down and said, I'm not nervous. You mustn't be nervous. Relax. Kiankikia seized the opportunity and said, Well, I'm not nervous. I'm fine. Why don't we go out and buy a pregnancy test? Chandu. Half the time, Chocho still wants to go out by herself. thinking that the emotions of a pregnant woman were most important. She would definitely get angry if he blocked it again. Forced to do so, Chen Duo could only nod his head and agree. Okay, then you drive slowly. I'll be able to get my license after a while. Good. Seeing that Chen Duo had finally agreed, how could Qian Kikyu not agree? She had to get this matter over with quickly. Otherwise, according to Chen Duo's excitement, it would be a big deal. If she wasn't pregnant, the joke would be on her. Seeing the young couple walking out hand in hand, Mrs. Liu hurriedly said, Mr. and Mrs. Are you going out? Will you be back for dinner later? Oh, Mrs. Liu, we'll be right back. Qian Kikyu snatched the answer first. She was afraid that Chen Duo was going to talk nonsense again. After saying that, she pulled Chen Duo to go out, and after getting into the car, Qian Kikyu started the car. Chen Duo was still urging her to drive slower. As they were about to reach the pharmacy, Qian Kikyu only felt a heat in her belly, and a familiar sensation struck her suddenly. It's over. It's too early to be late, but my period came at this time. Honey, we don't have to go to the drugstore. I'm now 200% sure I'm not pregnant because I'm on my period. Qian Kikyu slammed her foot on the brake and looked at Chen Duo very innocently. She's not to blame for this. It's Chandu herself who's convinced she's pregnant. Chandu, his daughter is just another fantasy. Honey, you don't have to buy a pregnancy test now, but there is something else you need to buy. Chapter 184, The Embarrassment of Shopping. Chen Duo went out alone for the first time. Standing at the entrance of the supermarket, he walked in somewhat unnaturally. He wandered around for a while and finally found what Chiaki Chocho was going to use in one of the corners of the supermarket. But this whole shelf of tampons confused him. He didn't know which one to pick. Young man, buying tampons for your girlfriend. Do you want Auntie to give you a recommendation? Look at this one just fine. You can touch our samples. Chen Duo faced the unusually enthusiastic shopping guide and scared and hurriedly backed up. Even someone took the sample with tampon sticker and forced him, a big man, to touch it. Auntie, no, I'll choose myself. The tips of Chen Duo's ears were so red that they were dripping blood, and he only hoped that this guide aunt would understand his words and hurry to leave. Ha. Young man, you're still shy. What's there to be ashamed of? Auntie has seen a lot of guys buying this for their girlfriends at the supermarket and I've recommended it to them. Auntie Guide was all smiles, smugly boasting about her business skills. Chandu, why can't this aunt understand human language? He seriously doubted that the boys who were recommended were forced to have their aunts recommend them, as he was now. Chen Duo directly handed the shopping basket to the shopping guide aunt and said, Then please Auntie, put it all in here for me. Well, young man, Auntie picked out the best ones for you, like these soft cotton, skin friendly, refreshing and breathable. Your girlfriend will be more hygienic and healthy if she uses them. Auntie Shopper introduced Chen Duo while she was picking, and from time to time, there were a few girls passing by, whispering to their companions, and Chen Duo was embarrassed to death. Thanks. Not waiting for Auntie to say what the full price is, Chen Duo hurriedly took the shopping basket and fled. When he reached the cashier's desk, Chen Duo was once again greeted with the attention of everyone, because he was a man buying a basket full of tampons. He even heard voices coming from behind him. Oh my god, how does a man buy so many Pampers? Don't be a pervert? Well, it's possible. There are 1,000 strange people in this world, and some men like women's things. Chen Duo turned around and coldly looked at the two women behind him. I bought it for my wife. Please stop your wild speculations. With that he handed the waiter his black card and carried the bag in his hand. When Chen Duo walked away, the two women behind him then exclaimed, So handsome, black card. I wasn't blind just now, was I? Why does it have the feeling of a domineering president in a novel? He meow is also the first time to see a man with a black card to buy anti-napkins for his girlfriend. That is to say, the domineering president of the novel is not with a black card to buy bags, clothes and shoes? Alas, such a rich bully has married young, so envious of his wife. The cashier looked helplessly at the two nymphomaniac women and said, Check out quickly, there are people waiting behind you? Oh. The two girls hurriedly pushed their shopping carts over and took out the contents one by one and placed them on the register. When Qian Kikyu saw that Chen Duo had returned, she smiled and said, Husband, it's been hard on you. Well, Chen Duo opened the backseat door carrying 2 large bags of tampons. Oh my god, honey, how much did you buy? Qian Kikyu turned around and looked at the 2 large bags and exclaimed in shock. These were enough for her to use for a small half year. I didn't know which one to buy, and I bought all of them when my guide aunt recommended them. Chen Duo reddened the tips of his ears, a little embarrassed. Oh, hard work, saved me a lot of time. Chen Qiuqiu forced a smile and complimented Chen Duo, knowing that it was too hard for him, a polytechnic man who was not good at socializing. Chen Duo placed the bag on the back seat before sitting back on the passenger side. You want to go change now, or go back first? Chen Duo took a packet of tampons and handed it to Chiaki Chocho with the tips of his red ears. I'd better go back and change. It seems to have gotten on my clothes. Chiaki Chocho lowered her voice a little badly to explain. She started the car and turned it around in front of her, which led her back in the car. And the packet of tampons Chen Duo was holding in his hand was like a hot potato, not knowing whether to throw it to the back or not. Until the car drove into the courtyard of the villa, the packet of tampons was still in Chen Duo's hand. It was only then that Chiaki saw that he was somewhat unnaturally sideways, trying to hide what he was holding as best he could. She covered her mouth and laughed, moving her head to the side as if she didn't see it. Chen Duo hurriedly got out of the car, hid the package of tampons in his hand and stuffed it into the big bag, then lifted the two bags out. Chiaki grabbed one of the bags and placed it behind her back with her hands behind her back, covering the area where her clothes were dirty. The couple entered the villa with a less natural look. Chiaki tiptoed around and stretched her head to look inside, looking around to see if Sister Lu was in the villa. Finding Sister Lu cooking in the kitchen, she hurriedly slipped inside and hurried up to the second floor. Chen Duo looked at her as if she was a thief in her own home and smiled somewhat helplessly as he carried the bag and followed behind Qian Kikyu. Sir, you're back. Sister Lu heard the commotion and poked her head out, realizing that Chen Duo had returned and greeted him. Chen Duo reflexively and immediately switched the bag he was carrying in his right hand to his left hand, and it took this subconscious action to let him know that even at home he would be as unnatural as Chocho. Well, Chen Duo coldly agreed and carried the bag upstairs. As he pushed open the door to his room, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Not long after, Qian Kikyu pushed open the bathroom door and looked at Chen Duo with a smile on her face. Mr. Chen, your premonition doesn't seem to be too accurate. Chen Duo, her daughter's dreams were shattered, and now she was being taunted so mercilessly by Chocho. Honey, I'm devastated. It's heartbreaking that you're still laughing at me. Chen Duo looked pitifully at Qian Kikyu, who knew a joke had been made. He was almost about to tell Mrs. Lu, but luckily it was okay, or he would have been humiliated. Qian Kikyu smiled and said, don't you want a daughter very much? That's for sure. It's better to be so cute like you. Chen Duo had a happy face, thinking that Qian Kikyu was ready to have a child with him after her great aunt left, so she didn't have to wait until after he got his driver's license. This pit of waiting for him to get his driver's license is still dug by him, and the bitter fruit can only be tasted by him. He wanted a daughter so badly, but Chocho wouldn't cooperate. Qian Kikyu smiled and asked, then with a daughter, will you spoil her and love her well? Chen Duo said with a smile on his face, of course, my favorite is you. I will give her all the fatherly love I have. Chapter 185, one is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten. And will you buy her nice clothes and good food? Chen Duo busily nodded his head and said, of course I will, buy lots and lots. Qian Kikyu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and came up to his ear and smiled. Daddy, Chen Duo, ha ha, picking up a daughter as big as mine for nothing and still not wanting it, you really don't know what's good for you. Qian Kikyu smiled with a happy face and teased Chen Duo. Honey, I'm telling the truth, I want the daughter we had. Chen Duo looked at Qian Kikyu with an aggrieved face. He was the only one who was serious. This person was just gagging and cheating his feelings. And I want to spend time with you as a couple? I didn't realize you wanted a third person in our relationship so early. Didn't we say that the road to relationships is narrow and there's only room for two people? With one more person, it's going to be crowded. Chen Duo, speechless, where did this abrasive person find another segment? Wife, the path of affection is only walked by the two of us. My daughter walks the path of affection, and my favorite will always be you. With a curious look on her face, Chiaki asked, then if my daughter and I argue one day, whose side are you on? Your side, of course, you're the most important. Chen Duo blurted out without even thinking. Oh, if she looks at you with 2 tears in her eyes, you can be on my side too. Qian Chocho expressed her disbelief. She watched Qian Miao cry and would unconsciously favor her. Chen Duo watched his daughter cry. He could not be biased. Well, definitely on your side. In order to coax Chocho to give him a daughter, Chen Duo has made Qian Kikyu the main focus of everything. Well then, I'll promise you when my great aunt is over, but even if you are pregnant, you only have a 50-50 chance of a daughter. There's also a 1.5 chance it's a son, and that's up to you. After all, it's up to you men to decide whether to have a son or a daughter. Seeing that Chen Duo wanted a daughter so much, Qian Kikyu agreed. She would like to see if the baby was a son or a daughter. Honey, thank you. Chen Duo excitedly took Chocho into his arms and kissed her cheeks. It's definitely a daughter. Don't worry about it. As usual, Chen Duo was so mesmerizingly confident that this seemed to be up to him. Qianqiu Chicho didn't say anything with a smile on her face. These blind confidence of his made her laugh and cry. After all, hadn't the previous pregnancy oops been a confident hunch on his part? Chen Duo's heart was bursting with happiness. Seeing Qian Kikyu pleading for Xiao Qi, he let Xiao Qi off with a wave of his hand. rather like a sense of amnesty. Xiao Qi, who had been liberated, immediately gave thanks to Qian Qiuqiu, but she still hadn't learned her lesson. Xiaoqi, Jimei, I will never forget your kindness. It's been hard on you to feed a tiger with your body in broad daylight. Xiaoqi, he, those few G's are good little movies, right? Smile. JPG, Xiaoqi, Jimei, my future sexual well-being depends on you. Xiaoqi, Jimei, don't ever let the boss lustfully squeeze me, the little cannon fodder, again, or the lust will be me and my husband. Xiaoqi, he, I'm going to eat meat. With a pop sound, Qian Kikyo saw Chen Duo walk in, and she was so scared that she hurriedly covered her laptop. Seven is really not afraid of death, and so blatantly sent her a message. Do not know that her husband is Chen Duo? Here, drink this bowl of brown sugar and ginger tea. Does your stomach hurt? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Why don't you quit coding today and go lie in bed? Chen Duo walked in with a cup of steaming hot brown sugar water and looked at Qian Kikyo with a concerned expression. Suddenly his great aunt was delayed, and he was a little worried about whether there was anything wrong with Qian Kikyo's body. It's okay, I'm in great shape. I'm still alive and kicking when my period comes, and I don't have menstrual cramps. Qian Kikyo received the brown sugar water with a happy face. She drank a few mouthfuls and found that it wasn't very hot. Then she gulped it down in one gulp. Thank you, husband. Qian Kikyo handed the empty cup to Chen Duo and told him to go down and wash the cup. She hurriedly cleared the record of Seven's chatting with her, just for fear that if Chen Duo came up and saw it later, then Seven would really be finished. Wan Jiang walked over with a smile on his face and hooked Xiaochuchu's shoulder and said, Daughter-in-law, I'll treat you tonight. Go out and have a drink. No, it's not good. I have a play tomorrow. I can't drink. Xiaochuchu blushed and politely refused. What's wrong with that? It's not like you're getting drunk. A little drink is good for the soul. Just have a little drink. Wan Jiang saw that she didn't do anything when he made a move on Xiaochuchu, and thought that this woman had a little bit of that meaning for herself too. In Wan Jiang's opinion, Xiaochuchu was like the uninitiated city good girl in this drama, innocent and too much of a conformist. When she meets a gangly, debonair, freedom-loving man like him, she is ironically moved. As the saying goes, if a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. Some women just like badass men like him, or he wouldn't have changed girlfriends so quickly. They are Zhouyu beating Huanggai, one willing to beat the other. But the director. Hush. Before Xiaochuchu finished speaking, Wan Jiang placed his index finger on her lips and raised his eyebrows and lightly shushed her to keep quiet. While Xiaochuchu froze, Wan Jiang pulled her out of the set and into his car. Here, have another drink. You can't hold your liquor. Wan Jiang poured wine for Xiaochuchu one after another, and Xiaochuchu mockingly looked at this man. It's a sitting duck. Can't wait to get her drunk. And a little sip to enjoy. This time it's one glass after another without stopping. No, Wan, I really can't drink anymore. Xiaochuchu grasped her own cup in her hand. Her face smoked slightly red. Her eyes were a little disoriented. Looking at it that way, it's obvious that it's going to be drunk. Daughter-in-law, call out to your brother twice more? Wan Jiang heard that Xiaochuchu did not call him Teacher Wan, but called him Brother Wan. He this heart happy. He'll get his man tonight. Xiaochuchu looked at him with a lustful look and knew what he was thinking. Brother, good brother, I really can't drink anymore. Xiaochuchu purposely shouted at him daintily, stimulating his beastly nature. Okay, we won't drink then. Brother, take you back to the hotel. This wine Wan Jiang also cannot drink. Which is this woman interesting? He went up and wrapped his arms around the drunken Xiaochuchu and brought her back to the car, where he couldn't help but want to put her to sleep. But Xiaochuchu struggled hard and seemed reluctant. He could only coax Xiaochuchu with kind words and drove her back to the hotel. In the corridor, Xiaochuchu kept struggling, trying to break free from Wan Jiang. Man Jiang just thought she was playing drunk and vigorously clasped her shoulders and sent her back to her room. Chapter 186, Can't Afford to Play. Once back in the room, Wan Jiang reveals his lustful and horny nature. He puts Xiaochuchu against the door and kisses him. Xiaochuchu struggled and pounded him, in resisting his closeness. At the moment, he was too hot and bothered to care about that. In his opinion, Xiaochuchu's punch, which was like a tickle, was just flirting with him. Kissing him, he threw himself on the bed and pounced. Let go of me, you bastard, pervert. Xiaochuchu's legs kept fluttering and struggling, and her mouth vibrated with curses. Funny, so that's the kind of tune you like. Wan Jiang thought Xiaochuchu liked to play this kind of role-playing lustful refusal, and the fire of lust burning in his eyes became even more intense. He stripped himself in 3 tries, while Xiaochuchu fled to a corner with her hands clasped over her chest in disheveled clothes. Please, please let me go. Xiaochuchu's tearful eyes are begging for mercy. Her lips are still trembling from fear. Wan Jiang, holy, what does this mean? Wasn't she willing? What was the point of looking like she was going to be forced now? Teasing him? Wan Jiang was speechless. This person was trying to get out of the car halfway and slip him into a game? Don't you come any closer, don't you come any closer. Xia Chuchu covered the clothes on her chest with one hand and waved one hand in the air haphazardly. The fearful despair in her eyes was visible. As Man Jiang approached her again, she charged like mad, knocking Man Jiang back a few steps. Xia Chuchu took the opportunity to open the door of the room in a panic, ran to knock on the door of the small assistant's room already, and hid in the small assistant's room. Main? He was full of questions and uncertainty. Wasn't she interested in him? And now it's ing run out. Is this the last word? Then wouldn't it be enough to say so? He's not so classless as to force a woman. Has he ever lacked a woman by his side for so many years? He casually beckons, and there are women willing to warm his bed. It's this Xia Chuchu. He didn't do anything. Why is she so resistant? Wang Jiang didn't think about it, and didn't think about all this messy crap. At the moment he was lusting for more, he made a phone call, and soon a woman with hateful eyes and wearing a tight halter dress with sparkling sequins knocked on the door of Man Jiang's room. Dressed like that? Man Jiang hooked his hand upstairs her waist and pulled the person into the room. Darn, I'm bouncing and having a good time, the woman said and wrapped her arms around Wang Jiang's neck, sending her red lips up. Before long the house became a sea of joy, with waves of shouts of laughter. Sister Chu Chu, that Wang Jiang is an old pervert. It's a good thing you're okay, or Sister Nan would have beaten me to death. The little assistant hugged Xia Chuchu and softly comforted her. She hadn't heard Xia Chuchu complaining about Wang Jiang's hands on her during filming, and she had seen it on the set, so she already had a preconceived notion that Man Jiang was sexually harassing her artist and now she wanted to rape her artist. She gave Wang Jiang a scolding and persuaded Xia Chuchu to take up the weapons of the law to defend her legitimate rights and interests. Starlet, then please make a copy of the surveillance from the hotel tonight. I need to gather evidence. Xia Chuchu seems to have made a great determination, with a firm face to defend her dignity and innocence. What trouble or not, Koro-san, this is all what I should do. Make sure to bring the bad guys to justice. The little assistant clenched her little fists with a righteous face, not realizing that she was a pawn. The next day when he was shooting on the set, Wang Jiang didn't have a good look for Xia Chuchu. A woman who can't afford to play and wants to play again like this is not something he is interested in. It's not like he's short of women. There's no need to waste his time on this kind of woman. Unfortunately, he met the cannibalistic Xia Chuchu, and would not be able to get away so easily. Mr. Wan, I'd like to get my bag that I left behind last night. Xia Chuchu blushed and looked at Wang Jiang with a scared face. Wang Jiang, what does this woman mean? He's not so hard up for a woman to have to be good with him. It's not like he's short of women. Well, wait, I'll have my assistant go get it later. A broken bag, who cares? Wang Jiang dropped a sentence without any good humor and went to the side to look for his assistant. Xia Chuchu looked at his arrogant back, the corner of his mouth hooked up a mocking smile. Broken bag? He is afraid that he does not know that this bag will make him fall into the abyss. Come on, next scene. Actors in position. The director shouted the horn, and only then did the two main actors, Wang Jiang and Xia Chuchu, walk over. I have to say that they are both actors. Main is playing around, but acting is online. Even though he loathes Xia Chuchu right now, how should he act out his feelings with Xia Chuchu in the drama? How else should he act? The love for Xia Chuchu in his eyes will not increase or decrease in the slightest, and his pair of gangly eyes are all filled with Xia Chuchu's silhouette, the woman he swore to bind to his side for the rest of his life. Even if she was a city lady, he, a country bully, would marry someone under his fancy pursuit. Zhang Yuro, played by Xia Chuchu, slowly develops a crush on him and has different feelings for him in her heart. In this scene, the two of them show all the caution and sizzle of a youngster's first encounter with love. Wang Jiang's dark eyes as Su Zhao were intense and hot as he looked at Zhang Yuro, who shyly glanced at Su Zhao and quickly put her head down again. Her face overflowed with unconcealable joy, and with a red face, she summoned up the courage to raise her head and look at Su Zhao again, then shyly lowered her head again. Su Zhao, a big man, couldn't understand a woman's shyness. He picked up Zhang Yuro's chin and kissed her. Ka, not bad. Chor Chu, your acting skills are really great. It's true that the investor had a good eye and didn't look at the wrong person. The director complimented Xia Chuchu with a smile on his face. After filming the scene for so long, he appreciated Xia Chuchu's acting skills. She is a newcomer to Shang Wang Jiang, a movie star. As usual, easy and comfortable, and there is no catching the scene. It was a treat to watch the two of them act, as if they were really a young couple. Investors? Xia Chuchu got a little confused. Did someone see her acting skills and that's why they recommended her? Yeah, the little dude from Flying Fish Pictures invested in this movie and recommended you specifically. I wasn't sure about it at first, but I didn't realize that you were so perceptive at such a young age, and that you were material for this job. The director has told the truth with a smile on his face. He is very optimistic about Xia Chuchu's future development. I'm borrowing your advice, and I'm being rewarded by God for this. Xia Chuchu modestly thanked the director, but in her heart, She was thinking about who the young son of Flying Fish Pictures was and how he could recommend her. Did you watch her variety show or her new drama and have thoughts about her? Chapter 187, Packed Up, MS. Xia, your bag is returned to you. Don't play if you can't afford it in the future. Spoil the fun. You might as well be your good girl and not try to break out of your cage to see the outside without a couple of flutters of your wings. Wan Zhang's heartfire is not small. He is a love master. For the first time by Xia Chuchu this woman to lose face. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Putting on such a show upsets him, and he doesn't have a penchant for forcing himself on women. Mr. 1. I won't let you spoil the fun. Let's have a couple of drinks tonight and talk. Xia Chuchu's hand rested on Wan Zhang's hand. Her thumb rubbed Wan Zhang's palm, tickling Wan Zhang's heart. What's the matter? Is this woman ready to play with him again? Look at Xia Chuchu's innocent appearance, and her delicious flavor. Can't eat the mouth or miss ah. So the spermatozoa Wan Zhang did not even think about it and agreed with a smile. The sky was gradually covered by a black veil, punctuated by stars blinking their little eyes. Occasionally a cloud drifted by and a million little eyes were obscured. Xingfeng saw this and hurried to come to help, waving his sleeve to drive the clouds away. You think the night sky is quiet, but in fact it is also very noisy, just like the people on the ground. Still in the last tavern, the door of the box room blocked the noise of the guests in the hall. Xia Chuchu sat inside with a calm face. Wan Zhang is sitting upright looking at the cell phone handed over by Xia Chuchu, which is playing the scene that he and Xia Chuchu staged last night. UING videotaped it. What do you want? Wan Zhang slapped Xia Chuchu's cell phone on the table with a loud bang. He was very angry at this woman's behavior. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to tell you. I put a pinhole camera on my bag. And thanks for giving me back this broken bag, or I would have missed such a great scene. Xia Chuchu flaunts her bag with a smile on her face, infuriating Wan Zhang's teeth. This is using him. This video is not bad, right? The movie star with a messy private life even tried to rape the female number 1 on the set. When this gets out, your acting career will be over. Xia Chuchu's mouth says arrogant words, but on her face, she downplays it as if she's talking about a small thing. Wan Zhang's eyes spewed fire when he sniffed, and this person even fooled him. He prided himself on having passed through all the flowers, but he really hadn't encountered a cannibalistic flower like Xia Chuchu. He had an eye-opening experience today, and he smiled. It seems that you set up a trap early on, and deliberately didn't reject my temptation. So it turns out that you were waiting for me here, but it's really hard for you. You're really patient. I don't know how many times I've been taken advantage of by lousy on the set, and it's a real to just break out now. Wan Zhang mockingly looked at Xia Chuchu. Damn, really can pretend. All fooled him. She's still innocent. She's obviously She's clearly hanging on to him, waiting for him to take the bait. Well, go ahead and curse. Curse hard and take the edge off. Because you're going to have to listen to me from now on, or you're going to die a horrible death. Xia Chuchu blissfully didn't care. She just enjoyed the thrill of having taken in Wan Zhang. Don't you like beauty? Finally, he fell on his face in beauty. Let's see if he still dares to take advantage of women casually in the future. You want to be Lousy's master. Dream on you. Wan Zhang looked at Xia Chuchu in anger. He smashed Xia Chuchu's cell phone in an attempt to destroy his handle. You smash it. Feel free to smash it. I have plenty more. I can make many copies. When the time comes, once I upload it on all the major websites, it will surely attract the attention of the netizens. Make yourself at home if you want to explain. After all, your lustful image is well known. Xia Chuchu carelessly poured herself a glass of wine and sipped it. It was only at this moment that she felt soothed by a small drink. Oh yeah, there's video of me drunkenly being forced into a room by you in the hotel hallway, and of me running away too. A complete set of Zippos. Do you still want to see it? Man Zhang's hand, resting on the table, cackled in a fist. He knows very well that he has messed up his private life a bit, and changed girlfriends frequently, and that's all a dewy-eyed marriage of your own accord. Unlike now, this was an attempted rape, not to mention the crime and jail time. His image has been ruined cleanly. How can any netizen accept a male artist with such questionable virtues as him? What do you want? Wan Zhang's tightly clenched fists loosened. He knew that this woman must be asking for something for using him like this. As long as he could fulfill her demands, this so-called evidence could be destroyed. I like to understand people. It's refreshing. I just want to be popular and become a movie queen. So I want you to promote me and introduce me to good resources. Xia Chuchu didn't hide her ambition either. This man is just a stepping stone on her way to success. Okay, I'll help you. Then what you have in your hand? With a handle in someone else's hands, Wan Zhang could only give in for the time being. How can he just give in? When Xia Chuchu destroys the evidence, he will fix this woman. Don't worry, as long as you obediently do the job for me, I will destroy these things myself. Xia Chuchu clips the dishes and eats without lifting her head. This arrogant appearance makes Wan Zhang furious. He was a man who mixed with women every day. And one day he even let a woman count on him, which was so humiliating that he was embarrassed to say it. It's okay to help Xia Chuchu, but how can you not ask for some interest? With a smile on his face, Wang Jiang picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass of wine, stood up and took Xia Chuchu's glass and filled it up. Since I promised to help you, it's always okay to have a drink together, right? What kind of a thing are you to drink with me? In the future, you'd better listen to me obediently, or you'll be waiting for jail time. Xia Chuchu looked at Wang Jiang contemptuously and walked away with her bag. She couldn't look at such a horny man. Wang Jiang angrily squeezed his wine glass, spilling all the wine in it. This counts and threatens him, and now he dares to humiliate him. Very good, very good. Sir, please settle your bill first. As Wang Jiang walked out of the private room in a rage, he was even stopped by the waiter to pay the bill. He hadn't even moved a single chopstick of his food, and he was so angry that he was full of gas, and now he had to be forced to pay the bill. And the fire of anger in his chest burned even hotter. Wang Jiang coldly handed the bank card to the waiter and looked at the men and women sitting on the card seats in the hall, and he saw with sharp eyes that a man was putting drugs into a woman's cup. Oh, interesting. He thought of a good way to punish Xia Chuchu. Look down on him. He wants that woman to be his plaything. Chapter 188, Abducted. In the study, the keyboard crackled with the chaotic sound of being struck, and Chen Duo and Qian Kikiu sat side by side, each striking the code. The website monitoring desk applet he had designed popped up and it looked like someone had topped up to that betting site. He quickly switched the computer interface and opened the betting site, and found that Xia Liwei, who had tasted the sweetness, had recharged another million. Surely a businessman, greedy but cautious, but going from 100,000 to a million is a big breakthrough. Honey, Charleville just recharged $1 million and he's already biting the bait. Qian Kikiu came over and smiled when she saw the $1 million. There's no rush, take your time. Soon all the money from my uncle and his family will be returned to its rightful owner. It was money that originally belonged to their Qian family, but after succouring them for more than a decade, they began to take it for granted and even raised ambitions and selfishness that they shouldn't have. How's Xia Chuchu doing these days? Chiaki felt a little out of practice after not seeing her in scandal for so long. Chen Duo laughed lightly. It seems to be good so far, but it's going to be bad luck soon. Eddie Xiao secretly recommended Wan Zhong to Jiang Shibi and the others, thinking that Wan Zhong was not a good person. This fight is quite interesting. Jiang Shibei is trying to reap the benefits. Well, I'm relieved to hear she's going down. I hope Jiang Shibi can take care of Xia Chuchu as soon as possible, preferably before our daughter is born. Qian Kikia doesn't want to be pregnant and give birth to a child and still have to act with Xia Chuchu's sisterly love. It's best that Jiang Shibi can solve her up earlier. That way she could be happy and cheerful along with her, and in time she would naturally be in a better mood as a pregnant woman. Don't worry, Xia Chuchu is the grasshopper after the fall. She can't hop around for a few days. That woman Xia Chuchu took her own life. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save her. Well, that would be best. Qian Kikiyo was happy, and even a little curious about how Jiang Shushi, that man with a somewhat twisted psyche, would punish Xia Chuchu. What did Seven want with you again today? Chen Dukuo but saw the Xiao Qi's dialogue box when Qian Qiuqiu shut down her computer in a panic. What could that bastard Xiao Qi talk to Qiuqiu about? It must be some immodest stuff again. Always bringing down his family Qiuqiu. Nothing. Nothing? I don't have any privacy with you, so don't keep staring at me. I'm getting all the nerves of working with my boss now. Not at all like working with my husband. There's no love at all. It's too hard to be monitored by you all day. Next time you're not allowed to peek at my computer without permission. Chiaki Qiuqiu pouted and pretended to accuse Chen Duo in a righteous manner. How could she let Chen Duo know what she was chatting with Xiao Qi? Said Chen Qiuqiu's computer chat software flashed a few more times, and she looked at Chen Duo with a straight face. Chan Du. He was now really super regretting getting Seven back. Now that Qiuqiu had her own little secrets she wasn't telling him. And privacy. They didn't have much privacy before. The other man's cell phone and computer could be looked at will. And now that it was like this as soon as Seven came back, he wasn't happy about it. Qian Kikiyo glanced at Chen Duo and hugged her computer away from him before clicking on the dialogue box. Xiao Qi, are you going or not? Aren't you the head of the family? You don't need the boss's permission, do you? Xiao Qi, I got my old man at home to give me 2 tickets by paying him in flesh. If you don't go, I'll lose a lot of money. Xiao Qi, holy, you don't reply to my messages. Are you being bossed around? Xiao Qi, never mind. It looks like I still can't escape the clutches of the boss. Bah, farting head of the family. Xiao Qi, bye-bye. Head of the family. Poop. JPG. Chiaki looked at the message and felt like she was being taunted by Seven. She was deliberately provoking herself, but it was quite effective, because she did get angry and wanted to go over there and prove that she was the head of the family. What's the big deal? Seven could, and so could she. After all, This is behind closed doors at home. Only she knows. Chen Duo knows. Qiankikyu sneaked a glance at Chen Duo, and found that this person was seriously knocking on the keyboard, and did not even peek at it without any distractions. This is so counterintuitive. What is he doing? As Chiaki Chocho came over, Chen Duo also stood up and blocked his computer. He looked at Qiankikyu with a calm face and said, "We have to respect each other's privacy now. I'm not going to look at your computer anymore, and I hope you won't look at mine either." Chiquita? So realistic? She just said something about respecting her privacy and this guy is defending his. Humph. If you don't look, you don't look. Chiaki beamed and turned her head the other way. Chen Duo looked at her this appearance of silent laughter. Respect for privacy, but she said. He accompanied her to comply with just fine. Then I'm going to be free again. In and out. I'm going out today and I'll be back later tonight. When Qiankikyu saw Chen Duo so physically acting on what she had said, then she didn't need to coax this person. She continued to make her demands. Come back later? What are you going out for? I'll go with you? When Chen Duo heard that she was going out, he hurriedly asked after her. No. I have 7 with me. We need to have our own circle of friends, and this is not to interfere with each other either. Chiaki Autumn made a death wish and continued to state her demands. Chen Duo's hand pressed on the table. The veins on the back of his hand rippled and stood out, controlling his emotions so that he looked no different than normal. He said softly, "Well, have a good time." Well, 886. I'll go first. Holding her laptop, Qiankikyu waved her hand at Chen Duo and walked out of the study. As Chen Duo watched Chiaki Chocho's back disappear into the doorway, he angrily pounded his fist on the computer desk. 7. She's finished. To take his Chocho out alone and have to play until late and come back, he must have gone to a bad place. Chen Duo also stopped contacting Xiaoqi, lest this girl snitch on him. He called Eddie Shaw directly. You control your wife. Don't let her bring my wife down. If you have nothing to do, you can make a child for 7 to raise. You're old enough to have a child. Eddie Shaw. 7. The boss is really toxic and solid. His wife usually calls him an old man, which he thinks is amorous. Damn. Now being spit on by a man about his age is a bit of a turn off. Not waiting for Eddie Shaw to say anything, Chen Duo continued. Where did your wife abduct my family Chocho to? If you can't control your wife, don't come to plague my family Chocho. Eddie Shaw. MMP. Aren't you just as unable to control your own wife? Otherwise you could have let the little girl get away. We're half a caddy, and you have the nerve to talk about me. If it wasn't for the fact that you're the little girl boss, I wouldn't bother with you. Chapter 189, Going to a Concert. Question for you. Where did they go tonight? Chen Duo's patience is running out. Why is this Eddie Shaw acting like a mute? No wonder he can't control Xiaoqi. Eddie Shaw was speechless. Had this man given him a chance to speak? The whole time it's like a machine gun. As soon as the call is answered it's a swipe at him. A personal attack on him. Eddie Shaw murmured. They went to a star concert. He's the one who should be angry about this. Okay? The little girl is now chasing other male celebrities to go to concerts, so he puts up with it. But he thought with all his heart that the little girl had asked for 2 tickets because she wanted them to go together. Who knows that she finally abandoned her husband and followed Qiankikyu, took his ticket and went to a concert with someone else. Shouldn't he be the one who's angry? His wife is getting a bargain, and he still has the nerve to find himself theories, capable of taking his wife to the concert himself. Chen Duo was confused and asked, what concert? He didn't know much about the entertainment industry and couldn't recognize a few stars, so how could he know whose concert Qiankikyu was going to listen to? A very hot group lately, The Sky. Their concerts. You can look them up online. As soon as Eddie Zhao's words left his mouth, Chen Duo hung up the phone. As soon as he typed the letters into his computer's browser, news of the combination popped up immediately. As soon as he clicked on the page, the faces of 3 young lads were revealed. Didn't Chocho promise him not to look at other men? Aren't these 3 men? Pissed off. He must have been egged on by 7. Chen Duo walked out of the study just in time to see Chiaki Chocho walking downstairs dressed in a bright and shiny outfit. If he hadn't mistaken just now, it seemed like Chocho had put on some light makeup. A woman is a woman who pleases herself. She dresses up so nicely to meet another man. Chen Duo is angry. Very angry. He called Wright and had him book tickets and dropped him off at the concert. Boss, it's here. Wright opened the car door and realized that there was still a group of people gathered outside the venue. Star chasing was such a madness. He was not surprised anymore. Only Chen Duo, a mountain gun who has not seen many stargazing scenes, is a bit confused by the scene. Why don't you go inside? What are they doing huddled out there? Boss, they didn't get tickets. Seeing that the boss was an unearthly white man of life, Wright hastened to explain. There's no use gathering here without tickets. It's a waste of time and crowded. Chen Duo didn't know much about the brain circuits of these stargazers, and he found the act of coming over to the scene without a ticket a bit silly. Wright also do not know how to explain to the boss. Other people just come over to squat. It is not possible to have a ticket when the pro opening, or a scalper to sell tickets. And of course you can stand outside and rub it in, and the song can still be heard, except out of sight. Chen Duo walked in with a cold face. He took the VIP's ticket to his seat and found his place. Only then did he begin to look for Chiaki Chocho and the girls, and as soon as he looked up he saw Chiaki Chocho and Xiaoqi both diagonally in front of him, 2 or 3 rows away. Chen Duo paid money to exchange tickets with the man behind Qian Kikyu, and only then did he sit behind Qian Kikyu as he wished. Autumn, you're still good. You say it and it comes out. You're really the head of the family. Xiaoqi complimented Qian Chicho with a smile on her face. She had to go back and coax that old man. That's for sure. Chen Duo, he can't control me. I can do whatever I want. With a smug look on her face, Chiaki Chocho bragged in front of her best friend to show off her family's status. Behind them, Chen Duo sniffed and laughed silently. So that's how she flaunted herself in front of Xiaoqi. Autumn, majestic. A real woman should have met the man and taken him head on. I admire you so much. You're the only one who can suppress the boss. Seven doggedly ingratiated herself with Chiaki Chocho and blew rainbow farts at her. Your boss is not a good talker. He's actually a paper tiger. He looks fierce, but he's actually very good and obedient. But that was before. Chen Chocho omitted the last and most crucial sentence. Now Chen Duo is the real tiger. Chen Duo secretly said that he had been good and obedient at that time, just to coax Chocho not to leave him. Moreover, Qian Kikyu was well behaved and obedient at that time, which is like this now, peeping at other men's photos and running to listen to other men's concerts in a bright manner. If he still lets her go unchecked, what's the point? These wings are getting harder and harder. They are going to fly up to the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that true? Behave yourself. Seven covered her mouth in surprise. She was hearing something extraordinary. Of course it's true, 1,000 times over. Qian Kikyu for Xiaoqi's distrust, but also huffed and puffed and patted his chest, a look of packing. I'm telling you, I used to kiss him and he was shy. He. Chichabia came up to Seven's ear and whispered to her. In fact, the voice wasn't small, and Chen Duo heard it clearly. At his words the tips of his ears reddened and he moved his body a little unnaturally. How did Chocho tell someone about something so personal between them? How was he going to stand up in front of Xiaoqi in the future? Asterisk 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 asterisk, the boss is so innocent. That old man in my house is an old driver, and we spend every day of our lives racing. Seven said with a gossipy face. Hey, those little movies I shared with you were good, weren't they? My guy loves to drag me along with him to work on it. He gets so excited every time that I get a little overnourished on meat. Chiaki Autumn, can she say she deleted them all? Looking at a male star, Chen Duo felt filthy. She still dares to watch that kind of movie. Isn't she looking for death? Seeing that Qian Kikyu didn't say anything, Xiaoqi said with some disgust. No, you guys wouldn't have never tried it, right? Qian Kikyu complimented Chen Duda with a disdainful look on her face. We don't need to look at those things. My husband is awesome. He doesn't need to. Holy, I got another one of the boss's skills. It's true that smart men are better at everything. Xiaoqi playfully poked Qian Chicho's waist and smiled lewdly. That's for sure. My husband, he's unschooled. Chiaki straightened her back and smacked Seven's hand away. Xiaoqi cheerfully said, I know you are well irrigated just by looking at your rosy cheeks. So how many times a night did you guys have? Originally, Chen Duo hadn't understood what little movie and that thing meant, but when he heard Xiaoqi shamelessly ask that last sentence, he understood in a second. 7. She is really too brave to have sent porn to Chocho. She simply owes it. However, hearing Chocho praise herself like this, Chen Duo was still quite pleased in his heart. Chapter 190, Dumbness of the Voice. What kind of tiger and wolf word is this? Qian Kikyu was too embarrassed to answer. How can she open her mouth like Xiaoqi for such a private matter? She thought 7 was setting her up. How could she tell her about this? So she had a bright idea and said, No, you're still counting on this. Looks like your husband wasn't good enough to distract you. 7. She had wanted to poke fun at the boss, but she didn't expect to be stabbed by Qian Kikyu instead. No wonder the boss will look at Chocho. It's true that all of them have high IQs, and it's not a family that doesn't enter a family. Chen Duo smiled when he heard Qian Kikyu's words. He was holding his breath just now. He was really afraid that she would tell Xiaoqi everything. I didn't realize that my wife was quite witty at the critical moment. Look at 7 being dumbfounded by the rebuttal. Xiaoqi looked at Qian Chichoqi with a depressed face. This person was as dark as the boss. Qian Kikyu innocently blinked at Xiaoqi and said, I won't say anything about this. 7. She didn't even know what to say. How it made it sound like her old man couldn't do it. Oops, what, don't tell out. I was just asking. I actually didn't count it. Isn't this curiosity? Qian Kikyu said with a look of realization. Oh, so that's how it is. 7 smiled sarcastically. Yeah, We were watching the concert and they came out. Dug my own hole and almost buried myself. 7 just happened to see the Sky Group coming out and she hurriedly changed the subject. I'm telling you, the man at the front is Sun Yu. He has a great body. His 8-pack abs are very nice. In the very center is Corton, who is a hybrid and is the face of the group. Although all 3 of them are handsome, I am most impressed with his face. The last one is Yuju. The last name reminds me of Yuji when I hear it. He has a feminine beauty about him, and exceptionally talented. Just a gentle, flamboyant man. They got that combination from the initials of their last name. Nice. Ha! Xiaoqi gave Qianqiuqiu a popularization of the 3 people on the stage. This is the little brother she has recently powdered on. Too handsome and talented. She looked at the 3 men on stage with little red hearts in both eyes, and she loved. You're exaggerating, aren't you? And your husband doesn't get mad at you for looking like that? Qianqiuqiu looked at her flamboyant appearance and spat in disgust. What's he so angry about? He owns me. It's not like I have a hobby. Chasing a star or something. Xiaoqi had a haughty look on her face, while in her heart she was thinking that the big deal was to go back and coax him. Of course she had to brag about herself in front of outsiders, otherwise it would be too unfamiliar. Ha. Didn't you used to say you were your husband's wife's fan? It's changed so quickly. Shen Qiqiu looked at Xiaoqi's godly appearance and knew that she was bragging. I wasn't unaware of it then. I thought my husband was the most handsome in the circle. I didn't realize that I hadn't been back for a few years and there were so many handsome men in the circle that I regretted getting married so early. Look at that face. I can surf for a few more years. 7 was blowing off awesome without a care in the world, not realizing that the unscrupulous boss behind her had recorded her words. When Chiaki looked at 7's dejected appearance, she knew that she was just shooting her mouth off. Give her another chance and she'll still blink. Hubby. As the 3 skies opened their mouths to greet the audience, a gasp of surprise rang out from the stage. Coming from all directions, Qianqiuqiu looked at the 3 people on the stage without thinking. She wasn't really interested in stargazing, and had come over to show Xiaoqi her family status. But not 7, she's a really rabid fan. Hearing the others call out for her husband, she yelled back, Husband, curtain, wife loves you the most. Qianqiuqiu looked at the crazy waving the glow sticks in her hand, shouting Xiaoqi some brain pain, too much energy, all the way down the hall. Whenever someone shouted and screamed, 7 would follow, shouting at the top of her lungs. The end result was that the concert was over and 7's voice was muffled. Why don't you have a drink? Chiaki Chiyochio handed 7 water to wet her throat. So angry. Others, how come it's okay? 7 grumbled hoarsely, a little uncomfortably. How could she know why her voice was so wasted and why others were fine? You'd better stop talking. Go back and recuperate for a few days and you'll be fine. Qianqiuqiu pulled Xiaoqi's arm and told her not to open her mouth. That Mongolian voice was hard for her to hear. Okay, right. Xiaoqi pitifully looked at Qianqiuqiu. She was too miserable, chasing a star to shout her voice to waste. It seems that in the future it is necessary to shout more and exercise this voice. Look at other people shouting all night and nothing happens. Why is she dumb? Come on, I'll take you back. When she came, it was Qianqiuqiu who picked up Xiaoqi, and when she went back, of course, Qianqiuqiu had to send her off as well. Eddie Shaw, wearing a mask, stood at the gate of the concert, waiting for some little heartless man who had dumped his husband. I don't think you need to deliver it. The one from my house is here. 7 pointed out the big tall guy in front of her wearing a mask with a smirk on his face. Come on, well fed a mouthful of dog food. Qianqiuqiu speechless secretly also regretted that the marriage was early. See people come still not leave the little sister to jump into the arms of others. Husband. Zhang Xiaoxiao hoarsely and cheerfully wrapped her arms around Eddie Zhao's waist. Hearing the raspy cry, Eddie Shaw breathlessly stroked her head. The concert wasn't a waste of shouting. It's all coming to fruition. Zhang Xiaoxiao hoarsely pouted. Why are you here? She thought someone was angry and had to wait for her to go back and coax them? If I hadn't come, my wife might have gone red. Regretting getting married early and wanting a new husband? Eddie Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a smirk. But Chen Duo had sent him all the recordings. He didn't even know the little girl. When did she even start to have such a small mind? I had thought she was small and had indulged her a bit. And look at this person now being more and more lawless. No, I'm not. I'm the happiest I've ever been to marry you. And I'm not going to regret it? Zhang Shirao's pampered little head was rubbing around in Eddie Zhao's arms, but the words coming out of this hoarse voice had no meaning at all. You might as well stop talking. It's hard for me to hear. Eddie Shaw pulled the person out of his arms and led her to the parking place. You're starting to resent me now. Ha! Zhang Xiaoxiao held her arms unhappily and glared at Eddie Xiao. Don't you give me a make-ah. You shouted yourself hoarse and still here unreasonable. Wait for me to go back to clean you up. Eddie Xiao took off his mask and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a cold face. Chapter 191, Someone Who Can't Sleep. The weak-minded Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately wimped out. She smiled sarcastically and hugged Eddie Zhao's arm, rubbing it affectionately. Stop it. I'm driving. Eddie Zhao coldly drew back his arm, not supposed to be moved by her pleasing countenance. Zhang Xiaoxiao resentfully withdrew her hand, knowing that someone was really angry this time. In the past, all he had to do was get angry like this and she immediately obeyed. Now too. She sat upright and consciously buckled her seatbelt and behaved herself. Chen Duo watched Chiaki Chocho's car go, and only then did he get in the car. And he told Right to follow Chiaki Chocho's car from afar and not to get too close. When Qian Kikyo drove her car back, she realized that with all the commotion and her coming back so late, Chen Duo hadn't even waited downstairs for her to come back. It's not right to go to bed so early, is it? She's not even back. Can someone sleep? Chiaki tiptoed open the door to the room and found it pitch black. Her heart lost a bit, not even leaving a light on for her. The man was so uncaring now, probably angry. Chiaki comforted herself by turning on the light, only for her to see the bed empty. Nanny, he's not in his room. Is he still sulking in his study? Qian Kikyo exited the bedroom and stood in the corridor, looking at the direction of the study dark once again. Not even a light. She instantly became a little heartbroken. He must have been sitting alone in his dark study, sulking and hurting. Jianxiu Chichio quickly walked over. She pushed open the door of the study, turned on the light, and found no one at the desk. She went inside the study again to look for it, but it was empty even after looking around. At that moment, she heard the sound of a car coming from the yard downstairs, and she hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window to see Chen Duo's car parked in the yard. Immediately after that, Chen Duo stepped down from the car with his slender thighs, and he was still wearing a well-tailored suit. Where has he been and why is he so late? Qian Kikyo was a little curious, and a little angry. How could he go out without telling himself? Chiaki Tada ran downstairs and stood in the living room with a cold face and arms watching someone come in. Qian Kikyo coldly said, "You're back." Chen Duo seemed to be blissfully unaware that someone was angry as he calmly and subduedly said in a deep voice, "Well, why are you still up? Where have you been so late?" Xianxiu Cho continued to pursue Chen Duo. Chen Duo put his arm around Qian Kikyo and smiled. "I'm going to meet a friend." Seeing any friends so late? Qian Kikyo beamed unhappily and looked at Chen Duo with a displeased expression. Chen Duo smiled unconcernedly and said, "Didn't you say that you want to have a separate circle of friends and not interfere with each other?" Chiaki Autumn. I think she did say that. Why does it feel wrong now? How can they even look like a couple like this? She can't even know where her husband is going. Then I'm your wife and I have a right to know where my husband has been? Chiaki chased after him playfully. And don't I, as your husband, have a right to know where you've been tonight? Chen Duo refuted Qian Kikyo in a serious manner. He still couldn't rule her. Privacy was what she wanted, and not interfering with each other was what she asked for, and he'd satisfied her with all of it. And look how hard it had been for her. Chiaki Autumn. She went to the concert. This thing really can't tell Chen Duo. She still went to see Three Men's concert this time. Just his jealousy. She must be finished. But she still remembers the review letter in the safe? She made the damn rules. She can't just change them and double standard them. Can she? Knowing that she was in the wrong, Qian Kikyo didn't say anything and turned around to go upstairs to her room. Chen Duo followed suit. Seeing that she was dumbfounded and somewhat unconvinced, Chen Duo smiled without saying anything. After washing up and lying on the bed, Qian Kikyo's heart is like a million kittens scratching the itch. Very difficult. She cannot sleep. Where did Chen Duo go at night? What friends did he make? He has little secrets from himself now. These things haunted Qian Kikyo's mind, and she tossed and turned and just had trouble falling asleep. Chen Duo looked at someone who had her back to him and kept moving around on the bed. He was snickering in his heart, letting her have a taste as well. Chen Dok. Chen Dok. Qian Kikyo turned around and looked at Chen Duo's sleeping face and called out to him a few times. Chen Duo pretended to be asleep and didn't pay any attention to Qian Kikyo. Chiaki saw this before she tiptoed up from the bed and scowled as she crossed underneath him. She sneaked out of bed and picked up the cell phone that Chen Duo had placed on the nightstand. She had to take a good look at where Chen Duo had gone tonight, or else she wouldn't be able to sleep if she beat her to death tonight. Chen Duo narrowed his eyes and watched someone's little action. The corner of his mouth pulled up a smile. Locked? Qian Kikyo opened her phone and was surprised to find that Chen Duo's phone had a lock screen password set. Qian Kikyo muttered as her mouth began to mutter. Cheap bastard. I said respect privacy and he immediately locked it. So cooperative. Should I send him a banner? Pisses me off. His birthday isn't right. My birthday isn't right. What secret is he setting up? Try the day we get our license. That's not right either. What the hell kind of numbers did this asshole enter? The anniversary is off too. This dog has changed his mind and is pissed off. I'll try mom's birthday again. Our birthday. Ashi bar. Surprisingly it's locked. Chiaki Chocho sat on the ground, huffing and puffing, kicking her legs back and forth on the ground in annoyance. Chen Duo's mouth curved wider as he listened to someone's scratchy voice. Chiaki stood up angrily and placed the phone heavily on the nightstand. She wasn't afraid of waking Chenduo up. She couldn't sleep. How could he sleep so well? He didn't even care that she had gone there tonight? Is this the same jealous, caring Chenduo? The more Kikiyo thought about it, the more angry she got. This dog just changed his heart. He didn't care about himself anymore. Thinking like this, Kikiyo's body had already acted. She sat on Chenduo's body and angrily pinched Chenduo's face and pulled his ears. She'd wake someone up even if she couldn't sleep. Big deal for both of them. Being fussed over like this by Chenduo. Chenduo then pretended to have just woken up and leisurely opened his eyes. He looked at Kikiyo in confusion and said lazily, Chio, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? You just realized I'm not sleeping. Am I still your wife? How can you sleep so well when I can't even sleep? Kikiyo glared at Chenduo, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Honey, why can't you sleep? Having a nightmare? Be good. I'll carry you to sleep. Chenduo pretended as if he didn't know anything and opened his arms to Kikiyo, pulling the person into his arms. Chapter 192, The Head of the Family. Honey, do you not love me anymore? Kikiyo lay on Chenduo's chest, aggravated. Why would you think that? I love you the most. Do what you want. Look, you've gone to meet your friends and I won't interfere. Chenduo intentionally mentioned today's events, handing Chiaki a step. Humph, you just don't care about me anymore. I went to meet my friends and you don't even care about me anymore. You used to follow what I was going to do. And look at you now. You're so out of touch. Kikiyo beamed, feeling aggrieved. Wasn't I afraid you'd be unhappy? I thought you didn't like me following you around. And you wanted privacy. So how dare I ask for more? Chendu was also aggrieved. He loved Kikiyo so much that he did everything according to her nature. How could he not love her? I like it when you follow me. I don't want privacy. Just tell me where you've been today. Kikiyo eagerly asked out the lingering doubts. Really? You like me following you? Watching Kikiyo get into his trap, Chenduo's heart burst with joy, and he continued to ask questions without changing his face. I just love it. I love you the most. I can't stand it when you keep secrets from me. I just want to know where you were tonight. Chicho was pinching Chenduo's cheeks in aggravation. It was too hard for her to bear in her heart. So are we going to respect each other's privacy and have our own circle of friends from now on? I'll do whatever you say. Chenduo held Kikiyo's hand and asked out with a serious face. It seemed that whatever Chiaki said, he would do as he was told. No more. It's just right for the two of us to be tied together. No more little secrets. Kikiyo hastily shook her head like a rattledrum. Ha! Chenduo sniffed and laughed out softly as she finally realized the flavor of this. Fool, where can I go? You saw when I made friends. The most important thing to me is you. Of course I'll go wherever you go. Chenduo scratched Kikiyo's nose with a smile on his face. Kikiyo looked at Chenduo in surprise. You went to the concert too. It was only as an afterthought that she realized how she felt like she was being set up. Well, I'm right behind you. Not waiting for Kikiyo to say anything, Chenduo continued. I also accidentally overheard your whispers, and the content really opened my eyes. Chiaki Autumn. She had just gotten too carried away. How could she have forgotten something so important? Hey. I didn't say anything. That was all Seven talking. I was complimenting you on every word. My husband is awesome. With a goofy grin on her face, Chiaki tried to muddle through, blowing rainbow farts at Chenduo again. Nice little movie? Head of the family. Ha! Chenduo stared into Chicho's eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from his eyes. I didn't read it. I just deleted it. You're so good. You don't need to learn. The head of the family. It's you. Husband, how can you call me that? I don't deserve it. I keep making mistakes and don't deserve to be the head of the family. From now on, my husband is in charge in bed and out of bed, and I need a good leader to help me correct my mistakes. Kikiyo put a high hat on Chenduo, very self-aware of his own shortcomings, and ceded the position of the head of the family to Chenduo. Chenduo raised his eyebrows in seeming disbelief and asked rhetorically, deleted? Well, 1,000 times over. I can bring the computer over to show you. Kikiyo hurriedly nodded her head. How would she dare to look? No, I trust you now. Seeing that Chenduo believed in himself, Kikiyo was relieved, thinking that this would be the end of the matter. But just as her heart dropped, Chenduo said carelessly, the singers in this concert seem to be 3 men. Right, and I seem to remember someone promising me something? Honey, I was wrong. It's not me who wants to go. It's Seven who deliberately provoked me. How can I stand it? Of course I want to go. Head can be broken. Blood can flow. Face can't be lost. Look at me go. I'm not particularly excited about it. Seven kept calling out for her husband, but I didn't call out for a single one, so you should have heard it behind me. Kikiyo hurriedly proved her innocence. Luckily she didn't shout after Shao-Chi. She was so unbelievably glad now. or else the day would have been over for sure. Chen Duo also heard that Qian Chicho didn't call out for her husband, and that's why he calmly waited until now. Otherwise he would have taken Qian Chicho away at the scene. Her husband can only be him. If she calls someone else her husband, she won't be able to go out in the future. Chen Duo said in a deep voice. Then do you remember the contents of the pledge? Qian Chicho skimmed her mouth. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. She nodded sheepishly and said, remember, punish as you wish. That's good. You have tomorrow off. Saying this, Chen Duo rolled over and pressed the person underneath him, smiling. Then you'll be punished for giving me a daughter. Tonight he didn't want to take safety precautions. Since he was going to have a baby, it would start today. Today seems like a safe day. Chiaki had a smug look on her face as she thought that this punishment might not materialize tonight. It's okay, I can do it until you have a baby. Saying that, Chen Duo's lips kissed Chiaki Chocho, not letting any more complacent sounds come out of this mouth of hers. All he wanted to hear was her crying, begging for mercy. The sky was quickly turning fish belly white, and before long the sky was tinted with a light reddish hue. Gradually the pale red turned to crimson, and the sky was brilliant with golden haze. Kiankikia looked at the haze outside and nudged someone. Hubby, it's dawn. She could sort of wait for dawn, even though it was the middle of the night when they started, but the man just didn't know how to get tired. It's okay, I told you it's your day off. Looking at the blush on Kiankikia's face that was comparable to the blush outside, Chen Duo's heart was exceptionally satisfied. All he wanted was for this woman to blossom beneath him. Kiankikia looked at the sky outside the window. This bright light shone on their bodies. She felt unusually ashamed. At the moment all she wanted to do was rest. Whatever she said didn't seem to help. Chen Duo recklessly stated that he himself was now the head of the family and he had the final say. How could he let something so delicious go so quickly? Without the barrier, he found the sensation more exciting, more comfortable. Chiaki didn't know when she fell asleep. She was too tired, so in such bright light she still fell asleep. The moment before she closed her eyes, she saw that someone was still energized, not a trace of exhaustion. Chapter 193, Wanzhang's plot. Kiankikia felt as if she had slept on a bus traveling on a country road, bumping and rocking all the way. Even in her sleep, her body kept shaking as the car moved. Wanzhang is too disappointing to me. How did he let Xia Chuchu this get away with it? Zhang Shibi blew the smoke from his mouth, and in the smoky haze he looked at Yang Jun with some displeasure. He used to be a non-smoker, and he learned to smoke after coming home to an empty house after his divorce and his boredom. Cigarettes were really a good thing to take the boredom out of his mind. I also didn't expect Man Zhang to be so incapable, since he fell for beauty. Yang Jun is also quite disgusted. He is still waiting for Wan Zhang to take down Xia Chuchu. I've heard that Man Zhang has been looking for this lately, so find a way to give it to him yourself. Also give him this pinhole camera. He should know what to do. Zhang Shibi but this camera contact to his cell phone. When Wan Zhang a use, he is watching the real-time live Yang Jun looked at this small bag of stuff with some curiosity and said, what is this stuff? Good stuff. It can make Xia Chuchu want to die. Ever since Jiang Shu got this, he couldn't help but suspect that his first time with Xia Chuchu was actually made up by that woman. After Yang Jun got the stuff, he forwarded it to Wan Zhang through some people's hands. Wan Zhang got the stuff and decided to return the favor, since Xia Chuchu said he raped her out of thin air. He is not the kind of person who swallows his teeth in his mouth. He can't swallow this breath, so he must spit it out. The corner of his mouth showed a lewd smile, and his mind was already fantasizing about that Thai look. He's pulling a lot of resources for Xia Chuchu now, and this woman should be able to feel his softening. Just wait until she let her guard down about herself. He was going to get a good taste of this woman. It was hard for him to get his mind off of it without demanding some interest. Xia Chuchu has been mixing well lately, and her heart bursts with complacency. Wan Zhang, the big fish whose scales she had cut off, was indeed a good dish. Now that Wan Zhang was there, she had more and more resources in her hands, and the dramas she took on filled her time to the brim. Thanks to Wan Zhang's help, Xia Chuchu also took on a movie by a famous director. The movies this director makes are all aimed at winning awards. Xia Chuchu thought of this with a burst of smugness in her heart. She drifted away feeling that by making this movie she was almost ready to win an award. Xia Chuchu, who was acting on the set, has looked much brighter throughout the past few days, walking with the wind and proud. Looking at Wan Zhang, the person she held in her hands and played with, Xia Chuchu gave him a rare good face and smiled at him. Wan Zhang didn't move and also laughed lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking to let her fool around a little more. When she completely dropped her guard, it would be a good time for him to make his move. Recently accompanying some of his buddies out to eat and drink opened the door to a new world of Man Zhang. He didn't know it was possible to play like this. This can be tried on Xia Chuchu's body. He wants this woman who was counting on him to know that he is not that easy to bully. Sister Hatsumomo, didn't you say you wanted to punish that pervert Man Zhang? The little assistant saw Xia Chuchu smiling at Wan Jiang and said with some confusion, I also wanted to punish him, but Nan made a deal with Wan Jiang, who was willing to provide me with resources. I can only be forced to agree. We actors can only listen to the company's arrangement. Xia Chuchu explained with the little assistant in a somewhat aggravated manner that she had pushed everything onto the agent. The little assistant with a naive face thought that it was the company for the sake of profit which made Xia Chuchu endure. She somewhat sympathized with Xia Chuchu. Sister Hatsumomo, it's hard for you. You'd better stay away from Wan Jiang in the future. Well, I know, but it's better not to make too much of a scene on the surface. Seeing that the little assistant was so easily fooled, Xia Chuchu then nodded. The little assistant is full of sympathy for Xia Chuchu. As the same girl, she certainly knows how hard it is to be harassed by a boy and still not be able to voice it out. Therefore, when she was on the set, she kept following Xia Chuchu and didn't let Wan Jiang get a step closer. This makes Wan Jiang very upset with this little assistant, foolishly thinking that Xia Chuchu is something good. Brother, why are you being so nice to Xia Chuchu lately? Wan Jiang's little assistant was very puzzled by what Wan Jiang did. Why did he give Xia Chuchu so many resources? Wan Jiang said with a stiff upper lip. Old me is chasing her, can't you see? Brother, are you serious this time? The little assistant has never seen Wan Jiang spend so much effort to chase a woman, but before he had a woman to pounce on him. No way, you got a problem with that? Wan Jiang heard the little assistant mention the matter of Xia Chuchu. Heart is very upset. The tone of voice are a little hoarse. This is something he was forced to do. The key is not to say it out loud. Shame on him. The little assistant hurriedly smiled sarcastically and said, yes, yes. Man Jiang pushed the little assistant away and sat down with his slender thighs. His eyes surveyed Xia Chuchu in front of him from time to time, with ruthlessness in his eyes. There are still 2 or 3 days this movie will be killed. It will not be easy for him to ask out Xia Chuchu again. He must take advantage of these days to get the person. He pondered in his head what to do. It's best to get rid of this housekeeper like little assistant besides Xia Chuchu. This would make it easy for him to get his hands on it. Wan Jiang glanced at his little assistant, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. When Chiaki woke up, the sky outside was already dark. God, she really did have a day off. Kiankikiyu moved uncomfortably and was surprised to find someone who, her face exploded red. This. It's so humiliating. Honey, you're awake and hungry, aren't you? Chen Duo looked at Kiankikiyu with a smile on his face. Surely he was in a happy mood after eating his fill. Kiankikiyu looked at the smile on his face and said with some shyness, get out, rascal, how can you have a little baby without this? I read online that you can't take it out so soon. Chen Duo was in a serious mood. He didn't feel like he was being a hooligan in the slightest. It also says on the internet that it's easier to conceive with a pillow under your butt. Looking at Chen Duo's serious face as he discussed having a child with her, she seemed to think that it all seemed normal, and even felt that she was making a big deal out of it. But she really couldn't ignore the dissimilarity in her body. Only Chen Duo was eloquent in a serious manner while she was ashamed. Honey, it should be okay after all this time. I'm hungry. Go out and get me something to eat. She couldn't bear the shame, so she could only say she was hungry and asked him to go out and prepare food for her. Chapter 194, Writing Love Letters. Eddie Xiao went home with a cold face, and Zhang Xiaoxiao was like a little pitiful girl who had been picked up, obediently following him step by step, not daring to utter a single breath. Drink this. Eddie Xiao approached the kitchen and poured out the water that had just been boiled for the rock sugar and snow pear stewed with Sichuan peppercorns, handing it to the person behind him. She's a lot better behaved now, and when she looks a little better, she's right back in the house, typical of a good attitude of admitting mistakes, but just determined not to change. After all these years, she's still the same. Thank you, husband, I was wrong. You know people just have a bad mouth, but they actually think of you. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled curtly at Eddie Xiao and handed him the cup in his hand. Is your voice better? Eddie Xiao took the cup and continued to posture, not giving her a good face and questioning her in a cold voice. Much better. My voice is much better after drinking my husband's Love brand throat lotion. Love you so much. Be heart. Zhang Xiaoxiao blew rainbow farts at Eddie Xiao with a smile on her face, and even gave him a heart. Unfortunately, Eddie Xiao rejected her gesture of affection and turned back to the kitchen to clean up. By the time he had finished cleaning up, Zhang Xiaoxiao was still waiting there pitifully, looking at him in an attempt to soften his heart and dissipate his anger. Eddie Xiao didn't pay any attention to her feigned pity, and after bringing the person back to his room, he went to wash up. Why did you even lock the door? Zhang Xiaoxiao had thought about paying for the meat and taking a mandarin duck bath together, but she realized that someone had locked the bathroom door. So ruthless that beauty doesn't work anymore? Zhang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded, and it seemed to have really pissed people off. She sat back down on the bed with a bereft look on her face. Alas, it was over. It was very coaxing now. She hadn't spent that much time with Eddie Xiao, but she knew the man was rarely really mad at her. But if you're really angry, It's hard to be nice. Look at that. Not even coveting her beauty now. Zhang Xiaoxiao sat on the bed at a loss. She couldn't stand the way this person was treating her nonchalantly. She suddenly had the bright idea that she might as well write love letters. She used to do that all the time when she made a mistake. Eddie Shaw ended up accepting it all hopelessly, and then his mood healed itself in the midst of not being able to do anything about it. Well, when Zhang Xiaoxiao thought so, she thundered into action. For a long time not much pen to write love letters to people. Touching the white paper under her hands again are a bit of a trance, and memories of the old days are coming back to her. Now the love words come out of my mouth, but they seem to carry a little more weight on paper. There are still some words that are said without thinking but written with an embarrassment that makes them jump off the page. It's true that some love words are only good for talking about, not for letting it be enshrined on paper in the form of words anymore. After writing a large side in a voluminous manner, Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded her head in satisfaction, rather proudly pleased with herself. She smugly believed that she had written a love letter like no one before or since, and that it was astonishing. Hearing the commotion coming from the bathroom, Zhang Xiaoxiao somewhat shyly folded the paper together, then placed it on the nightstand and pressed it under Eddie Zhao's cell phone. She then covered her mouth and snickered, rather like a youngster sneaking into a relationship. There was a clunk and the bathroom door was opened from the inside. Eddie Shaw walked out in his navy pajamas, holding a white towel to his wet hair. I'm going to take a shower. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly slipped into the bathroom with her clothes in her arms, too embarrassed to let Eddie Xiao read the love letter she wrote in front of her. Eddie Xiao glanced uncertainly at the door that slammed shut. He shook his head helplessly. Just a fussy little girl. At first glance, they're not grown up yet, and with Chen Duo still letting them have kids, Eddie Shaw is thinking that he'll need to raise 2 kids when the time comes. Having one was worrying him enough. Raising another he was worried he wouldn't know who to help when the two fought later. Zhang Xiaoxiao dawdled in the bathroom taking a shower, and in her mind she kept thinking about what Eddie Zhao's reaction would be when he saw the love letter. Would he get excited later and turn into a wolf and pounce on her in bed? And then the matter would be settled so happily. After Eddie Xiao blew dry his hair, he picked up his cell phone on the nightstand out of habit, and he saw the paper under it. Thinking that it was not a letter of confession written by the little girl, he hooked his lips and opened it to find that it was a love letter, and the content was quite hot. Unfortunately, he had become immune to them, and this girl simply didn't recognize the error of her ways, thinking that by writing him a love letter, he would forgive her. Don't even think about using such a trick again, or else you'll always think it's okay to say a few nice things in the future. Eddie Shaw felt that he had to teach the little girl a lesson this time, or she wouldn't remember. He got a pen and wrote on the paper, and when he was done he folded it in half and put it on the other side of the nightstand. Zhang Xiaoxiao pushed open the bathroom door and poked her head out to spy on the military situation. She saw that Eddie Shaw was already lying on the bed with his back to her sleeping. Is he angry or demoralized? Zhang Xiaoxiao tiptoed out, her eyes sharp as she saw the love letter on the nightstand. Why is it on her side? Has this guy seen it? She sat down on her bed and opened the paper, which almost didn't piss her off. Is this guy really an actor and not a straight man of steel in science? There were 2 big words written on the paper, read. Next to it was a small line, please pay attention to typos, and brush up on your Chinese when you get back to your country. There were also 7 or 8 circled words on the paper, so I didn't need to see them to know they were typos. Xinji Zhan? She looked skeptically at the man sleeping with his back to her. Is this man her husband? Or her husband? No romantic cells at all. It's a love letter in her own handwriting. Is he teasing her? What's wrong with this guy? He's a teacher for her, and he's even grading up. Zhang Xiaoxiao was about to die of anger that her love letter, which she thought she had written quite well, had met with Eddie Zhao's cold treatment. Uncle can tolerate it, Auntie can't. Zhang Xiaoxiao was on fire and broke over Eddie Zhao's body, exasperated. Do you have any romantic cells left in this old man? This is my love letter. Who asked you to correct it? Eddie Xiao looked at her coldly and said, don't think a love letter can put me off. Besides, the writing is not good? Zhang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and told herself not to get angry. Not to get angry. She forced her anger to smile and said, Mr. Xiao, a fan asked a question. Usually when you're angry, what would your lover do to coax you so that you'd be happy? Eddie Xiao watched Zhang Xiaoxiao perform and said in a cold voice, I don't usually get angry. The main reason for my anger is that my wife can't recognize her own mistakes. Chapter 195, Fancy Coaxing Husband. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, it is reported that your wife has already admitted her fault to you, but your anger is not yet gone. What else should she do? Eddie Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao and said, let her think for herself. With that, he pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao into his arms and said, go to bed early. Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted, aggravated. What else was she supposed to do? How would she know? No hints? It's too hard. What's she going to do? Honey, a hint? Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand rested on Eddie Zhao's neck and begged him with a pout. You stop talking and get some rest. The raspy voice made Eddie Shaw uncomfortable to listen to, and reminded him of someone who shouted at someone else's husband for hours and muffled his voice. Oh, Zhang Xiaoxiao shut up in frustration. She'd better think of something on her own. For a long time thereafter, Eddie Shaw was faced with Zhang Xiaoxiao's fancy displays of love every day. Sending flowers, handicrafts, intimate apparel, and shoes. Don't say that Eddie Shaw is still enjoying himself. I didn't expect to get married and enjoy the feeling of being chased by his wife. Zhang Xiaoxiao had really pulled out all the stops, and she had used all the time maneuvers for coaxing men, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Finally she relented and zoomed off. And if it didn't work, she gave up and stopped coaxing. Zhang Xiaoxiao designed a small program of her own and imported their photos, which played out one by one like a slideshow. Next to each one is a small person kneeling on the ground in tears, holding a sign with a line that reads, "Husband, I was wrong, I beg for forgiveness." Eventually the photos converged into a love heart, which then exploded into a photo of the two of them embracing. Eddie Shaw, just tell me, do you forgive me or not? I'm already jaded, so you're on your own, right? After Zhang Xiaoxiao finished showing this small program, she huffed and pressed Eddie Shaw. It was her last-ditch effort, and if the man couldn't be coaxed any better, she didn't care. Eddie Shaw looked at this small program and smiled with a happy face. I did not expect the little girl to give him a different surprise. Since you've realized your mistake, I'll forgive you. Next time, remember better, don't move to call someone else's husband. Your husband, I'm still alive. I know, you're the only husband I have. I'll never talk nonsense again. I'll keep my mouth shut. This cost of calling someone else's husband was too great. Zhang Xiaoxiao was really tired of being tossed around, and this lesson made her not dare to be arrogant anymore. Well, what a good boy. I'll go to the concert with you. The Sky Group. Eddie Shaw doesn't object to Zhang Xiaoxiao chasing after a star, but he does mind her calling someone else her husband. Wow, honey, I love you the most. Zhang Xiaoxiao hugged Eddie Shaw with a face of excitement. She was too happy. She thought she couldn't even follow the stars in the future? Stargazing is fine, but stop giving shoutouts. Eddie Shaw stroked Zhang Xiaoxiao's head in a serious manner and spoke his request out. Well, Zhang Xiaoxiao rubbed her head in Eddie Shao's arms in a pouty manner, and she was determined not to yell anymore. It's a shame to go to a concert and look at those three super handsome men and a shout out all around. The immersive Zhang Xiaoxiao really can't help it. Looking at the man beside her, she bitterly took both hands to cover her mouth, just afraid that she accidentally followed the crowd and shouted out her husband. A concert down. Zhang Xiaoxiao is too difficult. So excited concert. She was a mute the whole time. She felt that Eddie Shaw was doing this on purpose. What to come to see the concert? Just let her come to be tortured. Forget it, I'm not coming back. It's no fun. Zhang Xiaoxiao shrugged off her hand and walked ahead alone with an exasperated sigh. Eddie Shaw smiled with a smug look on his face, not realizing that it would be so easy for the little girl to give up the concert. What a surprise! Zhang Xiaoxiao opened the car door with an angry face and sat on it. Seeing Eddie Shaw getting on the car with a smile on his face, she was really pissed off. Forget it, from now on, she'll secretly follow the stars alone and never tell Eddie Shaw again. She couldn't figure out how Eddie Shaw knew she called someone else's husband and what she said at the concert. Chen Duck is really an enthusiastic citizen, who has done his work and has hidden his achievements and fame. He killed two birds with one stone by borrowing Eddie Zhao's hand to control Zhang Xiaoxiao, causing Zhang Xiaoxiao to contact Qian Qiqiu less during this period of time as well. He was still able to have a good time studying how to have a daughter with Qian Qiqiu, and had a very nourishing little life. Hubby, give Xiaolawai a little more sweetness this time, so he can invest more. Qian Qiqiu saw that Xia Liwei's appetite was getting bigger and bigger, and the amount of recharge went from 100,000, 1 million, 3 million, to 10 million now. She thought she could just let him make a hard profit so that he could make up his mind to put all his belongings on the line. They've been putting out bait for so long and biting so many times that it's time to fatten up and bring it up. People, greed is to have. The most terrible this kind of greed is raised. He cannot help but want to gamble. Charleville's future is all but predictable, and I wonder where her good aunt will be by then. Good, let him make more money this time. Chen Duo tapped on the computer, and a large sum of money was added to Xia Liwei's account. Xia Liwei has been apprehensive every day since he recharged the $10 million, and he didn't even dare to tell Lin Meixia about this. He sits in his office all day just looking at this website and refreshing his account amount. Oh my god, $50 million. Xia Liwei cannot believe his eyes. This is really profitable. This kind of investment is simply a sure thing. People have money, and their bottom line is full, and they start to drift. He hurriedly transferred the money into his bank account, and with a smile on his face, he directly left work and went to buy a bag for Lin Meixia. Honey, it's for you. You had a long look at this bag last time. Xia Liwei's bold hand waved and bought a $5 million bag and gave it to Lin Meixia. Honey, why did you buy such an expensive bag? It's a few $1 million. Don't you spend any money on me? Didn't you say that my brother-in-law's place has a lot fewer orders and doesn't make much money? Lin Meixia took the bag and loved it, and verbally told Xia Liwei not to spend money. It's okay, I've made some small investments recently and made some money. Xia Liwei was arrogant and complacent. He felt that he had financial luck, just did not find the right way to invest before. Hubby, you're amazing. My daughter and I are counting on you for a good life. I knew I couldn't go wrong marrying you. Lin Meixia looked at Xia Liwei's smug look and knew that he had made a lot of money. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so generous to send her a $5 million bag. Xia Liwei said with great bravado, "Wife, don't worry, I will let you and your daughter live a good life. And in the future you can buy whatever you want." Chapter 196, Must Have a Daughter. Lin Meixia thought that Xia Liwei had finally turned the corner and started to get lucky, and she was so happy. She could finally live the life of a luxurious noblewoman. And Lin Meixia's mind already had a happy life of her own buying. Xia Liwei coaxed Lin Meixia to take out some of her private money all to invest in himself, and he integrated all his money, all topped up. It's his entire fortune. If he wins this one, his assets could reach hundreds of millions. Chen Duo's computer popped up the message again. He switched the interface to see Xia Liwei recharged the amount of money, smiled. This should be all his belongings all pressed. Qiu, your uncle is going to dump his family soon. Do we still want to play? Chen Duo looked at Qian Qiqiu with a smile on his face. Feeling that this revenge was not too much, Chiaki smiled and said, "What else do you want to play? You'll see later." Chen Duo smiled without saying anything. He still wanted to cultivate Xia Liwei's gambling addiction so that he wouldn't break down so quickly. He can hang on to him and make him gamble continuously, so he had to sell the house and find Xia Chuchu to borrow money, so that he thinks he can turn over his money. Good, I'll wait and see then. Qian Qiqia had a smile on her face. She knew that Chen Duo was much darker than her, and he was definitely more ruthless in his strikes. Well, don't worry about it. Chen Duo had a smug look on his face. He was going to make them homeless like lost dogs, and Xia Liwei was still a blood-sucking gambler. Qiu, have you felt anything in your body lately? Is our daughter in there yet? Chen Duo touched Xin Qiuqiu's stomach and asked Xin Qiuqiu with a hopeful expression. How can you feel it so quickly? But it's almost time to get pregnant if you're trying as hard as you are. Qian Qiqiu's hand was attached to Chen Duo's hand. She was really convinced that this person vowed to single-mindedly seek her daughter. That's good. I've got a few days before I get my license, so I can take you guys for pregnancy tests then. Chen Duo had a happy face. They would soon be the family of three that welcomed the little princess. Honey, I feel like I've fallen out of favor. I'm reduced to a birthing machine and all you think about is your daughter. Qian Qiqiu beamed in aggravation and looked at Chen Duo with an unhappy face. Baby, don't get any ideas. You're my favorite. My daughter is just a continuation of our love. I will protect you. Chen Duo held Qian Qiqiu in his arms and coaxed her with a smile on his face. If she's pregnant, she's a pregnant woman. You can't let a pregnant woman think nonsense. You have to coax her. Are you sure it's a daughter and not a son? Qian Qiqiu wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and raised her eyebrows in a wicked smile. She hoped it would be a son, dousing the flames of Chen Duo's enthusiasm and blind confidence. It won't. I looked up on the internet which positions and what to eat to have a daughter, and I can't go wrong this time. Since the last time he made a pregnancy oops, Chen Duo has started to believe in science. He has studied all kinds of science and technology of having a daughter. Chiaki Autumn. She was surprisingly speechless. No wonder he was fancy and ate different dishes every day. Feeling that she had really become a birthing machine, Chiaki was furious. She just hoped it would be a son, to piss off this asshole Chen Duo. Chen Duo watched uncertainly as someone got angry and asked softly, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a nap." Qian Qiqiu retreated from Chen Duo's arms, got up and walked out. "Chen Du, why are you so upset?" He couldn't believe her when she said it was fine, or else it really wasn't. Chen Duo stood up and followed him, seeing that Qian Qiqiu was lying on the bed, literally sleeping. He lay up and pulled the person into his arms, coaxing her gently, "Baby, why are you upset?" "I'm not unhappy. I'm happy." Qian Qiuqiu shoved Chen Duo without a good mood. She didn't want to see him right now. Then why is the baby so happy? Chen Duo knew that she was just angry and could only follow her words and ask her softly, "I'm happy at the thought of having less of your slimy ass clinging to me in the future, so you can live with your daughter from now on." Chiaki Qiuqiu huffed and rolled out of Chen Duo's arms, staying away from him. Chen Du, this daughter hadn't even been born yet, and Qiuqiu was already jealous. He smiled helplessly. He said he was clinging to her. Isn't she clinging to him now? Don't be angry. How can I leave you? My daughter follows us through, and my daughter can't leave you. Chen Duo rolled over and embraced Qian Qiqiu in his arms. You only have daughters on your mind, and now I'm a machine for giving birth to daughters. You'd better live with your daughter, and I won't count on you in the future when we fight as a mother. Qian Qiqiu was really angry. This person was too much. I was wrong. Don't be angry. I just wanted to have a daughter as cute as you. My favorite. Chen Duo softly coaxed Qian Kikyu. How did he know that he had touched her sensitive nerves? I love you too. So can't I have a son as handsome as that? Qian Kikyu looked at Chen Duo with an exasperated face. Why did she still have to specialize in that damn position and recipe for giving birth to a daughter? Can't she just let nature take its course? Chen Duo, who knew he was in the wrong, was weak, and he didn't want to have more than one love rival, which is why he didn't want a son. Cute daughters like Autumn Hearts are adorable. He wouldn't be offended if she got close to her mom and would take good care of them both. A son is different. Even his son is the opposite sex in his eyes, and he doesn't want his son clinging to his mom. Why don't you say something? Chen Qiuqiu looked at Chen Duo, who didn't say anything, and became even more angry in her heart. This person just only favored his daughter. She just wanted to have a son, to give birth to a little Chen Duo like him to piss him off. I'm not afraid that my son will take all your favor. How can I compare to a little child? If it were a daughter I would not be jealous. Chen Duo was embarrassed to bare his soul. Why don't you just not have kids then? Why do you want a daughter? Qian Kikyu didn't expect Chen Duo to be this kind of mentality. He was so possessive. Why did he still want a child? I don't want you to be alone in the future. And I'm not sure the future is going to pass away before you do. I want someone who can be there for you and take good care of you for me. Chen Du knew that his love was a bit selfish and paranoid, but he couldn't bear the thought that if he left the world first, Qiuqiu would be alone. He couldn't take away Autumn's right to want to be a mother, either, especially when he heard that she was willing to give birth to his child, and he was in a state of ecstasy, because the internet says that when a woman is willing to have a baby for you, she really loves you so much that she's willing to do everything for you. Since he would have to have a baby sooner or later, he might as well have the baby while Qiuqiu was young and his body could recover easily. He only wanted a daughter. Chapter 197, Being Toughened Up. Qian Kikyu sniffed and froze. She did not expect to give birth to a child Chen Dudu or 100 turns. She hugged Chen Duo and said softly, "Fool, the child can only stay with us for a while. Growing up they are like birds in a cage, about to spread their wings and fly into the wide open sky. We're the ones who will be with each other for the rest of our lives. You're the one I love the most, and you're the one I favor the most. My favorite is also you, and I want you to be by my side always." Chen Duo held the person tightly in his arms. He felt that a lifetime was too short. The greed in his heart was growing. He wanted them to be together for the rest of their lives. Don't you be nervous. It doesn't matter if it's a son or a daughter. I love you the most. Qian Kikyu kissed on Chen Duo's cheek. She was really afraid that this person would go into the devil for the sake of having a daughter. In case a son is born, won't his mood fall to the bottom? Well, Chen Duo didn't say anything. He was afraid that he would say something wrong again to upset Qiuqiu. In fact, he was now quite confident in his mind that it would definitely be a daughter, because he's tried everything online, and he can't go wrong with these scientific methods. Looking at Chen Duo's pitiful appearance, Qian Qiuqi's anger subsided in her heart. Let it be. A son or a daughter depends on their destiny. Hatsumomo, I think highly of you. You're just a natural. At the killing banquet, the director complimented Xia Chuchu with a smile on his face. Thanks for the director's love. I'll try my best. Congratulations to our movie for being a box office hit and a sesquipedalian success. Xia Chuchu happily raised her glass with the director to celebrate. Wan Jiang watched Xia Chuchu raise her glass in celebration with everyone, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He sat next to Xia Chuchu, leaning over to do a small pour of wine, taking the opportunity to throw the pills into the wine glass. Xia Chuchu has already been dragged out to play by his little assistant, and the drunken Xia Chuchu is in his palm. Wan Jiang also can't remember how many cups of spiced wine Xia Chuchu drank. Watching Xia Chuchu go out, he trailed behind and followed. Xia Chuchu only felt like a fire was burning in her body, hot as if it was going to burn her to death. She wanted to go to the restroom to get drenched in cold water, and Wan Jiang knew that the drug had kicked in just by looking at Xia Chuchu's tugging at her collar. He took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist and take the person in his arms. Man Jiang, what are you doing? Let go of me, you asshole. Xia Chuchu saw Wan Jiang where she didn't know that she had been tricked. No wonder she found the sensation familiar. It was just as hot as the KTV one, and it looked like she'd spiked her drink. Isn't it hot? Brother takes you somewhere to cool off. Wan Jiang wraps his arms around Xia Chuchu and heads out, not giving her a chance to struggle. Wasn't it an attempted rape? You'll be begging your brother to play with you today. Wan Jiang threw the man into the car and watched Xia Chuchu squirm around in the car. He was unmoved. Xia Chuchu, whose medicine has kicked in, doesn't care about any reserve? Even if she doesn't care about such a rotten person like Wan Jiang, she took the initiative to move over and kissed on Man Jiang's neck. The pinhole camera had been placed in the car by Man Jiang a long time ago, so the scene was streamed live in real time on Jiang Shibi's cell phone. He looked at Xia Chuchu being so prodigal and only felt that his revenge plan was simply tailor-made for her. He downloaded the video. which was a congratulatory gift for her ascension to the throne of the movie queen, and the netizens were in for a treat. Beg me, beg me. Wang Jiang looked at Xia Chuchu's appearance. His heart was so cool that he let her beg for it. Please, I'm begging you. Xia Chuchu at this moment, whereas the previous days in front of Wang Jiang high and mighty appearance, she is like a dog prostrate at the feet of Wang Jiang, from time to time wagging her tail to him. Wang Jiang this only complacently satisfied Xia Chuchu, not to mention, so cheap looked quite tempting. Wang Jiang, who had stayed in the flowers for so long, felt that he really hadn't looked at the wrong person, and that this woman still had the capital to be proud. This figure is good, especially at this moment's appearance hooked very much. One really looked away. Innocence is not a dime with her. She really looks like Maine couldn't get enough of it, and he was somewhat regretting his intentions for the night, wanting to take someone for himself, but the thought of this woman's use of herself made his heart hard again. What kind of woman he can't find? There is no need to ruin the friendship with others for Xia Chuchu this. Wang Jiang put on his clothes and got out of the car and went to the front to drive, driving the car to the entrance of a private club. He removes the pinhole camera from the car, which is when he goes to the backseat and carries the unclothed Xia Chuchu down. Wan's here. Yo, what a talker. Brought a little beauty over. A male gentleman who looks like he has overindulged in lust and is a little shriveled up, looks at Xia Chuchu's exposed white skin and snickers. That's right. When have I, Wang Jiang, ever spoken out of turn? This is rewarded to you guys, so you can feed her. Saying this, Wang Jiang gurgled the spiked water on the table into Xia Chuchu's mouth again and then threw her on the ground. Wang Jiang put the pinhole camera aside and just watched Xia Chuchu's performance. So many men could be enough for her to enjoy. Zhang Shibi saw the scene in the cell phone before he felt that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Wang Jiang's look of having an axe to grind, he liked it. He did what he had always wanted to do, but had been slow to do. Look at the way Xia Chuchu enjoys herself. But it's really, she's fit for this. What's the point of being a movie queen? But with the title of movie queen, doing this business will attract more favorites later. Zhang Shirbei had long ago made a life for her future, just waiting to pull someone off the seat of the movie queen. Xia Chuchu didn't know how long she had been tossed around, and when she woke up again, she was lying in an unfamiliar hotel with a new set of clothes by her side. Xia Chuchu rushed into the bathroom and kept dry heaving, not throwing up anything, but that nausea in her heart lingered. She turned on the bathroom shower and kept scrubbing her dirty body with body wash. Standing under the shower at the moment, she was bruised and battered. Those people were perverts. Xia Chuchu's eyes are like hardened poison. She wants Wang Jiang to die without a burial place. I will not take this revenge until it's been carried out. Xia Chuchu clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice that Wang Jiang shall not die. Wang Jiang is not afraid of Xia Chuchu anymore. He also pinched her handle in his hand. Big deal. But Xia Chuchu, this woman looked, cannot give up everything today. She does not have the courage to die with himself. After packing up Xia Chuchu, Wang Jiang was refreshed and ran to the next set. Trying to make a profit on him is going to cost you something anyhow. Chapter 198. Sister Hatsu, where have you been? How come I didn't find you last night when I went to pick you up, and I couldn't get through to you when I called? Xia Chuchu's little assistant is anxious. She didn't sleep much last night. Xia Chuchu's phone finally got through and she hurriedly asked. Hearing the little assistant mention last night, Xia Chuchu's eyes are filled with hatred. It was a night of much humiliation. She said coldly, where were you last night, and why weren't you there when I came out looking for you? The little assistant froze for a moment and hurriedly explained. Sister Chuchu, you looked for me? I didn't think you'd be out so early. I went to the mall next door to do a little shopping. Xia Chuchu's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and she took the anger of last night's incident onto the little assistant as well. If she had been there last night, she wouldn't have been taken away by Man Jiang herself. Neglecting her duties and not doing her job properly has caused her to be humiliated by those men, and it's time for her to taste the humiliation she suffered. A glint of light flashed under Xia Chuchu's eyes, and a plan to kill two birds with one stone surged to her mind. She smiled and said, it's okay, I left early yesterday for fear of getting drunk. There's nothing to do today. You're on vacation. Have a good time. Thank you, Chuchu-san. You're so nice. Love you. The little assistant was overjoyed and was grateful to Xia Chuchu. In her heart, her own artist is a super gentle and kind young lady. A little fairy in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, people are demons who have stolen the fairy's coat and are trying to push her into a bottomless abyss. Xia Chuchu's mouth was tinged with a mocking smile as she hung up the phone. The phone had just hung up when her cell phone picked up a small video sent by Man Jiang. Her hand squeezing the phone was shaking a little from the force, and her whole body was shaking with anger. I wanted to take a break before cleaning up this man, but I didn't expect him to record a video to satirize her, so don't blame her for not being polite. As an actor, it's all too normal to have accidents, and these props are just dangerous. If he had an accident while hanging a wigwam, it's not unusual for him to fall and be paralyzed. Xia Chuchu has already fantasized countless scenarios of Won Zhang's accident in her heart, and her heart is a relief. The most crucial thing now is to figure out which theater group Won Zhang this is in and what role he is shooting, so that she could properly plan a perfect accident. She had only one goal. She couldn't let Main die. She had to make him suffer. Better to be paralyzed, half paralyzed, and that wasted. That should be the best punishment for him. The corner of Xia Chuchu's mouth hooked into a sinister smile. She is not that easy to mess with. Brother Tatsuya, I'm done shooting. Let me treat you to dinner. Xia Chuchu dialed Zhang Chenyi's phone. He has more friends in the circle and is particularly well informed. That's quite a time for you to be invited. I just happen to be free in the morning, and I'm going into the group this afternoon. Zhang Chen also flirted with Xia Chuchu with a smile on his face. He hadn't seen her for a long time either. I'm so lucky then. I'll see you at the usual place later. Xia Chuchu also does not talk nonsense with Zhang Chenyi. Their brother-sister friendship also care about these false gifts. Well, I'll see you in a bit. Zhang Chen also hung up the phone with a smile on his face. He took the gift he prepared for Xia Chuchu and drove to their old place. Wow, Brother Tatsuya, thank you. I love this gift. Xia Chuchu opened the box and looked at the sparkling necklace with a happy face. It's good that you like it. I asked you to put off the movie with Man Zhang and go abroad with me, and you didn't want to. I had to go by myself. I thought I'd bring you nothing. I just didn't realize that it just happened to show me this necklace, and I bought it because I thought it went well with you. It's cheap. It's your lucky day. Zhang Chenyi deliberately stinks at Xia Chuchu. This necklace is the one he picked for a long time before he bought it for Xia Chuchu. He's just angry that Xia Chuchu doesn't understand his brother's good intentions at all. He's not afraid that she'll be bullied. I know Brother Tatsuya treats me the best. You're the best person in the circle for me, said Xia Chuchu, also highly touched, like squeezed out a few drops of crocodile tears. Voice choked. Hey, don't cry. Why are you so petulant? I can't stand it. Zhang Chen also can't see girls crying. As soon as he saw Xia Chuchu like this, he panicked. This brother's frame is not set up anymore, and he can't teach Xia Chuchu anymore, and gently coaxes her. It was so hard to get the people to be nice, and their sibling bond was back together again. Chuchu, you weren't bullied by that Won Zhang guy on the set, were you? You must tell your brother if anything happens, and he will avenge you. Zhang Chen also proudly patted his chest to support Xia Chuchu. Xia Chuchu said in a serious manner, how are you going to avenge me? I go. No way? Chuchu, you're really being bullied by that lecherous thief. Wait for me. Brother will find someone to give him a beating. Zhang Chen also huffed and took out his cell phone, lowered his head and drummed there. Not long after, his cell phone rang non-stop. Damn, there's no shortage of drama for his morally corrupt. He's in the ING show again. Seamlessly, Zhang Chen also threw his cell phone on the table and cursed that lecherous thief Won Zhang. Xia Chuchu smiled at the words, really dozing off, sends a pillow. She was still thinking about how to let Zhang Chenyi to inquire about which drama group Won Zhang is in. This person took the initiative to check up by himself. Chuchu, don't worry about it. When he's out of the theater, brother will definitely avenge you. Zhang Chen also burned with anger. He picked up a cup of cool water on the table and poured it down, persuading Xia Chuchu to rest assured that he would find someone to mess with Won Zhang for a while. Brother Tatsuya, don't be impulsive. I was just joking. I always stay away from Won Zhang after every shoot. How can I let him bully me? Xia Chuchu does not like to beat up Won Zhang in a small way. To come to the hard, this matter does not need. Zhang Chen also shot. You dead girl. Were you just teasing your brother? Zhang Chen also didn't have a good mood to pinch Xia Chuchu's cheeks. Dare he just got angry for nothing. This girl looked at him to tease the boredom. Alright, you have quite a lot of friends. Won Zhang's trip checked out so quickly. Awesome. Xia Chuchu bragged about Zhang Chenyi with a smile on her face so that she could take the opportunity to inquire about Won Zhang's whereabouts. That's right, your brother who I am. I don't dare to brag about anything else, but I have a lot of friends in my circle. Zhang Chen also showed himself off rather proudly. Yes, brother is awesome. Your fox friend told you where Won Zhang is. Ha? Xia Chuchu followed Zhang Chenyi's words and asked, trying to find out the whereabouts of Won Zhang. The bastard's at the Thousand Hills Horse Farm. He's picked up a costume drama and has been shooting exteriors lately. Zhang Chen also foolishly gave out Won Zhang's itinerary, and was quite proud of it. Chapter 199, Revenge on Man Zhang. He's a good resource, though. Xia Chuchu smiled and flirted at the words, hiding the hatred inside. It can't be helped. Who made him an actor and marketable? Zhang Chen also shrugged helplessly. Won Zhang's appearance was deceptive, mature and elegant, with an audience. Although I know he has a messy private life, but people that are in a relationship, not suitable to break up, others cannot say anything. Enough about him. What kind of theater have you taken on lately? Zhang Chen also didn't have a good face for Won Zhang and took the initiative to end the conversation and cared about Xia Chuchu. Going into the theater in a couple of days. There's a fairy drama. This drama was still introduced by Wan Jiang, but Xia Chuchu wouldn't tell Jiang Chenyi. Yo, not bad, you now also open the market. In the future, don't forget to brother when you hit the big time. Jiang Chen also joked about Xia Chuchu with a smile on his face. I'm borrowing your advice. Of course I won't forget how much brother Tatsuya has lifted me up. Xia Chuchu raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chenyi and smiled. The two of them were much more pleasant to get along with, without having to invest too much false emotion. After the two of them had a meal, they parted ways, and Jiang Chenyi had to catch a flight to the theater. Xia Chuchu went home and packed up some clothes. She rushed to the airport and ran to the site where Wan Jian was filming the movie. Looking at the Thousand Hills Horse Arena where a group of crew members had gathered, she knew she couldn't just waltz in. She could only find a way to blend in. She checked in at a small hotel run by locals near the Thousand Horses racecourse. The Grand Hotel she didn't go to. She was afraid that registering her ID would expose her whereabouts. With nothing to do in the evening, she skulked around the stable, looking for a chance to get in. It is impossible for the crew not to eat. The location of this place is remote. Xia Chuchu saw a car delivering boxed lunches easily went in. She had a sudden bright idea of how she was going to get in there. The next day at noon she went to the restaurant where the boxed lunches were delivered and sneaked into the staff that delivered them. Arriving at the set and seeing Wan Jiang sitting on the grass, the corner of Xia Chuchu's mouth flashed a cold smile. She handed Man Zhang's assistant a packet of spiked boxed lunch and placed it at the top. The little assistant would surely be in the habit of handing Man Zhang the boxed lunch on top, and as soon as he ate it he would be so weak that he would fall off the horse and let it trample him to death. This is a remote location. Wan Jiang cannot enjoy the specialized subscription. He can only follow the crew to eat boxed lunches. When Xia Chuchu sorted out the lunchbox trash at the scene, she secretly collected Wan Zhang's lunchbox specifically. She took the opportunity to sneak over to Main's horses and feed them some frenzy medicine. After lunch, Xia Chuchu followed the food truck and left. The smile at the corner of her mouth was hard to hide. The next unlucky one is Wan Jiang. It's too bad we can't see it in person. Xia Chuchu took away the lunchbox from Wan Jiang and cleaned it before she threw it into the trash. In the afternoon Wan Jiang's accident was on the news. Xia Chuchu sat at home drinking red wine watching the news showing Wan Jiang's tragic face. She was happy. Trampled by a horse. And I don't know if I'll be able to get up? Xia Chuchu looked at the news said stampede. Seriously injured. She is still a little dissatisfied. The news said too vague. It is better to say more clearly. When she heard that she would be transferred back to the city tonight, Xia Chuchu bloated and sneered. Wan Jiang. You're heartless and I'm still intentional, so I'd better go and see you, right? Without being sure if Wan Jiang's thing isn't working anymore, Xia Chuchu was ready to take it upon herself to give him some tonic medicine. She bought tons of estrogen at different drugstores, which she had heard was useless for men who took too much of it. She had ground these medicines into powder and incorporated them into the glucose colorless and tasteless. Nice. Xia Chuchu was satisfied. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the window. Xia Chuchu slowly got up. After washing, she picked up her phone and swiped through the news to see if there was any news about Wan Jiang's transfer back to the hospital. Sure enough, the sky was covered with news of Man Jiang's fans gathering at the airport and squatting at the hospital. God help her. Right now Xia Chuchu is Wan Jiang's fan. Little fangirl? Who cares if she takes the opportunity to sneak into the hospital? Blame it on Main's high-profile fans. Xia Chuchu went to the hospital after all armed, took the support sign and mixed into the pile of fans, as long as the monitor captured her as a fan. In order to blend into the hospital, Xia Chuchu, a fan, has gone to great lengths. She threw away her support sign, dodged the security guards, and finally made it into the hospital's VIP inpatient building. The building is not so tightly regulated on the inside once you're in, and the building is quiet. Xia Chuchu wandered around the nurse's desk and inquired about the ward where Wan Jiang was, pushing open the door to see Wan Jiang, who was covered in tubes. Xia Chuchu's heart is happy and her body is soothed. She hooked up a vial of glucose infusion long ago laced with estrogen powder to Man Jiang. There wasn't much presence in this VIP ward, and Man Jiang's medicine had only been hooked up for a short while, so there wouldn't be any nurses to change the four. Xia Chuchu had a smile on her face. She could have waited for the medicine bottle to finish hanging to give it back. The unconscious Man Jiang did not know that he had been fed a large amount of estrogen and might have to lose his male function in the future. The 250 milliliters of glucose infusion was finished in about an hour. Xia Chuchu put away the bottle and put it into her bag, and only then did she leave with a smile on her face. It's done, and tomorrow she's going into the theater to shoot a scene. She put her heart down after settling Wan Jiang, lest the night be long. The rest of those dog men, she'd take her time cleaning up after she finished filming. She still needed to look into their backgrounds. Honey, you accompany me to get my driver's license. When I come back, I'll give you a ride. Today is the day that Chen Duo receives his driver's license, and unfortunately Qian Kiki's stomach doesn't move much, as if she's not pregnant. Yeah, let's see how good you are with a car. With a smile on her face, Kiankikia took the car keys and went out with Chen Duo. Honey, I'll be able to pick you up and drop you off wherever you want to go. Chen Duo smiled with a happy face. In the future, he could do the same as a normal man to pick up and drop off his wife. Good, I'll work hard for Mr. Chen to be the driver for my future trips. Kiankikia smiled and agreed, satisfying Chen Duo's vanity. After getting his driver's license, Chen Duo couldn't wait to sit in the driver's seat and fasten the seatbelt for Kiankikia on the passenger side. Let's go. Off we go. It's showtime for Mr. Chen. Kiankikia even made the appearance of scattering flowers after finishing her speech and welcomed Chen Duo to drive on the road with an excited face. Ha! Chen Duo looked at her quirky look and he laughed out low. Chiaki gave him a kiss, and he then started the car. Chen Duo drove the car with a proud face and drove Chiaki Chocho in the direction of her home. Chapter 200, His Unhappiness. The car drove smoothly on the road, and Chen Chocho chatted with Chen Duo from time to time. Suddenly Chen Duo slammed his foot on the gas pedal and the car sped off. Then he slammed his foot on the brake again. Because of inertia, Kiankikia lunged forward, causing her to lose her face in fright. Honey, what's wrong with you? Chen Chocho's face went white as she hurriedly asked after Chen Duo. Autumn, I'm sorry. I might not be too skillful yet. You drive. Chen Duo looked at Chen Chocho. His eyes that were as deep as ancient wells were obscure, hiding unreadable colors. It's okay, you're fine. Just take your time. I'll drive and we can practice more when we get back. Kiankikia took Chen Duo's hand and gently comforted and enlightened him. Chen Duo reached out and hugged Chen Chicho, wrapping the person into his arms, tightly without speaking. Kiankikia only thought that he was doubly lost because of this blow, patted his back and smiled. Don't be discouraged, just driving won't control the speed as normal. Well, in Chen Duo's low voice was an unconcealable despondency, and he held Kiankikia tightly without saying anything else. They hugged soundlessly for a long while before Chen Duo let go of Kiankikia. He unbuckled Chiaki Chocho's seatbelt for her, and only then did he unbuckle his own seatbelt, opened the car door and walked down. Kiankikia also opened the passenger door and walked out. The two of them swapped places. Kiankikia sat in the driver's seat to drive Chen Duo back. Honey, you're the best. Don't take it to heart over this little thing. You're my pride. Look, you can program, solve math puzzles, be my teacher, help me with all my troubles. In short, you have more good qualities than I can count. Kiankikia couldn't see Chen Duo in this silent state and coaxed him with a smile on her face. But I just can't drive. It was only after a while that Chen Duo leisurely came up with this sentence. Kiankikia said with a smile on her face, full of concern, it's nothing to not know how to drive. We have the money to find a driver. This is all a trivial matter, not worth putting on our minds. Chen Duo looked at the smiling Kiankikia without saying anything. He had been staring at the side of her face. A trace of imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes. Kiankikia looked at Chen Duo, or unhappy. She smiled and said, the wife cried in the mirror, I'm getting fatter and fatter, uglier and uglier, older and older. Then the wife turned to her husband and said, husband, praise me and coax me. Hubby thought about it and said, honey, your eyesight is getting better. Ha ha ha. Kiankikia told a funny paragraph and laughed herself. But as a result, Chen Duo still didn't react. Honey, you don't even smile. It's so boring. You don't even know how to cooperate with me. Kiankikia pouted unhappily and glared at Chen Duo. I was the one who was wrong. You tell me another one, and I'm determined to go along with it. My girlfriend shyly asked my boyfriend, how have you been feeling since we met? The boyfriend wanted to say something. The girlfriend urged, come on, you tell me. Guess what his boyfriend said? Chen Chocho pretended to keep a hand in a mysterious manner and inquired about Chen Duo. Well, you're good, and I don't deserve you. Chen Duo thought about his boyfriend's desire to say something. He should be trying to reject this girl and want to break up. Ha ha ha, hubby, you're good at giving out good guy cards. Kiankikia smiled at her words, and Chen Duo said with a puzzled expression, so what did her boyfriend say? Kiankikia laughed. The boyfriend scratched his head and said, I feel like I don't get enough money to spend my salary every month. You didn't expect that, did you? Chen Duo froze for a moment at his words, an answer that he truly had not expected. Another one. Ah. The online chowderhead asks the seller, what's the biggest thing you've learned from selling online? Guess what the seller will say? When Chiaki Chocho told her segments now, she intentionally pulled Chen Duo in to participate, instead of her entertaining herself alone. Chen Duo didn't even think about it and said, convenient and quick, no haggling. Kiankikia laughed and said, no oh, you'd never guess. The seller didn't hesitate to say, I've never received fake money. There's another one. There's another one. A naked man hails a cab one night, and the female driver can't stop staring at him. The naked man was furious and yelled, you've never seen a naked man. What do you think a female driver should say? Hey. Chen Chicho raised her eyebrows at Chen Duo with a teasing expression. Chan Du. The answer that he felt so much that Autumn had learned to be bad from 7 brought a bit of colorful thoughts to mind, but he was determined not to say it out loud, lest Chocho would laugh at him for being a rascal if he didn't follow the rules. So Chen Duo shook his head and said, I don't know, Chocho, why don't you just tell me the answer? With a smug look on her face, Chiaki said, I knew you wouldn't guess, and the female driver roared, I'll see where you're going to pull the money out of. Ha ha ha, didn't think of that, did you? You must have thought of dirt and were too embarrassed to talk about it, right? Kiankikyo deliberately poked fun at Chen Duo and teased him. I'm not, don't be ridiculous. Chen Dope comes in with the standard denial trifecta. Kiankikyo watched as Chen Duo's mood seemed to improve. Not long after the car stopped at the villa, and in the midst of Chen Xiuqiu's antics, Chen Duo seemed to have forgotten the sadness in his heart. But as soon as the car stopped, the sadness welled up inside him again. Kiankikyo unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. She stood to the side waiting for Chen Duo and found that the man was slow to come out of the car. She moved over and opened the car door, smiling, Welcome home Mr. Chen, please get out of the car. Only then did Chen Duo put away the sad look on his face and walked out with a smile. He took Chiaki's arm and walked towards the villa, and from a distance the pace seemed a little heavy and uncoordinated. Autumn, I'm going to the den to catch up on some progress. If you're tired, rest. Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyo with a smile on his face like he was nothing. Kiankikyo kissed Chen Duo's cheek and smiled. You go first, I'll come over in a while. Only then did Chen Duo stride off to the study, where he sat down in front of the computer and transferred the money that Xiaoliwei had recharged, leaving him with $50,000 to gamble with. If he is emptied of his money all at once, he may not gamble anymore or even feel that he has been cheated. But if you leave him some money, he might feel like there's still hope that he can win it back again, so that he'll want to flip it. In the office, Xiaoliwei sleeplessly refreshed the website interface. When he saw that all his body property became $50,000, he slipped from the boss chair giggling to the floor. His face was pale and his body went limp as he sat down on the ground, trembling for half a day. It's over. He's broke. All of a sudden he's broke. Chapter 201 Love Cake, what's he gonna do? The first thing that flashed in Xiaoliwei's mind was Lin Meisha looking down on him and yelling loser at him. No, he just lost this bet. He's still got it. Didn't he make 50 grand? He can still make all that money back. Charleville took the $50,000 and placed another bet, waiting for the opening. Chen Duo did not move and watched Xiaoliwei's operation. He was a little eager to clean up Xiaoliwei earlier to remove all the obstacles for Kiankikyo. He couldn't rush this, and he pounded the table with some annoyance. Ma'am, how many grams does this weigh? Kiankikyo busied herself in the kitchen, while Sister Lu gave her a hand on the side. Having been with Chen Duo for so long, she could still feel if the man was happy or not. It was obvious to her that he was still unhappy, though he was already doing his best to feign happiness. In order to please someone, Chiaki decided to make dessert for Chen Duo with her own hands. He likes desserts, and this is still homemade, so Chen Duo should be even happier. Knowing that Chen Duo liked the sweet and cloying taste, Kiankikyo intentionally added more sugar and cream. An hour or so later, what needed to be prepared was ready. It was then that Chiaki leaned down to mount her freshly baked cupcake embryo, drawing pretty designs on it with buttercream and garnishing it with fruit from time to time. The cake was garnished with cut strawberries in a circle around it. Done. Looking at the finished cupcake, Kiankikyo felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. She unhooked the apron from her chest and placed the cake on a tray with empty plates and knives and forks beside it. Kiankikyo then went upstairs with a smile on her face. She gently pushed open the door of the study a small crack and saw someone staring at the computer screen. Before she could say anything, Chen Duo looked up at her as if he felt something. Kiankikyo said with a smile on her face, Hubby, surprise, spotted. She pushed the door straight open and walked in. Love cake that fills my mouth with my love for you. Your wife made it herself. I'm good, aren't I? Compliment me. Chen Xiuqiu placed the cake in front of Chen Duo, her invisible tail about to go up to the sky. She was so proud of herself, and she was so stinky that she asked Chen Dufeng to praise herself. Without saying a word, Chen Duo wrapped the person into his arms and leaned over to kiss her on her red lips. He didn't restrain the movement in his heart at all, kissing her roughly and fiercely. After the passionate kiss ended, Kiankikyo had a flushed face and pouted her moist red lips in a bad mood. I invited you to eat cake. I didn't let you nibble on my mouth. I think your mouth tastes better. Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyo with a teasing face and even licked her red lips. Bugger. Try the cake I made and see if it's any good. Kiankikyo whacked Chen Duo a bit before she stood up and took a knife to cut a small piece of cake and put it on a plate. She put her fork back on and handed the plate to Chen Duo. I want you to feed me. The bullying Chen, noble consort done, lady didn't want to do anything. He looked at Kiankikyo with a smile on his face. Chiaki Autumn, got to be a good guy to the end and send the Buddha to the west. She'd made the cake, and she wasn't far behind in feeding him the cake. Chiaki Chocho sat in Chen Duo's arms and picked up a fork to feed the cake into Chen Duo's mouth. Consort, how does this taste? Qian Qiqiu's pair of peach blossom eyes were flooded with bright light. Looking brightly at Chen Duo with a small appearance of begging for praise, Chen Duo smiled and said, "Very good, Your Highness, you are really as good as gold. In the past, I heard that the consort was well read in poetry and books when she was in her bosom, and that she was both talented and beautiful. Why is it that Ifei has only a few words for me today, but I have cold-shouldered Ifei, so that Ifei has a grudge?" The drama queen Chiaki immediately started to perform. She wanted to praise her in a big way, and praised her greatly. "Chandu, it's so hard to have your cake and eat it too now. It's going to start with a long, sing-sanji rant. Consort love, why are you getting more and more silent? But where did I do a bad job and made Afe sad?" Qian Qiqiu fed Chen Duo another mouthful, skimming her lips and looking at him accusingly. She'd gone to such lengths to make him a cake. Why was this man so stingy with his praise, and still didn't compliment her? "I am afraid that I have not learned enough and have tainted your majesty's ears. This food is so delicious that it is difficult to find the right words to praise it. It is better than that agar in jade dew, and the 8 treasures in jade food, which are mouth-watering and mouth-watering." Chen Duo helplessly cooperated with Qian Qiqiu's drama and called himself a concubine. Chen Qiu looked at Chen Duo as more and more on the road. A face of smiling said, "Love consort. This small mouth is more and more to please me." "Reward, heavy reward," said Chiaki Chocho as she kissed Chen Duo on the lips with a smug and happy face. Chen Duo dotingly looked at Chen Chocho to match. "It's good that your majesty is happy. Consort AI is deeply in my heart. Tonight I will declare you to serve the bed." Qian Qiqiu smiled and fed Chen Duo another bite of cake, not worried at all about playing it off. Chen Duo pinched Qian Qiqiu's waist and asked in a low voice, "Do I still have to thank his majesty for his love? Do you want any other beauties?" Qian Qiqiu smiled and said, "As the king of a country, I have a harem of 3,000 beauties. How can there be only one?" Seeing Chen Duo's eyes tinted with danger, Qian Qiqiu hurriedly said, "I also have Empress Chen, noble consort Chen, concubine Chen, noble Chen, Chen Changji, and Chen Promise." She came to Chen Du's ear and said, don't be angry, it's all you. I will favor you alone and rain on your parade." Chen Du, the man is really addicted to acting fancy. The two of them teased for a while, and Chen Qiuqiu noticed that Chen Duo's mood had changed for the better, smiling now with his eyes all tucked up in the air. "This is really happy. Little bastard." With her still afraid that someone can't be happy, she can take turns to give him a little theater. "Autumn, I love you so much. I'm so afraid I'm going to lose you." Chen Duo wrapped his arms around Qian Qiqiu's waist, and in his eyes was a deep love that could not be melted. Qian Qiqiu's head leaned against Chen Duo's embrace and whispered, "Didn't you say we wouldn't separate? We have daughters to give birth to and raise, so why are you starting to ramble again? Things that are too good to be true tend to be a little unreal, and it seems that God can't stand to look at them and try to destroy them. Fate is just hard to escape sometimes." And Chen Duo had to believe it. How could it be? Since God has allowed us to start a new life, I am now his own daughter, and he will definitely guard us. Qian Qiqiu's hand hooked around Chen Duo's neck, very positive and optimistic, full of sunshine. "Boo, good girl, don't think too much. Live each day happily to live up to the time." Qian Qiqiu kissed at the corner of Chen Duo's lips and coaxed him softly. Chapter 202, Those Who Can Do More. After Chiaki coaxed Chen Duo, they sat side by side and knocked out code. When Chen Duo knocked on the code, he would intentionally or unintentionally drop his eyes on Qian Qiqiu, as if he could not get enough of her. Qian Qiqiu was fully engaged in her work and didn't notice Chen Duo's abnormality. Chen Duo said coldly, "Qiu, I'll leave the domestic company to you to manage. I'll just take care of the overseas business. Let me be the boss. I just want to be the dumping ground and just be the boss's wife." Qian Qiqiu lazily didn't really want to take over. With Chen Duo around, she just wanted to be a happy little coder. Chen Duo touched Qian Qiqiu's head and said with a smile on his face, "Be good. Your husband also has times when he is too busy and needs Mrs. Chen's help. Well, I'm a brick in Mr. Chen's career, moving wherever I'm needed." Chiaki shrugged and beamed in agreement. Chen Duo pulled her chair over a bit and pointed to the file on the computer. "This is the current personnel in the country. Settle their residence you already know. You can look for them in the future if anything happens." Saying that, Chen Duo opened one of the folders again and said, "And this file is my development plan for the company. I will send it to you to take a look in a while." "Mr. Chen, why do I feel weird?" Chen Duo froze at his words, his breath catching. "Luckily," Qian Qiqiu continued, "I feel like you're setting me up. You're trying to be a complete hands-off, leaving everything in the country to me." Only then did Chen Duo let out a breath and patted Qian Qiqiu's shoulder and said, "Those who can do more will do more. Mrs. Chen is so good. She will definitely take good care of the company so that Mr. Chen has no worries." Gee whiz, Don't give me a high hat. Chen Qiuqiu angrily slapped Chen Duo's arm. This person was just setting himself up. Not a high hat. I'm telling the truth. Autumn, I'm sure you'll manage the company well. Chen Duo looked at Qian Qiqiu with a serious face. His eyes were all affirmation and trust. Alright, since Mr. Chen trusts me so much, I'll begrudgingly step in. Qian Qiqiu acted like she was forced to accept Chen Duo's arrangement. Chen Duo smiled and sent the document to Qian Qiqiu, saying softly, you can communicate with them if you have any problems. These people are trustworthy. I know, don't I still have you? Wouldn't it be more convenient to ask you? Qian Qiqiu hugged Chen Duo's arm with a smug look on her face. Chen Duo's index finger sliding the mouse paused for a moment, and he didn't speak. If he could, he certainly wished he could help Qiuqiu out of all her difficulties. Chen Duo gave Chiaki Qiuqiu an explanation of many things, including a large piece of land that he had already bought in preparation for the construction of the company's office building. The design drawings he had already had people working on them. If she had any more requests in the future, she could communicate with the designer. Chen Duo told Qian Qiqiu all the designer's contact information. Honey, there's so much going on. You just set me up, left it all to me, and you got away with it all by yourself. Chiaki beamed, feeling like she was going to face a whole lot of things next. She huffed. Are you preparing to retire as a full-time baby daddy? This is really excessive. When you have a daughter in the future, you'll forget about me as your wife. We don't know if we have a daughter yet. Let's keep trying tonight. Chen Duo didn't deny Qian Qiqiu's complaints either, and with a gangly grin on his face, he was going to continue to work on having a daughter. Nasty, playing a hooligan in broad daylight. It's work time now. Mr. Chen, please watch your words. Qian Qiqiu glared at Chen Duo, criticizing him with a serious face. Mrs. Chen's lesson is true, so is it okay to leave work now? Chen Duo looked at the watch on his wrist with a smile on his face. Get off work, and come downstairs for dinner. Qian Qiqiu stood up, pushed her chair under the table, and pulled Chen Duo downstairs to eat. When Mrs. Lu saw the two of them coming downstairs, she hurriedly brought the meal to the table. At the table, Qian Qiqiu still gave Chen Duo dishes. Chen Duo also gave Qian Qiqiu dishes from time to time, and the two of them ate happily as usual. After eating, Qian Qiqiu smiled and said, let's go for a walk. Chen Duo's footsteps paused for a moment and smiled. Good. So the two of them strolled through the family's small garden, arm in arm, in the moonlight. Gee, it feels like we're both in early senior retirement and have nothing to walk around after we eat. Qian Qiqiu took Chen Duo's hand and looked up at the starry sky, smiling and sighing. Chen Duo asked softly, don't you like it? Of course I like it. I used to read novels or watch TV and think that love should be sensational and tumultuous. Now I think love without too many ups and downs is better. Plain but sweet and cozy. You're in me, I'm in you. No mistresses, no willful swaying from side to side. Having granted one person favoritism, I wish to be generous for the rest of my life. Such a love is what we have now. A long life together. Qian Qiqiu's peach blossom eyes seemed to contain thousands of stars, and Chen Duo's heart was inexplicably a little sour as he looked into her eyes. This promise of longevity is the hardest thing in the world to fulfill because no one knows when the unexpected will come. Living in the moment turned out to be so important, and it's a shame he's only now realizing it. When we are young and foolish, we often feel at home with death, but after meeting someone, we suddenly long for a long life. Chen Duo wrapped Qian Qiqiu in his arms. There were no words that could express his feelings at this moment. He only wanted to firmly circle the person into his arms. His world was embraced in his arms under the side of the brilliant starry sky. No matter how the future changed, he hoped that Chiaki would recall that they had embraced each other when she looked up at the stars. He really loved her and wanted to go on with her for a long time, but the chasm of reality could not be crossed. He longed for her not to forget herself, and wished that she did, for the one left behind was doomed to a long period of loneliness and suffering. His leg was aching again. Chen Duo forced himself to push the person out of his arms as he smiled. Let's go back. What a beautiful moon tonight. Qian Qiqiu stood on her tiptoes and kissed on Chen Duo's thin lips, before smilingly holding his hand and walking back. I thought that tonight is to take the cozy route. Who knows that after going back, just after washing out, Qian Qiqiu was pressed by Chen Duo on the bed, and it was another blistering night. Qian Qiqiu didn't know which of her words tonight had stimulated him, causing him to become so agitated and passionate, bound to gnaw her to the bone and crumbs. Someone was kissing her while his ragged breaths were still moving. Baby, let's have a son. Chapter 203. Chiquita? A son? Is this man still Chen Duo? Qian Qiqiu looked at the person on top of him with confused eyes. Why did he suddenly change his mind and didn't want his heartfelt little princess? Tortured hard, Qian Qiqiu eventually didn't have the strength to ask this out, and she fell asleep with a head full of doubts. Chen Duo hugged and kissed her as she fell asleep. Before he pounded his swollen leg, he had heard Chiaki Qiuqiu say that his leg had deteriorated in his last life. and he had mentally assumed that it wouldn't in this life, but now it seemed that the gears of destiny would turn on him after all. He hadn't put much thought into the pain of the first few days until today when the sharp pain while driving caused him to slam his foot on the gas, and luckily he reacted quickly by hitting the brakes. That's what kept the crash from happening and covered it up in front of Autumn. He didn't want Chiyo to worry for him. He thought about finding a reason to go abroad in the next few days. Hopefully he could fool Chiyo. He also explained to Chiyo this afternoon all the things that should be explained in the country so that he could feel a little more at ease. But how could he be completely at ease? He himself wasn't sure if he could be cured of his deteriorated leg and how long he would live. And the fear of these unknowns terrified him. Chen Duo touched Kiyo's stomach and said softly, "I hope the heavens can really hear my heart and let Chiyo carry our child before I leave." He thought that with a child around, maybe Autumn would be happier and not have much time to think about him. Now he wished it was a son so he could protect Chiyo for him while he was gone. If it is the daughter, he simply cannot dare to imagine. Chiyo has lost his protection. Daughter he more that plus cannot protect. He didn't want daughters anymore. That would only make him more upset that he couldn't protect his two little princesses and leave them alone to face the elements of the outside world. The hateful thing was that Jiang Shibi he hadn't cleaned up yet, so he could only leave it to Chiyo to go straight into battle. He had a grudge against fate in his heart. Why wasn't he given more time? Well, Chiaki moved her body uncomfortably and grunted. Seeing this, Chen Duo hurriedly wrapped his arms around her and gently patted her back to soothe her. He rubbed his hand over her face, gently tracing her contours, lovingly, gliding over them in circle after circle. He gently scraped the high bridge of her nose, his head coming up, the tip of his nose nuzzling against hers, rubbing gently. He was really sad to leave her, and he knew that in order to keep her from realizing that he was different, he should leave early, preferably tomorrow, but he couldn't let go. His legs wouldn't move at his beck and call. He had trouble taking his eyes off of her, and most importantly, his heart was out of his control. He couldn't open this mouth. The word leave was too heavy, and before he could say it, it pressed his heart with an ache, and his whole body was suffocating. He wondered if they'd have a chance to see each other again after this departure. That's why he always thought of staying one more day, so he could have one more good moment with her, enough for him to remember some more. Autumn, I really love and adore you. From the first moment I saw you, there was no one else in my eyes. You were everywhere. Chen Duo's lips kissed on the tip of Chiyo's nose, on her eyebrows, on her eyes, on her forehead, on her cheeks, on her chin, and finally stayed on her red lips. The night sky is shrouded in a black veil that hides all that is in the world. The beautiful and the ugly are all hidden under this veil. Only Chen Duo exposed all his love under the night color, and he looked at the person beside him with an inseparable attachment in his eyes. He wanted to convey all of his reluctance to the sleeping man through a soft kiss. As the day dawned, Chen Duo's hand gently rubbed Chiyo's stomach. He wasn't sure if their child was already conceived here. Looking at the sliver of bright light coming through the curtains, Chen Duo gave himself another reason to stay another day. He wanted to get Chiyo pregnant with his child before he left. The early morning sunlight shone on the windows, burrowed through the curtains and shone on the big bed, the halo of light hitting Chiyo's cheeks. She squinted and raised a hand over her eyes, slowly opening them to look at the person sleeping beside her as she kissed him on the cheek. The man didn't know what time he went to bed last night, so she stopped messing with him. Kiyo wrapped her arms around Chen Duo and burrowed into his embrace, letting him block some sunlight for her as she continued to close her eyes again. Chen Duo hadn't been asleep, and his eyes hurriedly closed when Chiyo woke up. He felt Chiyo's lips land on his cheek, and she arched into his arms in a clinging manner. He really coveted the warmth of the scent and couldn't bring himself to push it away, couldn't get his hands off it. It was just a matter of leaving tomorrow, and he'd snuggle up with her for a little while longer, unaware of the fact that tomorrow is tomorrow. Chen Duo did not know how many tomorrows he had turned into today, and he was slow to move. His legs were also hurting more and more, and he was now trying to avoid walking as little as possible, and just staying in his study all day, with the fancy name of catching up on his progress. Kiyo also believed it, thinking that he was really busy lately and didn't bother him. She knocked on her own code unhurriedly, and when she was idle she didn't mess with Chen Duo, chatting with Xiao-Qi to relieve her boredom. But the man was busy for real, sitting in front of the computer all day and knocking out code. But at night he transformed into a hungry wolf. But he didn't leave her alone for a day. Kiyo could only lament the fact that this person was really keen on making villains and was completely tireless. Chen Duo also knew that he was feigning busyness these days to cover up his leg ailment, leaving Chiyo out in the cold. He stopped his work, took Kiyo in his arms, and said softly, "These days, aren't they boring? No, it's good to have you by my side." Kiyo wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck with a smile on her face. "Do you want to go somewhere to play? I'll go with you this afternoon." Chen Duo knew he couldn't put it off any longer. His leg was getting worse. He thought about accompanying Chiyo on a trip out in the afternoon. but he would have to leave tomorrow. Kiankikyo smiled and said, "Go play at the amusement park. You haven't accompanied me to the amusement park yet." Chen Duo nodded his head as he sniffed. "Okay, then we'll go to the amusement park. Wait for me for a moment while I go to my room and clean up." Kiankikyo smiled at his words and retreated from his arms, trotting back to her room. Chen Duo looked at her lively back and thought that it would be better to tell her about his business trip abroad when he came back. Not long after Kiankikyo came back, she stood at the entrance of the study with her bag on her back and waved at Chen Duo. "Hubby, I'm ready, let's get going." Chapter 204, Playing Around in the Amusement Park. Chen Duo's hand braced itself on the desk and used the force to stand up. As he stood up, a sharp pain shot through his leg, and he forced himself to endure the pain as he walked over to Chiaki Chocho. "Go." He took Chiaki Chocho's hand and walked outside. With every step, Chen Duo felt like he was walking on the tip of a knife, and the piercing pain made him clench his teeth to keep himself from showing it in front of Chocho. Finally they made it to the door and sat in the car when Chen Duo let out a breath. With a smile on her face, Chiaki Chocho helped Chen Duo fasten his seatbelt, exuberantly saying, "Let's go." Her foot was on the gas and the car pulled away from the villa. "Honey, we're going to ride the roller coaster later, and the Ferris wheel, and that sledgehammer is exciting." Before they even arrived at the playground, Chiaki was already chattering excitedly about her plans and arranging which rides they would play later. "Okay, all at your disposal, Mrs. Chen is the head of the family today, so she can play however she wants." Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyo's excited appearance, and he smiled dotingly. "I wish I could stay with Autumn forever and accompany her wherever she wants to go. I hope to keep her smile and keep that smile on her cheeks forever." Yes, husband, and the carousel. It's not too exciting, but all the couples in Korean dramas ride the carousel, and I'm going to ride this one with you. He. Kiankikyo smiled and there was still shyness. Her heart was like drinking honey. Chen Duo stroked her head and said softly, "Good. I want to go to romantic Turkey with you, then we'll go to Tokyo and Paris together. I actually like Miami, and Rovaniemi with Santa Claus. In fact, I had too much curiosity in my ignorance. We'll go to Shanghai and Beijing together, and Dali in Yunnan, keeping the memories." "That makes sense." Kiankikyo very appropriately hummed softly with a smile on her face. Chen Duo's heart soured as he listened to her song. He probably couldn't do it anymore, couldn't take her to these places. The car was parked in the parking lot of the amusement park. It wasn't a weekend and the amusement park wasn't particularly crowded. Kiankikyo took Chen Duo on her arm and bought the ticket and went in. She smiled and let go of Chen Duo's hand and ran ahead. "Honey, come on." Chiaki Chocho stood in front of the large pendulum hammer that was reflected in her eyes and waved at Chen Duo with a smiling face. Chen Duo forced himself to endure the pain and took a big stride. "Chen Duo, there are very few people today. It'll be our turn when they come down later." Kiankikyo held Chen Duo's hand and pointed at the big pendulum in midair, smiling with a happy face. Not having to wait in line was just great. She could have a good time today. Chen Duo softly hummed and didn't say anything. He clenched his teeth against the intense pain, afraid that if he let go, he wouldn't be able to control his facial expression anymore, allowing Chiaki to see what was going on. Soon the big pendulum landed, and Kiankikyo pulled Chen Duo to sit on it as she softly said, "Hubby, you're not afraid of heights, are you?" "No." Chen Duo was practically shying away from words, trying hard not to open his mouth. "Take it easy. If you're scared, close your eyes." Chiaki took his hand and laughed softly. "Good." Chen Duo held onto Kiankikyo's hand and didn't say anything more. Kiankikyo thought that the man was really scared. She kissed on his cheek and said, "If you're very scared, don't play. It's fine." Chen Duo raised a smile and said, "I'm fine. If you're scared you need to tell me." "Big deal." "It's not a big deal. My husband is most important." Kiankikyo coaxed him gently, afraid that he would try to show off. Chen Duo sat on it, and after the pain in his legs eased for a bit, he then smiled and said softly, "I'm really fine." "Well, it's late for something." Chiaki skimmed. The sledgehammer was already slowly moving upward, and it was hard to call a halt halfway up. Chen Duo smiled and said, "Well, don't worry, I'm not afraid of heights." "Ah." When the big pendulum stopped in midair and started swinging from side to side, Chiaki squealed loudly. It was so exciting. Chen Duo listened to the screams in his ears and clutched Chiaki Chocho's hand as if he wanted to transfer his strength to her so that she wouldn't be afraid. "Honey, it's so exciting." Chiaki came down with an excited look on her face. Chen Duo then realized that this person was not scared at all just now, but was just shouting in excitement. "Honey, why aren't you responding at all? Isn't it fun?" Kiankikyo's face came up to Chen Duo's heel, and looking at the expression on his face there was not even much change. This man really was a Taishan collapse and did not change his face. Chen Duo smiled and said, "Fun, Chiquita? Funny." She really didn't find an ounce of fun in his face. Forget it. That's what this guy is supposed to be. Stuffy. Kiankikyo pulled Chinduo to ride the roller coaster again, with 9 curves and 18 bends, and she shouted up in excitement. The wind picked up the stray hairs that drooped in front of her cheeks and they all blew into her mouth, and she hurriedly reached up and pulled them out. Chinduo was a bit uncomfortable when he heard that she wasn't screaming anymore. It was so fast that he couldn't even see what she was doing. When he came down, Chinduo smiled and said, "Why didn't you scream just now? Yuck yuck yuck. This hair is nasty. It just blew all over my mouth and made me eat a mouthful of hair." Chiaki pulled on her hair, which wouldn't stay tied up. In exasperation and petulant accusation, Chinduo reached out and lifted her hair up to her ears, smiling. "Why don't you go ahead and buy a hairband so that your hair doesn't run around? Right? Oh, why didn't I think of that? You wait here for me. I'll be back in a little while." Chiaki laughed and ran over and came back with 2 cute hairbows. To be fair, one for each. Kiankikyo bought a pair of couples hairbands and put one on Chinduo before bringing one herself. "How's that? Nice? Cute? Ha?" Saying so, she cocked her little head at Chinduo and smiled with a happy face. Chinduo stroked the little ears on her hairband and smiled. "Cute, good looking, Mr. Chen is also adorable and handsome straight to my little heart," said Chiaki. Choshio even made a quirky gesture and covered her heart. "Ha!" Chinduo laughed out lowly at the sight. He loved to see her making a scene. He stayed with her and watched her laugh. Come on, let's go for a love spin. Muah." Kiankikyo hugged Chinduo's neck and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him on his cheek. After the kiss, Chiaki ran away with a smile. Chinduo walked behind her, his legs reminding him without fail with each step that it was time for him to leave her. After getting on the merry-go-round, the two of them held hands as it spun around. Chapter 205, Discovery. After getting off the merry-go-round, Xianxiao's sharp eyes noticed that Chinduo's posture down there was a bit off. His legs seemed to shiver for a moment, then he held onto the wooden horse to steady himself. "This looks very wrong. Something seems to be wrong with his leg." Xianxiao pretended not to see and turned her head to the side. After Chinduo stabilized his stance, he hurriedly looked at Xianxiao and saw that she didn't notice. Then he let out a sigh of relief. When he came down just now, a sudden pain shuddered through his body and he almost fell. "Come on, let's go on the Ferris wheel." Chinduo smiled and took Chiakikyu's hand to play the next item. Chiaki looked at him as he pretended to be fine, thinking that things were getting a little weird. She was arm in arm with Chinduo, and she deliberately slipped the bag off her shoulder after a few steps. Only then did she stop and say, "Honey, I dropped my bag. Go pick it up for me." Chinduo didn't know that Kiankikyo had noticed his abnormality as he turned around and walked backwards. When Chinduo was fitted with a prosthetic leg, Kiankikyo accompanied him to do rehabilitation exercises, and she knew every subtle movement he made. At the moment he was walking so differently than usual. His stride was huge and a bit outward, and his legs weren't even bent at the knees. This was way out of the ordinary, and the man's legs were obviously hiding something from her. Kiankikyo looked at his legs. Bending down to pick up her bag in a moment must be even more difficult. She jogged over ahead of him, picked up the bag and said, "Honey, I'm a little uncomfortable. Shall we go back? What's wrong? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Chinduo pulled Kiankikyo and hurriedly inquired. "It's okay, it doesn't matter. I'll go back to sleep and I'll be fine." Kiankikyo shook her head and walked back with Chinduo on her arm. The man's legs are like this. What's he doing accompanying himself to the playground? Once a person knows the truth, they begin to look for clues to their former self. Kiankikyo was wondering when his legs were uncomfortable while walking. No wonder he didn't allow her to massage them these days, pulling her to mess around on the bed every day. Is he afraid she'll find out something? Why hadn't he told himself that he was even trying to hide it from her? When she thought of this person encountering things and hiding them from her, Kiankikyo was furious in her heart, and he had forgotten the lesson he had given him last time. The unknowing Chinduo was still asking her with a concerned face, "Chio, is it any better? Why don't you let Ayu come and pick us up?" Damn, this liar. Xianxiao held back the anger in her heart and said softly, "No need. I'm better now." "Oh, that's good." Only then did Chinduo feel a bit more at ease and took Kiankikyo by the arm and sat in the car. As the car drove back, Xianxiao had been suppressing the anger in her heart and didn't open her mouth to speak. It was only when he was driving halfway down the road that Chinduo spoke. "Chio, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any better?" "It's fine, much better." In her heart, Kiankikyo was saying, "I'll be fine if you're less angry with me." Chinduo thought she was really fine and said in a good-natured manner, Chio, there's a little trouble with the overseas business. I'm going on a business trip abroad tomorrow." Chiakikiyu, little man, still want to cheat her. "Go abroad by yourself." Feigning ignorance, she inquired, "And when will you be back?" Chinduo's heart stung. He was so afraid that this departure would be a farewell. He forced himself to hold back the pain in his heart and pinched his thigh. "Less than half a month. More than a month. It's taken so long. It looks like there's a big problem." Kian Kikyu was furious in her heart, but on her face she had to cooperate with Chen Duo, the big liar. As soon as she heard the man was going to be gone for so long, she knew he was going to see to his leg, still deliberately hiding it from her. She was puking inside. How's your leg these days? There's no need to rush back when you come back to visit Dr. Martin for a review. Kian Kikyu was already insinuating that she was handing him steps. As long as he said it, she would not bother with him. Well, we'll see then. Chen Duo, however, pretended to act like he was fine and promised with a smile. Chiaki's grip on the steering wheel tightened and tightened. She wouldn't even know which country he was going to overseas. And the man had agreed to visit Dr. Martin so easily. Such a big loophole. Did he really not find it at all? Or was it because he was too weak to not explore the loopholes in her words? She'd given him a chance, but he just wouldn't tell the truth. And the man had really let her down. Kian Kikyu accelerated the whole time. The car returned home in no time. She just wanted to go back to clean up this hidden and unreported man. Not long after the car stopped in the courtyard with a sharp brake, Kian Kikyu thoughtfully pulled open the door for Chen Duo, and went back to his room with him on her arm. Just as soon as she returned to her room, Kian Kikyu pressed the man onto the bed and huffed, "Take off the prosthetic leg for me." Chen Duo smiled and said, "No, I have to go to the study to write code later. Take it off when I tell you to." "What's with the code? Are you going to live with the code for the rest of your life?" said Chiaki. Autumn was all set to get her hands on it, but unfortunately she wouldn't be able to. Her eyes, with hard to hide the anger, quietly looked at Chen Duo. All this time, Chen Duo cannot understand what is going on. He sheepishly took the prosthetic off himself, and he didn't know where he had revealed himself to Autumn. Kian Kikyu looked at Chen Duo with a cold face. "Take off your pants. With pants legs this long, she has to roll them halfway?" Chen Duo looked at Kian Kikyu with some sadness and didn't say anything. Kian Kikyu snorted. "How many times have you slept together? And you're still a little daughter-in-law now?" Defeated, Chen Duo could only obediently take off his pants, revealing what he considered to be particularly ugly legs. This crippled and ugly leg. He was so inferior that he never let Kian Kikyu see it, not expecting that one day it would be in such a way that she would see it. Kian Kikyu squatted down and saw that the amputated part of his thigh was swollen like a bun, and some places were worn and bloody from his unnatural walking posture. Seeing this scene, Kian Kikyu's tears swished down. "What's going on?" Kian Kikyu turned around and ran down the stairs. Chen Duo looked at Kian Kikyu's tears, had panicked, and wanted to catch up but could not. Not long after, Chiaki Chocho came over with a medical kit, and she put medicine on Chen Duo's leg while shedding tears. "Autumn, don't cry. I'm fine." Chen Duo hurriedly panicked and comforted Kian Kikyu. "It's still okay. When are you going to be okay?" "Chen Duo, you're an asshole. You're just torturing me on purpose to make me feel bad. Why did you lie to me? Why didn't you tell me? Was it because I didn't find out that you didn't want to tell me?" Chapter 206, Hating His Concealment. "Autumn, don't cry. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Seeing Chen Qiuqiu crying, Chen Duo's heart ached. He panicked and hurriedly admitted his mistake. "You're wrong? You're not wrong. How could you be wrong? Aren't you so great that you didn't tell me for my own good? For fear of breaking my heart? It's my fault. I shouldn't have known. I shouldn't have looked at your leg. I should have just left you alone and told you to get the hell out of the country." Kian Kikyu put medicine on Chen Duo's leg. This bloody place had been treated, but this red and swollen place looked unusually scary. Her heart was really both heartbroken and irritated. How long had he been enduring the pain? How could he be so uncaring of his body? She was also angry at herself for not realizing it until now, for making him hurt for so long. "Chocho, don't be angry. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You can hit me and scold me. Don't cry." Chen Duo took Kian Kikyu's hand and carefully ingratiated himself with her. "Chen Duo, we said before that we would tell each other anything. What did you promise me?" Kian Kikyu stood up and looked condescendingly at Chen Duo, who was sitting on the bed, questioning him in a cold voice. I don't want to upset you. My leg deteriorated and I don't know if I can heal it. I'm afraid I can't be there for you anymore." Chen Duo didn't dare to look into Chen Qiuqiu's eyes, his heart weak and apprehensive. "Don't you think you're being nice to me? I hate that you're being nice to me. Don't want to break my heart, so you don't tell me it's for my own good. What am I to you? Am I someone who can only share wealth and riches, but not suffering? What did you marry me for? Just to have one more person to be happy with you, and then push me away when you're sad yourself and be sad alone? Do you think you're so great? So marvelous? Since you can face the suffering and sadness alone, what are you looking for a wife for? Wouldn't you be better off alone?" Chiaki looked at Chen Duo with hurt in his eyes. If he had known earlier and gone for treatment earlier, his leg would not have been like this. She used to read novels and hated this kind of thing between lovers for the good of whoever, terminally ill not to mention, saying the most hurtful words to break up or leave. She never felt great about this kind of love. On the contrary, she hated it because both were miserable and tortured. Even if there is only one last day left, why can't they be with each other until the end of their lives? At least they will have no regrets in their hearts. It's clearly the love of two people. So why is it that one person has made the decision? This self-righteousness on his part to be nice to her only made her more upset, and she didn't even have anywhere to take it out. Autumn, I love you. I don't want this kind of love. The love you fight for my good will only make me more sad and upset. Who are you to be so selfish to decide what I think? I want love in times of trouble. We can share wealth and prosperity, can only share your happiness and joy, but have to leave when you are sad and upset. Do you think I love you like this? I don't even deserve to be your wife because I've long been excluded in your heart. I'm just someone who can't be with you to share the sorrows and bitterness of life. Before Chen Duo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qian Qiuqiu's exasperated interruption. She really hated this person's self-righteousness. Autumn, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Chen Duo took Qian Qiuqiu's hand and looked at her both innocently and pitifully like a child who had made a mistake. The hateful thing was that she loved him so much that she couldn't do anything about seeing him like this. She would even be heartbroken. There's a next time. And there's a next time you'll be alone you. Qian Qiuqiu huffed and puffed and pressed Chen Duo onto the bed, opening her mouth and wanting to bite him hard. But at the last minute she couldn't bring herself to tighten her teeth, but her lips were already up. Chen Duo thought she was kissing herself after she had dissipated her anger, and he wrapped his arms around Qian Qiuqiu and kissed her. Let go of me. Who asked you to kiss me? I hate you. Aren't you going abroad? Go ahead. I'll just pretend I don't know from now on and leave you alone to fend for yourself abroad. Qian Qiuqiu huffed and pushed Chen Duo away. The anger in her heart was hard to dispel, and she couldn't do anything to this person? Autumn, don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I'm an asshole. Chen Duo took Chaya Qiuqiu's hand and told her to hit herself. Chaya Qiuqiu hurriedly pulled her hand out. I'm not in the habit of domestic violence. Don't think I'll forgive you for that. I'm pissed off right now when I see that face of yours. Chen Qiuqiu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she looked at Chen Duo. No wonder you've been dragging me into having a baby all this time. You've got the aftermath all planned out. What makes you think I'm willing to give you children? You're just bullying me to love you. Chen Duo, you're a complete and utter asshole. After Qian Qiuqiu got down from the bed, she looked at the prosthetic limb on the ground and got even more angry. She huffed and took the prosthetic limb and threw it off the balcony. It's all my fault. I should never have gotten you a prosthetic leg. Why am I such a nuisance? Wouldn't it have been better to have you in a wheelchair? Chen Duo watched Qian Qiuqiu lose his temper. He didn't dare to speak or move. He knew that he was violating Qiuqiu's big taboo. Well, that's fine. Since you're getting ready to leave the country tomorrow, it's good to let Right accompany you abroad. You don't want me to control you anyway, so I don't care and I'm not involved. You're so great and strong you can do it alone. Where do you need me? You're on your own. You sit still and don't look for me. Autumn opened the door to her room and went out. She really couldn't stay in this room anymore. She needed to vent. She ran downstairs, opened the car door and drove off. On the way she lost her voice while driving. She hated the fact that Chen Duo was hiding things from her, and she was terrified that his leg had really deteriorated to the point of being incurable. Why is there so much suffering and torment in a good life? And why can't they be perfected when they've all lived again, so that they can live out their lives peacefully and happily? Qian Qiuqiu cried all the way and drove the car back to her mother's house. She didn't want to see Chen Duo for a while. She needed to calm down. Autumn, what are you doing back here? When Chen Yun saw that Chen Qiuqiu had returned, she hurriedly greeted her and looked behind her. Chandu didn't come back. She then got her mind off of it and pulled Chiaki into the restaurant. Haven't eaten yet, I guess. Just so happens we're eating. Why don't you go over and eat? Sister, you're back. Qian Miaomia happily pounced on Qian Qiuqiu and hugged her thighs. Dad. Chiaki Qiuqiu called out to Kiyoshi Feng as she walked over to the table with Miaomi in her arms. Qian Yufeng glanced at Qian Qiuqiu and said, Why did you come back alone? Where is Chen Duo? Chapter 207, Still can't let go of him. Chen Yun sniffed and poked Qian Yufeng with his elbow, signaling him to keep quiet. She smiled and said, Qiuqiu, quickly sit down and eat. Mom will go and serve you some food. Kiyoshi Feng glanced at his daughter and didn't say anything. Qian Miaomiao, on the other hand, sat down beside her sister with a smiling face and said with a laugh, Sister, you haven't come back lately. I've missed you. Sister misses Misty too. Qian Qiuqiu stroked Qian Miaomia's little head smiling and coaxing her, and her mind instantly conjured up Chen Duo's face. Hell, she wasn't going to think about him. Let him fend for himself. After eating, Qian Qiuqiu went straight upstairs. Qian Yufeng looked at Chen Yun and spoke. Is this a quarrel? You won't look. Qiuqiu's eyes are red. I don't know what's wrong with that bastard Chen Duo. How did he make Qiuqiu angry in a good way? Make people angry. Do not know to come back to coax. How there is such a stupid child. Really, Chen Yun didn't even know what to say about her son. He was so mute. It's normal for young couples to quarrel. It will soon pass. Let's not care. It's not like you don't know about Chocho's temper. And it's not necessarily Chen Duo's fault. Kyoshi Feng shook his head and went upstairs. Chen Yun? This Chen Duo isn't Qian Yufeng's own son, is he? This husband and wife quarrel is whose fault still have to be divided so clearly. That's not good. This is not quarrel over genius strange. All a woman wants is to bow her head. Who cares whose fault it is? She is now really speechless to Chen Duo, the son of Chen Duo. Do not hurry to pick up the person back, or this person will be even more difficult to coax. Chen Duo sat alone on the bed. He couldn't move when his prosthetic leg was thrown. Autumn hadn't allowed him to go to her yet, and he couldn't call right. He was sitting all alone. His stripped pants were not even on, and the cool breeze blowing in made him look more and more miserable. His mind was filled with Chiaki's voice, the way she huffed and puffed and burst into tears. Chen Duo, do you think you're particularly great? That you can sacrifice yourself for the sake of your lover and leave yourself alone to face the hardships of life? A great man like you must want his wife to live a happy life and be cheerful without you. Then what's the point of letting your wife have kids? Wouldn't it be better for her to forget about you happily and start a new life? It's also troublesome to have a child. Think of a man who will live in the future, will own all your possessions, sleep with your wife and beat your child. How pitiful that child will be. I'm sure a great man like you wouldn't mind. Who made you so selfless and loved your wife, wouldn't you? As long as she's happy, you'll do anything, right? You're a great man. I'm lucky to be married to a man like you. I will do what you want and be happy every day. Chen Duo clenched his fists. Of course he didn't want to. He didn't want Chocho to marry someone else. In fact, he was very selfish. He was not a great man. He couldn't do it and let Chocho marry someone else. He couldn't even think of another man embracing Chocho one day and then doing the most intimate things. He would go crazy. Barkley, Barkley. The raindrops gently tapped on the window and on Chiaki Chocho's heart, and she was unusually irritated. Should it be so seasonal that God has come along for the ride? When I used to watch TV, it was bound to rain heavily when the hero and the heroine quarreled. Rendered sad by this rainstorm, people became sad and sad. She felt that this technique was too one-dimensional. Now she was speechless at the sight of the rain outside her window, and it felt like the ING gods had come to force her to go back too. Her heart already can't stop thinking about whether Chen Duo ate dinner or not. Is still stupidly sitting on the bed wearing boxer shorts, the quilt don't know to cover. Qian Kikyo sat on the bed, huffing and puffing and pounding the quilt. How could she be so relieved that Chen Duo couldn't be trusted? It's time to let the man be punished, and for her not to think about him. It was a pity that her brain was not under her control. She really owed Chen Duo from her previous life. Thinking like this is indeed owed to him in his previous life. Qianqiu Chiqiu depressedly put on her clothes and got up. As she went downstairs, Chen Yun smiled and said, Chiu, what brings you down here? Mom, I can't sleep. I'd better get back. Are there any leftovers for tonight? Chiaki touched her earlobe, and with some hesitation, she spoke anyway. Chen Yun looked at Chen Chocho like this and knew that she was softening her heart, and it seemed that Chocho was the first to bow her head. She smiled and said, yes. Mom was still thinking if Chen Duo would come back in a while, so she left some rice for him. Saying that, Chen Yun went to the kitchen and took out the lunchbox with the meal in the refrigerator and put it in a bag for Chiaki Chocho. Come on, Mom will walk you out. Chen Yun raised her umbrella and smiled at Chen Chocho. Thanks Mom. Qian Kikiya took the lunchbox and took Chen Yun's hand. Chocho, Chen Duo, this child is not good with words. You take it easy. It's inevitable for a couple to have bumps and bruises in their lives, so if you're wronged, just tell Mom, and she'll definitely take care of it for you. Chen Yun held the umbrella for Qian Kikiyu, coaxing her gently as she walked. There was nothing she could do. Her son wasn't giving it a go, so she had to coax Chocho. Qian Kikiyu blushed a little and said, Mom, you know, your eyes are red, and Chen Dudu didn't even come back, so your father and I know about it. It's okay, this kind of thing is normal. There's no such thing as a smooth ride through life. Chen Yun saw that Qian Kikiyu was a bit shy and smiled unconcernedly. Mom, thank you, we just had a little disagreement. It's my temper that's not so good. Don't worry about it. Fearing that Chen Yun would notice something, Qian Kikiyu hurriedly took the fault on herself. I'm not worried. It's raining and you have to go back to bring food to Chen Duo. Mom is relieved that this is the couple. Chen Yun had a smile on her face. She knew that Chocho and Chen Duo's relationship was getting better and better. Mom, you go back. I'll go first. Qian Kikiyu opened the car door and waved at Chen Yun. Okay, you be careful on the road. It's raining, you drive slower. Chen Yun softly instructed Chen Chocho and waved her hand at her. Watching Chen Chocho's car news in the rain, Chen Yun then turned around and went back to the house. She had nothing to be uneasy about Chen Duo now. He got what he wanted, and Chocho was genuinely living her life with him. Their life as a young couple was definitely going to get better and better, and she was just waiting for her grandchildren. Kiankikyo drove back to the villa and found it dark. Where's Mrs. Lu at this hour? Why aren't the lights on? Kiankikyo turned on the lights in the villa and put the meal into the microwave. Before carrying the hot meal upstairs, Kiankikyo pushed open the door of the room. Creak a sound. Chen Duo suddenly raised his head. The light from the corridor shone on Chen Qiuqiu, and Chen Duo's eyes erupted with joy. Chapter 208, punishing him for staying with himself. Laugh your ass off and turn on the lights. Kiankikyo looked at Chen Duo's smiling face and disliked him without a trace of anger. Chen Duo sniffed and obediently turned on the light. Watching Chiaki Chocho slowly walk towards him with a tray, he didn't even dare to speak. He could only look at her. Don't be a jerk to me. Put the covers on me. Kiankikyo looked at this person really did not cover the quilt. Now it is raining, the temperature plummeted or quite cold. She was clearly heartbroken over Chen Duo's exposed leg, but she deliberately said the opposite. Chen Duo hurriedly pulled the quilt over his legs for fear of doing something wrong and making Chocho angry again. Kiankikyo didn't have the good sense to say, have you eaten yet? Chen Duo pitifully looked at Qian Chicho and shook his head. Yo, aren't you quite capable? One can have a good time abroad, so why don't you have dinner now? Kiankikyo was just as angry and whiny and disliked Chen Duo. She put down the tray, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and handed them to Chen Dudao. Eat while it's hot. Chen Duo took the bowl and chopsticks and took a big bite. As long as Chocho came back it would be fine. Eat slowly, don't choke. Kiankikyo couldn't help but open her mouth to remind Chen Duo as she watched him devour the food. She saw a bowl of soup in the tray and hurriedly brought it over and said, Mom is heartbroken that you're starving, and also left you half a bowl of soup. Have a sip of soup. Chen Duo knew that Kiankikyo was being a knife to the heart. She was caring about herself. He took the soup with a smile on his face and drank it. Drink slowly, don't spill. Kiankikyo drew a piece of toilet paper and handed it to Chen Duo. Chen Duo looked at her with laughter in his eyes. Chen Qiuqi helplessly wiped his mouth for him and said in annoyance, I just owe you from my previous life. Chen Duo held Kiankikyo's hand and said softly, Qiuqiu, I was wrong. I really recognize my mistake. I'm not a great man. Not great at all. I'm just too full of myself. I'll tell you anything that happens in the future. I'll never hide it again. Whatever happens in the future, we face it together. It's good that you know. I'll marry you. You marry me. And we're not just going to share the joys of life. We're also going to share the hardships of life. If a man can do anything and everything on his own, there's no need for him to get married, because he won everything. I want to be with you through the good and the bad. Don't you be so self-righteous as to push me away. I don't need you to be so nice. Kiankikyo hugged Chen Duo and jumped into his arms. Okay, we'll go through it together and face it together. Chen Duo stroked Kiankikyo's head and promised her softly, you sit here while I send the dishes down. Kiankikyo got up and brought the tray up, and Chen Duo fondly looked at her with pitiful little eyes. Kiankikyo skimmed him, just like him, still thinking of going abroad by himself. Probably can't stand it even before staying for a day. I'll be up in a minute, so sit tight and don't move. Chiaki admonished him and pushed the door open to go out. She threw the dishes in the dishwasher before heading upstairs. Kiankikyo looked at Chen Duo's leg, and there was no wheelchair in the house, so she had to go to the bathroom to fetch water. There's nothing I can do to get you to the bathroom, so I'll scrub you down. Wait until Wright sends the wheelchair tomorrow, then you can take a bath. Chiaki said, wringing out the towel and lifting the quilt, which Chen Duo not so naturally dodged. Chiaki Autumn, this guy is so funny, so pretentious, sleeping all the time, and he still looks like an innocent little man. Then wipe yourself. Chiaki handed him the towel. She was still too lazy to do it herself. Chen Duo took the towel with reddened ear tips and wiped himself off. When rubbing the lower half of his body, he glanced at Kiankikyo with a somewhat unnatural look. Kiankikyo rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, give me the towel. Chen Duo obediently handed the towel to Kiankikyo, who took it and changed the water, wrung it out and handed it back to him. She directly turned her back, not wanting to pay attention to Chen Duo. Seeing this, Chen Duo hurriedly scrubbed the lower half of his body, and only after quickly scrubbing it, did he cover his ears and rub his thighs. Chiaki thought that she should have finished wiping by now, and she turned to see someone pretending to wipe her thighs. Chiaki looked at him like this in disgust. After she grabbed a towel and changed the water, she said in a nonchalant voice, turn around. Chen Duo obediently turned around, and Kiankikyo lifted his top and rubbed his back. I'm too lazy to serve if I don't know how to enjoy myself. After she finished wiping, she picked up the sink and went back to the bathroom. Kiankikyo poured water before going back to her room. She changed the clothes on her body in front of Chen Duo and put on her pajamas, which made her lie down on the bed. Turn off the lights and go to bed. Chan Du. He suspected that Qiuqiu was deliberately seducing him, but he had no proof because people just lay down and ignored him. Aggrieved and chirping, Chen Duo rolled over by himself, pulled the person into his arms, and softly said, "Wife, don't be angry. I'm not angry. I'm angry at myself for not being able to do it." Xian Xiuqiu huffed and shoved him, but the force was exceptionally light, like scratching an itch. "Then don't be mad. I'll buy you a bag, okay?" Chen Duo only knows that the package cures all diseases and has an effect on Qian Qiqiu. Not everything a bag can fix, Qian Qiqiu muttered without a trace of anger. He had coaxed himself with a bag, and that was something she hadn't been angry about in the first place. Chen Duo coaxed softly, "Then I'll buy you lots and lots of bags, okay?" Qian Qiqiu beamed. "No good. No amount of packs can heal me, so how do you not get angry?" Chen Duo gently coaxed Qian Qiqiu and rested his head on her neck. "I'm going to punish you for staying with me until you have gray hair and grandchildren." Qian Qiuqiu stroked Chen Duo's head and spoke softly. Chen Duo didn't say anything. He also wanted this, but he didn't dare to commit himself easily anymore. He was afraid that he couldn't do it. They held each other tightly, neither of them speaking again for fear of breaking the beautiful moment. Qian Qiqiu's red lips kissed Chen Duo's thin lips and moved away like a dragonfly. Even if she didn't say anything, Chen Duo knew what she meant. She was just stamped. She didn't wait for his answer before she had privately sealed their agreement. Chen Duo didn't say anything. Anything he said now paled in comparison. He didn't want to dash her expectations, and for a moment he began to fantasize about a miracle. Qian Qiqiu, on the other hand, prayed in her heart that God would hear her heart. Chen Duo's leg was just allergic. It hadn't worsened, and the big deal was that he'd never wear a prosthetic again. Chapter 209 The Best Possible Outcome. As the day dawned, a reddish haze spread across the sky, and a glimmer of light from the sky shone on the two embracing people in the large bed. A car sounded in the yard. Wright had brought the wheelchair over, and he didn't know what was wrong with the boss's leg. As soon as Qian Qiqiu moved, Chen Duo woke up. He looked at the sky outside the window and said, "Sleep a little longer?" Qian Qiqiu shoved Chen Duo and said softly, "No more sleep. Wright seems to be here, so get up, wash up, and let's go to the hospital for a checkup first." Qian Qiqiu got out of bed and washed and changed her clothes before she opened the door and went downstairs to push the wheelchair up. Chen Duo got into the wheelchair, went to the bathroom and took a shower, changed his clothes and came out of the bathroom. "Come on, let's go to the hospital first and check things out." Qian Qiqiu had already packed up and was sitting in her room waiting for Chen Duo. Wright's mind was once again filled with doubt and uncertainty at the sight of his boss, who was again sitting in a wheelchair. Go to the hospital." Chiaki gave a command to Wright and they went to the hospital. "This one looks like an allergy, and the films taken don't show any abnormalities." The doctor looked at the film and came to a conclusion. "Is there a finer inspection instrument?" Qian Qiqiu didn't feel like an allergy. "Would an allergy swell up like this?" "Ma'am, this is already the most advanced instrument that we have introduced to our hospital, and there really isn't anything wrong with it from the film so far." The doctor gave Chiaki a look as if he was a little displeased with her lack of trust. Chiaki asked suspiciously, "Then why is it swollen like this?" "Allergy-induced redness, probably for too long." The doctor was convinced that there was nothing wrong with his instruments and that Chen Duo's leg was just a common allergy. Qian Qiqiu was sullen and didn't say anything as Wright went to get the medicine. Qian Qiqiu pushed Chen Duo and said with a serious face, "Tell me, what are the symptoms of your leg? Is it really an allergy?" Afraid that Chen Duo would lie again and hide the truth, Qian Qiqiu threatened, "You can't lie to me. If you do, you're dead." Chen Duo took Qian Qiqiu's hand and said, "I won't lie to you. I don't feel like an allergy either. The inside of my leg hurts, depending on how it goes. Why don't we just go abroad and check it out? And by the way, bring the prosthesis to Dr. Martin so he can check it again." Wright came back with the medicine and they drove home again. Qian Qiqiu let Chen Duo pack her bags, and she awkwardly went downstairs alone to look for the prosthetic leg that she had thrown downstairs. Luckily, when she went downstairs, she grabbed a large bag and hid her prosthetic leg in it. Chiaki ignored the glances that Wright threw at her and carried the bag upstairs. She cleaned the prosthetic and took a towel to dry it again this time before putting it in the large suitcase. Chiaki Choshio came downstairs pulling 2 suitcases, and Wright hurriedly picked them up. They didn't say anything on the way to the airport, even sitting on the plane. Chen Xiuqiu and Chen Duo didn't have the same kind of excitement and happiness in their hearts as they did last time. Their minds were turned upside down, their hands interlocked with each other as they waited for fate to judge them. After a 10-hour flight, Qian Qiqiu and Chen Duo went straight to the hospital, and it was now morning in a foreign country. Chen Duo and Qian Qiqiu had spent some time in the hospital and knew some of the doctors, and everyone greeted them politely. Chen Duo was wheeled in for examination, and Chiaki Chochio stood outside the glass window, her fists clenched with worry. She couldn't understand the diagram displayed on the doctor's testing instrument, and could only look at Chen Duo inside the glass window and pray softly. The doctors looked at the test charts as they gathered and discussed them, and offered to give Chen Duo another test that needed further confirmation. Qian Chichio could only listen to their arrangement, checking whatever they wanted, as long as the final result was good. Chen Duo, who had finished his examination, was pushed back to the hospital room, and Qian Kikyo held Chen Duo's hand tightly without saying a word. She didn't dare to pass on her fear to Chen Duo. She pretended to be strong and cheered Chen Duo on as she waited for the doctor's results. A short while later the attending doctor walked in with the tablets in his hand, followed by a couple of doctors. The mass is located on your leg. Fortunately, it's benign, and we believe we can excise the tumor. You have a lump on your leg. Fortunately it is benign and I believe we were able to remove the tumor. Qian Kikyo covered her mouth when she heard this, pulling Chen Duo's hand without saying anything as Chen Duo looked at her with a smile on his face. This was the best news for Themel. Qian Qiuqiu's peach blossom eyes were tinted with watery light, and she was already too excited to speak. It's a good news for us. Thank you so much. This is great news for us. Thank you so much. Autumn, it's okay. I can stay with you for a long time. Chen Duo hugged Qian Kikyo's waist and smiled with a happy face. If we hadn't gotten here early, something might have happened. After the doctor left, Chiaki lost her voice and cried. They are now discovering it early. If they were a little later, it is simply unimaginable. Qian Kikyo thought of Chen Duo in his previous life, when he might have had a malignant tumor. Autumn, you are my lucky lady. The doctor had said that it was the constant gravitational pressure of wearing a prosthetic limb that caused the tumor hiding in the nerve to show itself. If I had been in a wheelchair, I probably wouldn't have been able to detect it until it had grown so big that it was pressing on a nerve. And then I wouldn't have been sure if the tumor was benign or not. Chen Duo hugged Qian Kikyo and smiled with a happy face. She really was his treasure in this life. Because of her, his life was extended and enriched. It's good that you know that, and from now on, tell me anything that happens and don't hide it from me anymore. Qian Kikyo dried her tears and lectured Chen Duo with a sobbing voice. Well, I'll tell you anything that happens from now on. Chen Duo excitedly kissed on Qian Chichio's cheek. He was too happy. Nothing could compare to the fact that he could accompany Chichio for a long time. Chiaki smiled and said, it seems that it's not an allergy at all, and the prosthetic limb can continue to be used, and there will never be a problem again. From the doctor's explanation, Chen Duo's previous allergies may have been real, but some of the later allergies may have been a reaction played by the small lumps, but because it was so small at the time, it was hidden in the nerves causing the instruments to not detect it, which is why it was all blamed on allergies. Well, when the surgery is over, I'll accompany you to the amusement park again. I haven't ridden the Ferris wheel yet from last time. Chen Duo still remembered that they hadn't ridden the Ferris wheel the time they went to the amusement park, and he was going to accompany Chichio wherever she wanted to go. Good. Qian Kikyo wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck with a smile on her face. As long as he was well, what kind of thing was good? The journey had been surrounded by fear and dread, but she didn't dare show it. She knew that Chen Duo was equally scared, and they could only look at each other without words as they held each other's hands. So this result let their hanging heart finally landed. As long as the result is good, this difficult process they do not care. Chapter 210, really wasted. A week later Wan Zhang woke up from the coma, but the whole person is still unusually weak. Leg comminuted fracture, wrapped like a dumpling. This accidental horsefall was investigated and it was really just an accident. But Man Zhang didn't believe it, because he was so weak after falling off his horse. He couldn't even escape if he wanted to, which was too strange. Wan Zhang had some suspicions that someone from the stable had done it, but he had no proof. The breeder in the stable was quietly changing stalls for the horse. The frenzied horse was tamed by him, and after feeding it tranquilizers, he moved the horse to another stall. These horses all looked alike to others, only he knew they were different because of his regular contact with them. His heart was filled with gratitude to the people who took revenge on Man Zhang, because this was something he wanted to do but had never dared to do. Since someone else had done it, he went along to help someone else with the aftermath. It's Wan Zhang's own private life that's to blame. After he spent a few days with the female trainer at the stables, he got hot and wild with someone else. This female trainer happens to be the wife of the feeder horse breeder. By his wife cuckolded, this heart hates the teeth itchy, but he cannot do anything. He's not very capable, and he's just an honest man. He doesn't make as much money as his wife, so he can only turn a blind eye and pretend he doesn't know. But it could not have happened to any man, even if he had been honest. But he was afraid to do anything for fear of losing his job. It just so happened that Xia Chuchu came to such a great help to him, and took out a mouthful of bad anger for him, so he happily helped her to make up for it. He switched stables between the mad horse and the normal one, so that the investigators came and took substances from the normal horse's body for testing and found everything to be normal. Experts can only explain that perhaps the horse encountered some kind of biological attack that caused it to suddenly go berserk, and that this was an accident. So Man Zhang's fall from the horse was categorized as an accident while he was in a coma, and the stable paid him a large sum of money. It's something everyone thinks was an accident. Only Maine, who woke up, doesn't think so. Hell, he was seriously injured by a horse stomping on him, but why can't that thing even lift its head? He's had multiple tests, nothing has helped, and the doctors can only explain that it could be caused by the shock he's been in. Scared? Man Jiang looked at the doctor with a confused look on his face. He didn't feel shocked at all, because he was immediately trampled by the horse after the fall. There wasn't even much time to spook. His mind just went blank and his whole body ached. Yeah, that's the only guess at this point, since all tests show normal. The doctor took the test sheet and looked at Wan Zhang's incredulous look, so he could only explain it that way. Wan Zhang. The explanation was hard for him to believe, but the test results also showed normal. So really where there was normal. So when will this shock heal? All he could do was look at the doctor with an annoyed look on his face and ask about the time it would take to heal itself. This depends on when you get over this fear. If it is delayed, my side suggests you see a psychiatrist. The doctor handed Man Zhang the business card of the private psychiatrist who had dealings with their hospital. It was his freedom to read it or not. Having no other choice, Wan Zhang reached out and took the damn business card with difficulty, and he was spitting blood in his heart with anger. This was like a bolt from the blue for him who was addicted to beauty. How are you feeling, Wan? The little assistant came in with fruits. It's really realistic in this circle. There's not many people to visit Wan when he's in an accident. Well, it's okay. Wan Zhang didn't tell his little assistant the truth. How could he tell others about such things? His grip on the business card kept getting harder and harder, crumpling it. Brother Wan, don't worry about recuperating. Brother E has picked up another drama for you, so you can start as soon as you get well. The young assistant comforted Man Jiang, fearing that he was a bit disheveled. Well, I know. Wan Jian was well aware of his injuries. He wouldn't be able to recover without a small half a year, which was hard for him. The bottom line is that he can't revitalize himself yet, and he can't do anything to get a girl if he wants to. Hand me my cell phone. Wan Jiang dropped the business card under the covers and extended his left hand to the young assistant. He needs to watch the news and keep up with what's going on in the ring. The little assistant looked at Wan Jiang with some hesitation, as his injury had been heavily covered by the media, causing many people to gloat underneath. He was afraid that Wan would feel uncomfortable if he saw it, and the patient's mood was important, so he should feel at ease. Bring it! Wan Jiang glared at the little assistant, and his tone intensified a bit. The little assistant looked at Wan with some fury, and he carefully handed the cell phone to Wan Jiang. Brother Wan, those people are mad dogs barking. Don't take it to heart. Just rest in peace and recuperate, and when you rise again in the east, they won't dare to be so arrogant. The little assistant comforted Wan Jiang apprehensively. He was really afraid that Wan would drop his cell phone and get angry. Wan Jiang snorted lightly in mockery and opened his cell phone without caring. As a result, Man Jiang's face blackened and blackened when he saw the netizens' tirades, especially when he saw the words cut off his children and grandchildren. Wan Jiang felt that it was a naked mockery and irony to him. Damn, this guy's ID he memorized. Brother Wan, don't be angry, don't take it to heart. These people can't see you well. The little assistant hurriedly persuaded Wan Jiang. Looking at his face, he knew that he was furious. I'm pissed my ass. Mother have someone find this ID and teach him a lesson. Man Jiang handed his cell phone to his young assistant to find out this stupid person who cursed him. Let him be frightened too, and see if he can't be frightened too. Oh, the little assistant took a look at the ID and hurriedly lowered his head to send a message. There was nothing he could do if one wanted to clean up someone else. That guy is on his own, who can't keep his mouth shut. Has anyone been here while I've been hospitalized? Man Jiang asked absently as he swiped his cell phone. The young assistant's hand paused in sending the message. He didn't know whether to tell Man Jiang that none of them had come. Even the manager, E, had left after his first hurried visit and hadn't appeared since. Brother Wan, that doctor said you need to recuperate and should not see guests. The little assistant could only lie to herself. She couldn't just say that no one had been here, could she? Wan Jiang looked up at the young assistant and smiled lightly without saying anything. He knows this circle too well, where there are no true friends when profit is paramount. He just wants to know if there are any people who can't see him well to sneer at him. He has no expectations of his friends, but also to eat meat and drink together to find a woman's fox-dog friends, but not much real friendship. Chapter 211, Retribution. Wan Jiang knew that the little assistant was lying, and he didn't take it to heart as he continued to swipe his phone. An entertainment news about Xia Chuchu refreshed, and he sneered. Pure acting little flower. Wan Jiang read the title out mockingly. He clicked on the title and looked in. Oh, is that a well-written notice? It seems that Xia Chuchu is now mixed well, stepping on him on the throne, also enough dejected. Thinking of Xia Chuchu's prodigal appearance, Wan Jiang felt his heart get a little hotter, but there was still no reaction somewhere. He directly flipped out the video saved on his cell phone. and he completely watched the video that captured Xia Chuchu being that as an H movie. After watching for a while, he still didn't have much of a reaction. This stimulus doesn't work, does it? However, he still cut a small section to send to Xia Chuchu in bad taste and mocked. Slut. Quite innocent. The little assistant on the set handed Xia Chuchu's cell phone to her, and she gave the little assistant a cold look when she saw the message from Wan Jiang. Xia Chuchu was not sure if the little assistant saw it or not. She took her cell phone and tapped it in the corner of no one's corners. She knows that this lousy person Wan Jiang won't send her any good news. Sure enough, when she clicked on it, her face turned blue with anger. Wan Jiang this all the time to stimulate him with this matter. How can he still be so to send her a message after being trampled by a horse? Looks like the injury wasn't bad enough after all. That's how long it took to pop back up. The medicine she fed should have taken effect by now, and it was damned if an invalid dared to be so sarcastic. Xia Chuchu decides to send him on the news and make him lose face. She deleted Wan Jiang sending to the message and sent a message to Star Entertainment Media's young proprietor, who must be thrilled with such a powerful news. Xia Chuchu had a smile on her face. She's kind of giving back to the fish in her fish pond, doing him a big favor. Chuchu, are you telling the truth? It's true. A while ago I was shooting a movie with Man Jiang and he didn't make a move on me. Now that he's wasted, he still comes to harass me. Boing boing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He can really be colorful and shouldn't be. Shamelessly daring to die my goddess. Chuchu, you wait, I'll find someone to expose him. Thank you, you're so kind to me. I'll buy you dinner next time I have time. You're welcome, you're doing me a favor. With news this powerful, there must be a lot of hits. Aha, I'm going to shoot. See you later. Okay, see you later. I'll wait for you to have dinner with me. Xia Chuchu put down her cell phone with a smile on her face and let out a breath. Her mood can be considered good. Looking at the young assistant who approached her, she was not in the best of moods. Seeing this little assistant right now made her upset, especially since she was still in front of her every now and then saying something about a girl's innocence being important and that she would protect her from harm. It was rather ironic for her to hear that innocence was something she hadn't had 800 years earlier. And protecting her, where was she when she needed protection? Now looking at the little assistant hanging around in front of her from time to time, Xia Chuchu felt it was almost time to do it. Seeing her alive and kicking, she couldn't help but want to drag her into the abyss. Sister Chuchu, the director is calling for you. It's your turn to go on stage. The little assistant called out to Xia Chuchu with a smile on her face. Xia Chuchu handed her the cell phone and smiled. Okay, let's go. By the way, Hoshi I have something to take a leave of absence to go back in the next 2 days. I may need you to do me a favor. The little assistant smiled and said, what's helping or not helping? Chuchu's sister's matter is my matter. I'm obliged to help. Okay, thanks La. I'll call you when it's time. Xia Chuchu smiled and took the little assistant's hand and walked towards the set. The little assistant's heart was bursting with happiness, secretly saying that Sister Chuchu is so nice. There is no sense of distance at all. With a pop sound, Wan Zhang's cell phone was smashed on the ground, and a piece of entertainment news from Star Entertainment Media rushed onto the hot search. The news of his inability to be humane was now common knowledge, and he wondered who had betrayed him. Were there still paparazzi hiding in this hospital? Brother Wan, don't be angry. They are just talking nonsense. We can sue them. The little assistant looked at the shattered cell phone on the ground and shivered in fear as she persuaded Wan Zhang. Damn, how do you sue for this kind of gossip? The key was still true. Wan Zhang's heart was burning with anger. He really wanted to screw this Star Entertainment Media's chief editor. Brother Wan, don't be angry. Everyone is just reading it as gossip. The last time the movie star divorced and kept a mistress, it was also on the entertainment gossip, and finally clarified. And we all know that these gossips are just randomly written to entertain the public. The young assistant softly comforted Man Jiang. Wan Jiang, he was so angry he couldn't speak because the gossip was true. How else could he clarify it? If he knew who was behind this, he'd kill him. Clean this place up and get me a new cell phone. Main restrained his temper for a moment. He was going to have to find out who was messing with him. Seeing that Wan Zhang's temper was a bit better, the little assistant hurriedly said, Fine, I'll clean it up. When Man Jiang got his new cell phone, he received a message from Jiang Shibi. Don't ask me who I am, but I know who's hurting you. Want to know? When Wan Jiang received the message, he hurriedly sent a message. I don't want to know who you are either. You just need to tell me who harmed me. What do you want? I don't want anything. You've done enough. You just need to know that the person who harmed you was Xia Chuchu. After Jiang Shibi sent the message, he sent all the photos of Xia Chuchu's close personal relationship with Star Entertainment Media's young proprietor to Wan Jiang, believing that he would understand when he saw it. Wan Jiang saw the words Xia Chuchu. He really opened his eyes. I did not expect this means quite a lot. Wan Jiang couldn't figure out how this mysterious person knew so much about Xia Chuchu. He sent a message. What's your relationship with Xia Chuchu? Haters. Don't worry, I'll help you. Jiang Shibi is already netting business and contacts for herself, and in the future, Xia Chuchu will be in the palm of her hand. Sister Hatsumomo, Man Jiang has gotten his comeuppance. The little assistant handed the news to Xia Chuchu's eyes with a happy face. She was happy for Sister Chuchu. The bad guys finally got their comeuppance. Xia Chuchu skimmed the news, the heart door clear. What retribution? But she went out. She never believed in good karma for good people. She thought it was the truth that good people don't live long, and woe to them. Waiting for God to punish the bad guys. Then I don't know, also wait until the monkey's age, but only by their own hands. Look at Wan Jiang now. An invalid. Everyone knows it. See how he can still sleep with women in the future. A eunuch only. Chapter 212. Qiankiki lay beside Chenduo and said softly. The doctor said that the operation will take place early tomorrow morning. Don't be afraid. I will always be with you. She buried her head between Chenduo's neck and coaxed him softly. Chenduo hugged Qiankikio's waist and laughed softly. Well, I'm not afraid with you around. False alarm. Scared the hell out of me. It just occurred to me that you were giving me an account of the aftermath the other day. Qiankikio pinched Chenduo's face, pinching his white cheeks. It hurts. Wife, you take it easy. It hurts. Chenduo looked at Qiankikio with feigned pity, attempting to muddle through now. It hurts or you won't remember. Chiaki looked at him with an exasperated look, but the movements of her hands loosened up a lot. I'll remember and never dare again. Chenduo held Chiaki Chocho's hand and promised with a serious face. Nothing, ever again, could separate them. Humph. You're just bullying me because I love you and know I can't be bothered to beat you up. You think I can't get back at you, don't you? I must give you sons, more sons, to piss you off. Qiankikio looked at Chenduo unconvincingly. He was just holding himself. Don't be angry. I know it's wrong. I'll be by your side for a long time to come. Chenduo kissed Chiaki's cheek. God knows how scared he was. The thought that if he was gone, Chocho would have another man by her side made his heart ache unbearably. That's for sure. You promised me a long time ago. Have you forgotten? Qiankikio smiled with a happy face. With this hurdle passed, they would definitely be able to complete their life. Now it's just a matter of having a little baby with Chenduo, and I don't know if I'll be able to get pregnant this time. After all, someone has been trying for a long time. She hoped it was a son to help her out and anger Chenduo. Haven't forgotten. I'll keep my word. That stamped kiss. Of course he knew. Probably he would never forget in his life that in his despair she had insisted on making a white promise with him. That slapdash kiss landed on the tip of his heart, and his heart trembled and still ached, and he was so distraught that night that he didn't even dare to speak, afraid of breaking her heart by opening his mouth. He was too worried and uncertain to commit to their future. Now he could finally be bold enough to promise her that they could have a future. A future. He can take her to Turkey, Tokyo, Paris, etc. Wherever she wants to go, and he'll be there for her as long as she wants to go. It's good to know that you'll have to stay with me to raise my son. Chiaki Chocho smiled a wry smile. Chenduo laughed out lightly as he looked at her spirited and lively appearance. Son, he hadn't really thought much about it, but if Autumn wanted a son badly enough, he could try to accept him. The night was heavy, even though they were abroad, but they were still under the same moon, and the afterglow of the moonlight still shone unstintingly on them. The two of them embraced each other and fell asleep, grounded and at ease. Early the next morning, Xianxiuqiu accompanied Chenduo for breakfast and then chatted with him for a while to cheer him up. Not long after, the nurse pushed him toward the operating room. Xianxiuqi looked at Chenduo and said, I'll wait for you. Yes, I'll be back for you. Their clasped hands slowly loosened, and Chiaki watched as Chenduo was wheeled into the operating room. Although the doctors were sure, worry was inevitable, Chiaki couldn't sit still at all, and she kept walking up and down the hallway, clasping her hands in prayer. The doctors in the operating room were methodically going through the procedure when suddenly an assistant exclaimed, his BP's crashing, his blood pressure is dropping. The lead surgeon looked at the instruments in front of him and calmly said, 2 liters saline wide open, 2 unties packed cells now, get levofed on board and keep that map at 60. Inject 2 liters of open saline and take 2 units of red blood cells. Inject levonorgestrel norepinephrine and keep the mean artery at 60. Okay, it's stable. Alright, blood pressure's steady. Make sure the aorta isn't kinked. Make sure the aorta isn't tangled. The aorta isn't kinked. Aorta not entwined. Very good. Now for the moment for truth. Very well. The moment of truth has arrived. Be careful. Be careful. Well done. Good. Good job. Stitch. Stitches. The lead surgeon unloaded. His assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the assisting surgeon stitched up the wound. Chiaki Chocho walked around the corridor. She kept looking at the watch on her wrist, which was a couple's watch that Chenduo had put on for her. After all this time, she was getting nervous inside. She wasn't sure how long it would take to remove the tumor, but every second was exceptionally hard for her right now. She felt like she was on the verge of going berserk as she gazed at the closed door of the operating room, looking away from time to time. Hopefully they'll push Chindok out soon and all will be safe and sound. With a clunk, the door to the operating room was opened. The main surgeon walked out. He looked at Chiaki with a smile on his face and said, "Congratulations, everything is okay." Chiaki Chocho excitedly took the lead surgeon's hand and said, thank you, I'm grateful to all of you. Thank you all very much." Chen Duo was pushed out and Qian Kikyo hurriedly greeted him. She took his hand with a happy face. The effects of the anesthesia hadn't yet worn off, and Chen Duo was still unconscious as Chiaki Chocho's hand stroked his cheek. Those difficult hours had once again made her realize how important this man was to her and that she could never live without him again. After a while, Chen Duo opened his eyes, and he quietly looked at Qian Chicho without speaking. Qian Kikyo took his hand and said with a smile on her face, "Doesn't it feel good to be alive?" "No, it's great to have you." Without Chiaki Autumn, living like this would have been a painful and long life for him already. It was just fine the way it was now. With her there, everything became exceptionally beautiful, and the heart was sprinkled with sunshine. Chapter 213, I love you, Chandu. Love it so much, more than I could have ever imagined. I can't stand not having you around. We must be together for a long time. Don't have ups and downs, just a smooth and peaceful life. Qianqiuqiu kissed Chen Duo's hand, and as she waited longer in the corridor, her heart became more and more flustered. For the first time she knew that life and death were so close to her. Her mind was rambling uncontrollably and full of negative things. She was so afraid of losing him until the door to the operating room was opened, and the sight of a smile on the doctor's face completely calmed her heart. Her mind had stopped rambling all sorts of wild speculations, and she was no longer frightened. I love you too, very much. Chen Duo's pale face was covered with a wide smile, and the tails of his eyes were all tilted up. He was really happy, very happy. Qianqiuqiu skimmed her lips and said, "We might have to stay here for a while longer. I didn't even tell Mom and Dad this time out, so I guess I'll need Right to help cover for them again." "Well, it's better if we don't tell them. It's just the two of us who know about this." Chen Duo took Qian Kikyo's hand and smiled with a happy face. At this moment he could understand the meaning of husband and wife. There were some things they could share. "Okay, Mom and Dad are getting older, then we don't have to tell them. It's good to have me with you on this, because we're husband and wife, family and the closest thing we have." Qian Kikyo looked at Chen Duo with a smile on her face. The two of them were a new family, and now all that was left was for the little baby to report. "Well, have you eaten?" Chen Duo looked at the color of the sky and asked out softly. "Oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy some back for you?" Qian Kikyo smiled and touched her earlobe, inquiring about Chen Duo. Chen Duo looked at her little action and knew that she had a weak heart, which she had forgotten. She must be waiting for herself to wake up. He didn't break her down and smiled. "Go ahead and eat. I shouldn't be able to eat right now." "Yeah, I think the doctor said that. I almost forgot. Then I'm going to go eat, and won't bring it back for dinner, so you won't have to look at it." Qian Kikyo laughed and snickered at Chen Duo, handing him his cell phone and saying softly, "Call me if something comes up." Only then did Qian Kikyo wave her hand at Chen Duo and took her phone to go eat. When Chen Duo opened his cell phone, he found a message from the ape. "Boss, I have a little problem with this program. Help me look at it." "Boss, are you there? Boss, out again? Boss, see, get back to me, urgently." Chen Duo didn't have a computer with him now, so he couldn't help the apes even if he wanted to. So he replied, "I'm in the hospital, so I probably can't help you." "Boss, you're hospitalized. Is it serious?" Chen Duo just wanted to reply to the message. He didn't remember it very well. Ape seemed to be from this country. He and Seven were friends. So Chen Duo sent the ape his location saying, "If it's close to you, you can bring your computer here." Ape took a look at the location and was stunned that the boss had come to their country. He hurriedly replied to the message and packed up his computer. It's close. I'll be right there. 30 minutes, okay?" Yeah. Chen Duo replied with 2 words as if they were gold. The ape packed up his things and began to shower and change his clothes. This was the first time he'd seen the boss, and he'd have to clean up. Before Qian Kikyo arrived downstairs, she received a message from Chen Duo, "Having dinner?" Qian Kikyo was speechless. How long had she been gone? How could she be so fast? Chiaki Autumn, not yet. Almost to the restaurant on the first floor. Chen Duo, okay, you eat slowly. No need to rush upstairs. Chen Dok, we can talk on cell phones. Chiaki Autumn, Chen Dok, are we there yet? Have you eaten yet? Thousand autumns and autumns, we've arrived at the first floor dining room. We've seen the food. We're not close to the enemy yet. Report complete. Chen Dok, heh. Chandu, which enemies are you going to destroy? Chiaki Akira, anyway, it's not desserts and burgers, so I'm going to see what enemies are there first. Chen Dok, isn't the dessert good? Chiaki Autumn, it's delicious. but it can't be my main meal. Chiaki Chocho, I see that there is fried ham with corn kernels, and fried pork with carrots, and I am going to destroy these two enemies. Chen Dok, okay. Chiaki Autumn, hubby, are you hungry? Chen Dok, not hungry. Chiaki Autumn, then I'm going to release the poison. Then Chiakikiyo sent Chen Duo a bunch of pictures of desserts in the restaurant to tempt him. She knew that Chen Duo liked desserts, which was why she pranked and messed with him. Kian Kikiyu, hubby, drooling yet? Ha ha. JPG, Chen Dok, honey, this picture is so interesting. How did you get this? Chiaki Autumn, oops, she's inadvertently growing insights for Chen Duo again. Chiaki Autumn, it's called an emoticon, and there's a lot of them on the internet. After Kian Kikiya sent out this message, she didn't hear from Chen Duo again. She didn't have to guess. She knew someone had gone online to search for emoticons. As expected of her, a bunch of messages from Chen Duo were sent over. Dok-chan, hello, beautiful. JPG, Chen Duo, I have a relationship I want to talk to you about. JPG, Chen Dok, please click on my avatar now. JPG, Chen Duo, immediately in love mode. JPG, Chen Duo, if you don't understand anything, just kiss me. JPG, Chen Dok, kiss here. JPG, Chen Duo, I'm so handsome. Are you in love with me? JPG, Chen Duo, Big Singson. JPG, Chen Duo, who else in the world is more compatible than us? JPG, Chen Duo, living less and less like yourself. Like your husband. JPG, Chen Duo, wife. A little flower for you. JPG, Chiaki Autumn. The man was so bored that he began to play the emoji for her. Chen Duo, wife. Why don't you reply to messages? I find this emoticon especially interesting. Kiss. JPG, Chiaki was speechless. He could really live and learn. Chiaki Autumn, the words are all yours. What am I going to say? Chen Duo, thank you for being so good looking and still wanting to talk to me. JPG, Chiquita, is this their idea of a bucket list chat? God damn, it shouldn't have popularized emojis for Chen Duo. The man is still addicted to playing with them. Chen Duo, I'm sick and dying. You have to say love me to get well. JPG, Chen Duo, can I give you a kiss? Little cutie. JPG, Chiaki Autumn, kiss you to death. You little tease. JPG, Chen Dok, boo boo. JPG, Kian Kikiya laughed so hard that a mouthful of rice almost spewed out. This person was really good at finding emoticons. Kian Kikiyu, I want to eat, don't make me laugh. Do you want to laugh me to death so you can inherit my emoticons? Ha! Chen Duo held his phone and laughed out in a low voice. Xiuqiu was too cute. Chapter 214, Flirting with Sister-in-Law. After Kian Kikiyu and Chen Duo had been fighting and messing around on their phones for a while, she also finished eating and went upstairs. Walking down the long corridor of the ward, she saw a somewhat familiar back. The man was carrying a computer bag and had headphones on his head, and from time to time he looked at the door plates of the wards, looking as if he was looking for a ward. Kian Kikiyo walked up quickly. This person she did know, her friend Apes from her previous life. Last time she could have invited him and Xiao Qi and the others to start a business with herself. Seeing him now, Chiaki's first thought was that the team this man had previously said he had already joined. Couldn't it be Chen Duo's team? Since Chen Duo was on this floor and then happened to run into him, it had to make her suspicious. Chiaki smiled. Hello, Apes. The young man glanced back at Qian Chichio, who didn't seem to have much of an impression of the Oriental girl. He stroked his hair and thought to himself that he made a handsome gesture, with some secret pleasure in his heart as to when he had attracted the attention of a pretty girl. Hello, pretty girl. Apes looks at Chiaki Akira with a smirk on his face, mistakenly thinking he's getting off the hook. Chiquita? Was the man misunderstanding himself? He didn't think she had a crush on him, did he? But it's really dead set on flirting with girls, and there's this narcissistic look as always. Kian Kikiya didn't reveal it even when she looked at him with a big smile on her face. She would let his fantasy be shattered again in a while. What's your name? Beautiful? Ape spoke in not so fluent Chinese, talking to Chaya Kikiyu. And you speak Chinese? That's awesome. Kian Kikiyu smiled and complimented him. She had once thought that this person could not put Chinese, because in her previous life, she had practiced English for a long time in order to communicate better with him, and the reason why her own speaking was so fluent had a lot to do with Apes. That's for sure. I've been studying Chinese since high school, but I might not be able to pronounce it very well. I'm better at writing in Chinese. Apes flaunts his Chinese to Chiaki with a smug look on his face, but this falls on Chiaki's ears, and she's even more convinced that this guy is Team Chen Duo. It must have been Chen Duo's attempt to exercise her spoken language, which prevented Apes from not speaking Chinese with herself, because with a Chinese, around, this burden of accompanying her to speak English fell on Apes. In his previous life, Chen Duo exactly where he did not know what else he had done for her. He really is too good at hiding. Good for her as if spring rain, subtle and silent. Yeah, then you're too good. Chiaki continued to praise him. Pretty girl, leave your contact info, we'll talk later. I'm here and I need to meet a friend. Ape stopped in the corridor and pointed to Chinduo's hospital room in front of him, smiling and asking Chiaki to leave her contact information. What a coincidence. I go to this ward too. Chiaki Chochio looked at Apes with a surprised look on her face, as if she hadn't expected them to be so destined. That's what the Chinese call fate, I guess. Are you a friend of his? Studying here? Ape sniffs and becomes even more interested in Chiaki, thinking she's a friend of the boss. He beat him to death without this person being his sister-in-law because everyone on their team called him Ape and very few called him by his English name, so he assumed that Chochio was a foreign student here, visiting the boss like him. I'm not an international student or his friend. Saying this, Kiankikyo pushed open the door to her room and smiled at Chinduo. Hubby, I'm back. Ape? Great big sister-in-law. His heart resounded with a burst of thunder. 10 fingers interlocked, a face of forehead horror. He just did not talk nonsense, right? This is his sister-in-law. He doesn't want to end up like old 11. He didn't tease his sister-in-law just now. He must not have. Absolutely not. Chinduo pulled Kiankikyo's hand with a smile on his face, and as he watched the ape walk in, he immediately tensed his face and withdrew the smile that filled his face. Hello boss, sister-in-law. I'm Ape. The ape had a big smile on his face and humbled himself to please both of them. No, it was mainly to please Chiaki, hoping that she would keep her mouth shut and not tell the boss about what had just happened in the hallway. Otherwise he's really screwed and will probably be assigned the toughest task. Well, there you are. Bring the computer over here, will you? Chenduo maintained his boss persona as his cool voice rang out. Seeing this, the ape hurriedly handed the computer bag in his hand to Chenduo with both hands. He knew the boss wasn't very old, but he didn't expect to be so young and handsome. Looking at himself again, he could only commiserate that it didn't make sense for him to be single. Taking advantage of Chenduo's efforts to turn on the computer, the ape folded his hands and begged Chiaki Chochio to be merciful with his mouth and never tell the boss about his request for contact information. Now in this situation where he didn't know that Kiankikyo was teasing him just now, it turned out that his sister-in-law recognized him from the start, but he was puzzled in his mind. How did his sister-in-law recognize him? Was it because he was carrying a computer bag or he looked too much like a programmer ape? Chiaki looked at the ape like this and knew that the man had long forgotten that she had gone to the school earlier to seek his cooperation. Did he see her name when he investigated himself and didn't even remember that she had the same name as the person who went to the school to get him to work with her? It seems that when she went to the school to ask him to work with her, he not only didn't look at her, he didn't give her a second thought, and probably threw away any contact information she left behind. Look at the way the heavens have turned, and this man now has it coming to him. Kiankikyo deliberately pretended not to see it and ignored the ape, leaving him alone to rush for a while. The ape's face was lost. His sister-in-law was not letting him go. What exactly had he offended his sister-in-law? Is it about investigating her? Didn't the boss let this happen? Why should he take the blame? The ape gave Chenduo a rather grudging look. Unscrupulous boss. Chenduo just happened to see the little look that the man threw over. What the hell is this? He doesn't have any interest in getting laid. Looking at his boss with some disgust in his eyes, Ape hurriedly said, "Boss, don't misunderstand." Chenduo coldly said, "Stay away from me, or I might not be able to watch this program." The ape heard this and hurriedly took a few big steps back. He had come over to ask for help this time. How could the boss not care? So he retreated to a long distance, which made him look at the boss with a smile on his face in a pleasing manner. Chenduo looked at the smile on his face feeling a bit diabolical as he said in a cold voice, "You'd better go downstairs and have some fun, and come back upstairs in 15 minutes. Ape, QAQ. He's being disliked by the boss. What a storm. No need to beg his sister-in-law for mercy now that he'd somehow pissed off the boss. Chapter 215, Making Friends. The poor, miserable ape could only helplessly bow down to the evil force that was the boss, and he walked out of the hospital room 3 steps at a time. Chenduo lowered his head to look at the computer, not even seeing the little pitiful look of someone who was in love with him. Kiankikyo covered her mouth and laughed. It was too funny. Let him flirt and mess with Chenduo, the steel-straight man who couldn't be flirted with, right? The ape was depressed as he watched his sister-in-law gloat. Originally thought it was a beautiful soft girl, who knew it was as colorful, shy. 3 sounds, asked the boss. Black in the belly. No wonder they're a couple. What a perfect match. The ape glared accusingly at his sister-in-law, and not a few steps from the door, he walked away without looking back. Ha ha. Only then did Chiaki Chochio drop the hand covering her mouth. She was holding it in too hard and laughed out loud. Chenduo uncertainly left his eyes from the computer and looked at Chiaki Chochio. It's okay, you keep busy. I just thought of something funny. Kiankikyo thought it would be better to let the ape go. If Chenduo misunderstood such a small action of the ape, it was estimated that he would die even more miserably. Chenduo, a straight man, Couldn't stand the sight of a man turning back to him 3 times a step. In love with him? Well, if you're bored, you can play a game for a while. I'll be done in a little while. After saying this, Chen Duo lowered his head to look at the code again. Qian Qiqiu opened her phone and saw the message sent to her by Ape. Several tearful villains on their knees begged for their lives. Chiaki replied with a smile. I didn't say anything. You're the one who messed with your boss. Ape, the little one died so unjustly. What's wrong with the boss? Chiaki Autumn, your boss is a straight man. A straight man? Ape, so am I. Straight as can be. Chiaki Chocho, you don't use the means of flirting with girls on your boss. Straight men can't get this kind of pouting and selling of men. Chiaki Chocho, if you keep this up, your boss is going to suspect you're a ape. Panic. JPG, Ape, the boss really does think differently. Chiaki Akira, just know. Please face your boss with straight male behavior and stop being a pussy. Ape, sister-in-law. You have also refreshed my understanding. Ape, I thought it was a soft girl, but now what you're saying makes me think I've met a Hanyu. Chiaki Autumn, you're dead. JPG, Ape, under the knife. JPG, this Kong Handy Modican is on fire abroad. Xianxiu Chicho laughed out lightly. Chen Duo just happened to finish his work, and when he came over, he saw Qian Qiqiu chatting with the apes and monkeys, and chatting with a happy face. He was instantly offended. He was here modifying the program for the apes, but this man was chatting with his wife. Why did he have the feeling of being tapped? Tell the ape to get his ass over here. Qian Qiqiu looked up and saw Chen Duo's gloomy face. It was over. The ape was really dead this time. It wasn't her business. It was Chen Duo himself who saw it. Chiaki, your boss told you to get your ass up here. Seeing the news, the ape held his head and scratched his hair for a while of chagrin. He should not have 1,000 mouth ah. Now the retribution is coming too fast. This is what they call in Chinese present karma, right? The ape went up the stairs in misery, and sure enough, he saw the sullen face of his boss. Boss, I can explain. I'm a straight guy, not a, and I have a normal sexual orientation. The ape's desire for survival was particularly strong as he explained to Chen Duo. Faced with such an inexplicable explanation, Chen Duo looked at Qianxiu Chiu somewhat confused. The ape shivered in fear and hurriedly said, although I like girls, I don't have any improper thoughts about my sister-in-law. This barrage of desire to survive. Ah, Chiaki Chocho admired. Chen Duo coldly handed him the computer and said, already changed it for you. Go out and turn left. No thanks, ape. At this moment his heart is particularly suitable for a background music. Snowflakes that flutter. The north wind shao shao. The sky and the earth are a vast expanse. 2ing bad. He had come to see the boss after primping before he left the house, thinking he could bond a little. Now it seems that the boss is a machine for moderated emotions. And it's true that everyone was right about the emotion killer. This excitement of his was instantly doused, and snow began to drift in his heart. The ape took the computer and left sadly. Alas, it just wasn't appropriate to talk about feelings with the boss. Ha ha, honey, you are so funny. Look at the aggravated look on the ape's face when he left. You look like a negative person. Chiaki cupped her phone and laughed out loud. You still have the face to smile. The culprit is you. A married woman and chatting with another man with a happy face. Chen Duo looked at Qian Qiqiu with jealousy. His face stinking. Chiaki Autumn. She was wrong. She still thought to herself that Chen Duo was trying to avenge her? I didn't realize the man was jealous and lectured her as well. Qian Qiqiu immediately put away her smile, pinched her earlobe, and pouted. Hubby, you're the only one in my heart. Don't pout at me. It's useless. Reflect on it. Chen Duo hugged his arms and looked at Qianxiu Chou arrogantly. Qian Qiqiu looked at this person with a lot of jealousy. She lightly laughed and said, you don't even know who Ape is. He is a friend that you sent to me in your previous life. He went to the same school as Seven. I'm afraid you haven't remembered, have you? This time it was Chen Duo's turn to feel weak. The stupid things he did in his previous life. He had to take the blame in this life as well. Wife, you do not say I really forget. Friends are good. More friends, more roads. Chen Duo with a smile on his face hurriedly found himself a step down himself. Oh, you've got quite the survivalist streak now, too, and the vinegar is straight up thrown. Qian Qiqiu came over to Chen Duo and even sniffed a little on purpose. What jealousy? Where is it? Am I the kind of person who is overbearing? You're the only one I have in mind, and as long as you're happy, I'll never stop you from making friends. Chandu speaks in a serious manner and is quite selfless and tolerant. Qian Qiqiu was happy to hear that he was afraid that he would get into trouble with him. He had secretly done good things again in his previous life. It really doesn't count, so I'll go make some more friends of the opposite sex? Xianxiuqiu raised her eyebrows and looked at Chen Duo, snickering with a smile on her face. That's no good. Friend, this quantity is not about being large. It's about being of good quality. As the old saying goes, those who generalize have no friends. Looking at Chen Duo's serious nonsense, and making up his own quotes, Kiankikyu was amused. He's really good at making up for himself. Look at that. Now he's so eloquent. He's really good at it. Wife, what I said is true. One should just make 1 or 2 genuine friends in one's life, and just be able to yell out if there are difficulties. Chen Duo seemed to be afraid that he hadn't discouraged Kiankikyu from making friends, and he also talked about the philosophy of life. Chapter 216, Never Absent in This Life. TSK, 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 it's a shame you don't go to debate with that mouth. Kiankikyu picked Chen Duo's chin and complimented him on his good eloquence. Thanks for the compliment. My wife taught me well. Chen Duo looked at Kiankikyu with a smile on his face, giving her a high hat. I didn't teach you any of that. I really should show mom and dad what you are like now. See if you're quiet and uncharitable. Kiankikyu felt that this man was now pretending to be a pig in a poke, leaving an impression of being a good bully with her dad. And when he committed a crime in the future, her dad would think it was her fault. Chen Duo was all smiles and said deeply, so it's all because of you. Marrying you made me cheerful and talkative. Chiaki Autumn. Gee whiz, she doesn't have it in her. Obviously he's a sulky one to be sure. And it's all exposed after spending time together. Honey, you don't think that Nico is on your team too, do you? Chiaki looked at Chen Duo with a curious expression. Since 7 was, and so was 8, then Nico must be too. Otherwise they couldn't have gotten together in a previous life and become her teachers as she embarked on her programming journey. If she remembered correctly, Nico would have been the first one Chen Duo had placed on her side, and then she had met 7 and 8 through Nico. It's possible, but who of the remaining 14 I can't remember. It's because they enter the team and their names are called out by serial number, which is convenient. 8 because he's 16, the youngest, and having not recruited 17 for a long time, he wasn't happy about it, and that's why he let the others call him Ape. Chen Duo pondered for a while. He couldn't remember which one Nico was. This was something he needed to look up. Don't bother checking. When you've recovered, go around that school with me. The last time I went alone, I realized that none of my friends from my past life knew me, and I felt so lonely. That's when I missed you especially, and wanted so much to have you by my side. Kiankikyu took Chen Duo's hand and remembered that time when she sent him a video because she missed him and even sang to put him to sleep. Yes, I will always be by your side in this life. I won't let you be alone. All my absences in my previous life, I make up for them in this life. Chen Duo took Kiankikyu's hand and coaxed her gently. He also wished to accompany her on a walk to make up for the regret of not being able to accompany her in his previous life. Okay, it's a deal. If you promise me you can't go back on it. Saying this, Chiaki Chocho came over and kissed on Chen Duo's thin lips. She stamped it, and he's going to keep his word. Hatsumomo, since you have something to do, you'll go early and come back early, so you'll have 3 days of vacation. The director looked at Xia Chuchu acting online, and do not like to get into what moths on her impression is not bad, directly to her approved leave. Okay, thanks director. I'll be back as soon as I can. Sorry for the trouble. Xia Chuchu nodded her thanks to the director with a well-behaved face, and turned around. Her face was solemn. She went back this time but in order to clean up that group of people. Just a few rich second generation. Nothing powerful. She believed that with the power of public opinion will bring these people to justice. The little assistant, on the other hand, was her pick for the best bait, and everything was only more perfect once she was in the game. Sister Koru, I've packed your things. Has the director agreed? The little assistant looked at the returning Xia Chuchu with a happy face. Just waiting for her. How can a director be so nice and not say yes? Come on, let's go down, said Xia Chuchu, pulling away 2 of the suitcases and striding out. The little assistant looked at Xia Chuchu's back with starry eyes, and was touched in her heart. Her family's artist is just kind and without a frame, and she takes her own luggage by herself, being considerate to her as a little assistant. She loves Chuchu-san so much, she's going to blow her off. That's right, the young assistant likes to document her life and share it on her scarf, where she often compliments her artists. The fans found her such a little cutie, and they all teased her that she had gotten lucky and met such a gentle and kind entertainer as Xia Chuchu. Because the things that the little assistant shares are particularly close to life and very sunny and positive, she has also gathered hundreds of thousands of fans under her scarf. As soon as they arrived at the airport, the little assistant couldn't wait to tweet and share today's warm behavior of Xia Chuchu today. There were so many other fans at the bottom giving her the amount of likes that she was happy. Xia Chuchu looked at her hugging her cell phone and giggling. This bright smile was a little shaky and made her upset. She couldn't remember when she had laughed so happily. Time had passed a little too far for her, and she hadn't laughed this innocently in a long time. Once a person had a desire, it was hard to stop, especially after entering this circle. Her desire was even more infinitely amplified. She realizes that success is not so difficult, and that she doesn't need to be dependent on any man to become a noblewoman. She can become a noblewoman herself. As for the cripple who resented her, she didn't give a damn. So what if you can make money? You're still a cripple. when she makes a lot of money, she can also look for a little puppy who is more handsome than Chen Duo's looks. Xia Chuchu swiped her phone with a smug look on her face, searching for her news. Agent Nan is more than helpful, finding people to post her news from time to time, and she's not even cutting the heat right now. Thinking of Nan reminded her of Yang Jun, the fish she hadn't fed for a long time. They hadn't been in touch for a long time. Xia Chuchu secretly thought that he was now so tired as a dog that he didn't have time to harass himself, not knowing that Yang Jun didn't want to care about her at all. The resources he should have introduced to Xia Chuchu are pretty much introduced. It's time to slowly retire and let Xia Chuchu go to her own death. Baby, didn't you say you'd be back? Why haven't you gotten here yet? I've missed you. Xia Chuchu's cell phone received a message from an unfamiliar number. She froze for a moment, which led her to click on the WeChat miniature, and found that it was a message from some cannon fodder. She smiled and replied, "On my way back. I'll see you tonight. Wahahaha." No sooner had her message been sent than she received an immediate reply. "Okay, I'll wait in bed." Xia Chuchu touched her arm with some disgust. If it wasn't for this person being useful, she wouldn't have slept with him. Now she didn't mind selling her body as long as it worked. It was dirty anyway. Wan Jiang has been feeling very uncomfortable lately. He feels some inexplicable swelling and pain in his breasts, as if something is growing inside. He was too big of a man to get it checked out, so he had to endure the pain, and now he realized that his chest was bulging, but it didn't look like he'd worked out his pecs. He was forced to tell his difficult story and went to his primary care physician. After the attending doctor pinched it, he just said that his chest was probably secondary and that there was nothing wrong with it. Chapter 217, a self-concocted and self-directed scene. While Man Jian walked away, the attending doctor froze a bit. It's only been a month and a half, and the estrogen in Man Jian's body is already causing him to start showing female characteristics. This matter may not be able to be hidden if it carries on any longer. He was mainly lustful and met such a special thing as Xia Chuchu. That's why he agreed to inject Wan Jiang with a large amount of estrogen every day. He clenched his fists, his hands were trembling a little. If this matter was revealed, he would be miserable. Before he could regret wanting to give up, Xia Chuchu sent a message that she was almost there and asked him to wait for her at home. The attending doctor quickly packed up his things and left work. There is a saying that dying under the peony flower and being a ghost is also a good thing, and he had long put the matter of Wan Jiang behind him. This technique of Xia Chuchu really makes him want to die, love it and can't leave it behind. He couldn't help but remember the first time he met Xia Chuchu. It was outside Wan Zhang's hospital room where they bumped into each other. As they chatted, he wasn't sure who started the fight, but in any case they got into it sparingly. Afterwards, he agreed to Xia Chuchu's request to inject Wan Jiang, the lecherous thief, with estrogen to make him inactive. When he did the test, he replaced Man Jian's test sample with his own, which made Man Jian's test results look like there was no problem at all. Sister Hatsumomo, so I'll take your luggage back first. Do you still need me to pick you up when you go to meet your friends? The little assistant drove the nanny car and inquired about Xia Chuchu with a smiling face. No need, I'll get back on my own. Xia Chuchu waved her hand at the little assistant and took a car to meet her doctor friend. She had just knocked on the doctor's house when she was pulled in by the doctor, and soon untimely voices came to mind inside the house. Hubby, what about that lecherous thief Wan Jian? Can't let him go. He even bullied me. Xia Chuchu whined and pouted at the doctor. After resolving the big issue, the doctor then calmed down and said, Wan Jiang is all starting to show female characteristics. His chest is starting to develop. Oh, bummer, don't tease me. Xia Chuchu had a smile on her face, but she still deliberately pretended not to understand, thinking that the doctor was teasing her. Not kidding, it's true. Baby, why don't we just forget about it? The doctor wrapped his arm around Xia Chuchu's waist. He was getting a little scared and felt that this risk would get bigger. Forget it, you really don't love me. You just covet my body. None of you men are good. Said Xia Chuchu was about to get out of bed and put on her clothes to go. Don't go. Don't go. I'm just saying. I mean it to you. I'd do anything for you. Big deal. I'm not a doctor anymore. The doctor hurriedly tugged Xia Chuchu and brought the person down on the bed. He pressed on. Don't be angry. Look at you. You're such a hothead. Only then did Xia Chuchu put her arms around the doctor's neck with a happy face and said, It's not that I was cheated of my feelings by Wan Jiang and now I have a shadow. I'm afraid that you're also a negative person. Don't be afraid, baby. I'm true to you and I will avenge you. The doctor sniffed and felt pity for her, though he became even more filled with hatred for Man Jiang. It can't be helped that the story Xia Chuchu made up was so realistic that the doctor believed that Xia Chuchu was a poor person who was cheated of her feelings by Wan Jiang. After all, Wan Jiang has too many floral scandals, plus he often changes girlfriends. So the doctor believes the story Xia Chuchu made up. Honey, can you get that drug? Xia Chuchu asked the doctor somewhat shyly. The doctor was a little curious what kind of medicine. It's just something that could be more exciting in this. Speaking later, Xia Chuchu's voice got smaller and smaller, and the doctor got her point as he said with a gangly grin on his face, "Baby, haven't I satisfied you yet?" "No, I've just heard about it and I'm a little curious." Xia Chuchu defended her innocent and naive look on the doctor's side. "Since you're curious, I'm sure I'll get it for you." The doctor looked at Xia Chuchu with a lascivious smile on his face, and then the indescribable things were staged again. Seeing that the doctor fell asleep, Xia Chuchu then stood up and went to take a shower, put on her clothes and left. She's not used to staying in such a tight place. She had come to the doctor mainly for that medicine, apart from a little bonding. It was the drug that was missing from her seamless plan, and she needed to make up her own show. The next morning, Xia Chuchu got the medicine the doctor gave her. Later that evening, she filled the medicine with mineral water. "Hatsumomo, where are we going?" The little assistant drove a car to pick up Xia Chuchu, and she inquired about her with a curious face. "A private club. A friend referred me to a resource that needed me to come over and talk. I want you to give me company and stay with me." Xia Chuchu looked at the little assistant with a smile on her face, where it would be her abyss. "Okay, I'll protect Chocho's sister." The young assistant smiled a smug, rather proud smile. "Well, Hoshi is the best." Xia Chuchu smiled and touched her head. The cold knives in her eyes were hidden where the little assistant couldn't see them. Soon they arrived at the private club, only they didn't see the guys. Xia Chuchu thought to herself that if she didn't remember wrongly, they should be in the VIP box. She could still remember exactly where the location was. Said she unscrewed the mineral water and gave it to her little assistant to drink, then ate and drank some more things with her little assistant in the private room. It was almost when the medicine kicked in that Xia Chuchu feigned a seizure. She swung the things on the table to the floor and said to her little assistant, "Xiaoxing, are you alright? I feel hot in my body, like I've been herbalized." Hoshi also seethed as she clenched her teeth and said, "Sister Hatsu, what should we do? It seems like we've been tricked. We'll just have to find a way to escape on our own now. Come on, I'll hold you up and we'll find a way out." Xia Chuchu pretended to escape with her little assistant, but actually took her to the VIP room from last time, and she pushed her little assistant inside in a panic. The key is that Xia Chuchu still maintains her kind persona and thinks for her. "You hide first. I'll think of a way to call the police." Immediately after the little assistant was pushed in, there were screams and cries for help, and Xia Chuchu knew that she must have encountered those lousy people from last time. It was then that she feigned panic and rushed into the restroom, where she took a few sips of the mineral water she had brought with her before dumping it all out, cleaned the bottle and put it in the bag. Only then did she slowly and languidly dial the police as she stayed alone in the restroom waiting for rescue. When the police arrived and surrounded the private club and rescued the already miserable little assistant, Xia Chuchu was also rescued by them from the restroom. Chapter 218, The Little Assistant's Breakdown. The police searched the VIP room where the young assistant was rescued and found a large amount of ecstasy. So maybe the guys didn't expect this den of joy to be taken down. The large amount of ecstasy in the box caused the entire private club to be seized as well, and the owner was taken to the police station. The little assistant has had a mental breakdown. The police couldn't ask any questions at all, and the whole time it was Xia Chuchu taking statements. She wrote and directed all the sayings, plus she's an actress and acted out the panic and fear and so on. Her statement also confirmed that she and her little assistant were drugged in a private club, and the group of people who raped and lusted after her little assistant were also caught on the spot by the police and quickly put in the station. "Don't touch me, don't touch me, off, asterisk 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 off, asshole, ah." The little assistant held her arms and her body kept shivering, and anyone who came near her would scream like crazy. The corner of Xia Chuchu's mouth hooked up as she looked at her miserable appearance, her eyes full of mockery. This tolerance really cannot she is not quite patient, cares so much about innocence. Now she can be just as dirty. Xia Chuchu feigned cordiality and walked over. Ignoring the punches and kicks of the little assistant, she wrapped her arms around him. She softly coaxed her little assistant. "Little star, don't be afraid. I'm Sister Chuchu. The bad guys have all been arrested." The little assistant was still caught in a spell. Her slender fingers scratched Xia Chuchu's neck and she kept screaming. Xia Chuchu let the little assistant attack her in order to maintain her kind persona. And in the end, it was the rushing doctor who injected the little assistant with a tranquilizer. Only then did the little assistant quietly fall asleep, and Xia Chuchu took the little assistant away in the name of her friend. This private club was on the news the same afternoon that it was seized, and Wan Jiang didn't realize that something had happened until he watched the news. His mind was filled with doubts because the people who went there to play were either rich or wealthy, and everyone knew the inside story, so it was not necessary to report it. The news said there was a murder victim. Wan Jiang froze a little. Their dealings can be all about you and me. Pay the money and do the job. The victims were there by mistake. How? He felt that there was a deliberate attempt to cause trouble, which led to the exposure of the private club. It reminded him of that mysterious man from Jiang Shibi, and he wondered if he had any way to find out what was going on. Chen Duo. who was far away from home, also received a message from Azwa, who has been secretly following Xia Chuchu and stealing photos from afar. The photo of Xia Chuchu entering the private clubhouse. He also took it, but as for what happened inside the private clubhouse he doesn't know. Chen Duo is also not in the country now. There is no energy to care about these. He directly let Azwa all these photos secretly sent to Jiang Shibi. With a common enemy, Jiang Shibi wouldn't fail to check the identity of the person who sent the photo even if he was curious. Looking at the photo of Xia Chuchu's private meeting with the doctor in the hospital, Jiang Shushu had a moment of dumbfoundedness. The doctor seems to have given Xia Chuchu some kind of pill. The photos all show when they were taken. The private club photo was after the pills were obtained. Jiang Shushi himself suspected that the private club thing was actually made up by Xia Chuchu because she had also staged this kind of trick in front of him before as soon as he thought about it. Jiang Shibi scat his tongue and applauded Xia Chuchu's directing talent. She really refreshes her perceptions time and time again, and has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. It just so happened that Man Jiang asked Jiang Shibi about it, so Jiang Shibi sent the photo to Man Jiang. Alarm bells ring in Wan Zhan's heart when he sees the doctor's photo. He didn't expect Xia Chuchu to collude with his attending doctor. Then he's in an extremely unsafe environment where he has no idea what the attending physician is randomly doing to him. He was so alarmed at the thought of his loss of function and the abnormalities that were occurring in his body that he immediately requested a transfer to the hospital. After a trip to a new hospital, Wan Zhang realized that his body was overloaded with estrogen. His mammary glands were enlarged, and his reproductive organs were somewhat atrophied. However, because it was caught early and is now discontinued, breast development etc. will stop, but reproductive organs may need to recover slowly. Wan Jiang is holding the inspection report. His eyes are spitting fire. It's already this time. Can he still not know that it's Xia Chuchu who is harming him? Stinking Gaozi, I'm going to and kill her. Wan Zhang's teeth clenched, and veins rippled on his forehead. Wan Jiang would have liked to take the examination report to the previous hospital to sue the doctor, but he thought about it and gave up, because the doctor was at most fired to eat some lawsuits. But how can this eliminate his heart-only hate? He was almost made into a human demon. How can this be solved by eating some lawsuits? Wan Jiang decided to return the favor. Since the doctor was so fond of sirens, how could he not be a man of the people? As for Xia Chuchu, that person, I think there should be many people to clean up. And that mysterious person also let him not make a move for the time being. Wan Jiang could only hold back, thinking that it was better to heal his body first. It was already late at night when the little assistant woke up, and there were sparse stars hanging in the sky, which seemed to be veiled by the darkness of the night, and the starlight was all obscure. Xia Chuchu was lying on the sofa. When she heard the movement, she hurried over. Hoshi, you're awake. I'm sorry, I'm the one who got you into trouble. Xia Chuchu held the little assistant's hand and burst into tears of pain and remorse. The little assistant's tears were already flowing out. She didn't speak, not knowing what to say. Why did this happen? She didn't know who to question. She even somewhat regretted accompanying Xia Chuchu to that place. If only she hadn't been there, what would she do now? She felt dirty all over. She pulled the covers off her body and rushed into the bathroom. She kept scrubbing her body and let Xia Chuchu stop her. She turned a deaf ear. Like an emotionless machine, she kept repeating the action of scrubbing her body, shower gel being poured over her body over and over again. It seemed that the white foam was the only thing that could make her feel at ease, that could take away the dirt she was covered in. Starlet, I'm sorry, don't be like this. You pull yourself together, and we'll bring the bad guys to justice together. This case is going to court tomorrow. Xia Chuchu make a show of taking care of the little assistant, and can't leave it alone. Watching her little assistant go crazy made her heart burst with joy, because when this happened to her, she had gone crazy like this too. There is not so much empathy in this world. Only when something happens to you can you realize what kind of pain and embarrassment it is. Now that there is finally someone who has the same experience as her, Xia Chuchu's heart bursts with relief, and the little assistant can't say anything else this time. Xia Chuchu watched the little assistant poke the white foam on her body. She just stood aside and watched quietly. Chapter 219, The Late Truth. They stayed like that for over an hour before the young assistant finally sobered up a bit and bawled her eyes out. She knew she could never be the same again, even if the person was still her. But she felt that in just a few hours she had been judged physically and mentally. In the morning she was still positive and sunny, full of hope for the future. But in the evening she was already ashen and the road ahead was dark. The blackness seemed to want to devour her as well, and even the stars in this sky seemed to loathe her, brightening and darkening as they taunted her. Seeing this, Xia Chuchu took the shower and washed the foam off her body for her, took the bath towel and wrapped it around her little assistant, softly comforting her to pull herself together. Hoshi, it's those men who should be punished, not you. You don't have to torture yourself so much. The little assistant wrapped her arms around Xia Chuchu's waist and cried, but what should I do? Sister Chuchu. At this moment, she is very helpless. grasping the straw of life that is Xia Chuchu in front of her. She wants others to give her some strength. She doesn't even have the thought of living now. Hoshi, no one will know if you don't keep this to yourself. You're the victim, don't live with yourself. Xia Chuchu knows that everyone will speak the truth, but they will only know if they can pass the hurdle in their hearts. Her heart capacity was much better than Hoshi's. At least she thought of revenge and hatred. While the little assistant always looked like she was crying, the little assistant listened to Xia Chuchu speak these axioms she understands, but she can't do not put it on her mind. It is like a nightmare, like a shadow. It was like those memories were etched into her mind. She didn't have to close her eyes, they were running through her mind at high speed and she held her head in agony. Xia Chuchu brought the little assistant to the bed and fed her some sleeping pills. She was already exhausted. Wake up early the next morning. Xia Chuchu's bathroom bathtub is a blood red. The little assistant slit his wrists. Xia Chuchu rushed to call an ambulance, but the little assistant was taken out from Xia Chuchu's house, and the news that she had slit her wrists to kill herself went viral. Rumors are all over the internet about the truth of Xia Chuchu's little assistant's suicide, and what version of suicide for love has come out. This matter still aroused widespread concern in the community. Starlet as the victim of suicide attracted the court's great attention. The defense lawyer is no longer competent, but also cannot be in vain this fact. The damage the defendants inflicted on their victims could never be erased, and the police department gathered that the defendants had engaged in such dealings on multiple occasions, ultimately sentencing them to death. Seeing this result of the death penalty, only then did the corner of Xia Chuchu's mouth reveal a triumphant gaze. Little assistant suicide fruit knife or she deliberately placed in a conspicuous place. She looked at the little assistant, this vulnerable look decided to help her a hand, and then create a little social opinion. This makes it impossible for even rich people to use their connections to slowly take advantage of the loopholes in the law and go through life imprisonment and then slowly go to imprisonment, have their sentences reduced, and finally be released early because of good rehabilitation performance. From the moment she had plotted to expose this, she had decided that she wanted all of these people dead, and it had to be a death sentence. But unfortunately the resuscitation was too timely and the young assistant was able to pick up a life. Xia Chuchu was helpless. She had wanted to fulfill the little assistant to let her get it over with. It just didn't occur to her that God wouldn't agree and preferred to let the little assistant live to be tortured, so she couldn't care less. When the little assistant woke up, looking at the white blankness in front of her, she was a bit dazed, until the pungent smell of disinfectant reached her nostrils. She came back to her senses. She was saved. She was in the hospital, but she didn't want to live. She ripped the needle out of her hand and stumbled out. Looking at the pedestrians in the corridor, she felt like people were taunting her. She suddenly bumped into someone and was pulled by the arm. "Miss, you're not even afraid of death. Why are you afraid of living?" Zhang Shuwei looked at the little girl in front of him, and with a smile on his face, he softly inquired about her. "He's here to find allies." There's no way. Xia Chuchu was offending more and more people. How could he not make more use of it? This is a legal society. Xia Chuchu that only knows to step on others to get to the top, but does not dare to make good. After all, killing is a big crime. Hoshi looked at the man in front of her with a gentle smile on his face as he looked at himself, and he didn't seem to see a trace of mockery or dislike in his eyes. She froze, not knowing what to say, as Zhang Shurbei took her back to the hospital room and called for a nurse to reapply the needle for Hoshi. Zhang Shushi said softly, "Have you lost the meaning of living? If I tell you that this time the matter is planned by someone with a heart, will you have the motivation to live anymore?" Gee whiz. Of course I know it's a plot by someone with a heart of gold, or else Chuchu-san and I wouldn't have gone to that private club. Hoshi looked at Jiang Shibi with a sarcastic face, thinking that this man was talking nonsense to himself. Hatsumomo. Ha? Jiang Shibi looked at the little assistant and laughed out contemptuously. No wonder it was pushed out by Xia Chuchu to be the bait. All now at such a time. Still not clear-headed to call others sister. She's really being sold and counting, and she's still enjoying herself. So stupid. I wonder if it will work. Jiang Shuwei looked at her and shook his head, but experiencing the Xia Chuchu incident made him stop underestimating a woman's ability. If a woman is ruthless, she's no different from a man. Even more so, her own children can be sacrificed. Hoshi looked at the smirk on Jiang Shushi's face and said in a cold voice, "What are you laughing at? You're being sarcastic." "Yeah, it's so obvious. You finally see it, and it's still stupid?" Jiang Shibi glanced at the little assistant and said carelessly, "You." Before the little assistant could finish her words, Jiang Shibi had already placed the photo in front of her eyes. Her eyes widened and froze. The person in this picture was Hatsumomo-san. She had taken something from the doctor. "I think you drank what Xia Chuchu handed you when you went to the private club, didn't you? This pill was put in it by Jean, and what it is you should know particularly well." Jiang Shibi reminded the little assistant of a few words, fearing that she, the elm brain, had not yet turned the corner. Why did Hatsumomo-san hurt me? The little assistant who learned the truth was even more devastated in her heart. She didn't know where she had messed with Sister Choo Choo to make her hate herself like that and want to destroy her. I don't know about that. It could be that you were more gullible and became a pawn in her revenge. Jiang Shibi glanced at the silly little assistant and laughed out lightly. Revenge? The little assistant caught those two words. She didn't understand what revenge Chushu-san was trying to get back. Jiang Shibi had a smile on his face as he clicked on the small video he had saved and showed it to his little assistant. Chapter 220, Don't overestimate the so-called good intentions. Looking at the faces of those people who were rhythmically moving on Xia Chuchu's body, the little assistant's face went white, and those disgusting memories came flooding back. These were the same people who had hurt her, the same people she knew even if they were turned to ashes. At this moment it dawned on her that Hatsumomo-san had been through this a long time ago, and that she was just dragging herself in to get back at those people while she watched from the other side of the fence. Now you know, don't you? What a pathetic little thing. Being sold without even realizing it. Choo-choo-san. Oh. Jiang Shushi raised his eyebrows at the little assistant, and there was an unconcealable mockery in his eyebrows and eyes. Who are you and how do you have this video? What are you doing here? Are you trying to use me too? The little assistant's little head became smart at this time, and she became suspicious of Jiang Shibi's identity. I'm Xia Chuchu's ex-husband. She also hurt me once. I'm just looking for someone to deal with Xia Chuchu together. How can you say it's using? If you don't want revenge then forget it and pretend I wasn't here, said Jiang Shibi as he put away his cell phone and prepared to get up and leave. You husband and wife are devils, demons, and shall not die. Hoshi rose to the occasion and took a pillow and smashed it against Hisashi, cursing them viciously. Jiang Shushi picked up the pillow on the ground. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at the little assistant. This woman really didn't have a good brain. What are you looking at me so fiercely for? You're an asshole. You want to take revenge on Xia Chuchu. Why did you drag me into this? If you got the picture, why did you kill me? And then you come running to pull me in afterward. And you're both evil. The little assistant looked at Jiang Shibi with indignation in her eyes. Xia Chuchu and the man in front of him are not a good thing. He uses his victims to let Xia Chuchu harm people in order to take revenge. First of all, I need to make it clear that I didn't take the photo. Another person did. He also has a grudge against Xia Chuchu, but he probably didn't know about the video, so he just sent the photos to me. Jiang Shushi looked at the little assistant filled with hatred towards him. He felt the need to explain. He is not so bad to see death in order to get back at Xia Chuchu for pulling her stupidity. The little assistant sniffed a little disheveled and lay down on the bed. How she wished that everything could be done over again and she would never go to that damn place again. Xia Chuchu has offended many people, but each of us doesn't have all the information, which is why we've created this situation today. But don't worry, Xia Chuchu will soon be finished. I don't need you to do anything either, and I'm pretty much as prepared as I should be. Jiang Shushi originally did not need her to do anything big. At most, when Xia Chuchu ascended to the throne of the movie queen, let her make a fool of herself. The reason he came over today was just that he didn't want the little assistant to be kept in the dark like a fool by Xia Chuchu. There was a time when he was so stupid, and he didn't want anyone to be as stupid as he was anymore. Go away. I don't want to see you again. The little assistant waved her hand at Jiang Shirbei. Her revenge she took on her own. Whatever, but you're not allowed to ruin my plans. This drama that Xia Chuchu is going to start shooting soon. I'm going to send her to sit on the throne of the movie queen. You're not allowed to spoil my good deed. I can't stay in this place much longer, so I'll leave you to your own devices. Jiang Shuwei coldly dropped a sentence and turned around to walk away. Let women fight among themselves for revenge. He has already paved the way for Xia Chuchu, just waiting to send her to the guillotine. The little assistant is filled with irony when she thinks that she was actually victimized by Xia Chuchu, looking at the things she posted in the scarf to record Xia Chuchu's good deeds. It's true that you never know how dirty and disgusting a person in a shiny human skin is on the inside. She deleted all of her bibs because she knew that she didn't seem to have many people believing her at the moment when she sent a bad bib about Xia Chuchu. After all, she was the one who promoted Xia Chuchu's kind and wonderful image bit by bit. It's ridiculous to think that she was the one who glorified her enemies. She sent a new update on her bib. Never underestimate the malice of others and never overestimate the goodness of others. She accompanied it with a picture of her regaining her life. Sending a scarf like this Xia Chuchu should not be suspicious. She wants to delete the scarf that she created a gentle and kind persona for Xia Chuchu. One day Xia Chuchu's true colors will be revealed and everyone will know the meaning of her deleting the scarf today. She began to eat without crying, and since God had left her alive, she must live to avenge her shame. Xia Chuchu rushed to the crew. She didn't know that the little assistant already knew the truth of the matter. She still acts as a good sister, messaging her young assistant from time to time to encourage her to cheer up. The young assistant feigned ignorance and thanked her, interacting with her as intimately as usual. As long as she didn't arouse Xia Chuchu's suspicion, she could also let Xia Chuchu taste what it's like to be pushed into the fire by someone she trusted. Honey, it's a nice view from here, isn't it? Chen Duo is discharged from the hospital, and Qian Kikia takes him on a tour of the school where she studied abroad in her previous life. Well, Chen Duo gave a light especially after seeing so many young couples in groups of 3 and 5 at school. Chen Duo was a bit sullen. He didn't go to school because of his leg problems, and was all homeschooled on the line. He had never experienced this kind of group life before, and he felt like he had missed out on a lot of opportunities to be with Qian Kikiu. At the moment, he was sitting in a wheelchair, looking even more out of place in his surroundings. He had wanted to wear a prosthesis, but Chiochio strongly disagreed on the grounds that it was still a period of recuperation and recovery from injuries, and he could not wear a prosthesis. Why are you moping around? Don't want to hang out with me even if you don't want to? Chiaki also sensed that someone wasn't too excited, and she deliberately offered to go back. No, I just thought, feeling a little out of place walking with you on a campus with a huge amount of young talent. He's damn near a little self-conscious, watching others kicking a soccer ball around on the lawn with envy. Feel what? Do you think you don't deserve me and don't want to live? I'm really impressed. This inferiority complex of yours is more unpredictable than my great-aunt, coming and going as it pleases. We're in a relationship now. Why are you feeling inferior? Shouldn't you be proud and full of superiority? After all, it's not like anyone can get a wife as good-looking and awesome as me, so just cover your mouth and snicker. Don't every day give me some inexplicable little emotions. Looking at you like this, I am really anxious for you. Really want to drill into your brain these inferiority factors are lightly swept out. While encouraging and comforting Chen Duo, Qian Kikia did not forget to boast a bit like a king's wife selling a melon. Chapter 221, Memories with You. No, I'm not. I want to spend the rest of my life with you and I'm not giving up. Chen Duo hurriedly denied it. He once thought of giving up because of his low self-esteem, but from the time he decided to keep her by his side, he never thought of giving up. Then what are you whining about here? Since you're going to live your whole life? What's with your low self-esteem and pretentiousness? You're making me feel so aggravated. I don't know how many times I've slept with you, and you're making my own husband feel unsure of himself. Qian Kikia pouted unhappily. She really didn't know when she would be able to cure this person of the inferiority complex that occasionally popped up. No, I have faith in you. A lot of faith. I just like to ramble on. Just ignore me. I'll be fine in a minute. Chen Duo took Qian Kikia's hand and coaxed him gently. These thoughts of his were always easily ticked off when he saw an able-bodied person, and he knew it was bad, but he couldn't help it. Ignore you? Then I really don't. Qian Kikia pushed her wheelchair and continued walking, pretending to ignore him and looking at the scenery herself. It would be weird to see him not feel bad if she really ignored him. Not waiting for Lai Chiuchiu to talk to herself, Chen Duo was really not used to it, and in his heart, he felt that she didn't care enough about himself. Autumn, what is that thing? Chen Duo pointed to the statue not far away, looking for words himself. Oh, I'll push you over to see it. Chiaki deliberately didn't answer him and pushed the wheelchair over. Chandu, you really don't care about him, do you? He doesn't want it. He doesn't like it. Chen Duo continued to pursue. Chiuchiu, where is your favorite place to go to school to play? There's no rush. I'll show you over there later. Qian Kikia really started the one-question-answer mode with Chen Duo, not caring about him anymore or chatting with him. Chen Duo was depressed. He turned his head to look at Chen Shiqiu, his eyes filled with aggression. What are you looking at me for? You told me to ignore you when you said you were digesting negative emotions. Finished digesting now? Qian Kikia looked at Chen Duo with an innocent face, but she was all about doing things at his word. Finished digesting. You stay with me and talk to me and tell me about what you did in school. Where did Chen Duo have any negative emotions? Now all he could think about was that Qian Kikia was ignoring him. He found that their exchanges were always dominated by Autumn, who attached herself to her. Suddenly Autumn stopped talking, and the world became silent, desolate and uninteresting. You're healing pretty fast without a cure. Qian Kikia laughed and flirted with Chen Duo. This person is just rambling when he is idle. Chen Duo hurriedly said without turning red in the face. Well, I'm all better. Don't you ignore me anymore. Talk to me. You can't get away with it. Qian Kikia felt a burst of satisfaction in her heart. She smiled and said, in front of that is the green field. Many people like to play soccer there. I used to love to sit on those steps over there when I had nothing else to do and ogle the blonde, blue-eyed foreign boys bright and early. And you can't say that good-looking boys are in demand everywhere. There are often girls running to bring water and towels. Qian Kikia recalled the years she spent studying abroad in her previous life, which were actually filled with a lot of joy, except for Jiang Shibi's iffy attitude towards herself. Back then, Seven often dragged herself to see handsome men and go to Comic-Con, and she sometimes even forgot that Jiang Shuwei was such a person. Hearing Chiaki Chocho say that she was looking at handsome men, Chen Duo's eyes went to the men playing soccer on the green field. It's not that handsome? He was quite disdainful in his heart, secretly saying that Chocho's vision was not working. Chiaki knew someone was secretly jealous again when she saw them looking at the green field. She smiled and said, "But I find that none of them are as handsome as Mr. Chen. The Oriental aesthetics are still more inclined to our Oriental aesthetics." Chen Duo's heart burst with joy and happiness. So it seems that Autumn's vision has improved. This is a typical double standard. Get what you can mentality nanchandok. In short, the wife thinks he's handsome is the truth. To think someone else is handsome is to have a bad eye. Qian Kikiu let go of her hand and came up to someone's heel. Seeing that he was smiling with a happy face, the tail of his eyes slightly raised, and his eyebrows were all hard to hide his joy. She couldn't help pursing her lips in joy. This man was really quite narcissistic. Complimenting him on his handsomeness made him so happy. "Honey, when are we going back?" Qian Kikiu thought that after being discharged from the hospital, it would be more convenient to go back to recuperate from her injuries, or else it would not be a good idea to stay in the hotel all the time. "We're not going back yet. I had buy me a house over here. It's near this university, so we'll stay for a while and go back after the review." Chen Duo thought about staying anywhere from left to right as he recuperated from his injuries. Staying here would also allow him to accompany Chiaki Chocho around the campus and make up for his former absence from her. "Bought a house? When did you buy it? You're executing like a champ." Chiaki looked surprised. She hadn't even heard him say that. So was this a surprise? Chen Duo looked at her with a smile on his face and said, "After 8 came over, I had him help me buy it. I want to walk you around campus, and since I can't be a part of your past, I'll reminisce with you." Qian Kikiu sniffed and excitedly wrapped her arms around Chen Duo's neck and leaned down to kiss his thin lips. This person was getting better and better at pleasing her now. Here Qian Kikiu also seems to have become unusually bold, and does not care about the public. She and Chen Duo just like no one else in the campus passionate kiss up. Chen Duo couldn't let go of her, as if swearing sovereignty on behalf of his silly self in his previous life on this campus. This girl called Qian Kikiu belonged to him. "Chen Duo, honey, do you feel proud of yourself now?" Chen Xiuqiu's red lips were glistening with water as she snickered at Chen Duo with a smile on her face. Their kiss just now had attracted a lot of attention. "Ha!" Chen Duo laughed out in a low voice. God knows how happy he was. It had been 2 lifetimes since he'd had the chance to hold her and kiss her on this campus. His former self should have no regrets, and a sense of fulfillment filled his heart. Chen Duo told Qian Kikiu where the house was located. She was familiar with the area and should be able to find the house quickly. Qian Kikiu froze for a moment as she looked at the address, and then tears came to her eyes. If she remembered correctly, this house was next door to the house she had lived in her previous life. Was it all a coincidence? Or was it destiny? Neither. For all the reasons only she knows. "Why are you crying, Autumn?" Chen Duo was a little flustered as he wiped her tears, wondering how he had caused him to cry again. "It's not because of you, you fool who always makes me cry." Chiaki Chocho was afraid of hitting Chen Duo's arm and cried even harder. This was the moment she learned that Chen Duo, who had never stepped out of his house in his previous life, had stepped out of the country for her. Chapter 222, Her Neighbor is Him. Qian Kikiu remembered the man who lived next door in her previous life, who didn't go out all day, and at night she could still hear the sound of a wheelchair coming from next door. When she was sick, there would be medicine hanging from the doorknob, and notes left for her in the tone of an old man, admonishing her to take care of herself and not to let her cough interfere with other people's lives. She was always turned away when she tried to thank him in person, and he always left notes, always stiff and with the arrogance of a solitary old man, telling her to stay out of his way, so much so that she had to give up. She really thought that next door lived an unsociable old man who lived alone, although the notes left behind each time were arrogant and rude, and she always thought he was a sweet old man with a nice mouth and a heart of gold. She'd never seen her next door neighbor in 3 years, and she'd always assumed it was an elderly man living alone. Now that she saw this house rented by Chen Duo, all kinds of suspicions from her previous life appeared. She would often meet the apes and monkeys in front of her house, and they always said that they had come to play with her. Now that he thought about it, he was looking for her to have fun, but he was clearly looking for Chen Duo, who just happened to be bumped into by her. The person living next door to her isn't an elderly person living alone at all. It's Chen Duo. When did he move here? It seems that after her experience with the robbery, she had a new neighbor next door, and every night a big light would be on outside the neighbor's house. When it went out she didn't know. Thought it was giving illumination. How silly of her to have never wondered and suspected what kind of person her neighbor was. She never bothered to find out. That's what missed the truth. And now it's the next life when she finds out. How much courage did he muster to step out of his home, endure the stares cast by others, and resolutely come to a foreign land to silently guard her? He also had to watch her go after other men, cajoling his mom and dad into hiding it from her. He was really too stupid to love. No wonder Dad said when he died that she had eyes and didn't know how to appreciate them. Chio, don't cry. It's all my fault. I'm an asshole. I'll change in the future. Chen Duo took Qian Kikiu's hand and coaxed her gently. stretching his arm to wipe the tears from her face. You don't know anything, what are you changing? Kiankikyo looked at this man every time she cried. He would bow his head and admit his mistake. Even though he doesn't know anything, he'll take all the fault on himself. Chen Duo said softly, if you tell me, I'll know, and I'll change. Stupid, stupid. Kiankikyo broke into tears and looked at him. He really did love someone who did not ask for anything, but it made her heart ache. When Chen Duo saw that she finally stopped crying, he smiled and said, well, I'm a fool, so don't bother with me, wife. Kiankikyo looked at the man's playfulness. Her nose was sour again. He really was a fool. Chen Duo, you actually had a hand in my study abroad life in your previous life. I just didn't know it. Not only did you play Seven and the others with me, you yourself followed me out of the country and stayed right here in this house. It's just that I'm just now realizing that you're being silly. Xianqiuqiu looked at Chen Duo and choked a little as she explained. Stupid. I'm so stupid. Only Chen Duo himself knew that if Qiuqiu hadn't given him the courage to get close to her in this life, he probably would have still let go of her like he did in his last life. No, it was me who was stupid. I was so stupid that we missed out for life. Kiankikyo looked at Chen Duo, tears roiled out again. Whenever she found out he was stupidly good to herself, her heart would be sour. It's okay, it's good that we didn't miss out in this life. We should be happy. Chen Duo hugged Kiankikyo's waist and coaxed her softly. It was enough for him to be able to embrace her in this life. The past was not to be traced. He had spent his life waiting for her love. And that was enough. Honey, right there. See that house with the red paint on the roof? That's the house you bought. Your house is next door to the one I used to rent, and you must have secretly watched me go to and from school. Kiankikyo pointed to a house not far away and introduced Chen Duo to the house they had lived in. Along the way, she talked about their past and how he was quietly good to her underneath his arrogant words. Although he had no memories of his previous life, Chen Duo listened to Qianqiuqiu's narration as if he was there. He was able to understand all the states of mind he had been in his previous life. The man was and was not him, and at least now he got what he wanted. Pushing open the door, Qianqiuqiu entered this room that she had never set foot in before in her previous life. Except for the different decoration style, the structure inside was not much different from the house she lived in. Chen Duo, it looks like you've gotten someone to clean it. It's quite clean. Kiankikyo looked at the refreshed look inside with a smile on her face. Well, we can move in today. After the apes bought the house for him, he had someone said about cleaning it. He wanted to surprise her. Then wait here for me. I'll go to the hotel and bring the stuff over. Thinking that they didn't have much stuff, Kiankikyo didn't let Chen Duo run back and forth. No need to go. I got Ape to help with the luggage. They're staying for dinner tonight, so we need to go grocery shopping now. Chen Duo smiled and said all the things he had planned. They were going to be living here for a while buying food and cooking. Okay, I'll show my hand tonight and give you a long face. Chiaki Chocho kissed Chen Duo's cheek with a smug look on her face. Chen Duo smiled and said, good, then I'll work hard for Mrs. Chun. Well, why don't we go grocery shopping? As soon as Kiankikyo's words fell, the sound of a car came to mind outside the courtyard. Boss, sister-in-law, I've brought the luggage over. The ape's loud voice rang through the yard. Chen Duo said with a smile on his face, the car is here. Chiaki smiled at his words. He had timed it just right. I was just about to head out for groceries when the hitchhiker came to report. Chiaki opened the door and watched as Dao Ape carried the suitcase out of the back box. She walked over and tried to help pick up a suitcase. The ape smiled and said, don't bother sister-in-law to do it, I can do it alone. Ape pulled the two suitcases and walked over. The boss was still watching from the door. He wouldn't dare let his sister-in-law help. Boss, I've made an appointment with Senior. He'll be here later. Ape reported the situation to Chen Duo. Now that Seven had returned home, only the two of them were left. Well, accompany us to the grocery store later. You can cook, right? Chen Duo couldn't afford to let Chocho cook for them alone. Letting the two of them help themselves to a good meal. Will do. After saying that, the apes had the hindsight to think they had fallen into a hole. Guess it wasn't an invitation for them to eat, but to make them cook their own food. Chapter 223, Cooking for Yourself. Sister-in-law, are you going to cook us Chinese food? Ape followed them as they strolled through the fresh food section, and as he watched his sister-in-law picking out ingredients, he asked out of curiosity. Kiankikyo smiled and said, yeah, let you guys try Chinese food, but foreign dishes, I can cook too. She had at least spent a few years abroad, and she knew some foreign dishes. Ape was relieved to hear his sister-in-law's words. It looked like he wouldn't have to cook for himself. Chen Duo said softly, they aren't necessarily used to Chinese food, so let them show themselves. Fair enough. Qianqiuqi nodded and said to Ape, then you take a look as well, and feel free to take whatever dishes you want. Your boss will settle the bill, and you can do it yourself when the time comes. Ape, sister-in-law, was thus led astray by the boss, but he was waiting for her cooking. So how did he turn out to be cooking himself? Watching the apes froze without taking action, Kiankikyo smiled and urged, "Don't be polite, take whatever you want, and help old 4 take some as well." Ape, is this a question of just taking it? It's taken and he's about to do his own cooking, and he's going to make old 4 cook along with him. He's going to destroy him, isn't he? Kiankikyo looked at the ape's reaction uncertainly. Only Chenduo said with a smile on his face, "Chio, let's go to the front again." "Oh, good. Do you want to eat dumplings or not? We can buy some meat and flour and go back and make our own dumplings for dinner then." Kiankikyo pushed Chenduo and continued to walk forward with a happy face. The lagging apes looked at their backs and only felt that the boss really wasn't a normal black and sister-in-law. This was too easy to be persuaded. The ape was finally forced to choose a few dishes that he would go back and make himself. As they exited the supermarket, they had a big bag full of stuff, and the apes were thinking that they could go over there and rub it in later. For example, the Chinese food that my sister-in-law was talking about. Dumplings. Unfortunately, he was quickly slapped in the face as Chenduo directly said that he needed to recuperate and told him not to bother them in the future. The ape was speechless. He couldn't help but suspect that the boss's invitation to dinner with Lao Si might just be a suggestion from his sister-in-law. He'd been enslaved by his boss to buy a house and carry luggage, and now he was working as a free driver, and all he got in return was a meal, and he had to make his own meal. Black heart. The ape really suffers from the boss's beatings all the time. He's just too simple and naive. Ape, have you ever had Chinese food? Chiaki asked him curiously. Before the ape could open his mouth, Chenduo jumped ahead and said, "Isn't there a Chinese restaurant? He must have eaten if he wanted to. If he didn't eat it, he certainly wasn't interested in Chinese food." Chio. Everyone has different tastes in different cultures. Let's seek common ground while reserving differences. It doesn't matter if he doesn't like it, as long as it's your cooking. I like it. Kiankikyo smiled and said, "Okay, I'll cook for you for the rest of your life." Ape, what did he say? Did he say he didn't like Chinese food? Boss so aggressively stole all his words and made him lose his chance to eat Chinese food. This time, he once again saw the Chinese upside down black and white. The boss's mouth is really too vicious. The key is also incidentally confessed to his sister-in-law. That's a great eloquence. And the apes say they're not as good as they should be. No wonder the boss is silent. It's a deep hide, but it's still the boss who doesn't speak is a bit more amiable. The ape, who had been fed a mouthful of dog food and stabbed in the back, was silent. He might as well keep quiet and give up the home stretch to the boss. "Ape, you've had a hard day." Chiaki watched the ape carry large bags of stuff and thanked him. "You're welcome, sister-in-law. Just make me some Chinese food later." The ape took advantage of the boss's absence to gently inform Chiaki of his claim. The boss didn't give him a chance to speak, so he had to find his sister-in-law to explain himself. "Okay, no problem. I'll show you my cooking skills." Chiaki agreed with a smile on her face. Hearing the sound of Chenduo's wheelchair, the ape hurriedly went to move things like it was nothing. "Autumn, why don't you come with me to unpack? It's still early, so just let the apes do whatever dishes need to be prepared so you don't get your hands dirty." Chenduo walked over and glanced at the ape. "Ape, the boss, this is also too ruthless. Not at all hiding the enslavement of him. He could have gotten his hands dirty. He wouldn't have been fit to come so early. Had he known he should have come later like the oldest." Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chenduo smiled and said, "It should be old 4 arriving. Just in time. Have them prepare the ingredients." Ape, he was surprisingly speechless. And also, was it really good for the oldest to come in so aggressively? Of course it would be nice to have one more to accompany him in his enslavement. At least it would ease his mind a bit. "Hello, handsome guy." The ape happily went to open the door, beaming at Nico. Nico whistled at the ape and said, "So early, lad." The ape laughed softly in his mind. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to come so early. "Hello boss, sister-in-law." Nico is much more deferential to Chendoke and Chiaki Chuku behind the ape, mostly for fear of taking a technical whacking from the boss. "Welcome, Nico." Chiaki welcomed her with an open arm and a smile. Nico avoids it. He wouldn't dare give Chiaki a hug. This kind of greeting between friends is better not to be. The lesson of old 10 is too bloody. He held out his right hand to Chiaki, preferring to use their Eastern way of greeting. Chiaki froze for a moment, but shook Nico's hand anyway, probably not expecting him to choose this way of greeting. "Senior, as an adult, you should know how to cook, right?" Chenduo asked Nico the same question, and the kitchen was left to him and the apes for a while. Nico thought his boss was concerned about his life and smiled smugly. "Of course I will. It's a survival skill." "That's great. I'll leave you guys with today's dinner. Let me and your sister-in-law try some of your country's specialties." Chenduo was serious about letting the invited guests cook, and the point was that their 2 guests didn't dare to refuse. Nico probably didn't expect this result and froze a bit. He turned his head to look at the ape and realized that the other man was not surprised. He's shooting himself in the foot. "Ape, the traitor, didn't warn him." waiting for him to go back and clean him up a bit. Kiankiki looked at the two of them and said in embarrassment, "Hubby, it's not good to let them cook, right? What's wrong with that? It's not like we're strangers. We're all friends. Feel free to be casual. What's the difference between a guest and not a guest?" Chen Duo explained in a serious manner, not caring about the matter of treating himself to a meal. Ape and Nico both looked at each other. The boss had blocked the way with that statement, unless they didn't want to be friends anymore. Chapter 224, Protecting Food. Kiankiki was brought back to the room by Chinduo to organize their luggage. Just their 2 suitcases are not much to organize. The key is Chinduo also helped to organize. Soon things are arranged. "Honey, why don't you get some sleep and I'll help out in the kitchen?" Kiankiki was afraid that Chinduo was tired and coaxed him to rest. "I can't sleep without you, so I'll leave the kitchen to them." Chinduo took Kiankiki's hand and pouted softly. "This is not good. How to say it's both of us who invited them to dinner? If you can't sleep, just lie on the bed for a while. Good boy." Kiankiki kissed the side of Chinduo's face and coaxed him softly. "We're all so familiar. It's okay. What's the point of dividing up the guests? Why don't you lie down with me for a while?" Chinduo looked at Qian Chicho pitifully. How could he let Chicho cook for someone else? Chiaki Autumn. With him like this, she couldn't really say no. "Okay then, I'll lay down for a while and then go out and look around." Chenchocho had no choice but to compromise and lie on the bed with Chinduo. In the kitchen, Nico looked at the fish on the table and was a little stumped as to what to do with this dish. He usually grilled and fried it. The ape brought out the dish he had selected and was already preparing it with gusto. "What's the matter? Don't dawdle. Hurry up and get it." The ape prodded a glowering Nico. There were 2 more people waiting for their dinner. "This dish, can you fix it?" Nico inquired of the ape with a raised eyebrow. Baking, there was no oven here. It was a bit of a pain in the ass to fry and a bit time consuming to slice into pieces. "That I won't. I wasn't much interested in fish in the first place." The ape didn't know how to cook this dish either, so how could he know what his sister-in-law was doing buying a fish back? "Forget it, let's just prepare another dish." Nico ends up putting the fish aside. This one tests them too much. The light of day was getting darker and darker. Kiankiki looked at someone asleep beside her. She gently moved her body to get out of bed. She was still a bit uneasy, as most of the vegetables she bought were suitable for Chinese food, which ape and the others might not be too good at getting. Chinduo wasn't necessarily used to Western food, so she went ahead and made some Chinese food. When Nico saw Chiaki Chocho appear, it was as if she had seen a life-saving straw and smiled. "Sister-in-law, you're here, help us. He really can't do these dishes, and it's only the apes who show their hand and cook the ones they buy." Instead, he contemplated life, whether to deep fry it, boil it, or fry a pie. "Tough on you too. I'll get it. I bought all these dishes to make Chinese food." Kiankiki picked up the fish, and after opening the belly with his hand, he sliced it diagonally into flakes. After pouring in the egg whites and cornstarch, she put on disposable gloves to grab the fillets and mix them well. Then she marinated it with salt and wine and pepper. Nico froze for a moment as he watched Chiaki's maneuvers, a method of cooking he didn't really understand. While Kiankiki was marinating the fillets, she was again busy with the side dishes and ingredients, popping green onions, ginger and garlic. After popping it, she poured in the water and when it boiled, she put in the seasoning packet she had bought. While the hot soup was rolling, she put the marinated fish slices in with chopsticks, and after the soup boiled again, Kiankiki put the bean sprouts in. After serving the fish soup into the soup bowl, Kiankiki hurriedly brushed the pot and poured the oil, poured the chili peppers and peppercorns into the hot oil, and finally sprinkled the prepared chili pepper and peppercorn oil on the surface of the fish soup. Nico and Ape were already gulping at the smells. They'd seen how good Chinese food was. The preparation alone was so tedious. "Sister-in-law, you're fantastic." The ape gave a thumbs up to Kiankiki. Kiankiki smiled with a proud face and said, "This is all a piece of cake. You haven't seen a real chef in China cooking with all the colors and flavors." "Piece of cake?" This idiom is a little lost on the apes. It's just very simple and exceptionally easy to do. So easy. Nico is a hybrid with Chinese blood in him, and the family still knows a lot about Chinese culture. As he explains to the ape rubbed his head and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Sister-in-law, what other dishes do you need to prepare? We'll give you a hand." Nico has seen what Chiaki can do and rushes to offer to help. Although he understands Chinese culture, no one in his family knows how to cook Chinese food, and he's only ever seen people cooking simple Chinese dishes in videos. "Why don't you guys help me wash these greens?" Chen Duo had just been discharged from the hospital, so she couldn't eat a dish as spicy as boiled fish, which she mainly prepared for Ape and the others. Thinking that she still had to fry some lighter dishes for Chen Duo, Kiankiki instructed the 2 apes to go and wash the green vegetables. After frying 2 green vegetables for Chen Duo, plus the dishes they had made were almost ready, Kiankiki then turned off the fire and went to call Chen Duo to come over for dinner. When she approached the bedroom, Chinduo was already awake and preparing to get out of bed. Chiaki walked over and pushed the wheelchair closer, holding it up. Chinduo sat in his wheelchair and said softly, "When did you wake up?" Kiankikyo smiled and said, "A little bit earlier than you. I'm afraid that you're not used to eating Western food. I specifically fried 2 dishes for you." The words of specializing in stir-frying for him greatly pleased Chinduo, and he felt a burst of happiness in his heart. Chocho was frying for him exclusively, and as long as it wasn't made for someone else to eat, he was relieved. Hard work, wife. Chinduo took Kiankikyo's hand with a smile on his face. "No hard work, let's go eat." Chiakikyo pushed Chinduo out of the room, and the two of them, Ape and Nico, hurriedly stood up from the dining table with a smile on their faces. Sit down, we're all friends, there's no need to be so formal. Feel free." Kiankikyo smiled and greeted them as they sat down, and she and Chinduo also sat down at the table. Chinduo looked at the 2 dishes placed in front of him and looked at Chenchocho with a smiling face. "Sister-in-law, you're so good at this. This fish is so delicious." The ape tasted a few bites of the boiled fish and praised Chiakikyo. Only then did Chinduo notice the boiled fish placed in front of Ape and Nico, and he looked sullenly at Chiaki Chocho. "Didn't you say you'd cook exclusively for him? How come they have it too?" The ape was not afraid of death and smiled as he extended his chopsticks, which were a bit lame, to the 2 dishes in front of Chinduo. Wanting to taste the freshness of the food, a cold look from Chinduo looked over, scaring him so much that he shivered with his chopsticks. "Can't eat?" Kiankikia knew what was going on when she looked at Chinduo's food protection. She was speechless. He could only round up the situation and said, "Ape, your boss is not used to eating Western food. He has just been discharged from the hospital and can only eat light. These 2 dishes are specially made for him. That boiled fish, you guys can eat all you want. If it's good, eat more. The CD is the biggest compliment to me." Chapter 225, He's a Single Dog. Nico slapped the ape and said, "If you boys have food, eat it, don't steal it from the boss." A sick man. The ape can only innocently put the chopsticks to the boiled fish fillet. He is so wronged. He just want to taste it. Why the bad luck is always him. After shielding the 2 dishes in front of him, Chenduo looked at Kiankikyo again in aggravation. Why did he still cook for them? Seeing this, Kiankikyo gave Chenduo a sandwich of food and whispered into his ear, "Eat quickly. You will always be the most special one. You see, you have 2 courses for 1 person and only 1 course for the 2 of them." Thinking so it was indeed true that he was the one who was the most special to Chocho, Chenduo then joyfully picked up his chopsticks and ate. "Boss, how long are you and your sister-in-law going to stay here?" Nico asked with a smirk on his face. Chenduo thinks he's taken aim at Chocho's cooking and wants to come over to rub it in. He took the words of the gagging ape and gagged Nico again. "We're going to stay for a while until the review and then we'll go back. Old 4, you should be quite busy with your work, so you don't have to come over to visit us. I need to recuperate. Just message me about work." Nico. What else could he say? If he came over to visit the boss and the others in the future, wouldn't he be telling the boss in disguise that his work wasn't too busy and intense? He'll never come back, and to come over again would be to give himself something to do. "Oh, good. I'm really quite busy, so if the boss needs my help, I'll definitely make time to come over." The emotionally intelligent Nico rushed to take a stand, and in the process, gave Chenduo a show of loyalty. The apes admired Nico's traitorous look and let him have all the good words. Chenduo nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his childlike demeanor. "You guys are busy. Your boss is just recuperating. We can take care of it ourselves." Kiankikia thought that everyone had an assigned task, so she didn't bother them. The ape looked at his sister-in-law, who was kept in the dark, and thought only that the couple was still slightly better off with the boss, who had blocked their dealings before it was too late. He didn't believe that his sister-in-law was in charge of their home, and with the boss's IQ, if he tried to grasp sovereignty, his sister-in-law would be crushed. Chocho, hard work, you eat more. Watching the boss voluntarily chuck the dish in front of him into his sister-in-law's bowl, Ape could only indicate that that was the boss willingly ceding power. Watching the couple spreading dog food over a meal, the single dog ape glanced at Nico and gave him chopsticks of boiled fish. Forget it, they're 2 single dogs clinging to each other. After a meal, the 2 of them, Ape and Nico, had the special eye to snatch the job of cleaning the kitchen from Chiaki Autumn. One brushes the dishes, one takes over the rinsing, wipes them clean and puts them in the cupboard. The 2 masters, Chinduo and Kiankikyo, went out for a walk instead, and they followed the moonlight outside the window, one after the other. "I need make a girlfriend." The ape came in cold, mostly irritated by tonight's dog food. Nico smiled. "Oh, good luck. Why don't you make a girlfriend?" The ape looked at Nico with some curiosity and questioned him. "I have no interest in making a girlfriend because I don't lack a bedmate. I'm not interested in having a girlfriend because I have no shortage of bed partners." Nico shrugged, exposing himself as a scumbag. Ape. Half the time, He was the only one who was a sour and redundant single dog. Ape and Nico had already cleaned the kitchen when Chenduo and Chiaki came back. Tough for you guys, it's getting late. You guys go back early. Chenduo wasn't ambiguous either, and directly spoke out to kick people out. What can Ape and Nico do when faced with a boss who kicks them out when they run out? Nothing, of course. With a smile on their faces, they carried their bags and said goodbye to their boss and sister-in-law. Chenduo, this will be our second home from now on. Kikyu pushed Chenduo and looked at the house with a smile on her face. Under the light, Chenduo looked at her smiling face and felt a pang of satisfaction in his heart. He pulled in people who had never walked into this house in their previous lives. Finally, it was thought that during those 3 years of living in a foreign country in his previous life, he might have silently watched her pass by his door countless times, but he didn't have the courage to open it and say hello to her. Now that she had not just passed through, but had walked in and lived in, her former self should have no regrets. It had also become what she called their second home, and it was all worth it. The countless feelings that filled Chendu's chest finally converged into only one word: good. Chiaki pushed the person into the bedroom and they shuffled to the bed. We're not going back now. Should we tell mom and dad that we went out? I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it from right after all this time. Jianqiuqiu played with Chenduo's long, white fingers and softly questioned him. Last time we said we were going out of the country to play. We ended up getting prosthetics. Besides, if we go abroad to play, even if dad doesn't suspect anything, there's no guarantee that mom won't think anything. Or why don't we just say work and say we're coming over for an exchange of ideas? Chenduo pondered for a while and spoke his thoughts. Okay, then let's just say we're out of the country on an exchange program. It just so happens that this place doesn't look like a hotel, so mom shouldn't get suspicious. Chiaki smiled and agreed. She looked at the time and thought it was still early enough to send a video to mom. Then I'll send mom a video now. It's daytime in the country, and Misty still has the day off, so I can talk to Misty for a while, said Chiaki. Choshio pulled out her phone and sent the video over. Soon the video was picked up and Kaimomile's big face appeared on the screen. Sister, why don't you come over and play with me? Qian Miao Miao beamed, her eyes all aggravated, accusing Qian Chochio. Sis has been a bit busy lately, so she'll go back to play with Miao Miao after a while. What's Misty doing home on her day off? Chiaki Chochio lowered her voice and coaxed Miao Miao softly. As Chenduo watched her softly and gently coaxing Miao Miao, he thought of their daughter, and in the future, Chochio would surely coax her so gently as well. I'm doing my homework, and when I'm done, I need to draw for a while. Chimimio Miao Miao. You're playing with your cell phone again instead of doing your homework. When did you take my cell phone over? Chen Yun's words instantly uncovered the good impression that Qian Miao Miao wanted to leave with her sister. She huffed and looked back at Chen Yun. Mom, I'm videoing with my sister.